My dear family, who truly understands? Just a moment ago, I was peddling wares in prison, and in the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning liberated me from the world's largest penitentiary, with 1 million inmates cheering my name. It turns out I have traversed to a realm of fantasy, where the devil fruits within this prison are deemed undesirable. I consumed the ThunderFruit and became the king of lightning, with a bounty of 30 million announced, embarking on a legendary journey. How exhilarating. Let me tell you, one moment I was in prison, and the next, with a flash of lightning, I had escaped from the largest jail on the globe. The alarms blared throughout the facility, and over 1 million prisoners rejoiced in my triumph. What an electrifying commencement. You ask me what transpired? Come, take a seat and brace yourself, for I shall recount the tale from the very beginning. It all began when I opened my eyes, utterly bewildered. Where was I? In the world's largest prison, known as the City of Regulations. Can you believe it? This place houses nearly 1 million inmates, bustling like a marketplace during the day, with vendors shouting and selling their goods. It was a veritable spectacle, save for the absence of a square dance. As for me, I was crouched behind a stall, wearing a straw hat, utterly dazed. Glancing down at my stall, I was struck with a shocking revelation. Wait a moment. My pupils trembled with disbelief. Were those not the devil fruits from One Piece? The peculiar patterns and bizarre shapes, I would wager my future happiness that these were indeed the devil fruits. At that moment, a singular thought consumed my mind. I had crossed over. Just a moment ago, I was on Earth, laboring away at my anime, and now I found myself here. Without a second thought, I hurriedly gathered the fruits into my embrace. After all, these were devil fruits, me potential ticket to power. As I clutched the fruits, drooling in anticipation, pondering whether to consume the tremor fruit or the lightning fruit, a burly gentleman beside me regarded me with a look of incredulity, as if I were a fool. Little fool, have you lost your mind? Those fruits taste worse than excrement. Why do you treasure them? His words ignited a fire within me. Was he to call me foolish? Yet, upon seeing his fist the size of a cauldron and comparing it to my slender arms and legs, I decided it wise to bide my time. I would endure for now, and once I had consumed the fruits, I would show him who the true fool was. Remarkably, his words seemed to trigger something within me. My mind buzzed as a torrent of foreign memories flooded in. A few minutes later, I found myself smiling ruefully. Oh, dear family, you wouldn't believe if this body I inhabit is indeed nicknamed Little Fool. This world is known as the fantasy continent, where a phenomenon called illusions manifests as dungeons, and conquering them allows one to extract their contents. The devil fruits are sourced in this manner. However, this world operates on its own peculiar logic. Most items extracted from illusions remain locked away, requiring specific conditions to be activated. Thus, the devil fruits, unable to be activated, are treated as worthless, akin to spoiled fruit, and are left unwanted. The original owner of this body was a true fool, his mind shattered by a blow to the head, and subsequently deceived into joining a pirate crew. However, before the ship even materialized, he was captured en masse by the officers of the world government. Given the lightness of his crimes, he was sentenced to 3 years of reformation within this city of rules. Here, he was daily bullied as a simpleton, having previously been tricked into consuming an unactivated devil fruit. The taste of that fruit still haunts me, evoking a wave of nausea at mere recollection. Reflecting upon the tragic life of the original owner brings tears to my eyes. Yet, there is a silver lining. Me arrival marks a turning point. From this day forth, I, Luffy, shall defy fate and alter my destiny. What advantages do I possess? I am a transcendent being, a seasoned otaku. In this world, one must possess the code to harness its treasures, and I am well versed in all the codes. I rummaged through my belongings, quickly honing in on a fruit adorned with electric patterns, the rumble fruit. Akin to Enels, it ranks among the mightiest of the Logia type. At long last, this immense fortune has come my way. Casting aside the other fruits, I cradled the rumble fruit as though it were a priceless treasure. Then, I looked up at the muscular man beside me, and, with an air of theatricality, proclaimed, "When I emerge, seek me out. My name will resonate across the world." The man regarded me with an expression that suggested he was on the verge of calling for medical assistance. Yet, I paid him no mind. I raised the rumble fruit and, summoning every ounce of my youthful spirit, bellowed, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the Pirate King." Onlookers gawked at me as if witnessing a performance, their laughter echoing around me. But I remained unfazed. In the next instant, I bit into the fruit. As the unforgettable wave of nausea surged through me, the rumble fruit erupted in a blinding flash of lightning, shooting into my mouth. In that moment, electric energy coursed through my body, crackling and surging. The overwhelming power within me nearly compelled me to shout, "My fate is my own." Thankfully, I restrained myself, maintaining an air of composure befitting a master. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the prison guards. Armed officers rushed towards me, shouting, "Do not move." Move? What a jest! I am now the Lord of Thunder. With a subtle smile, I willed myself to transform into a flash of blue lightning, soaring through the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Farewell. On the ground, both inmates and guards gazed upward, jaws agape, their thoughts unified. He has escaped. Soon after, the city of Rules erupted with a deafening alarm. This signal announced that someone had successfully broken free from this so-called impregnable fortress of a prison. The broadcast incessantly proclaimed, "A convict has escaped. All units on high alert." However, rather than submitting to fear, the prisoners reacted with exuberance, turning the prison into a celebratory atmosphere. Whistles blew, laughter erupted, and shouts of envy and admiration filled the air. At that moment, I became the idol of a million inmates. The muscular man, who had witnessed everything unfold, observed my vanishing figure with an expression devoid of naivety instead. His gaze was filled with intrigue. He murmured softly, "Lu Fei, how fascinating. Does your name truly have the power to resonate across the globe?" To my surprise, he was aware of my true name. It seemed that matters were more complex than I had anticipated. However, such intricacies paled in significance compared to my newfound freedom. Of course, the world government was in disarray, promptly issuing a bounty for my capture. And guess what? They misidentified me, calling me Wang Lu Fei, a staggering bounty of 30 million. Goodness, I had barely emerged from a novice village, and suddenly found myself labeled as a high-value target worth 30 million. Meanwhile, I transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing forward until my energy was depleted, landing in a desolate wilderness miles away. Clad in prison garb, utterly exhausted, I was on the verge of taking a respite in a nearby town. Yet I had scarcely taken a couple of steps when two masked men sprang forth from behind a tree, brandishing large knives, delivering the classic line. This road was paved by me, this tree was planted by me, that I couldn't help but chuckle. Gentlemen, do take a look at my prison attire. Are you attempting to rob me? What did you possibly gain from my meager assets? However, upon scrutinizing my garb, the two men dropped their weapons with a clatter and immediately knelt before me, prostrating themselves and exclaiming, "Please spare us, my lord." Upon inquiry, I learned that they too had been confined in the Rule City, and they recognized that anyone donning such attire in this place was undoubtedly a formidable individual who had emerged from within someone not to be trifled with. Realizing their prudence, I felt somewhat guilty about resorting to violence. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I requested a change of clothes from them. Minutes later, I donned a set of considerably oversized civilian attire and continued my journey toward the town. Behind me, the two men, one shirtless and the other pantless, began to bicker over the remaining fabric, which was quite amusing. Upon entering the town, I found myself penniless and in search of employment, only to discover that locals required guarantees. The dream of becoming a worker shattered, I had no choice but to pursue the quickest and most legitimate means of earning becoming a bounty hunter. I promptly entered a bounty tavern. Upon entry, I was met with a group of burly hunters who regarded my frail form with disdain, akin to that of a mere chick, and they began to jeer, telling me to go back and drink milk. I shot them a cold glare, committing the faces of the most audacious offenders to memory, planning to check the bulletin board later to see what their bounties might be. Just as those men were about to take action, the bartender called out, "No fighting inside the tavern." Reluctantly, they returned to their seats, yet their eyes clearly conveyed a desire to settle the score with me once I stepped outside. In response, I offered them a mocking smile and proceeded directly to the bulletin board. Scanning the notices, I found nothing but paltry bounties in the range of tens of thousands hardly enticing. Thus, I approached the bar, sensing that the bartender's legs trembled upon my arrival, his brow slick with cold sweat. It became evident that he had indeed seen my 30 million bounty notice. I rapped my knuckles against the table, casting a sidelong glance at the loquacious individuals nearby, and addressed the bartender. "I would like something to drink." He understood instantly, trembling as he retrieved a stack of wanted posters from beneath the bar and handed them to me. I took the posters, downed the drink he had poured, and turned to leave. True to form, those foolish men followed me out, their eyes glinting with malice. What they failed to perceive was the bartender's gaze, imbued with pity as he observed them. I sauntered leisurely into an alleyway, and the men promptly followed, drawing their flintlock pistols without a word and unleashing a flurry of shots towards me. However, Before their cruel smiles could fully manifest, they froze in disbelief. The bullets simply passed through my form. Sparks crackled across my body, and their faces paled in terror as they contemplated kneeling in supplication. But it was too late. With a mere flick of my hand, bolts of lightning surged forth, instantaneously piercing through their skulls. To be honest, despite it being my first act of taking a life, I still felt a twinge of discomfort within. Indeed, such is the nature of this world, where human lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. If I do not eliminate them, they will seek to end my existence. To survive, I must adapt. I inhaled deeply and retrieved the stack of wanted posters the bartender had given me. To my astonishment, the very individuals I had dispatched were prominently featured. I tossed the corresponding wanted posters onto their lifeless forms, and the paper emitted a faint glow, as if scanning for confirmation. Subsequently, the light retracted and the wanted posters automatically returned to my hand, now bearing a vivid red death stamp. Let me tell you, this wanted poster embodies the darkest technology in this world. I carefully stored these documents, then flipped through the remainder, all of which were substantial bounties in the millions. Upon reaching the last one, I couldn't help but chuckle. It was my own wanted poster, freshly minted. Wanted, Pirate Wong Lufei. Bounty amount, 30 million. I shrugged, thinking, what does it matter? Being wanted as Wong Lufei has no bearing on me. Lufei. After gathering my spoils, I covered my face with a cloth and headed to the world government's bounty exchange center. Inside, many individuals like me were obscured, clearly possessing their own stories. I presented the stamped wanted poster, and the staff, without lifting their gaze, inquired, alias? I instinctively replied, Thunder God. The staff member finally looked up, gazing at me with an expression of disbelief. My friend, aliases can be whimsical, but overly impressive ones may invite peril. My face flushed with embarrassment. After all, my meager bounty hardly warranted such a grand title. Thus, I revised my alias to Thunder Emperor. The staff shook their head, their eyes communicating a clear message. You are overreaching. Ultimately, after amiable negotiations, my alias was settled on the rather unremarkable character Thunder. Soon, I held a bank card inscribed with the character for Thunder on the front and the world government emblem on the reverse. The staff member even kindly reminded me that this card had no password. Whoever possessed it could use it. Exiting the exchange center with the card in hand, my mind was crystal clear. The world government truly understands human nature. They are openly encouraging a cycle of mutual betrayal and violence between bounty hunters and criminals, reaping the rewards as passive observers. This world is indeed fraught with depth. However, I had no time to ponder such matters. After a hearty meal, I sprawled onto the bed in my hotel, my thoughts racing like a film reel. It was a day more exhilarating than the previous 20 years of my life, filled with the ThunderFruit, prison breaks, and guns pointed at me, culminating in my transformation into a bounty hunter. Yet, what truly captivated me were the hidden treasures within this world. My greatest asset, I tell you, lies within my mind, enriched with memories from the blue planet. Take the ThunderFruit, for instance. While others are oblivious to its activation method, I can unleash its power with a single roar and instantly transform into the Thunder God. Who could withstand that? Of course, I am well aware that this activation command is a limited use exclusive. Using it once renders it void, which explains my rather theatrical display in front of so many witnesses. This realization served as a reminder that my repository of knowledge, while seemingly vast, may only prove useful on a few occasions. Hence, I must calculate my future maneuvers carefully. Just as I was basking in my plans for the future, I fell asleep. And lo and behold, as I drifted into slumber, a small airship adorned with the insignia of Rule City, seemingly guided by GPS, made its way toward my quaint town. Inside, a team had come to apprehend me. The atmosphere within that airship was as tense as my wallet was empty, each member fixated on my 30 million bounty, their faces as grim as the peaks of Chongbai Mountain. Naturally, a bounty of such magnitude signifies a walking catastrophe. Engaging with me could very well determine their fate. At that moment, all eyes turned to a striking woman at the forefront. This woman was unlike the rest. While others donned combat uniforms reminiscent of special forces, she wore a short skirt and knee-high boots, her figure captivating leisurely polishing a sniper rifle that was nearly as long as her legs. Her gaze was as frigid as the Siberian cold front. Her name is Catherine, a skilled operative on loan for this mission, having volunteered for participation. My comrades understood. She was the team's true ace. The expressions of the other team members nearly screamed their admiration for her. Catherine wasted no time, succinctly stating, "Leave it to me." With those words, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the airship. The following morning, as soon as I awoke, my first action was to dismantle the electric nets I had set up on the doors and windows. After all, I was now a walking bounty of 30 million. Even my sleep required a security mode. Primarily, it was to safeguard my card. While I could be on the move, my money absolutely could not. After freshening up, I glanced at the prison garb strewn across the floor, and a surge of anger ignited within me. After a night of contemplation, I had come to realize that I was not a pirate, but merely an unfortunate soul caught in the fray, used by others to bolster their KPIs. The original owner was a fool. What pirate crew would want him? It was evident that someone had merely captured him to fulfill a quota for military merit. Why should I bear this unjust burden and face a city-wide manhunt? The more I pondered, the angrier I became, and sparks of electricity began to dance around me. Thankfully, my rationality prevailed, and I refrained from unleashing my wrath upon the world government. However, given the circumstances, I could only forge ahead relentlessly. I took out my wanted poster, gazing at the 30 million figure, and instead found amusement. If I wished for my name to resonate across the world, such a sum was hardly sufficient. After changing into casual attire and covering my face with a cloth, I ventured outside. I wandered through the city in the morning, primarily searching for familiar treasures among various shops. Alas, after a long day, aside from spotting a few peculiar zone-type devil fruits, I found nothing of genuine worth. I began to suspect that my knowledge as an otaku had run its course. Many items looked familiar, yet I could not recall their significance. At noon, I found a restaurant to dine in and casually purchased a newspaper. To my astonishment, my name graced the front page. Shocking. Rule City has been successfully escaped from by youth. The criminal claims to be a pirate, Wong Lufei. A new star is rising. As I read the name Wong Lufei, I nearly burst into laughter. My offhand declaration had inadvertently become legendary in this world. While I reveled in this, unbeknownst to me, a kilometer away, Catherine had trained her sniper scope on my head. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss, as if I were being watched. The observation hockey inherent to the ThunderFruit is no trivial matter. I could discern the ordinary bystanders from those masquerading as authorities. They believed they were well concealed. Yet to me, they appeared as fireflies in the night. I feigned ignorance, finished my meal, and strolled leisurely out of the restaurant, deliberately choosing a less populated route. They, too, abandoned their pretense and brazenly followed in my wake. The intention was clear. It was time to reveal their cards. I led them to an open area outside the city before finally coming to a halt and turning to face them. I hesitated, contemplating whether to incapacitate them and flee or to end things decisively. Before I could decide, one of them spoke up, his voice booming. "Wong Lufei, we are from Rule City. Surrender peacefully, and you may yet live. Resist, and you shall face immediate execution." This declaration rendered me momentarily speechless. Immediate execution, you say? Very well, then I shall not hold back. Just as my murderous intent surged, before I could make a move, a gunshot rang out. A bullet whizzed past my leg. It was Catherine. She aimed to incapacitate me first. Unfortunately for her, the bullet was fast, but I was faster in my elemental transformation. The projectile passed through my incorporeal leg, creating a dent in the ground. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. I swiftly turned to glance in Catherine's direction. She was quick on the draw, firing again. This time, the bullet shimmered with a blue glow, indicating it was no ordinary projectile. Yet, I had grown weary of their games. I pointed my right hand skyward and called out, "Divine punishment." In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens with a crack, splitting into 5 strands that instantaneously incapacitated the pursuers, leaving them twitching on the ground, their bodies emanating smoke. In that fleeting moment, the blue bullet was before me. With a flash of electric energy, I vanished from my original position using Rado. only to reappear 1,000 meters away beside Kaiselin. Upon seeing her, I was momentarily taken aback. The sniper in a short skirt with long legs was an image I was all too familiar with. She resembled the female officer from a game I had previously played. While I was lost in thought, she reacted swiftly, attempting to strike. I cannot allow her to succeed. Grasping her neck with my left hand and enveloping my right fist in electricity, I pressed her down to the ground, half of my body straddling hers, and coldly commanded, "Do not move." With my grip around her neck and witnessing the crackling currents on my fist, she wore a defiant expression, yet dared not to resist. I fixed my gaze upon her and inquired, "What is your name?" "Kaiselin," she boldly declared, revealing her full name. Upon hearing this, I understood her significance. I deliberately repeated her name twice. Then with a fierce expression, I bellowed, "Kaiselin, perish." My electrified fist descended toward her beautiful face. Of course, I did not intend to kill her. I was aware that individuals of her stature often possess life-saving trump cards. My aim was to give her time to utilize it. As expected, just as my fist was about to strike, a brilliant blue light erupted from her, and she vanished in an instant. All that remained was her furious shout, "Wang Lufei, I will remember you." I leisurely rose from the ground, dusting off my hands, and smiled skyward. "You seek Wang Lufei? What concern is it of a Lufei?" This world was becoming increasingly intriguing, with the inhabitants of Guizhou City seeking me out. It was clear I could no longer remain in this small town. I randomly selected a direction and transformed into a streak of lightning, making my escape. My next destination was Fader City, a veritable lawless land beyond the jurisdiction of the world government. Upon entering the realm of Fader City, I felt an exhilarating rush. The streets were teeming with wanted criminals, some with bounties in the millions or tens of millions, and even those exceeding 100 million. My inner bounty hunter was awakened. I also observed an amusing phenomenon. Those with bounties in the millions walked with their heads down. Those in the tens of millions, like myself, obscured their faces while walking with their heads held high, and those with bounties in the hundreds of millions strutted boldly. As I surveyed my surroundings, a timid little girl approached, shyly asking if I needed a guide. She appeared impoverished, her clothes patched yet clean, her eyes brimming with longing. Softening at her earnestness, I nodded in agreement. Under her guidance, I quickly rented a modest flat and procured a pile of daily necessities. Afterward, I offered her 500 yuan as payment, enough for her to live for half a month. To my surprise, she refused the money and knelt before me, pleading to be taken in as my servant. Claiming she could cook, do laundry, and was well acquainted with Fader City, capable of providing me with various intelligence. I sensed this girl was extraordinary. I inquired, "Why choose me?" Without a word, she produced a crumpled newspaper from her pocket, along with a wanted poster of myself, extending them toward me. The newspaper detailed my escape from prison. I was taken aback. This girl not only possessed keen insight, but also remarkable courage. Recognizing my masked visage amidst the crowd and daring to place her trust in me after mere observation. Such talent was impossible to reject. I immediately consented. Thus, having just arrived in Fader City, I found myself with both a home and a servant. The girl's culinary skills were impressive, with a dinner of 3 dishes and a soup that was simply delightful. Over the next 3 days, I took her to the market daily, primarily in search of treasures. Fader City was brimming with goods, from Zhangpidao to Shiluanyin and Chongji Bay, overwhelming to behold. Regrettably, upon glancing at the prices, my enthusiasm waned. The cheapest Chongji Bay cost several thousand, while Zhangpidao started from over 100,000. After a thorough exploration, I discovered that the most affordable items were the devil fruits. I realized I had become quite discerning, having initially acquired a ThunderFruit, and now found myself uninterested in ordinary items. Moreover, I harbored a deep suspicion that I had exhausted my luck, leaving me in dire financial straits. On the 4th day, I summoned the girl before me, silently observing her. After a few days, her complexion had improved considerably. She was quite a beauty. She did not shy away, allowing me to gaze at her openly. After scrutinizing her for a quarter of an hour, I suddenly spoke. "Give me all your money." Without even blinking, she retrieved over 2,000 yuan in cash from her pocket and handed it to me with both hands. I did not even count it. I simply pocketed it and extended my hand. She obediently placed her small hand in mine. I then led her back to the market. This time, I was no longer merely a spectator. Stopping at a vendor's stall, I picked up a devil fruit and began to haggle theatrically with the seller. After an awkward exchange, I purchased the fruit for the original price of 3,500 yuan. My abysmal bargaining skills left the little girl beside me utterly embarrassed, her toes nearly digging into the ground in distress. I could tell from her expression that she was tempted to intervene on my behalf, thinking that if it were her, she could secure it for 300 or even less. Yet, being an adult, she held her tongue out of respect. Once the transaction was complete, I had depleted her savings and added a bit of my own to acquire this oddly shaped fruit that resembled a gourd. The vendor's face beamed with delight as he exclaimed, "Do come again, boss." I scoffed internally. Did he think I was a cash cow? His gaze was unashamedly predatory, as if to say, "This fool has deep pockets. Let's fleece him." I was aware of his intentions, yet did I care? A mere 1,000 yuan was inconsequential compared to the potential of this fruit. Grasping the girl's hand, I headed home in silence. Upon arrival, she promptly busied herself in the kitchen. For once, instead of retreating into my usual meditative practices, I placed the fruit on the table and began to appraise it. I can tell you, this was indeed the legendary Xinjiang fruit, the so-called strongest paramecia, capable of causing cataclysmic destruction, akin to the fruit favored by the white-bearded patriarch who adored claiming sons. To be honest, what I truly desired was the ThunderFruit for its speed and impressive flair. However, the destructive power of the Xinjiang fruit was unparalleled, making it a worthy second choice. I had spied it the previous day, but refrained from purchasing it. Why? Because having already consumed the ThunderFruit, consuming another would lead to my immediate demise, and I had no place to store it. However, as I watched the girl diligently working in the kitchen that night, an epiphany struck me. While I had no use for it, someone else could benefit. Those who understand the plight of a perennial lone wolf would recognize that for the first time, the notion of forming a team crossed my mind. Truth be told, as a semi-reclusive individual, I had never aspired to be a leader. I merely sought for my name to echo throughout the world, a fleeting satisfaction for my youthful fantasies. Yet now, gazing at this girl, I increasingly perceived her as a promising candidate. Of course, such formidable power should not be handed out indiscriminately. I had to test her. Thus, today's theatrical scenario served as my assessment. I provided no rationale, merely instructing her to surrender all her savings. Should she hesitate for even a second or conceal any private funds, the fruit would have no connection to her. As it turned out, she did not blink and handed it all over. At that moment, I felt a twinge of emotion. Very well, this transaction was worth it. As night fell, I estimated the girl had fallen into a deep slumber before stealthily retrieving the Xinjiang fruit. I must tell you, the process of activating this contraption was nothing short of my annual social death scene. I had to cultivate my emotions, fervently imagining the formidable visage of Baihuzi in my mind. Cradling the fruit in my hands, I pondered for a considerable time before tentatively exclaiming, "Baihuzi." The fruit, utterly unresponsive. I attempted a different phrase, the power to annihilate the world. The fruit, still silent. It appeared that 3 attempts were necessary, and thus, I resolved to unleash my ultimate move. Scanning my surroundings, I took a deep breath, steeled my heart, closed my eyes, and ventured forth. With all the shame I could muster, I bellowed at the wretched fruit, "Be my son." In that instant, I felt the fruit vibrate to life, an overwhelming force coursing through me. Simultaneously, the lights along the street blazed to life, and a cacophony of curses erupted, a symphony of disdainful remarks. Hastily, I concealed the fruit and dove under the covers, my face burning with embarrassment. The following morning, after breakfast, I slammed the fruit onto the table and looked sternly at the young girl. "There exists a chance for you to become extraordinarily powerful, but the price is that you must follow me for life. Will you accept?" She didn't even glance at the fruit. Her bright eyes fixed on me as she resolutely replied, "I am willing." "Very well, consume it." I extended the fruit towards her. Without a moment's hesitation, she took it and bit into it. In the next instant, her little face contorted into a grimace. I tell you, That expression was as if she had decided it was still far worse than excrement. Thankfully, it was but a single bite, and the fruit dissolved into a blue light that penetrated her body. She closed her eyes to feel it, and when she opened them again, she raised her small fist. A halo of white light emanating from her hand, the very air beginning to tremble. What a remarkable talent! She grasped it effortlessly. Clearly, the young girl understood the magnitude of her newfound power, and in her excitement, she knelt before me, her voice trembling. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this strength upon me. Please grant me a name. From this day forth, wherever you point, I shall strike." I quickly pulled her up. "Hey now, I was just joking. Serving me is one thing, but just do your job well. However, it is indeed time to name you." As I racked my brain for a suitable name, she suddenly leaned in with a mischievous glint in her large eyes and asked tentatively, "My lord, what would you like me to call you? Although I am not male, could I call you father or perhaps dad?" At that moment, I felt as if my CPU was about to overheat, my face reddening like a monkey's backside. Oh no, she must have overheard last night's social death scene. I caught the sly look that flickered in her eyes and immediately realized she was doing this on purpose. Enraged, I stretched out my hands to pinch her little cheeks. Scowling, "Oh, you little rascal, you know too much." Given her mischievous nature, I decided to call her Papipi. Now, it was her turn to panic. Shaking her little head vigorously like a rattle drum and clinging to my leg, "My lord, I was wrong. I did not want to be called Papipi." Once I had my fill of teasing, I gently patted her head. "All right then, you shall be named Qingyun. From now on, do not mention this father business again, understood?" Qingyun repeated the name twice, her face blossoming with joy. However, joy is fleeting. 2 days later, I found myself lost in thought as I watched Qingyun voraciously devouring a bowl of vegetables. Ever since she acquired power, she had taken to training her body around the clock, her appetite seemingly unbound, each meal larger than the last. Who understands the plight of those who eat? A true eater, a soul of consumption, requires a bowl. My meager savings were rapidly dwindling. No, in the interest of the child's nutrition, it seemed time for me, the part-time bounty hunter, to return to the fray. Without hesitation, I took Qingyun's small hand and we set off towards the outskirts of the city. In Fatal City, one cannot engage in combat. To earn money, one must venture into the wilderness. However, before I could decide on target, it turned out we had inadvertently become the targets ourselves. "Wang Lufei," a voice boomed from behind. I paused, momentarily confused, before realizing they were calling me. Turning around, I beheld 3 masked individuals, clearly up to no good, brandishing weapons at us. A bounty of 30 million on my head, and they dared to confront me in the wild? Today, we 3 shall gladly accept this bounty. One of them brandished my wanted poster. While I was still in a daze, the young girl beside me, my heavens, was like a living database. Calmly, she elucidated, "My lord, these 3 are infamous rookie killers in Fatal City, specializing in hunting down newcomers like you with low bounties. They themselves are wanted criminals." As she spoke, she produced 3 neatly stacked wanted posters from her pocket and pointed at each of the 3 men, reciting their names. Crush Skull Ming Chi, bounty 60 million. Broad Sword Li Tai, bounty 50 million. Fist Tyrant Bong Li, bounty 60 million. I mechanically accepted the posters, the details matching perfectly. At that moment, a singular thought occupied my mind. While I was still trying to find my way, my little companion had already laid the feast before me. The trio of rookie killers, initially brimming with bravado, faltered upon witnessing our calm demeanor, particularly Qingyun's composed air, and their expressions shifted to fear, calculating their escape. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. Just as I prepared to act, I suddenly recalled that I now had subordinates. Clearing my throat, I pointed at the 3 men and declared with authority, "Qingyun, these 3 are yours to handle." Qingyun's eyes brightened, nodding earnestly, yes. She then bounded towards the 3 fugitives like a little rabbit. The trio's faces turned pale, an aura of murderous intent surging as they prepared for a desperate fight. I, too, steeled myself, ready to intervene at any moment. Suddenly, Qingyun took a deep breath, and just as the weapons were about to strike her, she thrust her small fist forward. Shockwave punch. Crack. The air shattered like glass. The moment their weapons met the fissures, they disintegrated into dust, and as the cracks spread across their bodies, the three men exploded into clouds of crimson mist, their terrified eyes wide open. At that moment, my eyes nearly bulged out of my head. They were dispatched in an instant? 3 kills in a second? Were these notorious criminals worth over 100 million combined? Surely, they hadn't added an extra 0 by mistake. Later, I comprehended that it wasn't that they were incompetent. They simply chose the wrong method of engagement. To confront the powers of the ThunderFruit in close combat, that wasn't bravery. It was delivering an offering to the King of Hell. Qingyun, her expression unchanged after completing the task, trotted over to me to retrieve the wanted posters, stamped several death seals on the bodies, and then returned, bouncing with glee, handing me the posters worth a staggering 170 million. Gazing at the wanted posters in my hand, clarity dawned upon me. Regardless of their worth, if they could be exchanged for money, that was the mark of a true hero. On the way back, I felt buoyant, my mind flooded with visions of mansions and maids. However, upon re-entering the city and witnessing the numerous high-bounty individuals on the streets, I quickly regained my composure. Discretion and development were the true paths to success. Moreover, I discovered that witnessing my own subordinate grow stronger provided a sense of satisfaction far beyond simply taking action myself. I headed straight to the Bounty Exchange Center with Qingyun. However, I did not enter immediately. Employing my observation hockey, I scanned my surroundings and found a swarm of lurking figures, all waiting for someone to emerge with a fortune to kill and loot. In the past, I would have slipped away, but now I am the boss. Flee? That word is no longer in my vocabulary. With a calm demeanor, I strode inside, exchanged for 170 million, and upon exiting, I noticed at least 2 groups of people fixating their gazes upon us. Rather than feeling anxious, I found myself rather exhilarated. Upon returning home, I shared the situation with Qingyun, intending to instill a sense of urgency for her training. However, upon hearing my words, her little face hardened, and with a fierce determination, she declared, "My lord, I will go eliminate them. I will not even break a sweat." I vividly recall the expression of an elderly gentleman on the subway, engrossed in his mobile device. I spent an extensive amount of time conveying a singular message: to cultivate ourselves, to refrain from recklessness. We resolved to remain in seclusion for a month, honing our skills until we could overpower our adversaries. Eventually, I managed to persuade Qingyun, who transformed into a diligent and obedient companion. Thus, under external pressures, we commenced our month-long intensive training. With newfound wealth, we indulged in lavish feasts, ensuring our nutritional needs were abundantly met. A month later, we emerged from the initial phase of our training, both of us having experienced a remarkable surge in strength. Qingyun had noticeably grown taller, and her prowess had dramatically escalated, showcasing the stark contrast in our innate abilities. However, I remained unperturbed, realizing that my greatest asset was not my own combat skills, but my ability to cultivate formidable individuals. I possessed the innate talent of a master producer. Observing the poised and powerful Qingyun before me filled me with paternal pride. It was time to venture out and reap the rewards of our efforts. I grasped Qingyun's hand and confidently strode out of the door. The moment we appeared, numerous gazes locked onto us, now divided into 3 distinct factions: those seeking wealth, those pursuing vengeance, and even a second team dispatched from Guizhou to capture me. I sensed their scrutiny, and a subtle smile graced my lips. I had long transcended the person I was a month ago. With Qingyun by my side, I strode towards the outskirts of the city without a backward glance, sending a clear signal: "Come outside. Let us engage in a practice duel." I could feel the surprised reactions of our watchers, followed by their exhilaration as they rushed to inform their respective groups. They had likely grown weary from monitoring us and never anticipated our willingness to confront them. Witnessing our proactive approach was akin to winning the lottery. They dashed away with unparalleled swiftness. In no time, the wilderness outside Fidel City transformed into a scene of chaos, with 3 factions surrounding us in a tense standoff. One group, though the smallest in number, exuded the most formidable presence: the official pursuit team from Guizhou. led by a general with the rank of Major General. In this context, a Major General signified someone capable of dealing with formidable adversaries boasting bounties in the billions. The other two groups consisted of those seeking revenge and those purely motivated by monetary gain. Their audacity stemmed from the belief that they could easily seize the 30 million bounty on my head, considering the risk was relatively low. Right before our eyes, they commenced a distribution meeting regarding their anticipated spoils. The Major General spoke first, asserting that their mission solely required my lifeless body. After making that pronouncement, he stepped back with his team, implying that we should engage in battle first while they awaited the aftermath. The leader of the revenge seekers then declared his intent to personally eliminate me for slaying his brother, claiming my bounty for himself while offering the rest of my belongings to the others. Upon hearing this, the money-driven faction's eyes gleamed with greed, immediately agreeing to the terms. How absurd! Here we stood, alive and well, while they began dividing our supposed inheritance as if celebrating a grand occasion. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Fei held Qing Yun's hand, wearing a bemused smile as if this entire situation had no bearing on him. Once their discussions concluded and they prepared to strike, Lu Fei leisurely released Qing Yun's hand, took a step forward, and smiled as he declared, "Gentlemen, since you have established your plans, allow me to present mine." At this proclamation, chaos erupted on the opposing side. What was this fool dreaming of? Pleading for mercy? It was too late for that. They threatened to dismember him. Amidst the mockery, Lu Fei maintained his composure and earnestly stated, "My proposal is simple. Those who leave this place will survive." A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Moments later, the onlookers erupted into uproarious laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the year. Did he truly suggest that we could escape? Their laughter was cut short when I sensed a cold wave of murderous intent spreading through the air, emanating not from Lu Fei, but from Qing Yun. The young girl stared at the group with an expression devoid of emotion, her eyes conveying a singular message: they would all perish. She awaited Lu Fei's command. Lu Fei disregarded their jeers and began a countdown. 5, 4. The onlookers remained engrossed, as if witnessing a clown-esque performance. 3, 2. Just as he reached the count of 2, the Major General's expression shifted dramatically, sensing an impending danger. 1. His gaze fixated on Qing Yun, the source of the chilling sensation that gripped his heart. 0. The countdown concluded, and Qing Yun was poised to charge forward, but Lu Fei decided to take action himself. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, stepping forward with an aggressive stance, exclaiming, 200 million volts, Thor's might. With a thunderous clap, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted, nearly blinding me. When I regained my vision, I was astounded to see Lu Fei, now magnified many times over, suspended in mid-air, crackling with electricity like a sentient ball of lightning. Admittedly, his appearance was somewhat comical, yet no one dared to laugh, for the aura of destruction emanating from him rendered our legs weak. Lu Fei nonchalantly swatted at them, and a thunderous pillar of electricity, wider than my waist, struck the ground. The resulting explosion deafened me. The area within 100 meters became a tempest of lightning. Moments later, as the storm subsided, the ground lay littered with charred remains, still emitting wisps of smoke. Oh no, one figure remained standing. The Major General, now completely blackened like a piece of charcoal. In his final moments, he regarded Lu Fei with an expression of sheer terror, his lips moving soundlessly before he collapsed. I surmised his last thought was a realization. So that boy was telling the truth. Lu Fei reverted to his normal state and descended gracefully. Qing Yun, pouting in disappointment at not having the chance to intervene, received a playful pinch on her cheek from Lu Fei. "All right, next time it's your turn. Now, let's get to work." Only then did Qing Yun beam with satisfaction, skipping over to retrieve a hefty stack of wanted posters from her pocket, eagerly stamping them for the charred figures. Her proficiency in the task was impressive. Before long, she returned with a substantial bundle of stamped posters, and Lu Fei's eyes involuntarily drifted to her chest, clearly perplexed by the sheer volume of items she had produced. Qing Yun, proud of her accomplishments, puffed out her chest. Exiting the exchange center, Lu Fei held a heavy bank card, filled with exhilaration. The watchers, who had once been tailing us, now regarded us like a plague, retreating to a safe distance. Naturally, the news of a single strike eliminating 3 factions had spread, and no one dared approach us again. This was precisely the effect Liu Fei sought. Otherwise, how could he recruit new allies while being constantly watched? With wealth came audacity. He led Qingyan directly to the bank, opened an account for her, and deposited 100 million into it before sending her off to purchase a new home. Watching the little girl bounce away, eager to embrace her new life as a budding wealthy individual, Liu Fei clearly intended to groom her as his right-hand partner. Once Qingyun was settled, Liu Fei turned and made his way to the most opulent establishment in Feudal City, the auction house. Here, as I can assure you, if you can afford the price, there is nothing you cannot acquire. Liu Fei bypassed the finished goods section and headed straight for the slaves auction area, determined to assemble his own team. For one cannot operate without capable subordinates. Upon entering, I was astonished to find a mermaid slave fetching a staggering price of over 10 billion. The moment Liu Fei's bulging wallet deflated, he resigned himself to the reality of his impoverished status. With a keen sense of self-awareness, he veered away from the glamorous crowd of beauties and made his way to the area inhabited by skilled laborers. The atmosphere here was notably more grounded. After a leisurely stroll, he paused in front of Chef's booth where a rather attractive young cook garnered the most attention. Eager to sample her culinary offerings, Liu Fei squeezed through the crowd, only to find the taste rather mediocre. Upon glancing at the price, he decisively walked away. Ultimately, he stopped before a slender, mushroom-haired slave, whose malnourished appearance and timid demeanor spoke volumes of his low self-esteem. The dishes he prepared were of acceptable quality, yet Liu Fei saw potential in him. Why? Because he was young and malleable, and Liu Fei sought not just a chef, but a fighter in the kitchen. Though his decision was made, Liu Fei still wished to play the part of a magnate. In a gruff voice, he addressed the mushroom-haired boy. "Can you sell your life to me?" The boy hesitated, then replied softly, "Sir, I am a slave. If you purchase me, my life belongs to you." While the response was technically correct, Liu Fei felt dissatisfied, realizing the absurdity of asking such a question to a slave. Without further ado, he joined the bidding and, with a mere 20 million, secured the boy's purchase. As they exited the auction house and stepped onto the street, Liu Fei swept aside the boy's hair, revealing the slave mark on his forehead. The boy shuddered at the sight. Liu Fei then produced the slave document and stamped it onto the boy's forehead. A flash of white light ensued, and the mark vanished. He handed the now-blank document to the boy, who stood dumbfounded, clutching the paper as if it were a ticket to freedom, his mind a blank slate. Once he regained his composure, Liu Fei posed the same question again. "Now, I ask you once more, will you sell your life to me?" This time, the mushroom-headed boy did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his head and met Liu Fei's gaze, countering with, "What will you offer to buy my life?" Liu Fei regarded him with appreciation, devoid of hesitation, and replied, "Strength." The boy, seeing the confidence in Liu Fei's eyes, nodded solemnly, "Yes, my life is yours." Yet, Liu Fei shook his head. "No, I have yet to grant you strength." With that, he turned to leave. The boy, momentarily stunned, hurriedly followed. Liu Fei led him to a market stall where he purchased a katana, and then to a wooden goods shop where he spent a considerable sum on an unremarkable-looking staff. Together, they made their way to the legendary training grounds in Feudal City. The entrance displayed a clear price tag, 1 million for entry and 10 million for advancement, leaving the boy wide-eyed, questioning the difference from extortion. Without a second thought, Liu Fei swiped his card for 10 million, opting for the advancement package. A servant guided them to a door, which Liu Fei unlocked with a key card, ushering the boy inside. The scene beyond the door left them both astounded. It was an enormous space, with a torrent of lava on one side and a glacier on the other, a striking contrast of fire and ice. Liu Fei quickly regained his composure and playfully patted the mushroom-headed boy's face. "Don't gawk. You'll be able to achieve this too." He then unwrapped the bundle from his back, brandishing the newly acquired katana and staff, katana in his left hand, staff in his right. For the final time, he inquired, "Now that you are free, and I have prepared strength for you, will you sell your life to me?" The boy inhaled deeply, puffed out his chest and resolutely declared, "I will." He reached for the katana, but Lu Fei intercepted him. "It is not yet time." He set the katana aside, grasped the staff, and stepped onto the icy surface. The biting cold quickly enveloped him in frost. As he approached the brink of freezing, he suddenly raised the staff above his head and bellowed, "All things in nature shall turn to ash." With his roar, the staff's exterior shattered, revealing an ancient blade. Lu Fei grasped the hilt with his right hand and enunciated, "Flow, blade, like fire." With the final word, he swiftly unsheathed the sword. In an instant, a raging inferno erupted, raising the temperature throughout the space dramatically. The scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Snowflakes? Non-existent. They evaporated into vapor mid-air. The thick ice beneath my feet began to melt, steam rising as the water boiled. The mushroom-headed boy's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his jaw dropping in disbelief. To be honest, with this blade, I could stand still and soon turn this place into a vast desert. However, I favored efficiency, so I swiftly sheathed the sword, and the temperature dropped immediately, snowflakes beginning to fall once more. I approached the boy, poking his chubby cheek with my finger, pleasantly surprised by its elasticity. He seemed to reboot, his face flushing red, whether from excitement or shyness, his eyes fixed on the sword in my hand like headlights. I am not one for teasing. I handed him the blade directly. "Here, it is yours from now on." The boy clumsily accepted it, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure, rubbing his cheek against it, utterly enamored. Observing his reaction, I couldn't help but chuckle. This was merely the beginning. Greater things awaited. I turned and grabbed another sword, poking his cheek again, signaling him to pay attention and not blink. I approached the searing lava, inhaling deeply as the air scorched my lungs. With the katana in my left hand and the sheath in my right, I assumed a poised stance for drawing. Previously, I had ignited the flowing blade like fire with my inner flames. Now, gazing at the sea of fire, I contemplated how to freeze it. I closed my eyes, envisioning a world of ice and snow. When the chills surged from my core, I opened my eyes and commanded, seated in the frost sky. With a step forward, my toes nearly dipped into the lava as I uttered the final three words. "Ice wheel." In an instant, the entire lava sea froze as if a pause button had been pressed, completely still. Following this, the ice spread rapidly from the tip of my sword, encasing the surface of the lava in mere seconds. The surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing, causing the boy cradling the flowing blade to shiver. Destroying the environment is not a good habit, so I promptly sheathed the sword. The space, resilient in its self-restoration, reverted to its original state. I returned to the mushroom-headed boy, witnessing his astonished expression, and shoved the sword into his arms. "This one is yours too." Now, with both the flowing blade like fire and the ice wheel in his possession, he appeared utterly overwhelmed. He stared at me, struggling to articulate, finally exclaiming, "Are you going to kill me, sir?" At that moment, I was utterly baffled. Who understands this line of reasoning? I give you two unparalleled weapons, and you think I am playing with your life, ready to eliminate you? I was incensed, extending both hands to pinch his chubby cheeks, exclaiming, "Why would I kill you? Just serve me diligently from now on." Sensing the pressure on his face, he began to believe, his eyes sparkling with joy. I looked at his adorable expression, pinched his smooth cheek again, and felt a jolt within. Goodness, that sensation, that little face nearly burned my CPU. I hurriedly closed my eyes and silently chanted Qingyun Dafa, replaying Qingyun's visage in my mind to suppress the bizarre thoughts that intruded. Let me assure you, this is unequivocally not my issue. The problem lies with that little sprite. Why is he so adorably charming? It evokes memories of an awkward encounter at a comic convention, where a beautiful girl approached me, only for me to bump into her again in the men's restroom. Let us not dwell on that. It's all tears. The more I pondered, the angrier I became. To mask my embarrassment, I could only glare at him fiercely and declare, having taken my knife, "You must strive to prepare exquisite dishes." What? He stood there, utterly astonished, his expression betraying thoughts of, I thought I was a combatant, but instead I'm reporting to New Oriental? What nonsense! I scoffed. My chef must also possess the ability to fight. From this day forth, You are a combat chef. Should your culinary skills falter, I shall leave your backside sore. Upon hearing this, he instinctively clutched the knife with one hand while the other hand covered his rear, his gaze shifting to one of sheer terror. Oomph. That is precisely the effect I desired. Stop dawdling and practice your knife skills. Thus began his journey of honing his knife techniques. Can you imagine? He shouted phrases like all things are but ashes and flowing blade like fire. Yet his movements were as awkward as a young girl's. And the knife he drew emitted flames that resembled a mere fire stick. Not to mention, it barely altered the temperature, let alone evaporate space. However, once he switched to Icewheel, what a sight! Perched majestically amidst the frost, Icewheel unfurled a pair of ice wings and trailed an icy dragon tail behind him, exuding a certain grandeur. This was all within my expectations. Icewheel is a beginner-friendly version, equipped with flight and enhanced attack range. The flowing blade, on the other hand, is merely a lighter in the hands of someone without prowess. To me, watching this little sprite wield both knives felt akin to observing a child at play. A source of comedic delight, I refrained from instructing him, allowing him to explore on his own. Why? Because I discerned a latent talent within him. Back when he was a slave, his vegetable cuts were impeccably precise, as if measured with a ruler. I believed in his potential and thought it best to let him forge his own path to greatness. In the evening, we returned to my humble abode. Upon hearing the commotion, Qingyun joyfully rushed out, only to freeze at the sight of the little sprite beside me, her hand reaching to pat his head. Her expression turned instantly sour, her little face puffed with indignation as she blocked the doorway. I quickly approached her, gently caressing her small face and soothing her with a few comforting words before introducing them to each other. It was then I realized that this mushroom-headed fellow lacked a name. When I inquired, he looked at me with eager anticipation, as if waiting for me to christen him. In a moment of spontaneity, I blurted out, "Sanji?" He shook his head. "Little chef?" Qingyun began to regard me with disdain. "How about Zoro?" He still appeared dissatisfied. "What about Hideyoshi?" Upon uttering this, I couldn't suppress my laughter. After all, Hideyoshi's gender is unmistakably male, and this little sprite had the potential to be something exceptional. Sensing my mischievous laughter, he promptly declined the name. Ultimately, he hesitated, realizing I was unreliable, and named himself Yajun. "Hey, Yajun, the elegant gentleman, what a splendid name," I declared on the spot. Henceforth he would be known as Yajun. However, I failed to notice Qingyun narrowing her eyes. Her little head seemed to function like a radar, scanning Yajun from his fair skin and delicate features to his uncalloused hands, swiftly concluding, this Yajun was a cross-dressing individual from a distinguished background. The look in Qingyun's eyes instantly turned hostile. As for me, I mistakenly thought she was merely jealous, pondering how to navigate the complexities of familial relations. The following day, we relocated. Qingyun found a grand villa, complete with a garden and swimming pool. Upon entering, Yajun displayed only curiosity, devoid of any surprise. Qingyun, witnessing this, became more resolute in her assumptions. This fellow must have previously resided in a place of even greater splendor. In the evening, Yajun voluntarily took to the kitchen, with Qingyun offering to assist under the pretense of getting closer to her target and unveiling his true identity. I, on the other hand, patiently awaited the meal. Half an hour later, a table laden with sumptuous dishes arrived. Upon tasting, I was astounded. It was even more delectable than what I had experienced at the auction house. After dinner, we retreated to our respective rooms. I lay on my bed, contemplating the future, while Qingyun sat cross-legged on her bed, intently fixated on Yajun's room across the way. At that moment, the main event commenced. In Yajun's room, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. She removed her outer garments, loosening the chest binder. Lo and behold, this was not he, but rather she. Though petite, she was indeed well endowed. With a swift motion, she styled her mushroom hair, revealing an adorably youthful face. "Yajun, you leave me feeling bewildered." She gazed at her reflection, smiled, and decided to keep this revelation a surprise for me. In the days that followed, the two young ladies became increasingly competitive for the position of first mate. Yajun's skills advanced rapidly, while Qingyun grew stronger as well. Her cultivation caused the surrounding space to crack, leaving me astounded. A month later, Qingyan returned with a new bounty notice. I glanced at it and chuckled. Pirate King Luffy, bounty of 360 million. I have officially ascended to the ranks of supernovas. The newspaper praised me extravagantly, claiming I had single-handedly dispatched a captain and trampled upon the rules, as if fearing my demise would not be swift enough. I understood this meant I had to leave and could not take them along, lest they become my Achilles' heel. As I revealed a hint of this sentiment, Qingyan immediately professed her loyalty. Please, allow me to accompany you. Even if it means fighting to the death, I shall have no regrets. Although Yajun remained silent, her gaze and the whiteness of her knuckles around the knife hilt conveyed the same intent. I felt a mixture of helplessness and affection towards the two of them, and thus decided to lay my cards on the table. I shared my ambition of making my name echo throughout the world. I intended to form a pirate crew, with Qingyun as the prospective first mate and Yajun as the combat chef. Upon hearing this, the two young girls exchanged glances that practically sparked with intensity. However, this was not the kind of spark that ignited camaraderie, but rather one fraught with rivalry. Realizing this was unacceptable, I quickly embraced each of them, hoping to convey that while competition was welcome internally, we must present a united front externally. To my dismay, they nestled comfortably against me, their cheeks flushed, yet their gazes remained charged with tension. It dawned on me that this was no longer merely a contest for position. Another month passed, and Yajun had mastered the art of wielding both knives with finesse, her prowess now concealed from external observation. Watching her in this state filled me with immense satisfaction. I, Luffy, had successfully nurtured a top-tier combat chef. Now, it was time to get down to business. I summoned Yajun and Qingyun, stating plainly, sisters, it is time for me to embark on my journey. No sooner had I spoken than the two girls leaped into my embrace, holding me tightly. I knew this day would come eventually, but facing it now stirred a pang of unease within me. I could only pat their backs awkwardly and utter, this parting is for the greater good of our future reunions. As the saying goes, parting is such sweet sorrow. Standing at the entrance of the villa, I turned back to gaze at the two of them. Their little expressions were quite telling. I could easily surmise that as soon as my silhouette faded, they would begin the first episode of the harem adventures of Luffy. Sure enough, not long after I departed, I sensed two piercing gazes behind me, crackling with intensity. Goodness, no sooner had I taken my leave than their eyes seemed to convey a challenge to one another, as if to say, rival, draw your blades. Let them resolve their own matters. I must make my escape. I ambled out of Fidel City alone, pausing outside the gates to look back, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over me. When I first arrived, I was utterly destitute. Yet now, I was flush with riches and had acquired two young companions, albeit little sisters. Despite my pirate crew currently consisting solely of myself, my aspirations are far grander. I must tell you, the pirate crew I envisioned was merely a preliminary concept. The world is teeming with fascinating factions, such as land pirates, sea raiders, and sky bandits. Among them, sky bandits enjoy the most exhilarating freedom, soaring through the skies in their aerial vessels. Initially, I aspired to form a crew of sky bandits, but given my notoriety as a sea raider, I shall adhere to the configuration of a pirate crew for now. Transitioning to a different vocation in the future would be a simple matter. To put it plainly, I do not wish to be a criminal. I merely seek to establish my own formidable influence. Ever since I was wrongfully imprisoned as a scapegoat, I have come to understand that self-reliance surpasses any reliance on others in this world. I hold a profound disdain for the methods employed by the world government. However, that is a matter for another time. My immediate concern is to shake off the pesky entourage trailing behind me. Squinting my eyes, I sense the presence of a covert team of agents from the world government stealthily encircling me like phantoms. Fight? Certainly, I can engage them. I could unleash my full might and bury them all here without issue. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that my crew is still in its infancy. Raising my bounty so high at this stage would hinder my ability to discreetly nurture my prized crew members. I am not interested in opportunists who flock to me for my fame. I desire individuals whom I have personally chosen, whether through persuasion or cultivation from a young age. A nurturing approach, do you understand? That is where the intrigue lies. Thus, fighting is out of the question. I feigned ignorance and continued to stroll forward. Just as their encirclement was about to close in, I activated the full power of the ThunderFruit, unleashing a thunderous explosion. In an instant, I transformed into a colossal sphere of lightning, soaring into the heavens, only to detonate spectacularly. In the next moment, 8 bolts of lightning shot forth in 8 distinct directions, vanishing into the horizon. The pursuers below stood dumbfounded, as though they had seen a ghost. Let me tell you, if I had simply transformed into a bolt of lightning, they might have had a chance to chase me. But splitting into 8 separate forms, 8 bolts of electricity, how could they possibly hope to pursue? The odds of 1 in 8 are so slim that even a deity of fortune would shake their head in disbelief. Those who understand know this, the ultimate technique of splitting into multiple forms and escaping is simply exhilarating. This is the confidence I possess. The ThunderFruit is unparalleled in its comprehensive abilities. Without a doubt, my next destination is Juju City. This city is situated adjacent to a mountain known as Juju Peak. I changed into casual attire, donned straw hat, and discreetly blended in. My first task was to head straight to the Bounty Hunter's Tavern, the place with the most accurate information. I found a corner to sit, ordered a drink, and kept my ears perked like radar. Have you heard? Yesterday, several land pirates with bounties exceeding $1 billion arrived, clamoring to take over Juju Peak. Huh. Yet another batch of fools seeking their demise. Is Juju Peak so easily conquered? What a pity. Such a substantial bounty is beyond our reach. I listened to their idle chatter. One overzealous fellow boasted, claiming my grandfather's grandfather told me. To which another chimed in, your grandfather's grandfather? Did they tell you in person? How many years must that old monster have lived? Unfazed, the boastful chap cleared his throat. It was passed down orally, you understand? He continued, once upon a time, Juju Peak was not as it is now. There was a great flood threatening to engulf the land, but suddenly, Juju Peak emanated a golden light, and the flood receded instantly. Consequently, the mountain transformed into its current cylindrical shape. As he spoke with increasing fervor, he recounted tales of how even billion-dollar magnates had come to seek treasures, only to return empty-handed, leading to the gradual decline of Juju City. I listened silently, piecing together my thoughts. Prior to arriving here, I had conducted research. In this world, there exist items known as illusory objects, which appear randomly throughout various locales. Juju Peak, with its unique form, impenetrable nature, and flood-stabilizing abilities, is undoubtedly a large-scale illusory object. Yet, an outrageous and audacious idea began to take shape in my mind. Capable of controlling floods, impervious to harm, and resembling a towering pillar. Could this not be the treasure of our mythology? Perhaps it is the Rui Jingu Bang. This is no trivial matter. It is a pilgrimage. I suppressed my excitement and refrained from rushing up the mountain, instead opting for a well-deserved rest at the inn to replenish my energy. The following day, I set out for Juju Peak with utmost reverence. To my astonishment, many had gathered, likely to witness the impending folly of those billion-dollar land pirates. I had no interest in the spectacle and deliberately chose a secluded path to ascend. Not long into my journey, a metallic scent filled the air, with dark crimson stains marking the trees and rocks, evidence of past skirmishes. I heightened my senses, circumventing the battlegrounds, and reached the base of Juju Peak without obstruction. Standing before the towering pillar that pierced the heavens, I reached out to touch it. It was cold, hard, and undoubtedly metallic in texture. My conviction strengthened. This must be the Jingu Bang. However, the question arose, how does one activate it? I settled cross-legged, replaying every detail about Sun Wukong in my mind. With whom does the Jingu Bang share the closest affinity? That would undoubtedly be the Chi Tian de Shang, the audacious, free-spirited figure who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, fighting for freedom, not the later, desireless Buddha. A weapon, after all, craves battle and glory. With this realization, clarity washed over me. I rose, my hands gliding over the cold pillar, inhaling deeply, and with conviction, I called out the name, Chi, Tian, Da, Sheng, Sun, Wu, Kong. The moment the words left my lips, the entire pillar resonated with a thunderous hum, erupting into blinding golden light. The radiance was more dazzling than the sun, and my surroundings transformed into a golden realm. Squinting, I vaguely discerned a monkey king clad in golden chainmail, wearing a phoenix-feathered crown, brandishing a long staff, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his golden eyes seeming to pierce through time and space, locking onto me. In the blink of an eye, his armor began to disintegrate, draping him in a robe as a halo of enlightenment illuminated behind him. Yet, just before he fully settled, he forcefully hurled the long staff towards me. A streak of light shot directly at my face. Instinctively, I wanted to close my eyes, but forced myself to remain open. I knew the great sage would not harm me. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the golden light, the figure, the staff, all vanished. What remained was a deep, bottomless pit where the colossal peak once stood. I was momentarily lost in thought when a whisper echoed in my ear. To see the essence with sincerity, to reflect upon it, is to reach the sacred mountain. In an instant, I understood. That phrase awakened me. Whether it be the great sage or the Buddha, they are one and the same. As for me, I must forge my own path and seek my own sacred mountain. With this realization, I turned and descended the mountain. Just as I resolved my own matters, chaos erupted outside. Juju Peak suddenly illuminated and then vanished, creating such a commotion that throngs of people rushed to seize the treasure. Atop the mountain, the land pirate leader who had previously boasted about claiming the peak was now frantically shouting at the empty pit. "Where is my pillar? Where did my giant pillar go?" As he continued to scream, the sky darkened suddenly. A gargantuan steel ship, several kilometers long, emerged from the clouds, casting a shadow over the entire mountaintop. The oppressive aura was akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon us. Some below were so terrified they lost control of their bladders, crying out in panic, "It's the Arc Titan! The Titan Sky Bandits have arrived!" This is one of the 4 most renowned sky pirate factions in the world. Yet, the land pirate leader, either oblivious or foolish, brandished his sword at the colossal ship, cursing, "What kind of broken vessel is that?" No sooner had he uttered those words than a volley of dark projectiles descended from the sky, pinning his limbs to the ground, his screams echoing through the valley. 2 metallic rods hovered above him, one aimed at his head and the other at a rather sensitive area. In an instant, several figures materialized before the crowd. Leading them was a petite woman, standing approximately 1.80 meters, dwarfed by the towering giants beside her, each 4 to 5 meters tall. With a disdainful glance at the writhing Lu Fei on the ground, she icily inquired, "Where is Zhuzi?" The once arrogant Lu Fei was reduced to a trembling supplicant, stammering, "My lady, I do not know. Please spare me." Just as he uttered these words, a metallic rod descended from the heavens, crushing his skull into a gruesome mess. This woman was none other than the operator of the Arc Titan, the Gravity Queen Emoya, with a bounty of 4,280,000,000. She executed her victim without so much as a blink before turning her cold gaze upon the remaining terrified Lu Fei's companions, who promptly knelt in submission. With an expressionless demeanor, Emoya continued her interrogation. "What about you? Do you know?" The unfortunate souls on the verge of tears cried out, "My lady, we truly do not know." The pillar emitted a burst of golden light and vanished in an instant. We had only just arrived. Emoya, devoid of any visible emotion, spat out 2 words, "Waste." No sooner had she spoken than several metallic rods pierced through their skulls, eliminating them swiftly and cleanly. Emoya did not even raise an eyelid as she turned and asked the giant guard beside her, "Is the lockdown complete?" The giant's voice boomed like thunder. "Report." "My lady, the entire area has been secured." Emoya nodded, her figure flickering before disappearing entirely. The giant guard then bellowed at the remaining terrified individuals below, "Stay in place and do not move. This territory is under the dominion of our Titan Air pirate crew. Anyone who dares to flee shall face death without mercy. Of course, anyone who can provide information regarding the pillar will be handsomely rewarded." With that, he too vanished. The scene was marked by an overwhelming sense of absolute control. Meanwhile, as this unfortunate crowd was being cleared, our protagonist, Lu Fei, slowly opened his eyes in a room. Upon awakening, his entire worldview shattered. The throbbing pain in his head was due to the golden rod piercing his mind, shattering the memories that had been artificially sealed. Indeed, this young man had experienced amnesia. He had previously believed himself to be an orphan, a simpleton wandering the streets. However, upon the restoration of his memories, he realized he was not an orphan, but a direct descendant of the prestigious Lu family, one of the top-tier aristocracies in this world. The Lu family had originally started as pirates, later cleaning up their act and thriving in both the underworld and the legitimate world. By rights, he was more than qualified to compete for the title of family head. But who would understand the intricacies of family feuds? The bitterness of the aristocracy was more dramatic than any soap opera. The one who sealed his memories and cast him out was none other than his own father. In his memories, his mother had passed away early, and due to his mediocre talents, his father, known as Lu Chengfeng, had sealed his memories at the age of 16 and erased his name from the family tree, discarding him like refuse. Even the cruelest beast would not harm its offspring. His father's actions were nothing short of egregious. This betrayal had turned him into a simple-minded wanderer, ultimately leading him to be captured and thrown into the City of Rules. As his memories returned, a flame of anger ignited within Lu Fei. However, he quickly regained his composure and even let out a cold chuckle. So be it. A family like that was not worth his time. In the future, when he became renowned across the world, they would not dare to cling to him for support. As for familial bonds? Not worth a dime. Just as his heart was in turmoil, his expression suddenly shifted, and he dashed to the window. Below, a colossal iron ship, several kilometers long, loomed like a moving sky, casting a shadow over the city. Attention, citizens of Zhucheng. This area has been sealed off by the Titan Air pirate crew. Any movement will result in death. Those in possession of the pillar are to surrender it voluntarily and may join us. Those who provide leads will be generously rewarded. Those who falsely report will face death. The announcement echoed throughout the city. The display of power was nothing short of astounding. Lu Fei's brow furrowed deeply. The very situation he feared had come to pass. He had long suspected that such a treasure would attract the attention of the sixth faction, waiting for someone to take the risk. The Titan Air pirate crew was the proverbial yellow bird. Thankfully, Lu Fei was clever enough to refrain from fleeing the moment he acquired the golden rod. Instead, he chose to hide back in the city. Otherwise, he would have exposed his identity the moment he fled, leading to being hunted by both the underworld and the legitimate world, a truly inescapable predicament. Though he was now in a tricky situation, at least he had not made the first misstep. Half an hour later, as the air pirates noticed the lack of responses, they decided to drop the pretense. Very well, no one is providing leads, is that so? Then do not blame us for being ungracious. All those with bounties exceeding 10 million, come forth immediately. As soon as the words left their lips, a massive disc emerged from the underside of the ship, hovering in the air. Without a second thought, Lu Fei stepped out. He did not believe he could evade them. After all, they were one of the 4 major pirate crews, having survived long enough to avoid annihilation. Soon, several hundred individuals stood upon the disc, all having voluntarily come forth. 10 minutes remaining. Once the time was up, the skies began to pour with black rain, revealing a multitude of shadowy figures. These shadowy figures swarmed the city, capturing anyone with any semblance of strength. Anyone who dared to resist would find a metallic rod descending upon them, sealing their fate. Lu Fei observed keenly, realizing that these shadows represented some form of ability, indicating that merely a handful of individuals could control an entire city with ease. Let me go. I am a major general of the world government. Do you dare to capture me? A man in military attire shouted, being dragged up by 2 shadows. He was too frightened to retaliate, resorting only to verbal threats. However, before he could finish his tirade, a metallic rod shot forward, halting just before his forehead, silencing him instantly, his throat nearly choking on his words. At that moment, a woman's sigh echoed through the air. Moya gracefully descended as if strutting down a runway, approaching with deliberate steps. Sigh. What was supposed to be a pleasant vacation has turned into an overtime shift, she complained, her voice both enchanting and alluring. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but I need you to step forward. It is unfortunate that our leader has a particular fondness for those robust and substantial weapons. Thus, those who possess the pillar should surrender it now, and you may live. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to send you on your final journey together. Upon hearing her words, the temperature on the disc plummeted to freezing levels. She sauntered toward the Major General, her S-shaped figure mesmerizing, and stopped before him. Speak, was it you who took it? The Major General shook his head vigorously. I truly do not know, he stammered. I have only, before he could finish, the metallic rod pierced through his skull. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. To publicly execute a Major General of the world government was akin to dancing on the very face of the government. Yet, from Emoya to the giant, none showed any sign of distress, indicating that such actions were routine for them. Emoya then approached a burly man with his head bowed and read his information aloud. Dealan Hare, Bone Crusher, bounty of 1,260,000,000. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled several steps. This man was notorious for crushing bones with his bare hands. Hare raised his head, coldly stating, I was merely passing through and have taken nothing. I am willing to cooperate with your search. His demeanor was decidedly earnest. However, upon hearing this, Emoya clicked her tongue. You've had your say, but your attitude displeases me. You dare not kneel before this queen? Do you wish to die? This was pure humiliation. Hare erupted in fury, his body radiating golden light as he unleashed a punch. How dare you insult me? However, just as his fist was halfway through its arc, it felt as though it had sunk into quicksand, its speed diminishing with each passing moment. With a sharp crack, his entire body seemed to lament, as if crushed by an invisible mountain. With a thunderous sound, his knees buckled, creating a deep crater in the ground beneath him. Just as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, a spray of blood, mixed with visceral fragments, erupted forth. After a few heaving coughs, he fell silent. The atmosphere was thick with stillness. This woman was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also merciless. Her willingness to kill dictated solely by her whims. Moya, anfast, turned to approach those captured by the shadow soldiers. Before she could utter a word, the captives dropped to their knees, desperation evident in their pleas for survival. Speak up. Who knows the news? Silence enveloped the crowd. With a sigh, Emoya waved her hand. In an instant, countless metallic rods transformed into dark light, clearing half the area of people. Then, she pivoted to face Lu Fei and the others who had stepped forward. Her gaze swept over them, prompting more individuals to kneel one after another. By the time she reached Lu Fei, only a handful stood. Finally, Emoya, exuding a fragrant aura, halted before Lu Fei. He remained steadfast, neither flinching nor retreating, meeting her gaze directly. Why do you not kneel, little handsome? Emoya inquired, her breath fragrant as orchids. Lu Fei understood he could never overpower her, but to kneel? That was out of the question. His family would understand. He boldly declared before the female tyrant, You are not worthy of my kneeling. Everyone around him gasped, thinking his fate was sealed. To their surprise, Emoya laughed. Pirate, Wang Lu Fei. She took a step closer, her face almost brushing against his. Your bounty may not be high, but your audacity is impressive. The warmth of her breath was disorienting. Lu Fei, a half-recluse, had never encountered such an encounter. Her figure, her beauty, her aura were truly captivating. Yet he held his ground, knowing that any movement could spell his end. Would you consider joining our Titan Air pirate crew? I find you quite charming. Emoya extended the invitation. Instinctively, Lu Fei shook his head, but in doing so, his lips inadvertently brushed against her cheek. Both froze, the air around them palpable with tension. In a heartbeat, Emoya regained her composure, feigning indifference, yet her voice turned icy. Have you considered the consequences of refusing me? She slowly reached out, and everyone braced for her to strike. Yet Lu Fei stood his ground, sensing no malice. Instead, her hand gently caressed his face before suddenly pinching his cheek. The intimacy of the gesture left Lu Fei utterly dumbfounded. Emoya, satisfied with her playful revenge, turned with regal grace and commanded, "Activate the treasure detection disc." The giant guard promptly produced a disc, which, when activated, ascended into the air, transforming into a vast golden halo, showering countless luminous specks. This exquisite item could detect all treasures within the area. As the lights descended, everyone present began to glow, showcasing necklaces, rings, and weapons in a riot of colors. The brightest among them, of course, was Emoya, adorned from head to toe in treasures. At that moment, Lu Fei could only think, wealthy woman. Almost immediately, another thought crossed his mind, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Just as he contemplated this, he caught Emoya's teasing gaze, as if she could read his thoughts. His cheeks flushed crimson. The spectacle of her opulence left him feeling utterly inadequate. "Little handsome, you are the poorest pirate I have ever encountered," Emoya chuckled. "Why not join us on our ship?" Lu Fei shook his head again. Emoya, undeterred, approached him, arms outstretched, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The sensation was electrifying. She whispered in his ear, "Next time we meet, I hope you won't refuse me. Farewell, Lu Fei." With that, she released him, leading her group back to the ship. The disc followed, casting the remaining survivors back to the city. Lu Fei stood, momentarily dazed, not longing for the embrace but for her final words. For the first time, she referred to him as Wang Lu Fei, the name on his bounty, yet she concluded with Lu Fei, his true name. She recognized him. In an instant, it dawned on Lu Fei why this female tyrant treated him so uniquely. She must have been someone he knew from his childhood, though he could not recall her. He reflected on Emoya's exaggerated figure and his own youthful physique, realizing their acquaintance must have been when he was too young to remember. No wonder her gaze held a brotherly fondness. There is more to this tale. On the ship, the giant guard inquired why Emoya regarded Lu Fei with such special attention. She casually fabricated a reason, claiming Lu Fei was a promising prospect worth recruiting, thus deceiving the giant. But the true secret was that Emoya had been his nanny after his mother passed away. She remembered the drooling toddler who once sought her for nourishment. Now, witnessing that child grow into a formidable young man, her heart swelled with pride and affection. She even suspected that the pillar was taken by Lu Fei, yet she cared little and anticipated seeing her beloved little brother wielding divine weapons and conquering foes. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, upon realizing this connection, conceived a bold idea to embrace a life of comfort. No, not merely comfort, but to thrive. As a man, how could he truly live off others? He must surpass Emoya, establishing his rightful place. Thus, Lu Fei's resolve to grow stronger intensified. He turned and ventured outside the city, prepared to continue his journey. He understood that he must handle the matter of the golden staff with caution, ensuring the Titan air pirate crew remained oblivious to it, for it was now his life's safeguard. He boarded the airship, heading towards his next destination. On board, discussions erupted regarding the Titan air pirate crew's blockade of the Pillar City, while he, the instigator and greatest beneficiary, simply smiled, concealing his accomplishments and name. 2 days later, the airship descended, bringing Lu Fei to a peculiar place known as San Yuancheng. The trees here were either starkly bare or bizarrely branched into threes. This odd locale was renowned for its singularity. Childbirth either resulted in one child or triplets, making it a pilgrimage site for those seeking offspring. Naturally, for someone like me, my intent was treasure. Unusual occurrences often herald hidden riches in this world. Hence, the most thriving industry in San Yuancheng was gambling on treasures, akin to unboxing mysteries. With vendors lining the streets selling various illusory items, I plunged into the bustling trading zone, overwhelmed by the throngs of people reminiscent of a rush-hour subway. A cursory glance at the stalls revealed the truth. These were not local specialties, but rather cheap trinkets from Yiwu, marked up tenfold simply for the San Yuancheng label. Assuming everyone was a fool, just as I voiced my disdain, I felt a sudden bump. In an instant, a hand darted into my pocket, targeting my bank card. "Hey, little thief, are you daring to pilfer from me?" My bank card was protected by an anti-theft barrier. Upon contact, a crackling shock reverberated. The scene was akin to a sizzling roasted pig's trotters, leaving a hand charred and smoking. The crowd around us dispersed with a sudden hush, clearing a space for us at the center of the stage. I glanced down and saw that the thief was quite petite, with one sleeve hanging limply by his side. What struck me was his remarkable composure. Despite his injuries, he remained silent, not even furrowing his brow. My heart softened as I thought of my two disciples, Qingyun and Yajun, who were once similarly unfortunate. I said to him, "Follow me." I led him into a dim alley and got straight to the point. "Why are you courting death?" I had already discerned his true intentions. He was not there to steal, but to provoke a strong opponent, hoping I would end his life. He then spoke, his voice like sandpaper, recounting his tale. It was harrowing, a narrative that could only be described as a hellish saga. Orphaned, he had seen his inheritance consumed by relatives and was then sold to a beggar gang. This gang was notorious for maiming children to elicit sympathy for alms. When he refused to comply, he resorted to self-harm, slashing his own face, preferring disfigurement to their charity. Eventually, they deemed him useless and trained him to be a thief, targeting the strong in a desperate gamble for survival. Today was his first day on the job, and his initial target was me, believing I could offer him a swift end. I was intrigued. It seemed he possessed a discerning eye for strength. I considered taking him under my wing and instructed, "Lift your head and remove your shirt. Let me see if your injuries are as you claim." When he complied, I was taken aback. This was a girl. I quickly turned away, embarrassment flooding me, and stammered, "Put your clothes back on." It dawned on me that she did not seek death for herself, but desired to take her enemies down with her, albeit lacking the means to do so. I presented her with two choices. First, I could heal her wounds and help her seek vengeance, allowing her to start anew. Second, I could grant her power, enabling her to exact revenge on her own. Without hesitation, she chose the latter, smiling at me as she said, "Sir, I want them to feel my pain too." Impressive resolve. Very well, let us procure some equipment. Upon returning to the trading area, we browsed like eager shoppers. I found items such as the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the flame fruit to be satisfactory, but her expression remained impassive. As we continued, she paused before a dilapidated stall filled with books and paintings. I approached and gasped upon seeing the map of the mountains and rivers. My heart raced. I reached out to touch it, only to be stopped by the vendor, who warned, "Do not touch this. It is fragile." Alarm bells rang in my mind. Something was amiss. I sensed that I had been deceived. The only genuine aspect of the scroll was the inscription. The entire painting was a counterfeit. The vendor had the audacity to price it at 50 million, clearly mistaking me for a fool. I was disinclined to waste further words with him and pulled my new companion over. "You choose," I said. She pointed to the most tattered book on display. I picked it up and saw that the cover was worn, revealing only an image of a bodhisattva holding a jewel in one hand and a staff in the other. A realization struck me. Anren bu dong ru da di, jing lu shin mi ru di zong. Could it be? The Earth Store Sutra. After a lively exchange of words, I showcased my exceptional bargaining skills and acquired the scripture for a mere 100,000. Back at the inn, I closed the door, set up a lightning barrier, and prepared for the next step. Holding the worn book, I entered a moment of fervor, striking a pose as I shouted, "Great might heavenly dragon, Lord of the Earth Store, Prajna Permitha." Yet, to my dismay, there was no reaction. The air hung awkwardly. On my second attempt, I approached with humility, reciting the Bodhisattva's great vow. I vow not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. This time success. The book soared into the air, unveiling a pitch-black door. The cacophony of wailing souls and the imagery of fiery trials sent chills down my spine. This was no radiance of Buddha. It was the essence of hellish power. Once the phenomenon subsided, I inquired of her, "This path will bring great suffering. Do you still wish to proceed?" Her eyes gleamed with determination as she replied, "I willingly accept." Thus, I named her Anren, and fate seemed to intertwine as I guided her to the legacy of the Earth Store King. I handed her the scripture, and as she opened it, her soul was drawn into the abyss, rendering her unconscious. I hurriedly placed her on the bed. When she awoke, it was nightfall. To my astonishment, her arms had miraculously regenerated, unscathed, though the scars of her past remained eerily pronounced. Now, she exuded an aura of danger, as if she could pose a threat to me. I ordered a meal, and, once satiated, asked her, "How do you find your new abilities? Is your body intact?" Anna responded with 2 words, very strong. Then, she posed a profound question that struck at the core of my being. "Sir, you previously stated that I must not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. Does this mean I am destined to become a Buddha?" I was momentarily taken aback. The Earthstore's sutra had begun to influence her spirit in such a short span. How could I know if one could attain Buddhahood? I was merely a conduit, but I had to maintain my composure. I asserted with unwavering confidence, "No. The Buddha is the Buddha, and you are you." At that moment, I felt like an Oscar-winning actor. I took her hand, pointing at her newly grown arm, declaring, "See, this hand was not given to you by the Buddha. It is a testament to your endurance." I gestured to her scars, saying, "This pain is your past. The Buddha did not shield you from it." Holding her hand, I began my long-anticipated monologue on self-discovery. Power is power. Do not overthink it. You must consult your own heart. If it desires hell, then you shall be its ruler. If it seeks Buddhahood, then you become your own Buddha. After delivering this soliloquy, I reluctantly released her hand. Without further ado, I turned my back, presenting a facade of indifference as I said, "Go, sever your past." She replied simply, "As you command." The ensuing scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Anran stormed back into the so-called beggar gang in San Juan City. It was hardly a beggar's lair. The entrance was opulently adorned, resembling the headquarters of a listed company. Upon her entrance, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of people. True beggars mingled with the well-dressed elite, all exuding an air of malevolence. A former companion turned lackey hurled accusations at her. "Chi-san, you dare return?" Anran disregarded him, her gaze fixated on a corpulent figure in silks. The man pointed at Anran's new arm, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Your arm?" This was the very brute who had severed her limb years ago. Anran remained silent, her eyes locked on these malevolent beings draped in human flesh. Perhaps she thought, well, if hell is empty, then let me open my doors and collect all of you. In an instant, she raised her right hand, conjuring a radiant staff of gold. The faces of the beggar gang's leaders paled, but they quickly regained their composure, reaching for weapons and rallying their numbers. A horde of beggars surged forward, their bravado unyielding. "Chi-san, do you think a stroke of luck and newfound power gives you the right to challenge us? Kneel and confess, and we might consider granting you a management position." I was perched in a nearby tree, my heart heavy with concern for her alone. Upon hearing these words, I nearly fell from the tree in laughter. A group of frogs, confined to their well, were utterly oblivious to the true nature of what lay before them. Anran, with her unchanging expression, exuded a tranquility that suggested, "Say what you will. If I listen to one more word, I concede." To be candid, her heart harbored little anger. After enduring the tortures of the 18 layers of hell, this trivial human spectacle was hardly more than an appetizer for her. She was here solely to execute my command and to practice her newfound vocation as the harbinger of hell. Gripping her scepter, she swung it fiercely at the empty air above, uttering a single word, "Open." With a thunderous boom, the air before her shattered like glass, and a pitch-black door materialized, which she forcefully smashed open. In an instant, the entire beggar sect courtyard transformed into a theme park of the 18 layers of hell. Fiery pits and treacherous mountains awaited. A veritable buffet of horrors. Some beggars found themselves engulfed in boiling oil, plummeting into the cauldron, only to emerge moments later as human-shaped fries. Others were beset by a mountain of blades, sliced into sashimi with no mercy. The scene was beyond comprehension, far more exhilarating than any horror film. The higher-ups of the beggar sect were enveloped in a golden light, barely managing to protect themselves, reduced to mere turtles withdrawing into their shells. One by one, their subordinates faced the grim realities of hell, a sight both tragic and horrific. From my vantage point in the tree, I discerned this ability of hers was not as formidable as it initially appeared. Indeed, the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Once all the minions had been purged, Anran thrust her scepter into the ground. A halo of golden light radiated outward, and the beggars who had just vanished reappeared. Yet this time, their human skin was gone, replaced by the ghastly visages of tormented spirits, howling incessantly. Anrin raised her hand, pointing her scepter at the cowering elites beneath their golden shield. As if summoned by divine decree, the ghastly figures lunged forward, battering against the barrier. With each impact, the golden light dimmed further. Before long, the barrier shattered with a crack. The elites, terrified and trembling, fell to their knees, begging for mercy, their cries heart-wrenching. Yet, Anrin remained unfazed, her eyelids unflinching. The spirits surged, dragging the elites toward various forms of entertainment. The rotund man who had severed Anrin's hand was bound to a post by two spirits, who proceeded to saw him in half with a steel blade, his screams echoing like a haunting melody. At that moment, clarity dawned upon me. Anrin's ability was fundamentally rooted in sustainability. First, she could open the gates of hell, transforming any place into her dominion. Second, those who perished in her hell would rise as an army of spirits under her command. Was this not a snowball effect? The more she killed, the stronger she became. With ample raw material, she could potentially turn the entire world into hell. I felt cold sweat bead on my forehead. This power was exceedingly overpowered. Minutes later, Anrin withdrew her scepter, the gates of hell slowly closing, restoring the beggar sect courtyard to its former state, devoid of any presence save for Anrin and a group of imprisoned children. This malignant growth, entrenched for years, had been uprooted. Watching her depart calmly, I leapt from the tree and sought assistance to notify the authorities. The following morning, I gazed at Anrin in the hotel room, utterly bewildered, circling around her several times. I cannot resist inquiring, is it true? Does your power also bestow beauty and skin restoration? Can you believe it? Just one night had transformed her complexion, her scars diminishing significantly. This was no mere hellish power. It was akin to a top-tier beauty treatment. Anrin earnestly explained, the more spirits I harbor in my hell, the greater the positive feedback I receive in return. My word, what a revelation. Not only could she grow stronger, but she could also become more beautiful. This ability offered differential treatment. My envy surged. I could not help but ruffle her hair playfully, jesting, I shall await your transformation into a stunning beauty. In response, she looked at me with a blank expression, as if the concept of beauty was entirely foreign to her. Sighing inwardly, I embraced her, whispering, you will understand in due time. From this day forward, you shall embark on a new life. At this, she appeared touched, her entire being freezing in place. To help her rediscover her feminine essence, I promptly led her to the marketplace. We shopped for an array of delightful dresses. You may not believe it, but my sense of style, honed through countless conventions, is undoubtedly superior. I selected a sleeveless gown for her, complemented with a mask to conceal her scars, revealing only her flawless arms. Standing on the street, she garnered a 300% rate of attention. For the first time, Anrin was the center of so many gazes, her shyness nearly impeding her ability to walk, and I had to grasp her hand. I felt an immense pride. I was nurturing a future goddess. However, this bliss did not linger long, as it was shattered by a wanted poster. Affixed to the wall was a notice bearing Anrin's scarred visage, proclaiming, Wanted, the Hell Witch. Chi-san. Bounty, 50 million. Charges, brutally murdering numerous innocent beggars. My fury erupted. How could these officials distort the truth with such audacity? I turned to Anrin, apprehensive about her reaction. To my surprise, she was unfazed by the wanted poster, merely staring blankly at her own face depicted there, tears streaming down her cheeks. I initially thought she was upset, hastily pulling her into an embrace for comfort. It's all right. It's just a wanted poster. I'm one too. But upon uttering those words, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. I nodded, sharing my own past of being imprisoned as a pirate and subsequently escaping, thus making me a fugitive as well. My intention was to console her, yet it backfired. Her distress was not rooted in her own wanted status. Upon hearing of my own plight, she was incensed. In her mind, the World'sLargest rejection of me was an affront to the world itself. Did this government even deserve to exist? In that instant, I witnessed the reflection of hell's shadows in her eyes. Her aura shifted dramatically, her darkness surging to its zenith. I hurriedly shook her, Anrin. Anrin, wake up. Don't let your thoughts spiral. But my efforts were in vain. As she prepared to unleash chaos upon the streets, I recalled countless classic rescue moments from various anime. Desperate, I resolved to employ my last resort. With resolve, I pressed my lips against her forehead. This single act pulled her back from the brink of darkness. She emerged from the abyss, her face flushing a vivid crimson, her ears ablaze as she buried her head in my embrace, too shy to face the world. What close call! Had she truly succumbed to darkness, the consequences would have been dire. In the week that followed, I guided her through the city, indulging in every delicacy and ensuring she experienced the myriad joys of a normal girl's life. Once we had sufficiently enjoyed ourselves, we ventured beyond the city, strolling through the countryside. As we walked, I engaged the villagers in conversation, and remarkably, I uncovered valuable information. The people in this area appear to hold a deep reverence for deities, with temples and shrines dotting the landscape. Following the villagers' directions, we arrived at a dilapidated temple known as Sanfomiao. The structure was modest, and upon entering, an elderly monk, eyes closed in prayer, opened them to stop us. "You two, please turn back." Taken aback, I inquired why. The old monk pointed at Onrin, his expression inscrutable, stating, "Though I am compassionate, I do not save those from hell." At that moment, my heart sank. This monk was perceptive indeed, having seen through Onrin's true nature. Yet could I show fear? I immediately retorted, "Are you a Buddha?" He shook his head, denying it. "You, being no Buddha, on what grounds do you presume to make judgments on his behalf? Declaring her to be a denizen of hell?" I bombarded him with questions, but the old monk remained unmoved, merely uttering, "Both of you, please turn back." "Very well. If we are not welcome, we shall not intrude." I grasped Onrin's hand and turned to leave. Yet after taking but a few steps, the old monk called out, "You may depart, but this denizen of hell must remain and repent for her sins outside the main hall." At that moment, my temper flared, and I turned sharply, my gaze icy. "Old monk, I advise you not to overstep your bounds, or today may very well mark your demise." His expression remained as impassive as ever. "Once you enter this place, a denizen of hell cannot leave. Today, I shall see how you intend to keep us here." I issued a fierce remark and pulled Onrin towards the temple gates. Then, an odd occurrence unfolded. The temple gate, clearly in sight, remained persistently distant as we walked. It felt as though we were on a treadmill. I halted, realizing that the old monk had intervened. We retraced our steps back to confront him across the threshold. With hands clasped, he proclaimed, "Benefactor, should you leave the denizen of hell behind, you may depart freely." I was so exasperated that I laughed. "Old bald donkey, it seems you truly wish to meet your end today." I turned to Onrin, giving her a reassuring glance, then withdrew a coin from my pocket. I struck a pose for my newly developed technique, arcs of electricity crackling along my arms, and shouted, "Electromagnetic cannon." The coin transformed into a streak of blue light, piercing the air with a shrill cry as it hurtled towards the old monk. In a seemingly effortless motion, the old monk extended 2 fingers and caught the coin midair. The silence was palpable, the atmosphere thick with tension. The louder the thunder, the smaller the rain. This was my predicament. Even I felt awkward enough to scratch my head, questioning the effectiveness of my electromagnetic cannon. It was only later that I realized the old monk hadn't merely caught it. He had stretched the space itself. My projectile had appeared to soar close, yet it had traveled 800 miles in another dimension, its power nullified. Heat rushed to my face. I could not let this humiliation stand. I retaliated with a bolt of lightning, sending a strike towards the old monk's head. And what happened? A flash of golden light enveloped him, rendering my attack ineffective. Not even a sound was heard. These were merely appetizers, I thought, not worth my concern. I instructed Onrin to step back to avoid any potential splatter. Then, I unleashed my ultimate move, 100 million volts of lightning dragon. A colossal dragon of electric light erupted from me, roaring as it lunged at the old monk. Surely, he wouldn't dare be reckless this time? With a split of his hands, he bellowed, "Arhut subdues the dragon." To my astonishment, the statue behind him radiated golden light, and from within, a shimmering Arhut emerged, descending from the heavens and landing squarely upon my lightning dragon's neck, forcing it down to the ground. My dragon thrashed desperately, sparks flying, yet could not break free. I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Hey, old man, you possess some skill." The old monk was surprisingly courteous, shaking his head and urging me to leave. Could I leave? I sought to uncover more of his tricks. With a surge of lightning coursing through me, I called forth again. 100 million volts of Thunder Tiger. Another electrifying tiger roared as it charged forward. And guess what? He called out, "Arhut subdues the tiger." And yet another golden figure leapt forth from a statue, intercepting my tiger. Dear friends, do you understand? He was playing a game of subduing dragons and tigers with me. I chuckled, saying, "Old monk, I see through your facade. You are merely a summoner, relying on those 3 statues behind you. Your own essence is quite fragile." I assent it. I summoned a bolt of lightning from the heavens, unleashing countless strikes that cascaded down like a torrential rain upon him. I refused to believe he could summon any further. But then the 3rd statue behind him glowed, enveloping him in a golden bell shield. My lightning merely caressed his defenses, failing to penetrate. Very well. If your defense is formidable, I shall concoct something grand. Void Thunder Sphere. I compressed a blue and white sphere of lightning between my hands until it transformed into a fist-sized, pitch-black orb. That thing was enough to instill dread. I hurled it forth. The old monk was undeterred, slapping forth a golden swastika symbol. A tremendous explosion echoed as our attacks collided mid-air. Yet, my Thunder Sphere possessed dual damage. Countless black lightning bolts erupted, piercing through him like bullets. Though the golden light absorbed much, some strikes still found their mark. Surely, he must be severely wounded now. But from the wounds on his body, instead of blood, a sinister crimson light emerged. The malevolence of it could be sensed from 800 meters away. Well, the truth was finally revealed. The old monk's benevolent expression vanished, contorting into a grotesque grin as he cackled. "Now, you cannot turn back. I am the Blood Monk, here to ferry you into reincarnation." No sooner had he spoken than the entire temple transformed into an endless sea of blood. The 3 golden Buddhas morphed into eerie, blood-red figures. I was still in shock when Onrin's cold voice pierced the air. Blood Monk disappeared after the city massacre 10 years ago with a bounty of 2 billion. 2 billion. He had hidden in this decrepit temple for 10 years. What was his motive? The Blood Monk, with crimson eyes, fixed his gaze upon Onrin, laughing maniacally. "I have waited 10 years for this opportunity. Little child, if I consume you, I can bring this sea of blood and hell to the mortal realm." At that moment, I exploded with fury. I pointed at him and shouted, "Pa, you old fiend, dare you lay a hand on my Onrin? Just wait. I shall shatter your skull and see what dreams of grandeur reside within." As I shouted, I felt Onrin's face flush, her entire aura shifting. Oh, this girl. I suspected she was already envisioning names for our future children. The Blood Monk, oblivious to this, summoned forth a towering blood Buddha from the sea. A single palm sending a monstrous wave crashing toward me. Did he think I could only attack from a distance? How naive. I revealed my true form, no longer concealing my power. 2 billion volts. Thunder God form. With a surge, my body expanded to a height of dozens of meters, enveloped in blue lightning, transforming into a colossal figure of electric might. Facing the crimson tidal wave, I struck forth with my palm. A thick beam of lightning cleaved through his blood wave. We exchanged blows like titans, the outcome clear. His blood Buddha faltered, retreating under my onslaught. Seeing he could not prevail, he summoned the remaining 2 statues. A 3-on-1 battle. They relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm me. My fist could not withstand 6 hands, and I was sent flying by 3 massive crimson palm strikes. But I could still transform. 10 billion volts. My form surged again, reaching over 100 meters in height. Lowering my gaze, the 3 blood Buddhas appeared as mere children before me. When numbers failed, size would suffice. I swung my hand, sending all 3 blood Buddhas flying. "Do you dare challenge me?" The old monk had completely lost his composure. He merged the three blood Buddhas into a gigantic figure towering 100 meters tall, preparing to unleash his ultimate move, the Sea of Blood Sin Domain Burial. From the depths of the Blood Sea, countless tormented and twisted spirits emerged. I was left dumbfounded. This must be the souls of an entire city. Their power surged into the giant Buddha, twisting its form into a more grotesque and formidable blood demon. However, this move came at a price. The old monk cried out in agony, clearly overwhelmed by the torrent of resentment. Witnessing this scene, my fury reached a boiling point. To slaughter so many and then threaten my loved ones. I pulled forth my Rui Jingu Bang from my ear. You shall perish. In my thunderous form, towering over 100 meters, I gripped the mighty golden staff, channeling the ferocity of a myriad of lightning strikes, and struck down with a resounding force. The blood demon, the last glimmer of hope for the old monk, crumbled before my might as if made of mere paper, shattering with a single blow. In an instant, the countless souls that had broken free from their shackles found their tormentor and, in a frenzy, surged towards the old monk. The scene was utterly captivating. I could hear the crunching sounds of their feasting, and within moments, he was reduced to nothing but a bare skeleton. Yet, this old rascal possessed a tenacious spirit. In his final moments, he chose to abandon his corporeal form, merging his soul with the vast expanse of the Blood Sea. I was left at a loss. Surely, I couldn't evaporate an entire sea. Such matters must be left to the professionals. I turned to seek Onren. Onren, it's your turn. However, after calling her for quite some time, she remained unresponsive, her gaze vacant as she stood there in a stupor. It wasn't until I poked her forehead that she finally snapped out of it. Huh, she exclaimed, her body going limp and collapsing into my arms. Who among my kin understands? Just because I called her my Onren, her CPU practically overheated. She blushed deeply as she extricated herself from my embrace, standing upright and brandishing her golden scepter towards the void. With a thunderous boom, a door to hell, intricately carved with innumerable malevolent spirits, suddenly materialized. This prompted the old monk to lose his composure. A colossal head, formed from the very blood of the sea, erupted forth, bellowing at Onren. Stop. Do not wield your powers any further. Otherwise, we shall perish together. I couldn't help but chuckle at his absurdity, replying, Old dang, has your brain truly been devoured? Perish together? What you possess that could lead to our mutual demise? Come, show me. The old monk, genuinely incensed by my taunts, roared in response. Then let us die together. His blood-soaked head exploded with a tremendous force. The myriad droplets of blood did not rain down upon us, but instead accurately fell upon the throngs of souls. In the next moment, all the aimlessly wandering spirits halted, and in unison, they turned to fix their hollow and vengeful gazes upon us. I must say, the sight was overwhelming. Hundreds of thousands of eyes. Even I felt a chill run down my spine. In the very next second, those countless eyes glowed crimson. It was as if they had entered a frenzied state, howling and charging towards us. The spectacle resembled a horde of zombies besieging a city. At that moment, electricity crackled all over my body as I contemplated unleashing a grand attack to obliterate them all. Yet, just as I was about to unleash my ultimate move, Onren suddenly tugged at my sleeve and whispered, My lord, allow me to give it a try. Upon hearing this, I was elated. My girl was ready to take center stage. I promptly reined in the electrical energy, nodding at her with an air of confidence, signaling her to proceed, assuring her I would support her. Onren's eyes sparkled with determination as she took a deep breath, raising her left hand towards the heavens. To my astonishment, a brilliant golden orb materialized in her palm with a dazzling flash. The radiance illuminated the entire blood sea, transforming it into a scene akin to daylight. The frenzied souls charging towards us froze in their tracks, as though a pause button had been pressed. I stood there utterly astonished, two phrases echoing in my mind. With the golden scepter, the gates of hell are opened. With the luminous pearl, light illuminates the vast world. By the heavens, was this not the manifestation of Dizong Wang Pusa's grandeur? The little girl I had nurtured was destined to become the CEO of the underworld. While I was still in shock, Onren continued her work. As she immobilized the throngs of souls with the luminous pearl, she summoned the very specter of hell. In an instant, the world transformed. The blood sea vanished, and we found ourselves standing in the depths of hell. The landscape was complete with mountains ablaze, seas of fire, and cauldrons of boiling oil. But the true marvel was yet to unfold. The souls that had been immobilized were purified by the essence of hell, revealing their true forms. Almost immediately, the energy of hell manifested armor and weapons upon them. These innocent souls, wronged by the old monk, ascended to become the enforcers of hell. What followed was the most cathartic scene I had ever witnessed. These newly appointed enforcers wasted no time. They seized their weapons and charged towards the tormentors of the beggar's sect. Armed with forks, they mercilessly jabbed at those trapped in boiling oil, intensifying their suffering. Wielding whips, they lashed out at those bound to the iron trees, deepening their agony. Brandishing fans, they relentlessly fanned the flames around those engulfed in fire, ensuring they felt the full fervor of the inferno. I watched in awe as these enforcers diligently executed their duties. Glancing at Onren, who stood majestically in the center of hell, holding a scepter in one hand and a pearl in the other, I swallowed hard. Who among my kin comprehends? I seemed to have truly nurtured the embodiment of Dizong Pusa. Once all the souls had been transformed, the blood sea was completely consumed by hell. The 3 blood statues left by the old monk were stained a dark crimson, undoubtedly requiring purification before achieving enlightenment. As for the old monk himself, he had long since perished, which allowed Onren to act with such ease. After everything was settled, the gates of hell slowly closed, and the scene gradually faded away. The treasures in Onren's hands vanished along with it. In the next moment, her eyes fluttered shut, and she toppled backward. I quickly flashed over and caught her. Holding the soft, delicate Onren, I surveyed our surroundings. We had returned to the ruins of the dilapidated temple, and night had fallen. I was too weary to search for a proper place, so I simply sat down, cradling her, prepared to endure the night. I gazed down at her, feeling the power within her surging wildly. Alas, that old monk had waited for 10 long years, only for it to become a bountiful gift for my Onren during the double 11 sales. She was overloaded and needed time to digest. The next day, Onren finally awoke in my arms. Upon opening her eyes and seeing me, she paused for a moment, then promptly closed them again. Her little head nuzzled further into my embrace. Goodness, this little girl had even learned to feign sleep to relish my warmth. I felt a chuckle bubbling up but refrained from exposing her, allowing her to stay nestled against me. This girl had endured too much hardship. It was only right to let her experience some warmth. It wasn't until noon that I sensed someone approaching from hundreds of meters away, prompting me to gently pat her. Onren, wake up, someone is coming. She finally stirred, groggily opening her eyes, appearing as though she had indulged in a delightful nap. I took her hand, leading her to avoid the incoming individual, opting for a different route. In the following days, we wandered around the vicinity of Sanyuan City, exploring dilapidated temples, Taoist shrines, and legendary sites of misfortune. Yet, to our dismay, we found nothing. The stillness made me begin to miss that old monk delivering packages, pondering how wonderful it would be to encounter another such benevolent soul. I had come up empty-handed, but Onren was overjoyed. Not only had her strength surged, but she also relished our excursions together, nearly traversing the entirety of Sanyuan City's outskirts. I resolved to make one final attempt, as I harbored an intuition that my fortune lay nearby. Guiding Onren, I arrived at a desolate mountain devoid of any paths, and we forged ahead, battling through thorns and brambles to ascend. Halfway up the mountain, I discovered an even more decrepit Taoist shrine. My heart raced, and my mystical radar was ablaze. This was the place. I instructed Onren to wait outside while I ventured in alone, excitement coursing through me. The main hall was barren, save for a mural covered in thick dust. With a casual wave of my hand, the dust dissipated, revealing the true image of 3 indifferent old men. Upon seeing this, I couldn't help but smile. What a twist of fate. These were none other than the Sanqing, Taiching, Yuqing, and Shangqing. How should I awaken them? After pondering for a moment, I reverently bowed 3 times. In that instant, a spark of inspiration struck me, and I understood. I settled down cross-legged, allowing my emotions to brew, and began to chant. Tao engenders 1, 1 begets 2, 2 beget 3, and 3 beget all things. As I recited the Tao Te Ching, the light from the mural gradually transformed from white to purple. By the time I uttered my final word, the purple light surged magnificently. With a sudden burst, a beam of purple light shot forth from the mural, piercing into my forehead. In that moment, I felt my spirit transcend, and an enigmatic sensation enveloped me. When I regained my composure, the mural had turned into a blank canvas, while within my mind, I had gained an extraordinary ability. Ichi Hua Sanqing. With a mere thought, a flash of lightning enveloped me, and another version of myself, entirely composed of lightning, emerged from my body and rapidly solidified, becoming an exact replica of me. This avatar possessed all my powers. Moreover, when I reabsorbed the avatar, all the experiences and insights it gained would be relayed back to me. I must tell you, I couldn't help but laugh aloud. This was akin to activating a double experience cheat. Additionally, this ability harbored a hidden trait, allowing the avatar to learn abilities that conflicted with my own. For instance, while I could only consume 1 devil fruit, now with an avatar, my original self could eat one while the avatar consumed another, effectively making me a dual devil fruit user during combat. This was nothing short of an official cheat, utterly lethal. Excitedly, I reabsorbed the avatar, feeling a subtle yet undeniable enhancement, and in my exhilaration, I lifted and run and twirled her around twice. Upon returning to San Yuan City, we indulged in a sumptuous feast before checking into the finest inn. I luxuriated in a warm bath, contemplating how to utilize this Ichi Hua Sanqing. Currently, my prowess allowed for only 1 avatar, but the dilemma lay in its placement. Keeping it nearby was too conspicuous. I decided to let it roam freely. However, if it were to be captured by a powerful entity, my original self would face dire consequences. As I grappled with this conundrum, the following morning, while Ren and I were having breakfast downstairs, a man wearing a hat with a low brim abruptly sat down across from us. I was momentarily taken aback, pondering which oblivious bounty hunter this might be. Without further ado, he produced 2 wanted posters from his pocket and slapped them onto the table, one featuring my likeness, the other in Ren's. Just as I was about to caution him against folly, he revealed a 3rd wanted poster. To my astonishment, it boldly proclaimed, Wanted Pirate, Chaotic Diviner. Bounty, 17 billion. I glanced at him, then back at the wanted poster, confirming that the individual depicted was indeed him. He then extended an invitation to me. Wang Lufei, join my pirate crew. I was left speechless. What a peculiar way to introduce oneself. I inquired, How did you find me? Why do you wish to recruit me? Instantly regretting my question, I remembered his moniker, the Diviner. As expected, he pointed to his wanted poster and succinctly replied, Divination. I foresaw that you would be beneficial to me. I thought to myself, not merely beneficial. If I joined, my combat prowess would double. I could only nod in deep agreement, wearing an expression that suggested he was entirely correct. Now, it was his turn to be speechless. After a moment, he asked, Are you willing to join? I shook my head. Nonsense. I aspire to be the king of pirates. How could I serve as a subordinate? He did not appear disheartened and continued, You are quite clever. You used an alias. However, you overlooked a crucial detail. Those who escape from Guizhou City have never evaded capture. Within a year, they will be apprehended, either face harsher punishment or death, without exception. There was even an instance where the world government dispatched an admiral to capture an escaped convict. Upon hearing the term admiral, my expression turned grave. He sensed the moment was ripe and presented his terms. I cannot allow you to evade capture, but because you used an alias, I can assist you in faking your death. The condition is that you join my pirate crew. I must admit, this proposition was indeed tempting. Nonetheless, I shook my head once more. He observed my resolute demeanor and ceased his persuasion, leaving me with one final remark. My invitation remains valid until you are captured. However, I predict that once you are caught, it will mean death. If you wish to avoid that fate, seek me out. After leaving an address, he departed. Noticing my silence, and Run leaned over and embraced my arm. I affectionately patted her head and reassured her, "Fear not, for I have been aware of this all along." Indeed, the relentless pursuit by Guizhou City had been disclosed to me by Qing Yun long ago. The method of faking my death was one I could devise myself. However, since the outset, my intention was never to flee. His recent statement about my impending death sentence ignited a new spark of inspiration. A plan of monumental proportions began to take shape in my mind. What was my objective? I would orchestrate a grand war. I would deliberately allow myself to be captured, then stage a rescue operation at my own execution site. My name would resonate throughout the world. This plan required careful preparation. I took Ren and departed from San Yuan City, opting to travel by sea this time. The journey was smooth, and we arrived at the next destination, Binhai City. This city was a peculiar locale, governed by the world government during the day, thriving in prosperity, while at night it transformed into a haven for pirates, balancing the realms of light and dark in an eerie equilibrium. As we entered the city, I sensed countless eyes upon us. Alas, there was no helping it. My striking appearance drew attention, and even Run, despite wearing a mask, could not conceal her aura. I felt a pang of regret. Being handsome could indeed be a burden. However, I was here for serious business. While indulging in culinary delights with Run, I discreetly gathered intelligence. Soon enough, I stumbled upon a crucial piece of information. In a month and a half, Binhai City would host its annual trading fair. Allow me to share the latest developments with you, which are as thrilling as a dramatic series. I was not merely wandering in Binhai City with Run. My primary purpose was to gather intelligence. Guess what? Before long, I unearthed a significant announcement. In a month and a half, Binhai City would hold its annual trading fair. The trading fair in Binhai City is the most vibrant event within thousands of miles. At that time, treasures from all corners of the world would converge here, encompassing both activated and dormant illusionary items, everything imaginable. I certainly could not afford to miss such an opportunity. In the evening, Run and I tidied up the rented residence, replacing old supplies with new ones. Then we enjoyed a delightful dinner before returning home. Just as the first day in Binhai City was about to pass quietly, the repercussions of the attention we garnered during the day arrived at my doorstep, creating quite a commotion. There came a series of furious knocks on the door, abruptly rousing me from my meditation. Frowning, I opened my eyes and extended my senses, discovering that at least dozens of individuals had surrounded the house. Judging by their demeanor and the weapons they bore, they were certainly not benign. Was this the characteristic nightlife of Binhai City? Just as I was contemplating confronting these uninvited guests, Ren preemptively approached the door, saying, "My lord, these ruffians dare to disturb your cultivation. Allow me to send them all to the netherworld." I have been pondering how to handle these intruders, as resolving matters at my doorstep would be too cumbersome. Since Run volunteered, and with her abilities, she could effortlessly avert any mess, I readily agreed. "Thank you." "And Run," I said. And Ren nodded gently, turned, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, the group outside continued to shout and curse. "Open the door. Open the door. If you don't open it, I'll break it down." And Ren entered the courtyard, surveying the surroundings. The rented house featured a small yard, quite suitable for receiving this band of pirates. She summoned her golden scepter and thrust it into the ground. In the next instant, ripples radiated from Ren, swiftly spreading throughout the entire yard. The once normal land was instantaneously transformed into an abyss of pure blackness, with even the gate of the courtyard shrouded in darkness. Soon after, Ren waved his golden scepter before the inky gate, proclaiming, "The gates of hell, open." With that, the tightly shut entrance creaked open. At that moment, a pirate, who had been vociferously cursing, prepared to kick the door, only to be taken aback when it swung open of its own accord. "Oomph, I thought you'd never open." This pirate scoffed, brandishing his large blade, shaking it slightly before strutting inside. Though brash, he was not foolish. He knew to carry a weapon for precaution. However, the instant he fully crossed the threshold, he vanished without a trace. Old three? Old three. The pirates who were surrounding the house, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, sensed something amiss when their companion suddenly disappeared. They hastily drew their weapons. Calling out Old Three's name, as they cautiously stepped into the courtyard. Yet, just like their companion, they too disappeared the moment they entered, silently vanishing without a sound, as if the courtyard gate led to another realm entirely. The pirates outside stared at the gaping entrance, cold sweat trickling down their brows, for they now realized that behind the gate lay an impenetrable darkness, rendering everything invisible. This seemingly innocuous gate resembled a vast, dark maw, devouring all living beings that ventured too close. A chilling sense of dread enveloped them, just as they felt an uncontrollable urge to retreat. Their captain, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, bellowed, "What are you afraid of? It's just a tiny courtyard. Even if there is an ambush, how many could there be? With our numbers, what is there to fear? Charge in. Anyone who hesitates will face my wrath." With that, the pirate captain unsheathed his twin blades and began to swing them. The whooshing sound of the blades slicing through the air compelled the hesitant pirates to steel themselves and surge forward into the gate. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" they shouted, rallying their courage as they rushed inside. Once all the pirates had stormed in, the captain followed without hesitation. Upon entering the courtyard, he was immediately struck dumb by the sight before him. And Run, standing serenely at the center with his golden scepter, gazed at him with an expressionless face. His subordinates were subjected to various tortures of hell. What unfolded before him was a scene of utter torment. His own pirate crew ensnared in the clutches of despair. Fear and fury intertwined within the captain as he ignited his blades with a fierce glow, ready to pounce upon and Run. However, before he could make a move, a black and crimson statue materialized above him and struck down with a mighty hand. "Subdue the demon." In an instant, the pirate captain's bones shattered, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground. Shortly thereafter, two spectral enforcers appeared, lifting him and eagerly dragging him towards the execution platform. Thus, a pirate crew met their demise in mere minutes, from the moment they entered to their utter obliteration. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for there were many who had set their sights on Enrun and myself. The first pirate crew was merely an appetizer. As soon the second crew came knocking at our door, followed by the third and the fourth. In my perception, Enrun resembled a hunter patiently lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Foolish pirates entered the courtyard only to be seized by the spectral enforcers, dragged to different torture platforms. More formidable pirates faced the wrath of the statue. Subdue the demon, exterminate the evil. With each pirate being mercilessly subdued, I could scarcely contain my amusement. In my mind, the statue's assaults seemed to demand a quip. "Ah, you arrive, my friend?" This continued until the dark veil of night began to lift. As the officials of Benhai City commenced their sweeping operations throughout the city. Indeed, they were cleaning up, erasing the traces of battle and the various corpses and bloodstains from the night. Thus, the city of Benhai would maintain its splendor by day. A month later, I found myself perusing an auction catalog in my room. Some of the highly sought-after items for the trading event had begun to generate buzz. This catalog had been a gift from someone during a meal. It was quite thick, comprising over 100 pages. The initial pages meticulously detailed each activated phantasmagoric item, providing not only a brief history, but also comprehensive usage instructions and effects. The subsequent pages also featured activated items, albeit with only cursory descriptions and minimal details. I understood that this disparity arose because many activated items have been triggered by chance. After activation, their uses were often unknown or their application was complicated. Of course, some items had lost their usage methods and effects due to multiple transfers. In summary, the earlier items were the hot commodities, typically fetching astronomical prices at auction. The latter were generally referred to as gambling treasures, purchased at prices significantly lower than the former, betting on one's ability to utilize them. Knowing relevant information beforehand would be advantageous, akin to striking gold. Compared to purchasing unactivated items, which was purely a gamble, acquiring activated items was undoubtedly a more sophisticated endeavor, often favored by the affluent. I too was one who intended to gamble on treasures, though my approach bore little distinction from merely seeking bargains. Thus, I swiftly bypassed the earlier items, flipping directly to the latter. Unknown Ninjutsu Scroll. After use, one could learn a ninjutsu. Nameless soul-cutting blade. Its function remains a mystery, yet its inherent hardness and sharpness qualify it as a fine weapon. Activated devil fruit. Its effects are unknown, but consuming it could bestow a unique ability. Mysterious belt. Allegedly allows one to transform into a knight, though the method of use remains unclear. Young girl's transformation device. Uttering the incantation would transform one into a girl, though the incantation is unknown. Fairy gourd. A magical gourd containing a small fairy, non-functional and its purpose unknown. I gazed at the catalog with a peculiar expression, marveling at the bizarre array of items before me. After perusing the catalog, I felt a lingering desire for more. As a semi-reclusive individual, I found myself yearning for all the items listed, not for personal use, but rather for collection. Yet reality dictated otherwise. Not only was it improbable that I could afford them, but storage posed a significant challenge as well. I could hardly carry them around with me. Could I? While that was feasible, I feared that during a battle, I might inadvertently drop something like the young girl's transformation device, which would be exceedingly awkward. Thus, with a sense of unfulfilled longing, I cast a regretful glance at these treasures, ultimately fixating on the fairy gourd. Among all these artifacts, it was the one I could not bear to forego. Gazing at the purple gourd in the catalog, I instinctively recalled the legendary Gourd brothers. No, rather, the primordial gourd vine. In myth, the primordial gourd vine bore 7 gourds, each renowned and imbued with formidable powers. Therefore, facing the possibility that this fairy gourd might be one of those 7, I knew I could not let slip away. However, acquiring this gourd posed a considerable challenge for me. Being an activated phantasmagoric item, its price would undoubtedly be high, and should there be many interested parties, the price could skyrocket. Nevertheless, I remained undeterred, for Rin's recent endeavors had yielded abundant results. Although our burgeoning reputation had deterred naive prey from approaching, the foolish rabbits that had previously rushed in had already bestowed upon me a substantial fortune. It can be said that my current wealth is certainly insufficient for those coveted commodities, yet for the subsequent gambling treasures, my success seems nearly assured. However, to ensure absolute certainty, I began to ponder where I might procure another sum. Should I return to my former profession as a bounty hunter, or await the arrival of a naive rabbit? While I was immersed in my thoughts, a palpable sense of danger quietly locked onto me. Upon realizing I was being targeted, I was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto my face. Well, it appears fortune is knocking at my door. I closed the illustrated book, exchanged a brief greeting with Rin, and exited the courtyard, heading straight towards the outskirts of the city. While I perceived this as a stroke of luck, I understood that anyone capable of locking onto me directly from the courtyard must possess considerable strength. Therefore, even if I were to wait until nightfall within the city, it would be exceedingly difficult to obtain this windfall. In such circumstances, it was far more convenient to resolve the matter outside the city. Upon leaving Benhai City, I commenced a rapid sprint, covering over 100 miles before halting within a grove of trees. No sooner had I stopped than a white figure abruptly appeared before me. "Why have you ceased your escape?" a woman's voice questioned, and I beheld my supposed fortune. She was a strikingly spirited woman, particularly with her military attire, the sword at her waist, and the fierce demeanor in her eyes, all exemplifying her gallantry. Coupled with her rank as a vice admiral, her graceful figure and exquisite features rendered her akin to a goddess-like general. However, upon my first glance at her, disappointment washed over me. It turned out to be a vice admiral of the world government, rendering any notion of fortune utterly impossible. Disheartened, I lost interest in the woman before me and replied casually, "I grew weary from running and needed a moment to rest." Clearly, although my interest in the prospect of fortune faded, I found myself intrigued by the beautiful vice admiral. Thus, I began to tease her. To my surprise, the enchanting vice admiral responded with utmost seriousness. "Even if I cannot overpower you, I must apprehend you on behalf of the world government." Observing her earnest expression only heightened my curiosity. "So, you were dispatched from Guizhou City to capture me?" "Indeed, I have been ordered to bring you back," she solemnly affirmed. At this point, I discerned that the charming vice admiral appeared somewhat naive. Consequently, I initiated a conversation, My name is Wang Lu Fei, and what is yours? Liluya. Liluya, if you capture me, will I be sentenced to death? I do not know. Liluya, how old are you this year? 20. Only 20? How impressive to have risen to the rank of Vice Admiral at such a young age. Thank you for the compliment. You are not lacking either. I can sense your strength. As we engaged in this exchange, 10 minutes swiftly passed, and I found myself feeling somewhat bashful. To be honest, I had not anticipated encountering someone so adorably naive. Gazing at the endearingly innocent Liluya, I felt a surge of affection. Indeed, adorably naive was the most fitting description. Nevertheless, although Liluya possessed a certain innocence, she was not without her wits. Many of my crucial inquiries were met with her standard response of "I cannot tell you." Thus, despite our conversation lasting over 10 minutes, I had gleaned little information. Realizing that continuing our dialogue would yield little benefit, I decided to bring it to a close. Liluya, do you believe me if I say you cannot capture me? Liluya regarded me with utmost seriousness, stating, "Even if I cannot defeat you, I must bring you back. It is my duty. Have you considered that this might lead to your demise?" My tone suddenly turned cold, and the aura of menace enveloped Liluya. Sensing my intent, she gripped her sword tightly, yet continued with unwavering resolve. "Even if it leads to my death, that is my destiny." With that declaration, Liluya drew her sword, aiming it at me, prepared for battle. I instantly recognized her weapon, the Zhan Pu Dao Qian Bening. At that moment, I also noted that all of Liluya's adornments were illusory artifacts. A wealthy lady? This was the first thought that crossed my mind, reminiscent of the previous encounter with Catherine, whom I had deliberately frightened away. However, I had some knowledge of Catherine's background, which informed my assumption. In contrast, Liluya's numerous illusory items led me to this conclusion. A wealthy lady, a young mistress. I quickly deduced that Liluya hailed from a distinguished background. With this realization, the grand plan I had been contemplating for days suddenly appeared feasible. The primary obstacle hindering my execution of the grand scheme to rob the execution grounds had always been the timing of my death sentence. If I were to be executed immediately upon capture, the plan would hold no significance. King Yun, Ye-Yun, and Enren would not gain substantial growth due to the time constraints. However, if the execution were postponed, allowing for a buffer period in growth, the situation would be entirely different. Thus, determining the timing of my death sentence was the most critical step in executing this plan. The presence of Liluya, with her formidable background, made me realize that the key to resolving this issue lay with her. Hence, gazing at the battle-ready Liluya, I wore a smile and proposed, "I have a splendid idea. If I am unable to defeat you, capturing me will pose no issue. However, if you cannot overcome me, while I shall spare your life, I request your assistance once. Naturally, the help I sought would not contravene your principles. This is a fair exchange. My proposition, if made to anyone else, might have been swiftly rejected, yet Liluya pondered it seriously. After half a minute, she nodded in agreement, considering the transaction posed no detriment to her. Furthermore, I had assured her it would not violate her principles. Thus, she consented. Following her agreement, I beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Then I look forward to your guidance." Liluya solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Scatter, Kuyon Ben Ying. Liluya initiated the attack, her sword transforming into thousands of minute blades, slicing towards me. Thunderweb. In response to this probing assault, I waved my hand, unleashing a net woven from lightning that ensnared all the flying blades. Gazing at the trapped blades, Liluya was momentarily stunned. My maneuver rendered her without recourse, as all her abilities were contingent upon her blades. She had never anticipated that her own transformed blades could be entirely controlled. Fortunately, I am not one to lack a sense of humor. Observing Liluya's adorably bewildered expression, I retracted the lightning net. Liluya hastily withdrew her Qian Bening, casting a grateful glance in my direction. Had she been defeated in the opening move, it would have been exceedingly embarrassing. I could tell that Liluya was undoubtedly cherished within her family, possessing scant battle experience. Therefore, I did not mind lending her a bit of combat experience, as I would rely on her assistance in the future. As the saying goes, exchanges of courtesy foster relationships. Subsequently, Lilia gripped her Qian Ben with both hands, regaining her serious demeanor. She plunged Qian Ben into the ground, causing it to dissipate, as two rows of immense blades materialized behind her. Ban Kai, Qian Ben Jingyan. In the next instant, all the blades behind Lilia transformed into a cascade of falling cherry blossoms. Instantly, my entire field of vision was engulfed in a sea of pink cherry blossoms, both in the sky and on the ground. Let me tell you, these are not mere cherry blossoms. This is the effect of a blue-eyed white dragon unleashing its breath. In an instant, with a resounding boom, the oblivious pirates were obliterated along with the ground, leaving not a trace behind. Goodness, this wealthy lady's trump card is formidable. The white dragon whisked Lilia away, and with a flap of its wings, she vanished, her prowess concealed from the world. I had already returned to Banhai City at that time. It was imperative to expedite my plans, as the one-year deadline set with Guizhou City was fast approaching. I certainly did not wish to compel others to summon a great general for assistance. That would be counterproductive. As I contemplated my strategy, the most illustrious trading convention in the city commenced. Let me tell you, the scene was a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, teeming with throngs of people. I grabbed and run and ventured out. It felt as though we were being tossed into a flurry of dumplings, and without employing some special abilities. It was nearly impossible to navigate through the crowd. I summoned an electric barrier around us. Anyone who dared to reach out, regardless of gender, would receive a jolt, ensuring they would be left charred and tender, with a mouth-watering aroma. Once we entered the venue, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, for the entry fee was a staggering 1 million. Instantly, the crowd thinned. The event organizers were raking in profits solely from ticket sales. However, security was indeed tight, with several major generals on guard. Anyone daring to cause chaos here would be akin to an old man hanging himself, clearly seeking an untimely demise. We strolled about and soon located my target, an item known as the Yaojing Hulu. This gourd, with its deep purple hue, appeared rather unremarkable compared to the popular goods that were surrounded by crowds. I felt a surge of joy. It was best that no one was vying for it. The starting bid was set at 100 million, and without hesitation, I produced my ticket and affixed it to the price tag. Ding! The auction commenced. A countdown of 4 hours began. The ticket was not merely an entry pass, but also a proof of asset, which I swiped with finesse. After securing the gourd, I let him in to explore other attractions. To my astonishment, I stumbled upon an item called the Transforming Wand for Young Girls, a pink wand that had been inflated to a staggering 12 billion. Surrounding it were several muscular men, their eyes alight with fervor as they engaged in a frenzied bidding war. I silently commended them, wishing the gentlemen success in their transformations, hoping they wouldn't strain their backs. Keeping an eye on the time, I returned to the Yaojing Hulu, only to discover a rival contender, a young man, clearly pampered and affluent, accompanied by 2 towering bodyguards, was engaged in a bidding duel with a middle-aged gentleman. The two exchanged bids, and the price soared to 10 billion. The older man, sensing his defeat, shot a venomous glare at the young man and turned to leave. I understood that if he could not secure the gourd, he would revert to his old ways and resort to thievery. However, as the young man turned, his gaze fixated on and run. I must say, his eyes bore the predatory intensity of a wolf spotting its prey, as if he longed to strip and run of her dignity right then and there. He scrutinized me, likely searching his database to ascertain whether I was a formidable opponent. Once he confirmed I was merely a minor player, his bodyguard produced a device resembling a tablet and scanned my face. To my astonishment, it was an official identification tool issued by the world government. While the young man bid against me, raising the gourd's price to 20 billion, he awaited the results from his bodyguard. Shortly, the bodyguard retrieved my wanted notice. Upon seeing it, the young man laughed, a smile filled with derision and disdain, and he ceased bidding, directly addressing me. Wang Lufei, surrender that woman beside you to me. I felt a surge of indignation. Who did he think he was? I coldly inquired how he knew my name. His pride swelled as he began to enlighten me about the value of his device, claiming it was a symbol of identity and power, all the while casting glances at Enron, attempting to flaunt his superiority. Unfortunately for him, Enron paid him no mind. likely contemplating which level of hell she would consign him to. I felt a twinge of regret, gazing at the device, pondering how much it could fetch if I were to acquire it. Noticing our disinterest, the young man erupted, pointing at me and shouting, "Wang Lufei, do you believe I can ensure you never leave Banhai City?" My amusement grew as I scrutinized him from head to toe, assessing the various means he possessed for self-preservation. While eliminating him would pose some challenges, it was hardly insurmountable. He felt my gaze and, in frustration, replied, "Very well. Wang Lufei, I hope you can leave here alive." With that, he departed, convinced that the gourd, the girl, and I were already within his grasp. I was disinclined to engage with him. Those who were eager to hand over their heads were always so hasty. Before long, the auction concluded, and I secured the gourd. I hurriedly took and run back to my residence. Upon entering, I instructed her to guard the door while I rushed into my room with the gourd. I placed the gourd reverently on the table, bowed thrice, and cautiously opened the lid. To my dismay, there was no reaction whatsoever. Leaning in for a closer look, I discovered a diminutive fairy, wings and all, sprawled within the gourd, fast asleep. I was utterly dumbfounded. Little treasure? No response. Little darling? Still nothing. Ultimately, I resorted to my ultimate tactic. If I call your name, will you respond? Silence prevailed. Switching tactics, I commanded, "Please turn around, my dear." At last, I received a reaction. The little fairy rolled over, presenting her backside to me, and continued to slumber. I understood her message. "My friend, it's time to wash up and sleep. Everything you desire awaits in your dreams." Thus, I comprehended that this gourd was likely the legendary Zhanxian Hulu, indeed remarkable, yet possessing a formidable temperament. To earn its allegiance, I would need to exercise patience. Just as I was feeling disheartened, I called and run into the room. However, what do family members know? Upon entering, she glanced at the gourd on the table, then shyly at me, and to my astonishment, she began to undress. With a naive expression, she asked, "My lord, is it because the fairy cannot satisfy you that you summon me?" My face flushed crimson to the nape of my neck. It turned out that all the sentimental words I had uttered to the gourd had been overheard by her. In that awkward moment, the fairy, pretending to sleep, suddenly opened her eyes and brandished a small dagger, glaring fiercely at Enrun. She wished to act, yet hesitated, for my prior command was the correct incantation. Any action would signify her acceptance of me as her master. To preserve her freedom, she resolutely forced herself to remain still, flipping over to feign sleep once more. I hurriedly rushed to grasp Enren's small hand, removed her mask, and pinched her cheek sternly, admonishing, at such a tender age, "What thoughts occupy your mind?" She gazed at me with wide, soulful eyes brimming with affection. I succumbed, pulling her into an embrace, and began to offer her words of encouragement, speaking of her need to carve her own path in life, that our temporary separation was merely to allow her to grow stronger. After much preamble, I finally broached the matter at hand, and run. For your growth, you must walk this path alone. Before I could finish, she clutched me tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My lord, do you not want me anymore?" Seeing her distress, I realized my usual tactics were ineffective. I had no choice but to employ my ultimate move. Cradling her tear-streaked face, I leaned down and kissed her in her astonishment. In that moment, the world fell silent. Oh, except for the single fairy within the gourd, who, incensed, had manifested 2 daggers, likely overwhelmed by the saccharine scent of romance. Once Enrun was left dazed by the kiss, her mind momentarily blank, I released her. Seizing the opportunity, while she was still dazed, I conveyed all the necessary instructions. She nodded like a bobblehead, responding affirmatively to everything I said. As I prepared to leave, she even pouted, seeking a parting kiss. I naturally obliged, delivering another deep kiss that left her sprawled on the bed, then seized the Zhanxian Hulu and turned to depart. Upon exiting the city gates, I sensed a following presence. Just as I desired, I instantly began to sprint, feigning a desperate escape, leading them several hundred miles away. In a desolate wilderness, a luxurious airship descended from the sky, blocking my path. That young man leaped down, surrounded by a throng of guards, and coldly mocked me. "Why have you stopped running? Once I kill you, the gourd is mine, the fairy within is mine, And that girl is mine too. I want it all. I surveyed my surroundings, overgrown with weeds. A place where no creature would dare to tread. Indeed, a fitting burial site. I looked at him earnestly and inquired, "May I be so bold as to ask, what is your family's background?" The words struck a chord with him, eliciting a hearty laugh that echoed into the heavens. He began to boast. "My grandfather is the formidable Cheong general, renowned across the world. My father, a general of utmost proximity to the rank of admiral. And you, merely an ant." Upon hearing this, I sighed and remarked, "Alas, the grandson of a general poses a dilemma for me. It appears that in the near future, I cannot arrange for your entire family to be together. So be it. For today, I shall bury you first, and another day, I shall summon your father to keep you company." Upon realizing my intention to prepare a complete family meal for him, he erupted in fury, pointing at me and bellowing, "Kill him, dismember him, and feed him to the dogs." The guards, howling in response, charged forward. I took action. 100 million volts of lightning erupted from within me, manifesting as a blue lightning dragon that surged forth and incinerated the guards in a flash. The dragon, undeterred, lunged at the young master, yet he remained unfazed, even sneering coldly. Suddenly, a blade flashed, cleaving my lightning dragon in two. A fierce-looking swordsman appeared behind him. The young master proudly introduced, "Meet your predecessor, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion Kwang Dao Fuse." Fuse grinned menacingly and, without a word, slashed at me with his sword. I leapt into the air to evade him, but he followed swiftly with 3 successive blade strikes that confined me in all directions. Could I not escape? Why should I even try? 200 million volts of thunder. My entire being crackled with lightning, instantly transforming into a colossal thunderous giant towering several meters high. 10,000 thunders. The sky was immediately enveloped in dark clouds, and countless bolts of lightning rained down with thunderous roars. Fuse's 3 blade strikes were instantaneously engulfed. He roared in anger, slashing upwards with a blade that emitted a 100-meter-long beam, forcibly splitting my thundercloud apart. "Well done!" The young master cheered from below. However, Fuse's expression grew grave. He understood this was merely an appetizer. I gazed at him, my voice resonating with divine authority. "The thunder god descends." The cleaved thundercloud instantaneously reformed, expanding even larger, stretching to thousands of meters. Each successive bolt of lightning was thicker and more powerful. Fuse, too, was determined, unleashing his signature move, Kwang Dao Duan Jiufeng, delivering 9 strikes, each stronger than the last. His 8th strike perfectly countered my 9th bolt of lightning, just as he prepared to unleash his most formidable 9th strike. Believing victory was assured, I infused the thundercloud with my final surge of power, the wrath of the thunder god. The energy of the entire thundercloud converged into a terrifying pillar of lightning that crashed down. Fuse's 9th strike collided with the lightning pillar, and a shriek echoed as he, along with his blade, was utterly obliterated by the thunderous light. After eliminating Fuse, the lightning pillar continued its descent toward the young master. Terrified, he activated his life-saving artifact, enveloping himself in a fiery red shield, narrowly escaping immediate annihilation. Inside the shield, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pointing at me above and unleashing a torrent of curses. I must say, this fellow was relentless, shouting threats at me while repeating the same few lines. I was doomed. He would harm my family, and he even specifically mentioned my woman. This truly pierced my very core. My face darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, I retaliated with several bolts of lightning that struck his face, causing his red shield to crackle ominously, on the verge of shattering. As he saw his shield nearing destruction, he quickly cowered, spouting the most venomous threats while hastily tearing open a scroll, transforming into a beam of light to flee. Could I allow him to escape? I transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly catching up, and with a mighty swing of my golden staff, I yanked him from the light pillar. He crashed to the ground like a broken sack, creating a human-shaped crater. Although he lay there, reduced to a pitiful state, he still boasted defiantly, spewing blood and laughing grimly, claiming I would never keep him, that he would unearth my secrets and annihilate my family. Oh, how familiar this trope is. The villain who perishes due to excessive chatter. And yet here I was, confronted by it. After he finished speaking, a flash of red light enveloped him, and in an instant, he transformed into a shadow of blood, attempting to escape. Little did he know, I had prepared a Cyber Ascension gift pack for him. I raised my hand to the sky, invoking 5 Thunder Prison. The heavens, shrouded by the thunderclouds I had previously summoned, unleashed 4 pillars of lightning that descended with a thunderous crash, trapping him within an electric cage. The blood shadow flailed about like a headless fly, crashing eastward, only to be struck by lightning. Dashing westward, it was met with another bolt. Seeking refuge in the heavens, the thunderclouds above would send down bolts of lightning. I had anticipated this maneuver. Having witnessed others successfully escape using this technique, I devised a countermeasure specifically tailored to thwart such flashy evasion tactics. My electric cage constricted further, until the blood shadow had nowhere left to flee. In a final desperate attempt, it charged forward, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that diminished its brilliance, sending it hurtling back. When it revealed its true form, it believed it had returned home, dragging its half-dead body and howling, "Save me. Go kill Wang Lufei. Slay his entire family." Yet upon lifting its gaze to meet mine, its face paled instantly. One moment it was shouting for blood, and the next, it collapsed to its knees, weeping and pleading for my help, exclaiming I was his dearest brother. But before it could finish its plea, it coughed up a mouthful of blood and perished. I remained calm, simply gazing at its lifeless body. Indeed, mere moments later, a red light shot forth from its corpse, racing towards me, a marking from its clan meant for enemies. I swiftly ensnared this light in my electric cage and inspected the corpse, discovering it was devoid of riches, save for a nameless bank card. I tidied the scene, burying the red marking in the ground before transforming into lightning and making my escape. I sought refuge in a coastal town, donning a hat and boarding a merchant ship. I needed to find a place to recuperate and grow stronger. On board, the spirit within my magical gourd was nearly terrified to the point of soiling itself. Previously, it had acted with bravado, but upon witnessing me wield the golden staff, an artifact of its caliber capable of shattering it, it had grown submissive, likely contemplating its existence within the gourd. 5 days later, I arrived at a place called Aoyo Island. This island was colossal and lawless, teeming with various small factions, a veritable paradise for pirates, an ideal stronghold for my plans. I did not linger along the coast, but plunged straight into the heart of the island. Days later, I discovered an abandoned steel fortress. It was perfect. I began to strategize how to build a city single-handedly. Should I pursue a technological route, assembling a robotic army, or delve into necromancy, raising a skeletal construction crew? Suddenly, I felt a surge of light enveloping my body. At last, the long-awaited novice gift pack had arrived, the one-time opportunity for a miraculous experience. In the next moment, I found myself amidst the chaos of a gunfight on the streets. 2 rival gangs were enthusiastically exchanging fire with AK-47s, and I had just materialized between them. Upon spotting me, they mistook me for a superhero come to claim heads, and without a second thought, all their weapons were aimed at me. Bullets rained down like a deluge, yet they all passed harmlessly through my elementalized form. I extended my arms, unleashing hundreds of electric arcs that instantly silenced the world. The only issue was that they spoke in English, a language I could not comprehend. Fortunately, their wallets were sufficiently plump, allowing me to secure a hotel room. The following day, I ventured out to explore until I arrived at a park adorned with rows of stone pillars, each etched with countless names. My DNA stirred. Was this not the world after the purple yam essence snapped its fingers? I promptly hired a translator and made my way to the Avengers headquarters. Confirming the timeline, I found it was just before the climactic battle of Avengers Endgame. I dismissed the translator and, with a flash, entered Stark's opulent mansion. At that moment, Stark was recording the iconic line, "I love you 3000, with Jarvis's alarm blaring. I could only helplessly express, I don't speak English. Jarvis, being quite intelligent, immediately switched to Chinese. I shall be direct. Mr. Stark, let's strike a bargain. I require all your Mark armor technology, encompassing nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. In return, I can save your life, or rather, resurrect you." Initially, Stark was skeptical. As I summoned crackling bolts of lightning from my hand, JARVIS immediately reported an exceedingly high energy reaction. Stark inquired why I did not simply seize it. I painted him a grand vision, asserting that I am a proponent of fair trade. In truth, I was utterly incapable of theft. This illusion adheres to a strict rule wherein items must be willingly given, and I cannot arbitrarily alter the main storyline. Ultimately, Stark acquiesced, even proposing to sweeten the deal by offering all his technology in exchange for my assistance in vanquishing Thanos. Naturally, I declined, eloquently stating that this was your heroic moment. Then came the climactic battle, where I spectated from a corner of the battlefield. Thanos donned the gauntlet. Captain Marvel charged in, only to be sent flying with a single punch. Stark rushed in next, meeting the same fate. In the end, Thanos snapped his fingers, and Stark seized the Infinity Stone, uttering the iconic line, "I am Iron Man," before snapping his fingers and exhausting himself. Once all had departed, JARVIS brought Stark's lifeless body before me. Electric energy coursed through me as I pressed my hand to his chest. "Come, my friend, experience my ancestral electrotherapy." With a thunderous pulse, his halted heart was revived. Remarkably, my skills could even impress the legendary Tuah himself. Stark's fragile heart was indeed rejuvenated by my 100,000 volts. I tell you, JARVIS immediately initiated the life support systems, ensuring Stark's life was irrevocably saved. Meanwhile, we lurked like phantoms in a thicket, observing as they prepared Stark's funeral. Who could fathom the anguish of witnessing one's own funeral? The experience was overwhelming. Pepper and others wept inconsolably, releasing a floral arrangement crafted from the arc reactor into the waters. And thus, the saga of Iron Man reached its conclusion. Stark, watching nearby, was filled with mixed emotions, softly asking, "Is this what you wish for me to see?" In my heart, I thought, "Brother, I fear you might rise and disrupt the narrative." Yet, I maintained an air of wisdom, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, and replied, "No, you are not witnessing your own funeral. Rather, it is the farewell ceremony for Iron Man. From this day forth, Iron Man no longer exists. You, Tony Stark, are now merely a retired gentleman enjoying family life. Comprehend? I assure you." My words struck a chord within him. He had longed for retirement, and now I had provided him with the perfect opportunity to step down. He was so grateful that he nearly knelt before me, leading me to the basement of Stark Tower, where he bestowed upon me the culmination of his life's work, from Mark I to the yet-to-be-realized future technologies, along with an entirely new artificial intelligence, all packed into a briefcase. The case itself was composed of nanobots, theoretically brimming with energy, capable of erecting a city from the ground. As I departed, he mysteriously mentioned leaving me a small gift. The transaction was delightful. Clutching the briefcase, I had just bid Stark farewell when I returned to the dilapidated fortress on Oya Island in mere moments. Upon entering the fortress, I placed the precious briefcase on the ground, inhaled deeply, and called out with vigor, "Iron Man." To my astonishment, the case hummed to life, enveloping me in a blue light, and an electronic voice declared, "Supreme authority confirmed. Please provide instructions." Exhilarated, I commanded, "Deploy modules." Instantly, the briefcase transformed, revealing a complete Mark armor suit. I directed it to scan the entire fortress and devise a base layout. After reviewing several plans, I decisively chose one that involved excavating underground. After all, ostentation is the domain of protagonists. As a behind-the-scenes magnate, I must cultivate my power discreetly, avoiding unnecessary attention. The artificial intelligence then requested, "Please provide construction resources." This was anticipated. Observing the heaps of scrap metal, I ascended into the air and unleashed a fervent barrage upon the debris. With thunder metallurgy, do you understand? Countless bolts of lightning cascaded down, melting the rusted steel into molten iron, while impurities were swiftly separated. I then shaped the refined metal into cubes, feeding them to the base module, which eagerly consumed them like a ravenous child. Witnessing this scene, I could hardly contain my paternal pride. For half a month, I nourished that base, and the crumbling fortress above vanished, replaced by several unassuming black buildings. However, upon entering, one would discover a hidden world within, leading deep underground. Below lay an expansive base larger than the original fortress, with various production lines already clanking to life. I named the artificial intelligence Nuwa, a title of grand significance. My ambition is to explore the stars and seas, commanding her to construct a mechanical empire. However, she is merely in her infancy now, her voice devoid of emotion. Patience is key. Before she embarks on a grand construction, I must inspect the small gift Stark left for me. It is time to unwrap the package. My greatest concern is that Stark's generous offerings might be rendered mundane by the world's systemic regulations. Thus, I instructed Nuwa to compile a comprehensive list of all technologies. The screen illuminated, displaying the mark armors from 1 to 5, and my eyes widened in astonishment. The arc reactor, the complete suite of Stark's weaponry, an upgraded space carrier, and even a conceptual design for a starship. Good heavens, this is no mere gift. It is an extraordinary, superlative package. Stark truly is a remarkable ally. With these resources, I felt reassured. I compiled a materials list and commenced a frenzied procurement campaign. I remained at the base overseeing construction while simultaneously opening an eccentric little shop in Oya City, trading for rare materials and selling inferior metal weaponry as a cover. Concurrently, I dispatched an avatar to execute my grand plan. In a small grove, my avatar finally awaited the arrival of the individual I had been anticipating, Liyua. She appeared in a general's uniform, strikingly elegant, with a physique that could turn heads, albeit with a hint of adorably naive charm. Upon seeing me, she wasted no time and immediately unleashed her shuriken, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. The air was filled with a flurry of pink blades, creating a breathtaking spectacle. I engaged her playfully, deftly evading her initial strikes while teasingly poking her cheek. However, this provoked her ire. Who could understand? She transformed. Unleashing her Bankai, she donned a suit of pink armor, adorned with a cherry blossom at her brow, radiating an aura of lethal intent that sent my ThunderFruit into a frenzy of alarm. This was no jest. She could genuinely eliminate me. Her speed was akin to teleportation. As she swung her blade, I narrowly dodged, yet inexplicably, a gash appeared on my chest. Elemental transformation proved futile. It dawned upon me that within her cherry blossom domain, each petal functioned as a blade, rendering evasion impossible, and they bore armor-piercing properties. Well, if she was earnest, I could not conceal my own power. I wiped the blood from my chest and activated my melee form, Billion-Volt Thunder God Sword. I transformed into a figure of blue energy, wielding a long sword forged from blood-red lightning. My combat spirit ignited. Liyua, you have successfully captured my attention. What followed was a clash of titans. Blue light and pink petals collided in the forest, ringing like the sound of blacksmithing, each strike aimed at vital points. After a quarter of an hour of intense combat, she finally succumbed to fatigue, and with a decisive blow, I sent her sprawling, rendering her unconscious. Observing her, exhausted like a sleepy kitten, I found her quite endearing. I held her in my embrace, resting against a tree throughout the night. When she awoke the following day and discovered herself in my arms, her face flushed with a sudden crimson hue. Yet in the next moment, she produced a pair of ominous black handcuffs and swiftly snapped them onto my wrists. I feigned innocence, wearing a look of resignation. Indeed, Liyua, you have captured me. To my surprise, the girl leaped with joy, bouncing 3 times in sheer delight. These cuffs were specially crafted to restrain my devil fruit abilities. Although I could easily break free with sheer strength, or simply allow my form to dissipate. However, my plan had only just begun. How could I possibly escape so easily? Once her elation subsided, Liyua appeared conflicted, perhaps feeling that taking advantage of the situation was somewhat unscrupulous. I spoke directly. Liyua, I need you to do me a favor. She assumed I wanted her to release me, but instead I requested, help me postpone my death sentence for 3 years. She was momentarily taken aback, stammering that releasing me could also be an option. I merely shook my head with a smile. Thus, she let me back to Giju City. During the handover, this adorably naive girl finally grasped the situation, glaring at me with indignation. "Wang Lufei, do you have a way to escape?" I chuckled heartily, reaching out to gently touch her pouting cheek. "You guessed correctly. 3 years from now, I look forward to seeing a stronger version of you. Remember, you must grow stronger." With that, I was taken away by the people of Giju City. As I was led away, I could see Luluya's face puffing up with anger, her expression a mix of fury and frustration. She undoubtedly realized that I had allowed myself to be caught on purpose. That little girl must have been swearing to herself. "Wang Lufei, just you wait. 3 years from now, I will personally capture you." I was aware that her so-called divine form had not yet been fully developed, concealing a formidable trump card. Therefore, this 3-year pact served as a stepping stone for her as well. Yet at that moment, she had a more pressing matter to attend to, fulfilling her promise to delay my execution for 3 years. As a lieutenant general, she lacked the influence to alter the ruling of Giju City. She would need to rally support. Without hesitation, she produced a card and summoned, "Come forth, Qingyan Bailong." To my astonishment, she mounted the dragon and took off, undoubtedly seeking her father. As expected, she stormed into her father's office, General Cuddy. I must say, General Cuddy is the epitome of a doting father. Upon seeing his daughter burst in, his face lit up with joy. "Oh, my treasure, did you have fun?" Luluya, with a stern expression, declared, "Father, I am here to work." She then got straight to the point. "I captured Wang Lufei. You must help me postpone his death sentence for 3 years. Upon hearing this, her father's focus shifted dramatically. "What? You captured Wang Lufei?" The shock in his voice was palpable, leaving Luluya flustered, her cheeks flushing crimson. This had stirred a hornet's nest. General Cuddy's mind was likely racing with alarm. "What? My little cabbage is being targeted?" That thought quickly morphed into a single declaration. "Death sentence. He must die. Execute immediately." Just moments ago, he was indulging his daughter, but now he seemed eager to eliminate me. Of course, he responded eagerly. "All right, Luluya, leave this matter to me." Once she departed, he gritted his teeth, probably envisioning 1,000 tortures for me. He even muttered about knowing my father, Lu Chengfeng, and how he would see how I survived without my father's intervention in 3 years. The next day, news of my capture made headlines worldwide. It caused quite a stir. The previously frightened Catherine, upon seeing the newspaper, felt a whirlwind of emotions, likely pondering what I would concoct 3 years hence. My estranged father, Lu Chengfeng, looked at the paper and exclaimed, "Lu Fei, why are you still alive?" He coughed up blood immediately thereafter. This father-son relationship seemed to center around a life-or-death struggle, didn't it? Then there was Emoya, laughing uncontrollably in her airborne fortress, contemplating whether she should rescue me or not. My little followers, Qingyun and Yajun, were ready to explode, grabbing their weapons to stage a prison break. And Ren, ever more ruthless, was likely already plotting to turn the world into hell. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance, sending encrypted letters to them. The message was simple: do not act impulsively. Focus on your training. We shall meet at the execution ground in 3 years. This calmed my impulsive companions, and one by one, they packed their bags and embarked on a rigorous training regimen for the next 3 years. Shifting back to my situation, I was puzzled as I was ushered into an elevator. To my surprise, it was not ascending but descending. I was taken deep underground to a resplendent location, where I was unceremoniously locked in a cell constructed entirely of gold. I was bewildered, wondering what this operation entailed. Had I been upgraded to a VIP suite? As I pondered this, an elderly man emerged from the opposite cell. "Kid, how did you end up here?" I replied politely that it was a momentary lapse. The old man immediately began to mock me. "Ha, too naive." I thought to myself, "You old man, as if you've never been caught." He boasted about being the infamous sky pirate, Kong Dao Si-hong, with a bounty of 3.5 billion, claiming he could steal anything under the sun. He went on about having pilfered even the garments of goddesses, prompting me to take a large step back, distancing myself from this weirdo. Noticing my reaction, he proceeded to educate me about this place, known as Fanyuan City, a premium version of Giju City, housing high-profile criminals with bounties starting at 10 billion. The entire prison was constructed from a material called magic gold, which suppressed all abilities. No one had ever escaped. Once the old man left, I quickly tested my abilities. Indeed, my perception could not extend beyond the cell, and neither could my lightning powers escape my body. However, the most crucial aspect was that my trump card, Ichi Hua Sanqing, remained unaffected. A sense of reassurance washed over me. It was merely imprisonment. It was an opportunity for companionable cultivation. Just as I settled in, trouble brewed elsewhere. The young nobleman I had previously defeated sought help from his father, a lieutenant general, when he could not handle the affairs of Giju City. He approached General Qiyang to lodge a complaint. To my amusement, General Qiyang was quite the character. Upon hearing that his grandson had been killed, his first reaction was, "Which grandson?" It was hilarious, given how many grandchildren he had. Ultimately, he agreed to intervene, but upon inquiry, he discovered that General Cuddy was already involved. The two generals faced off. General Qiyang exclaimed, "He killed my grandson. Grant me a favor." General Cuddy retorted, "Your worthless grandson's death means nothing. My daughter's request is paramount." General Qiyang, incensed, responded, "What if it were your daughter at risk?" General Cuddy erupted, "If you dare touch my daughter, I will annihilate your entire family." The two exchanged heated insults, labeling each other as doting fathers and reckless breeders, and then abruptly hung up. Such was the simplicity of high-stakes banter. In any case, General Cuddy ultimately ensured my safety. My grand plan was officially set in motion. Yijihua Sanjink, Aktiwate. One version of me was diligently training in the ultra-secure Fanyuan City, while another was in my underground base, serving as a human battery to power the enormous arc reactor. Meanwhile, my main self opened a modest shop in Aoya City, training and feverishly acquiring various resources. Time passed swiftly, and before I knew it, a year had gone by. In that year, my little shop had expanded into a bustling street, gaining a reputation, albeit with an unflattering nickname: the junk recycling station. I didn't mind at all. Quietly amassing wealth was the goal. Had it not been for my underground base being a bottomless pit of expenses, I would have been swimming in riches. After all, it was a nurturing journey, filled with both pain and joy. Throughout the year, I had found numerous treasures among the discarded goods. For instance, the golden little hammer I now held, resembling a keychain, was none other than the famed war hammer of Saint Michel. Remarkably, it concealed an entire legacy of the clergy within. It is rather amusing to recount that this peculiar item came into my possession, initially intended merely as a trinket to fidget with daily. However, as I continued to handle it, it grew increasingly familiar to me. Wasn't this the very hammer that emerged from my arduous gaming sessions with the infamous poison milk powder back in the day? In a moment of whimsical inspiration, I uttered the name of the sage, Michier, and lo and behold, it illuminated, activating instantly. Yet, the memories of my past sacrifices for this game surged forth, causing my liver to ache in reminiscence. Nevertheless, regardless of my lack of use for it, I could preserve it as a family heirloom. While I was lost in contemplation, a diminutive figure suddenly staggered into my shop, leaning against the wall, appearing utterly exhausted. They inquired, "Boss, I hear you accept anything?" Upon hearing their feeble tone and observing their reliance on the wall for support, I realized an opportunity had presented itself. Generally, individuals in such a state are desperate to part with cherished possessions for mere survival. I quickly rose to greet them, ready to extend my assistance, while reassuring them, "Yes, I accept all items, and we can negotiate the price." Upon hearing this, the small figure's eyes sparkled with hope, as if fearing I might retract my offer. They eagerly seized the conversation, declaring, "Very well, boss, I shall sell myself to you. I belong to you now." I was taken aback, instinctively stepping back as if jolted by an electric shock. In all my time running the shop, I had never encountered someone offering themselves for sale. As I scrutinized her more closely, I noted her hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and she was clad in tattered servant's clothing, an unmistakable uniform of the orphanage in the city. I often conducted business with them, frequently providing supplies in a half-gifted manner. Hence my familiarity with the attire. I was puzzled. Isn't the orphanage presently well-stocked with food? How did you end up in such a state? The small figure sighed and explained, it's not that they refuse me food. Rather, I have eaten too much for them to sustain me. So they suggested I seek my fortune here. Eating too much. I glanced at her petite frame, dismissing the notion that a child could consume excessively. Adopting a mindset of benevolence, I waved my hand grandly. All right, since they sent you, I shall accept you. Half an hour later, I found myself transfixed, watching as the incessantly chattering girl, named me Na, whom I had just taken in, devoured an astonishing quantity of food. What was meant by eating a lot? She was conducting a systematic assault on my finances. Witnessing her consume food far exceeding her own size, I finally grasped the essence of a living embodiment of a Ka by Sho, a creature known for its insatiable appetite. It became clear why the orphanage had expelled her. If they continued to feed her, they would inevitably face bankruptcy. 2 hours later, just as I began to ponder whether my resources could withstand this onslaught, Na finally paused, letting out a burp, and cheerfully proclaimed, Master, I am now yours. I inhaled deeply, internally translating her words. Master, henceforth your food is mine. Externally, I maintained my composure, though internally, I quaked with trepidation. I sensed her strength increasing with each morsel consumed. There was no doubt she possessed the lineage of a Ka by Sho, capable of leveling up through consumption. I feigned calmness and nodded. One must eat well to have the strength to work. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Can I eat my fill? At that moment, cold sweat began to bead on my forehead. My dear family, who could comprehend the predicament? After devouring hundreds of kilograms of food over 2 hours without pause, she audaciously claimed she had yet to be satisfied. A normal Ka by Sho could only consume around 400 kilograms in one sitting. Having made my promise, I could only smile through the discomfort. Of course, eat as much as you desire. Thus I stood by, my eyes wide with disbelief, as she continued feasting from noon until dusk. Only when my AI assistant returned did she finally express contentment, declaring, Master, I am full. Well, satisfied are we? It was time for an evaluation. I shut the shop door and led the two of them into the training room. I instructed my assistant to prepare for data recording, then pointed to a 1-meter square metal block on the floor, directing me, go lift that. I pondered to myself, having consumed so much, it was imperative she possess some genuine skills. Otherwise, I would have her sweeping the streets to repay her debt. Mierna obediently approached the block, bending down, and effortlessly lifted it, treating it like a mere pillow as she brought it to me. My eyes narrowed in astonishment. That metal block weighed a ton. The first time I laid eyes on her, she appeared as a frail, ordinary child. Yet after a single hearty meal, her physical strength had surged to this level. This talent, paired with her prodigious appetite, was indeed a perfect match. I gazed at Mierna with a smile. She was not merely a glutton, but a remarkable talent arriving at my doorstep. Of course, I would later learn that this was no mere coincidence. While I reveled in my newfound treasure, a shadowy figure within the orphanage observed my shop from afar, muttering, Mierna, go forth and claim the power that is rightfully yours. Ah, so there were individuals orchestrating events behind the scenes. Yet, I remained unconcerned. A gifted talent presented to me was an opportunity not to be squandered. Now that she had entered my domain, there was no chance of escape. As I welcomed my living Ka by Sho, my 3 sisters who had ventured out for training were also busy, each racking up points with fervor. And in Ren's case, the atmosphere transformed into a hellish battleground. She stood barefoot on a blood-soaked ground surrounded by demons enduring punishment, while 3 colossal blood Buddhas relentlessly assaulted a notorious pirate with a bounty of 25 billion. I must say, Ren now bore no scars. Appearing as perfect as a goddess, those feat were so captivating that the pirate found himself unable to move, compelled to engage her. What transpired next? Upon recalling my captivity, and Ren's rage ignited, and the punishments within hell intensified, echoing with the wails of the damned. The 3 blood Buddhas sensed her fury and merged into a single, larger entity, delivering a devastating blow that left the pirate severely weakened before the demons dragged him away to face his judgment. With each step, Run grew stronger, her power increasing inexorably, akin to a walking deity of the underworld. Meanwhile, Qing Yun displayed even greater prowess, shattering mountains with a single punch, literally causing the earth to quake. As she traversed a battlefield, a group of aerial bandits, having just dispatched their pursuers, took offense at her presence and attempted to attack. Yet, she obliterated them, along with a mountain, in one fell swoop. This sister inadvertently became a scavenger, innocently collecting spoils of war. Among her finds was a cage crafted of magical gold, containing a pure black humanoid creature. I must emphasize, this being belonged to the Shadow Clan, the pinnacle of assassins, a priceless treasure. However, Qing Yun, in her characteristic fashion, pried open the cage, liberated the creature, and then compressed the cage into a large golden orb to carry off for sale. The Shadow Clan entity was utterly baffled, never having encountered such a turn of events. Qing Yun casually remarked, "Had this been a year ago, I would have sold you. But I encounter my master, who transformed my life. You should leave quickly. Perhaps you might find someone like him." Can you believe that? The Shadow Clan creature was left with no choice but to submit, actively requesting to become her shadow. My dear family, this is what it means to have a sophisticated hunter often appear in the guise of prey. Qing Yun's tactic of feigned capture was executed with remarkable finesse. As for Yajun, her approach was far more artistic. She devoted herself to mastering culinary arts while honing her swordsmanship. Encountering a band of unruly mountain bandits intent on mischief, she drew her blade and declared, "All things shall turn to ash." A wall of fire erupted, instantly reducing the bandits to cinders. Subsequently, she approached a lake, unsheathed another blade, and sat poised above the frost-laden sky, cleaving the lake in two to freeze it, all in pursuit of the finest fish. Just as she showcased her culinary skills by preparing a lavish feast at the water's edge, a nearly 1-meter-tall egg, drawn by the aroma, rolled over, becoming a conspicuous presence. The egg revolved around the vegetables for several turns, as if offering its commentary, and then it seemed eager to eat. However, it soon realized it had no mouth, becoming frantic and repeatedly banging against its shell, unable to escape. In a fit of desperation, it unexpectedly crashed into my embrace, Yajun, causing my forehead to bleed. The blood dripped onto the egg, and with a crack, it shattered. Out sprang a golden little dragon, later known as the culinary dragon, which could grow stronger by consuming delicacies. This little dragon, in its quest for Yajun's culinary creations, willingly signed a blood pact to break free from its shell. From that moment on, Yajun acquired the gourmet cell, allowing her to level up simply by eating. She named the gluttonous little dragon Atan, and together, they embarked on a journey towards the city of regulations, feasting and training along the way. A year passed. My once humble recycling station had transformed into a renowned chain brand on Aoyar Island, with over a dozen locations, all bustling with workers clad in robes and masks. Overseen by the enigmatic Enviwa, I, however, remained at the main store, enjoying a leisurely existence. Beside me was the petite Milna, who had blossomed into a striking figure over the past year, her physique developing in a most unreasonable manner. She continued to indulge in food, swallowing bones whole, leading me to suspect that all her nourishment had concentrated in the most conspicuous places. Unable to resist glancing at her, I was met not with shyness, but with a proud puff of her chest and a provocative gaze. My brow furrowed, yet glancing at Enviwa beside me, I begrudgingly refrained from pursuing my thoughts, silently cursing. If not for the fear of setting a bad example, you would soon learn why flowers bloom so vividly. My reluctance to confront her only fueled her audacity, and she beamed with a radiant smile. That evening, as I sat cross-legged in meditation, a knock echoed on the door. Before I could rise, the door swung open. Milna's tall silhouette stood in the doorway, illuminated by moonlight, exuding an air of authority. "Master, I seek your counsel," flashed through my mind a line of dialogue. "Your Majesty, I have come to serve you." However, upon seeing her figure, I felt it was undoubtedly worth the price. I steadied myself and asked, "What is it?" She did not respond but strode into the room, locking the door behind her with a click. My heart sank. This visitor bore ill intent. Milna looked at me lying on the bed, displaying an extraordinarily dazzling smile, before leaping into the air and pouncing towards me while exclaiming, "Master, I'm here." My brow furrowed. Her intentions seemed dubious. I pointed a finger at her and declared, "Lightning strike." A bolt of miniature lightning shot forth, striking its target with precision. The impact sent me reeling, my backside nearly bursting from the force. Milna, sprawled over a chair, rubbed her rear while daring to retort, claiming I hadn't warned her about selecting cross. My irritation flared as I pointedly addressed her. "Look at your own attributes. Use your non-existent brain. Aren't you the very embodiment of a natural healer? If you don't choose the cross and opt for a large hammer instead, what do you intend to do?" Crack heads open. To my surprise, she held her head high, proudly declaring, "Exactly, Master. That is my plan. With you behind me, I can charge ahead without a second thought." Time flew, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these years, I remained industrious. My underground base had been completed. The core, the arc reactor, was officially activated. With a hum, the beautiful blue light illuminated, revitalizing the entire energy system of the base. What did this signify? It meant that even in my absence, this stronghold could function autonomously, allowing me to venture boldly towards my own execution ground. Yes, you heard correctly. My own execution ground. I donned a metallic mask and, accompanied by Milna, ventured to the port. In Aoya Island, I had become a figure of considerable repute. Upon my arrival, the port workers greeted me with utmost respect. Yet, a freshly arrived pirate crew, upon spotting my fully metallic battleship, became enraptured with greed. Despite warnings from others about the ship's worth and my formidable influence, one reckless pirate, blinded by avarice, insisted on approaching to seize a piece of the prize. They indeed followed us. I was lounging on the deck, enjoying a massage from Milna, when a ship SAI, Enviwa, reported a vessel is in pursuit. In a good mood, I initially considered dismissing them. However, they persisted. The captain unleashed some power, propelling his entire ship like a cannonball towards us. Milna, brimming with excitement, shouted to engage in battle. I paid her no mind, calmly responding, "Let us engage." My ship was no mere decoration. While those landlubbers continued their cannon fire, I activated our weapon systems, launching 2 missiles. Though the pirate captain demonstrated impressive skill by exploding the missiles mid-air, his flimsy wooden ship could not withstand the onslaught, erupting into a fiery spectacle. He remained unscathed, floating in the air, furious and vowing revenge. Then came the most astonishing part. Enviwa activated the secondary protocol. Every cannon and missile bay on the battleship opened, creating a scene reminiscent of Transformers. The pirate captain's face turned pale at the sight, and he turned to flee. But it was too late. The ship's front deck split open, revealing a stout energy cannon. After a brief charge, a beam shot forth, vaporizing him entirely, leaving no trace behind. Enviwa calmly reported, "Target neutralized." Dealing with such scum required no effort on my part. This vessel was my flagship, designed specifically to test new toys. The efficacy of the energy weapons surpassed expectations, allowing me to commence my next plan. Days later, the ship transported us to a deserted island. This world lacked satellites, and Enviwa's remote control range was limited. Before departing, I issued new orders: expand, establish branch bases, and, most importantly, begin constructing my ultimate dream of an aerial battleship. Indeed, how could a pirate be without a ship? My ship was destined to soar through the skies. While I envisioned a future, I turned to find Milna climbing a tree to forage for wild fruits, her face smeared with juice. I feared she might disrupt the island's ecosystem, so I hastily fashioned a makeshift raft and set off. Luckily, we didn't drift far before encountering a merchant vessel. With newfound wealth, we easily secured passage on a favorable ship. Afterward, we switched to an airship, where I heard news of myself. Have you heard? 3 years ago, Wang Lufei is to be publicly executed in 4 days. Oh, that supernova. What a pity it has caught the attention of the world government. Truly unfortunate. As I listened to these discussions, the corners of my mouth nearly reached my ears beneath my mask. Fall? Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Unexpectedly, Myrna, in her naivete, blurted out, "My lord, are you truly going to fall?" I nearly choked. I tapped her on the head and replied, somewhat exasperated, "Did I come all this way just to surrender and meet my demise?" She merely chuckled and said it didn't matter since she had already sold herself to me. I was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, in the super prison of Guizhou, my avatar was being relentlessly brainwashed by an inmate named Sikong Toshing, who was urging me to join their grand escape plan. I couldn't be bothered to even acknowledge him. It was absurd. I had already sensed that the entire prison was under the control of a formidable general. Escape? A foolish dream. My plan was never to break out from within, but to wait until they brought me to the execution platform outside. And guess what? That Sikong Toshing buzzed in my ear for a solid 2 years. His incessant chatter almost wearing me down, yet I didn't respond even once. Let me tell you, this guy was a complete chatterbox, insisting on dragging me into this escape scheme. Whenever he paused for breath, he would scurry back to a corner to hold secret meetings with a shadowy figure. It was laughable. I had seen through their little antics long ago, and they thought they could communicate in invisible text to avoid my notice. How naive. The shadowy figure asked him, "Have you succeeded?" Sikong Toshing shook his head, looking frustrated, and typed, "No, that kid won't budge." Yet, the shadowy figure remained persistent. "Keep trying. We must get him to join." At this point, Sikong Toshing was displeased and began to boast. Is he really that important? If he were outside, the bounty of 3 billion, could take him down in one move. I nearly burst out laughing at that. Goodness, what version of reality was he living in? He might have been a threat 3 years ago, but now? You better pray we don't cross paths outside. The shadowy figure seemed equally exasperated, typing a retort, "You're overestimating yourself. Just don't get yourself killed." Then they revealed crucial information, stating that I possessed an ability to directly destroy the magical gold prison. Oh, now Sikong Toshing was no longer composed. His eyes lit up with realization. He finally understood that without me, their escape plan was worthless. Alas, their spirited conversation was in vain, for I had no intention of playing their game. Meanwhile, the outside world had erupted into chaos. My beloved daughter, Moya, was steering her colossal ship, the Ark Titan, directly towards Guizhou. Newspapers around the globe blared headlines. Pirate King Luffy to be publicly executed tomorrow. It was a spectacle indeed, as crowds gathered outside Guizhou, setting up rows of tents, with all manner of strange beings arriving. Most were not there to witness my execution. They had heard the Ark Titan was coming, and, like cats sensing fish, sought to profit from the ensuing chaos. With my observation hockey, I scanned the crowd and spotted many familiar faces. Perched in a tree, Kaiselin was aiming a sniper rifle at the execution platform. Oh, 3 years apart, and she had grown bold enough to target me? This girl was intriguing. Not far off, another figure in a black cloak leaned against a tree. It was Liluya. She had also grown stronger, her sharpness now concealed like a treasured blade waiting to be drawn, eagerly observing my next move. On another side, my proud first mate, Qingyun, was also wrapped in a black cloak, plotting a rescue route. She was even complaining to her shadow about Yajun, fearing that Yajun might usurp her position. Ridiculous. Meanwhile, Yajun, my little chef, was sitting beneath a large rock, meditating. 3 years had passed, and her hair had grown longer, making her even more striking and androgynous enough to have turned many heads. Beside her lay the gluttonous dragon Aten, now with an even larger belly, snoring away. Onren had also arrived, walking barefoot with each step leaving a lotus illusion, making her way leisurely from several kilometers away. As I sensed all of this, warmth filled my heart. After 3 years, my companions had all become so formidable. Just as I was lost in thought, the little girl Myrna suddenly pointed to the Xianzai hulu at my waist and asked, "My lord, what is inside this gourd? Can it be eaten?" Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Let me tell you, the most perplexing thing in these past 3 years had been that wretched gourd. I had been like a lovesick fool, hoping to win it over with time, yet the little spirit inside merely slept or rolled over, completely ignoring me. In that instant, a phrase flashed through my mind. To see one's true nature is to be sincere. To keep thinking of it is to reach the spiritual mountain. Suddenly I understood. Here I was, a powerful figure wielding the golden cudgel, reduced to a lovesick fool for a mere gourd for 3 years. Who could understand my plight? My CPU was on fire. I had placed too much importance on it. Realizing this, I unhooked the gourd and handed it to Myrna. You can have a look. The little girl took it, opened it, and exclaimed, "Wow, a little spirit. It doesn't look very meaty. It must not taste good." With a lack of interest, she returned it to me. Yet, just as she closed the gourd, I distinctly sensed a surge of murderous intent erupting from within. The little spirit had not been asleep. It had been wide awake, observing all my efforts over the past 3 years, yet remained indifferent. At that moment, I had a singular thought. A lovesick fool meets a dreadful end. However, my mindset had evolved. It was unnecessary to fuss over it. So I casually hung the gourd back in my waist. The next day, the moment of execution finally arrived. I was led out of the prison, Sikong Toshin gritting his teeth behind me. "I'd rather die than cooperate with you. Let's see how you meet your end," he whispered to the shadowy figure, preparing to take advantage of the chaos when the general made a move to escape. I was brought up to the high platform, the crowd below roaring like a concert. The executioner shouted for me to kneel. What a joke. I stood tall, surveying my surroundings, then gazed skyward with a slight smile. The show was about to begin. Boom! The clouds above were torn asunder, the shadow of the Arc Titan casting a vast shadow over the execution ground. Simultaneously, 2 figures surged from either side, charging towards the platform. All things were reduced to ashes, and blades flowed like fire. Yajun drew her sword, unleashing a blazing arc towards me. Bankai, Senbenzakura, Kageyoshi, countless cherry blossom petals swirled, instantly dispersing the flames. Liluya materialized before Yajun, blocking her path. Goodness, was this a scene from a Shinigami film? Right off the bat with the Bankai, seeing time was of the essence. Yajun wasted no time. Bankai, Zanatizo Shinko. She transformed into a blazing inferno. Liluya, not to be outdone, unleashed her own grand move, the manifestation of Senbenzakura, one clad in a fiery robe, the other in pink battle armor. They clashed fiercely, sparks and cherry blossoms flying everywhere, creating a scene of utter devastation. Above, a dragon's roar echoed as General Cuddy emerged riding the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Goodness, was he channeling the spirit of a cardmaster? He pointed at Moya on the arc, bellowing, "Moya, are you trying to hijack the execution ground?" Moya laughed heartily. "Of course. A handsome guy like you can't just die like this seeking death." General Cuddy immediately flung several cards, summoning Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Electric Dragon, and Magic Sorcerer. 3 summoning circles appeared out of thin air, unleashing dragon breath, electromagnetic storms, and meteor showers upon Moya. Moya merely extended a hand. Gravitational field. All attacks vanished in an instant. With another gesture, she halted the meteors and hurled them back. The sky lit up in a dazzling display, like a fireworks show. On the other side, Qingyun was also intercepted. A vice admiral, exuding molten lava, stood before her. This was none other than Shiri, the father of the aristocrat I had defeated 3 years ago. Without a word, he unleashed a massive fire attack, a colossal molten fist barreling towards her. Did she fear the magma fruit? I had given her the tremor fruit. ISNT this the war at the summit? Qingyun unleashed a punch that shattered the air. The atmosphere cracked under the force, and her magma fist obliterated everything in an instant. Subsequently, she struck with both fists, causing the earth to lament in despair. The ground fissured, threatening to engulf the execution ground. Rising Sun clapped his hands against the earth, triggering a volcanic eruption that unleashed a torrent of lava, blocking the seismic tremors. The 3 battlefields were at a stalemate. Yajun's trump card, the gluttonous Dragon Atan, attempted to sneak up quietly, but its size instantly gave it away, and it was swiftly knocked to the ground by the Qingyun by Long summoned by Liluya, the 2 dragons tumbling into a chaotic heap. Yet, Qingyun's secret weapon proved to be effective. Her shadow partner emerged silently from the shadows of the high platform, delivering a punch that shattered the execution platform support. Boom! The high platform splintered into pieces, and the shackles on my hands were also shattered. I was engulfed in lightning, floating weightlessly in midair. I was liberated. In that instant, a steady voice resonated from the depths of the earth, echoing through the heavens. Capture Wang Lufei, regardless of life or death. In my name, a bounty of 5 billion. It was that admiral. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below, eager to seize an opportunity, went wild. 5 billion. Their gazes towards me resembled that of hungry wolves spotting their prey. Numerous bounty hunters, each with prices exceeding 1 billion, rushed from all directions, their deadly intentions clear. But I paid them no mind, even feeling a hint of amusement. I simply floated slowly in the air, calm and unhurried, embodying an air of tranquility. Fortunately, I restrained such thoughts, as above me loomed an admiral, and beneath my feet lay another. Should I become overly arrogant? The combined assault from both admirals would spell disaster. The confidence that allowed Lu Fei to act so brazenly sprang from a woman named Enrun, who approached barefoot. Upon witnessing the multitude of figures attacking Lu Fei, Enren's anger flared. Open the gates of hell. A golden scepter appeared in Enren's hand, which she swung forward, invoking the portal to the underworld. In an instant, the entire execution ground was enveloped by the ominous shadows of hell. As the domain of hell descended upon the execution site, 3 blood-red Buddha statues materialized beside Lu Fei, forming a protective triangle around him. Each of the 3 statues simultaneously struck forward, unleashing massive swastika-shaped handprints that repelled all figures rushing towards Lu Fei. Not only that, but those who were pushed back found themselves confronted by a battalion of ghostly soldiers led by ghost generals. At that moment, reinforcements from Guizhou City arrived at the battlefield. Observing this, Enrin pointed her golden scepter towards the reinforcements. Evil spirits rise. Countless tormented souls from hell, stripped of their shackles, ceased their anguished cries and surged towards the reinforcements. Enren's command temporarily lifted the punishments of the evil spirits, compelling them to fight for her. The direction of Enren's golden scepter signified the path of the malevolent spirits. This was the essence of the Lord of Hell. Faced with the oncoming horde of tormented souls, the elite reinforcements from Guizhou City, though unaccustomed to such a sight, displayed no fear, engaging in combat with the evil spirits. At that moment, Enrin stood alone, single-handedly confronting both the scattered individuals and the reinforcements from Guizhou City. The Hell Witch. A bounty of 40 billion on the Hell Witch. Enrin's imposing presence was easily recognized, and her name was uttered in terror. Over the past 3 years, since departing from Binhai City, Enrin had walked a path of slaughter. Along the way, she had incarcerated every criminal organization in the cities and dealt with any bandits or pirates foolish enough to challenge her beauty, casting them into hell. Originally, her efforts to eliminate bandits and pirates would have warranted such a high bounty from the world government. However, her actions against urban crime syndicates significantly elevated her bounty. Just as in Sanyuan City, these criminal organizations were intricately connected to various city officials. Therefore, their reports led to a dramatic rise in Enren's bounty. To date, her bounty had soared to a staggering 40 billion. Upon her identity being revealed, those who sought to capture Lu Fei for the 50 billion were struck with dread. A person's name, a tree shadow. They were well aware of Enren's notorious reputation for leaving no survivors. Understanding this, many began to waver in their resolve. Although Lu Fei's bounty of 50 billion seemed within reach, Enren's appearance made it clear that even if they managed to claim the reward, they would likely not survive to enjoy it. Consequently, many turned to flee. However, the ghost generals engaged in battle were relentless, unwilling to let escapees slip away. To the ghost generals, each fleeing figure represented a merit that could alleviate their own punishments. As the saying goes, if you do not enter hell, who will? Thus, the ghost generals, their eyes aglow with zeal, viciously pursued the fleeing individuals, determined to drag them into the underworld. At this moment, the entire execution ground had transformed into a battlefield. Above, Admiral Kat D clashed with Emoya, while on the ground, battles raged between Yejun and Lilia, Qingyun and Rising Sun. and in Ren, who fought alone against both sides. The situation appeared to be at a stalemate. Presently, the key to breaking this deadlock lay in two aspects. First, Lu Fei standing amidst the chaos, guarded by the shadowy beings of the Ying tribe. Second, the admiral stationed deep underground within Fanyuan City. At first glance, it seemed simple enough to break the deadlock. All that was needed was for the admiral within Fanyuan City to intervene, and the situation would undoubtedly tilt in favor of the world government. However, he could not act, or rather, the risk of doing so was too great. This admiral was required to remain stationed at Fanyuan City. Should he intervene, it would provide an opportunity for the many prisoners held within to attempt a breakout. This very opportunity was what Sikong Toshing and his associates had been waiting for. Thus, this admiral would go so far as to issue a bounty of 50 billion in an effort to capture Lu Fei rather than take action himself. Viewed in this light, it appeared that the advantage in breaking the deadlock had returned to Lu Fei. However, such a conclusion was evidently impossible. For Lu Fei and his companions faced the most formidable force in the world government. The moment the execution ground was shaken, Guizhou City had already transmitted the information. Reinforcements from the world government were racing to this location. In the far distance, a sudden red light illuminated the horizon. Like a great sun rising, the red light rapidly spread across the sky. Lu Fei, suspended in the air, gazed at the crimson glow, sensing the immense aura it radiated. Realizing that an admiral was en route. Should this admiral arrive, the outcome would undoubtedly be decided. Therefore, Lu Fei understood that the time had come. His plan had reached its culmination, entering the final stages. So, Lu Fei proclaimed loudly from the air, "I shall make my move." His declaration instantly captured the attention of all present, eager to witness how Lu Fei, the catalyst of this battle, would strike. Would he join the fray? Or would he assault Guizhou City? Under the gazes of the crowd, Lu Fei was enveloped in a multitude of lightning bolts, transforming into a colossal sphere of thunder. Thunder, unleashed in all directions. In an instant, the thunderball exploded, unleashing a torrent of lightning that engulfed the surroundings of the execution ground. Amidst the overwhelming spectacle and blinding flashes of lightning, Qingyun, Yajun, Anren, Itan, the beings of the Shadow Clan, and Lu Fei were all enveloped by the electric fury, transforming into radiant beams that vanished into the horizon. The mountains are high, and the waters are long. May we meet again in the days to come. As the lightning shot across the sky in all directions, the whereabouts of Lu Fei and his companions became uncertain, leaving behind only Lu Fei's boisterous laughter echoing through the skies. A brief silence fell over the scene, as many onlookers stared in astonishment at the lightning above. Is this an attack? Is it not simply a retreat? Indeed, while the dense lightning in the sky appeared formidable, it had not harmed a single blade of grass. This led the members of the world government, who had been secretly on guard, to feel a sense of mockery. At this moment, everyone realized that Lu Fei's strategy was one of deception, feigning a powerful offensive while actually executing an escape plan. After Lu Fei and his group disappeared, Maya, who was battling General Kadi in the skies, waved her hand, causing the Arc Titan to ascend into the air. Clearly, with Lu Fei's escape, Maya was also preparing to withdraw. Kadi, I had a splendid time this time. I hope for more delightful encounters in the future. With Maya's cheerful voice, the Arc Titan gradually vanished from above the city of Guizhou. Observing the disappearing vessel, General Kadi stood atop the Qingyan White Dragon, choosing not to pursue. Thus, within mere minutes, the once intense battle in Guizhou City fell eerily silent. At this juncture, the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle began to disperse, as there was no longer anything to behold. Those bearing bounties naturally seized the opportunity to swiftly leave the vicinity of the execution ground. "My lord, why was there no opportunity for me to strike?" Milna remarked, slightly disappointed. At that moment, Milna clung to Lu Fei's arm, and together they departed with the ebbing crowd. Hearing Milna's words, Lu Fei smiled wryly and replied, "Plans never survive contact with reality. I didn't expect Maya of the Titan Sky Pirates to join the fray. Originally, Lu Fei's plan was for him to engage in combat should a general intervene. However, Maya's arrival necessitated that the general intercept her, leaving Lu Fei without an opportunity to act. Milna was intended to be Lu Fei's trump card against the reinforcement forces of Giju City. Yet, unexpectedly, Anren performed admirably, managing to engage on two fronts without revealing any signs of weakness. To be frank, Lu Fei had prepared for the worst. If two or more generals had intervened, he would have decisively abandoned this clone and ordered an immediate retreat. However, it now appeared that Lu Fei had overestimated the situation. Not only did the worst-case scenario not materialize, but there was also no opportunity to strike. Therefore, Lu Fei wore a resigned smile. Yet, after the resignation came joy. The growth of Qingyun, Yajun, and Anren had surpassed all his expectations. Lu Fei's plan had culminated in resounding success. Zizi the thunderstorm conjured during Lu Fei's escape had indeed inflicted harm upon someone. To be precise, it was Catherine, concealed within a large tree. Catherine's finger had remained poised on the trigger, yet she had refrained from pulling it. Even with numerous opportunities to strike, she had not discharged a single bullet. Watching Lu Fei's figure disappear, Catherine's body relaxed as she thought, "Our debts shall be settled upon our next meeting." Just as Catherine entertained this thought, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, catching her completely off guard and unprepared. Consequently, accompanied by sizzling sound, Catherine's body was momentarily electrified. How should one describe it? The damage was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. For that bolt of lightning undoubtedly conveyed to Catherine that she had been under Lu Fei's surveillance all along. Thus, after being shocked, Catherine's fair face flushed with anger. "Wang Lu Fei, you shall pay for this." After exclaiming in both embarrassment and fury, Catherine clutched her gun and departed, intent on pursuing Lu Fei to exact her revenge. Within Giju City, a brawny man with a face full of flesh suddenly opened his eyes. "Lu Fei, I never imagined your scheme would be so grand, utilizing Giju City to forge your own renown. Lu Qingfeng has indeed raised a fine son. However, can you truly evade the retribution of Giju City?" Having observed the entire execution of Lu Fei, he had nearly discerned Lu Fei's intentions. He was the very man who had previously cared for Lu Fei and knew his true name. Yet he clearly held little faith in Lu Fei, just as he had doubted Lu Fei's ability to make his name resound across the world. Although Lu Fei had been expelled from the Lu family, he was evidently still influenced by them, or rather, by his father, Lu Chengfeng. It is not difficult to discern that this brawny man, along with Maya and General Kadi, were all drawn to Lu Fei because of Lu Chengfeng. Shortly after Lu Fei's group vanished, a red light spread across the skies of Giju City, accompanied by an enraged voice. "Kadi, how could you allow them all to escape?" The voice grew closer, culminating in the appearance of a blazing red sun above Giju City, felt by all within as a searing heat and powerful presence. The one arriving was none other than General Qiyang. Upon hearing Qiyang's inquiry, Kadi calmly retracted his cards and countered, "Are you blind? Did you not see me intercept the Titan Sky pirates?" "Oof." Qiyang scoffed disdainfully. "A mere Maya, and you cannot even capture her? You are unworthy of being a general." "Oh, is that so?" Kadi feigned surprise, staring at Qiyang as if meeting him for the first time. "Then it seems you are prepared to engage in a proper contest of strength with the leader of the Titan Sky Pirates. Not bad. You are quite impressive. Maya hasn't gone far. I suggest you pursue her quickly." With that, Kadi pointed in the direction the Arc Titan had departed. The air fell silent for several seconds. As one of the 4 great sky pirate crews in the world, the leader of the Titan Sky Pirates was undoubtedly a figure at the pinnacle of the world. Thus, not only would it be foolish for one person to confront the entire Titan Sky Pirates, even a one-on-one with the leader would be a precarious endeavor for General Qiyang. To be precise, the likelihood of being utterly overwhelmed was quite high. Moreover, Maya was a core figure of the Titan Sky Pirates, controlling the Arc Titan entirely through her. Undoubtedly, should General Qiyang dare to apprehend Maya, the entire Titan Sky Pirates would come to her aid. Therefore, after Kadi's statement, General Qiyang did not move a muscle. After a few moments of silence, he pretended as if nothing had occurred and stubbornly declared, This does not absolve you of the fact that you allowed Wang Lu Fei to escape. With that, General Qiyong turned to leave, clearly unwilling to give General Kadi another chance to embarrass him. As the red sun above Giju City receded, a fiery light shot up from the execution ground, chasing after General Qiyong. This was Major Shiri, who had watched Lu Fei successfully escape and had been seething with impotent rage for quite some time. At that moment, another light soared from the execution ground and arrived beside General Kadi. This was Liyue, standing atop the Qingyan White Dragon. Liyue and General Kadi stood side by side, observing the retreating figures of General Qiyong and Shiri. Liyue inquired, "Is that General Qiyong? He appears quite formidable." In response, General Kadi smirked and remarked, "I cannot ascertain his true strength, but he certainly puts on a grand show. Each time he makes an appearance, it's as if he wishes to announce his presence to the entire world." General Kadi's words incisively captured General Qiyong's intentions. Indeed, it was merely a journey, utterly unnecessary to create such a spectacle. Such a display was clearly intended to impress. Upon hearing General Kadi's comment, Liyue asked, "Has Wang Lu Fei truly been allowed to escape?" As a daughter, she was well aware of her father, General Kadi's, genuine prowess. Thus, Liyue recognized that if General Kadi were truly engaged, Emoyu would undoubtedly be unable to withstand him. This prompted her inquiry. General Kadi, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance and replied, "He cannot escape. The world government will never permit a publicly condemned criminal to flee from Giju City. Soon, they will dispatch a general to pursue him. Judging by Qiyong's demeanor, he will likely volunteer for the task." Upon hearing General Kadi's words, a flicker of concern crossed Liyue's eyes as she questioned, "Then, will he not perish?" General Kadi laughed heartily. "That will not be the case. His father is no ordinary man. Even I may not be able to kill him." "What?" Liyue was taken aback, suddenly realizing the unusual status of Lu Fei. General Kadi continued, "Wang Lu Fei, originally named Lu Fei, was disowned by the Lu family. Few know of him, yet his father is renowned, Lu Qingfeng, known as the Emperor of a land." Liyue could hardly believe it, the one with a bounty of 9 billion. Hailed as the Emperor of the land, Lu Qingfeng. General Kadi nodded affirmatively, adding, "The expulsion of Lu Fei from the Lu family was orchestrated by Lu Qingfeng himself. The circumstances are intricate, and apart from Lu Qingfeng, no one is privy to the details. However, based on my understanding of Lu Qingfeng, he is not the sort to act unjustly. Therefore, as Lu Qingfeng's son, Lu Fei is unlikely to meet a simple end. Let us wait and see how Lu Fei navigates this situation." General Kadi then cast a glance at his daughter, advising, "You need not concern yourself with the forthcoming events. Otherwise, even I may not be able to protect you." Liyue nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, her mind was occupied with thoughts of Wang Lu Fei, and Lu Qingfeng. Is it true that Lu Fei has relied solely on his father to reach this point? Liyue held a skeptical view of General Kadi's assertions. Her interactions with Lu Fei suggested he was not merely under the influence of Lu Qingfeng. Rather, Lu Fei appeared to be forging his own path, gathering companions, willingly being captured, and storming the execution grounds. Despite her doubts regarding General Kadi's statements, Liyue concealed her skepticism and prepared to observe quietly, as General Kadi had advised. Meanwhile, in the distance, General Qiyong and Shiri continued their conversation. Shiri expressed indignantly that Kadi fellow deliberately allowed Wang Lu Fei to escape. General Qiyong nodded slightly. Kadi may be scheming something, but there is no doubt Wang Lu Fei will not evade capture. By tomorrow at the latest, the world government will send a general after him. I will actively volunteer for this mission, and together we shall eliminate him." As anticipated by General Kadi, General Qiyong intended to volunteer to capture Lu Fei, and even planned to eliminate him in the process. Far away, on the Arc Titan, Emoya stood with her back to the towering guardian, gazing at her palm. In her hand, a surge of electricity pulsed rhythmically. Earlier, amidst the tempest of thunder, Lu Fei had enveloped a message in lightning and transmitted it to Emoya. She extended her finger and gently tapped, causing the electric energy to unfurl like a letter. "Big sister, thank you for your assistance. though it is not needed. Furthermore, when we meet again, I must invite you aboard my ship. Moments later, as the electricity dissipated, Emoya, having read the message, wore a captivating smile. Lu Fei, you are growing rapidly, both in courage and ambition. Do you truly believe your ship can accommodate me? Beyond Giju City, in the wilderness, a flash of lightning descended from the sky, revealing Lu Fei and his companions. As they landed, Qing Yun and Yejun rushed towards Lu Fei, eager to embrace him after 3 years apart. However, a golden scepter blocked their path, halting their advance. Enrun had intervened. Noticing the obstruction, Qing Yun and Yejun instinctively pointed at Enrun, asking Lu Fei, "Who is she?" Clearly, they regarded Enrun with hostility. The situation arose because, despite her masked visage, Enrun's flawless feet, unblemished hands, and the aura she exuded unmistakably indicated that she was a formidable adversary. As the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Fei swiftly embraced the 3 girls, employing his reliable tactic. One good move can conquer all. As he looked at the 3, who were as docile as kittens in his arms, he gradually introduced them to one another. Meanwhile, the Dragon of Culinary Delights, Atan, and the Shadow Clan creature observed silently from the sidelines. After about 10 minutes, Lu Fei finally released the 3, stating earnestly, in the coming days, "We may face pursuit from a general, so we must unite and confront this crisis together." Lu Fei's words cast a serious pall over everyone. The general, the pinnacle of the world government's strength, the cornerstone of its dominion. Even though they had confidence in their abilities, none would dare claim they could overpower a general. However, the pressure brought by the general was merely that pressure, not fear. While they could not overpower a general, they were not without means of retaliation. During the earlier assault on the execution grounds to rescue Lu Fei, it seemed that General Cuddy had not intervened, raising suspicions of a deliberate allowance of Lu Fei's escape. Yet, how could the 3 have truly unleashed their full potential? Take Yejun, for instance. In her battle against Liluya, she had only drawn the blade. Lu Rinruohua from its sheath. Throughout the encounter, her ice blade, Bing Lun Wan, remained untouched. Clearly, with the arrival of Atan and the Shadow Clan creature, it was evident that Yejun and Qing Yun had employed a strategy of diversion. While it appeared they were engaging directly, their true aim was to distract the enemy, allowing Atan and the Shadow Clan creature to strike from the shadows. Of course, Atan's covert plan had utterly failed. However, the Shadow Clan creature achieved remarkable success, demolishing the platform and rescuing Lu Fei. On the surface, that was the case. In reality, Lu Fei could have easily freed himself from the shackles he bore if he so desired. At present, Lu Fei's plan has achieved resounding success, culminating in a complete retreat for all involved. Before Lu Fei and his companions lies the imminent threat of being pursued by a formidable admiral. Under the culinary expertise honed by Yejun over 3 years, the group indulged in a satisfying feast that night. After dinner, they reclined against the rotund belly of Atan, reminiscing about their experiences over the past 3 years. The following day, the front pages of all newspapers were dominated by Lu Fei's audacious second escape from the confines of the notorious Guizhou city. Such an event had never transpired since the establishment of the world's largest prison, and in recent years, no criminal had ever managed to escape during a public execution carried out by the world government. This act was akin to delivering a resounding slap in the face of the world government, one that reverberated loudly. The World Report, the official newspaper of the world government and the most widely circulated publication globally, proclaimed Pirate King Lu Fei a villain of the highest order. Bounty set at 2 billion. An additional bounty of 5 billion has been placed on him by Guizhou City. The world government has dispatched an admiral for his capture. This marked the first occasion the world government labeled Lu Fei as a notorious criminal, underscoring their fury. Although Lu Fei did not demonstrate his true strength during the escape, resulting in a bounty linked solely to his perceived abilities, the 5 billion bounty added by the admiral of Fengyuan City, while leveraging the reputation of Guizhou City, effectively raised Lu Fei's true bounty to a staggering 7 billion. More crucially, It was evident that the 7 billion Lu Fei possessed only a mere 2 billion in actual strength. Thus, it was foreseeable that Lu Fei would become an irresistible target for numerous bounty hunters. Furthermore, the World Report openly declared its intent to send an admiral to pursue Lu Fei, signaling the determination of the world government to capture or even eliminate him. However, this was merely the official stance of the world government, while other newspapers of comparable influence, such as the Liberty Report, which champions freedom of speech and ranks as the second largest in circulation worldwide, presented a contrasting narrative. Pirate King Lu Fei, a successful escapee from Guizhou City, has gained considerable notoriety. Having escaped from Guizhou City once more, he had now become a well-known pirate on a global scale. It seemed as though something significant was heralding a new era with Lu Fei and his companions. In recent years, under the oppressive regime of the world government, few dared to openly challenge its authority, especially not a newcomer like Lu Fei. Perhaps Lu Fei symbolized the dawn of a new epoch, an era of freedom. In the coverage of the Liberty Report, Lu Fei and Run, Qing Yun, and Ye Jun emerged as the heralds of this new era. In other words, as heroes. The World Report and the Liberty Report reported on Lu Fei's exploits in starkly different tones, both simultaneously publishing the bounties on Lu Fei and his companions. Pirate King Lu Fei, bounty 2 billion. Pirate Hell Witch, bounty 45 billion. Pirate Flame Griller, bounty 32 billion. Pirate Shattering Tremor, bounty 39 billion. Pirate Dragon of Delicacies, bounty 25 billion. Pirate Shadow, bounty 25 billion. Due to Lu Fei's influence, the previous wanted statuses of others were annulled, and they were collectively recognized as pirates. Furthermore, both the Dragon of Delicacies, a Tan, and the Shadow Clan creatures were now wanted. Ironically, Lu Fei, as the leader, held the lowest bounty among them, which was somewhat embarrassing. The group gathered around Lu Fei, examining the two newspapers. Initially, Qing Yun and Ye Jun were displeased that their bounties were lower than in Ren's, but upon discovering that Lu Fei's bounty was the least, they all erupted into laughter, even Tan and the Shadow beings joined in. Faced with this, Lu Fei could only display a resigned expression. It was not that he did not wish to showcase his prowess, but rather that he had no opportunity to do so. Surely, he could not engage in trivial skirmishes merely to flaunt his status as the leader, for that would lack any true significance. While the World Report expressed the anger of the world government, the Liberty Report fanned the flames, mocking the government's ineptitude. Meanwhile, in the Lu family, Lu Qingfeng held both newspapers, his gaze fixed upon the World Report's declaration of the world government's impending pursuit of Lu Fei. Notorious criminal, new era, he murmured to himself, pondering, Lu Fei, can you truly usher in a new era? He coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Compared to 3 years prior, his condition had worsened. More accurately, his injuries had reached a critical state. Lu Fei, it seems I shall not witness your rebirth. Let be. Allow me to observe, with this frail body, whether you can indeed open the door to a new era. As soon as he spoke, Lu Qingfeng's figure vanished from the room. Meanwhile, the world government headquarters was embroiled in discussions regarding which admiral to dispatch for Lu Fei's capture when Admiral Qi Yang voluntarily stepped forward. Suddenly, a defiant voice resounded throughout the world government headquarters. I, Lu Huang, hereby challenge all 5 admirals of the world government simultaneously tomorrow. At that moment, every action within the headquarters came to a halt. The next instant, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the premises, an alert triggered only by significant threat. The alarm's blare confirmed that the voice belonged to Lu Huang, the one with a bounty of 90 billion. For only he warranted such a response from the world government headquarters. Subsequently, the headquarters entered a state of emergency, halting the planned pursuit of Lu Fei and his companions. The declaration of challenge issued by Lu Huang captured the full attention of the world government. The news of Lu Huang's simultaneous challenge to all 5 admirals spread at an unimaginable speed. Newspapers such as the World Report and the Liberty Report hastily published special editions. In the morning, the public was engrossed in the affairs of Lu Fei and his companions. By the afternoon, all discussions had shifted to Lu Huang's challenge. Compared to Lu Fei's second escape, Lu Qingfeng's bold challenge to the world government evidently drew far more attention. After all, the former merely served as a slap to the face of the world government, with the public largely playing the role of spectators, while the latter represented a truly significant event capable of altering the global landscape. Soon, the world government headquarters deliberated on which 5 admirals would engage in battle with Lu Huan. To be precise, aside from those admirals stationed at Fengyuan City, who were unable to move, only 5 were free to act. The discussions primarily revolved around whether to employ more extreme measures against Lu Huan, rather than confronting him directly. The world government leaned towards alternative methods of annihilating him. However, ultimately, 2 factors compelled the world government to accept Lu Huan's challenge. First, they were acutely aware of Lu Qingfeng's condition, as it was the world government itself that had inflicted his injuries. Second, Lu Qingfeng had publicly challenged the world government. To preserve their dignity, and considering Lu Qingfeng's grievous state, the world government resolved to confront him head-on. Thus, the world government dispatched 5 admirals to confront Lu Qingfeng's challenge head-on. In the wilderness, Lu Fei gazed at the latest newspaper, his expression one of bewilderment. To be fair, he and Qingyun had spent the entire morning deliberating on how to evade the admiral's pursuit, yet before they could reach a conclusion, they discovered that the world government had seemingly lost interest in him entirely. All the newspapers reported solely on the matter of the Lu Emperor challenging the world government. Lu Fei stared at the newspaper, the bounty of 9 billion on the wanted poster casting a profound shadow in his eyes. Upon the unsealing of his memories, Lu Fei immediately recognized the individual on the wanted poster. It was his father, Lu Qingfeng. It was this realization that made Lu Fei sense the gravity of the situation. Just as he had orchestrated a significant event, his father, through his actions, had swiftly overshadowed his reputation. At that moment, Lu Fei felt as though he were enveloped in the shadow of Lu Qingfeng. No matter what he accomplished, it paled in comparison to a single act of his father. Fortunately, Lu Fei had drawn a clear line between himself and Lu Qingfeng. Thus, his concern was not for his father's reputation, but rather the deeper implications of his father's actions. Judging from the memories and the newspaper reports, Lu Qingfeng's actions not only showcased his own strength, but also appeared to undermine Lu Fei's standing. Lu Qingfeng was suppressing Lu Fei's fame. Originally, after successfully escaping imprisonment for the second time, Lu Fei had begun to make a name for himself on the world stage, thanks to the publicity from the World Report and the Liberty Report. However, with Lu Qingfeng's intervention, Lu Fei found the attention he received greatly diminished. This felt strikingly akin to a suppression of his renown. Indeed, Lu Fei had orchestrated this grand event to ensure his name echoed across the globe. Lu Qingfeng's actions, in a certain sense, had derailed Lu Fei's plans. This was the contemplation that occupied Lu Fei's mind as he pondered whether Lu Qingfeng was truly intent on undermining him. The next day, the world watched with bated breath as the outcome of the Lu Emperor's challenge to the 5 admirals unfolded rapidly. The Lu Emperor fell, while the 5 admirals sustained grave injuries. This was the headline of the Liberty Report, accompanied by an image of a gray wanted poster. A wave of sorrow emanated from the Liberty Report. If the old era were to conclude, then let my death herald the dawn of a new age. These were the words the Lu Emperor spoke to all before his demise. In a final clash, he sacrificed his body to endure the 5 admirals' onslaught, ultimately perishing, but not before severely wounding 3 of them to the brink of death, while 2 others were left gravely injured. However, as long as they did not die on the spot, the world government had the capacity to heal these injured admirals, leading the reports to state merely that the Lu Emperor had gravely injured the 5 admirals. As for the Lu Emperor's last words, they proclaimed the advent of a new era. Due to the injuries sustained by the 5 admirals, even if they could be healed, the treatment process would inevitably create a vacancy in the world government's elite forces. Thus, for everyone, the absence of these high-level powers represented an opportunity for many things. Ultimately, the Liberty Report evaluated the event in its own tone. A monarch of the old era, through his own life, had ushered in the dawn a new age. There could be no better opportunity, no finer era than this. Let us embark, for the sake of freedom, in the narrative of the Liberty Report. The death of the Lu Emperor was not an end, but rather the beginning of a new epoch. It was foreseeable that in the time to come, the world government grip would weaken. Conversely, the World Report presented a starkly different perspective, reporting that the Lu Emperor had been slain while the world government upheld justice, establishing a resplendent image for itself. On board the Ark Titan, Moya contemplated the gray wanted poster in her hands, her emotions in turmoil. Uncle Chungfeng, you have finally been liberated. At that moment, a giant guardian approached, delivering the latest command from the captain. Due to the death of the Lu Emperor, the Titan air pirates would soon make significant moves, instructing Moya to return the Ark Titan to base. With a wave of her hand, the Ark Titan, which had previously been flying aimlessly, pivoted and soared towards the Titan air pirates base. Lu Fei, the path ahead, you truly must tread alone. Moya's softly spoken words were swept away by the fierce winds of the high skies. At a certain base of the world government, within a villa, Admiral Cuddy reclined on his bed, his body wrapped in bandages, his left hand clutching a newspaper while his right hung with a nutrient for. As one of the 5 admirals who had personally experienced the battle and had been gravely injured by the Lu Emperor, Admiral Cuddy was acutely aware of the underlying truth. From the reports, it was clear that the Liberty Report was far more impartial, devoid of bias. The World Report, conversely, largely focused on promoting the Lu Emperor's final words and the injuries of the admirals, neglecting to report on the full context. Thus, Admiral Cuddy was reading the Liberty Report. As he gazed at the gray wanted poster, a smile suddenly broke across his face, and he chuckled heartily. Ha ha, Lu Qingfeng, you have finally perished. A sharp intake of breath followed as his laughter exacerbated his injuries, prompting him to curse. That damn Lu Qingfeng, if he was to die, must he inflict such heavy blows on me? Nearby, Lu Luya, who was caring for her father, snatched the newspaper from Admiral Cuddy's grasp, feigning anger. Father, please take care of your injuries. Hearing his daughter's concern, Admiral Cuddy's smile broadened, yet he still felt compelled to explain. Lu Luya, it's all right. Lu Qingfeng knows how to exercise restraint. Although I appear gravely wounded, I will recover in 3 months. They're far worse off than I am, especially that fellow Qiang, whose bones are nearly shattered. You won't be able to get out of bed for 2 or 3 years. I suspect my 3-month recovery is a result of Lu Qingfeng's vengeance for imprisoning his son for 3 years. Otherwise, I should have healed more swiftly. That said, Lu Qingfeng truly does not suffer losses. He has struck hard against me. It has been so long since I sustained injuries. I am somewhat unaccustomed to it. Admiral Cuddy's words left Lu Luya perplexed. Clearly, the Lu Emperor Lu Qingfeng is a wanted man, while her father is an admiral. Why do they seem to share such a good relationship? Noticing Lu Luya's confusion, Admiral Cuddy spoke earnestly. Lu Luya, this world is gray. White could turn black, and black can become white. Take Qiang's family. Although they are admirals, they engage in dark deeds, rendering me their adversary. Lu Qingfeng, however, is different. Though he is a wanted man, he has never committed any heinous acts far nobler than Qiang. Moreover, his being wanted is not by his own volition. Just as his son Lu Fei was wrongfully accused in Guizhicheng, the origin of which was a person using him to gain merit. In this gray world, there are countless matters beyond one's control. It is vital to remain steadfast and clear of conscience. Lu Luya listened, somewhat comprehending, and asked, Father, what is your relationship with Lu Qingfeng? Admiral Cuddy's eyes glistened with nostalgia. In the past, he and I embarked on numerous adventures together. Eventually, he was summoned back to his family while I joined the world government. He served his family and became a wanted man, ultimately rising to the status of a bounty of 9 billion as the Land Emperor. As for me, I ascended step by step to the rank of admiral. Setting aside our respective identities, we were, in essence, good friends. Upon hearing this, Lu Luya appeared even more perplexed. Why then did you personally slay him? With a faint smile, Admiral Cuddy replied. Thus, we were both trapped by circumstances. As an admiral of the world government, he challenged it, and I was compelled to engage. His death was not at my hands. He sought his own demise. Even without this confrontation, he would not have survived for long, rather than fading quietly into oblivion. It was preferable for him to pave the way for future generations with his shattered body. Furthermore, the reason he instigated this battle was solely to prevent us admirals from pursuing his son, Liu Fei, which was his final act of paternal love. As Lilia prepared to speak, Admiral Cuddy anticipated her question. Thus, he raised a hand to halt her words, saying, Lilia, I am aware of your curiosity. However, I must inform you that this matter is exceedingly complex and far-reaching. At present, you lack the qualifications to grasp its intricacies. Therefore, I can only reveal that Liu Qingfeng's injuries are a consequence of the world government, and indeed, his family is the Liu family within the world government. For Liu Qingfeng, death is a form of liberation. His son, Liu Fei, was expelled from the Liu family as part of his scheme. Being born into a prominent family, such as the Liu family, is not necessarily a blessing. Observing Lilia's bewildered expression, Admiral Cuddy shifted the topic. Lilia, you're now free to seek out Liu Fei. Given that all 5 of us admirals are currently incapacitated, the world government lacks the resources to deploy admirals for his capture. Therefore, only vice admirals are dispatched. Qiang will undoubtedly send Suri. You shall represent me and observe the unfolding events. Before Admiral Cuddy could finish, his communicator chimed. Furrowing his brow, he activated the device, and Admiral Qi Yang's voice resonated. Cuddy, lend me your dual space card. I need to send my son Suri to pursue Wang Lufei. The authoritative tone of Admiral Qi Yang prompted Admiral Cuddy to flatly refuse. No, I fear your son might misappropriate my card. Oomph. Admiral Qi Yang scoffed. This is merely a notification. The Marshal's resource allocation order will soon reach you. With that, Admiral Qi Yang terminated the communication. Due to the valuable possessions held by admirals, which are difficult to borrow, the resource allocation order issued by the Marshal came into existence. This order signifies that the world government endorses the borrowing of the item. Regardless of loss or damage, compensation will be provided. Typically, an allocation order implies that there are no significant grounds for refusal, hence Admiral Qi Yang's assertive tone regarding Admiral Cuddy's card. Gazing at the disconnected communicator, Admiral Cuddy's furrowed brow relaxed, even revealing a smirk. Ah, Qiang, you attempt to leverage the Marshal against me, but alas, this time, you have unwittingly delivered your son to his grave. What? Lilia was taken aback by Admiral Cuddy's words. With a cold chuckle, Admiral Cuddy earnestly addressed his daughter. Lilia, do not underestimate Liu Fei. Even I have not fully comprehended his strength. Though he did not act during the prison break, he displayed no signs of panic throughout. I surmise he undoubtedly has contingencies in place. Admiral Cuddy's assessment evoked memories of Liu Fei's confident demeanor, prompting Lilia to nod unconsciously. Admiral Cuddy continued, furthermore, as you pursue Liu Fei, I must stress that you should not entertain the notion of truly capturing him. The individuals accompanying him are formidable adversaries, and I believe he possesses considerable strength himself. 3 years ago, I instructed you to apprehend him merely to expose you to your peers, but now, I wish for you to grow through this experience. In Guizhou City, a robust man gazed at the newspaper in his hands, tears cascading down, soaking the wanted poster of Liu Qingfeng. Liu Qingfeng, you have chosen death as a path for others. It seems I shall not await your son as arrival here. In that case, I will seek him out. You have driven him from the Liu family, wishing for his demise. I shall protect him instead. Now you wish to pave his way, I will obstruct it. Once, you rejected my following. Today, I shall not allow you to succeed. The burly man murmured to himself before rising and heading toward the city walls. Shortly thereafter, the piercing sound of alarms echoed throughout Guizhou City. After 3 years, someone has successfully escaped from the prison once more. In the wilderness, Qing Yun, Yejun, and Enrun gazed anxiously at Liu Fei, who held the newspaper. Though they were unaware of the connection between Liu Fei and Liu Qingfeng, they understood that Liu Fei's ambition was to make a name for himself. Yet now, it appeared that his reputation had been overshadowed. This effectively rendered Liu Fei's subsequent plans a failure. However, to their astonishment, Liu Fei unexpectedly broke into a smile upon reading the news of his father's death. From a personal perspective, seeing his father's demise in the newspaper brought him a sense of relief, a most peculiar reaction. While most would be engulfed in sorrow upon learning of their father's death, Lu Fei exhibited a smile of release, a stark contrast to the norm. Yet in light of his past, this reaction becomes comprehensible in his memories. He had never experienced a father's love, and their interactions were few and far between. Moreover, Lu Fei had been subjected to his father's sealing of memories and subsequent expulsion from the Lu family, reduced to a fool. It is no exaggeration to say that in this world rife with crime and moral ambiguity, Lu Fei's ability to survive as a fool within the confines of Guizhou City is a stroke of immense fortune. Given such recollections, it is implausible for Lu Fei to shed tears. Conversely, not harboring hatred for such a father represents the utmost restraint on his part. The smile of relief expressed by Lu Fei signified that the pain inflicted by Lu Qingfeng and the Lu family within his memories had finally been resolved. Lu Fei tucked the newspaper away and turned to Qing Yun and the others. Each person here bore their own unwilling past, Qing Yun's impoverished existence, Yejun's status as a slave, and Ren's painful life. Perhaps that is the very reason for their convergence here. The past is behind us. The present and future are what truly matter. In Nord City, Lu Fei and Milna entered tavern. After smoothly departing from Guizhou City, Lu Fei and Milna kept an eye on the latest developments while leisurely making their way to where Lu Fei's clone awaited. According to the plan, should an admiral pursue them in a moment of crisis, Lu Fei's true self would intervene. Although it may appear that the clone and the true self possess identical abilities, in reality, Lu Fei's true self wields the Rui Jingu Bang. In the midst of a brewing conflict, with Lu Fei fully prepared and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, he was not without the means to stand his ground. Thus, in his intricate plans, whether it was the unforeseen incident at the execution ground or the subsequent pursuit, he was amply equipped. However, with Mo Ye arriving with the Arc Titan for support and Lu Qingfeng challenging the world government, Lu Fei's preparations became entirely redundant. Consequently, what should have been a hasty rush to his doppelganger's location transformed into a leisurely pace. Now, as Lu Fei stepped into the tavern, it was to alleviate the melancholy that lingered in his heart. The sorrow over his father's demise weighed heavily on him. "Owner, bring me 10 jin of the finest wine." Lu Fei addressed the tavern keeper directly. The proprietor, beaming with delight, approached eagerly. 10 jin of the finest wine. A big client indeed. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Fei, accompanied by Milna, who carried a jug of wine, exited the tavern. Clearly, Lu Fei had ventured into the city solely for the purpose of procuring wine. Once outside the city, they sought a secluded spot to pause. The reason for Lu Fei's choice of such a location stemmed from his apprehension about the potential commotion that might ensue. While it was true that he craved a drink, his method of indulging was anything but ordinary. He unsheathed the Zhan Xian Hu Lu from his waist and, upon opening it, retrieved the wine jug, much to Milna's bewilderment. Without hesitation, Lu Fei began pouring the wine from the jug into the gourd. For anyone aware of the Zhan Xian Hu Lu's secrets, this sight would surely leave them agog. Even Milna, who had seen the spirits within the gourd, was left speechless. Wasn't this akin to soaking the spirits in wine? Of course, Lu Fei had his rationale. Firstly, 3 years had passed, and the Zhan Xian Hu Lu had ignored him, which brewed a sense of indignation within him. Secondly, he thought that since the spirits within the gourd had shown him no respect, he would reciprocate in kind. After all, aside from the formidable spirits inside, the gourd was a top-tier treasure in its own right. As the name suggests, this gourd could nurture not only spirits but other substances as well. In theory, the exquisite wine he was pouring should also be capable of being nurtured. Thus, what Lu Fei was attempting was an experiment of sorts. 10 jin of wine clearly exceeded the gourd's apparent capacity, yet as the jug emptied, there was no indication that the Zhan Xian Hu Lu was nearing fullness. Even the weight of the gourd in Lu Fei's hand remained unchanged. Pleased with this outcome, Lu Fei nodded and capped the gourd. However, while Lu Fei was satisfied, the spirits within were far from pleased. The spirit, nestled at the base of the gourd, had anticipated that Lu Fei would peer inside as he had done before. To its astonishment, rather than Lu Fei's eyes, it was met with a cascade of wine. Faced with the deluge, the spirit had no choice but to intervene, keeping the liquid afloat in the upper part of the gourd to avoid drenching itself. After managing the wine, the spirit rose, brandishing two small knives, eager to rush out and strike down Lu Fei. Truth be told, since gaining consciousness, it had never endured such treatment. Those who had acquired it treated it like royalty. Even if not as a deity, at the very least, it was regarded as a precious possession. Otherwise, how could its usage involve requesting the treasure to turn around? Typically, those who did not adhere to this were swiftly dealt with by its flying knives. Yet Lu Fei was an anomaly. 3 years prior, the correct invocation he had uttered, though not met with a response, had nonetheless imposed limitations on the spirit's actions. Thus, the spirit was left with two choices: remain within the gourd and maintain its autonomy, or emerge and acknowledge Lu Fei as its master. Therefore, despite its fierce desire to eliminate Lu Fei, it could not act. At that moment, Lu Fei sensed a faint murderous intent emanating from within the gourd. However, instead of panic, a smile graced his lips, though he was unaware of the spirit's constraints. He was unperturbed by the prospect of its attack. His audacity stemmed from a newfound confidence. The Lu Fei of 3 years ago, even with the Ru Yi Jing Gu Bang in hand, would not have dared to provoke the Zhan Xian Hu Lu. Yet today, he possessed the capability to confront it head-on. In fact, should the spirit dare to strike, he would show it what a blow to the head truly entailed. The spirit within the gourd, seemingly noticing the smile on Lu Fei's face, became even more enraged. It hurled its knives at the wine above, and in an instant, countless flashes of blades filled the gourd, each drop of wine struck by the knives. Although the spirit was bound by rules that prevented it from annihilating the wine, it could still imbue the liquid with its essence. Thus, the spirit's current maneuver was akin to embedding its blade intent into the wine. Consequently, each drop of wine now bore the weight of knife. To drink this wine was tantamount to swallowing a blade. Moreover, this was no ordinary blade, but rather the spirit's Zhan Xian flying knives. Did Lu Fei wish to indulge in wine? The spirit resolved to ensure he did so with a twist. In its mind, it envisioned Lu Fei drinking the wine and suffering from internal turmoil. As this thought crossed its mind, a broad smile broke forth on its face. Typically, such a smile would be deemed as reveling in fantasy. That evening, Milna gnawed on a roasted wild boar while Lu Fei leaned against a large stone, pouring the contents of the Zhan Xian Hu Lu into his mouth. Under the eager gaze of the spirit and the puzzled stare of Milna, the radiant liquid flowed from the gourd into Lu Fei's mouth. In the next moment, Lu Fei's eyes widened in shock. With a crackle, thunderous light erupted from his mouth, a manifestation of his body's defensive mechanism activating. As the wine cascaded down his throat, the lightning surged throughout his body. The instant the wine touched his tongue, Lu Fei felt as if a multitude of knives were swirling within his mouth. When the effects of the wine permeated through his entire being, it felt as though his body was pierced by flying knives. This sensation was distinct from the endless agony of a blunt blade against flesh. Rather, it was a fierce stimulation, exciting every nerve and flooding his brain with information. Minutes later, the lightning subsided, and Lu Fei's once wide eyes gradually returned to normal. He then uttered a single word: delicious. The exclamation was so powerful that it caused Milna to drop the piece of meat she had been about to consume, her expression turning oddly incredulous. Is the spirit's bathwater this delectable? It seemed the reason for Milna's strange look was her belief that Lu Fei had transformed the wine into the spirit's bathing liquid. Lu Fei heard her words clearly and, without hesitation, raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning that struck Milna. Myrna convulsed for several seconds, then opened her mouth to emit a plume of black smoke, letting out a cry of distress. After punishing Myrna, Lu Fei, rather irked, remarked, "Were you thinking? This gourd can contain mountains and seas. A mere sip of wine is nothing. Even if it were multiplied 10,000 times, it wouldn't turn into a fairy's bathwater." With that, Lu Fei took another swig of wine, radiating electric sparks. It was no wonder he was so eager to drink again. The wine was simply exquisite. The exhilarating sensation it imparted was merely the beginning. More remarkably, the blade intent within the wine was fortifying Lu Fei's body. Truth be told, given Lu Fei's current physique, his growth had been quite sluggish. Yet now, The blade intent was not only inflicting damage, but also stimulating his body's self-repair. This was what one called bodily refinement. Lu Fei's body was gradually becoming more formidable through continuous cycles of harm and recovery. Bathed in electric light, Lu Fei gazed at the Zhanxian Hulu with newfound excitement. Although he could not manipulate the gourd directly, the indirect benefits it bestowed were perhaps even more advantageous. In fact, for Lu Fei, who already wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, the assistance from the Zhanxian Jiu Hulu in refining his body was more beneficial. After all, he currently lacked numerous foes to vanquish. Thus, in the shroud of night, a peculiar scene unfolded. Lu Fei's body sparkled with lightning. When the sparks faded, he would down another gulp of wine, only to be illuminated by electric light once more. In simpler terms, Lu Fei's form flickered in the darkness. Later in the night, after consuming the last of the wine, Lu Fei reluctantly sealed the Zhanxian Hulu. He then glanced at Myrna, who was blissfully asleep beside him, her mouth moving as if still savoring food in her dreams. Without a second thought, Lu Fei pulled her closer and cradled her in his arms. Myrna drowsily opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lu Fei, shifted slightly and resumed her slumber comfortably. Feeling the softness and warmth of Myrna in his embrace, Lu Fei peacefully closed his eyes. If one were to inquire why Lu Fei opted to sleep with Myrna, it was undoubtedly due to the chill that lingered after the effects of the wine had subsided. In the morning, Lu Fei found his breath somewhat labored. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Myrna beaming as she held him in her arms, her well-endowed figure pressing against half of his face. After a few seconds, Lu Fei snapped awake, his eyes wide with surprise as he jumped up and exclaimed, "Myrna, what are you doing?" Myrna slowly sat up, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she replied, "My lord, I was merely concerned your face might feel cold." At her words, Lu Fei could not help but point at Myrna's ample bosom, saying, "Is that your idea of keeping me warm? Are you trying to suffocate me?" Myrna waved her hand dismissively, retorting, "My lord, you are being overly cautious. With that physique of yours, you could only be emptied out by me. How could I possibly suffocate you?" With that, Myrna proudly puffed out her chest, showcasing her formidable prowess. Lu Fei found himself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding defeat in this morning's skirmish. Jiucheng, a city renowned for its winemaking, beckoned to Lu Fei and Myrna, who sought superior wine. Fortunately, it was not far from Jiucheng, merely a few thousand miles away, and their journey was completed in no time. Upon entering Jiucheng, Lu Fei and Myrna enjoyed a hearty lunch, during which they gleaned information that led them to the most prestigious wine shop in the city. However, upon arrival, Lu Fei received disheartening news. Aside from the wines up for auction, all the quality mass-produced wines had been purchased by a significant customer. Lu Fei had little interest in the auction wines, as he required a substantial quantity, especially for the base on Aoya Island, and his financial resources were rather limited. Thus, the fact that all the quality mass-produced wines had been acquired by another was quite vexing. After spending a small sum, Lu Fei managed to gather details about this major customer from the shop staff. The customer was none other than the renowned Lu family, who needed the wine for a grand funeral to accommodate the guests, following the death of a prominent figure within the family. Upon learning this, Lu Fei's expression grew complex. He had not anticipated discovering news of his father's funeral in such a manner. At this moment, the inability to procure wine was no longer Lu Fei's primary concern. A far more pressing decision lay before him. Should he attend his father's funeral? Emotionally, Lu Fei was reluctant to go. However, ethically, he felt obligated to attend. After all, Lu Qingfeng was undeniably his father. After much contemplation, Lu Fei resolved to attend, not only to find solace for himself, but also to witness the true nature of the Lu family. Nonetheless, it was inconceivable for Lu Fei to attend in person. Sending a clone would be the wisest choice. In his memories, aside from his father Lu Qingfeng, who had personally cast him out of the Lu family, there were also his stepmother and a younger brother residing within the household. True to the tropes of a melodrama, his stepmother harbored no affection for Lu Fei. She would seize any opportunity to withhold resources from him. This had resulted in Lu Fei, despite his lineage, never enjoying any treasures be they devil fruits or Zampicudo, which would enhance his power instantly. None were ever afforded to him. Thus, before consuming the Xiang Laiguasher, Lu Fei was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. As for his younger brother, born of his stepmother, he epitomized this disdain, showing neither respect nor kindness to Lu Fei, often resorting to mockery. In such an environment, Lu Fei had never experienced the warmth of a family, making it impossible for him to feel any longing or nostalgia. Fortunately, while he had not known warmth, he had also not endured any mistreatment. He existed like a ghost within the Lu family, alive, yet devoid of presence. It was precisely because of the presence of such a stepmother and brother that Lu Fei dared not risk exposing his true self. Who knew what they might do? Therefore, when Lu Fei resolved to attend his father Lu Qingfeng's funeral, his clone, which had been with Qing Yun and the others, began to take action. First, Lu Fei gathered everyone together and revealed his relationship with Lu Qingfeng. Under the concerned gazes of those around him, he announced his intention to attend the funeral. He then politely declined the offer of the 3 women accompanying him, briefly explaining the complex circumstances. Thus, Lu Fei set forth alone on the journey to the funeral. A day later, Lu Fei stepped through the gates of the Lu family estate, wearing a straw hat and a mask. He blended seamlessly into the throngs of guests arriving for the funeral, remaining inconspicuous among the multitude of individuals cloaked in anonymity. The funeral for Lu Qingfeng was widely renowned within 1,000 miles, and the Lu family had openly welcomed all who wished to attend. Consequently, a great number of people eager to partake in the event had converged. Thus, the attendees of this funeral were divided into 2 distinct groups. Firstly, there are those who arrive uninvited, simply seeking to enhance the reputation of the Lu family and expand their influence, thereby gaining a free meal. Secondly, there are the invited guests, who are properly received by designated members of the Lu family and directed to the VIP area. Individuals like Lu Fei undoubtedly fall into the former category. Upon entering the gates of the Lu family, he found an open space, arranged some seats, and settled down. It appeared that he was merely there to partake in a meal. Lu Fei surveyed his surroundings, which were densely populated with figures. There were likely no fewer than 80,000 guests, if not 100,000. These individuals would serve as free facilitators in the Lu family's quest for influence, while the Lu family's only cost was the price of a meal. The death of Lu Fei's father, Lu Qingfeng, had not turned into a moment of mourning for the Lu family. Instead, it had transformed into a grand celebration. Yet Lu Fei understood that this was the essence of the Lu family. In the Lu family, familial bonds are the threads that weave through life, but is only value that certifies one's status. Just as Lu Fei himself had once lacked value and, consequently, presence, the passing of Lu Qingfeng had also become an opportunity for the Lu family to leverage. This was the sensation Lu Fei felt, as well as the purpose behind his visit. He sought to personally experience the Lu family that he had long been reluctant to remember. It must be said that the Lu family was indeed identical to his recollections. In a true VIP area, various wanted individuals mingled with members of the world government, sharing laughter and conversation. Such a scene, which defied common understanding, unfolded brazenly within the powerful families of the world government. Had Lu Luya been present to witness this, she would have profoundly grasped the truth behind her father Admiral Cuddy's words that the world is painted in shades of gray. When black and white merge, they create gray. Observing this, Lu Fei's face beneath his mask curled into a cold smile. This was the Lu family, a family that had transformed from a notorious bandit lineage into a powerful entity within the world government, a family that played both sides. With this realization, Lu Fei felt that his purpose for attending was fulfilled. He held no reminiscence for the Lu family. Were it not for the abruptness of departing at this moment, he would have already walked away from the Lu family. This was no longer a funeral for Lu Qingfeng. It was a grand exhibition of the Lu family's self-promotion. Amidst his inexplicable emotions, Lu Fei awaited the meal from the Lu family. A row of automatons brought forth a lavish banquet, presenting the dishes with precision. Though their movements were mechanical, they nonetheless showcased the impressive technology of the Lu family. The abundance of automatons scattered throughout the venue hinted at the Lu family's capabilities. At the very least, the astonished murmurs from those around Lu Fei indicated that these labor-saving automatons were exceedingly rare. Just as Lu Fei was appraising the automatons, a figure seated beside him made his presence known. "Brother, you're still alive?" The first words spoken by the newcomer instantly drew Lu Fei's full attention. He turned to face the man beside him, whose sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuded an extraordinary aura, adorned with various illusionary artifacts, clearly a prominent figure. Most importantly, this man was none other than Lu Fei's half-brother, Lu Zetian. At this moment, their statuses were starkly different. Lu Fei, a wanted fugitive, and Lu Zetian, a bona fide heir of the Lu family. The disparity between their positions was monumental. Moreover, the first words uttered by Lu Zetian indicated an unusual relationship. What kind of brother inquires about his sibling's death upon their first encounter? Recognizing Lu Zetian, Lu Fei felt no anger at his words, but rather replied coolly, "I'm not dead. You seem rather disappointed." Lu Zetian responded with an expression of feigned indifference. "If you're not dead, I want to be able to sleep well." Lu Fei chuckled lightly. "Then you might be in for many sleepless nights." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Zetian exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. "Brother, are you sure you can last that long? Or will you let me sleep soundly tonight?" As he spoke, Lu Zetian retrieved a small red dagger from his pocket, playing within his hand. "Brother, this is a fine dagger. It seals the throat upon tasting blood. Would you care to test its power?" Lu Zetian grinned as he spoke with intentions to eliminate Lu Fei. Observing the dagger's motion in Lu Zetian's hand, Lu Fei scoffed. "You should be careful not to injure yourself. Otherwise, the Lu family might have to hold a second funeral." The verbal sparring between Lu Fei and Lu Zetian was charged with hostility. Zetian's insistence that Lu Fei's survival disturb his sleep left no doubt about his murderous intent. Conversely, Lu Fei remained unperturbed, asserting his composure. In just a few exchanges, the tension between them was palpable, as if conflict could erupt at any moment. However, given the inappropriateness of the time and place, Lu Zetian refrained from striking, and Lu Fei had no intention of initiating an attack. They locked eyes for several minutes until all the dishes were served, at which point Lu Zetian stood up. "Brother, enjoy this grand feast. Perhaps it will be your last meal." Without waiting for Lu Fei's response, he turned and departed. After casting a glance at Lu Zetian's retreating figure, Lu Fei began to eat. The notion of a last meal was something he dismissed, believing his half-brother lacked the prowess to orchestrate such an event. Honestly, had this exchange taken place in the wild, Lu Zetian would have faced immediate retribution from Lu Fei. However, this was the Lu family. Any action taken by Lu Fei would surely be suppressed. In the absence of necessity, Lu Fei had no desire to reveal his unique abilities. As Lu Fei indulged in a lavish repast, Lu Zetian returned to the side of a beautiful woman. This was his mother, Lu Fei's stepmother, Shangwan Huiwe, a woman hailing from a prominent family herself. "How'd it go? Did he possess anything of value?" Shangwan Huiwe inquired softly. Lu Zetian produced a delicate, small disc from his pocket. This was a miniature treasure detection device, capable of scanning designated targets within a limited range of a few meters, yet it held significant value. The disc emitted a faint white light, indicating the results of Lu Zetian's scan of Lu Fei. Observing the dim glow, Shangwan Huiwe furrowed her brow. Doesn't he possess a single treasure? That's unexpected. Lu Qingfeng would surely have left something for him. Could it be that he is merely a projection of himself? Or did he leave all his possessions behind and come here unarmed? Hearing Shangwan Huiwe's words, Lu Zetian replied, "Mother, I have confirmed that this is indeed his true self." Thus, the latter scenario seems more plausible. Just as Lu Zetian could locate Lu Fei, he had his own methods to verify whether Lu Fei was a projection or the real deal. Admittedly, his techniques were evidently inferior to Lu Fei's ability to manifest multiple selves. Nevertheless, Shangwan Huiwe placed her trust in her son's words, nodding in agreement. "That must be the case. How strong is he? I heard he escaped from Guizhou City twice, with a bounty of 2 billion. Upon hearing this, Lu Zetian disdainfully remarked, "I have looked into it. His companions are formidable, yet his personal strength is merely average. Furthermore, He has come alone, making him an easy target. The only aspect worthy of note is perhaps his speed. He is quite swift. Shangguan Huiyue equally displayed a look of contempt, responding, "Speed? It suffices to seal off the space. The pressing issue now is that we do not know where he has concealed the item. If we do not act while he is present, waiting until he departs will introduce numerous uncertainties. However, if we do act, it does not guarantee we will acquire the item." Shangguan Huiyue's words incisively pinpointed the existing dilemma. If they wished to secure the item that Lu Chengfeng might leave for Lu Fei, they would have to wait until Lu Fei carried it on his person to ensure 100% success. Yet, if they aimed to eliminate Lu Fei during his attendance at the funeral, the likelihood of obtaining the item would diminish significantly. Lu Zetian shook his head and declared, "No, I am far more inclined to eliminate him now." Provoked by Lu Fei, Lu Zetian's mind was solely occupied with the desire to dispatch him. The matter of the item left for Lu Fei had ceased to be his foremost concern. "Very well, since you have made your choice, proceed with the arrangements. Remember to keep it clean." Leaving no room for gossip, Shangguan Huiyue spoke calmly about the prospect of internal strife. Clearly, for someone of her background from a prominent family, such machinations had long since become second nature. "Understood. It happens that he has come here under a concealed identity, sparing us the trouble of erasing traces," Lu Zetian concluded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he turned to orchestrate Lu Fei's demise. After the meal, Lu Fei followed the crowd out of the Lu residence. Standing at the entrance, he cast a glance back at the vast estate before striding forward, declaring, "From this moment forth, Lu Fei and the Lu family shall each tread their own path. The Lu family would not provoke Lu Fei, nor would Lu Fei seek trouble with them. However, should they instigate a conflict, Lu Fei would undoubtedly retaliate." Yet with such thoughts in mind, Lu Fei had scarcely ventured far from the Lu residence when he discovered he was being pursued. Upon realizing this, a smile crept beneath his mask. My dear brother is indeed impatient. After traveling over 100 miles from the Lu family, he was intercepted. "Kid, your journey ends here." A corpulent man blocked Lu Fei's path. Before Lu Fei could inquire about their identities, another voice emerged from behind, stating, "The dead typically need not speak nor possess extensive knowledge." As the words fell, the figure behind Lu Fei hurled 4 petite array flags, 4 symbols locking heaven. The flags embedded themselves around Lu Fei, emitting 4 beams of light that formed a cubic enclosure. In an instant, Lu Fei sensed the space around him being severed. The last time he experienced such a sensation was within the blood sea of the blood monk. This effectively confined Lu Fei within this space. After completing the locking mechanism, the figure behind Lu Fei stepped past him to stand alongside the corpulent man. Lu Fei gazed at the duo, a stout figure and a lean one, and suddenly remarked, "You two aren't brothers, are you?" The stout man immediately grinned, replying, "Indeed, you possess keen perception to discern that we are blood brothers." Lu Fei found himself at a loss for words. He had merely spoken in jest, yet it turned out to be true. To be frank, the stout man's physique was more than thrice that of the lean man's, causing Lu Fei to suspect that the stout man had drained the lean man's nourishment in the womb. The lean man then added, "Since you can identify us as brothers, we shall let you be an enlightened spirit. We are guest officials of the Lu family. Someone from the Lu family seeks your life, and today marks your demise." Lu Fei nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding. Although he was aware that these two were sent by Lu Zetian, their own admission only served to further confirm this knowledge. Upon the conclusion of the lean man's words, he gestured, prompting the stout man to lunge at Lu Fei. Lu Fei raised his hand, preparing to unleash a lightning strike upon the stout man. However, as soon as Lu Fei's lightning was summoned, it dissipated. This space exerted tremendous oppression on external attacks. Observing this, the lean man smugly remarked, "My formation not only restricts your escape, but also suppresses any attacks that exceed your physical body. I have researched your profile. Wang Lu Fei. Apart from your speed, you're a ranged attack specialist. Within my formation, your strengths cannot manifest, thus sealing your fate today." As soon as the lean man finished speaking, the stout man reached Lu Fei and struck down with his palm. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. As the stout man unleashed his attack, golden light radiated from his body, and an illusory elephant's foot appeared, crashing towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei evaded the strike. However, he soon realized that with each increment in speed, the suppression he experienced intensified. At that moment, the four array flags wielded by the lean man each manifested an illusory figure: Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. These represented the four symbols of the cardinal directions. It was these four illusory figures that imposed an immensely powerful suppression within the space. Due to the suppression, Lu Fei could not evade the stout man's attack. The illusory foot of the elephant struck heavily upon Lu Fei's body. Lu Fei's entire form, along with the ground beneath him, collapsed as if trampled by a colossal elephant. At the bottom of the ensuing pit, Lu Fei lay in a daze. Had he truly been crushed? One must acknowledge that the abilities of the stout and lean brothers were indeed complementary. Together, they constituted a devastating blow to speed and range capability users. Even Lu Fei, unaccustomed to such tactics, found himself ensnared. Of course, this was also due to Lu Fei's overconfidence, allowing the stout and lean brothers to strike first. "Is he dead?" the lean man inquired from the edge of the pit. From the tone of his voice, it was evident that he held immense confidence in the stout man's strike. Among the ranged attackers they had previously encountered, anyone who had received such a blow had either been gravely injured or met their demise. However, the stout man frowned as he gazed into the pit, exclaiming, "He is not dead. My attack was ineffective. This fellow's physique is not reflected in the data." As the one who had struck Lu Fei, the stout man could distinctly sense that when his attack connected with Lu Fei, it felt akin to striking a mountain. Though Lu Fei now lay at the bottom of the pit, the stout man knew that Lu Fei was unscathed. Indeed, upon realizing that the stout man had discovered the truth about his physique, Lu Fei ceased to feign defeat, leaping from the pit, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and beaming at the stout and lean brothers. Truth be told, Lu Fei had only ever showcased his ranged lightning attack capabilities and the speed of his lightning. Yet, in reality, his continuously enhancing physique was an absolute weapon. The lean man observed Lu Fei, his expression becoming complex. Initially, after reviewing Lu Fei's profile, he had thought this would be an easy task. After all, the highest bounty they had ever eliminated was that of a notorious thief worth 4 billion. Eliminating the bounty of 2 billion on Lu Fei is no simple matter. However, as soon as Lu Fei displayed even a hint of his prowess, he realized that today might spell disaster for him. In the presence of Lu Fei, who is renowned for his speed, escape was undoubtedly impossible. Thus, their only options lay before them. Either they eliminate Lu Fei or face their own demise. In this tense moment, the slender man shouted, "Use all your strength. Take him down." With that, he flung numerous formation flags, establishing a series of intricate arrays: heavy pressure, bewilderment, and weakening. As a support-type formation master, the Slender Man maximized the auxiliary effects of his formations. In an instant, Lu Fei felt as if he bore an immense weight upon his shoulders. His senses became constrained, and the power within him felt as if it had been significantly diminished. Yet to Lu Fei, the effects of such formations were akin to merely dipping a ladle into a lake. If the Slender Man's effects reduced power by 100, Lu Fei's baseline was in the realm of 100,000 or more. A mere 100 was trivial. In contrast to the Slender Man, it was the stout man who commanded Lu Fei's greater attention. With a thunderous roar, the stout man declared, "Transform." In an instant, he was enveloped in white light, and his form expanded dramatically. He took on the shape of an ancient colossal elephant, embodying the power of the mythical beast. Before long, the stout man had transformed into a towering ancient elephant, several dozen meters tall. Furthermore, in this form, he unleashed the dragon elephant prana. With a mighty bellow, the golden ancient elephant raised itself and then stomped down towards Lu Fei with a devastating force. The tread of the elephant. This time, Lu Fei did not attempt to evade. Instead, he raised his hands, transforming his palms into fists, and boldly retaliated against the descending foot of the elephant. A tremendous explosion erupted at the point of contact, generating a golden shockwave that reverberated throughout the surrounding space. Witnessing this, the slender man was filled with disbelief. He knew the sheer power of his brother's technique, capable of crushing mountains, yet Lu Fei had managed to withstand it with his bare body. The unyielding ground beneath Lu Fei showed no signs of disturbance, indicating that he not only blocked the attack, but also safeguarded the earth beneath him. In a typical scenario, even if Lu Fei could withstand the blow, he would have certainly been forced into a deep pit along with the ground. After blocking the elephant's foot, Lu Fei was not content to merely defend. An inexhaustible power surged within him. With a swift push of his toes, he propelled his fists upward and astonishingly lifted the colossal ancient elephant off the ground. The ancient elephant was sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater. However, the fallen giant quickly regained its footing, glaring viciously at Lu Fei. Clearly, despite being thrown, Lu Fei had not inflicted any damage upon the thick-skinned ancient elephant, known for its formidable defense. With a powerful charge, the ancient elephant rushed towards Lu Fei, its massive frame creating seismic tremors that resonated through the earth and the air. Yet, Lu Fei did not flinch. Instead, he eagerly met the charge head-on. While Lu Fei was rational during range combat, he cast aside reason when engaging in close quarters, opting for sheer aggression. Engaging in unarmed combat, Lu Fei's fists turned black as he activated his Busashoka Haki. Though he had been able to wield this ability long before, he had not found the opportunity to unleash it until now. Lu Fei's decision to fight recklessly stemmed from a desire to test his melee capabilities. His last melee encounter was 3 years prior, in a playful spar with Liluya, which hardly constituted a true battle. Now, facing the ancient elephant, Lu Fei found himself in a genuine close-quarters confrontation. As Lu Fei's darkened fist collided with the golden ancient elephant, he was immediately sent reeling. The sheer size of the ancient elephant rendered him at a disadvantage in this clash. However, Lu Fei quickly recovered, shaking off the impact with relative ease. The ancient elephant, having collided with Lu Fei, remained stationary, unable to pursue further, not from a lack of desire, but rather due to the overwhelming pain it felt. Tears welled in its enormous eyes as it experienced the excruciating aftermath of Lu Fei's powerful punch, which had struck its sensitive trunk. With the pain gradually subsiding, the ancient elephant did not hesitate to charge at Lu Fei once more. Unfazed, Lu Fei welcomed the encounter with another punch. Yet, as they were about to meet again, the ancient elephant suddenly halted its advance, swinging its trunk to ensnare Lu Fei in an unexpected maneuver. In that moment, the ancient elephant's trunk resembled a massive fist, tightly constricting around Lu Fei. This unforeseen tactic caught Lu Fei off guard, and he found himself subjected to unimaginable pressure, the sound of his bones creaking under the strain. In this precarious position, he struggled to exert his strength, rendering him momentarily helpless. A wry smile crossed Lu Fei's face as he acknowledged his lack of experience in close combat. However, he wasted no time in contemplating his predicament. With a single thought, he unleashed his 200 million volt Thunder God. In the blink of an eye, a surge of lightning erupted from his body. Although some of it was suppressed by the surrounding space, a significant portion surged into the ancient elephant. With a pained roar, the ancient elephant convulsed, foam escaping its mouth as it succumbed to the overwhelming shock and collapsed to the ground. The slender man, observing this spectacle, could almost sense the ancient elephant's bones and was horrified by the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Once the ancient elephant lay incapacitated, Lu Fei easily extricated himself from the trunk's grasp. He gazed upon the fallen creature, twitching and foaming at the mouth, and chuckled. "Daring to lock me in with your trunk, were you afraid of being electrocuted?" However, the ancient elephant, known for its resilience, quickly regained consciousness after a brief stupor. With a furious roar, it charged at Lu Fei, its body still emanating the scent of charred flesh. To Lu Fei's delight, he met the charge head-on, and the battle devolved into a simple exchange of blows. The tread of the elephant. The tread of the elephant. The tread of the elephant. Lu Fei was sent flying several times, and tears streamed from the ancient elephant's eyes as they both slowed their assault, panting heavily. The slender figure felt the air grow moist, his eyelids twitching. These were the tears shed by his brother. At this moment, the gravity of his expression eased. In his expectations, it was meant to be a brutal battle of mutual destruction. Yet now, Lu Fei and the ancient giant elephant were evenly matched. After battling for so long, both had suffered little actual harm, mostly just depletion of stamina. Should this struggle continue, it would undoubtedly favor his brothers. For once Lu Fei's stamina dwindled to a critical point, the slender figure, who had been acting as support, could shift roles and attack Lu Fei. As the saying goes, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. The slender figure awaited the moment when Lu Fei would be fatigued. This was a notion not only known to the slender figure, but also to Lu Fei. Hence, Lu Fei could not afford to give the slender figure such an opportunity. For Lu Fei, it was time to get serious. He strode toward the ancient giant elephant, regulating his breath as he walked. Initially, both the ancient giant elephant and the slender figure were puzzled by Lu Fei's actions, but as he progressed midway, an aura of killing intent enveloped him, and they understood Lu Fei intended to kill them. To their astonishment, however, it was only now that Lu Fei harbored murderous intent. Before they could marvel further, the killing intent radiated from Lu Fei, and faint currents of electricity flickered across his surface. Easy as these currents emerged, they converged towards Lu Fei's right hand. In an instant, Lu Fei's right hand, from elbow to fingertips, was completely encased in electricity. Thunderstrike. This technique gathered tremendous lightning in his hand, enhancing its piercing power. The currents enveloping Lu Fei's right hand were merely a reflection of the massive amount of lightning he had amassed within. Upon the emergence of Thunderstrike, the ancient giant elephant, facing it directly, was struck by an overwhelming sense of impending death. Certain death. The ancient giant elephant's instincts rang alarm bells, warning him that should Thunderstrike make contact, he would undoubtedly perish. Under the threat of death, the ancient giant elephant made a desperate choice. Gazing at Lu Fei's electrified right hand, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "Spare me, I was wrong, Before the ancient giant elephant could finish his plea, Lu Fei stood before him, raising his right hand high, and without hesitation, thrust downwards. Thunderstrike. Lu Fei's right hand pierced through the ancient giant elephant's defenses, embedding deeply. The slender figure watched in horror as a bolt of lightning surged from the ancient giant elephant's foot, traveling upward, penetrating through its head before dissipating into the oppressive space. The kneeling ancient giant elephant's vitality gradually waned, reverting to the form of the stout figure, who also knelt before Lu Fei. Lu Fei regarded the kneeling stout figure with a cold expression. A killer must always face death. From the moment he attacked Lu Fei, his life and death were no longer in his own hands. Seeing the stout figure's demise, the slender figure erupted in fury. "You killed my brother? I will make you pay." With those words, the slender figure hurled all his formation flags, establishing numerous arrays, determined to fight Lu Fei to the death. However, once the formations were completed, fear of death seized him, and he turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. Brothers are like birds of a feather when disaster strikes. They fly separately. In the wake of the stout figure's death, the slender figure exerted every ounce of strength to escape, wishing he could sprout wings and fly away. Watching the slender figures retreating back, Lu Fei calmly retrieved a golden coin from his pocket. Long ago, during his battle with the Blood Monk, Lu Fei discovered that the electromagnetic cannon he had developed was ineffective due to the coin's material. However, while imprisoned in Fanyuan City, he found that the magic gold composing the city was an excellent conductive material. Thus, during his 3 years in captivity, Lu Fei secretly obtained some magic gold through lightning metallurgy, melting it down into coins he brought with him. Now, Lu Fei held the magic gold coin in his hand. Targeting the fleeing, slender figure, he unleashed his magic gold version of the electromagnetic cannon, Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon. A surge of lightning enveloped the magic gold coin, which then transformed into a blue-golden beam, shooting forth from Lu Fei's hand. Bang! The blue-golden beam instantly penetrated the slender figure's body, melting him away. and continued unabated to pierce through the space sealed by the formations. Indeed, while this space greatly suppressed ranged attacks and speed, surpassing its limits allowed for easy penetration, just as Lu Fei's electromagnetic cannon had done. However, Lu Fei had merely engaged with these two brothers to gain a bit of combat experience. Certainly, with the consecutive deaths of the stout and slender brothers, they would only realize this fact in their final moments. Once the slender figure fell, all the formation flags dimmed, and the sealed space returned to normal. Lu Fei surveyed the array of flags with disdain. Only the initial 4 symbols locking heaven merited his attention. With a stamp of his foot, all the flags, along with the corpses, were buried beneath the ground. Subsequently, Lu Fei turned to leave, harboring no sentiment for these spoils. Indeed, Lu Fei found the formation flags utterly worthless. As the stout and slender brothers met their demise, Lu Zetian, within the Lu family, received the news. Hurriedly, he rushed to his mother, Shangwan Huiyue, to report the situation. Upon hearing the news, Shangwan Huiyue furrowed her brow deeply. How could that waste, Lu Fei, be so strong? What has Lu Chengfeng left for him? The stout and slender brothers, as guest elders of the Lu family, held a modest reputation and considerable strength. Therefore, their deaths revealed to Lu Zetian and Shangwan Huiyue the formidable power of Lu Fei. I will summon the grand guest elder to take action. Lu Zetian resolved to leverage the Lu family's resources to eliminate Lu Fei. If the guest elder was the family's public face, then the grand guest elder represented its foundation. The grand guest elder denoted the highest honor and respect the Lu family could extend to outsiders, embodying the most powerful individuals they could recruit. However, Shangwan Huiyue dismissed Lu Zetian's plan. No, summoning the grand guest elder will leave a record. If discovered, it would provide them with an advantage. Then what should we do? Lu Zetian asked, his face flushed with anger. I don't want him to live another minute. Shangwan Huiyue glanced at her son, instructing, use someone else's knife to kill. Saying this, she tossed the document to Lu Zetian. 3 years ago, Lu Fei killed the grandson of General Qi Yang, whose father is General Shiri. As the individual closest to the strength of a general, Shiri is more than capable of dealing with Lu Fei. I have learned that Shiri is currently pursuing Lu Fei. Inform him of Lu Fei's whereabouts and have him assist you in eliminating Lu Fei. As Shangwan Huiyue spoke, Lu Zetian perused the document, his expression brightening. Compared to directly hiring someone, Shangwan Huiyue's method of using someone else's knife is undoubtedly more astute. Aboard a world government airship, General Shiri was reading the message regarding Lu Fei's whereabouts that had suddenly arrived. The message not only detailed Lu Fei's current location, but also provided remarkably accurate predictions regarding his upcoming itinerary. General Su Ri perceived this as an unmasked attempt to use him as a tool for assassination, indicating that someone intended to eliminate Lu Fei through him, hence the detailed information. However, General Su Ri was utterly indifferent to being utilized as a weapon. Driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance, he was eager to proceed. Consequently, General Su Ri promptly issued orders for the airship to change course in pursuit of Lu Fei. He aimed to intercept it before Lu Fei could reunite with his team and eliminate him. General Su Ri was entirely confident in his plan. He glanced at Lilia on the opposite side of the airship, who carried the dual space card of General Kadi. Once the dual space was activated, it would transform into a one-on-one confrontation between him and Lu Fei. With no external interference anticipated, General Su Ri believed victory was assured. In the wine city, although Lu Fei did not procure the finest wine, he managed to acquire some exquisite selections. He raised the Xianxian gourd to his lips and took a sip of the exquisite wine. Amidst a crackling display of lightning, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. My dear brother, when we meet again, it will be a matter of life and death. Initially, Lu Fei had intended to mind his own business upon leaving the Lu residence, but now that the conflict had been initiated, he harbored no qualms about disregarding any semblance of decorum. However, due to the existence of the Lu family, he refrained from assaulting them directly. Nevertheless, Lu Fei was confident that he would eventually encounter Lu Zetian, at which point it would be a contest of skill. After his doppelganger dispatched the two brothers. He proceeded to the rendezvous point set with Qing Yun and her companions. Yet, mere hundreds of miles from their meeting place, Lu Fei was obstructed. Wang Lu Fei, you cannot escape. Liluya suddenly appeared, pointing at Lu Fei and commanding, come back with me to face judgment. Lu Fei regarded the fair-skinned, beautiful Liluya, suppressing a smile, his expression turning serious. If it were merely Liluya, he would undoubtedly greet her with a smile befitting old friends. However, standing beside her was General Suri. To avoid jeopardizing Liluya's future, Lu Fei knew precisely how to respond. He brazenly declared, you wish to capture me? Impossible. I find you quite appealing. Come back with me to warm my bed. As for that ugly fellow behind you, he can go die in a corner. His words rendered Liluya speechless, her cheeks flushed. She was not angry, but rather struggling to stifle her laughter. After several encounters, Liluya understood Lu Fei's character. Recognizing that he was merely putting on a show, in just a few sentences, he both complimented her beauty and mocked General Suri. You. Before Liluya could speak, General Suri, unable to contain his outrage at the mockery, shouted, Wang Lu Fei, I will kill you. Liluya, give me the card. He commanded her with an authoritative tone. Naturally, Liluya did not heed General Suri's command. Instead, she offered Lu Fei a knowing glance. In an instant, Lu Fei grasped her intent. It was likely some method of sealing space. Liluya feared that Lu Fei might not prevail, prompting her to suggest taking him back. The act of capturing him indicated that Lu Fei could still preserve his life, whereas allowing General Suri to act would mean his demise. Understanding Liluya's meaning, Lu Fei smiled. His smile reassured Liluya, who had been worried. Since their acquaintance, whenever Lu Fei displayed that smile, it signified that everything was under control. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liluya produced a card and tossed it to General Suri. General Suri snatched the card without hesitation, immediately using it against Lu Fei. Dual space. In the next moment, both Lu Fei and General Suri vanished from sight, leaving Liluya standing alone. The card's dual space function allowed for the selection of a target and dragged both the user and the target into a dual arena. Observing the void surrounding him, Lu Fei marveled at the dual space. If his assumptions were correct, once activated, it would either forcibly break the space or determine a victor. Given the nature of his relationship with General Suri, it was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Wang Lu Fei, after 3 years, I have finally captured you. Today, I shall make you experience endless torment. 3 years ago, you killed my son, and for over 1,000 days and nights, I have yearned for revenge. You could have faced a painless execution, yet you chose to flee. Now, I will ensure that you cannot live nor die. General Suri seethed, his fury igniting with every word. As his rage intensified, streams of lava poured forth from him, raising the temperature within the dual space. Lu Fei patiently awaited the conclusion of General Suri's tirade, observing the distorted air around him before calmly responding. Why not consider how you've lived for an additional 3 years? Huh? General Suri initially stared, then erupted into laughter. What did you say? I've lived for 3 more years? Do you even understand what you were saying? I, Suri, am the closest to becoming a general. Do you comprehend the true extent of my power? Do not assume that the battle you witnessed at the execution ground with that girl was my actual strength. Today, I will show you the power worthy of a general. With that, General Suri swung a fist toward Lu Fei. Great fire. A colossal molten fist, erupting with the force of a volcanic explosion, hurtled towards Lu Fei. Thunder fist. Lu Fei retaliated with a punch, unleashing a column of lightning that collided with the molten fist. The resulting explosion sent molten rock flying, indicating that their initial exchange was evenly matched. However, this was merely a probing attack. After gauging each other's strength, both men had a clearer understanding of their capabilities. King Lu Fei, it seems your hidden strength is formidable. General Suri remarked, now I can strike with confidence, lest I fear I might accidentally kill you. I intend to savor your torment. Lu Fei scoffed, strike too hard? Afraid to kill me? You and your son are both unimpressive, yet your bravado is remarkable. What's that saying? A toad yawns with such a grandiose air. Lu Fei's words fully amplified the mockery, causing General Su Ri's face to visibly redden. Very well, after I shatter every bone in your body, we shall see if your bones are as resilient as your tongue. General Su Ri leaped into the air, magma spewing from his back, granting him remarkable mobility as he swiftly lunged at Lu Fei. It was evident that General Su Ri had researched Lu Fei's background, aware that he was a ranged attacker. Yet, now he sought to engage Lu Fei in close combat. Although Lu Fei was unafraid of a melee confrontation, he had no intention of prolonging the battle, especially with the lovely Liluya waiting outside. Thus, Lu Fei unleashed his formidable move, 1 billion-volt Thor. Blue lightning enveloped Lu Fei's entire body, forming a radiant halo of electricity behind him. In comparison to his towering figure 3 years prior, which had reached hundreds of meters, he now appeared only slightly larger. Clearly, Lu Fei had compressed the power of lightning, signifying that he could now wield an even greater strength than the Thor-like persona he had exhibited 3 years ago. The Wrath of Thor. Lu Fei raised his hand towards the approaching General Shiri, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through the general's molten body in an instant. However, upon witnessing the large hole that quickly healed itself in the general's magma form, Lu Fei's gaze flickered. Elementalization. Moreover, this was no ordinary elementalization, but a high-level one. The attack Lu Fei had unleashed was not a physical strike, but rather a magical one. And yet it was still evaded by General Shiri. Wang Lu Fei, with such efforts, you cannot harm me. The evaded General Shiri laughed heartily as he approached Lu Fei, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lu Fei's face. Magma fist. With a sizzling sound accompanying the crackling electricity, the magma-clad fist of General Shiri struck the air as Lu Fei transformed into a bolt of lightning to evade the blow. Compared to the mobility afforded to General Shiri by the magma propulsion, Lu Fei's speed, governed by lightning, far surpassed his own. The experienced General Shiri quickly discerned that his speed was no match for Lu Fei's. Recognizing that such a speed disparity rendered close combat futile, he resolved to alter his strategy. Pressing both hands against the ground, he exclaimed, "Volcanic eruption!" In an instant, the earth glowed red, fissures emerged, and a torrent of magma gushed forth from the depths. Given the constraints of the duel's arena, as General Shiri executed this maneuver, nearly the entirety of the battlefield transformed into a sea of molten rock. Lu Fei had no choice but to ascend into the air, where he could deftly evade the magma surging from below. Observing Lu Fei in midair, General Shiri wasted no time in launching a subsequent attack. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. The general's fist morphed into that of a canine, propelled by the magma's eruption, racing towards Lu Fei at high speed. As the canine head neared Lu Fei, it opened its jaws, revealing a terrifying array of teeth poised to strike. Naturally, Lu Fei could not allow himself to be caught by the canine's bite and swiftly dodged. However, as he evaded, the canine head missed its target but continued its relentless pursuit. Thus, Lu Fei maneuvered left and right in the air, with the canine head ceaselessly trailing him. When Lu Fei once again evaded the canine head, he furrowed his brow upon witnessing its frenzied tenacity and felt a surge of anger. As the canine head lunged once more, Lu Fei did not retreat, but instead clasped his hands together in front of him. Thor's dog-breaking stick. Lu Fei spread his arms, and a staff of lightning materialized between his hands. Gripping the staff, he swung it down upon the approaching canine head. "This will teach you to pursue me." In an instant, lightning erupted forth, and the canine head was struck directly, its eyes bulging in shock. With a hiss, the canine head dissipated, while General Shiri shook his right fist, revealing a clear burn mark, the pain causing him to involuntarily gasp. Lu Fei would not let the opportunity to strike a fallen foe slip away. He vanished from sight and reappeared behind General Shiri, delivering a blow to his head, dog-breaking stick technique. Due to Lu Fei's extraordinary speed, even though General Shiri reacted, he merely managed to tilt his head, narrowly avoiding the same fate as the canine head. Nevertheless, he was still struck in the back. "Ack!" General Shiri cried out, his body propelled forward, leaving a mark on his back, blood gushing forth. A multitude of tiny bolts of lightning lingered at the wound, rendering General Shiri's attempts to recover using high-level elementalization futile. General Shiri touched the blood on his back. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly harm my body?" His words elicited a grin from Lu Fei. "That's a good question. Why don't you take a guess?" Lu Fei raised a lightning-infused dog-breaking stick, its black hue shimmering beneath the blue lightning. This was the haki specifically designed to counter the elementalization of nature-type devil fruits. As General Shiri gazed at the black lightning dog-breaking stick, he recalled relevant knowledge, feeling both astonished and angry. How could you possibly possess haki? "Oh, now I'm curious," Lu Fei replied. "You know of haki?" Initially, Lu Fei had thought General Shiri's ability to wield the magma fruit was sheer luck. But he was taken aback to discover that the general was also aware of haki. General Shiri, feeling superior, coldly scoffed. "The resources of the world government exceed your imagination. What I know far surpasses what you can comprehend. Haki is nothing. I disdain the practice." Despite his words, his gaze towards Lu Fei's black lightning dog-breaking stick betrayed a deep-seated wariness. It seemed that General Shiri, while knowledgeable of haki, held it in contempt, believing that with the advantages of his nature-type devil fruit, his own capabilities were vastly superior. However, after being struck by Lu Fei, he realized haki possesses its unique applications. His current remarks simply illustrated the stubbornness of a cornered opponent. Lu Fei understood that General Shiri was merely posturing, prompting him to chuckle coldly. "Is that so?" As soon as his words fell, Lu Fei made a motion with the stick as if to strike, causing General Shiri to flinch, ready to dodge at any moment. Thus, without further prompting from Lu Fei, General Shiri recognized that his own unease had been laid bare. Enraged by embarrassment, he declared, "Wang Lu Fei, I will kill you." Unlike his initial intent to torture Lu Fei, General Shiri now comprehended that his advantages were not as substantial as he had thought. Faced with a diminished advantage, the prospect of killing Lu Fei seemed increasingly daunting. After uttering his threat, a radiant glow enveloped him. Meteor volcano, a torrent of magma erupted from General Shiri, shooting skyward. These molten streams transformed into meteors, plummeting towards Lu Fei. At that moment, the ground had become a sea of magma, while the sky was filled with falling meteors. This was General Shiri's meticulously planned area of effect attack. Unable to match Lu Fei's speed, General Shiri resorted to this comprehensive assault, aiming to render Lu Fei incapable of evasion. From the current state of affairs, both the sky and the ground were rife with attacks, leaving Lu Fei with no means of escape. Therefore, in the face of the descending meteors, Lu Fei chose to confront them head-on. Thor's lightning speed fist, surrounded by lightning. Lu Fei's arms suddenly turned blue as he swung his fists towards the falling meteors. In an instant, Lu Fei transformed into a 1,000-armed guanyin, with countless arms extending behind him, each emitting a column of blue lightning. Although these arms were mere illusions left by Lu Fei's rapid punches, the light beams were tangible attacks. The Thunder God Lightning Speed Fist unleashed the maximum number of lightning strikes through swift punches. When General Shiri opted for an area-wide assault against Lu Fei reciprocated in kind. Each falling meteor was extinguished by a blue lightning column. Within mere seconds, the rain of magma meteors cascading from the sky was cleared by Lu Fei's countless lightning beams. After completing the clearance, Lu Fei lowered his hands and exhaled deeply. At that moment, his arms were glowing a deep crimson. The ultra-high-speed punches relied on Lu Fei's formidable physique. Yet even so, after unleashing the lightning speed punches, his arms exhibited signs of extreme strain. The crimson hue of his arms was a manifestation of his high-stress state. How is this possible? General Shiri gazed in disbelief at the vanishing magma, his expression one of utter incredulity. The meteor volcano was his signature move, the very technique that had brought him fame. Yet, such a powerful attack had been completely neutralized by Lu Fei, a reality that General Shiri found impossible to accept. Regardless of Shiri's acceptance, Lu Fei boldly declared, If this is all the strength you possess, then you shall accompany your son. Lu Fei's words not only mocked General Shiri's capabilities, but also stirred the depths of his hatred. In an instant, Shiri's fury reached its zenith. Consumed by rage, he bellowed, "Wang Lu Fei, I will show you what a general's might truly is. I shall melt you into ash." With that, General Shiri clasped his hands before him. Summoning his most powerful technique, the magma core, magma erupted beneath his feet, enveloping him in a sphere of molten rock. Immediately, the temperature in the dueling space soared, and the pressure intensified. Lu Fei could feel the immense gravitational pull emanating from the magma sphere. Though he steadied himself against the force, the molten rock on the ground was drawn towards it. The magma sphere expanded rapidly. Furthermore, as it swelled, the magma heated up, flowing rapidly across its surface and releasing tremendous heat. This heat exacerbated the temperature within the confined space, while the expanding magma sphere intensified its gravitational pull on the surrounding objects. Lu Fei squinted at the expanding magma sphere, realizing that General Shiri's move constituted a full coverage attack within the enclosed space. If the magma sphere continued to grow in size, Lu Fei would either be scorched by the extreme heat or be sucked into the sphere by the increasingly powerful gravitational force, resulting in instant incineration. For Lu Fei, this was yet another attack he must confront head-on. He unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the magma sphere, which merely splashed a bit of magma upon impact. After this tentative strike, Lu Fei no longer hesitated. As General Shiri had stated, this technique had indeed reached the level of a general's power. Thus, Lu Fei resolved to unleash his true strength, not only to honor a worthy adversary, but also to experience his first full-force strike. Indeed, Lu Fei had never fought at full strength since leaving Giju City. This time, he was prepared to wield all his power. Thunder God Domain. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Lu Fei assumed the posture of the Thunder God, his entire being transformed into a radiant blue. Elevated in midair, he became the epicenter of a towering lightning column. Reaching from heaven to earth, countless bolts of lightning radiated outward from the column, forming the four symbols: Thunder Dragon, Thunder Sparrow, Thunder Tiger, and Thunder Xuanwu. These four manifestations encircled the lightning column, creating a domain of power. Any magma splashes or other intruding entities within this domain would be met with the wrath of lightning. Within the lightning column, Lu Fei's eyes became entirely electric, fixated on the swelling magma sphere, as if perceiving General Shiri's core through the molten rock. Lu Fei raised his hands above his head, forming a grasping gesture: Thunder God's Judgment. The massive lightning column constricted, converging into Lu Fei's hands, morphing into a white staff. He then lifted the staff and brought it crashing down upon the magma sphere. In that moment, thunder roared. Rumbling echoes reverberated throughout the dueling space, fracturing it under the sheer force of the sound. At that instant, the world was engulfed in a blinding white light. This light cleaved through space, piercing the magma sphere and exposing General Shiri, who was split in two by the force. Lu Fei observed the terror-stricken expression on Shiri's face as it was entirely consumed by the lightning. The outcome was clear, and life and death had been determined. The next moment, the dueling space could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Outside, Liyue witnessed the sudden emergence of a white light and realized that the battle's outcome had been decided. When Liyue saw Lu Fei's figure materialize, a wave of relief washed over her. "Lu Fei," she exclaimed, her anxiety dissipating as she instinctively uttered his true name. "Huh?" Lu Fei looked at Liyue in confusion, realizing that this revelation indicated she was aware of his true identity. "My father told me your name," Liyue explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Fei glanced at the card in his hand, then back at Liyue, recalling the general with the ability to wield various cards on the day of his execution. Coupled with Liyue's aura of a wealthy woman adorned with illusionary items, Lu Fei suddenly understood. "That general was your father?" "Yes," Liyue nodded gently, her face growing even redder. Just as the conversation threatened to veer into discussing in-laws, Lu Fei quickly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Liyue, your card is damaged." With that, he handed her the dueling space card. "This Lul Yue exclaimed in surprise as she examined the card, which was now riddled with cracks, appearing as though it could shatter at any moment. Her astonishment stemmed from her knowledge that this dueling space card was the signature card of General Cuddy. Below the level of a general, once trapped in a dueling space, escape would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, it was inconceivable to damage the dueling space without an attack of general-level strength. Therefore, upon seeing the cracked card, Lul Yue was utterly astonished. This indicated that the battle within the dueling space had reached the level of a general. The fact that Lu Fei had emerged alive signified that he possessed at least the offensive capabilities of a general. Lul Yue stood there, stunned, unable to regain her composure. Observing her state, Lu Fei found it difficult to contain himself. He playfully poked her delicate face with his finger and teased, "Lul Yue, you won't hold me responsible for damages, will you?" Evidently, Lu Fei was merely jesting. However, upon regaining her composure, Lu Yue earnestly replied, "Of course not. The world government will compensate us." The adorably naive response from Lu Yue prompted Lu Fei to gently caress her charming face, and then he dashed away amidst her flustered gaze, exclaiming, "Lu Yue, I shall take my leave now," as she watched his retreating figure, which had taken advantage of the moment. Lu Yue stamped her foot, but chose not to pursue him, standing still as she gazed into the distance. Once Lu Fei's silhouette vanished, a radiant smile suddenly graced Lu Yue's face as she began to anticipate their next encounter. Each meeting with Lu Fei brought her unique surprises. Had it not been for their opposing identities, she would have eagerly wished to join him on his journey. After leaving Lu Yue's sight, Lu Fei slowed his pace, contemplating the recent battle. To be candid, the strength of General Su Ri did not astonish him. After all, having exerted his full prowess, Su Ri had been swiftly vanquished by Lu Fei. This left Lu Fei convinced that, at present, his own strength had barely reached the level of an admiral. Of course, this assessment was without the aid of the Rui Jingu Bang. Were he to wield the Rui Jingu Bang, Lu Fei believed he could contend with an admiral. As for General Su Ri, had Lu Fei's true form been present during that initial strike, utilizing the Rui Jingu Bang, he would have been instantly slain. Beyond gaining clarity about his own strength, Lu Fei derived even greater insights from the information divulged by General Su Ri. In their conversation, Su Ri not only demonstrated knowledge of hockey, but also exhibited pride in his understanding of the resources possessed by the world government. Lu Fei surmised that the world government either held a substantial amount of illusion-related data or possessed a reliable method to access the illusions, with the latter being more probable. Only in this manner could Su Ri exhibit such extensive knowledge. After deducing these possibilities, Lu Fei was left astonished by the resources of the world government, but harbored no other thoughts. The ubiquitous presence of devil fruits and Su Ri's disdain for hockey indicated that the world government's development of illusions was undoubtedly in its nascent stages. Otherwise, a figure of Su Ri's substantial background would not remain unaware of the significant potential of hockey, as exemplified by Iron Fist Carp, who had defeated numerous devil fruit users with his formidable hockey. Although Lu Fei believed that the world government's development was lacking, this did not overshadow the vast resources they possessed. This realization heightened Lu Fei's wariness towards the world government as the most formidable power in this realm. Both its advanced military might and the immense resources it revealed filled Lu Fei with a sense of caution. Nevertheless, he remained merely vigilant, given his current strength. As long as the world government was not resolutely intent on hunting him down worldwide, he felt no fear. After all, against a single admiral, Lu Fei believed he could still engage in battle, and should multiple admirals pursue him, though he might not win, he certainly could evade capture. Thus, after mentally cautioning himself regarding the world government, Lu Fei dismissed further thoughts and proceeded to reunite with Qing Yun and the others. In a quaint town, Lu Fei encountered Qing Yun and her companions. Without delay, they completed their meeting and immediately departed from the city. Outside the town, Yejun affectionately patted the head of the food dragon Atan, saying, "Atan, return to your true form." Upon hearing this, Atan immediately raised 2 claws, signaling the need for 2 extra meals. Yejun shook her head, raised one finger and indicated that only one extra meal would suffice. Atan cast a sidelong glance at Yejun, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Atan's form expanded as he transformed back into his towering dragon shape, towering several dozen meters high. As a dragon, Atan was still considered a youngling. However, even in this juvenile state, he could serve a formidable purpose. For instance, his current size made him an excellent mode of transportation. Once Lu Fei and the others leaped onto Atan's back, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, heading toward the seaside. At the port, Lu Fei purchased a small ship and gathered various supplies before officially setting sail. To be honest, since Lu Fei had been hunted as a pirate, this marked the first time he had embarked on the sea in the form of a pirate crew aboard his own vessel. At the bow of the ship, Lu Fei stood alongside Qing Yun, Yejun, and Run, Atan, and a being from the Shadow Clan. They embraced the sea breeze, filled with hope for the future. As they set sail, however, shortly after departing the harbor, Lu Fei and his group caught the attention of other pirates. What a splendid beauty! She belongs to me. A massive pirate ship sped toward them, and a brazen voice boomed from the ship's bow. Kill the men, take the women. The giant axe pirate crew reigned supreme. Laughter erupted as the enormous pirate ship drew near, revealing a pirate captain wielding a giant axe, flanked by a group of pirates holding long axes, who looked down upon Lu Fei and his companions. Listen up, let me introduce myself. The pirate captain, his eyes glinting with greed as he surveyed Qing Yun and Enrun, commanded. We are the giant axe pirate crew, and our captain boasts a bounty of 1 billion. In these waters, we are the undeniable rulers. Once the pirate's introduction concluded, he unsheathed his giant axe, unleashing a flash of white light, and pointed it at Lu Fei, declaring, Kid, encountering me is your misfortune. Your women will belong to me. Without waiting for Lu Fei's response, the pirate captain then pointed at Yejun, adding, You look quite tender. I bet you would look lovely in a dress. Dance for me later while I embark on my treasure hunt and bring me some joy. As for that pet of yours, I'll have it stewed. It doesn't look impressive, and its gaze is rather fierce. Observing the pirate captain, who had so casually determined the fate of his group, Lu Fei yawned in boredom. Meanwhile, Qing Yun, standing beside Lu Fei, ignored the boastful pirate captain. Instead, after thoroughly examining the pirate ship before her, she spoke with clarity. My lord, this ship is superior to ours. We should consider exchanging for it. It would allow us to store more supplies, especially since Atan has quite the appetite. Hearing this, Lu Fei nodded in agreement, stating, All right, let us resolve this swiftly. As he spoke, he recalled the pirate captain's previous remarks and added, By the way, inquire about what he meant by treasure hunting. Understood, Qing Yun replied, first halting Yejun, who had reached for Lu Run Rahua, preparing to cleave the pirate captain and his ship in two. Then, she exchanged a knowing glance with Enrun, signaling her to take action. After all, Lu Fei had tasked them with questioning, and none were better suited for that than Enrun. Understanding Qing Yun's silent cue, Enrun swiftly approached the giant axe pirate ship. Who are you? The pirate captain, upon seeing Enrun's mask, felt a sense of familiarity and voiced his suspicions. Although he did not recognize Enrun, some of his crew members did. The Hell Witch. She's the Hell Witch. A bounty of 4.5 billion. We're doomed. Upon recognizing the identity of Enrun, the pirate let out a scream and promptly fainted. The words of this pirate instantaneously reminded the captain of the pirate crew of a recent global headline, leaving him utterly astonished. However, before they could take any action, a golden scepter had already manifested in Enren's hand. The Gate of Hell. With a slight shake of the golden scepter, the pirate ship transformed into a realm of torment. Bang! The captain, wielding a massive axe, had barely regained his senses before being struck down by a blood-red statue, leaving him half alive. Following this, two fearsome specters dragged the boasting captain toward a cauldron of oil. Without hesitation, the specters tossed the captain into the boiling oil, and his screams resonated through the sky. And Ren's interrogation was thus straightforward, brutal, and remarkably efficient. Within mere minutes, Enren acquired the information Lu Fei sought. It turned out that the so-called treasure hunt of the giant axe pirate crew stemmed from rumors of a large illusion suddenly manifesting on a small island, attracting a multitude of pirates and bounty hunters. The giant axe pirate crew intended to lay in wait on the periphery, hoping to intercept those who emerged with treasures from the illusion. In this world, illusions were randomly generated and their durations uncertain. Often, an illusion might appear and vanish before anyone could discover it. However, this large illusion referred to one of considerable duration. Generally, the longer an illusion persisted, the better the treasures it yielded. After all, whether extracting items from the illusion or activating them, both required time to meet conditions and gather further information. Hence, when a large illusion appeared, anyone aware of it would hasten to partake in a fierce treasure hunt. Upon learning this, Lu Fei glanced at Qing Yun and her companions, and seeing their eager expressions, he smiled and declared, "Perfect! This large illusion shall serve as our pirate crew's inaugural venture." With Lu Fei's proclamation, and Run eliminated all pirates aboard the ship, rendering the colossal vessel now under Lu Fei's command. Subsequently, with a newfound objective, Lu Fei grew impatient with the sluggishness of the wooden ship. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the culinary dragon, a Tan. Lu Fei's mischievous gaze caused a Tan to shiver. Yet, when Lu Fei extended his fingers, indicating a request for an additional 5 servings, a Tan trembled even more, this time out of excitement. Without the need for further persuasion, a Tan transformed into a streak of light, darting to the ship's stern. There, he slightly enlarged his form, flapping his wings with such vigor that a tempest arose, filling the sails. In the next moment, the sails billowed, and the pirate ship surged forward with unprecedented speed. At this juncture, Yejun sighed, "My lord, your actions will surely make a Tan overweight. As a culinary dragon, a Tan possesses an insatiable appetite for delicious food, utterly oblivious to moderation." Yejun had always meticulously regulated a Tan's intake to prevent gluttony and the transformation into a rotund dragon. A little extra weight isn't a concern. It merely adds to the charm. Ha ha ha. Now realizing Yejun's good intentions, Lu Fei began to defend himself. Moreover, with all this activity, ISN Tiawada, you shed some weight? Amidst the howling winds, the pirate ship sped toward the island of the large illusion. On this day, as Lu Fei's pirate crew journeyed towards the grand illusion, Lu reported the demise of Rear Admiral Shiri and the shattering of the dual space card to Admiral Cuddy. Ha! Upon hearing this news, Admiral Cuddy not only refrained from feeling anger over the destruction of his card, but instead erupted in a hearty laughter. "Lu Chengfeng, you have indeed raised a fine son. He has already attained the strength of an admiral. That fellow Qi Yang must be utterly dumbfounded at this moment. First, he was nearly beaten to death by Lu Chengfeng, and now his most treasured son has been slain by Lu Fei. It is akin to losing a limb. I would love to see that old man's expression. I wonder if he will be driven to madness." After his laughter subsided, Admiral Cuddy suddenly recalled something, and with a serious tone, he warned his daughter, Luya. "Lu Fei's growth is alarmingly swift. You must exercise utmost caution and not allow him to gain any advantage." Indeed, Luya nodded in response, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, undeniably enticing. Clearly, Luya was reminiscing about Lu Fei's retreat after taking advantage of her. Fortunately, Luya was reporting from a distance. Had she displayed such a countenance in person, the doting Admiral Cuddy would surely have reacted on the spot. In a lavish chamber, upon receiving the news of Shiri's death, Admiral Qiyang was overwhelmed with fury, spewing forth a mouthful of blood that scorched multiple holes into the ground. Just as Admiral Cuddy had predicted, despite having numerous descendants, Admiral Qiyang held Shiri, the most capable, in the highest regard, and thus the news of his demise inflicted a pain akin to losing a limb. "Wang Lu Fei, I will tear you to shreds." The furious voice of Admiral Qiyang reverberated throughout the room. Had he not been severely wounded at that moment, he would have immediately set out to hunt down Lu Fei. Nonetheless, Admiral Qiyang, being a seasoned veteran of many storms, after the initial wave of anger subsided, his rationality returned, prompting him to ponder how Lu Fei had managed to kill Rear Admiral Shiri. Given his knowledge of his son, Admiral Qi Yang held a firm belief in Shiri's capabilities. Therefore, dispatching Rear Admiral Shiri to pursue Lu Fei in a one-on-one duel within the duel space seemed an impossibility for failure. However, when the news of Shiri's death reached him, he was forced to confront the grim reality. When the improbable occurs, Admiral Qi Yang instantly sensed something amiss. Thus, he promptly activated his energy to investigate Lu Fei's identity. The energy of an admiral is immense, and as Admiral Qi Yang earnestly began his inquiry, the scant information on Lu Fei swiftly came before him. Not to mention, Lu Fei had a brother who was keen on leveraging this situation. Therefore, even if Admiral Qi Yang could not uncover the details, Lu Zetian would undoubtedly provide him with Lu Fei's information. After reviewing Lu Fei's dossier, Admiral Qi Yang's fury intensified. Lu Fei. Who would have thought that Wang Lu Fei is merely your alias? Lu Chengfeng, you have indeed sired a remarkable son. You have grievously wounded me to pave the way for your son. Haven to you. Very well. I shall slay him and have your son accompany you. With all the information laid before Admiral Qi Yang, realizing that Lu Fei was the child of Lu Chengfeng, he immediately pieced together part of the truth. His severe injuries were a result of Lu Chengfeng's knowledge of Lu Fei having killed his grandson, and thus he deliberately inflicted such harm upon him. Furthermore, Lu Chengfeng's decision to challenge the world government as he neared death was also to facilitate Lu Fei's ascent. Lu Chengfeng exchanged his life for Lu Fei's extended growth period. In fact, in Admiral Qi Yang's mind, he categorized Lu Fei's actions of killing his grandson and then his son as part of Lu Chengfeng's grand design. Thus, at that moment, the desire to eliminate Lu Fei surged to its peak within Admiral Qi Yang. Originally, Admiral Qi Yang intended to dispatch individuals to track Lu Fei while awaiting his injuries to heal before personally taking action. Due to the overwhelming strength of Lu Fei, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue him without the intervention of a general. Thus, General Qi Yang resolved to take matters into his own hands. However, upon reviewing Lu Fei's dossier and allowing his imagination to run wild, Qi Yang found himself unable to wait for his wounds to heal. In light of this, he took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and retrieved a treasured artifact from his collection. Having served in his position for many years, Qi Yang possessed numerous valuable items, and given the current circumstances, he decisively opted to employ his finest treasure. He unveiled an object resembling a tome and, after a moment of reluctant contemplation, opened it. The words Ding To Qi Jian shimmered with a faint glow, sending a tremor through Qi Yang's spirit. Subsequently, he set up an altar within a chamber, fashioned a straw effigy, and solemnly inscribed Lu Fei's name upon it. With a lamp above the effigy's head and another beneath its feet, the lights remained ever bright, symbolizing the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a person. Following the instructions outlined in the tome, Qi Yang executed the necessary preparations, performing footwork and sealing symbols, culminating in a ritualistic incantation. After completing all arrangements, he bowed 3 times before the straw effigy. In the next moment, the characters representing Lu Fei on the effigy radiated a white light, which, under Qi Yang's fierce gaze, flickered and vanished. A malicious laughter echoed throughout the room as Qi Yang exclaimed, "Ha! Lu Fei, await your demise." In the city of Jiucheng, imbibing a sip of fine wine, Lu Fei, caught in a state between dream and wakefulness, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing toward an unknown point in the sky. There, an invisible white light pulsated continuously, hesitating as it contemplated its descent. This ethereal glow was the mechanism of the Ding To Qi Jian, employed to lock onto its target. Given the prevalence of individuals named Lu Fei, precise identification was paramount. True to its reputation as a treasured artifact, the Ding To Qi Jian successfully pinpointed Lu Fei's physical location. However, upon locking onto his essence, the tome hesitated, for it recognized a familiar adversary, the Zhanxian Fei Dao, the spirit residing within the Zhanxian Hu, wielding a flying knife, glared menacingly at the white light of the Ding To Qi Jian. Both artifacts originated from the same master, Liya Daorin, yet their functions were intended to complement each other, one ranged and the other close. Nevertheless, being both offensive artifacts. The spirit harbored an inflated sense of superiority and could not tolerate the presence of another attack-oriented tool. Moreover, the Ding To Chi Jian, embodying a submissive nature, had historically been a target of the spirit's bullying. This was evident in the spirit's consistent refusal to acknowledge Lu Fei as its master, while the Ding To Chi Jian was utilized by Qi Yang. Thus, when the Ding To Chi Jian hovered above Lu Fei's essence and encountered the spirit from the Zhanxian Hu, it faltered. Yet, despite its hesitation, the tome knew it must proceed. With determination, the white light surged downward, aiming to penetrate Lu Fei's form and fulfill its mission. However, midway through its descent, the Ding To Chi Jian abruptly halted, veering away in a panic. Its frantic escape mirrored that of a creature fleeing from a formidable foe, and indeed, it had encountered its nemesis. As it dove downward, the Ru Yijing Gu Bong within Lu Fei's divine sea unleashed a blinding golden radiance. It was evident that should the Ding To Chi Jian continue its descent, it would surely face the wrath of the Ru Yijing Gu Bong, which possessed the ability to counteract its magic. Naturally, the Ding To Chi Jian fled in terror. On board a pirate ship, Lu Fei's avatar gazed skyward, observing the white light of the Ding To Chi Jian retreating in haste. At that moment, it confirmed that Lu Fei's avatar bore no significant treasures, and thus, it felt secure in diving into the fray. Lu Fei smiled slightly, aware that while he could vaguely sense the event, he possessed no means to intervene. However, he held no pressing desire to obstruct it, as this was merely an avatar. The demise of the avatar would not be without benefit for Lu Fei's true self. The essence of the avatar, transformed through the process of Qi Hua Sanqing, could relay all its gains back to the original. Thus, upon the avatar's dissolution, Lu Fei would instantaneously acquire the prowess of 3 years of arduous cultivation. Consequently, he was not particularly concerned about the fate of the avatar, viewing this as an opportunity to observe Qi Yang's strategies. Indeed, Lu Fei had deduced that the white light penetrating his form represented Qi Yang's retaliatory measures. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the Ding To Chi Jian at that moment, he intended to patiently await the outcome with his avatar. The true Lu Fei in Jiuqing sensed an unseen force locking onto his avatar. "Qiang, what tactics will you employ?" he mused. "Previously, I vowed to bury your entire family before you, grandson. Now that his father has joined him in the afterlife, I shall seize the opportunity to ensure you accompany them as well." Lu Fei contemplated the situation unfolding before him. Having dealt with the minor threats, greater ones emerged. And after confronting the major ones, the oldest adversary appeared. In light of such circumstances, rather than feeling alarmed, Lu Fei embraced the challenge with enthusiasm. It sufficed to bury them all. Just as he had remarked to the young nobleman, eliminating him was simple. Dealing with his father was more challenging, and confronting his grandfather would require an opportune moment. Ultimately, however, Lu Fei resolved to carry out his intentions. Accompanied by his companions, Lu Fei arrived at a small island, where the dragon of gastronomy, Atan, fervently fanned the flames of their appetites. Naturally, their journey was not without its challenges, as the pirates who had set their sights on Lu Fei and his entourage were swiftly imprisoned by Anrun in the depths of hell. Upon their arrival, they observed numerous vessels moored at the island's edge. These ships, varying in size, shared a common characteristic. Only a small contingent of individuals remained, while the vast majority had already disembarked to enter the illusion. At this juncture, Lu Fei was presented with 2 options. The first was to linger outside, awaiting the return of those within with their illusory treasures, commonly known as a heist. The second was to seize the opportunity presented by their small numbers and directly enter the illusion to contend for the desired items. However, as Lu Fei was not a true pirate, he did not hesitate in selecting the latter option. Thus, he and Qingyan proceeded directly onto the island, making their way towards the grand illusion. Shortly after landing, they beheld a colossal blue light pulsating in waves. Occasionally, other pirates from different directions ventured into the blue glow. Exchanging glances, Lu Fei and his companions stepped forward as well. The instant they entered the blue light, the world around them inverted their consciousness blurred, and their physical forms vanished from the spot. Aboard a naval ship, Lu Fei perused a newspaper while standing alongside Qingyun and her companions, observing the deck strewn with unconscious naval soldiers. As he read the execution notice for Ace, Lu Fei realized he had entered the world of One Piece, specifically on the eve of the Marineford War. Unlike the personal illusions where language barriers existed, this expansive illusion granted him temporary linguistic abilities, enabling him to comprehend the tongue of this realm. However, this came at the cost of suppression of his own powers. Indeed, all individuals who enter the grand illusion experience a diminishment of their powers, with some inherently conflicting abilities being stripped away entirely. For instance, the capabilities bestowed by Luffy's sound ThunderFruit and Xingyun's Tremor Fruit have become utterly ineffective. This is due to the inherent clash between their Devil Fruit abilities and the powers of this world. Fortunately, both Luffy and Xingyun possess formidable physical prowess. Although their strength has been significantly curtailed, they remain formidable adversaries. Upon understanding the temporal dynamics at play, Luffy begins to contemplate how to derive benefits within this illusion. Based on his limited experiences within such realms, he estimates that the conclusion of this grand illusion will coincide with the aftermath of the Marineford War. Thus, time is of the essence. Luffy realizes that altering the outcome of the Marineford War is not within his means, given his diminished strength. Even with the prophetic information he possesses, revealing it is out of the question. After all, Ace's demise is a narrative necessity. Should Luffy intervene, it could potentially unearth the enigmatic in behind the celestial dragons. Luffy is unwilling to gamble with the lives of himself and Xingyun. This implies that the only recourse is to navigate the turmoil of the Marineford War to seize advantageous opportunities. Additionally, the devil fruits of this world do not fall within Luffy's scope of consideration. Thus, the remaining options consist of several skills: the 6 powers of the Navy, swordsmanship, haki, and ancient weaponry. Luffy surveys Qingyun, Yajun, Onrin, as well as the Shadow Tribe beings and Atan, finally settling on a course of action. He decides not to have the team act collectively, but rather to disperse. Qingyun, Yajun, the Shadow Tribe beings, and Atan will serve as elite members of the Navy, heading to Marineford to engage in the conflict, while Onrin and Luffy will journey to Sabaody Archipelago. After imparting essential precautions to Qingyun, Luffy parts ways on the next island. Sabaody Archipelago, a vital passage from the Grand Line to the New World and the launching point for numerous pirates, stands as an unequivocal den of lawlessness, a veritable paradise for nefarious individuals. The moment Luffy and Onrin set foot on Sabaody Archipelago, Onrin, akin to a lone blue lotus in the world, quickly becomes the target of many human traffickers. With their seasoned eyes, the traffickers can instantly ascertain that Onrin, should she be auctioned, would fetch an exorbitant price. Even with a mask obscuring her features, her flawless skin, exquisite hands and feet, and extraordinary presence render her irresistible to them. The allure she possesses for these seasoned individuals signifies great monetary value. Immediately, Luffy and Onrin perceive the traffickers coordinating their actions. In this lawless realm, countless villains roam freely. As long as one can afford the price, there is little they would shy away from, except perhaps targeting the celestial dragons, as that would be a gamble with one's life. Observing this scene, Luffy smiles faintly and addresses Onrin. These individuals are deserving of hell. Feel free to explore these islands, and should anyone attempt to harm you, act without hesitation. The only caution is to refrain from killing those who wear transparent helmets. Wait for my return before dealing with them. After advising Onrin, Luffy departs without delay. As the Navy prepares for the Whitebeard pirates ahead of the Marineford War, Luffy is confident that as long as the celestial dragons remain unharmed, the Navy headquarters will not divert its attention to Sabaody Archipelago. This means that even if Onrin unleashes chaos in Sabaody, it will not attract the notice of the Navy's admirals, ensuring her safety. Luffy's decision to send Onrin here is strategic. Her ability to ensnare evildoers in her version of hell will grow stronger with each individual captured. Thus, the abundance of malefactors in Sabaody represents an opportunity for Onrin to enhance her strength. As Onrin watches Luffy's retreating figure, she silently vows, "I will not disappoint you, my lord." She then walks barefoot, leaving delicate impressions upon the ground, traversing the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, Luffy boards a pirate ship, having convinced the crew through physical means, and sets sail smoothly. In the depths of the sea lies Fishman Island. Upon stepping onto its soil, Luffy marvels at the island's composition and beauty. After acclimatizing to the new environment, he makes his way to the Fishman Royal Palace. There, Luffy presents himself with grace and eloquence, easily gaining an audience with King Neptune. Following a display of strength that swiftly overcomes Neptune's 3 sons, he earns the king's trust. Consequently, it is only fitting that Luffy is soon introduced to Princess Shirahoshi, who resides within the hard-shelled tower, as he has offered to eliminate the threat posed by Vanderdecken. Entering the hard-shelled tower alone, Luffy gazes upon the peacefully slumbering Princess Shirahoshi and chooses the most direct method to awaken her. With a swift movement, he lands upon one of her soft, ample features, startling her awake. "What are you doing on me?" Luffy looks upon the exquisite Shirahoshi, adorned with a fish-shaped hairpiece, her soft pink hair cascading down, cerulean eyes sparkling, and her voluptuous figure, reputed to be the most beautiful in the world of pirates. With a warm smile, he greets her, "Shirahoshi, it is a pleasure to meet you." As their conversation unfolds, under Luffy's subtle guidance, Shirahoshi reveals her lineage. Due to her fondness for humanity and the kindness Luffy exhibits, she not only shares her background, but also expresses her dream of paying tribute to her mother, Queen Odoheim. Luffy listens intently, observing the depths of her emotion as tears threaten to spill from her eyes. He recognizes that Shirahoshi is a girl endowed with the power to change the world, yet burdened by a promise to her mother, embodying both strength and kindness. From both a rational and emotional standpoint, it is tragic that Shirahoshi has endured a life steeped in fear, as she ought to rise as the queen leading Fishman Island to greatness. After all, she possesses the power of Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Yet, her innate goodness, the promise made to her mother, and her timid, tearful disposition confine her to a life within the hard-shelled tower. From an objective perspective, it is indeed lamentable that Shirahoshi, despite her immense power, has not harnessed it. However, in a certain sense, her ability to remain hidden and unobserved by the world government is a consequence of this restraint. Therefore, Luffy concludes that Shirahoshi, due to her character, requires someone to protect her, a guardian capable of allowing her to live the life she desires. In Luffy's understanding, it is evident that Monkey D. Luffy is not that person. His companions all harbor grand ambitions. Conversely, Shirahoshi appears devoid of such lofty aspirations. Consequently, it is unlikely that she would join Luffy's crew, and at present, his ship cannot accommodate her. It is precisely for this reason that Luffy chose not to witness the apex of battle within the pirate world during the Marineford War, but rather to visit Fishman Island. According to the intelligence gleaned from the mouth of Shiri Zhongjiang, Luffy surmised that the world government could steadily enter the realm of One Piece. At present, Luffy was also unable to take away Princess Bai Shing, hence he was wagering. Luffy gambled that the fondness he cultivated while interacting with Princess Bai Shing within this grand illusion would enable him, when he truly possessed the capability to take her away in the future, to return to the world of One Piece through the world government. This was undoubtedly a grand gamble, with the potential for either complete loss or substantial gain. Gazing at the resplendent Princess Bai Shing before him, Luffy mused. Regardless of whether he would ultimately gain or lose, at least in this moment, he was not at a disadvantage. After Princess Bai Shing articulated her dream, Luffy spoke. "Bai Shing, let's make a pact. If I resolve all your predicaments now, then in the future, when I return here, I hope you will board my ship." Based on her experiences over the years, Princess Bai Shing was not particularly inclined to believe that Luffy could solve her troubles. However, upon hearing his words, she inexplicably chose to trust him. Thus, with tears glistening in her eyes, she gently nodded. "Lord Luffy, I agree." With Bai Shing's consent, Luffy commenced his actions. He swept his hand behind him, conjuring a tremendous gale that flung open the doors of the hard-shell tower. As the doors swung wide, a colossal axe hurtled down from the sky, aimed directly at Princess Bai Xing. This was the ability of Vandedecken IX's target fruit, which allowed him to hurl weapons over vast distances upon contact with the intended target. Danger! Lord Lu Fei quickly closed the door. Having been threatened by Vandedecken IX's abilities for many years, Princess Bai Xing screamed upon seeing the weapon. In that moment, she even instinctively raised her hand to shield Lu Fei. Outside the hardshell tower, King Neptune and his 3 sons, upon witnessing the massive axe, exclaimed in unison, "Close the door. Block the weapon. Be careful, Bai Xing." Amidst the chorus of alarm, Lu Fei touched Princess Bai Xing's delicate hand that was shielding him, reassuring her, "Bai Xing, do not worry. I will handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fei's form vanished from the soft embrace of Princess Bai Xing and appeared in the path of the descending axe. In the instant the axe approached, Lu Fei grasped the razor-sharp blade with his bare hands and, to the astonishment of all, shattered the entire axe effortlessly. "Lord Lu Fei, you..." Princess Bai Xing looked at Lu Fei in the air, her surprise and joy unmistakable. Lu Fei turned back and waved at her. "Bai Xing, I will first deal with Vandedecken 9 and return to help you fulfill your dream." With that, Lu Fei's figure vanished once more, pursuing the direction from which the massive axe had come. Following the trajectory of the axe, Lu Fei easily located Vandedecken 9, who was aboard an unimaginably large wooden ship, reveling in his lifestyle. Coincidentally, beside him was the fishman Hody Jones. When Lu Fei found them, the two were engaged in discussions about overthrowing King Neptune's regime. Unlike Hody Jones, who was unaware of Princess Bai Xing's abilities, Vandedecken 9 wore a leering grin as they conversed, evidently fantasizing about how he might exploit Princess Bai Xing's powers for his own gain. Lu Fei regarded the 2 fishmen as though they were mere jesters. If only Princess Bai Xing would change her demeanor, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate them both. Hody Jones was the first to notice Lu Fei's arrival. "Who is that?" he shouted, startled as he turned to face Lu Fei. Initially, Hody Jones feared that other fishmen had discovered his secret meeting with a wanted criminal from Fishman Island, but upon realizing he was merely confronting a human, he relaxed. In his mind, humans were weak beings easily crushed. Thus, the panic on his face dissipated, replaced by malice. So it's just a human, seeking death. Hody Jones lunged at Lu Fei, intent on eliminating him to ensure that his discussions with Vandedecken 9 remained undiscovered. However, as Hody Jones charged, Lu Fei effortlessly slapped him back, causing him to stumble and crash heavily beside Vandedecken 9. How is this possible? Hody Jones, with half of his face swollen, was stunned, as was Vandedecken 9, who witnessed the scene. Normally, fishmen possessed physical capabilities several times greater than those of humans, especially in the underwater domain, their natural battlefield. Yet the reality was that Hody Jones was no match for Lu Fei. In fact, Hody Jones had not even seen Lu Fei's attack clearly. He could not even defend himself, resulting in his swollen face. Despite his shock, Hody Jones quickly retrieved a small pill and swallowed it. In the next moment, his muscles bulged, his eyes bloodshot, and his strength surged dramatically. One must admit, Hody Jones's pill was remarkably potent, far superior to the blue pills Lu Fei had heard of. If it could be sold in the human world, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative business. However, it came at the cost of bodily harm. With his newfound strength, Hody Jones charged at Lu Fei once more, moving significantly faster than before. Unfortunately for him, as Lu Fei struck again, he could barely perceive the shadow of the punch before it landed squarely on his nose, shattering half of the bone. Blood gushed from Hody Jones's mouth without restraint, causing Vandedecken IX's heart to tremble. He had initially thought Hody Jones was brutal enough, but witnessing Lu Fei's cold and merciless assault revealed to him the true meaning of savagery. Lu Fei, expressionless, gazed at the 2 fishmen, an insatiable desire for vengeance simmering within him. Hody Jones was the true murderer of Princess Bai Xing's mother, while Vandedecken 9 was the fishman who had cast a long shadow over her life. Given that Lu Fei regarded Princess Bai Xing as one of his own, he was resolute in his intent to eliminate these 2 fishmen. Lu Fei understood that the kind-hearted Princess Bai Xing would never choose to kill them, perhaps even forgiving them. but he would never grant them that mercy. What Luffy sought to do was to make them feel despair. This despair would serve as interest for the torment they had inflicted upon Princess Bai Xing. As Luffy's cold gaze bore down on him, the battered Hody Jones, bloodied but unyielding, struggled to rise. "Who the hell are you?" Despite his grievous injuries, Hody Jones's tenacity allowed him to maintain a decent fighting spirit as he roared at Luffy. His incredulous tone reflected the reality that Luffy's presence threatened to derail all his carefully laid plans. The thought of failing after so many years of scheming and effort, only to be thwarted by a mere human, was unbearable for Hody Jones. Listening to Hody Jones's desperate cries, Luffy smirked coldly. "Who am I? Even if I told you, you would not comprehend. However, I can assure you that Princess Bai Xing is under my protection." The words of Luffy jolted Hody Jones awake. Indeed, who Luffy is matters little. What is significant is for whom he has come. Luffy has come for Princess Bai Xing. Having slain Queen Odoheim, Hody Jones immediately comprehended that there would be no way out today. Ultimately, Hody Jones was consumed by madness. Realizing there was no retreat, he pulled out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls, until he had crammed all the pills into his mouth. A drumming sound emanated from within Hody Jones' body. It was his heart, beating under extreme strain. Hody Jones' muscles swelled, his crimson eyes bulging, resembling a figure on the verge of explosive transformation. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Hody Jones transformed into a blur and charged at Luffy. He understood that his current state could not last long, and only one of them was destined to survive this encounter. Thus, Hody Jones wasted no words and lunged directly at Luffy. Fishman Karate, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. In his heightened state, Hody Jones was finally able to discern Luffy's movements and unleash his own techniques. However, even while executing his signature moves, he felt no joy, for all his attacks were effortlessly thwarted by Luffy. Hody Jones fought desperately, while Luffy remained calm and unhurried. As the battle raged on, the fiery intensity in Hody Jones' eyes gradually dimmed, and his hair rapidly turned white. Slowly, Hody Jones' speed began to wane, having consumed an excessive amount of lethal pills. His vitality was drained, entering a countdown to death. Fishman Karate. Hody Jones' fist reached Luffy's front, yet Luffy chose not to defend. He merely stood there, tranquil. "Die for me," Hody Jones roared, his fist lingering just an inch from Luffy before he could move no further. Hody Jones' gaze faded entirely, as if the light of hope in his heart had been extinguished. His body slumped slowly to the ground, perishing in despair. All his years of planning, all his effort, culminated in this moment upon Luffy's arrival. Gazing at Hody Jones' lifeless form, Luffy sneered coldly and gestured with his hand. Shatter! Streams of water extended from Luffy's fingertips, swirling like a meat grinder, instantly pulverizing Hody Jones' corpse. Next, Luffy turned his attention to the trembling Vanderdecken 9. At this moment, Vanderdecken 9 was overwhelmed with fear of Luffy's formidable power, while also seething with anger at Luffy's declaration. To Vanderdecken 9, who had long regarded Princess Bai Xing as a forbidden topic, Luffy's assertion that Princess Bai Xing is mine dealt him a crushing blow. Yet, in the face of Luffy's overwhelming strength, Vanderdecken 9 understood that even his fury was futile. Not to mention, the murderous intent emanating from Luffy's gaze felt like plunging into an icy abyss. "Do not kill me." Sensing the imminent threat of death, Vanderdecken 9 hastily pleaded. "I will never dare to disturb Bai Xing again." Ultimately, the desire to survive triumphed over the instinct for self-preservation. Unfortunately, Luffy showed no inclination to heed his pleas. Raising his hand, just as Luffy was about to strike, Vanderdecken 9 cried out, "You cannot kill me. Otherwise, I will destroy both Bai Xing and Fishman Island." As he spoke, Vanderdecken 9 activated his target fruit ability, hurling Noah as a weapon towards Fishman Island. One must admit, this move was astutely executed. Knowing he could not evade Luffy, he decisively opted to threaten Luffy with Princess Bai Xing. As Noah began to move, Vanderdecken X's expression relaxed. In his mind, The combination of his words and Noah's massive size would surely instill trepidation in Luffy. Little did he know, everything was within Luffy's control. Whether Luffy struck first or now, he could eliminate Vanderdecken 9 and disrupt the ThunderFruit's power. It could be said that as long as Luffy wished it, Vanderdecken 9 would never have the opportunity to act. Nonetheless, Luffy was not in a hurry. He had his own considerations. As Noah hovered above Fishman Island, Vanderdecken IX's demeanor shifted back to arrogance. Clearly, he interpreted Luffy's silence as acquiescence. Ha ha! Kneel before me, or I shall let Noah obliterate everything on Fishman Island. Vanderdecken 9 cackled, fully embodying the essence of a petty tyrant. However, awaiting him was Luffy's advancing figure. Do not come any closer. Stay where you are. Otherwise, I will destroy Fishman Island. Vanderdecken 9 shouted in panic. Naturally, Luffy paid him no heed, choosing instead to pass him by and approach a row of weapons nearby. What are you doing? I will truly destroy Fishman Island. As Vanderdecken 9 watched Luffy pick up a weapon, his panic intensified, and he shouted with a harsh edge. Yet, Luffy turned and hurled the weapon at Vanderdecken 9. Whoosh! The weapon's sharp blade sliced through Vanderdecken IX's left hand, severing his palm. Witnessing the blood gushing from his left hand, Vanderdecken 9 let out a scream. Ah, what have you done? My hand is gone. In response to Vanderdecken IX's wails, Luffy coldly tossed the second weapon. Vanderdecken IX's right hand was severed at the root, blood gushing profusely. Following that, Luffy continued to hurl weapons, severing various parts of Vanderdecken IX's body. It was evident that Luffy was repaying Vanderdecken 9 for his past transgressions against Princess by Shing. Thus, he returned the favor in kind, making Vanderdecken 9 experience the sensation of being struck by weapons, just as he had done to Princess by Shing watching helplessly as his body parts were gradually reduced. Vanderdecken 9 transitioned from panic to terror, ultimately spiraling into madness. I will ensure Fishman Island pays the price with me. Hearing this, Luffy finally spoke. I am aware of your ThunderFruit ability, and I know that upon your death, it will cease to function. Moreover, I intentionally led you to bring Noah here, sparing me considerable effort. Luffy's cold and merciless words gradually stripped Vanderdecken 9 of his madness, leaving him in despair. Ultimately, like Hody Jones, Vanderdecken 9 perished in hopelessness. Luffy gazed at the dismembered Vanderdecken 9, waved his hand, and summoned a powerful current of water to sweep away the fragments. In the next moment, Luffy's figure vanished from Noah. Fishman Island. Countless fishmen gazed at the descending shadow in the sky, erupting in terrified cries. Neptune and the three brothers were filled with despair upon seeing Noah plummeting towards Fishman Island. How could this happen? How could Noah be above Fishman Island? Is Fishman Island to be destroyed at my hands? Nippuden is aware of Noah's existence, and he knows that Noah was once the vessel of hope for the fishmen to ascend to the surface centuries ago. However, the fishmen ultimately did not board Noah. And unexpectedly, hundreds of years later, Noah is set to collide with Fishman Island. At this moment, Luffy suddenly appears in a soft spot near Princess Shirahoshi. Lord Luffy, quickly save my father and the others. Save Fishman Island. The appearance of Luffy fills Princess Shirahoshi with hope as she gazes at him with pleading eyes glistening with tears. Nevertheless, in response to her desperate plea, Luffy shakes his head gently and softly reassures her. Shirahoshi, do not panic. You do not need my help. You can save Fishman Island yourself. Huh? Princess Shirahoshi's eyes widen in confusion, seemingly not grasping Luffy's words. Luffy continues. Shirahoshi, you are the princess of the Fishman Kingdom, endowed with unimaginable power. I know you are kind-hearted and reluctant to wield this power, but it is your destiny to become the guardian of the Fishman Kingdom. Now is the time for you to protect it. Luffy's words gradually calm Princess Shirahoshi's racing heart as she softly inquires. Lord Luffy, how can I protect the Fishman Kingdom? How can I harness this power? Luffy smiles gently, crouching down to touch a soft spot, and speaks earnestly. Use your heart to sense the ocean. Listen to the depths of the sea, and call upon the forces that dwell within. Luffy's gesture causes a blush to rise on Princess Shirahoshi's cheeks. Yet she follows his guidance and begins to attune to the ocean. In the deep sea, two enormous sea kings wander aimlessly. How boring. Sigh, being so large is troublesome. There's nothing to do. I miss the humans and fishmen who could understand us and converse with us. Indeed, it has been so long since we last saw them. Princess Shirahoshi hears their voices from the depths of the ocean. Following Luffy's instructions, she calls out, "Come help me." Huh? Did you hear that call? Yes, yes. Who is calling us? Let's go check it out. The two colossal sea kings swiftly head toward Fishman Island. Moments later, two massive shadows loom over Fishman Island, causing many fishmen to faint in fear. However, upon witnessing these immense sea kings, Luffy smiles and gently awakens Princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, open your eyes. With her face still flushed, Princess Shirahoshi opens her eyes and gazes skyward. Shirahoshi simply asks them to carry Noah away. Following Luffy's words, Princess Shirahoshi pleads with the two sea kings, who effortlessly lift the plummeting Noah away. As the three shadows above Fishman Island vanish, countless individuals express their relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. Meanwhile, Nippyton and the Neptune brothers watch Princess Shirahoshi in astonishment. They are aware of her abilities, but are astonished to discover just how powerful she truly is. At this moment, seeing the crisis averted, Princess Shirahoshi looks at Luffy with gratitude. "Lord Luffy, thank you." Yet, Luffy shakes his head again, refusing her gratitude, and replies, "Shirahoshi, there is no need to thank me. This is your power. It is the power of the Sea King, Poseidon." Observing the confusion in Princess Shirahoshi's eyes, Luffy can only smile helplessly. "All right, I will explain it to you slowly later. For now, let's go to the sea forest." Luffy's words earn a joyful agreement from Princess Shirahoshi. Yes. In the sea forest, Princess Shirahoshi gazes upon the statue of her mother, Queen Otoheim, tears streaming down her face. Luffy, too, displays a look of respect. He holds deep admiration for Queen Otoheim, whose ideals transcend time. However, this world ultimately values strength. Thus, despite her noble virtues and great ideals, she struggled to realize them. In fact, Queen Otoheim became a pawn for Hody Jones. Of course, that is all in the past. Luffy has avenged her. Rest assured, dear mother, I will ensure Shirahoshi masters her own power and lead the Fishman Kingdom to the surface, coexisting peacefully with humanity. Your dream will surely be fulfilled by Shirahoshi's hands. Almost revealing certain thoughts, Luffy solemnly makes this promise before the statue of Queen Otoheim. On Sabati Archipelago, get her. Whoever catches her will receive a bounty of 100 million. The human traffickers shout from a distance, directing the pirates to pounce on N. However, as the pirates approach within 100 meters of N, they are dragged into the depths of hell. Yet, enticed by the prospect of profit, the pirates fearlessly charge forward and welcomes them with open arms, the gates of hell wide open to these pirates as guests. The lawless Sabati Archipelago serves as a training ground for and to enhance her strength. In Marineford, in response to the Whitebeard pirates' assault, the Navy headquarters has mobilized a significant number of elites for defense. Since these elites come from various regions, Qing Yun and her companions easily blend in as officers. However, once inside Marineford, they separate according to Luffy's arrangements. Qing Yun arrives at the Navy's training grounds to learn the 6 styles and how to wield haki. Yajun heads to the residence of Dracul Mihawk, knocking on the door. "I've heard you are the world's greatest swordsman. I have come to challenge you." Dracul Mihawk would typically not accept a challenge from a naval officer, requiring at least a rear admiral for consideration. However, when he sees the 2 swords at Yajun's waist, he changes his mind, for he senses the essence of ice and fire emanating from them. With his vast experience traversing the Grand Line, this is the first time he has encountered such swords. Thus, Dracul Mihawk agrees to Yajun's challenge. However, they choose a small island for their battle, allowing them to unleash their full potential. "Make your move." Dracul Mihawk unsheathes his sword, the Supreme Black Blade, known as Yoru, one of the 12 Supreme Great Swords. Indeed, feeling the essence of ice and fire, Dracul Mihawk, is devoid of hesitation. As he grips the black blade Yuru, a fierce aura rises from him, a blade intent that even Yajun can feel piercing his mind. This is the domain of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Please, teach me. Yajun draws her sword. Ryu no Hano. All things in existence are but ashes. Ryu no Hano. Instantly, the temperature on the island begins to rise. Eagle-Eye Mihawk naturally sensed everything, revealing an extraordinary gaze. A blade capable of altering the environment simply by being drawn is truly unheard of. However, it was precisely due to his lack of prior experience that Eagle-Eye Mihawk felt a surge of excitement. For someone who stands at the pinnacle of the world's swordsman, witnessing such a blade is undoubtedly a source of joy. With a fervent spirit, Eagle-Eye Mihawk unleashed a strike, generating a wave of sword energy. Yajun similarly executed a fiery slash, countering this wave of energy. Thus, the battle between the two commenced. After approximately 10 minutes, Yajun, panting and gripping his sword, gazed intently at Eagle-Eye Mihawk. In stark contrast to the perspiring Yajun, Eagle-Eye Mihawk showed no change in his breathing rhythm. The evident disparity in strength was palpable. Holding the black blade Yuru, Mihawk pointed towards Yajun's waist and coldly inquired, "Why do you not draw your other sword? Do you look down upon me?" It was clear that Eagle-Eye Mihawk wished to witness Yajun's Hiryu-Maru, yet Yajun had not drawn it. "No, you misunderstand," Yajun replied, adhering to Lu Fei's teachings. "I set sail to learn swordsmanship. Relying too heavily on a blade does not contribute to my growth in swordsmanship." Yajun's words profoundly impacted Eagle-Eye Mihawk. "Indeed, you are aware of this yourself. Dependence on a sword is the greatest obstacle to your advancement in the way of the sword. Draw your blade and let me witness your utmost strength. Then, during this time, I shall guide your swordsmanship. After all, aside from Whitebeard, there is little of interest here." Upon hearing this, Yajun nodded, indicating his willingness to engage in such an exchange with Eagle-Eye Mihawk. Swordsmen prefer straightforward dealings. Whether motivated by the desire to see Yajun's other blade or moved by his words, Eagle-Eye Mihawk was willing to offer his guidance in exchange for Yajun's use of Hiryu-Maru. Yajun, following Lu Fei's arrangement, aimed to battle Eagle-Eye Mihawk and ideally gain his mentorship. Thus, an agreement was reached. In that moment of agreement, Yajun drew Hiryu-Maru, seated atop the frosty heavens. Hiryu-Maru. In this instant, Yajun held Hiryu-Maru in his left hand and Lu Renruahua in his right. The ground to his left frosted over, while the ground to his right evaporated with steam. Between the ice and fire, all converged upon Yajun. Although these two blades were inherently conflicting, they harmoniously coexisted in Yajun's grasp. To adeptly wield Hiryu-Maru and Lu Renruahua simultaneously, Yajun developed a unique technique: ice and fire harmony. The blue chill emanated from Yajun's left hand, while the red flames surged from his right. Both energies intertwined over Yajun's body, their vibrant clash amplifying his aura. With the dual blades, Yajun struck towards Eagle-Eye Mihawk, unleashing a wave of intertwining red and blue energy. Mihawk's pupils constricted, and the black blade Yoru in his hands transformed into an even darker hue. Faced with Yajun's technique, the world's foremost swordsman, Eagle-Eye Mihawk, had to take it seriously and activated his haki. With a decisive slash, Eagle-Eye Mihawk employed his haki against the intertwined wave of energy. In an instant, the wave was cleaved in two, hurtling towards either side of the small island, obliterating numerous trees. "Excellent," Eagle-Eye Mihawk commended before charging towards Yajun. In that moment, he was merely a swordsman in pursuit of the art of combat. The island was filled with the chaotic surge of sword energy. Yajun struggled to contend with Eagle-Eye Mihawk. Under Mihawk's relentless strikes, Yajun could not claim to be utterly powerless, yet he was hardly in a favorable position. Although Yajun could inflict damage upon Mihawk using Lu Renruahua and Hiryu-Maru, every one of Yajun's attacks was effortlessly parried by Mihawk. The disparity in strength was undeniable. In his duel with Eagle-Eye Mihawk, Yajun comprehended the essence of a top-tier swordsman. Simultaneously, he understood why Lu Fei had urged him to challenge Mihawk. One must witness the heights of the mountain to establish a climbing goal. As Yajun battled Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria, was aboard his ship where shadowy beings arrived. Moria, having consumed the Kage no Mi and possessing the ability to control shadows, was acutely sensitive to shadow-related powers. Thus, when these shadowy beings approached his vessel, he immediately sensed the anomaly. Following Luffy's instruction, the shadowy beings met with Moria and pledged allegiance to him. Moria was exceedingly pleased with their arrival. At that moment, he promptly offered them shadows. Actually, it was the shadowy beings who requested this, as they inherently lack shadows. With Moria being a self-proclaimed expert in shadows, he took great interest in them and prepared to conduct some experiments. Thus, the two parties found perfect synergy. Moria discovered that the shadows he imparted to the shadowy beings could be digested by them, enhancing their own strength. This was equivalent to transferring a portion of the shadow owner's power to the shadowy beings. This revelation delighted Moria immensely. Possessing techniques that harness the shadows of up to 1,000 individuals, Moria could wield their power to obliterate an island with a single punch. Therefore, he was eager for the shadowy beings to absorb shadows to augment their abilities. Consequently, Moria commenced his research on the shadowy beings. Of course, in exchange, Moria provided the shadowy beings with an abundance of shadows for strengthening. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moria wielded considerable authority. Coupled with the fact that the Marine headquarters housed numerous death row inmates, Moria appropriated the shadows of these condemned prisoners. Thus, the shadowy beings began their enhancement under Moria's scrutiny aboard his ship. Little one, you are lacking. The booming laughter of the giant vice admiral echoed in the training grounds. Roar! The dragon of culinary delights, Atan, charged forward. At this moment, Atan had regained his true form and was battling the giant vice admiral. However, with his strength restrained, Atan struggled to gain the upper hand. As Atan lunged forward, he was met with a punch imbued with haki from the giant vice admiral, striking him on the head. Ow! Atan cried out, clutching his head, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha! The giant vice admiral chuckled heartily. Little one, you need to eat more, and yes, you must also train harder. While Qingyun cultivated his haki, Atan and the giant vice admiral established a rapport. After a bout, Atan became familiar with the giant vice admiral, who took him to the mess hall to indulge in a feast, claiming it was to replenish stamina. Within the Marine headquarters, food and chefs were in no short supply. Although Atan felt that his culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Yejun, the quantity was sufficient to satiate his hunger. Thus, Atan embarked on a life intertwined with the giant vice admiral. Atan accompanied the vice admiral in battles, while the vice admiral took on the responsibility of teaching Atan the art of intimidation and ensuring his sustenance. As the Navy headquarters prepared for the execution of Ace, Qingyun, Yejun, and Ren, the culinary dragon Atan and the shadow creatures were diligently enhancing their abilities according to Luffy's plan. Only Luffy remained, exploring the depths of Fishman Island alongside Princess Shirahoshi, enjoying leisurely excursions together. Lord Luffy, look at that. Lord Luffy, I want to eat this. Lord Luffy, come play with us. With each utterance of Lord Luffy, the intimacy between Luffy and Princess Shirahoshi escalated rapidly. If one were to quantify their closeness, it had surpassed 95, with only a short distance remaining to unlock all achievements at 100. This indicated that should Luffy wish to whisk Princess Shirahoshi away, it would be an effortless endeavor. However, Luffy currently lacked the capacity to protect her. Although Luffy was significantly stronger than Monkey D, he still lacked the power to safeguard Princess Shirahoshi. Therefore, Luffy endeavored to bring joy and happiness to her within the limits of his capabilities. Amidst the training of others and the blissful life of Luffy and Princess Shirahoshi, the day of Ace's execution arrived, heralding the onset of the Marineford War. Early in the morning, numerous officers of the Navy stood in readiness. Qingyun and Yejun mingled among them, prepared to witness the world's top-tier combat as instructed by Luffy. Perched upon the shoulder of the giant vice admiral, the diminutive Atan patted his ample belly while reluctantly saying to the vice admiral, "My boss told me that after this battle, we will retreat." "Ahaha, little one, are you about to embark on your own journey?" The giant vice admiral laughed heartily. No, Eitan shook his head, emphasizing with a pat on his belly. It's just that the food here is rather mediocre. I crave delicacies. The giant vice admiral cast a sidelong glance at Eitan's sizable belly, displaying a clear expression of disbelief. As Eitan conversed with the vice admiral, Ace was led onto the execution platform under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Meanwhile, 3 admirals sat aloft, simultaneously receiving the admiration of numerous elite Marines and ensuring the orderly progression of the public execution. The Marine Admiral, Sengoku, oversaw the proceedings. As Sengoku surveyed the crowd, he appeared to await the moment of execution, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. I have heard of an extraordinary individual emerging from the Sabeti archipelago who has purged nearly all the islands. However, this has incited the ire of the celestial dragons due to the disruption of their beloved slave trade. Although I have managed to delay this public execution with the full might of the Marine headquarters, we will inevitably have to send someone there after today's execution. As Luffy had anticipated, and Rin's actions in the Sabeti archipelago had indeed drawn the attention of the Marine headquarters. However, due to the significance of Ace's execution, the Navy could not divert their focus to the Sabeti archipelago. The Marineford War was indeed an opportune moment. On Fishman Island, in the Dragon Palace, Luffy reclined in a soft spot beside Princess Shirahoshi, savoring the live broadcast of Ace's execution. Occasionally, he would point at the figures on the screen, introducing them to Princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, this languid fellow, is Kizaru, a lazy admiral of the Navy. Don't be fooled by his theatrics. His strength is formidable. This serious-looking one is a Kainu. He is incredibly powerful and as ferocious as a rabid dog, so be cautious of him. Lastly, this one is Akiji. He possesses decent strength and is a good person. After this battle, if you encounter him, you may interact with him. As Princess Shirahoshi blushed at Luffy's introductions, the previously tranquil sea began to surge violently. With the rise of Whitebeard's ship from the depths, the Marineford War, which would shock the world and alter its dynamics, commenced. Luffy and his companions participated as mere spectators. Qingyun and Yejun, among the Navy officers, swam vigorously without harming a single pirate, while Qingyun, who had been quietly training, remained unnoticed in her strength. Yejun was different. Mihawk, the strongest swordsman, was acutely aware of her prowess, and during the recent guidance, he was astonished by her talent in swordsmanship. Under Mihawk's tutelage, Yejun's swordsmanship had progressed remarkably, and with the techniques of Ryu, Nohano, and Hiyori, Mihawk believed that she could at least contend with an admiral. Observing Yejun engage in a fierce exchange with a mere pirate, Mihawk's eyelids twitched. The acting skills displayed here would make even the esteemed Kizaru applaud. Fortunately, Mihawk was not one to meddle unnecessarily. He merely observed quietly. He was not oblivious, knowing that Yejun was clearly not a genuine Marine, yet he remained puzzled about her true identity and the origin of the 2 swords she wielded. Meanwhile, Eitan perched on the giant vice admiral's shoulder, chatting amiably while paddling with him. The shadow creatures silently trailed alongside Gecko Moria, preparing to finalize their last transaction. Soon, upon witnessing Ace's demise, Whitebeard erupted in fury, shattering Marineford. He faced Blackbeard Teach alone, inflicting severe injuries upon him, yet his prior wounds proved too grievous to sustain. After issuing his final declaration to the world, Whitebeard's life force extinguished. Subsequently, Blackbeard, under his crew's protection, began to seize the powers of Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. At that moment, while all eyes were fixated on Teach's acquisition, no one noticed that Whitebeard's shadow had been quietly taken. Shortly thereafter, Blackbeard presented both the Yami Yami no Mi and the Gura no Mi, astonishing everyone. On the other side, Gecko Moria eagerly inserted Whitebeard's shadow into the body of the shadow creature. This marked the final transaction between Moria and the shadow creature. Moria would provide Whitebeard's shadow, and in return, the shadow creature would ensure that Moria remained unharmed during the battle. When Shanks made his appearance, the overwhelming aura of his haki brought the Marineford War to a close. The outcome remained unchanged. Whitebeard fell, Ace perished, and the war concluded with the victory of the Marine headquarters. In this grand conflict, the only significant alteration was that Gecko Moria emerged unscathed. Of course, this did not alter much. On the surface, Blackbeard Teach, having successfully pilfered the powers of the Gura no Mi, was the primary beneficiary of the battle. In reality, the Marine headquarters, along with Monkey D, Luffy, and his companions, also reaped substantial rewards. The Marine headquarters achieved victory, enhancing their prestige, while Monkey D, Luffy, and others experienced growth with promising futures ahead. As Whitebeard had articulated, he was a remnant of the old era, with no ship capable of bearing him into the new age. Thus, he perished as the world's strongest man, signaling the end of the old era and the dawn of the new. This was Whitebeard South's finest resting place as a warrior. Throughout the entirety of the Marineford War, if one were to ponder who reaped the greatest rewards, it would undoubtedly be Luffy, who would unequivocally claim his own pirate crew. Every member within his crew has garnered immense gains. As for Luffy himself, he has nearly maxed out his intimacy with Princess Shirahoshi, who possesses the formidable power of Poseidon. Were it not for Luffy's current limitations, he would have already whisked Princess Shirahoshi away. Moreover, she would undoubtedly not refuse him, as evidenced by her flushed cheeks and her acquiescence to Luffy resting upon her. "Luffy, are you leaving?" Princess Shirahoshi gazed at him with tearful eyes. Luffy nodded, reluctantly replying, "Shirahoshi, I must depart. This brief farewell is merely to pave the way for a more splendid reunion. Remember our promise. The next time we meet, I shall take you away." After speaking, Luffy gently caressed Princess Shirahoshi's delicate face, and as she bid him farewell, he left Fishman Island. Watching Luffy's retreating figure, Princess Shirahoshi donned a resolute expression. "Luffy, I will train hard and await your return." During his time on Fishman Island, aside from exploring with Princess Shirahoshi to compensate for the time she lost within the Noah, Luffy also instructed her on how to hone her powers. Now, Princess Shirahoshi can summon the Sea Kings to protect Fishman Island. However, Luffy had cautioned her to only use this strength in the face of a fundamental threat. Upon departing Fishman Island, Luffy returned to Sabaody Archipelago. There, he reunited with Qin Yun, Yajun, Onrin, the culinary dragon Atan, and the beings of the Shadow Tribe. In the depths of their hearts, Luffy and his companions understood that they would soon return to reality. Yet, before their departure, Luffy had a significant task to complete: to eliminate the Celestial Dragons. As Onrin traversed Sabaody Archipelago, she inevitably caught the attention of the Celestial Dragons. The capture team dispatched by the Celestial Dragons met their doom at the hands of Onrin. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, the Celestial Dragons exerted pressure on the Marine headquarters, and the Marine admirals were already en route. Previously, Onrin had refrained from confronting the Celestial Dragons as per Luffy's instructions, but now, having regrouped, Luffy was prepared to fulfill his promise to eradicate them. After all, Luffy was not one to shy away from conflict. Luffy, accompanied by Qin Yun and the others, approached the vessel of the Celestial Dragons, a luxurious ship akin to a palace. At that moment, several Celestial Dragons were reveling aboard, blissfully indulging in merriment. Ideally, they should have been seeking amusement on Sabaody Archipelago, but had been thoroughly cleansed by Onrin. Thus, they opted to return to their ship, continuing their revelry while awaiting the arrival of the Marine admirals, secure in the belief that no one dared to challenge them. Little did they know, they were about to encounter a band of otherworldly marauders beyond their wildest imagination. Observing the reveling Celestial Dragons, Luffy wasted no words and directly instructed Onrin, "Make your move." He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the Celestial Dragons, instead allowing Onrin to send them to their infernal fate. Onrin nodded, her golden scepter appearing in hand, and she vanished from sight. "How dare you appear before me? Seize her. I want that woman," commanded a Celestial Dragon, but before he could finish, Onrin swung her golden scepter. In the next instant, hellish apparitions descended upon the ship. All the Celestial Dragons were swiftly ensnared and thrust into the depths of hell, where infernal spirits would subject them to various tortures. Luffy and his companions arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. By the time the Marine Admiral arrived, only innocent individuals lay unconscious on the ground. On the island, the brilliance of the grand illusion gradually faded, revealing person after person. If one were to tally those who had entered the grand illusion, it would be evident that over half had not returned. Clearly, those who did not return had perished in the world of One Piece. Even among those who returned, the vast majority bore injuries. The world of One Piece is, after all, a perilous realm, especially during the tumultuous times of the Marineford War. Nevertheless, many bore expressions of joy, for they had, to varying degrees, reaped rewards within the One Piece world. Ultimately, while entering the grand illusion might impose restrictions on their abilities, the corresponding gains to their physical forms could still be extracted. Generally, items brought out from the illusion had conditional limitations. However, the benefits gained by their true selves could be wholly retained. For instance, the training of their bodies and the skills they had mastered, as well as the powers of consumed devil fruits. Thus, the randomly generated devil fruits within the One Piece world were their most significant rewards. Once consumed, they could effortlessly grasp newfound powers. Hence, it is understandable why they wore expressions of delight. Some fortunate individuals even managed to extract items from the illusion, such as activated devil fruits and the renowned Quick Blade. The emergence of such treasures ignited fierce competition among the crowd. While many fought tooth and nail for these illusionary items, Luffy and his companions made their way to their ship. In comparison, they had brought forth something far more vital, a training system. Therefore, Luffy held no desire to compete for these illusionary treasures. However, as Luffy and Qin Yun approached their vessel, they unexpectedly halted in their tracks, sensing through their Kinbunshika haki that someone was aboard the ship. Moreover, this individual possessed formidable strength. Yajun subtly placed her hand on Hyorinru. Qin Yun narrowed her eyes, and Onrin's fingers twitched, seemingly ready to summon the gates of hell. Luffy's gaze flickered as he called out, "Friend aboard the ship, you have boarded the wrong vessel." "Isn't it you who asked me to find you?" responded a burly man as he stepped into view beside the ship. "Huh? It's you." Luffy instantly recognized the man as the one who had cared for him in the City of Rules. However, Luffy was no longer the naive individual he once was. Instead, he focused on the man's strength. "You possess considerable power." "Considerable power?" The burly man erupted into laughter. "Luffy, it has been ages since I last heard such praise. Initially, I intended to kill you myself, but now I have changed my mind. I want to witness your demise with my own eyes." No sooner had the burly man finished speaking than he was enveloped by a wave of murderous intent emanating from Qin Yun and the others, who would not allow anyone to threaten Luffy. Oblivious to the aura of death surrounding him, the burly man continued, "Luffy, do you know that you are about to die?" The moment he finished, Luffy staggered, visibly weakened. "What have you done to Lord Luffy?" Just as the three women could no longer hold back and prepared to act, Luffy extended a hand to stop them. "Wait, it's not him." As he spoke, Luffy stepped onto the ship first, naturally followed closely by the others. On board, Luffy faced the burly man and began to explain to the women. "A few days ago, during my solitary journey, I killed General Chi Yang's son, Major Shiri. At that moment, I realized that General Chi Yang would seek vengeance upon me. I suspect that I am now cursed or afflicted in some way, causing my vitality to steadily diminish." Before Luffy could finish his words, the burly man interjected, "It was indeed Chi Yang's doing. While others may remain oblivious, I am aware that he possesses a tome-like treasure capable of killing from a distance. Should he choose to wield this artifact, you will perish in 21 days. Although Chi Yang has used it sparingly and kept it a secret, I happen to know of its existence." The burly man's remarks, combined with Luffy's current sensations, prompted the name of a powerful artifact to surface in Luffy's mind, the Ding Tu-Chi Jian-Shu. Upon realizing this, Luffy maintained an unflappable demeanor and reassured Qin Yun and the others. "There is no need for concern. I have my methods to evade it." Luffy's confident words and his air of control alleviated the worries of Qin Yun and the others. The burly man, however, displayed a look of surprise as he remarked, "Did Lu Qingfeng leave you with some valuable items? How is it that you believe you can evade Chi Yang's machinations? Quite intriguing indeed. I am eager to see how you managed to escape." The burly man's glee drew the ire of Qing Yun and the others. Yet Lu Fei smiled and inquired, "Who exactly are you? You protected me in Guizhou City, and now you wish to end my life?" In response to Lu Fei's blunt question, the burly man candidly replied, "Years ago, Lu Chengfeng rejected my allegiance, and now I seek to ensure his discomfort. He expelled you to bring about your demise. Thus, I protected you. He challenged the world government for your sake, paving the way for you. So I have come to claim your life. However, since you are destined to die, I am in no rush to act." Lu Fei, gazing incredulously at the burly man, thought that if it weren't for the clarity of his memories, he might suspect that this man was a close companion of his father, engaged in a perpetual cycle of conflict. Understanding the capricious nature of the burly man's intentions, Lu Fei recognized that this was merely trouble instigated by his father, Lu Chengfeng. He waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Well then, that is a matter between you and my father. Can you repair ships?" The burly man, still harboring resentment regarding Lu Chengfeng, retorted, "Repair ships? As long as you have hands, anyone can do that." "Very well," Lu Fei nodded. "Then you shall be my new shipwright." Just as the burly man was about to refuse, Lu Fei added, "This way, you can witness how I meet my end." After a moment of hesitation, the burly man reluctantly nodded. Thus, Lu Fei acquired a shipwright, albeit one displaying a touch of simplicity. Nevertheless, this shipwright possessed a wealth of knowledge. The burly man then stated, "The world government has completed the blockade of this area. You should consider how to escape. Let me clarify. I, Wu Meng, am merely a shipwright and will not assist you." Lu Fei was taken aback by Wu Meng's news. Why is the world government suddenly sealed off this place? Wu Meng, observing Lu Fei's bewilderment, chuckled derisively. "Lu Fei, you truly are naive. Do you understand why so many factions oppose the world government?" Lu Fei shook his head honestly. He genuinely had no idea. Those who resist the world government are partly those it has deliberately nurtured to maintain its own control. Some merely seek to commit villainy and become fugitives. However, the majority are those who resist due to oppression. Each large-scale illusion is randomly generated by this world, granting opportunities to every creature. Yet the world government seeks to monopolize these chances, denying others any opportunity. Anyone who opposes the oppression of the world government becomes a wanted criminal. As this grand illusion comes to an end, the world government seizes the opportune moment to reap its rewards. Wu Meng's words prompted Lu Fei to ponder deeply. Yajun, listening intently, clenched her fists. Her status as a slave was inextricably linked to the world government. At that moment, a loud shout erupted. "Stop fighting! The world government is coming." At the sound of this proclamation, the pirates, who were previously entangled in a fray over treasures, scattered like birds taking flight. Lu Fei snapped out of his reverie and exclaimed joyfully, "The world government has arrived. We should take our leave. The matter of resistance can wait. Escaping is our priority." With that, Lu Fei exchanged a knowing glance with the Tan, who understood immediately. In the next moment, Lu Fei's pirate ship unfurled its sails. With a Tan fanning the flames at the stern, their vessel sped toward the encirclement of the world government. Soon, they encountered the warships of the world government. The pirates in front, hearing the command to surrender, complied without hesitation. From the warship, a vice admiral called out to Lu Fei and his crew, "Surrender. You have no hope of escape." Naturally, Lu Fei paid no heed to such words. The speed of the pirate ship remained unimpeded as they charged towards the blockade of the warships. Observing this, the vice admiral waved his hand and issued the command, "Open fire with full force." Subsequently, several warships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon Lu Fei's vessel. With a thunderous roar of cannons, numerous cannonballs hurtled towards Lu Fei's ship. The chaos unfolded rapidly as everything fell to ashes, and the blade of flames surged forth. Faced with the initial assault from the warships, Lu Fei need not utter a word. Yajun drew forth the flowing blade of fire. The crimson blade traced a brilliant arc as a massive wave of fiery energy shot forth, detonating all cannonballs in its path and cleaving the warship that had launched them in two. As warships sank into the sea, ablaze, Yajun did not sheath the flowing blade of fire, for one warship remained intact on the surface. This vessel was the one occupied by the vice admiral. Though the vice admiral had managed to deflect Yajun's attack, he was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated merely a routine operation to seize spoils, but was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming might aboard the first pirate ship he intercepted. In that moment, his instincts shifted from battle to escape. Though the vice admiral contemplated fleeing, he understood that escape was impossible. Thus, he decisively called for reinforcements. With his signal, the warships surrounding the other pirates began to converge upon Lu Fei's ship. "You cannot escape," the vice admiral bellowed, emboldened by the support of his forces. Although his voice carried an air of authority, he remained rooted in place, clearly planning to rely on sheer numbers. The vice admiral's clumsy display left Lu Fei feeling rather disinterested. Consequently, Lu Fei addressed Qing Yun directly. "Qing Yun, let us not indulge them any longer. It is your turn to take action." "At your command, my lord," she replied dutifully. Qing Yun responded with a sound, clenching her fists and striking out into the air on both sides. Tsunami. In an instant, the previously calm sea trembled violently, unleashing towering waves. The warships that were poised to encircle Lu Fei swayed violently under the immense waves, and occasionally, a ship would be capsized, overturned upon the ocean surface. Within mere seconds, the encirclement that had once seemed impenetrable was shattered, and Lu Fei cast a knowing glance at Yajun, signaling her to deal with the general directly ahead. Receiving Lu Fei's signal, Yajun once again brandished her weapon, Lu Ren Ruo Hua, Flame Pillar. A column of fire erupted from Lu Ren Ruo Hua, its destructive force clearly more focused on penetration than the previous massive flames. The general aboard the ship, upon witnessing this fiery column, felt the terrifying might it contained and realized he faced two choices. First, to resist valiantly and die gloriously. Second, to abandon ship and prioritize his survival. Without hesitation, the general chose the latter, leaping gracefully into the sea. Seeing their general flee, the soldiers aboard followed suit, diving into the ocean. The flame pillar pierced through the warship, transforming its wreckage into a blazing torch upon the sea. Thus, Lu Fei's pirate ship sailed unimpeded through the encirclement of the world government, heading towards the vast expanse of the ocean. On board, Wu Meng first glanced at Yajun, then at Qing Yun, exclaiming in admiration, "These two little ones possess remarkable strength." After praising the duo, Wu Meng turned to Lu Fei and remarked, "Lu Fei, your bounty seems to be the lowest. You wouldn't truly be the weakest on this ship, would you?" Indeed, according to the bounties released by the world government, Lu Fei's was the lowest among them. In response, Lu Fei nodded earnestly, his expression one of mock humility. "That is indeed the case. As of now, I truly am the weakest." It was true. Under the effects of the Ding Tuqi Jianshu, Lu Fei's condition had steadily deteriorated. Without exaggeration, he was the weakest on the ship at this moment. General Qiong gazed at the straw man on the altar inscribed with Lu Fei's name, a fierce glint in his eyes. At this moment, 20 days had passed since General Qiong invoked the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu against Lu Fei. Today marked the 21st day. The lights above and below the straw man had dimmed significantly, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Now was the critical moment for General Qiong to sever Lu Fei's final threads of life. With grave seriousness, General Qiong produced a basket containing a small bow and 3 arrows. He knocked an arrow, aimed at the straw man's left eye, and released it. Following that, he swiftly shot the remaining 2 arrows. As the final arrow struck the straw man's heart, the lights above and below it flickered out completely. Ha 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 ha. In that moment of darkness, General Qiong's laughter echoed through the room. On the pirate ship, Lu Fei, weakened to the point of only being able to sit, was arranging his final affairs. "After I depart, there will be a gap of 2 or 3 days. You must remain safely aboard the ship. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, avoid confrontation and await my return." After making his arrangements, Lu Fei soon felt an inexplicable force locking onto him. Suddenly, his eyes were pierced by a mysterious power. Instantly, A gaping hole appeared in his heart, a wound inflicted by the piercing arrow. At that moment, Lu Fei's previously fragile vitality was utterly severed. Is this the feeling of death? Lu Fei murmured, his figure gradually dissipating. My lord! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Lu Fei's body, as if scattered by the wind, vanished into the sea breeze. Observing Lu Fei's fading form, the well-versed Wu Meng exclaimed in astonishment. A clone? Or a substitute? It should not be a mere clone, for Qiang's artifact cannot be countered by a simple duplicate. It must be the legendary substitute doll. No wonder Lu Chengfeng was unafraid of his son's demise. He had prepared a substitute doll. However, if it were indeed a substitute doll, Lu Chengfeng could not have disclosed this to Lu Fei. Lu Fei must have been confident in evading disaster himself. But what precisely was it? Even Wu Meng could not deduce Lu Fei's methods. Or perhaps he had surmised it, but instinctively rejected the notion. Clearly, Wu Meng was unaware of the existence of a top-tier technique, such as Yiqi Hua Sanqing, which could create true clones capable of independently bearing the consequences of their actions. Thus, they could naturally withstand the judgments of supreme artifacts like the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu. In Jiucheng, as Lu Fei's clone dissipated, the aura of his true self surged rapidly. The cultivation achievements amassed over 3 years by the clone were now wholly bestowed upon Lu Fei. This sudden increase in power not only widened the eyes of the gluttonous Milna, but even the spirits within the Zhanxian who Lu displayed expressions of astonishment. Once Lu Fei grasped this newfound strength, he swiftly reined in his aura and looked skyward, patiently awaiting something. Ha 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 ha! General Qiang's laughter continued. Convinced he had achieved revenge by vanquishing Lu Fei, reveling in the release of the shadow that had loomed over him for days. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, as though a hand had clutched his throat. The next moment, General Qiang let out a horrified shriek. How is this possible? The lights that had extinguished above and below the straw man suddenly reignited. Not only that, but the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu, which had seemingly completed its spell and retracted, also glimmered with light. The brilliance of the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu swept over the straw man and the lights. As if determining something. No! General Qiang screamed, his figure transforming into a shadow as he lunged toward the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu. Yet, at the moment of his action, the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu completed its judgment and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing before General Qiang's eyes. It's over. Darkness enveloped General Qiang, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Ding Tuqi Jian Shu possessed a hidden trait. If it had not recognized a master and had not killed its target, it would automatically seek out its target. Although General Qiang could wield the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu, it had not acknowledged him as its master. It merely allowed him to use it due to the nature of the artifact. Thus, General Qiang, despite possessing such a treasure, was always cautious in its use, fearing that the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu might abandon him. Now, he faced the most undesirable situation. Lu Fei not only survived his attack, but had also seized his Ding Tuqi Jian Shu. This was a classic case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. In Jiucheng, as Lu Fei gazed at the sky, anticipating something, his eyes suddenly brightened. A beam of white light approached from afar, like a fledgling returning to its nest, landing in Lu Fei's embrace. In truth, it was caught in Lu Fei's hands. As he looked at the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu in his grasp, a heartfelt smile spread across his face. Upon receiving the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu, Lu Fei first cast a glance at the fierce-looking spirit within the Zhanxian Hulu, then turned to observe the Ru Yi Jin Gu Bang, which radiated a gentle golden light within his divine sea. The Ding Tuqi Jian Shu, after a moment's hesitation, chose to acknowledge Lu Fei as its master. Clearly, it was far more astute than the obstinate spirit, opting for the path that would yield the greatest advantage. The moment it recognized Lu Fei, it transformed into a beam of white light and flew into the center of his brow. Within Lu Fei's divine sea, the Ding Tuqi Jian Shu gazed at the Ru Yi Jin Gu Bang with a look of reverence. In the realm of magical artifacts, innate qualities are paramount. Yet subsequent experiences hold even greater significance. For instance, the Ru Yi Jing Gu Bang was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure when forged by Tai Shang Lao Jun. However, after being borrowed by Diyu to control the floods and subsequently resting at the bottom of the sea, it accompanied son Wukong on his journey to the west. From the perspective of experience, the Ru Yi Jing Gu Bang has borne countless merits, endowing it with a status that rivals even that of innate treasures. In terms of growth potential, it even surpasses certain innate treasures. After all, it is humans who wield these artifacts, and the merits they generate serve as the finest nourishment for their growth. This is why the Zhan Xian Hu Lu, born of innate treasure, harbors apprehension towards the Ru Yi Jing Gu Bang. The spirit understands that the latter possesses the capability to destroy it. Furthermore, the Ding Tu Chi Jian Shu unabashedly expressed its admiration for the Ru Yi Jing Gu Bang, recognizing that following its elder brother would yield much greater rewards. For instance, when the Ding Tu Chi Jian Shu approached the Ru Yi Jing Gu Bang, the spirit within the Zhan Xian Hu Lu begrudgingly retracted its fierce demeanor. At that moment, the spirit felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Even the Ding Tu Chi Jian Shu had sided with Lu Fei, leaving it at a distinct disadvantage in a 2-to-1 scenario. Sitting at the bottom of the gourd, the spirit gazed up at the wine within, casually tossing a flying dagger into it. In an instant, the wine was filled with the phantom images of the flying daggers. Despite knowing that Lu Fei was not intimidated by the blade's intent contained within the wine, the spirit relentlessly continued to impose its will upon it. As a spirit of a magical artifact, it was evidently a rather simple creature. Unwilling to acknowledge another as its master, it continuously expressed its resistance. Thus, its persistence persisted. However, upon witnessing the Ding Tu Chi Jian Shu's recognition of Lu Fei, the spirit suddenly realized that its resistance seemed utterly futile. It was not indispensable to Lu Fei. With the Ru Yi Jing Gu Bang as an offensive artifact and the Ding Tu Chi Jian Shu as a supportive one, an unprecedented feeling surged within the spirit, leaving it feeling isolated and despondent. Gazing at the wine above, it recalled how Lu Fei would display a contented expression while drinking. In a sudden impulse, the spirit waved a hand towards the wine, causing a small portion to descend before its face. It took a gentle sip from the wine, and as the exquisite liquid flowed down its throat, a rosy hue appeared on its face. Having never tasted alcohol before, the spirit felt its consciousness blur, and its sense of melancholy seemed to dissipate. Before long, the spirit collapsed onto the ground, experiencing an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the Zhan Xian Hu Lu had never contained wine before. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was engaged in a significant endeavor, procuring wine. Initially, upon realizing that his clone had been utilized by the Qiyang general with the Ding Tu Chi Jian Shu, Lu Fei should have rushed to the pirate ship to reunite with Qing Yun and the others. However, coinciding with the arrival of the finest batch of wine in the city, Lu Fei chose to remain in the wine city. Now was the moment when the exquisite wine was set to be released. Many individuals, like Lu Fei, had gathered in the plaza of the wine city, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to purchase the fine wine. Due to the limited quantity of exquisite wine, each person is restricted to 2 jars, announced a steward loudly, prompting murmurs among those who had intended to buy in excess. Just then, a flash of sword light suddenly soared across the sky, as a massive long sword descended rapidly into the plaza. This wine, we from Jiu Jian Kong Dao Tuan shall take, came a domineering declaration accompanying the arrival of the immense sword. Instantly, the plaza fell silent, the previous commotion over the purchasing limit replaced by hushed whispers. Duzian Gong Dao Duan, the group known for openly seizing treasures? Their leader has a bounty of 4 billion on his head. The total bounty for the entire group exceeds 100 billion. I heard they take whatever they fancy, right? But didn't I also hear they always pay for what they take? As the crowd expressed trepidation at the arrival of the Jiu Jian Kong Dao Tuan, the steward glanced at the enormous long sword overhead, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Jiu Jian here. All the exquisite wine shall be presented with pleasure." Oomph. The response from the figure atop the sword was a dismissive snort. We do not engage in plunder. How much for the wine? We will not pay a single coin less. Upon hearing this, the steward ceased wiping his sweat and, with a fawning demeanor, replied, Indeed, the esteemed Jian is truly reasonable. The steward attempted to extol further, but was interrupted. No more nonsense. Bring forth the wine. Following the steward arrangements, barrels of exquisite wine were brought forth, the fragrant aroma wafting through the plaza. Observing the barrels being piled together before being transferred to those on the massive sword, the expressions of the onlookers darkened. Nonetheless, even with their grim faces, no one dared to confront the Jian Kong Dao Tuan. After all, reputation carries weight. With a total bounty exceeding 100 billion, the Jian Kong Dao Tuan was not one to be trifled with. Before long, the entire batch of exquisite wine was loaded onto the enormous sword. One of the figures on the sword opened a barrel and savored the contents. Good wine. This praise undoubtedly wounded the hearts of many in the plaza. Subsequently, the Jian Kong Dao Tuan fulfilled their initial claim, paid the original price, and elegantly departed the plaza atop the massive long sword. As they watched the sword vanish into the distance, the steward's smile could not conceal his satisfaction. For him, the purchase limit was merely a means to promote their reputation. In reality, as long as the money was right, they would sell to anyone. Meanwhile, the other patrons who had waited in vain could only sigh and lament, bemoaning their ill fortune. Of course, Lu Fei was not among them. As the enormous sword departed, he glanced in its direction, clutching Milna, who was gnawing on a pig's trotter, and vanished from sight. Outside the wine city, amidst Milna's exclamations of surprise, Lu Fei enveloped her in a cloak of lightning, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot towards the horizon. 1,000 miles away from the wine city, atop a high mountain, a bolt of lightning descended abruptly. As the light dissipated, Lu Fei and Milna revealed themselves. Smacking her lips, sensing that something significant was about to unfold, Milna hurriedly devoured the pig's trotter, bone and all, and gazed expectantly at Lu Fei. After wiping the grease from Milna's mouth with a sigh, Lu Fei finally spoke. Milna, I will need your assistance shortly. Before Lu Fei could finish, Milna's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Leave it to me, my lord. With that, she straightened her posture, embodying the spirit of a warrior. Lu Fei gazed at the voluptuous figure of Mi Erna, a sudden wave of concern washing over him regarding his decision to let her take action. To be frank, had it not been for Lu Fei's own inability to intervene, he would never have allowed the seemingly unreliable Mi Erna, with her grease-laden visage, to take the lead. However, with the arrow drawn, it was imperative to release it. Thus, Lu Fei reluctantly nodded and declared towards the front, They are approaching. In the distance, a colossal longsword cleaved through the clouds, advancing towards them. As the massive blade drew near, a surge of murderous intent erupted from Lu Fei, locking onto the Jian Kong Dao Tuan. With the release of his killing aura, the previously swift descent of the gigantic sword abruptly halted. Who dares to obstruct our path? The Jian Kong Dao Tuan demanded. In response, Lu Fei boldly proclaimed, This road is mine, this tree is mine. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. It was evident that Lu Fei was momentarily adopting the persona of a bandit. The laughter from the Jian Kong Dao Tuan echoed in the air. Do you know who we are? How dare you attempt to rob the Jian Kong Dao Tuan? Unfazed by their words, Lu Fei replied, If you refuse to pay the toll, do not blame me for resorting to force. With that, Lu Fei signaled Mi Erna with a glance. Instantly, her face lit up with excitement as she sprang into action. Hammer incoming! A beam of golden light descended from the heavens as Mi Erna grasped a golden warhammer in her hands. With a flourish, she raised the hammer skyward, exclaiming, Hammer of Repentance! A gargantuan hammer, towering several meters, plummeted towards the Jian Kong Dao Tuan. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fei's heart raced. The fine wine he sought from the Jian Kong Dao Tuan would be obliterated if that hammer struck true. Fortunately, the Jian Kong Dao Tuan was not to be underestimated. A wave of sword energy surged forth to clash with Mi Erna's hammer. As the two forces collided, The Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan realized that they could not escape without dealing with Lu Fei and Mierna. Moreover, as a billion-level air pirate group, the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan was accustomed to operating with impunity, and their anger at being accosted was palpable. Consequently, after unleashing their sword energy, they lowered the immense long sword to the mountaintop to prevent the precious wine from being damaged. One by one, the members of the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan descended from the colossal sword to the mountaintop. Notably, there were 9 of them, all soaring through the air on their swords, creating an impressive spectacle. Their entrance was so grand that Lu Fei found himself momentarily awestruck. The pairings of one man and one woman among them evoked the image of a pair of mandarin ducks. Yet, with only 9 members, one stood out alone, the leader of the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan, a graceful, sword-wielding fairy. Lu Fei's astonishment stemmed from her presence, clad in flowing white robes, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an ethereal quality, and her features resembling a work of art. She embodied Lu Fei's every ideal of a female sword fairy. However, even such a celestial being could not conceal the reality of her being single, especially when surrounded by 4 couples, which elicited an inexplicable urge to laugh from Lu Fei. Before he could chuckle, Mierna, upon witnessing the arrival of the 9, became even more exhilarated. Holy light protection, vengeance of light, blessing of honor, heavenly harmony. With one hand gripping her hammer, she began to weave a series of enhancements around herself. The defensive holy light protection, the passive vengeance of light, the offensive blessing of honor, and the stamina of heavenly harmony illuminated Mierna in a dazzling array of lights. Observing Mierna in such a state, Lu Fei found it difficult to suppress the urge to chastise her. Was she not the epitome of a judgmental healer? She solely buffed herself before launching into a frenzy of attacks. When Mierna first acquired her abilities, Lu Fei had inquired whether she possessed healing capabilities, never imagining that she had already resolved to focus solely on her own output. Thus, seeing her in such a state made it exceedingly challenging for Lu Fei to contain his desire to reprimand her. Oblivious to Lu Fei's thoughts, Mierna, having applied her buffs, eagerly charged towards the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan. Spear of Victory. As she sprinted, she conjured a spear imbued with divine energy and hurled it towards the female sword fairy leading the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan. Dual sword convergence. The couples flanking the female sword fairy drew their swords, unleashing a combined wave of sword energy. As they struck, the energies merged. One couple's sword energy countered the Spear of Victory, while the other aimed directly at Mierna. In the face of the incoming sword energy, Mierna swung her hammer, shattering the sword energy before the astonished gaze of the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan. Yet, despite their astonishment, the remaining members of the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan were swift to act. As the couples released their sword energies, 2 other pairs positioned themselves, directing their blades towards Lu Fei, who concealed his face behind a metallic mask. Clearly, they deemed the enigmatic figure to be the mastermind behind this incident, subscribing to the notion that to capture the thief, one must first apprehend the leader. As Mierna shattered the sword energy aimed at her, she noticed 2 more energies targeting Lu Fei and bellowed, "I will not allow you to harm my lord." With a powerful swing of her hammer, she countered. Holy Light Shield. A massive blue shield materialized before her, effectively blocking the incoming sword energies. The 2 energies struck the shield, dimming its light, yet failing to breach its steadfast presence. With her hammer in hand, Mierna surged through the blue shield, charging towards the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan. In the blink of an eye, she engaged in close combat with them. At this moment, only 2 individuals remained still. One was Lu Fei, who masked, silently observed Mierna's formidable prowess. Indeed, she appeared as a legendary warrior, wielding her great hammer, taking on 8 adversaries without faltering. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Naturally, Mierna's 1 versus 8 stance revealed vulnerabilities. However, the myriad of buffs surrounding her made her a daunting opponent. As the members of the Zhujian Kong Dao Tuan found their attacks thwarted by the holy light protection, while flashes of lightning rained down from above, necessitating their defensive measures. The other immobile individual was the female sword fairy, the leader of the Jujin Kong Dao Tuan. Since she had led her group to the mountaintop, she had not made any further movements. She stood upon the sword, her gaze fixed ahead, perhaps surveying the entire battlefield, or perhaps observing Lu Fei. Her demeanor was calm, and the mountain breeze lifted her white garments, rendering her an ethereal figure, detached from the world. Lu Fei watched Milna, who was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the Jiujin Kong Dao Tuan, contemplating the swift resolution of the conflict. Given the current circumstances, only Lu Fei's personal intervention to subdue the leader of the Jiujin Kong Dao Tuan would achieve his goal expeditiously. However, Lu Fei was mindful of concealing his identity. He would not act unless absolutely necessary. After all, his lightning abilities were conspicuous, and his reputation was formidable. At that moment, the female sword immortal took action first. "Speak your intentions." Her voice was melodious, yet bore the sharpness of a swordsman. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes flickered as he candidly declared, "Let us speak plainly. I desire the fine wine upon your flying swords." "Impossible!" A swordsman engaged with Milna shouted vehemently. The same individual had previously represented the Jiujin Kong Dao Tuan in the Wine City. As soon as he uttered those words, Milna retaliated with a swift strike. "If my lord desires it, then it must be granted." Listening to this, Lu Fei felt a wave of satisfaction, realizing that Milna, the glutton, had not been a waste of investment. "So it is wine," the female sword immortal sighed. "If you wish for it, take half." Noticing the female sword immortal's conciliatory stance, Lu Fei was about to acquiesce when Milna interjected. "Half? My lord desires all of it. You seem quite appealing. Perhaps you could serve my lord in his bed." The moment those words escaped her lips, Lu Fei's sense of satisfaction vanished, and he felt an overwhelming urge to pinch her face, admonishing her to cease her nonsensical chatter. "When did I ever say all of it? When did I ever suggest serving in bed?" Before Lu Fei could react, the Jiujin Kong Dao Tuan erupted in fury. "What? You dare suggest our leader serve in bed? You seek death." The swordsman's blades flared with intensity, their attacks becoming ferocious. Yet, Milna remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to shout, "Humph! To serve my lord in bed is an honor for your leader." Gazing at Milna, Lu Fei realized for the first time what it meant to master the art of provocation. However, he recalled that the skills of a holy knight seemingly did not include taunting. Could it be that Milna had taught herself? As Lu Fei pondered, the female sword immortal maintained her calm demeanor. "All? Then we must assess your strength. Let us engage in combat. Should your prowess gain my approval, these wines shall be yours." Clearly, the female sword immortal was prepared for a kingly duel, eager to ascertain whether Lu Fei possessed genuine strength. "Fine," Lu Fei managed to utter, but Milna interrupted with blinding speed. "You wish to duel with my lord? Do you think yourself worthy? My lord is a being beyond your reach." Upon hearing Milna's words, Lu Fei nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. "Am I not aware of my own greatness?" The female sword immortal's face contorted with anger. Even a clay figurine retains a semblance of spirit. What more human? Without hesitation, the female sword immortal drew her sword. Four Seasons Sword Song. Her blade traced countless phantoms in the air, manifesting four distinct colors of sword light: spring rain, summer sun, autumn wind, winter snow. Each color bore a unique effect, assaulting Milna with a barrage of attacks. Just as Lu Fei prepared to assist, Milna showcased her own prowess, proving that while her taunting skills were maxed out, she had the substance to back it up. Judgment of justice. A radiant halo enveloped her, conjuring numerous golden blades that not only countered the four-season sword song, but also unleashed a tempestuous assault upon the members of the Jiujin Kong Dao Tuan within the halo's radius. Moreover, Milna raised her hand to the sky, unleashing her ultimate move, Orb of Revelation. A bright golden sphere materialized above her head, radiating a light that formed a larger circle on the ground. Within this circle, Milna's attacks surged in potency, delivering relentless damage. As the Jiujin Kong Dao Tuan struggled to withstand Milna's fervent onslaught, the female sword immortal's expression grew grave as she gazed at the luminous golden sphere overhead. The aura emanating from it instilled a profound sense of peril. After a moment of hesitation, the female sword immortal unleashed her own ultimate technique, celestial flight of the fairy. In an instant, the female sword immortal, sword in hand, transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. The next moment, a dazzling sword light, akin to a beacon piercing the darkness, cleaved through the clouds. This sword light, tracing the graceful silhouette of the female sword immortal, descended from the sky like a celestial being, striking the orb of revelation. At that moment, the mountaintop was awash in white and gold. The white represented the female sword immortal's celestial flight, while the gold signified the brilliance of Milna's orb of revelation. The female sword immortal's strike did not yield the anticipated effect of shattering the orb. Instead, it seemed to trigger its release. The bright golden sphere unleashed a multitude of golden rays, targeting every member of the Jiao Dao Tuan within its vicinity. As the white and gold dissipated, the mountaintop bore the scars of devastation, with only the small portion where Lu Fei stood remaining unscathed. On the opposite side, Milna and every member of the Jiao Dao Tuan lay sprawled upon the ground, embodying a sense of mutual destruction. In truth, Milna was merely exhausted, reclining and gasping for breath, while the members of the Jiao Dao Tuan, excluding the female sword immortal, lay unconscious. Even the female sword immortal herself was nearing exhaustion, barely able to sit upright, her sword resting across her chest as she remained vigilant, gazing warily at Lu Fei. Observing the female sword immortal's wary gaze, Lu Fei could only helplessly touch his metallic mask. He understood that due to Milna's words, the female sword immortal likely perceived him as an evil overlord. Hence, her vigilance towards Lu Fei. Yet, in truth, he had not committed any malevolent deeds. While he could not be termed a paragon of virtue, he certainly did not embody wickedness. Under the female sword immortal's watchful eyes, Lu Fei chose not to act hastily, but instead awaited the opportunity. Although Milna was now fatigued, as a healer, recovery was her forte. Not to mention, Milna had applied a plethora of buffs upon herself before engaging in battle, and she was recovering rapidly. Just as Lu Fei anticipated, it wasn't long before Milna sprang to her feet, erupting into raucous laughter. Ha! In the end, I have triumphed. Milna surveyed the battlefield, and her gaze brightened upon seeing the seated female sword immortal. Hey, let my lord have you in his bed. With that, Milna lunged toward the female sword immortal. Witnessing this, Lu Fei had no doubt that if he did not intervene, Milna would soon present the female sword immortal before him. For the sake of his own integrity, Lu Fei decisively chose to act. He raised his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that instantly struck Milna, who was charging at the female sword immortal like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. As she watched Myrna collapse before her amidst a cloud of dark smoke, the previously anxious female sword fairy let out a sigh of relief, although she was uncertain as to why Lu Fei had inflicted harm upon her companion. The outcome was undoubtedly favorable for her. Myrna, enough of your antics, fetch me some wine. Lu Fei remarked curtly after incapacitating Myrna, then turned to make his way towards the enormous floating sword. Instantly, Myrna sprang back to her feet, first fixing her disheveled hair, then casting a sidelong glance at the female sword fairy, her expression tinged with regret. It appears you won't have the opportunity to serve in the bedchamber. What a pity. Before the female sword fairy could retort, Myrna playfully shook her ample form and added, "But fear not. Allow me to take over that duty instead." Seeing Myrna about to unleash her exuberance, Lu Fei quickly called out, "Myrna, I'm coming. Myrna responded promptly, casting one last glance at the female sword fairy before darting off towards Lu Fei. Observing Myrna's cheerful retreat, the female sword fairy wore a look of puzzlement. Both Myrna's actions and Lu Fei's words revealed that they were entirely different from the brigand she had initially perceived. Lu Fei, accompanied by Myrna, arrived at the colossal sword. Without delay, he instructed Myrna to fill the Zhanshin gourd with wine. As Myrna busied herself pouring the exquisite liquor into the gourd, Lu Fei roamed the length of the massive sword. While it was referred to as a colossal sword, It was more accurately described as a vessel transformed from a sword artifact, its form befitting the capabilities of the Jian Kong Dao Tuan. Upon closer inspection of the various nicks adorning the surface of the colossal sword, and recalling the sword light that had previously countered the Chanhui hammer, Lu Fei deduced that it was indeed a magical artifact, and a uniquely crafted one at that, making it exceedingly difficult to repair. Otherwise, the Jian Kong Dao Tuan would not have allowed its surface to become so marred. Contemplating these imperfections, and recalling the celestial strike from the female sword fairy, which had not been aimed at Myrna, Lu Fei pondered for a moment before deciding to assist the Jian Kong Dao Tuan. This could also be viewed as a gesture of goodwill towards the female sword fairy. He crouched down, placing his hands firmly on the metallic surface of the colossal sword, exclaiming, "Thunderous metallurgy." In an instant, torrents of lightning surged forth from Lu Fei's hands, enveloping the entire surface of the massive sword. Seconds later, without altering the internal structure of the sword, the metal surface began to flow, with certain nicks being silently repaired. An hour later, rejuvenated, the female sword fairy returned to the colossal sword. However, the moment she set foot upon it, she was taken aback. The sword, once pockmarked with imperfections, now gleamed anew, adorned with blossoming flowers of lightning on either side. Yet, as she stepped onto the sword, these radiant flowers began to wither. The fading lightning blossoms transformed into delicate currents, dancing across the colossal sword, and as the thunderous light dissipated, 2 lines of text appeared upon its surface. In a hall filled with flowers, 3,000 guests intoxicated. A single sword's frost chills 14 states. This succinct couplet, devoid of preamble or conclusion, was undoubtedly a poetic gift from Lu Fei to the female sword fairy, both praising her beauty and illustrating the prowess of her celestial sword technique. Thus, as the female sword fairy grasped Lu Fei's intention, a smile graced her lips. The man who had temporarily donned the guise of a brigand and robbed her was far more intriguing than she had initially perceived. Had Lu Fei been present to witness the female sword fairy's smile, he would have undoubtedly displayed a sense of pride. Indeed, in his quest to leave a favorable impression upon her, Lu Fei had painstakingly sought out that very poetic line. It was evident that his desire to leave a good impression was fueled by ulterior motives, not merely for her beauty, but also for her extraordinary abilities. Controlling a sword was one of Lu Fei's former aspirations. Although he no longer required such powers, he did not conceal his ambition to gather sword control capabilities. In truth, he sought to recruit the female sword fairy and the entirety of the Jian Kong Dao Tuan. After all, Lu Fei had long harbored dreams of becoming a formidable master, and what grand master would lack a measure of influence? Upon encountering the female sword fairy, Lu Fei was struck with the desire to bring the Jian Kong Dao Tuan under his banner. However, at present, he lacked the necessary conditions and renown to do so. Moreover, Lu Fei's current circumstances precluded any expansion of his power, for a formidable enemy lurked like a venomous serpent, watching him from the shadows. Indeed, it was the Dejiang of Qiyang. Whether through the initial use of the Ding Tu Qi Jian Shu against Lu Fei, or later when it found its way back to him, the Dejiang's hatred for Lu Fei only deepened. The enmity between the Dejiang and Lu Fei was irreconcilable. Lu Fei was acutely aware of this, which is why he refrained from attempting to expand his influence at this juncture, lest he suffered dire consequences. Across the vast sea, a bolt of lightning raced through the skies. This was none other than Lu Fei's avatar, which had emerged after the original Lu Fei absorbed the power gained from the dissipation of the Ding Tu Qi Jian Shu. Now acclimated to his newfound strength, Lu Fei once again divided his essence, dispatching another avatar towards the pirate ship. Thus, while Lu Fei's original form engaged in his ruse as a brigand, his avatar was en route. After passing several small islands that served as landmarks, Lu Fei located his pirate ship. At this moment, the crew appeared preoccupied with their respective tasks, yet their distracted gazes revealed their underlying concern. Despite Lu Fei's reassurances, it was evident that they remained in a state of worry. However, in unison, they halted their activities and looked skyward. A brilliant streak of lightning descended from above, landing upon the pirate vessel. As the lightning faded, Lu Fei's form became visible. Master. The crew, eager to rush into Lu Fei's embrace, was halted by his raised hand. As they looked on in confusion, Lu Fei spoke gravely, "Prepare for battle." No sooner had Lu Fei's words echoed than the previously tranquil sea surrounding the pirate ship began to roil. What is happening? The knowledgeable Wu Meng observed the tumultuous waters, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty as she recalled something. The crew members, sensing impending danger, encircled Lu Fei, their bodies tense with vigilance. At that moment, a white line suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, where sea met sky. It was a massive wave, a colossal surge of water racing towards them. As it approached, the towering wave grew ever higher. Recognizing the unmistakable signs of a brewing tempest, coupled with the agitation of the waters around the ship, Lu Fei understood that they were now effectively encircled. Without hesitation, Lu Fei prepared to face the impending conflict. Qin Yun, clear the surrounding forces. Yejun, evaporate some seawater. Lu Fei methodically issued his battle commands. Following his instructions, Qin Yun immediately activated her Zhun fruit ability, Shatter. Qin Yun simultaneously swung her fists to the left and right, causing immense cracks to spread from her fists through the fabric of space, reaching the ocean. The previously rhythmic waves of the sea momentarily stilled, then began to convulse violently as if invaded by a more formidable force. Clearly, Qin Yun's power had shattered the control exerted over the surrounding waters. Subsequently, Yajun unsheathed her blade, declaring, "All things under heaven shall turn to ash," flowing blade like fire. The fiery aura of her blade raised the ambient temperature dramatically, evaporating vast amounts of seawater, which quickly transformed into a thick mist. Following her lead, Lu Fei also initiated his attack, Thunderclouds. A robust bolt of lightning erupted from his body, soaring into the sky before detonating above. The thunderclap echoed ominously as countless smaller arcs of electricity surged above the pirate ship. These bolts acted as a signal, drawing numerous clouds towards the scene. Meanwhile, the steam evaporated by Yajun's fiery blade continued to coalesce into clouds under the influence of the lightning. Before long, a colossal dark cloud loomed in the sky, expanding continuously. As towering waves surged towards the pirate ship, a massive thundercloud several thousand meters high manifested directly above them. Amidst the thundercloud, flashes of lightning danced like serpents, weaving through the darkened sky. The sheer magnitude of the towering waves and the storm clouds hinted at the terrifying power they contained. Qin Yun, her fists clenched, regarded the immense waves with a grave expression. The force they held left her uncertain of her ability to shatter them. Yajun, gripping her fiery blade with one hand while resting the other on the ice wheel, prepared herself for action, ready to strike with the utmost intensity despite her own doubts about overcoming the colossal waves. Honorin stood calmly beside Lu Fei, finding solace in being by his side, regardless of life or death. From the shadows where Qin Yun often lingered, a creature of the Shadow Clan emerged, poised to lend her assistance. Meanwhile, the Dragon of Culinary Delights, Etan, remained on alert, ready to revert to its true form and lead everyone to safety. Its instincts as a dragon sensing a grave threat. At that moment, a massive figure emerged from the waves, rising to the level of the pirate ship. It was a colossal whale, atop which stood a figure wielding a trident. Upon seeing this figure, Wu Meng's expression shifted dramatically. "Admiral Feng Pinghai, what brings him here?" The admiral, the highest commander of the world government as forces, presided over the Navy, Army, and Air Force, each with its own admiral. The figure before Lu Fei's group was none other than Admiral Feng Pinghai, a pinnacle of strength in the world. "I never expected anyone would recognize me," Feng Pinghai remarked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Wu Meng before fixing his gaze on Lu Fei. "I have come at the request of Generals Qi Yang and Ma Jin to apprehend you." Wang Lu Fei. He paused to retrieve a recent wanted poster, adding, "To be precise, I am here to capture Lu Fei, son of Lu Chengfeng, who is using the alias Wang Lu Fei." As he spoke, Feng Pinghai tossed the wanted poster towards Lu Fei, who caught it with steady hands. Noticing that his name had been corrected to Lu Fei, The revelation of his true name did not alter Lu Fei's demeanor significantly, for he was aware that this was merely a matter of time. He casually tucked the wanted poster away and returned his gaze to the imposing admiral, who bore an authoritative presence. With white hair and eyebrows, and clad in the highest-ranking admiral's uniform, the most striking aspect was the trident he wielded. Almost immediately upon encountering Feng Pinghai, Lu Fei could ascertain through the surrounding waves and his understanding of treasures like the Rui Jingu Bang and the Zhanxian Hulu that the trident was undoubtedly the legendary weapon of the sea god, capable of commanding the ocean. In that moment, even Lu Fei felt uncertain of his ability to contend against the trident-wielding Feng Pinghai. The admiral's status was not what troubled Lu Fei. Rather, it was the power he exhibited that demanded Lu Fei's utmost attention. It could be said that the moment Feng Pinghai appeared, the options before Lu Fei had dwindled significantly. To fight or to flee. Given the current strength of their group, engaging in combat was undoubtedly futile. The only possible outcome would be for Lu Fei and his companions to buy time until his true form could arrive. Indeed, Lu Fei's true self was already en route, but the distance meant it would take some time to reach them. Thus, even if they were to wait for Lu Fei's true form to arrive, they would need to prolong the battle. Realistically, even if Lu Fei's true self arrived, it would merely protect their escape. Victory through combat was impossible. Furthermore, the casualties incurred while delaying the fight would be uncontrollable. In light of this, fleeing might be Lu Fei's best option. One thing was certain. Lu Fei himself could undoubtedly escape. The immense thundercloud above the pirate ship could dismantle Feng Pinghai's blockade, momentarily opening a path. However, the number of individuals who could successfully flee remained uncertain. In the present circumstances, whether they chose to fight or flee, it seemed that sacrifices would be inevitable. This was a scenario Lu Fei was determined to avoid at all costs. Thus, since breaking out of the Guizhi city prison, Lu Fei found himself silent for the first time in the face of an adversary. The arrival of Admiral Feng Pinghai far exceeded Lu Fei's expectations. Initially, he had anticipated encountering at most a general. Even if they were outmatched, escaping would not pose a problem. However, unexpectedly, it was not a general that appeared, but the admiral standing at the pinnacle of the world. Before such overwhelming power, Lu Fei experienced a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. Not only Lu Fei, but also Qing Yun, Yajun, and Wu Meng felt similarly powerless. They remained silent, responding to Feng Pinghai's words with quietude. Among them, only Anren maintained her calm demeanor, as she had always believed that being by Lu Fei's side was sufficient, regardless of life or death. Feng Pinghai's weathered eyes surveyed the group aboard the pirate ship, his gaze both scrutinizing and appreciative. As the admiral of the world government, he was devoted to maintaining peace upon the seas, hence his examination of these wanted pirates. Yet, he also admired those who displayed no fear upon realizing his identity. Nevertheless, admiration aside, he understood his duties must be fulfilled. Observing the silent assembly, Feng Pinghai recognized they were weighing their options between fighting and fleeing, and thus spoke again. Lu Fei, I know you can escape. He gestured towards the massive thundercloud overhead, indicating his awareness of Lu Fei's potential exit strategy. However, should you choose to flee, your companions will undoubtedly be buried beneath the waves. Therefore, I have a proposal. I have come solely to apprehend you at their behest. Thus, as long as you relinquish your resistance, I, Feng Pinghai, promise to let them go. After Feng Pinghai finished speaking, he quietly observed Lu Fei and the others. His words relieved the tension among the women on the ship, as they realized that Lu Fei possessed the ability to protect himself. Just as they were about to urge Lu Fei to leave alone, he preemptively replied, I hope you keep your word. With that, Lu Fei transformed into a flash of lightning and appeared atop the giant whale. My lord, he called out, extending his hands towards Feng Pinghai, resembling a penitent criminal. With a wave of his hand, Feng Pinghai conjured handcuffs of water that bound Lu Fei's wrists. Subsequently, he brandished the sea god's trident, causing the towering waves surrounding the pirate ship to part, revealing a path through the water. The waters that supported the pirate ship began to surge, propelling it swiftly along the newly opened route. Lu Fei smiled as he watched the pirate ship and its occupants drift away, suddenly shouting, "When we meet again, you must all become better." The women gazed at Lu Fei's diminishing figure, tears glistening in their eyes at his blessing. Just as they were about to respond, the parting waves began to close again, severing their communication, a move initiated by Feng Pinghai. "Lu Fei, you will not have another chance," he stated plainly. "Though you acted wisely, trading your freedom for the survival of your companions, this time you shall be confined in the world government's most secure prison, never to see them again." The pirate ship, carried away by the current for several dozen miles, was embroiled in a heated debate. "Why didn't you let us intervene?" Ye Jun pressed Qingyan vehemently, with the gluttonous dragon, Atan, nodding in agreement beside her. Although Atan was inclined to flee, knowing that they would be outmatched, he did not wish to abandon Lu Fei in such a manner. In fact, Ye Jun had intended to act earlier, but Qingyun had subtly restrained her. Even though she trusted Qingyun, her hesitation at that moment now led her to question her. In response to Ye Jun's inquiry, Qingyun replied calmly, "You must trust the judgment of our Lord. Since he chose to step forward, it signifies that he has a means of escape. But he is facing the admiral of the navy. How can he possibly escape?" Ye Jun expressed her disbelief, her concern for Lu Fei causing her to lose the composure expected of a swordsman. "No, although Lu Fei has been captured by the admiral. According to Feng Pinghai's words, he was merely asked to come forward by 2 admirals. Thus, in reality, he will still be returned to those 2. Wu Meng articulated his assessment. However, upon hearing this, Ye Jun's expression did not ease. Instead, she became increasingly anxious. "Isn't that worse? If our Lord falls into the hands of Admiral Qi Yang, wouldn't that be even more perilous?" Indeed, given the enmity between Admiral Qi Yang and Lu Fei, it was likely that he would act against Lu Fei at the first opportunity. Wu Meng shook his head, countering Ye Jun's assertion. "No. From my understanding of Qi Yang, he would not dare to confront Lu Fei at this time. That man is exceedingly cautious and has been grievously wounded by Lu Qingfeng. He would not risk meeting Lu Fei in his current state. Moreover, as Feng Pinghai mentioned earlier, he is here to capture Lu Fei for trial. Lu Fei is still considered an escapee from Giju City. Therefore, it is improbable that he will be delivered to Qi Yang. It is far more likely that he will be sent to General Ma Jin, who oversees Giju City." Wu Meng calmly laid out his conjecture, and his reasonable words began to soothe Ye Jun's anxiety. However, she still felt somewhat disoriented and asked, "So are we to raid Fanyuan City to rescue him?" Wu Meng shook his head again and began to explain Fanyuan City. Fanyuan City lies beneath Giju City, constructed entirely for Ma Jin, which restrains the powers of its inmates. Since its establishment, there has never been a successful escape recorded. It is impossible to breach Fanyuan City from the outside without employing peak-level forces. The moment such a powerful entity strikes, they will inevitably face the full wrath of the world government, for it threatens the very foundation of their rule. Thus, to this day, Fanyuan City has never been successfully raided. We alone cannot breach it from the outside. As Wu Meng conveyed this, he shifted his tone. While breaching Fanyuan City from the outside is exceedingly difficult, infiltrating from within is not. If we can dismantle the Ma Jin that restricts powers from the inside, a jailbreak can be accomplished. Furthermore, to my knowledge, there exists a group within Fanyuan City that has been plotting an escape. As Wu Meng divulged this critical information to Ye Jun and the others, Feng Pinghai escorted Lu Fei towards the continent. To be honest, it was hard to believe that a bounty of merely 2 billion could warrant the personal escort of an admiral. Yet, once this event unfolded, it seemed all too reasonable. The reason Feng Pinghai personally oversaw Lu Fei's transport was due to the latter's formidable abilities. His ultra-high-speed mobility could easily bypass the restrictions of dual space cards. These 2 factors implied that the blockade typically posed by an admiral would be ineffectual against Lu Fei. If the blockade could not be enforced, it meant that Lu Fei could utilize his high-speed mobility to escape. Upon receiving this information, Feng Pinghai swiftly concluded that to effectively capture Lu Fei, 3 admirals would need to be deployed. However, with 5 admirals currently incapacitated, Reallocating 3 from elsewhere would not only be exceedingly troublesome, but also introduce numerous uncontrollable risks. Coupled with the revelation of Lu Fei's true identity as the son of Lu Qingfeng, who had openly challenged the world government not long ago, Feng Pinghai ultimately resolved to take matters into his own hands at the request of Admirals Qi Yang and Ma Jin. Of course, while he took action, Feng Pinghai did not directly engage. Rather, he cleverly manipulated Lu Fei's companions to ensure his compliance. Thus, Feng Pinghai successfully escorted Lu Fei to Guizhou City, handing him over to the personnel of Fanyuan City. After witnessing Lu Fei being fitted with specially crafted Ma Jin handcuffs, he turned to leave. Lu Fei watched Feng Pinghai's departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Round and round, I have returned here once more. This time, it seems that something significant is about to unfold. Were it any other prison, Lu Fei might hesitate to assert his ability to incite chaos. But within the confines of Fanyuan City, entirely composed of Ma Jin, instigating turmoil would be effortlessly within his grasp. After all, Lu Fei had previously discovered that his thunder metallurgy was particularly effective against Ma Jin. Ordinarily, Ma Jin possesses the ability to restrict nearly all powers. However, both Lu Fei's Qi Hua, San Qing, and the thunder metallurgy developed from the sound ThunderFruit exceeded the limitations imposed by Ma Jin. It could be said that as long as he employed thunder metallurgy, Ma Jin would have little to no effect on Lu Fei. Nevertheless, Lu Fei harbored grander schemes. Thus, he refrained from immediately attempting an escape and instead obediently followed the personnel of Fanyuan City to his cell. Coincidentally, this cell was the very place where Lu Fei had resided for 3 years. TSK, who do we have here? Are you revisiting old haunts or simply reluctant to part from us? Upon witnessing Lu Fei being escorted into his cell, the sardonic voice of Si Kong Tu Xing rang out. Clearly, he remained aggrieved that despite 3 years of his entreaties, Lu Fei continued to ignore him. In response to Si Kong Tu Xing's mockery, Lu Fei simply uttered a single sentence that silenced him. The sunlight outside is quite pleasant. This remark served as a direct retort to Si Kong Tu Xing, for Lu Fei was a man who had basked in the sun, while Si Kong Tu Xing was merely a braggart confined within the prison walls. Instantly, Si Kong Tu Xing's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Lu Fei's words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Indeed, after 3 years of futile banter, Si Kong Tu Xing and his companions had not succeeded in their escape, rendering them inferior to Lu Fei, who, despite being recaptured, had at least managed to break free. Once confined to his cell, Lu Fei cast a glance at the now withdrawn Si Kong Tu Xing, then sat down and closed his eyes to commence his cultivation. His fluid movements mirrored those he had displayed 3 years prior. Witnessing such a sight, Si Kong Tu Xing, who had already appeared somewhat green, turned a deep shade of ashen gray. Lu Fei had rendered his 3 years of earnest counsel utterly futile. With his eyes shut, Lu Fei sensed the shifting gaze of Si Kong Tu Xing, and while he maintained an outward composure, inwardly he chuckled, relishing the effect of his actions. Lu Fei had his own designs regarding Si Kong Tu Xing and his followers. However, it was far more advantageous for them to approach him for assistance rather than him seeking them out. This was akin to Jiang Taigong fishing. Willing participants would take the bait. At that moment, Lu Fei was indeed fishing, keenly observing Si Kong Tu Xing's expression, which indicated that the catch was not far off. Si Kong Tu Xing, observing Lu Fei in meditation, experienced a tumult of emotions, his face shifting from green to white and back again, before retreating into the shadows behind him. Once hidden in darkness, Si Kong Tu Xing began to converse with the shadowy figure. Hadn't he escaped? How had he been recaptured? Si Kong Tu Xing expressed his confusion in writing. Upon learning of Lu Fei's escape from the execution ground, Si Kong Tu Xing had lamented for quite some time. The failure of the Demon Gold General, guarding Fanyuan City, to intervene had deprived them of any chance of escape. The shadow replied, I am unaware of the specifics. There is no information available. However, it is imperative that we persuade him to join us. Otherwise, our opportunities will vanish. While Si Kong Tu Xing recognized Lu Fei's significance to their cause, he bore a look of helplessness. I understand, but for the past 3 years, he has remained indifferent. What can I say to convince him? His words prompted a lengthy silence from a shadow, which eventually responded, I will confer with them and inquire about what price they are willing to pay. Following this, the shadow dissipated, and Sikong Tu Xing sat down to ponder. If 3 years ago, they had approached Lu Fei with a sense of condescension, now Lu Fei's actions had demonstrated that he could escape on his own. Consequently, the power dynamics had shifted. They now required Lu Fei's assistance, indicating their dependence on him. Historically, when one seeks something, one must be prepared to offer something in return. Thus, the Shadow's message signified their willingness to concede, to offer a price to secure Lu Fei's allegiance. Sikong Tu Xing now contemplated what price he could afford to pay. This situation was precisely what Lu Fei relished. High above, Lu Fei's true form cast a glance at the pirate ship below before choosing to turn away. His presence here was to safeguard Qing Yun and her companions from any covert actions by Admiral Feng Pinghai. As it turned out, Feng Pinghai, as the naval commander, was still concerned with his reputation. Having declared their release, he did not pursue them with hidden forces. Now that Lu Fei was assured of their safety, it was time for him to prepare his own strategies. The emergence of Admiral Feng Pinghai had indeed exceeded Lu Fei's expectations, yet he was not one to lament over circumstances. Given Feng Pinghai's arrival, Lu Fei had no choice but to adapt his plans. Initially, Lu Fei had intended to embark on an adventure with Qing Yun and the others. However, with circumstances changing, he resolved to confront his adversary, General Qiyang. Indeed, after enduring repeated covert assaults from General Qiyang, Lu Fei was now prepared to eliminate him to avert future troubles. While Lu Fei could still exercise restraint against the Ding Tuqi Jianshu, the moment General Qiyang solicited the aid of Admiral Feng Pinghai, Lu Fei found that intolerable. After all, the former posed a threat solely to Lu Fei, while the latter endangered Qing Yun and her companions, placing Lu Fei in a dilemma. He wished to avoid such complications. Thus, his focus lay in eradicating the source of his troubles. Lu Fei's true form was now en route to Guizhou City. In Lu Fei's estimation, General Qiyang would inevitably arrive there, whether to eliminate him or to reclaim the Ding Tuqi Jianshu. What Lu Fei awaited was the opportunity for General Qiyang to meet him. When that moment arrived, Lu Fei, wielding the Rui Jinggubang, would ensure a reunion of sorts for them. Meanwhile, General Qiyang sat on his bed, perusing the news of Lu Fei's imprisonment in Fengyuan City. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, flames erupted from his hand, reducing the news to ashes. Just as Wu Meng had suggested, after considerable reflection, General Qiyang ultimately chose to exercise restraint and did not seek out Lu Fei. His naturally cautious disposition rendered him unwilling to confront Lu Fei in his currently weakened state. He even kept a plethora of protective gear on hand to guard against any potential retaliatory actions from Lu Fei involving the Ding Tuqi Jianshu. At present, General Qiyang's thoughts were focused on recuperating swiftly, so he could confront Lu Fei and reclaim the Ding Tuqi Jianshu with full strength. Lu Fei's true form had taken residence in a small town near Guizhou City, renting a room and patiently awaiting developments. In truth, Lu Fei had considered utilizing the Ding Tuqi Jianshu against General Qiyang. However, he ultimately abandoned that notion. Lu Fei understood that at General Qiyang's level, upon realizing he had fallen victim to the Ding Tuqi Jianshu, he would likely seek refuge with the world government without delay. The world government would undoubtedly offer full protection to a general who represented their image, implying that even if Lu Fei used the Ding Tuqi Jianshu, he would achieve no desired effect. Therefore, rather than alerting the enemy, Lu Fei opted to wait for the right moment, intending to strike General Qiyang with a decisive blow, ensuring he would have no opportunity to evade. In Fengyuan City, within the shadows of several cells, a long-awaited discussion was underway. The latest news reveals that his true name is Lu Fei. Lu Fei, the son of Lu Chengfeng, the emperor of the land, has been personally disowned by Lu Changfeng. The bounty remains at a staggering 2 billion. Yet various clues suggest that he possesses speed comparable to that of a vice admiral, and his strength likely hovers at the threshold of that level. Qi Yongis, known as the closest to a vice admiral, was slain by his own hand. From this, we can deduce that the 2 billion bounty is largely due to Qi Yang suppressing news of his son's death, resulting in its relatively low valuation. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of his background or prowess, he is indeed worthy of our efforts. Moreover, based on calculations, without him, we stand no chance of escaping. He is our sole beacon of hope. Our current task is to discern what each of us is willing to sacrifice in exchange for his assistance. I must emphasize that those unwilling to contribute will be proposed for expulsion from our ranks. For those who wish to reap benefits without offering anything in return, they deserve to remain here indefinitely. After extensive discussions, in the name of freedom, the prisoners presented everything they could spare, save for their most treasured possessions, in a bid to barter for Lu Fei's help. Wow, so many valuable items. Sikong Tu-Shing gazed in astonishment at the list handed to him by the shadow, his eyes widening in disbelief as he felt his mouth watering uncontrollably. Stop looking. It's not for you. The shadow quietly penned this remark, causing Sikong Tu-Shing to display an expression of regret. Indeed, these items were intended for Lu Fei, and Sikong Tu-Shing was merely a liaison to present them, left only to gaze in longing. After reviewing the list, Sikong Tu-Shing felt confident in convincing Lu Fei. Possessing tangible items would prove far more effective than the 3 years of persuasion he had previously undertaken. Thus, he eagerly set off to find Lu Fei, the list in hand. However, despite his eloquent descriptions of the items' immense value, Lu Fei remained utterly nonchalant. In stark contrast to his previous decisive rejections, Lu Fei now offered no clear response, neither acceptance nor refusal. Sikong Tu-Shing's fervor was doused like a flame extinguished by a sudden downpour, leaving him bewildered. This shouldn't be the case, he thought incredulously, retreating to the shadows. The items on the list had stirred his desire. How could they fail to sway Lu Fei? The shadow observed Sikong Tu-Shing's changing demeanor, sensing a chill of disappointment. Is he dissatisfied? The shadow inquired with a few hastily scribbled words. Sikong Tu-Shing shook his head. I don't know. He neither rejected nor accepted, as if he is awaiting something. Is he waiting for a better offer? The shadow contemplated, and Sikong Tu-Shing shared this sentiment. Yet without Lu Fei's explicit indication, all they had were mere conjectures. In truth, Lu Fei was not as they presumed, waiting for a better deal. He was anticipating the opportune moment for the Vice Admiral Qi Yang to seek him out. A year swiftly passed. Above the skies of Giju City, a crimson sun appeared. In the astonished gazes of the prisoners, the light faded to reveal the figure of Vice Admiral Qi Yang. Given his injuries, it would have been entirely reasonable for him to recuperate for 3 to 5 years. However, through exorbitant expenditures, he had fully recovered within a year. Evidently, driven by his animosity towards Lu Fei and a desperate desire to reclaim the 7 arrows of Nailhead, Vice Admiral Qi Yang descended upon Giju City without delay. Following a warm reception from the city's inhabitants, he boarded the elevator leading to Fanyuan City. Meanwhile, in a nearby small town, Lu Fei's true self opened his eyes. He has finally arrived, he murmured, promptly sending Milna away. A year prior, Lu Fei had come to Giju City ahead of Milna, who followed shortly thereafter. The arrival of Vice Admiral Qi Yang signaled the impending eruption of an unimaginable battle. Therefore, Lu Fei needed Milna to depart early to avoid potential complications later. Good luck, my lord. Before leaving, Milna embraced Lu Fei tightly, pressing his face into her ample bosom. After a moment of bewilderment, Lu Fei extricated himself, exclaiming, Milna, what are you doing? With a hearty laugh, Milna replied, My lord, I have nursed you. With that, she playfully wiggled away, leaving Lu Fei to watch her retreating figure, reminiscent of a departing steam locomotive. Simultaneously, in Fanyuan City, Lu Fei's doppelganger was engaged in action. Lu Fei, my lord, what do you truly desire? Speak up. Sikong Tu-Shing, in a state of despair, grasped the golden magic gold railing, imploring Lu Fei with a tone bordering on desperation. Over the past year, they had believed Lu Fei was merely playing hard to get, incrementally increasing their offers, even depleting their reserves, Yet Lu Fei still showed no sign of response. This led to Si Kong Tu Xing's expression of near hopelessness. However, just as Si Kong Tu Xing despaired, Lu Fei abruptly opened his eyes, rose, and declared, "I accept your terms." Huh. Si Kong Tu Xing's face vividly illustrated the shock of unexpected delight, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Really?" he asked incredulously, then quickly added, fearing a reversal. "I heard you say it." Yet Lu Fei disregarded Si Kong Tu Xing's words, hastily outlining his demands. Instead of seizing the opportunity to extort all the prisoner's treasures worth billions, Lu Fei selected only a few items he required. However, he insisted on a promise from each individual to perform a task for him, and during the escape, they would be responsible for hindering the magic gold general guarding Fangyuan City. Moreover, Lu Fei granted them merely 10 minutes for deliberation, stating that this was a one-time opportunity. Upon hearing Lu Fei's requirements, Si Kong Tu Xing recognized the urgency and immediately retreated into the shadows to notify the shadow. After 3 minutes of intense discussion and 2 minutes of skepticism, they reached a consensus in 5 minutes. They must comply with Lu Fei's demands, for missing this opportunity might mean waiting an eternity for the next. Though Lu Fei's sudden agreement raised suspicions of ulterior motives, the year of anxious waiting left no room for further investigation. Furthermore, aside from the pressing timeline, Lu Fei's other stipulations were quite reasonable. Indeed, they were rather lenient. According to their internal agreement, all of Lu Fei's requests will be shared collectively, when distributed among them. Lu Fei's demands were hardly burdensome. As for obstructing the magic gold general, that was inherently their responsibility, as an escape would inevitably draw his attention. Thus, they swiftly reached a resolution and spent an additional 5 minutes employing various methods to relay the items Lu Fei requested through the shadow. Lu Fei gazed at a minuscule package in his hand, a smile gradually forming on his lips. This package was a manifestation of a unique ability, crafted from a special fabric that enveloped objects, reducing their size for ease of transport. Due to the presence of magic gold, transporting larger items was utterly impractical. Only such minuscule packages could be conveyed with any semblance of success. After confirming that the contents were indeed what he required, Lu Fei tucked the package into his attire. "How soon shall we act?" Si Kong Tu Xing inquired, nervously fidgeting with the railing. The pride he had exhibited upon first meeting Lu Fei 4 years prior had since transformed into a desperate eagerness for freedom, rendering him obsequious. Even now, he cautiously scrutinized Lu Fei's expression, fearful of displeasing him. Lu Fei, however, paid no heed to Si Kong Tu Xing's anxiety, instead dictating his own pace. "Inform me of your comrades' locations. In 5 minutes, I shall eliminate the constraints of their cells." Upon hearing this, Si Kong Tu Xing's face lit up with joy as he darted back into the shadows. The dark figure swiftly relayed the locations of all their members, subsequently notifying everyone. Consequently, shadows that had remained dormant in the dark corners of Fangyuan City began to stir. With the acquired locations, Lu Fei crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, sending forth faint currents of electricity to sense the corresponding cells. The presence of magic gold severely suppressed Lu Fei's observation haki, compelling him to rely on the abilities of his ThunderFruit for assistance. With his eyes closed and focus unwavering, Lu Fei confirmed all locations within a minute. Shortly thereafter, Admiral Qi Yang arrived at Fangyuan City via elevator. Observing the narrow corridor, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The corridor before him emanated a palpable aura of danger. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he glanced at the personnel surrounding him and shook his head slightly, dismissing his apprehension. It must be an illusion. Fangyuan City is constructed from magic gold and is one of the most secure prisons in the world, so danger cannot possibly arise. Moreover, even in the event of an unforeseen incident, the combined might of myself and the magic gold general should be more than sufficient to quell any threat. Admiral Qi Yang swiftly assuaged his own fears and confidently strode forward. Meanwhile, Lu Fei had reached the exterior of Guizhou City's walls. "Why has it darkened so suddenly?" A prisoner within Guizhou City exclaimed, watching as a shadow dimmed. His words caught the attention of those around him, prompting them to look skyward. Above, a massive dark cloud was rapidly expanding, instilling a sense of impending doom. This heavy pressure instantly alerted the nearly 1 million inmates of Guizhou City. Something monumental was about to transpire. Such an anomaly also drew the attention of the city's officials. Among them, a figure clad in a short skirt and clutching a sniper rifle furrowed her brow. Lu Fei, have you finally made your move? This figure was Catherine. A year prior, she had pursued Lu Fei at sea, but upon learning of his capture, she decisively opted to come to Guizhou City. Throughout the past year, Catherine had awaited Lu Fei's actions, knowing him well enough to understand he would never surrender easily. The ever-expanding cloud above her confirmed her suspicions. Lu Fei had indeed begun his assault. This time, Catherine refrained from setting up her sniper rifle. Following the events at the execution ground, she understood the vast disparity between herself and Lu Fei. Thus, she chose to observe him silently rather than engage in the fray. With the crisp sound of footsteps, Admiral Qi Yang approached Lu Fei's cell. Opposite Lu Fei, Si Kong Tu Xing heard the distinct footsteps, realizing that the individual approaching was the catalyst for Lu Fei's sudden decision to act. However, Si Kong Tu Xing remained silent, patiently watching Lu Fei, awaiting his next move. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of Fongyuan City, many other prisoners, like Si Kong Tu Xing, quietly awaited their moment. Lu Fei, do you even know who I am? Admiral Qi Yang stood before Lu Fei's cell, suppressing his fury as he questioned. With his hands pressed to the ground and eyes closed, Lu Fei lifted his gaze upon hearing the voice, locking eyes with Admiral Qi Yang. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fei chose not to engage in verbal sparring. Instead, he beamed a radiant smile at the furious admiral. At last, you have arrived. In the next instant, a surge of electricity erupted from Lu Fei, coursing through his hands into the earth. Thunderous metallurgy. This electrical energy, guided by the previously confirmed routes, reached various cells. In an instant, the magic gold bars of these cells melted, rendering their restraining capabilities ineffective. What are you doing? Admiral Qi Yang roared, launching a fiery punch towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei, dare you? From the heart of Fongyuan City, the magic gold general, who had remained inactive even as Admiral Qi Yang arrived, sensed the extensive breach of his magic gold prison and bellowed in anger as the magic gold general attempted to regain control over the magic gold. He directed the magic gold within Lu Fei's cell to transform into lethal blades aimed at him. However, while a single cell's breach could be swiftly suppressed, the simultaneous dismantling of numerous cells, coupled with the readiness of the inmates within, proved insurmountable. Even as the magic gold general reacted with haste, the moment the cells were breached, the prisoners surged forth, reclaiming their abilities and charging out. These notorious criminals, each with bounties in the billions, erupted into chaos, diverting the magic gold general's attention. In that instant, as Admiral Qi Yang's fist hurtled towards him, Lu Fei transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting away. Trying to escape? Impossible. Admiral Qi Yang pursued closely, his fiery hand reaching for Lu Fei. Remarkably, Admiral Qi Yang's strength was formidable enough to keep pace with Lu Fei's speed. Although the confined space limited Lu Fei's full potential, Admiral Qi Yang's speed was not to be underestimated. Just when it seemed Lu Fei would be captured, he did not look back but rather retaliated by hurling several magic gold coins, electromagnetic cannon, rapid fire. The magic gold coins morphed into an electromagnetic cannon, launching with terrifying force towards Admiral Qi Yang. Flamme explosion. Admiral Qi Yang's grasp faltered as he conjured an explosive fireball, igniting a massive conflagration. The magic gold coins were instantly incinerated by the searing heat. Yet, this moment of hesitation allowed Lu Fei to create distance, igniting Admiral Qi Yang's fury further. Lu Fei, you cannot escape. With rage propelling him, Admiral Qi Yang erupted in flames, transforming into a blazing light as he pursued Lu Fei. Unperturbed by the Admiral's threats, Lu Fei sped onward. swiftly reaching the only passage connecting Feng Yuan City to the ground, the elevator. At this moment, the elevator had been entirely immobilized by the Mo Jin de Jiang, meaning there was no way to return to the surface via the elevator. However, for Lu Fei, this was not a daunting task. Lei Jin, with a mere wave of his hand, Lu Fei melted the elevator constructed from Mo Jin, revealing an upward passage. Without a trace of hesitation, Lu Fei promptly entered the passage and surged upwards. Witnessing Lu Fei's imminent escape from Feng Yuan Cheng, Qiang de Jiang was instantly enraged. Montak Jin, why aren't you making a move? Aski Yank da Jiang Belio in fury. He struck at the passage from which Lu Fei fled with a powerful punch. Cross-explosion kill. A red beam shot forth from Qiang de Jiang's fist, striking directly at the center of the passage. The red light coalesced into a point before erupting in a thunderous explosion, forming a cross-shaped flash that obliterated the entire passage. Simultaneously, Mo Jin de Jiang activated the highest-level protocol for dealing with escaping prisoners, Tian Yuan Di Fong. All the Mo Jin that formed the passage snapped in two, contracting upwards and downwards. The Mo Jin on the ground transformed into soldiers, each enveloped in restraints, charging towards the other fleeing prisoners. Meanwhile, the Mo Jin that comprised the sky over Feng Yuan Cheng coalesced into a singular entity, sealing off the passage to the surface entirely. In that moment, Feng Yuan Cheng transformed into a fully enclosed space. This was the very reason Feng Yuan Cheng was built underground. Through the transformation of Mo Jin, it became an impenetrable prison, both inaccessible and unescapable. Observing this scene, Sikong Tu Xing and the others felt a profound despair. Even if they managed to escape their cells, they now faced the entirety of Feng Yuan Cheng. Or rather, from the moment Feng Yuan Cheng was constructed, it had always been an immense prison. What should we do? Sikong Tu Xing transformed into a streak of light, rushing to the side of a figure cloaked in black robes, urgently inquiring. Do not panic. My calculations are absolutely infallible. The figure in black replied in a raspy voice, brimming with conviction. Mo Jin Shun Kai. Just as the figure finished speaking, the furious Mo Jin de Jiang, incensed by the mass escape of prisoners, commenced a brutal suppression as Feng Yuan Cheng completed its sealing. At the very center of Feng Yuan Cheng, a massive suit of giant armor formed from gathered Mo Jin emerged. Mo Jin de Jiang was at the heart of this armor, controlling it. Boom! Mo Jin de Jiang struck down with his hand, creating a colossal handprint on the ground, within which lay a prisoner nearly turned to mush. Sikong Tu Xing recognized this prisoner distinctly. He was Lu Fei, notorious for his bounty of 2 billion, famed for his formidable golden body. When Mo Jin de Jiang struck down, the prisoner attempted to uphold his golden body, only to have it shattered by the restraints on the Mo Jin, before being smashed into the ground, almost reduced to paste. This scene resembled the act of swatting a mosquito. Sikong Tu Xing trembled, filled with terror, and asked, "Is it really going to be fine?" The figure in the black robe wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, with a hint of hesitation, replied, "It should be fine, right?" Clearly, his confidence had been significantly eroded by the display of power from Mo Jin de Jiang. You cannot escape. Montak Jin da Jiang Hualit. Entering a mode of swatting prisoners like flies, one slap for each escaping convict. After Qiang de Jiang had destroyed the passage, Lu Fei was compelled to reveal himself in midair. At that moment, Lu Fei resembled a frantic individual fleeing in desperation, with no escape route in sight. Once he revealed himself, Qiang de Jiang immediately soared upwards, intent on capturing Lu Fei. In his eyes, within the completely sealed Feng Yuan Cheng, Lu Fei was nothing more than a fish in a barrel, easily caught. Yet at that moment, Lu Fei gazed upwards at the Mo Jin dome and employed a countermeasure, 1 billion-volt Thunder God. Li Shang Yivin. Lu Fei first assumed the form of the Thunder God, and under the augmentation of this form, unleashed the thunder metallurgy. Enveloped in crackling lightning, Lu Fei directed his hands towards the Mo Jin dome above, releasing an immense barrage of electricity. The resulting brilliance even temporarily eclipsed the golden glow emitted by the Mo gene within Feng Yuancheng. Moreover, as Lu Fei utilized the thunder metallurgy within Feng Yuancheng, the enormous cloud above Gui Zhucheng, which covered the entirety of the city, suddenly transformed into a storm cloud. From the center of this massive thundercloud, a lightning pillar of 100 meters in diameter descended, melting everything in its path and piercing through the ground of Gui Zhucheng, plunging into the depths below. In that instant, the Mo gene dome of Feng Yuancheng endured a simultaneous assault of internal and external lightning. Under such an attack, the once impenetrable and unified Mo gene dome began to melt away. Impossible. The Mo gene de Jiang, who had previously believed everything was under control and that suppressing this escape was merely a matter of time, suddenly sensed his powers being dismantled. In a frenzy, he abandoned the other prisoners and lunged at the airborne Lu Fei. Qiang de Jiang also recognized that something was amiss, accelerating towards Lu Fei. At that moment, Qiang de Jiang was in front, while Mo gene de Jiang followed closely behind, both generals converging upon Lu Fei. However, it was too late. Although breaking through the unified Mo gene dome was challenging, once breached, a cascading collapse would ensue. In an instant, the Mo gene dome, under the dual assault of lightning from above and below, was melted into a gaping hole of over 100 meters. As light poured from the surface, Feng Yuancheng, one of the most fortified prisons in the world, which had never seen the light of day, officially declared its breach. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. The fury of Qiang de Jiang, the astonishment of Mo gene de Jiang, and the disbelief of countless prisoners were vividly displayed upon their faces. The next second, a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted from the prisoners, each one rushing towards the newly created opening. Faced with the simultaneous attacks from both generals, Lu Fei naturally could not withstand it head-on. Transforming into a streak of lightning and being the first to burst through the opening, diving into the storm cloud. Qiang, you pursue him, I will block the breach. Mo gene de Jiang, witnessing Lu Fei's successful escape, felt as if his heart would burst with fury. Yet, the rationality of a general compelled him to make the most prudent arrangement under the circumstances. Mo gene de Jiang had to remain to seal off this gaping hole. Otherwise, if a multitude of prisoners were to escape, Feng Yuancheng would be reduced to a laughingstock. Qiang da Jiang nodded in acknowledgement, his form unwavering as he pursued Lu Fei, flames trailing behind him. Just as Qiang de Jiang burst through the opening, a lightning pillar descended once more from the storm cloud above, striking directly at his head. Trying to stop me. A disdainful smile appeared on Qiang de Jiang's face. The rising sun. He transformed into a blazing sun, emanating an astonishing force, preparing to confront the lightning pillar head-on. In Qiang de Jiang's mind, Lu Fei intended to use this lightning pillar to obstruct his pursuit. Therefore, he could not afford to evade, and in his thoughts, with his strength, evasion was unnecessary. However, what Qiang de Jiang did not realize was that Lu Fei's frantic escape was merely a ruse. The true peril lay concealed within the very lightning pillar that Qiang de Jiang believed was meant to hinder his pursuit. The colossal lightning pillar, descending from the storm cloud, met the blazing sun of Qiang de Jiang. The lightning was continuously devoured by the radiant sun, creating a spectacle as the sun consumed the lightning, piercing into the storm cloud. It appears that the mighty Qiang general holds absolute superiority, rendering Lei Zhu powerless in his presence. However, amidst the tumultuous thunderclouds, a figure stirred. He produced a slender iron rod, no larger than a needle, from his ear, which rapidly expanded upon removal. This was none other than Lu Fei's true form, revealing the Rui Jingu Bang. Under the guise of the thunder god, Lu Fei, with his azure pupils, gazed down at the Qiang general, his hands raised high, still growing the Rui Jingu Bang. Thunder god's decree. The Rui Jingu Bang radiated golden light as countless bolts of lightning coursed through Lu Fei's body and into the staff, transforming it into a hue of blue and gold. A sense of peril, an overwhelming sense of danger, surged within the Qiang general, who tilted his head towards the stormy clouds, as if piercing through their veil to behold a figure wielding a celestial staff, locking onto him. Death. This was the instinctual warning born from years of combat, a fleeting premonition of his impending demise. In that moment, whether disbelieving or compelled to make a final stand, the Qiang general raised his hands to the heavens, performing a gesture of worship, and unleashed his most formidable technique, Jiang Yaoshi. In an instant, 9 suns appeared in the sky. The moment these 9 suns emerged, the temperature within the city of Guizhou began to soar. An endless cascade of light and heat pouring down from above. The air shimmered, the earth parched, and structures cracked. The million prisoners within Guizhou city emitted wails of despair. Their skin scorched as massive amounts of moisture evaporated from their bodies, triggering a countdown to their demise. If the 9 suns were to persist, it would not be long before the million prisoners, along with the officials, would be incinerated alive. You wish to ambush me? Impossible. Under the radiance of the 9 suns, the Qiang general proclaimed with utmost arrogance. Clearly, at this moment, having sensed the deadly threat, he understood that Lu Fei's frantic escape was merely a ruse, an opportunity to strike him down when least expected. Yet, after invoking Jiang Yaoshi, amidst the boundless light and heat, the Qiang general brimmed with confidence, all tactics pale in the face of absolute power. Regrettably, the response to the Qiang general was a single strike from Lu Fei. This blow fell from the ocean of clouds, shattering the veil of mist to reveal the true form of the staff, entwined in gold, blue, and black, carrying the might to rend the heavens. The gold represented the Rui Jingu Bang's own power and ability to break through. The blue signified the colossal lightning of the ThunderFruit. The black embodied Lu Fei's formidable Haoshiku Haki. The amalgamation of these forces cleaved through the Qiang general's Jiang Yaoshi, striking him down amidst his horror-stricken gaze. As the Rui Jingu Bang descended, the Qiang general had no time to cry out before his existence was obliterated. His protective gear, every means of survival, was shattered by Lu Fei's blow. After slaying the Qiang general, Lu Fei wasted no time, transforming into a flash of lightning and vanishing, leaving behind a whispered farewell. Go meet your son and grandson. A family should be together. The once great Qiang fell, all within the blink of an eye. Neither the fallen Qiang general nor the Mo Jin general, who had just commanded the capture of Lu Fei while blocking the escape route, nor the entirety of Guizhou City and Fanyuan City, managed to react in time. One strike, merely one strike, and life and death were sealed. This was Lu Fei's meticulous scheme, a near-perfect assassination. Lu Fei knew that the Qiang general, a seasoned warrior, possessed countless abilities, and he had but a single chance to strike. Should he fail to eliminate the Qiang general, opportunity would elude him forever. Thus, Lu Fei refrained from idle chatter or mercy, first creating the illusion of his doppelganger escaping, and then, when the Qiang general pursued, he unleashed his true self from the storm clouds at the most unexpected moment. The might of the thunder god amassed lightning within the vast storm clouds, and the powerful aura of the Rui Jingu Bang combined with Lu Fei's strongest technique, forming the most potent attack he had ever unleashed. This strike, executed while the Qiang general was unprepared, was insurmountable, even as he hastily attempted to counter with his ultimate move. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the Qiang general was struck down by Lu Fei, reunited with his family. Lu Fei, like an exceptionally skilled assassin, achieved his goal and swiftly retreated 1,000 miles away. With the fall of the Qiang general, the 9 suns in the sky vanished instantaneously, plunging the vast Guizhou city into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Even Fanyuan City, embroiled in fierce battle, fell into a synchronized stillness. A crisp clap resonated as Sikong Toshing awakened from his shocked state, letting out a shriek. Oh no! Upon regaining his senses, Sikong Toshing paid no heed to the cloaked figure that had struck him, but mumbled to himself. He truly killed a general. This is a breach of the heavens. Sikong Toshing's cries shattered the tranquility, and the stunned prisoners, still reeling from the shock of the Qiang general's death, resumed their escape attempts. The Mo general continued to obstruct the fleeing prisoners, yet with far less fervor than before. Consequently, a number of prisoners managed to escape from Funyuan City. However, the Mo general still apprehended some, capturing those of lesser bounty. It was evident that the Mo general was focusing on the small fish while letting the bigger ones slip away. This shift in circumstances was undoubtedly a consequence of the Qiyang general's demise. The Mo general grew increasingly cautious, balancing his duties as a general while remaining vigilant against Liu Fei's potential ambush. Such a state persisted until the arrival of reinforcements from other generals alleviated the tension. Nonetheless, the destruction of Funyuan City and the death of the Qiyang general were irrevocable realities. The following day, the entire world erupted in fervor. The world's leading newspaper, the World Report, proclaimed, "Qiyang general slain. The most notorious pirate, Liu Fei, has emerged." The second most circulated publication, the Freedom Report, announced, "Qiyang general killed. Liu Fei ascends to the throne of freedom." The same event, reported differently, led to the world echoing Liu Fei's name. In the official newspaper published by the world government, Liu Fei was depicted as the most vile pirate in history, having committed heinous crimes, with the Qiyang general bravely sacrificing himself in an attempt to thwart him. Notably, there was no mention of the breach of the world government's most secure prison, Funyuan City, clearly an attempt to cover up this incident that severely undermined their authority. The World Report boldly stated the world government's stance, declaring they would spare no effort to eliminate the world's most notorious pirate, Liu Fei. Conversely, the Freedom Report exuberantly celebrated Liu Fei's triumph in breaching Funyuan City and slaying the Qiyang general, portraying him as the sovereign of the free world, a beacon for those who yearn for liberty. Furthermore, the Freedom Report consistently urged the populace to seize the moment to pursue freedom, daring to resist all forms of oppressive inequality. This duality in reporting created a profound shockwave among the people across the globe. Regardless of the truth, one thing is certain: the admiral of the world government has indeed been slain by Liu Fei. The assassination of an admiral is an unprecedented event. At the world government's headquarters, a long-awaited meeting involving all three grand marshals is underway, with every scrap of information regarding Liu Fei laid out upon the conference table. It is evident that the world government's lethal intent towards Liu Fei, as reported in the world news, is being put into action. Furthermore, this time, the highest combat forces representing the world government, the three grand marshals of land, sea, and air, have been mobilized against him. However, it is Liu Fei's lightning-fast speed that has compelled the three grand marshals to gather here to discuss strategies. In essence, Liu Fei's ability to kill Admiral Qiyang is not the source of their concern. Rather, it is his mobility that poses a significant challenge. As the saying goes, one cannot outrun an adversary if one cannot defeat them. Given that Liu Fei dared to strike down Admiral Qiyang, he must possess utmost confidence in his ability to escape. As long as he runs swiftly enough, even the might of the world government's grand marshals will be unable to capture him. Liu Fei's choice of the ThunderFruit was predicated on this very principle. This notion was corroborated by Admiral Feng Pinghai, who has previously encountered Liu Fei. "If he wishes to flee, I cannot stop him." Admiral Feng Pinghai's words plunged the meeting room into silence. Currently, they face two significant challenges. First, how to locate Liu Fei and encircle him. Second, how to prevent his escape during the encirclement. The former can be accomplished through various artifacts or calculations. Even with Liu Fei's extraordinary agility, he will eventually be cornered. The latter, however, is of paramount importance. Even if Liu Fei is surrounded, should he be determined to flee, what could they use to stop him? After all, Liu Fei is no fool akin to Enel, who stubbornly holds his ground. The three grand marshals have gleaned from the intelligence gathered on Liu Fei that whether it was during his escape from the city of Guizhou, captured by Lilia, or his surrender to Admiral Feng Pinghai, Liu Fei's cunning is evident. He is always in control. Thus, the three grand marshals deliberated on a foolproof plan to ensure Liu Fei's demise. However, the artifacts and skills capable of sealing off space can only restrain those of admiral rank at most, and can only withstand a limited degree of attack. The three Grand Marshals deduced from Liu Fei's dismantling of the magical gold dome of Fanyuan City that such measures cannot fully contain him. This predicament has exacerbated their frustrations. After a period of deliberation, the three Grand Marshals reached a consensus to formulate a plan to ensure Liu Fei's certain death. However, this plan requires the deployment of the world government's trump cards. Therefore, even the three Grand Marshals only have the authority to propose. The final decision must be made through a vote involving the Grand Marshals and the highest authorities of the world government. On a distant island, Liu Fei descended from the sky. After some time, he finally located Qingyun and the others. At this moment, the island's inhabitants were engrossed in reading the newspaper. A year prior, when Liu Fei's clone was captured, his main body had subsequently informed them to act discreetly. At that time, Liu Fei's main body was laying plans to eliminate Admiral Qi Yang and could not remain by their side. Consequently, while they had been sailing on a pirate ship across the sea for the past year, they had not caused any significant disturbances. However, they remained vigilant, perusing the daily newspapers, awaiting news from Liu Fei. Finally, today, they encountered the information they had been longing for. Upon seeing Liu Fei's arrival, they could no longer contain their emotions and rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Master!" just as Liu Fei was filled with joy. Wu Meng set down the newspaper he had been reading. Unlike the free newspaper that Qingyun and the others were perusing, Wu Meng was reading the world news. After laying down the paper, he somberly remarked, "Liu Fei, I never imagined you could kill Admiral Qi Yang. However, you will now face the true pursuit of the world government. You are in grave danger." Wu Meng's words drew disapproving glares from Qingyun and the others, while Liu Fei narrowed his eyes. He was aware of Wu Meng's extensive knowledge and, given the current circumstances, realized that his words were not mere alarmism. "What do you mean?" Liu Fei asked solemnly. "First, you should know that your location is not difficult for the world government to ascertain," Wu Meng stated, before continuing, "Even if you possess unimaginable speed, your crew does not, which means you can only act alone." This was anticipated by Liu Fei, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Wu Meng's assertion. Wu Meng continued gravely, "However, this is not the main issue. The critical point is that even if you manage to evade the encirclement of the three Grand Marshals, you cannot escape the world government's trump card." Trump card. Liu Fei's brow furrowed. Wu Meng's words undoubtedly painted a picture Liu Fei wished to avoid. The world government, as the greatest power in the world, possesses lethal means against a single life form. This is what is referred to as the world government's trump card. Precisely. Wu Meng replied gravely. That is something that requires the collective vote of the highest decision-making body of the world government to deploy. Whenever the world government perceives its dominion to be threatened, it will resort to its trump card to eliminate such threats. Once Wu Meng concluded, the gazes of the women turned towards Liu Fei, filled with concern. Facing such looks, Liu Fei confidently smiled. "Do not worry. Although I must act alone to prevent implicating you, it is impossible for the world government to kill me." Liu Fei's words reassured the women. After all, he had consistently demonstrated through his actions that his words held truth. Wu Meng looked at Liu Fei, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Such confidence? That shouldn't be the case. According to his understanding, no one has ever evaded the world government's trump card. Even if Liu Fei possesses a clone capable of resisting Admiral Qi Yang's methods, Wu Meng did not believe he could withstand it. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, Wu Meng chose not to voice it. He was aware of deeper truths, but could not disclose them, as such information belonged to the secrets of the world government, worth their weight in gold. Moreover, even if Wu Meng were to reveal it, it would not alter the impending events. Rather than adding to his troubles, it was better to seek a moment of peace as they were now. This was Wu Meng's perspective. However, as Wu Meng gazed at Liu Fei, a sense of regret inevitably arose in his heart. His father, Liu Qingfeng, had suffered grave injuries due to the world government's trump card. Now, such a fate had befallen Liu Fei, which left Wu Meng lamenting the whims of fate. After reassuring the women, Liu Fei, aware of the urgency of time, began to address the matter at hand. "I have brought you gifts." Liu Fei's simple words ignited a spark of anticipation in everyone's eyes. Amidst their eager gazes, Lu Fei retrieved a minuscule package from his bosom and activated it. In an instant, the package expanded, and Lu Fei casually drew forth a shuriken in the form of a dart from within. At the instant the shuriken was drawn, the silhouette of Qin Yun began to ripple, and a being from the Shadow Clan materialized, gazing in astonishment at the shuriken in Lu Fei's hand. It sensed an extraordinary power emanating from it, a forbidden shadow energy beyond imagination. Lu Fei extended the shuriken towards the Shadow Clan creature, stating, "This is a gift for you." The creature, taken aback by the offering, reflected on its silent vigil within Qin Yun's shadow, accompanying her in her endeavors, fulfilling the promise made long ago, and witnessing the one who transformed her. Previously, in the grand illusion, it had been granted a significant enhancement of shadows and the shadow of the old man, which had already filled it with satisfaction. To its surprise, Lu Fei had presented it with a gift, leaving it both incredulous and overwhelmed. It stared at Lu Fei, momentarily at a loss, until Qin Yun nudged it back to reality. The Shadow Clan creature looked between Qin Yun and Lu Fei, and in that moment, it resolved to speak. "My lord, please bestow upon me a name." In the time spent alongside the women, it had learned that their names were all connected to Lu Fei, thus it yearned for an identity of its own. However, upon hearing this request, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Lu Fei's eyes. He was notoriously inept at naming. Fortunately, in a moment of inspiration, he pointed to the shuriken in his hand and said, "This is a legacy. I hope you wield its power wisely. I shall name you Lu." At this, Lu solemnly nodded, accepting the shuriken, a smile of joy gracing its face. This name signified Lu Fei's acknowledgement of it. Observing Lu's delight with the shuriken, Lu Fei smiled gently, noting that the name Lu was no trivial matter as it derived from the shuriken in its possession. Indeed, this very shuriken was the weapon of the Master of Shadow Flow, Jie, embodying Jie's legacy. Next, Lu Fei rummaged through his satchel and produced a scroll. The moment it was unveiled, an indescribable aroma wafted through the air. To articulate it, one might liken this scent to that of exquisite cuisine. The scroll immediately conveyed the essence of unparalleled delicacies. The recipe of the food god, it was called, aptly named, for it contained the culinary creations of the food god. As a dragon renowned for its culinary prowess, Atan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon sighting the scroll, saliva nearly escaping as it struggled to contain itself. When Lu Fei directed his gaze towards Atan, it swiftly approached, extending its claws, gazing eagerly at Lu Fei, nearly imploring him for the scroll. Without hesitation, Lu Fei handed the scroll to Atan, affectionately patting its head, saying, "Atan, enjoy your meal." After a vigorous nod, Atan scurried off to a corner, eagerly beginning to peruse the scroll. It was no wonder Atan craved this scroll, for its innate ability allowed it to grow stronger through the consumption of delectable dishes. While the scroll itself might not directly confer strength, it illuminated a swift path to power. By creating the dishes within, it would inherently become stronger. The scroll was akin to a strategy guide. Coincidentally, with a gifted chef like Yejun nearby, the prospect of rapid enhancement was no mere fantasy. Moreover, Atan's insatiable appetite made it particularly susceptible to the allure of delicious food. This gift from Lu Fei perfectly catered to Atan's desires. After glancing at Atan, Lu Fei presented a white jade bracelet to Qin Yun, saying, "Qin Yun, this is a spatial bracelet. Once attuned to you, it will be yours to use." Qin Yun was less concerned with the concept of spatial bracelet, but rather, her countenance brightened at the sight of the white jade ornament. It was the first piece of jewelry Lu Fei had formally gifted her. For a girl, such a gift from a beloved man held far greater significance than any practical function of a spatial bracelet. Thus, Qin Yun joyfully accepted the white jade bracelet and adorned herself with it. Subsequently, Lu Fei retrieved the katana and handed it to Yejun. However, upon receiving the sword, a look of confusion crossed her face. It was known that Yejun was already equipped with both Lu Ren Ruo Hua and Bing Luan Wan, effectively wielding two swords. Now, with Lu Fei presenting her with yet another blade, was he suggesting she master a three-sword style? As a girl, The thought of having to bite down on a sword during battle conjured a rather whimsical image that made her somewhat reluctant. Lu Fei, perceiving her hesitation, clarified, Ye Yun. This sword is not meant for combat, but rather serves as a supportive tool. He leaned in closer and quietly shared his intention. This sword is the strongest illusion type, Zanpakudo, Jing Hua Shueyu. The significance of gifting this sword to Ye Jun was twofold. First, to enhance her survivability. Presently, her vulnerability lay in her survival capabilities. While Lu Ren Ruo Hua and Bing Luan one boasted exceptional offensive power, they lacked in defense. Thus, Lu Fei hoped that in critical moments, she could employ this sword to influence her enemy's perception, facilitating her escape, more accurately termed a tactical retreat. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, it was to aid Ye Jun's training. Currently, she was still in the stage of perceiving via sight in her swordsmanship journey. In Lu Fei's vision, Jing Hua Shui could accelerate her training progress, transitioning her from visual perception to spiritual perception. This meant transcending the illusions conjured by Jing Hua Shui and learning to sense the world through intuition, thereby discerning the weaknesses of all things and striking with precision, ultimately reaching the level of a grand swordsman. Lu Fei believed that with Lu Ren Ruo Hua and Bing Luan one in hand, Ye Jun lacked nothing in offensive power. What she needed was insight into the way of a sword. Hence, he chose to bestow this sword upon her. After listening to Lu Fei's intentions, Ye Jun understood his thoughtful consideration and solemnly secured Jing Hua Shueyu at her waist. Next, Lu Fei presented a pendant to Enrun, placing it around her graceful neck. Enrun, this is a defensive illusionary item that can withstand a single lethal attack. Like Qing Yun, Enrun was unconcerned with the pendant's practical application. She cherished it solely as a gift from Lu Fei, feeling the coolness of the pendant against her chest. A smile graced Enren's face beneath her mask. Finally, Lu Fei produced an oversized crystal orb, presenting it to Wu Ming. The orb was adorned with 4 engraved stars. Indeed, this was the 4-star ball from the legendary Dragon Balls, rumored to grant wishes upon gathering all 7. Wu Ming, this is a gift for me. I've heard that once a certain number is collected, one can summon the dragon and make a wish. Lu Fei succinctly explained its purpose. Wu Ming, bewildered, accepted the 4-star ball, inspecting it closely, even tapping it. Could this truly be the fabled Dragon Ball that grants wishes upon gathering 7? Wu Ming truly deserves to be recognized as a well-informed individual, as he surprisingly possesses knowledge of the Dragon Balls. However, his tone reveals that while he has heard of their renown, this is indeed his first encounter with one. Lu Fei non-committally replied, that should be the case. But I only possess one. The rest you will need to seek out yourself. Wu Ming nodded, waving his hand as the 4-star ball vanished, clearly indicating he had some spatial treasure in his possession. At this point, all the gifts brought by Lu Fei had been distributed. After a brief moment of warmth, Lu Fei surveyed the room and addressed the women, saying, should any news about me emerge from the world government, do not believe it. Lu Fei was preemptively alerting Qing Yun and the others to guard against any deceitful information from the world government. Trust in me, I shall return. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring into the sky, disappearing into the vast sea of clouds. As Lu Fei sped away in his lightning form, he contemplated the gifts he had just presented. These offerings were carefully selected from the list compiled by Sikong Tiaoxing and his companions, perfectly aligning with the needs of Qing Yun and the others. Among them, Qing Yun's spatial bracelet appeared to be merely a functional illusionary item, yet it contained spatial properties that would greatly benefit her growth. Lu Fei refrained from elaborating, believing that with Qing Yun's intellect, she would naturally uncover its significance. As for the 4-star ball given to Wu Ming, it seemed to be a formidable item, but was, in fact, rather trivial. While the wish-granting Dragon Balls were indeed powerful, they required all 7 to be effective. A solitary Dragon Ball was of no use whatsoever. Lu Fei lacked the time to amass these Dragon Balls slowly, thus necessitating assistance from someone. Indeed, that individual was Wu Ming. Regardless of Wu Ming's exhibited knowledge and his concealed true identity, which allowed him to accompany Lu Fei's team, Lu Fei observed it all clearly. He understood that Wu Ming must have his own schemes. Therefore, without knowing whether Wu Meng was friend or foe. Liu Fei chose to leverage his assistance to tentatively gather the 7 Dragon Balls. In the event that Wu Meng turned out to be an adversary, Liu Fei would naturally reap the benefits, while if he proved to be an ally, then the 4-star ball he gifted would not be insignificant. In any case, Liu Fei would not suffer a loss. On the enormous sword, the leader of the 9-sword empty thief group, the female sword fairy, was perusing a newspaper. Gazing at the latest bounty notice from the world government regarding Liu Fei, the sword fairy murmured, "A hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. A single sword's frost chills 14 states. So, it turns out you're Liu Fei." Clearly, the sword fairy recognized Liu Fei through the bounty notice. The wanted pirate, Liu Fei, had a bounty of 8 billion. The world government's latest bounty on Liu Fei had reached a staggering sum of 8 billion. Among the reasons for this significant increase was Liu Fei's slaying of General Qiyang and his breach of Fanyuan City. But labeling Liu Fei as the world's most notorious pirate was the primary factor. After all, as the world's most notorious pirate, Liu Fei's bounty had to match his infamy. On the Ark Titan, Emoya gazed at the newspaper in her hands, a charming smile gracing her lips. The younger brother who seemed somewhat inexperienced before me years ago has now grown up. However, as the smile faded, a shadow flickered in her eyes. I wonder if Liu Fei can withstand the world government's impending retaliation. Will Uncle Liu Qingfeng's contingency measures be enough to protect him? Just as Emoya pondered these thoughts, a thunderous laugh interrupted her reverie. Ha ha! This little fellow is quite amusing. He dares to kill a general of the world government. In the center of the Ark Titan's deck, surrounded by numerous guards, a giant of 100 meters in stature laughed heartily. He was Titan, the leader of the Titan Empty Thief Group, a genuine giant. After his laughter subsided, Titan remarked with a hint of regret, "It's a pity that death is near. There's no value in recognition. Just like the former Land Emperor, even if he could defeat me, I ultimately had the last laugh. Mere bravery without wisdom." Titan's words, while seemingly lamenting, were in fact an understated critique of Liu Fei and his father. These remarks caused Emoya to furrow her brows. Yet she refrained from retorting. The facts do speak for themselves. Whether it was Liu Qingfeng or Liu Fei, they both appear to have angered the world government, leading them to seek their own demise. In an office, Admiral Kadi furrowed his brow as he set down the report in his hands. This was the most detailed and authentic report regarding Liu Fei's breach of Fanyuan City and the death of General Qiyang, intended solely for the eyes of admirals and above. Liu Fei, I did not expect you to cause such a commotion. Admiral Kadi displayed a look of helplessness. Liu Qingfeng, this time, I am unable to assist you. A long sigh escaped Admiral Kadi, clearly acknowledging the world government's trump cards and understanding that, given his position and strength, he was equally powerless. Previously, whether Liu Fei had escaped from Guizhou City or fled from the execution ground, Admiral Kadi had remained unconcerned, as he could suppress such matters. In other words, he had ways to safeguard Liu Fei. However, in the current situation, he found himself unable to intervene, and even if he could, it would be futile. Admiral Kadi sat in contemplation for a long while, ultimately taking no action. In truth, Admiral Kadi could have sent Luluya to inform Liu Fei, allowing him to prepare for any eventualities. Yet, after much deliberation, Admiral Kadi chose not to do so. On one hand, he feared that his daughter Luluya would take some other action upon learning of the matter. On the other hand, such an action held no real significance, as fundamentally, Liu Fei was alone now, and there was little to arrange for in terms of future plans. At the headquarters of the world government, after a vote by the highest leadership, the proposal from the 3 marshals was approved, leading to the decision to employ the world government's trump cards against Liu Fei. As danger loomed, Liu Fei meticulously executed his plans, progressing step by step. Wu Meng's words ultimately cast a shadow over Liu Fei's heart. As the trump card of the world's greatest power, could Liu Fei's transformation into 3 entities truly withstand the impending threat? Although Liu Fei was confident that his doppelgangers could independently endure the consequences, whether curses or other forms, they could be regarded as extensions of his original self. Still, to be cautious, Lu Fei arranged for contingencies. He instructed one doppelganger to operate externally, while his original self reunited with me Air Na and returned to Aoya Island. Over the course of recent developments, nearly every port in Aoya Island had been graced with Lu Fei's iron warships. These vessels exuded an aura of warfare, yet Lu Fei employed them for commercial transport. Throughout these vast seas, Lu Fei's iron warships had gained notoriety. Thanks to the super artificial intelligence, Nuwan, combined with the mark armors distributed across the major ports of Aoya Island, Nuwan could monitor market trends in real time. This enabled Nuwan to engage in profitable commercial activities characterized by low purchasing and high selling without fail. After Lu Fei was apprehended, Nuwan was able to completely sustain herself by acquiring profits from buying and selling various goods at advantageous prices. This signifies that Nuwan had achieved self-sufficiency. Lu Fei left me Air Na, indulging in sumptuous feasts in the port city, while he ventured alone to the central stronghold on Aoya Island. The stronghold, an underground base, was where Lu Fei first recalled his avatars, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. After acclimating to his augmented strength, Lu Fei inspected the construction status of the airspace mothership he had commissioned. After over a year of development, the main structure of the airspace mothership had been completed, with various modular systems being systematically installed. At this moment, the underground base spanned several dozen square kilometers, with a significant portion dedicated to the construction of the airspace mothership alongside various production lines. Based on the current progress, the entire construction of the airspace mothership was projected to be completed in 2 years. The research and development of the annihilation cannon remained unfinished, while the satellite power cannon had been successfully developed and awaited installation. The upgraded version of the laser cannon had completed its enhancements, expanding its strike range to 1,000 meters, also awaiting installation. The nuclear weapon was finished and ready for deployment. Nuwan accompanied Lu Fei, guiding him through the underground base while explaining the weapon systems of the airspace mothership, utilizing the existing technologies and conceptual designs provided by Stark. Lu Fei instructed Nuwan to leverage the unique materials of this world for further research and improvements. The delay in the development of the annihilation cannon was anticipated by Lu Fei, as it was indeed a superweapon, with Stark only having proposed the concept. The completion of the satellite power cannon brought unexpected joy to Lu Fei, indicating that the airspace mothership's weapon systems would have external support. This meant that the airspace mothership could launch weapon satellites into the stratosphere to strike targets on the ground. The satellite power cannon was a weapon mounted on a satellite, capable of targeting not only the surface, but also penetrating several hundred meters underground. Conversely, the laser weapon disappointed Lu Fei somewhat. Despite its long range, the 1,000-meter strike radius seemed somewhat limited to him, as he could achieve such a distance himself. However, in terms of distance, the laser weapon was indeed superior. It was merely human nature to be somewhat greedy. As for the nuclear weapon, Lu Fei included it as a contingency for various scenarios. After thoroughly surveying the underground base, Lu Fei assigned Nuwan an additional project, the establishment of an underwater version of the airspace mothership. The rationale behind this initiative was that Lu Fei intended to expedite his plans to retrieve the princess by Xing. This underwater variant of the airspace mothership would serve as a defensive asset for the Fishman Island after Lu Fei brought the princess back. Lu Fei reasoned that eliminating General Qiyang would not only resolve a long-standing grudge, but also serve as a test for the world government. If the world government's trump card did not eliminate Lu Fei, it would signify that he could indeed protect Princess Bai Xing. This implied that the time for Lu Fei to retrieve Princess Bai Xing had arrived, making the underwater version of the airspace mothership necessary. Furthermore, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances where Lu Fei entered a dream state and Princess Bai Xing lacked any memories related to him, preventing him from taking her out, this underwater version of the airspace mothership could still serve as a trump card for his faction. Naturally, if Lu Fei were to be killed, all would be lost. After a brief stay of merely 1 day on Aoya Island, Lu Fei departed, embarking on his journey alone. He did not even leave an avatar to oversee the underground base. Clearly, Liu Fei aimed to prevent the world government from employing any special tracking methods that could lead them to his avatars and ultimately unveil the underground base. He left me Na in Aoya City, where the headquarters of his commercial association was situated. Her role appeared to be that of a high-end security presence. Yet she functioned more as a mascot. With the complete development of the entire series of Mark Armor, the Mark Armor Legion no longer required me Na for protection. It is no exaggeration to say that the vast majority of Liu Fei's personnel were now equipped with Mark Armor. Despite their mundane tasks of moving goods and cleaning, they could instantly become formidable combatants, with individual bounties exceeding millions. The Mark Armor Legion, scattered across the major cities of Aoya Island and aboard all naval vessels, belonged to Liu Fei. Cloaked in black robes as staff of Liu Fei's commercial association, they would reveal the true power of technology in the event of conflict. Thus, Na was retained solely as a mascot by Liu Fei. Of course, officially, Liu Fei instructed her to oversee the smooth operation of the commercial association. Consequently, in Aoya City, the first store of Liu Fei's commercial association, which also served as the headquarters, welcomed a guardian who was joyfully feasting while executing Liu Fei's orders. At the port of Aoya City, Liu Fei boarded a ship to set sail. As the vessel departed from the harbor, a figure emerged from the shadows, silently watching as Liu Fei's ship faded into the distance. The wheel of fate had begun to turn, and it was time for me to reclaim the power of the Holy Church. Na, the Holy Church requires your acceptance of power. Had Liu Fei been present, he would have immediately recognized this figure as the founder of the church that fostered numerous orphans. Upon learning that the world government had mobilized its trump cards against Liu Fei, hidden forces began to stir. After all, a trump card is not easily deployed and comes with numerous restrictions. Once the world government resorted to its trump card against Liu Fei, it would be unable to employ it against others for the foreseeable future. This provided ample maneuvering space for other factions. Thus, following Liu Fei's departure from Aoya Island, the clandestine forces on the island gradually began to emerge. This was merely the initial point, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples rapidly outward. 3 months later, Liu Fei, in his true form, lifted the immortal slaying gourd and took a sip of fine wine. A flicker of lightning coursed through his body beneath the black robe, subtly enhancing his physical strength once more. How serene it is, Liu Fei mused to himself in the stillness. For 3 months, tranquility reigned. Nothing had transpired. The purported actions of the world government had not even cast a shadow upon him. Even when Liu Fei deliberately sent his avatars to various locations to reveal themselves, there had been no pursuit from the world government. Initially, Liu Fei had braced himself for the pursuit of the 3 great marshals. However, thus far, he had encountered neither the 3 marshals nor even the pursuit of a general. The world government gave Liu Fei the impression of a dormant volcano. The longer it remained silent, the more terrifying its eventual eruption would be. Moreover, beneath the surface of this calm existence, currents were stirring. According to nuanced reports, individuals from the church had begun to make contact with Na. Liu Fei had conducted a thorough investigation when he entrusted Na to the church, uncovering that they harbored significant secrets. In other words, Liu Fei was aware that the church's intention in sending Na to him was somewhat dubious, or rather, they were attempting to leverage the situation for their own gain. However, Liu Fei possesses a profound confidence, believing that under his own strength and charismatic personality, he could never be a pawn for others. Yet, the recent maneuvers by the church undeniably indicate their firm conviction that Liu Fei will meet his demise. Consequently, they have begun to engage with Na, preparing to reap the fruits of their schemes. In former times, should the church have dared to extend their grasp, Liu Fei would have been quick to sever their claws. However, at present, prior to the unveiling of the world government's trump card, Liu Fei opts for a temporary stance of observation. All shall be revealed once the world government makes its move. At the world government headquarters, beneath the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 great marshals and the highest echelons of the world government, the formidable instrument designed to combat the dark underbelly of the world has been activated, the celestial punishment, which generates bounty notices for all wanted individuals. More precisely, it has initiated another function of the celestial punishment. This instrument is so named because, in addition to generating and confirming all bounty notices, it possesses the ability to enact divine retribution. The celestial punishment, a force that disregards space to impose penalties on a target's life. Once activated, it can forcibly draw the target into a specific realm for punishment, ignoring spatial distances. Although this function is bound by a 10-year cooldown, its flaws are overshadowed by its significance as the world government's secret weapon against dissenters. The government has only now taken action because today marks the end of the celestial punishment's cooldown period. With its activation, a golden beam of light shot upwards from the world government headquarters, illuminating the vicinity for miles. Those knowledgeable about the celestial punishment recognized instantly upon witnessing this golden beam that the world government had made its move, and this move was a lethal strike. After downing a drink, Lu Fei suddenly felt a tightening in his heart, realizing something critical, and abruptly transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot. However, even his previously unfailing high-speed movement, as he fled in the form of lightning, was instantaneously erased from the high heavens, as if by an overwhelming force. Not only that, but his two clones, upon sensing the anomaly and transforming into lightning, also vanished without a trace. They found themselves in a boundless void, a space without limits. Lu Fei, alongside his two clones, surveyed this expanse with their 6 eyes. Imprisonment? Lu Fei pondered, as the 3 figures darted in different directions like bolts of lightning. Moments later, they returned to their original position. After a series of tests, they concluded that this space differed from the dual space Lu Fei had previously encountered. It indeed had no limitations on distance. 1 billion volts of the Thunder God. Simultaneously, Lu Fei and his clones assumed the form of the Thunder God, raising their fingers towards the heavens. Thunderclouds. In an instant, an enormous thundercloud, stretching for countless miles, materialized above. The scale of the thundercloud summoned by the 3 Lu Feis was beyond imagination. Thunder rumbled as electric arcs danced within. Then, Lu Fei and his clones raised their hands high, grasping a rod of concentrated lightning, nearly materializing as a blue lightning staff. All the lightning within the thundercloud converged upon the staff, amplifying its power. Together, they wielded the lightning staff and struck down towards the void, the Thunder God's judgment. This was Lu Fei's most formidable technique, boasting a history of glorious victories, whether against the dual space or the formidable General Qiyong. Both had succumbed to this strike, the former destroyed, the latter killed, obliterated entirely. Yet, even such a powerful maneuver did not alter the essence of the space. As the lightning dissipated, Lu Fei's expression turned grave. The strength of this space had exceeded his expectations. How could this be? For the first time, Lu Fei displayed an expression of profound shock. He understood that this must be a confinement space, isolated from the reality of the world. Under normal circumstances, should the intensity of an attack surpass the tolerance of such a space, cracks or damage would naturally occur. Yet now, despite Lu Fei's full-force assault, there was not a single crack in sight, nor even a tremor. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei calmed his tumultuous thoughts and closed his eyes. To be honest, Lu Fei had encountered top-tier combatants, such as the Marine Marshal Feng Ping Hai. Faced with Feng Ping Hai, Lu Fei understood he might not prevail, but he could at least contend. However, now, standing before this space, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. This was decidedly abnormal. Rationally, Lu Fei contemplated the situation and concluded the following. Such a scenario could arise if he had unwittingly fallen victim to a super illusion, or if those who sought to do him harm possessed powers beyond comprehension. Such beings Lu Fei would deem as gods. If it truly was divine power, then Lu Fei could only resign himself to fate. Thus, the solitary path before Lu Fei was clear. He must convince himself that this was an illusion and strive to break free. After concluding his thoughts, Lu Fei steadied his resolve. Seeing the essence with sincerity and constantly remembering is the essence of the spiritual mountain. As Lu Fei retrieved the Rui Jingu bang from his ear, he could faintly hear the chanting of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Let this staff shatter all illusions before me. With closed eyes, Lu Fei raised the ever-thickening and lengthening Rui Jingu Bang, feeling the weight surging in his grasp as he murmured softly. With a thunderous roar, countless bolts of lightning swirled around the Rui Jingu Bang, which itself radiated golden light, triggering its ability to break enchantments. Break! Lu Fei opened his eyes and swung the golden staff down upon the void. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. Lu Fei's strike connected with the essence of the void for the first time, creating ripples in the boundless space. Yet, these ripples were fleeting, vanishing almost immediately. Had Lu Fei not been entirely focused, he might have overlooked them entirely. As he retracted the Rui Jingu Bang, a wry smile crossed Lu Fei's face. Did this strike yield any effect? Indeed it did. However, for Lu Fei, it was not encouraging news. This strike did not dispel the illusion of the space, but rather shattered the illusions within Lu Fei's own heart. In the face of the Rui Jingu Bang's might, he could only disturb the faintest aspects of the space, confirming a most unwelcome truth. This space indeed surpassed Lu Fei's belief, embodying divine power. This meant that with Lu Fei's current strength, it was impossible to break free from it. Imprisonment? Exile? A solitary punishment? After recognizing his current helplessness, Lu Fei gazed into the void, voicing his confusion. Yet he soon shook his head. The world government's trump card could not be so simplistic. For whether it be imprisonment or exile, Lu Fei could still cultivate, which contradicted the world government's expressed intent to eliminate him. Suddenly, a torrent of lightning surged from all directions. Danger! This was Lu Fei's immediate instinct. Originally, as the wielder of the ThunderFruit, Lu Fei commanded the power of lightning. However, when the lightning generated from the void manifested, Lu Fei felt not only an inability to control it, but also the imminent threat it posed to his very being. Laying, Lu Fei first dispatched 2 clones to flee in different directions before initiating Laying himself. A vast expanse of lightning, released from Lu Fei's true form, enveloped him, creating a sphere of electricity. Clearly, this was a maneuver intended for comprehensive defense using Laying. Nevertheless, as the torrents of lightning from the void struck the electrical barrier Lu Fei had conjured, they swiftly breached it, crashing against his corporeal form. In an instant, Lu Fei emitted a cry of agony. The ferocious lightning invaded every part of his body, even penetrating each cell. At that moment, Lu Fei had never felt the might of thunder so profoundly. Every cell within him screamed in torment. Moreover, a searing pain radiated from all over his being. While Lu Fei's true form endured the relentless onslaught of lightning, his 2 clones were similarly ensnared by the electric fury. Lacking protective artifacts such as the Rui Jingu Bang, they were obliterated within minutes. Upon their dissolution, all remaining lightning converged upon Lu Fei's true form, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The area surrounding Lu Fei transformed into a tempest of electricity. Dominance. Struggling to withstand the assault, Lu Fei summoned his conqueror's haki, and his once azure, lightning god form shifted to a shade of black. Subsequently, he hurled the Rui Jingu Bang above him, allowing it to attract a portion of the lightning. Seated in the void, Lu Fei closed his eyes, fully dedicating himself to resisting the electric barrage. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour. With each passing second, Lu Fei was engulfed in relentless suffering, his mind and body repeatedly ravaged by the torment. If the intensity of the lightning remained constant, he might endure. However, after an hour, perhaps due to the futility of vanquishing Lu Fei, the intensity of the lightning surged further. No, to be precise, it skyrocketed. An endless ocean of lightning abruptly compressed toward Lu Fei's form, and at a certain threshold, the electricity generated spatial fluctuations. Furthermore, as these fluctuations emerged, the lightning continued to coalesce. At long last, in a singular moment, the lightning reached a critical mass. The space began to collapse. In that instant, Lu Fei's body was torn apart inch by inch, while the Rui Jingu Bang above him shrank instantaneously, penetrating his mind. Simultaneously, the Zhanxian Hulu at his waist transformed into a streak of light, also entering his consciousness. Within Lu Fei's mind, the Rui Jingu Bang, Zhan Xian Hulu, and Ding Tu Qi Jian Shu, three supreme treasures, emitted a radiant glow, stabilizing his soul, which had begun to fracture under the extreme compression of the lightning. Alas, this could not avert the annihilation of Lu Fei's body. In mere seconds, Lu Fei's once proud physique succumbed to the overwhelming thunder, shattering and being extinguished by the electric tempest. The space surrounding Lu Fei dissolved into nothingness. At that moment, the boundless sea of lightning gradually dissipated. At the World Government Headquarters, a gray bounty notice for Lu Fei was issued. Lu Fei deceased. The expressions of the three marshals and the highest echelons of the world government varied upon seeing Lu Fei's gray bounty notice. Some remained indifferent, others relaxed, some were expressionless, while a few wore sardonic smiles. Anyone daring to challenge us is but an insignificant insect. Spread this news far and wide. Let others witness the fate of those who defy our dominion. Following the highest authority's command, the news of Lu Fei's demise proliferated through various newspapers, reaching every corner of the world within nearly a day. World News: the infamous pirate Lu Fei has fallen. Justice prevails. Freedom Press: Lu Fei perished on the path to the throne of freedom. His successors will carry forth his will. Both newspapers published special editions regarding Lu Fei's death, though they adopted different tones. Nevertheless, the gray bounty notice featured prominently in both. Ark Titan: ha ha ha, this lad was ultimately too young. The captain of the Titan Air Pirates. Titan let out a hearty laugh that echoed across the deck. Emoya concealed her face with the newspaper, a look of panic overtaking her features. Uncle Chungfeng, please ensure you have contingency plans. Although Emoya trusted that Lu Qingfeng would leave a path for Lu Fei, she remained oblivious to its nature. Consequently, her hope was that Lu Qingfeng's contingency would safeguard Lu Fei. A pirate ship drifted upon the sea, adorned with a skull flag bearing playing cards. This was the ship of the Chaos Pirates, known to some extent across the ocean. Their captain, the Chaos Diviner, was a notorious pirate with divination abilities and a bounty nearing 3 billion. At this moment, the Chaos Diviner was perusing the Freedom Press. As he glanced at Lu Fei's gray bounty notice, his expression remained stoic. Years prior, he had personally sought to recruit Lu Fei, only to be rebuffed. Since then, he had kept a watchful eye on Lu Fei, witnessing his captures, escapes, further captures, and ultimately, the demise of Admiral Qiyong. Long before Lu Fei's first capture, the Chaos Diviner had smirked. Reject my offer, and you shall await your demise. However, upon learning of Lu Fei's escape from execution, the Diviner's demeanor soured. The discomfort only intensified when Lu Fei escaped a second time, killing Admiral Qiyong and earning a bounty far exceeding his own. Lu Fei's actions were undeniably a slap at his face. As a diviner, he prided himself on his certainty regarding all matters. Yet, Lu Fei represented the greatest anomaly he had encountered. Thus, even upon receiving news of Lu Fei's official death, the Chaos Diviner exhibited no signs of belief. He promptly retrieved a set of divination cards and began his reading. After several seconds, the Diviner contemplated the chaotic results displayed. Chaos signifies the unpredictable. Thus, Lu Fei's life and death remained shrouded in uncertainty. He could be alive or dead. Typically, faced with such results, the Chaos Diviner would instinctively lean towards trusting official reports. After all, Lu Fei had been slain by the world government, making it reasonable for any method that could influence his divination results. However, as the Diviner gazed at Lu Fei's smiling visage on the gray bounty notice, he found it difficult to convince himself to accept that outcome. Are you truly dead? The Chaos Diviner pondered. Bang! The door to Admiral Kadi's office was thrust open, revealing Lu Luya. Her face contorted in anger as she entered with the world news in hand. Father, is it true that Lu Fei has died? Lu Luya slammed the newspaper onto the desk, her tone fierce with inquiry. Admiral Kadi cast a glance at the gray bounty notice on the newspaper, then looked at Lu Luya with a solemn expression. Lu Luya, it is indeed true that Lu Fei has perished. I refuse to believe it. Before Admiral Kadi could finish his statement, Lu Luya emphatically declared her disbelief, and turned to leave. Bang! As the heavy sound of closing doors echoed, Luluya's figure vanished from Admiral Cuddy's sight. Sighing within the confines of the office, Admiral Cuddy lamented the evident feelings Luluya harbored for Lu Fei, a situation he was reluctant to witness. The inherent contradiction between an admiral and a notorious pirate rendered any possibility of Luluya and Lu Fei's union inconceivable. This was precisely why Admiral Cuddy refrained from allowing Luluya to warn Lu Fei. Rather than amplifying sorrow, it was better to let time soften all wounds. "Are you still alive?" Catherine, cradling her sniper rifle, perched atop the highest watchtower in Giju City, gazing skyward while a copy of the World Report lay beside her. Today, the skies over Giju City were shrouded in ominous clouds, reminiscent of that fateful day when darkness loomed over the city. Yet Catherine knew that the man who once wielded a shocking blow that reverberated across the world would not return. Like Luluya, she refused to believe Lu Fei was dead, yet lacked the means to substantiate her conviction. "The chasm between us continues to widen," she mused with a bittersweet smile, feeling an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. Amidst her complex emotions, a faint glow emanated from her being, signifying the awakening of her inherent power. Silently, Catherine embraced the burgeoning strength within, grasping the newly acquired skills swirling in her mind. Time slipped away unnoticed, and she rose, aiming her sniper rifle at the dense clouds above. Through the scope, her gaze seemed to pierce the cloud cover, reaching the sea of clouds beyond, as she softly declared, "Lu Fei, I believe you will not perish. Next time, be prepared to greet my bullets." A cacophony of laughter erupted from Lu Zetian, who could no longer contain his mirth, filling the secret chamber with his raucous glee. In that moment, his disheveled appearance and bloodshot eyes revealed the depths of his madness. No one could fathom the torment he had endured in recent days. Upon hearing the news of Lu Fei's slaying of Admiral Qiyong, Lu Zetian hastily sought out his mother, Shangwan Huiyue, who mirrored his panic. Clearly, both were terrified of the formidable power Lu Fei had displayed. Moreover, they were equally fearful of retaliation due to their roles in the events leading to the demise of General Shiri. Thus, under Shangwan Huiyue's guidance, the mother and son found refuge in separate hideouts. This secret chamber became Lu Zetian's sanctuary, where the once privileged young master was reduced to a life confined to eating, drinking, and sleeping within its walls. Constantly apprehensive about Lu Fei's potential arrival, he simultaneously yearned for the world government to intervene, living in a state of heightened anxiety. It was not an exaggeration to say that he felt like a rat in a sewer, yet the pressure compelled him to adopt such a role. Hence, upon learning of Lu Fei's demise, his laughter erupted uncontrollably. Aboard the pirate ship, Qingyun, Yajun, and Onren gazed at the latest newspaper in silence. The gray bounty notice for Lu Fei was prominently displayed. In this oppressive atmosphere, Wu Ming broke the silence, stating, "It appears Lu Fei is truly dead." Before Qingyun and the others could express their anger, Wu Ming continued, "The gray bounty signifies a confirmed fact by the world government. The so-called trump card of the world government is the machine that issues bounty notices, known as Tianfa. This machine can be activated once every decade, disregarding spatial distance, to eliminate its target. The last time it struck, it was aimed at Lu Fei's father, Lu Chengfeng. Now, the world government has unleashed Tianfa upon Lu Fei." Wu Ming's words struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of Qingyun and the others, leaving Yajun and Onren in a daze, nearly devoid of rational thought. Only Qingyun forced herself to regain composure, striving to seek a glimmer of hope. After a few moments, she calmly stated, "Lu Fei's father did not die 10 years ago." This was indeed a glaring inconsistency. If Tianfa had killed Lu Chengfeng, he would never have been able to challenge the world government. Wu Ming paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before responding. Correct, Lu Chengfeng did not perish 10 years ago, but he was already marked for death due to the Tianfa attack back then. The reason he lived long enough to challenge the world government before his demise was solely due to his own strength. A decade ago, he boasted a bounty of 9 billion. In contrast, Lu Fei's current capabilities pale in comparison to Lu Chengfeng's prowess. According to all verifiable records, no life targeted by Tianfa has ever withstood its assault. Even someone as formidable as Lu Chengfeng could only extend his life for a brief period. Lu Fei is truly deceased. Wu Ming's proclamation left Qing Yun speechless, unable to refute his claims. It cannot be, it cannot be. Yajun's despondent words reflected the collective sentiment. They could hardly accept that Lu Fei had perished so abruptly. He promised he would return. After uttering this line, Yajun seemed to convince herself, regaining her composure. Subsequently, the pirate ship fell into silence once more. The following day, the pirate ship, which had remained silent throughout the night, stirred back to life. Seated cross-legged on the deck, Yajun gazed at the faint light on the horizon and rose to her feet. A day had passed, yet she had not received the information she so desperately sought. In the past, whether Lu Fei was captured or vanished, news would reach her on the same day or the next. However, this time, after waiting an entire day, they had received no word from Lu Fei. This seemed to signify something ominous, yet Yajun was unwilling and unable to accept such an implication. Thus, facing the dawn's light, Yajun unsheathed Binglan Wan and slashed forward. In an instant, a path of ice stretching thousands of meters appeared upon the sea before her. Memories flashed through Yajun's mind of the guidance from Eagle Eye, of Lu Fei voluntarily surrendering to protect them, and of Lu Fei's grave bounty notice. Overwhelmed by these recollections, a radiant light enveloped her, and she leapt from the ship, wielding Binglan Wan as she traversed the frozen sea, stepping further into the distance. From this moment forth, I shall sever all obstacles in my path. 10 years from now, should the master not return, I shall cleave the world government. This was Yajun's conviction, her unwavering belief. A surge of blade intent erupted from her being, even slicing through the clouds that drifted above her. Is this the awakening of talent? Wu Ming gazed in astonishment at Yajun's illuminated silhouette. Talent, a natural potential inherent in individuals, typically manifests as proficiency in certain endeavors. Yet, most individuals remain oblivious to their own talents, blending into the crowd. Only a minuscule fraction of individuals can unearth their innate talents and subsequently harness them. Such individuals are often referred to as geniuses. Beyond the realm of genius exists an even rarer breed, those who awaken their talents. If geniuses are one in a myriad, then those who awaken their abilities can be considered one in 100 million. Each individual who awakens their talent, provided they do not meet with an untimely demise, is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Hence, the well-informed Wu Ming was astounded upon witnessing the radiant glow of awakening emanating from Yajun. The gluttonous dragon, Atan, upon spotting Yajun's departure, hesitated not a moment and unfurled his wings to follow suit. Wu Ming gazed at the diminishing figures of Yajun and Atan, casting a glance at Qing Yun and her companions, only to find them engrossed in their own contemplations, seemingly indifferent to Yajun's actions. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Ming chose to reveal his intentions and leapt from the ship in pursuit of Yajun. Soon after, Enrun made a move. He turned to the west, the direction of the continent. My lord, if you truly do not return, what purpose does this world serve? He pondered. In 10 years, should I fail to see you, let this wretched world descend into chaos. Silently reflecting on his thoughts, he stepped onto the sea, where a blue lotus blossomed beneath his jade-like feet, supporting his form. Thus, Enrun walked upon the ocean's surface, making his way to the land. As Yajun and Enrun departed in succession, Qing Yun emerged from a reverie. She first glanced at Enrun's retreating figure, then turned her gaze to the distance, where Wu Ming followed Yajun, muttering to herself, Yajun, I hope you do not disappoint my lord's expectations. While others may not perceive it, Qing Yun had recognized from the very beginning that Wu Ming, well-versed and accepting of Lu Fei's invitation to board the ship, harbored ulterior motives. Rather than merely accepting Lu Fei's offer, it was more accurate to say that Wu Ming had opportunistically climbed aboard this pirate vessel. From Wu Ming's pursuit of Yajun, it became evident that his intention in boarding the ship was to undermine Lu Fei. This undermining referred to Wu Ming's ambition to seize the talents surrounding Lu Fei, aiming to recruit Qing Yun and her companions for his own purposes. However, this was Wu Ming's prior intention. Upon witnessing Ye Jun's talent awakening, he deemed her singular prowess sufficient to outweigh all others. Thus, Wu Meng ceased to conceal his intentions and directly followed after Ye Jun. Qing Yin discerned all of this. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts or attempting to impede his actions. Each individual has their own path, as does Ye Jun, as does Ren, and now, as does Qing Yin. After the others had departed, Qing Yin looked skyward. In the past, Lu Fei would manifest as a flash of thunder, descending from the clouds before them. Yet now, even though Qing Yin's perception could penetrate the clouds, no trace of thunder could be seen. In this moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. She recalled the first time she took the initiative to approach Lu Fei, the abrupt occasion when he demanded all her savings, only to gift her a devil fruit in return. From that moment, she had effectively sold her life to Lu Fei. Visions of the grand illusion during the Marineford War surfaced in her mind, where the figure of Whitebeard, leading numerous pirates against the Navy headquarters, stood strong. He possessed a power akin to her own. However, while Whitebeard could rally his subordinates to rescue Ace, she remained solitary. Even the shadowy entity, Lu, existed only as an equal partner. These fleeting images stirred turbulent emotions within Qing Yun. After a prolonged moment, she gazed at the sky, extending her delicate hand, which clenched slightly. Countless fissures spread from her hand into the air, causing the surrounding sea to tremble. "My lord, should you not return in 10 years, even if it means overturning the entire ocean, I shall find you," she declared. As her words resonated, a gentle glow began to emanate from her chest, awakening her talent. In truth, what Lu Fei had once wondered about was why Qing Yun could always conceal items within her bosom. It was indeed her innate gift. Yet at that time, constrained by their identities and experiences, neither she nor Lu Fei had realized this. After traversing many places and enduring the passage of time, Qing Yun came to understand her gift and the significance of its awakening. However, since her talent had not yet fully manifested, her abilities had yielded no significant advantages beyond the capacity to conceal more items, prompting her to withhold this revelation from Lu Fei. Now that her talent had awakened, Qing Yun comprehended her newfound ability, spatial traversal. She could disregard all non-spatial locking abilities and traverse dimensions. Moreover, the awakening of her talent granted her the capacity to shatter spatial barriers. Previously, she could only induce spatial tremors through the powers of the Tremor fruit. Now, she could directly utilize the Tremor fruit in conjunction with her awakened talent to dismantle the confines of space. This meant that even if space were locked, as long as the strength of the confinement was not excessive, Qing Yun could still breach the barriers and traverse through them. This ability of spatial traversal was undoubtedly a trump card for survival, while the capacity to break through space would significantly enhance Qing Yun's offensive power. After briefly attuning herself to her awakened talent, she hesitated not and set sail into the depths of the ocean aboard the pirate ship. As numerous individuals reacted to the news of Lu Fei's demise, one must ponder, had Lu Fei truly perished? Observing the divine punishment that forcibly drew Lu Fei into the void, leading to the obliteration of his physical form, it appeared that he had indeed met his end. However, this was merely a corporeal death. Within the spatial realm, the Ru Yijing Gubang, the Zhan Xian Hu Lu, and the Ding Tu Qi Jian Shu had not been left behind, indicating that Lu Fei's spirit had not been extinguished. In truth, as Lu Fei's body was engulfed by the thunderous sea, the three treasures had collectively safeguarded his spirit, utilizing the Ru Yijing Gubang as a vessel to break through space and vanish. In a serene locale, there stood a small hill, picturesque yet unremarkable in terms of feng shui, yet it served as a fitting resting place. Atop this hill stood a simple tombstone, the grave of Lu Chengfeng. The tombstone was unadorned, overgrown with weeds, and anyone who stumbled upon it would hardly associate it with the illustrious bounty of nearly 10 billion that belonged to the pirate Lu Chengfeng. However, today, it indeed bore significance. A rift in space materialized above the tombstone, through which the Ru Yijing Gubang, alongside the Zhan Xian Hu Lu and Ding Tu Qi Jian Shu, emerged, colliding directly with the inconspicuous tombstone. Remarkably, upon impact, the Rui Jingu Bang penetrated the tombstone as if it were an illusion. Once the Rui Jingu Bang had entered, the tombstone seemed to detect something and was instantly activated. A flash of light coursed across the tombstone, triggering numerous restrictions upon the little hill. At that instant, the entire hill fell silent, the wind stilled, and all other creatures momentarily dulled in thought. Fortunately, after a brief pause, everything returned to normal. However, at this moment, the small hill had transformed into a forbidden zone. On the surface, both living beings and gentle breezes could pass through the hill without hindrance. In reality, any significant disturbance on the hill would trigger the protective barriers. It was evident that these barriers were established to safeguard what lay hidden deep beneath the hill, the subterranean palace. Beneath the hill, there existed a vast subterranean palace. At this very moment, in the heart of the palace, atop a high platform imbued with protective barriers, there rested not a coffin, but a doll the size of a palm. If the well-informed Wu Meng were present, he would surely be astonished, for this was none other than the legendary substitute doll. The substitute doll could serve as a proxy for its master. In other words, if the master were to perish, the substitute doll could assume the master's original body and facilitate resurrection. Simply put, this was akin to a second chance at life. Of course, it is worth noting that this is merely a semblance of a second life, for while its utility is unparalleled, it comes with significant restrictions. Firstly, the substitute doll can only be bound when the living being is in its infancy. Once it surpasses a certain age or reaches a specific level of vitality, binding becomes impossible. Thus, the powerful cannot utilize it themselves. Secondly, the substitute doll can only replace the body if the soul is damaged or extinguished. What is resurrected is merely a corpse. Thirdly, binding the substitute doll comes at a cost. The price is to confine one's innate talent within the substitute doll. Every person is born with unique talents. Although few discover their gifts, these talents wield immense influence over one's life. Once talent is locked away, it condemns the individual to mediocrity, rendering them indistinguishable from the masses. Due to these three limitations, the substitute doll, despite possessing the power of resurrection, loses much of its allure. Nevertheless, owing to the rarity of substitute dolls and their irreplaceable value to those with special needs, they remain a miraculous entity of legend, sought after yet seldom found. The Rui Jingu Bang, accompanied by the Xinjiang Hulu and the Dingtu Qichin Shu, descended upon the high platform without triggering the protective barriers surrounding the substitute doll. It was apparent that these barriers sensed a familiar aura, thus remaining dormant. Much like how the Rui Jingu Bang had previously penetrated the tombstone to reach the subterranean palace. As the Rui Jingu Bang approached the substitute doll, Lu Fei's soul, under the influence of a mysterious rule, instinctively soared towards the doll and merged with it. In the next moment, the substitute doll radiated a brilliant light and began to expand rapidly. Within a dazzling sphere, the size of a human, Lu Fei's body gradually returned to its original form. Shortly thereafter, the bear Lu Fei abruptly opened his eyes, as if jolted awake from a nightmare, sitting upright, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. After several minutes, he fully regained his composure, comprehending that he had just endured a life-and-death calamity. No, to be precise, he had truly died once. Upon awakening, Lu Fei displayed a wry smile of resignation. Is this the trump card of the world government? I truly underestimated them. Initially, Lu Fei believed himself to possess strength rivaling that of an admiral. Coupled with the Rui Jingu Bang in hand and the supreme technique of Yi Qi Hua Sanqing, he felt secure despite the threat posed by the world government. However, after experiencing divine retribution, he truly grasped the terror of the world government. Even he, under the divine punishment, found survival elusive. His formidable physique and the reliance on treasures merely bought him a little more time. Even his top-tier clone technique, Yi Qi Hua Sanqing, was simultaneously drawn into the realm of divine punishment, leading to their mutual destruction. Had it not been for the substitute doll, Lu Fei might have truly faced death, with the best outcome being reduced to an existence akin to the spirit of a magical artifact. How could this not instill fear in Lu Fei? Yet, if one were to ask Lu Fei if he regretted his actions, his response would undoubtedly be one of no remorse. Admiral Qi Yang was marked for death. For Lu Fei perceived Admiral Qi Yang as a treacherous figure lurking behind the scenes, first covertly striking with the Dingtu Qichin Shu, then enlisting the Marine Marshal Feng Ping Hai. Not only did he target Lu Fei himself, but he also entangled Qing Yun and others, making it impossible for Lu Fei to feel at ease. To borrow the words of Lu Fei's elder brother, as long as Admiral Qi Yang remained alive, Lu Fei could not sleep soundly. Thus, Lu Fei had no regrets about eliminating Admiral Qi Yang. His only concern was having underestimated the world government. What Lu Fei did not anticipate was that the world government would not send the marshal to besiege him, but instead directly employ divine punishment, a method devoid of reason, attacking him across the vastness of space. However, one learns from experience. Next time, Lu Fei would not commit such an error again. Returning to the present, Lu Fei quickly noticed his own nakedness, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Fortunately, upon glancing around, he found himself alone, or else he would have to contemplate silencing witnesses. As he surveyed his surroundings, he cast a deliberate glance at the Xinjiang Hulu. If there was anything Lu Fei was particularly concerned about, it was the spirit within the Hulu. After all, Lu Fei knew that this spirit not only had the ability to perceive the external world, but also possessed a thought process that seemed closer to that of a human. Unlike the simpler minds of the Rui Jinggu Bang and the Dingtu Qichin Shu. However, considering that the Hulu had protected his soul during the recent crisis, Lu Fei decided not to delve into the matter of being taken advantage of by the spirit. Besides his nudity, Lu Fei also discovered a new presence within him. It felt as if something that originally belonged to him had been held and was now returned. This was his innate talent. Moreover, it was a talent that awakened concurrently with Lu Fei's resurrection. Talent amplification, the ability to disregard the constraints of rules and double one's power. A seemingly simple, yet exceedingly formidable talent. Just like now, after the awakening of his talent, Lu Fei could distinctly perceive that his strength had doubled. This not only referred to Lu Fei's physical prowess, but also encompassed his soul. Furthermore, with a mere gesture, he summoned 4 clones. Clearly, this was a doubled Ichi Hua San Qing. Originally, Ichi Hua San Qing, as a supreme cloning technique, could only manifest 3 individuals, including the main body, thus allowing for the creation of only 2 clones. However, now, through the talent awakened by Lu Fei, this limitation was shattered, yielding 4 clones. This signified that Lu Fei's cultivation speed had quadrupled. No, if one considers the talent amplification, it could be regarded as Lu Fei's main body plus clones, leading to a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed. Of course, Lu Fei's ability to manifest 4 clones was still attributable to the enhanced soul following the awakening of his talent. Otherwise, he would not be able to simultaneously sustain 4 clones. One must admit, amplification is a wondrous talent. For the weak, it merely enhances strength and cultivation speed, and only by a factor of 1. Yet for a powerhouse like Lu Fei, who possesses other means, it offers far more than a mere incremental boost. Father, you truly have left me a remarkable surprise. Lu Fei mused to himself, reflecting on his newfound talent. At this moment, Lu Fei naturally comprehended that the substitute doll was a gift prepared for him by Lu Changfeng during his childhood. It could be said that it had saved Lu Fei's life. However, from another perspective, it also deprived Lu Fei of his innate talents, leading him to believe for a long time that he was merely an untalented individual. This was especially evident when he encountered Qing Yun and Yejun, whose cultivation speed far surpassed his own. Now that his talents had returned and awakened, Lu Fei could proudly declare himself a genius. This was precisely why the talented Lu Fei could articulate the surprising words left by Lu Qingfeng. Furthermore, Lu Fei now understood why Lu Qingfeng had sealed his memories and expelled him from the Lu family, leaving him to fend for himself. It turned out that this had all been a contingency plan prepared for Lu Fei from the very beginning. With this understanding, Lu Fei felt sincere gratitude and was willing to call Lu Changfeng his father. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, the restrictions on the high platform suddenly glowed, and a phantom appeared before him. Lu Fei, my son, it seems you have revived and regained your talents. This phantom was indeed the remnant of Lu Changfeng, and the words spoken were preordained by him. Lu Changfeng continued, perhaps your previous life did not showcase any talent, but it matters not, for the substitute doll, upon reviving you, also awakened your innate abilities. This is the hidden compensation for the talents taken from you by the doll. Lu Fei, you may harbor resentment towards me and fail to understand my actions, but you must know that I have always loved you. My previous indifference was not due to a lack of affection, but rather for reasons I could not reveal. Now, I will make amends for all that I owe you. After pausing, Lu Changfeng's phantom gestured towards a newly appeared passage and said, walk this way. Inside, you will find the gifts I've left for you. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Changfeng expressed regret. Lu Fei, you have just revived and may need some clothing. As he spoke, a chest of garments ascended from below the platform. After completing these gestures, Lu Changfeng's phantom dissipated. Lu Fei stood still for a moment, then donned the clothes, arranged for 4 clones to practice in place, and stepped into the revealed passage. Upon entering the passage, Lu Fei's gaze was immediately drawn to a display case. Approaching it, he found a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The phantom of Lu Changfeng materialized above the display case, introducing it. Child, this is your birthday gift from me when you turn 1. These eyes possess immense power and are activated illusionary items. If you wish, feel free to use them. Once Lu Changfeng finished, he quietly observed Lu Fei, awaiting his decision. Had this been before Lu Fei obtained the ThunderFruit, he would have eagerly seized the opportunity to use them. However, for Lu Fei now, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan held little allure. The Rinnegan would be more appealing, he mused as he continued deeper into the passage and arrived at the second display case. Inside lay a katana, easily identifiable as the Zhan Padao, or Moon Cutter. Lu Changfeng's phantom pointed at the Moon Cutter and stated, child, at the age of 2, I noticed other children enjoy playing with small knives, so I prepared this for you. It is said to be the blade of the protagonist in a grand, illusionary world. I hope you like it. Lu Fei, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. He had no particular interest in the Moon Cutter. Frankly, disregarding the protagonist's aura, he did not believe that the Lurin Roho or the Bingluan wand could be inferior to the Moon Cutter. In fact, for an ordinary person, the unconscious Lurin Roho and Bingluan wand would be easier to control. Thus, Lu Fei's interest in the Moon Cutter was even less than that in the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. He chose to bypass the Moon Cutter and continued onward. The third display case revealed a cylindrical object with golden stripes. Do you wish to become light? Was the immediate thought that crossed Lu Fei's mind at the sight of the cylinder. Indeed, this was a transformation device capable of turning one into light, essentially an item that could transform him into Ultraman. Lu Changfeng's phantom elaborated. This is your gift for your 3rd birthday. I noticed other children enjoy transforming, so I thought this little toy would be suitable. Lu Fei could only express his bemusement at this little toy, which was rather hardcore. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity to try it, reason ultimately prevailed. After all, Lu Fei was a leader with several subordinates to consider. He continued down the passage. The 4th display case contained a Gundam. The 5th held a golden Saint cloth. The 6th showcased Shenlong. The 7th, 8th, and 9th cases continued until he reached the 18th and final display case, which contained a devil fruit, the shining fruit from the natural system. Lu Changfeng's phantom reappeared, pointing at the shining fruit. Lu Fei, you are 18 now. This is my last birthday gift for you. Consume it, and you shall wield the power of light. At the very least, if you cannot win, you can escape. Lu Changfeng earnestly explained to Lu Fei why he had chosen the shining fruit. In simpler terms, it was a means for Lu Fei to ensure his survival. After all, with the shining fruit in hand, if he could not defeat his foes, he could certainly outrun them. To be honest, Lu Fei and Lu Changfeng were aligned in their thinking. Lu Fei had chosen the ThunderFruit partly for the same reason, to escape if he could not win. Lu Fei paused before the shining fruit, turning to glance back at the 18 display cases in the passage. Aside from certain toys prepared by Lu Qingfeng, many items were genuinely top-tier abilities. Had the previous Lu Fei encountered these treasures, he would have undoubtedly rushed forward in delight. However now, these items evoked little interest in him. Frankly, with Lu Fei's current strength, these items were not particularly precious. Rather than their intrinsic value, Lu Fei cared more for the sentiment behind them. These activated illusionary items, whether toys or powers, embodied Lu Qingfeng's paternal love for Lu Fei. After absorbing this feeling, Lu Fei turned toward the exit, deciding not to use or take these items. Instead, he wished to leave them behind as a testament to a father's deep affection for his son. Just as Lu Fei turned to exit the passage, Lu Qingfeng's phantom suddenly reappeared, calling to Lu Fei's retreating figure, "Lu Fei, wait." Upon being called, Lu Fei turned back, confusion etched on his face. He observed Lu Qingfeng's phantom leading the way further into the passage, beckoning him, "Come with me." Naturally, Lu Fei followed suit. Not long after, Lu Fei followed Lu Qingfeng past the 18th display case and ventured into the depths of the corridor. Lu Fei was increasingly perplexed. He had clearly seen that beside the 18th display case lay the end of the corridor. Yet now it seemed as if some switch had been triggered, revealing a new passage. Following Lu Qingfeng, Lu Fei arrived at a chamber illuminated by a brilliant light. Upon entering, Lu Fei was nearly blinded by the dazzling sight. The room was filled with treasures. As he absorbed the knowledge imparted by Lu Qingfeng continued, "Lu Fei, you may select your path of advancement later. What I am about to tell you, however, must be etched in your memory." At these words, Lu Fei immediately sat up straight, his expression turning serious. "For your future, Lu Fei, aside from these treasures, I have also arranged for a few individuals who can assist you. I believe you might yearn for an exciting and thrilling life, and, as such, there is a high probability you may become a wanted person. Should you choose this path, seek out a woman named Moya, who is currently one of the leaders of the Titan Sky Pirates. I discovered her when you were a child and nurtured her in secret so that she could protect you as you grew. You may not remember, but she has met you in your early years. Regardless, if you embark on this path, go find her. With her protection, you should be quite safe." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. "Cough, isn't this the older sister I encountered when wielding the Rui Jingu Bang? Later, during the robbery at the execution ground, she unexpectedly showed up, rendering all my preparations useless. Of course, that embrace at the time left a lasting impression on me. Initially, I thought I had caught her fancy due to my looks and had the potential to be pampered. Little did I know, it was my father, Lu Qingfeng, who had already paved the way for me." Lu Qingfeng, unaware of the two encounters between Lu Fei and Moya, continued, "Lu Fei, if you do not become a wanted person, but instead aspire to join the world government, I have a friend there as well. His name is Kadi, a companion I made during my travels. He currently holds the rank of admiral within the world government. If you wish to join, seek him out. With him by your side, you need not worry. Oh, by the way, Kadi is also a person with awakened talents, specifically the ability to wield cards with minimal consumption. However, he is quite fond of his daughter, so if you join the world government, do take care not to disturb her. She is a beautiful girl named Luluya. Remember, do not provoke her unless you are capable of contending with Admiral Kadi. Otherwise, my face will be of no use. Kadi is a candidate for the next marshal." As Lu Qingfeng spoke, his eyes glimmered with concern, reflecting the love of a father. Under his gaze, Lu Fei felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal trait. Luluya was indeed someone Lu Fei had inadvertently attracted. Although there was no overt action, Lu Fei felt that his mere appearance had likely captivated her. Furthermore, Lu Fei was not naive. He understood the implications of Luluya's repeated visits. He had even entertained thoughts of enticing her onto his ship. However, as Lu Qingfeng had mentioned, it appeared unlikely that Lu Fei could achieve this before contending with her father, Admiral Kadi. After observing Lu Fei for a moment, Lu Qingfeng's ethereal form continued to relay additional matters before pointing out the items he had left behind, then dissipated. At that moment, gazing at the treasures and connections left by Lu Qingfeng, Lu Fei felt a whirlwind of emotions. From Lu Qingfeng's perspective, he had accomplished what any father could aspire to achieve. He had provided Lu Fei with a backup plan in the form of a substitute doll and severed the ties of the Lu family, granting Lu Fei complete freedom. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng had bequeathed a wealth of treasures and relationships, paving three distinct paths. The first, should Lu Fei become a wanted person, with Moya to watch over him. The second, should he join the world government, with Admiral Ka Di to support him. And the third, a life of ordinariness. Although unstated, the provisions left by Lu Qingfeng would suffice for Lu Fei to live comfortably for many lifetimes. Undoubtedly, one could assert that possessing such resources would make Lu Fei a top-tier second-generation heir. Yet the complexity of Lu Fei's emotions stemmed from the fact that he had long since transformed into someone entirely different. Had he received these gifts during his days of poverty, he would have undoubtedly been overjoyed. However, at present, Lu Fei had bounties amounting to billions, with several being notorious pirates. Not to mention, he secretly owned an underground base on Aoya Island, boasting an astonishing military force. As for the nominal businesses, they were mere trifles. One could say that Lu Fei had already established himself as a formidable figure, and yet, Lu Qingfeng had only now revealed to him that he was a second-generation heir. This was the crux of Lu Fei's complicated feelings. In all fairness, had he received such provisions earlier, his introverted nature as a homebody would have never led him to strive for entrepreneurial success. After a considerable time, Lu Fei finally calmed himself and prepared to accept the items left by Lu Qingfeng. However, at that moment, Lu Qingfeng's ethereal form re-emerged in the chamber. This appearance was starkly different from the previous one. If the earlier image had conveyed the strength and reliability of father, this one now embodied the frailty of old age. Cough, Lu Fei. I had hoped to see you in person after your demise. Cough. I never expected you would carve your own path. The substitute doll I prepared for you seems unnecessary for the time being. Cough. You truly are my son, Lu Fei, and I am proud of you. However, your brilliance shines too brightly. So much so that I fear the world government may come to dread you as they once feared me. Cough. I realize you must be puzzled by my current state. Allow me to elucidate the situation. The Lu Huang with a bounty of 9 billion have been targeted by the world government, which, fearing my ascendance, has employed their trump card, Heaven's punishment, after a decade of restraint. Even I, after enduring Heaven's punishment, can merely cling to life. Death is merely a matter of time for me. What I fear is not death itself, but rather their potential use of Heaven's punishment against you. I must inform you that the invocation of Heaven's punishment was sanctioned by the Lu family. This means they have already detected my actions and, fearing my departure from their control, consented to the world government's use of Heaven's punishment against me. Cough. Quite ironic, isn't it? In the twilight of his years, Lu Qingfeng coughed as he spoke in a tone devoid of sorrow or joy. This is the Lu family, a cold-blooded clan that will go to any lengths to preserve its power and status. This is also the reason I have endeavored tirelessly to extricate you from the Lu family. In the eyes of the family, we are mere pawns to be exploited. Should a pawn become uncontrollable, they will swiftly dispose of it. Cough. Lu Fei, I do not wish for you to become the next pawn. Thus, I have unilaterally severed your ties to the Lu family. Now, to shield you from divine retribution, I must also conceal your brilliance. Cough, Lu Fei. I may not be a worthy father, yet I have always loved you. Cough, cough, my time is limited. This time, I will confront the world government to buy you time against their admirals. Live well, Lu Fei. Remember, if one day the world government unleashes divine punishment upon you, you must protect your soul. As long as your soul endures, you can be resurrected through a substitute doll. Cough. I'm becoming somewhat muddled. If you can see me, then the substitute doll must have been employed. At this juncture, Lu Qingfeng's stooped figure fell silent, hesitating over whether to continue. Observing the turmoil on Lu Qingfeng's face, Lu Fei seemed to grasp the significance of what was about to be revealed and waited quietly. In truth, Lu Fei had already surmised the source of Lu Qingfeng's hesitation. It was about Lu Fei's mother. In Lu Fei's memories, there was no visage of his mother. indicating that she had departed from his life when he was very young. Thus, Lu Chengfeng wrestled with whether to divulge the truth about her. After much internal conflict, Lu Chengfeng ultimately chose to speak. Lu Fei, I intended to take the matter of your mother with me. However, I feared you would pursue the truth. In the end, I have decided to tell you. Your mother passed away shortly after giving birth to you. I know the culprit is the Lu family, but I dare not investigate further. I fear that in seeking the truth, I may lose you. To protect you, I could not show you affection. I could only prepare a substitute doll for you. Yet, I have never avenged your mother. I am a coward, Lu Fei, and I will carry this pain to my grave. As for you, I do not wish for you to live burdened by such sorrow. The reason I choose to tell you is that I hope you will not delve further into this matter. The Lu family is an indomitable presence for you. Finally, be cautious of my remains. If you choose to oppose the world government, there will come a day when you confront me. Farewell, Lu Fei. Lu Fei gazed with a complex expression as Lu Chengfeng's apparition gradually faded away. This was a father in the final moments of his life, leaving a shadow for his son. After standing still for a long while, Lu Fei finally calmed the turmoil within him. The message Lu Chengfeng imparted was profound, urging Lu Fei to distance himself from the Lu family and live a good life. Yet, dear father, what is destined to occur will ultimately transpire. Lu Fei raised his hand, clenching his fist, with lightning flickering upon it. Just as he had spoken, Lu Fei found himself unable to heed Lu Chengfeng's counsel to distance himself from the Lu family. Whether it was the vengeance orchestrated by his elder brother Lu Zetian or the divine punishment invoked by the world government at the behest of the Lu family, these circumstances had inexorably drawn Lu Fei in a conflict with them. As for the notion of laughing off grievances, I regret to inform you that after experiencing life and death, this enmity must be avenged. Therefore, Lu Fei would inevitably confront the Lu family. Father, thank you for liberating me from the Lu family. Now I can act with a clear conscience. In the secret chamber, Lu Fei declared this to the dissipating figure of Lu Chengfeng, affirming his resolve. He was unlike Lu Chengfeng, who was constrained by the Lu family, unable to extricate himself, and even too fearful to avenge Lu Fei's mother. Calling himself a coward, Lu Fei understood Lu Chengfeng's predicament. He recognized it as a reluctant concession. However, Lu Fei was different. He bore no such burdens. Thus, Lu Fei was resolute that he would seek out the Lu family to discuss their grievances. Of course, this was not something to be done at present, as Lu Fei lacked the power to overturn the Lu family. At the very least, even now, he could not withstand divine punishment. What Lu Fei needed to do was to remain concealed, strive to grow stronger, and plan meticulously. The saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Before the next divine punishment in 10 years, Lu Fei would surely repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Thus, in the nameless underground palace beneath the small mountain, in the very place Lu Chengfeng had constructed for him, Lu Fei lay in wait. This underground palace, aside from the treasures left by Lu Chengfeng, was also an excellent place for cultivation. Initially, Lu Chengfeng had intended for Lu Fei to revive without any means of defense, and then, with the aid of this underground palace, cultivate until he possessed the strength for self-preservation before venturing outside. Although Lu Fei had awakened his talents and nearly attained strength comparable to Lu Chengfeng, far surpassing the self-defense capabilities envisioned during the construction of the palace. After the divine punishment, Lu Fei had grown increasingly cautious. The notion of self-preservation had ascended in Lu Fei's mind to the level of withstanding divine punishment. Both from Lu Chengfeng's survival for several years after enduring divine punishment and Lu Fei's ability to endure for a time under it, it was clear that divine punishment could indeed be resisted. It was merely a matter of one's strength. Thus, Lu Fei set a modest goal for himself, to withstand divine punishment before emerging. Milna, Lu Fei has died. Join me in the Holy Church. The church needs your strength. A figure arrived at the main store of Lu Fei's business in Aoya City, addressing Milna, who was lost in thought while holding a newspaper. Milna ignored the figure, despite recognizing them not only as familiar, but as the benevolent master of the church who had taken in orphans. It was she who had guided Milna to Lu Fei's shop, offering her a new life. Observing Milna's indifference, the figure cloaked in gray spoke slowly. Even if you wish to avenge Lu Fei, you must join the Holy Church. Revenge? The utterance of this word finally stirred Milna into action. She folded the newspaper, rising silently, her actions conveying her intent. She sought to avenge Lu Fei. The church's master nodded slightly, leading Milna out of the shop. Behind them, the shop staff continued their work undeterred, showing no sign of disruption at Milna's departure. However, this was merely a facade. In reality, within the underground base of central Aoya City, the woman known as Nguyen had already documented the occurrence. But it was merely a record. No further action was taken. The announcement of Lu Fei's death did not instill the desired fear within the world government. Instead, it sparked an uprising among many against them. In the words of the Freedom Report, the sovereign of the free world, Lu Fei, fell on his path to the throne. Yet the relentless tide of successors would carry forth his will in pursuit of freedom. 1 month after Lu Fei's demise, a revolutionary organization known as Shengjiao emerged seemingly out of thin air, igniting a wave of resistance against the world government and advocating for a revolution of freedom across the globe. 6 months subsequent to Lu Fei's death, a formidable force arose among pirates, uniting numerous pirate crews under the banner of liberty, challenging the navy upon the vast seas. A year after Lu Fei's passing, the legend of a hell, which began to circulate throughout the world. According to the tales, she possessed the power to bring hell to earth, ensnaring all who laid eyes upon her into the abyss. In the propaganda propagated by the world government, the hell, which was deemed the new epitome of evil, following the notorious pirate Lu Fei, bringing calamity and despair to the world. However, among the common folk, she was revered as the savior goddess, for wherever she tread, all malevolence vanished. Throughout that year, various circumstances indicated that, with the world government's divine retribution in a cooling phase and with unseen forces at play, the global situation had become tumultuous. Many astute individuals emerged from the shadows, sowing discord across different regions for their own benefit. Meanwhile, in the depths of a subterranean base located in the heart of Oya Island, a preordained program set by Lu Fei was triggered, a communication blackout with the Supreme Commander lasting 1 year. In accordance with the authorization, an emergency protocol was activated, granting autonomous command authority to the artificial intelligence. Without contravening the treaties established by the Supreme Commander, the base officially entered a phase of external expansion. Satellite 1 commenced its launch sequence. That very night, a satellite was propelled into the skies above the Cloud Sea. Utilizing an arc reactor as its power source and encased in a specialized alloy, capable of operating in harsh environments. Its purpose was to expand the communication range of the AI. Historically, the communication range had posed the greatest limitation for remote control. Originally, the satellite would have required Lu Fei's authorization to launch, but due to the year-long communication interruption, the AI was granted autonomous command authority as per Lu Fei's prior arrangements. Thus, the satellite was launched without delay. Upon reaching its designated altitude, the satellite began to extend its communication modules, which successfully completed deployment and entered the communication testing phase. Following a series of procedures, the communication satellite was officially activated and commenced operations. Centered on Oya Island, a vast expanse of ocean was incorporated into the AI's communication range. Subsequently, upon expanding its range, the AI swiftly reactivated the long-prepared Mark Armor Legion. Mark Armor Legion 1 activated. In the next moment, within a certain area of the underground base, tens of thousands of Mark Armors illuminated their eyes in unison. Mark Armor Legion reporting, "Your Excellency," accompanied by a synchronized chorus. These thousands of robotic soldiers saluted the AI. Unlike the Mark Armors currently dispersed on the surface, which were under direct control of the AI, the Legion before her operated under an independent combat program. Each Mark Armor was equipped with a unique combat protocol tailored to its specific function, enabling them to enter defensive or offensive states autonomously in the event of losing communication with the AI. This design ensured that even if the AI's communication signals were intercepted, the Mark Armors could continue executing their missions. The first phase of the expansion plan commenced. with the objective of seizing control of Oya Island. Following the issuance of commands, the Mark Armor Legion began to deploy in batches through dozens of passages connecting the underground base to the surface. From that day forth, a group shrouded in black robes, referred to as the Black Terror, officially commenced the unification of Oya Island. 5 years after the world government proclaimed Liu Fei's death, in the renowned neutral city of Fidel City, a figure cloaked in gray robes entered the metropolis. He traversed the streets, arriving at a divination booth that had gained notoriety in recent years. The figure lifted his gaze to the sign of the booth, revealing a handsome visage, the long-lost Liu Fei. Liu Fei stepped into the booth and, quite naturally, seated himself before the proprietor, inquiring, "Do you remember our agreement?" The booth's owner, a fortune teller cloaked entirely in black, looked up in surprise, meeting Liu Fei's gaze. After a moment, he regained his composure and replied, "Liu Fei, you are indeed alive. Every year, I have employed divination to ascertain your fate, yet each time the results have been chaotic. If the turmoil of the first 2 years was influenced by divine retribution, the divination results from the recent 3 years assured me that you are certainly still among the living." Noting the fortune teller's intention to elaborate, Liu Fei grew somewhat impatient, as his time was precious. Thus, he interjected, "That is of no consequence. I have come to fulfill our agreement." Following his declaration, the fortune teller, remaining silent beneath his cloak, produced several stones inscribed with secret runes and casually tossed them before him. In the next moment, these stones, evidently utilized for divination, shattered. After a brief silence, the fortune teller spoke with difficulty. "I shall, of course, adhere to our agreement." Liu Fei regarded the fractured stones with a cold smirk. Those who honor their commitments tend to live longer. Upon navigating through several checkpoints, Liu Fei finally approached a luminous gateway deep within the base, allowing a faint smile to grace his features. As he had surmised, during his battle with General Shiri, he had inferred from the general's words that the world government had acquired means to stabilize access to large-scale illusions. The appearance of this grand illusions gateway before him undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. Simultaneously, this gateway represented the method derived from the fortune teller's divination for entering the specified large-scale illusion. However, to gain legitimate entry, the fortune teller's group had invested considerable time and effort to pinpoint a newly rewarded general from the world government, subsequently substituting Liu Fei for the general to reach the gateway. Without hesitation, Liu Fei stepped through the gateway. As he did so, the gateway trembled violently. Fortunately, the turbulence subsided gradually after Liu Fei's entry, although the gateway visibly dimmed. It was evident that the duration of the gateway had been significantly reduced due to Liu Fei's entrance. With a splash, Liu Fei plummeted into the ocean below. Floating upon the surface, he remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the restoration of his strength. Unlike his previous entry, Liu Fei felt exceedingly weak upon his arrival this time. Akin to an ordinary person, this was merely a manifestation of a large-scale illusion suppression on external beings, a suppression that intensified proportionally with strength. Although Liu Fei was initially subdued upon entry, this suppression would gradually ease with the passage of time, allowing him to simply wait for his physical strength to recover. Several hours later, after regaining a portion of his strength, Liu Fei finally stirred. Once lying flat on the surface of the sea, he swiftly flipped over and began to swim in a random direction. In an instant, the white waves churned as Liu Fei cut through the water like a speedboat, making his way across the vast ocean. This swimming continued for several hours. After this time, Liu Fei abruptly changed direction, heading towards a naval warship in the distance. Before long, he leaped out of the water and landed firmly on the deck of the naval vessel. "Who goes there?" The sailors aboard the warship, armed and alert, regarded Liu Fei with suspicion. Liu Fei scanned the surroundings and identified the commanding officer, a rear admiral. Without wasting a moment, Liu Fei resorted to force to obtain the information he sought, then turned to head towards the Shambadi archipelago. Days later, under the eager gazes of a group of pirates, Liu Fei disembarked at the Shambadi archipelago. As soon as he stepped ashore, the pirates hastily departed, clearly well aware of Lu Fei's formidable abilities. Watching the pirate ship sail away, Lu Fei shook his head, reflecting on how he had commandeered the vessel through sheer power. Yet the crew had not succumbed to his overwhelming presence during their time together. Once the pirate ship vanished from view, Lu Fei glanced around to confirm his solitude and retrieved a hemispherical model from his pocket. He then tossed the small model into the distance, and just as it was about to plunge into the sea, he pointed and declared, "Activate." In the next moment, the model rapidly enlarged, transforming into a uniquely designed sci-fi battleship that materialized before him, creating substantial waves due to its immense size. "Greetings, Commander," from the Guardian 1. Lu Fei entered the battleship and issued the command to dive. Consequently, the oceanic variant of the aerospace carrier, Guardian 1, began its descent. Guardian 1 was commissioned 5 years prior by Lu Fei to protect Fishman Island, and his return to Aoya Island was solely to retrieve it. As Lu Fei approached Fishman Island, he could already see the Sea Kings swimming around it. As Guardian 1 drew near, the Sea Kings instinctively positioned themselves above Fishman Island, obstructing any further advance. Witnessing this, Lu Fei smiled with satisfaction, recognizing that Princess Baixing had not forgotten his teachings and was correctly wielding the power of the Sea King, Poseidon. This also confirmed that the Princess Baixing within the grand illusion of the world government was indeed the same individual whose favor Lu Fei had once earned. Lu Fei ordered Guardian 1 to remain at a distance from Fishman Island before disembarking to approach the island. However, he was still intercepted by the Sea Kings. Where did this human come from? How is he so strong? Hurry and call for help. We cannot hold him back. The Sea Kings communicated in their own manner, diligently executing their orders to protect Fishman Island while simultaneously fearing Lu Fei's strength. Although Lu Fei could not comprehend their language, he clearly observed the slight tremors in their bodies. He understood that their obstructions stemmed from their awareness of his power. With a resigned smile, Lu Fei patiently waited, confident that the Sea Kings were already contacting Princess Baixing. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, rapidly approached. The larger figures were the formidable Sea Kings, while the smaller one was Princess Baixing, riding atop a pet shark to assess the situation. Lord Lu Fei. Upon recognizing Lu Fei's face, Princess Baixing rushed toward him in overwhelming joy. In her exuberance, she inadvertently pressed him against her soft form. While Lu Fei understood this was her way of expressing the joy of their reunion, the stark contrast in their sizes rendered the moment somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Lu Fei had anticipated this, and, after a brief exchange of affection, managed to calm Princess Baixing's excitement. At her insistence, Lu Fei sat atop her as they returned to Fishman Island. Meanwhile, several Sea Kings exchanged glances, feeling somewhat out of place. Upon arriving at the Fishman Royal Palace, Lu Fei received a warm welcome from the Fishman King, who had not forgotten the immense favor Lu Fei had bestowed upon Fishman Island years ago by resolving a significant crisis. Thus, Lu Fei was treated with great hospitality. During the banquet, Princess Baixing and Lu Fei shared their experiences over the years. After Lu Fei's departure, a pirate named Luffy had come to Fishman Island. Although Luffy did not save the island, he had clashed with one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom's pirate crew. Having witnessed Guardian 1, Princess Baixing's last lingering concern regarding Fishman Island vanished. In Guardian 1, Lu Fei utilized a scroll on Princess Baixing. The scroll transformed into a beam of light, enveloping her as if to ascertain something. In no time, Princess Baixing, who had fully trusted Lu Fei, successfully passed the assessment. The next moment, Lu Fei and Princess Baixing abruptly vanished from within Guardian 1. Returning to the real world, Lu Fei emerged from the light portal of the world government's secret base. Having prepared in advance, he maintained the same disguise. Assuming the identity of another, Lu Fei successfully exited the base. However, compared to his arrival, he now lacked Guardian 1, but possessed a used scroll. Once Lu Fei arrived at a secluded area and confirmed the surroundings were secure, he retrieved the scroll and released Princess Baixing. "Is this your world, my lord?" Princess Baixing inquired, embracing Lu Fei's arm as she marveled at the surface environment, so different from the ocean depths. Indeed, Lu Fei nodded, subsequently introducing her to the fantasy continent. Although he had previously shared some details, Lu Fei provided a more thorough explanation upon her arrival. Under the gentle sunlight, Lu Fei and Princess Bai Xing walked along the path, discussing the scenic views. Meanwhile, a piece of news traveled from Aoya City, eventually reaching a camp of the Holy Church. The Holy Church, having evolved over the years, had become a formidable entity, igniting revolutionary movements worldwide. Even though the world government had made multiple attempts to eradicate the Holy Church, they had not succeeded. Rather, the church had grown stronger amidst these sieges. This camp served as an essential stronghold for the Holy Church. "Your Grace, here is your encrypted message," a Holy Church member reported as he entered the main chamber of the bishop's quarters, holding a letter. Upon hearing the report, the bishop, clad in a robe and one of the core figures of the Holy Church, reluctantly set down the leg of meat he had been eating, wiped his hands, and accepted the intelligence. The Holy Church member maintained a respectful demeanor, having long since become accustomed to the bishop's habits. The esteemed bishop perused the information with remarkable speed, absorbing a multitude of details primarily revolving around the happenings on Aoya Dao, the stronghold of the Holy Church. Aoya Dao, the birthplace of the Holy Church, serves as its main base. Naturally, the church does not reveal itself overtly, lest it faces the wrath of the world government. Instead, it employs a clandestine collaboration with the mysterious He, Pao Run, or the Black Robed Ones, allowing the enigmatic Nu Wan to act as the unofficial monarch of Aoya Dao, while the church operates as a more profound entity, supplying resources and safeguarding Nu Wan's position. This explains the observations made by Lu Fei upon arriving in Aoya Chang. At intervals, members of the church report noteworthy events occurring on Aoya Dao to the higher echelons of the organization. The bishop, as per her usual custom, disregarded the majority of the information until her gaze landed on a seemingly trivial detail. The black-robed ones had formed a line to welcome an unidentified individual. The bishop scrutinized this piece of information repeatedly, meticulously analyzing each word with a rare intensity of thought. Eventually, a spark of understanding illuminated her eyes, and a golden glow flickered in her hand before the letter disintegrated into dust. In that moment, she was compelled to rush back to Aoya Dao. But reason reigned in her impulse. After several deep breaths, her ample figure, barely concealed by her robe, gradually steadied. Once her emotions were calmed, she resumed her indulgence, savoring her meal with abandon. From her physique and exaggerated manner of eating, it was evident that she was Na. 5 years prior, the news of Lu Fei's demise had propelled her to join the Holy Church, seeking vengeance against the world government. Now, 5 years later, her formidable combat prowess had earned her the title of bishop within the church. Although Na was not particularly fond of using her intellect, she could discern some truths from the recent information. She recognized that the so-called black-robed ones were indeed Lu Fei's subordinates, and the individual they welcomed was likely Lu Fei himself. Even if she could not be certain, the mere possibility filled her with joy, prompting her desire to return to Aoya Dao for confirmation. However, her years within the Holy Church and her role as a bishop had instilled a sense of prudence in Na. She considered that if this was indeed Lu Fei, he would be concealing his identity, for revealing it would invite relentless pursuit from the world government. Moreover, her unique position as a bishop drew the scrutiny of both the world government and the church. Thus, to avoid jeopardizing Lu Fei, Na restrained her impulses and opted to wait patiently, convinced that, given the right opportunity, Lu Fei would seek her out without her having to find him. As for her unwavering confidence in this belief, she proudly adjusted her ample figure, which served as her assurance. Days later, under Lu Fei's orchestration by Xinggong Zhu, after enjoying several days of blissful companionship, joined a burgeoning pirate faction. This group, having risen to prominence in recent years, openly defied the world government under the banner of freedom. Among organizations opposing the world government, if the Holy Church ranked first, this pirate faction would undoubtedly be second. In the face of relentless pursuit by the world government, its leader had eluded capture on multiple occasions, posing a significant threat to the authorities. With a staggering bounty of 9 billion, she was renowned for her unparalleled beauty and her ability to obliterate islands with her bare hands, earning her the title of the Pirate Empress. Indeed, she was Qin Yun, who had, in a mere 5 years, amassed a formidable crew and forged a reputation as an empress. Throughout these 5 years, she expanded her influence while patiently awaiting the arrival of the 10-year mark. Should Lu Fei fail to appear, she would unhesitatingly lead her forces against the world government. The addition of Bai Xingong Zhu swiftly caught Qin Yun's attention, or perhaps, due to her figure and beauty, it captivated nearly everyone present. On a moderately sized pirate ship, Qin Yun and Bai Xingong Zhu commenced their first meeting. Qin Yun scrutinized Bai Xingong Zhu, her gaze lingering on her chest. After a few seconds, she subtly shifted her attention, glancing at her own chest and silently comparing them, reluctantly acknowledging her inferiority. Yet, Qin Yun maintained her composure and inquired, "What brings you here?" Bai Xingong Zhu, recalling Lu Fei's instructions, shook her head and replied, "I cannot disclose that." Her words indicated that her arrival had ulterior motives, prompting the shadows around Qin Yun to stir. Ready for action? Had it been anyone else, Qin Yun might have reacted with hostility, having eliminated numerous spies from the world government over the years. However, hearing these words from Bai Xingong Zhu, Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she could not help but nod in agreement. This is very much in line with that man's style. Indeed, Qin Yun had deduced that Bai Xingong Zhu was sent by Lu Fei. In her understanding, the presence of a captivating figure like Bai Xingong Zhu, joining her forces under such mysterious circumstances, was entirely characteristic of Lu Fei's modus operandi. It must be noted that Qin Yun had gleaned the essence of Lu Fei's LSP, Loyal Subordinate Protocol, through the previous editions of Yejun and Enren. Thus, when she learned of Bai Xingong Zhu's beauty, her thoughts immediately turned to Lu Fei. After all, a person of such striking beauty would garner attention wherever she went, making her sudden affiliation with Qin Yun's pirate faction rather improbable. Despite her deductions, Qin Yun, for the sake of caution, continued, "What did he say when he sent you to me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xingong Zhu tilted her head, pondering for a moment before adorably stating, "He told me to play with you for now, and when the time is right, he would come for me." As soon as Bai Xingong Zhu spoke, Qin Yun's expression revealed her understanding. It was indeed Lu Fei's arrangement. Simultaneously, Qin Yun surmised Lu Fei's desire to conceal his identity and remain out of sight. Once this realization dawned upon her, she, like Mier Na, chose not to pursue Lu Fei's whereabouts, but rather welcomed Bai Xingong Zhu and settled into a state of patient anticipation. The slight upward curve of Qin Yun's lips betrayed her elation. After 5 long years, she finally had news of Lu Fei's survival. This delightful news made Qin Yun view Bai Xingong Zhu with increasing fondness, not to mention the endearing innocence she exhibited. For Qin Yun, a naturally gifted individual, it had always been sufficient for her to assist Lu Fei, while others either served as ornamental figures or combatants. Thus, she had always regarded herself as the first mate. In her eyes, Bai Xingong Zhu epitomized the role of an ornamental figure, posing no threat to her position as the first mate. Consequently, Qin Yun grasped Bai Xingong Zhu's hand and commenced an introduction to her faction. It is noteworthy that, despite the immense growth of Qin Yun's influence, she remains aboard the same pirate ship she originally sailed with Lu Fei. From this day forth, Princess Bai Xing, with her endearing innocence, began to follow closely behind Qin Yun. While numerous pirates marveled at the beauty of Princess Bai Xing, none, including Qin Yun, could fathom the terrifying power concealed beneath her seemingly naive exterior. It is essential to understand that Lu Fei spared no effort to bring Princess Bai Xing out of this world because the oceans harbored the Sea Kings. These Sea Kings are, indeed, the true sovereigns of the sea. Though Princess Bai Xing's beauty and tragic past are significant, her abilities are equally valued by Lu Fei. Before Princess Bai Xing joined Qin Yun's ranks, Lu Fei had already tested her powers. As anticipated, she retained the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings of this world. This indicates that Princess Bai Xing still possesses the strength of the Sea King, Poseidon. Following Lu Fei's instruction, Princess Bai Xing, dutifully trailing behind Qingyun. Refrain from showcasing her unique abilities unless absolutely necessary. In ordinary circumstances, she would not need to employ her powers unless Qingyun faced danger. While Princess Bai Xing played the role of a mere ornament beside Qingyun, Lu Fei returned to Aoya Island. In the underground base at the heart of Aoya Island, Lu Fei, accompanied by Nu Wan, inspected the Make Armored Legion before arriving at a spaceborne mothership. At that moment, the underground base housed 4 spaceborne motherships. To be precise, over the span of 5 years, Nu Wan had completed the construction of 5 spaceborne motherships, including Guardian No. 1. Excluding the first spaceborne mothership and Guardian No. 1, which were commissioned by Lu Fei, the remaining 3 were entirely ordered by Nu Wan herself. Thanks to her expansion and a covert agreement with the Holy Church, she acquired substantial resources to facilitate the construction of the additional 3 spaceborne motherships, resulting in the scene before Lu Fei. The vessel before him, in terms of function, was designed for external warfare. Unlike the first spaceborne mothership, which was intended for both living and combat, envisioned as Lu Fei's personal vessel to traverse the seas, Nu Wan subsequently constructed defensive and multifunctional spaceborne motherships, culminating in this war-focused version. This warship is characterized by a near-total absence of living quarters, instead outfitted with various weapon systems. It is no exaggeration to declare that this spaceborne mothership is a veritable war machine, capable of razing cities and toppling nations with ease. The purpose of Lu Fei and Nu Wan's visit to this vessel is unmistakable. Lu Fei intends to employ this war machine for combat. Standing before the spaceborne mothership, Lu Fei gazed upward at this marvel of technological civilization, his expression inscrutable. In truth, given Lu Fei's disposition, he would not typically contemplate the construction of such a warship. After all, the destruction wrought by its deployment would be on a terrifying scale. Yet now, he resolved to utilize it. Having experienced divine retribution, Lu Fei understood what truly mattered to him. He was prepared to use this spaceborne mothership to protect and rescue a person, one who would unleash monumental upheaval upon the world after Lu Fei's demise, Anren. As for Lu Fei's motives for rescuing Anren, it is essential to reflect on the changes undergone by those around him during his 5-year absence. Mir Na joined the Holy Church, becoming a core figure and bishop, avenging the world government. Under the Church's protection, Mir Na faced no harm, navigating her path with ease. Qingyun gathered pirates, expanding her influence to confront the world government at sea. Despite her vast power and being perceived as Lu Fei's remnant, she endured multiple assaults from the world government. However, after awakening her innate talent, she acquired the ability to traverse space, managing to evade capture each time, earning her a bounty of 9 billion and the title of Pirate Empress. Ya Jiuan forged ahead, challenging and defeating foes along her journey, honing her skills and carving her own path as a swordswoman. Though she too was targeted as Lu Fei's remnant by the world government, she remained unscathed under Wuming's protection. Only Anren, isolated and without the shelter of a faction or means of escape, found herself pursued while eliminating malevolent individuals, inevitably clashing with official interests. Moreover, being associated with Lu Fei, she became a target for the world government's onslaught. According to reports from the world government, they even dispatched a figure of admiral rank to capture Anren. However, due to her extraordinary abilities, she transformed into a conduit for the underworld. Should Anren perish, the gates of hell contained within her would instantaneously manifest in the mortal realm. Consequently, upon her capture, she was not executed, but rather incarcerated in a secret prison of the world government. After emerging from the underground palace, Lu Fei sought to grasp the events of the past 5 years. Following a divination regarding Princess Bai Xing, he inquired about the location of Anren's secret prison. Under Lu Fei's coercive influence, the cloaked diviner dutifully provided pertinent information. Thus, after fulfilling his promise by rescuing Princess Bai Xing, Lu Fei hastened back to Aoya Island. The war machine he now deployed, the spaceborne mothership, was intended for the purpose of rescuing Anren. That night, a dense shroud of clouds enveloped the central region of Aoya Island, soon accompanied by flashes of lightning and torrential rain. The clouds, naturally, were a manifestation of Lu Fei's abilities. Compared to the storm clouds he conjured during an attack, These clouds merely produced rain. However, this effect was precisely what Lu Fei required. The clouds and rain served to obscure visibility. In the pitch-black rain-soaked night, the ground in a certain area of central Aoya Island suddenly fractured, revealing a sci-fi-inspired, spaceborne mothership. Warship Number 1 stood ready for action. This war-focused spaceborne mothership was designated by Lu Fei as Warship Number 1, signifying that its deployment heralds warfare. With Lu Fei's command, the propulsion system of Warship Number 1 expelled blue ion streams, gradually lifting the massive vessel into the sky. Standing on the deck, Lu Fei allowed the rain to pelt his face. Soaked through, he gazed at the earth below, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Once, he had been a mere recluse, content to live his simple life. To have his name resonate throughout the world had once seemed a rather juvenile dream. In reality, he had already achieved this, albeit through the infamy declared by the world government. If we were to follow Lu Fei's initial intentions, it would likely involve him leading Qing Yun and her companions to savor a life of unbridled freedom. However, the divine retribution of the world government has made Lu Fei acutely aware that, at times, the course of events lies beyond his control. Just as he never imagined that he would find himself aboard a war machine's aerial battleship, poised to incite a conflict. Nonetheless, the situation has reached a point where further elaboration is futile. The complexity in Lu Fei's gaze gradually dissipated, solidifying into resolve. Since the world government obstructs him from living the life he desires, he shall demonstrate to them what it truly means to be the most notorious pirate in the world. Activate optical cloaking and set course for the designated location. Upon the arrival of Warship Number 1 above the clouds, Lu Fei promptly issued a new command. In the next moment, the colossal aerial battleship became entirely transparent, rendering Lu Fei as the solitary figure amidst the clouds. Without lingering, Lu Fei strode directly into the interiors of Warship Number 1. Thus, the once disruptive presence of Warship No. 1 in the clouds vanished entirely. In truth, Lu Fei could easily utilize the powers of the Rui to effortlessly transport Warship Number 1 out of Aoya Island. However, he opted for this method to test the typical conditions under which an aerial battleship would take off and land from an underground base. From the results of the test, everything aligned with the design specifications. This also indicated that even in Lu Fei's absence, NV-1 could independently command the aerial battleship's operations. The following day, in Sun Jicheng, a city renowned worldwide, constructed entirely from wood. On the surface, Sun Jicheng is a thriving city due to its uniqueness. In reality, however, it serves as a secret prison for the world government, akin to Fengyuan Cheng beneath Guizhou. Today, an unexpected visitor arrived in Sun Jicheng, cloaked in gray robes, revealing metallic arms and a mask. This individual was none other than Lu Fei, donning a full set of mark armor. With his metallic mask, Lu Fei raised his gaze to the towering 100-meter wooden pillars serving as the city gate. Before stepping into Sun Jicheng, upon entering, Lu Fei was greeted by a verdant panorama. Besides the wooden structures, the attire of the bustling crowds predominantly featured shades of green. Lu Fei ambled through Sun Jicheng, adopting the demeanor of a tourist, keenly gathering information. After half a day, Lu Fei found himself seated in a bounty hunter tavern within Sun Jicheng. At that moment, he listened to the discussions among the bounty hunters while analyzing the acquired intelligence. Sun Jicheng is divided into two sections: the outer city, which imposes no restrictions on entry, and the inner city, said to be accessible only to the world government's personnel. Clearly, the inner city was Lu Fei's objective, the clandestine prison of the world government. The first dilemma confronting Lu Fei was how to gain entry into the inner city. In response to this quandary, he instinctively glanced upward, as if his gaze pierced through the tavern's ceiling to the cloud-laden sky. At the grand wooden gates of the inner city, soldiers of the world government obstructed Lu Fei's entrance. Naturally, Lu Fei had no intention of retreating. Instead, he extended his hands towards the soldiers blocking his path. Flashbang. The hands of Lu Fei's mark armor erupted in a blinding brilliance, rendering the soldiers, momentarily captivated by his actions, instantly sightless. On my eyes. The blinded soldiers instinctively dropped their weapons, shielding their eyes with their hands and crying out in anguish. Streams of tears cascaded from the corners of their eyes as Lu Fei's flashbang not only plunged them into blindness, but also muddled their consciousness, leaving them utterly incapacitated for combat. However, this state was merely temporary. Within the arsenal of the Mark armor, the flashbang served as an auxiliary weapon, lacking permanent lethality. Nonetheless, that sufficed for Lu Fei. Retracting his hands, he nonchalantly strode past the blinded soldiers and into the inner city. Being an obvious outsider, Lu Fei naturally drew the attention of the world government personnel, especially given the heightened alertness due to the unrest in the inner city. Would release, 4-pillar prison technique. An officer clad in a major general's uniform of the world government directly unleashed a sealing technique upon Lu Fei. 4 wooden pillars erupted from the ground around Lu Fei, transforming into a prison that confined him. Ion Blade. The Mark armor on Lu Fei's arms manifested 2 high-temperature ion blades, which he effortlessly wielded to sever the wooden prison structure. Subsequently, Lu Fei stepped out of the prison and launched a tracking missile at the obstructing Major General. Whoosh! The tracking missile shot towards the Major General at supersonic speed, compelling him to adopt a defensive stance. Would release. Wooden barrier technique. The tracking missile collided with the wooden barrier erected in front of the Major General, detonating into a fireball that enveloped the barrier. Sun Ji-chung. Would release. How intriguing. Having witnessed the wood release technique, Lu Fei felt a surge of excitement. Upon his initial arrival in Sun Ji-chung, he had found these wooden houses somewhat familiar. Now, having encountered the wood release, he immediately connected these structures to the real estate techniques utilized within the wood release. He even anticipated that more wood release secrets would soon emerge. As expected, having not ventured far, a lieutenant general stood before Lu Fei, coldly declaring, "Is it you who caused this destruction?" Seeking death. Would release. Wood dragon technique. The lieutenant general formed hand seals, summoning 10 wooden dragons to assault Lu Fei. Faced with this evidently enhanced wood release, Lu Fei's eyes brightened as he tore away the gray robe draping him, revealing his complete Mark armor. Launch missiles. The shoulders of the Mark armor erupted with 2 rows of small missiles, targeting the advancing wooden dragons. Boom! 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 Each missile struck a wooden dragon, transforming it into a fireball that plummeted. Moreover, several missiles pierced through the wooden dragons, heading straight for the lieutenant general. Would release. Birth of the forest. The lieutenant general rapidly formed hand seals, causing countless trees to erupt from the ground in a radius of several hundred meters around Lu Fei. The airborne missiles were instantaneously detonated by the trees, which then advanced towards Lu Fei to ensnare him. Laser. The Mark armor extended 2 laser emitters from its arms, and with a few swift spins, the lasers emitted from the emitters sliced through the encroaching trees into numerous segments. As these trees were severed, they lost their wood release effects and rapidly dissipated into the air. Ordinary birth of the forest. Lu Fei's voice rang out indifferently. This cannot confine me. The secret technique version would be more effective. From his observation of the lieutenant general's wood release range, Lu Fei discerned that this was merely a watered-down version of the birth of the forest, hence his remark. Oomph. Lu Fei's dismissal incited an annoyed snort from the lieutenant general. Do not be so smug. You, who have intruded here, can only await your demise. As the lieutenant general's words fell, several squads from the world government converged upon Lu Fei. Observing this, Lu Fei chuckled softly. It seems I can no longer indulge you in this game. Upon concluding his words, Lu Fei raised his hand and unleashed an energy cannon towards the heavens. The azure beams surged skyward, erupting in a brilliant explosion above. Gazing at the scattered blue energy in the sky, Lu Fei thoughtfully explained to the bewildered general. A piercing arrow through the clouds, meeting 1,000 troops. As he spoke, numerous shadows loomed above the inner city, rapidly descending. What is this? In the astonishment of the world government personnel, hundreds of Mark armors, nearly identical to Lu Fei, landed before him. The general's eyes widened in shock. One Lu Fei was already troublesome enough, but now there were hundreds more. How could he contend with such overwhelming odds? Simultaneously, not only was the general stunned, but the world government personnel encircling Liu Fei were equally dumbfounded. The previously encircled situation transformed into a counter-encirclement in an instant. "Let us entertain them," Liu Fei gestured grandly, embodying the essence of a true leader. Following his command, the Mark Armor Legion activated their thrusters, swiftly charging toward their designated targets. In a heartbeat, the personnel of the world government found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. The general, who had obstructed Liu Fei's advance, was tenderly attended to by two Mark armors. Within moments, the general's uniform was tattered and torn. Liu Fei, not seeking to add insult to injury, cast a casual glance before proceeding toward his nearest objective. The true elites were gathered there, guarding significant prisoners. Liu Fei arrived before a square wooden structure where a general, accompanied by several admirals, was vigilantly overseeing the wooden house behind him. Liu Fei's gaze bypassed the admirals and focused on the leading general. As his attention zeroed in, the Mark armor connected to the control center of the warship number 1, providing information about the general. The diligent NV-1 had preloaded extensive data into warship number 1, facilitating Liu Fei's access to vital information. For instance, Liu Fei now observed an introduction beside the general's avatar. General Huan Shi of the world government, a general renowned for his illusion techniques, rumored to activate illusions through his eyes, is advised to avoid direct eye contact during combat. Illusions? As this thought flickered in Liu Fei's mind, he noticed a transformation in the right eye of General Huan Shi, revealing an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Clearly, General Huan Shi wasted no words and directly initiated an illusionary attack against Liu Fei. With a powerful punch, Liu Fei obliterated the surrounding trees and swung his left fist toward General Huan Shi. The immense force of his left fist created a massive crater where the general stood, the resulting shockwave repelling several admirals who had moved forward. However, General Huan Shi had already evaded, standing at a distance, contemplating Liu Fei's armor. Subsequently, Liu Fei, akin to a reckless warrior, maneuvered his armor and relentlessly pursued General Huan Shi with his fists. Yet, the general continued to evade, refraining from counterattacking and even preventing the admirals from engaging. It appeared that General Huan Shi was merely stalling for time. After several missed strikes, Liu Fei recognized this tactic. He understood that he must alter his strategy. Regardless of General Huan Shi's intentions, he could not fall prey to his rhythm. Thus, Liu Fei resolved it was time to launch a genuine offensive. He raised both hands toward the sky, summoning a multitude of self-destructing fireflies that dove toward the wooden house guarded by General Huan Shi. The sheer number of self-destructing fireflies caused the personnel of the world government to change countenance. They had previously witnessed the devastating power of these fireflies. While one or two were manageable, such a multitude was overwhelming. Even General Huan Shi found the swarm challenging, as his abilities primarily involved illusions, which were ineffective against mechanical insects. At that moment, a figure ascended into the air, would release secret technique, tree world birth. Instantly, countless trees erupted from the ground within the inner city, rapidly growing and enveloping the entire area. Boom! The self-destructing Firefly Squad and the unsuspecting Mark Armors triggered their self-destruction protocols, resulting in a series of continuous explosions. Realizing the dire situation, Liu Fei issued commands. Yet over half of the Mark Armors sustained losses. In midair, Liu Fei and the remaining Mark Armor troops hovered, facing yet another general. Upon seeing this general, Liu Fei's pupils constricted. This general possessed eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in both eyes. Furthermore, a vertical eye was present on the general's forehead, although it remained closed. Liu Fei could still sense the terrifying energy emanating from it. This general lacked any relevant information, even in the database of Warship Number 1. Liu Fei recognized that this general represented the hidden power of the world government, akin to the Mo Jin general he had encountered in Fanyuan City. In other words, within the secret prison of the world government in Sun City, this general was the true warden of the prison. Moreover, Liu Fei could ascertain from the comparison between this general and General Huan Shi that their combat capabilities were certainly not on the same level. As Liu Fei suspected, This general, named Mu's son, was the highest-ranking officer of this secret prison. General Mu's son observed Lu Fei and his Mark armor troops. His left eye's eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan shimmering. Amaterasu. This is not good. Lu Fei's heart raced as he maneuvered his armor to evade General Mu's son's gaze. Yet, the general's actions were swifter. Where his gaze fell, black flames spontaneously ignited on the hovering Mark armors. The unique alloy constituting the Mark armors began to melt within seconds under the black flames of Amaterasu. According to NV1's design for the Mark armors, to prevent the leakage of technology, any catastrophic damage would trigger an immediate self-destruction sequence. Consequently, those Mark armors that had evaded the would-release secret technique were not spared from General Mu Sen's Amaterasu. Even Lu Fei's own armor was engulfed in black flames. Release. In response to the flames of Amaterasu, Lu Fei reluctantly deactivated the outer armor, reverting to the original streamlined Mark armor. Upon witnessing Lu Fei's armor, General Mu's son showed no hesitation and unleashed Amaterasu once more. To be frank, General Mu Sen's immediate lethal action left Lu Fei feeling quite helpless. His demeanor resembled that of a cold-hearted assassin, striking without a single punctuation mark. In truth, both General Huan Shi and Mu San, as guardians of the secret prison, adhered to a policy of eliminating all intruders without mercy. This, indeed, epitomized the ethos of the secret prison. Although this was Lu Fei's first forceful intrusion into the world government's secret prison, starkly contrasting with his previous infiltration of Fanyuan City, he could already perceive some of the world government's distinctive style. As the formidable General Musen unleashed the divine Amaterasu once more, Lu Fei activated the propulsion system of the make armor to its fullest extent, initiating a rapid aerial maneuver. Furthermore, Lu Fei issued a command to the warship No. 1, instructing it to descend from the clouds. After all, the master of this secret prison had emerged, and it was time for his ultimate weapon to make its entrance. It was a battle of kings, a confrontation of generals. Relying solely on Lu Fei's make armor, he could not hope to contend with General Musen, let alone shake him in the slightest. Initially, General Musen's gaze was fixated on the make armor controlled by Lu Fei, and capturing it seemed merely a matter of time. However, before he could adapt to the rapid movements of the make armor, he abruptly abandoned the pursuit and looked skyward. A colossal metallic warship, several kilometers in length, broke through the cloud cover, appearing directly above the inner city. Arc Titan. General Musen uttered a perplexed inquiry, but soon dismissed this hypothesis. No, it cannot be the Titan Sky Pirates. Indeed, the Arc Titan, renowned as the most famous aerial battleship in the fantasy continent, had detailed information held by the world government. Although General Musen instinctively associated the warship No. 1 with the Arc Titan upon seeing it, he quickly differentiated it by the cannons protruding from the underside of Warship No. 1. The Arc Titan was devoid of such armaments, and the Titan Sky Pirates would never launch a direct assault on the world government's secret prison. Laser cannons. Before General Musen could fully comprehend the nature of Warship No. 1, Lu Fei had already commanded an attack. The cannons beneath Warship No. 1 erupted with blue light, followed by a powerful blue laser beam aimed directly at General Musen. Watch out! The general's companion, a master of illusion, sensed the immense energy radiating from the laser cannon and promptly alerted him. Without needing the warning, General Musen had already taken action the moment the cannon ignited. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. A soft lavender energy surged from his body, initially forming a skeletal structure, followed by muscular tissue, and finally encasing him in armor. In an instant, General Musen was enveloped within a colossal armored warrior. This warrior, composed entirely of energy, emanated an aura of terror. It was the ultimate technique activated by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. As the laser from Warship No. 1 approached General Musen, the towering Susanoo raised its hand, and from the seemingly empty palm, a katana materialized. This katana was none other than the Kusanagi, with a swing of Susanoo wielding the Kusanagi. The incoming laser was cleaved in two. Yet, General Musen was not content with mere defense. He commanded Susanoo to charge skyward, launching an offensive against Warship No. 1. It must be said that General Muzin's strategic thinking was remarkably clear. He identified the true threat and chose to attack Warship Number 1 instead of pursuing Lu Fei. Of course, this was also a result of Lu Fei's cunning. However, even though General Muzin had made the correct decision to target the more significant threat, he found himself halted as he drew near. The defense system of Warship Number 1 had been activated, enveloping it within a transparent energy shield that prevented General Muzin from advancing further. Susu, wielding the Kusanagi, struck the energy shield, causing it to ripple like water disturbed by a stone. The energy shield was absorbing Susanu's assault. If General Muzin continued his attacks unchecked, the shield would inevitably falter. Yet, such a scenario was clearly implausible. The intelligence of Warship Number 1 had activated its weapon systems, unleashing an overwhelming barrage against General Muzin. Dozens of cannon barrels extended from beneath Warship Number 1, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets upon Susanu. In addition, over 100 missiles locked onto General Muzin and were launched in swift succession. In the blink of an eye, the massive armored warrior, Susanu, found itself completely engulfed by the onslaught. Even with General Muzin wielding another artifact, the Yada Mirror, to block and reflect damage, he could only manage to protect himself. Aware of Susanu's capabilities, Lu Fei had provided pertinent information to the control center of Warship Number 1. The control center, utilizing the intelligence imparted by Lu Fei, ordered the missiles to detonate in close proximity to Susanu to avoid being countered. Thus, even with the Yada Mirror in hand, Susanu was relegated to mere defense against the resultant explosive shockwaves. The energy intensity of Susanu diminished. The control center of Warship No. 1 not only launched attacks, but also monitored Susanu's energy levels in real time, assessing the effectiveness of its strikes. As wave after wave of firepower from Warship No. 1 rained down, the purple energy of Susanu continued to wane. General Muzin, with years of combat experience, recognized that this approach was unsustainable. Therefore, he resolved to modify his battle strategy. Shinra Tensei. The vertical eye on General Muzin's forehead opened a narrow slit, and in an instant, a powerful repulsive force erupted from him, sending the approaching missiles spiraling away. He redirected Susanu's course, abandoning Warship Number 1 to charge directly at the observing Lu Fei. Witnessing this, Lu Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he suddenly become so astute while engaged in battle with Warship Number 1? He had discerned Lu Fei as the true mastermind behind the scenes. Yet, as Susanu bore down upon him, Lu Fei remained unperturbed and extended his hand towards General Muzin. Suppression. A tremendous pressure emanated from beneath Warship Number 1, bearing down upon General Muzin. In a heartbeat, he and Susanu were struck as if by an invisible hammer, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily into the trees below. The Yada Mirror. Realizing he could not approach Lu Fei, General Muzin commanded Susanu to unleash a long-range attack. However, as the Yada Mirror soared into the air, it was obliterated by a laser fired from Warship Number 1. Meanwhile, Lu Fei floated effortlessly in the air, exuding an aura of authority without lifting a finger. At this moment, it was abundantly clear to General Muzin that Lu Fei and Warship Number 1 were inextricably linked. Whatever he attempted to do could not escape the scrutiny of Warship Number 1. Under such circumstances, the illusions wielded by the Master of Illusion would typically be most effective. Yet they held no sway over Lu Fei. The colossal armored warrior, Susanu, gradually dissipated as its purple energy faded. General Muzin deactivated Susanu, gazing upward at the imposing presence of Warship Number 1. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. The divine technique of wood release, true thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara, a gigantic statue of Avalokiteshvara, composed entirely of trees and rivaling the size of Warship Number 1, rose from behind General Muzin. When the statue of Qinsho Guanyin manifested, even Lu Fei exhibited a look of astonishment. Not daring to be complacent, Lu Fei issued a command to the Warship Number 1, the aerial battleship. Unleash all firepower. Countless missiles were launched towards the General Musan, their supersonic roars echoing thunderously. Laser beams sliced through the sky, imbued with lethal peril. Even special incendiary bombs, meticulously prepared to counter the wood-based environment, were unleashed. On the ground, witnessing the barrage of missiles raining down, the colossal statue of Qianshou, Guanyin, simultaneously waved 1,000 arms. Each arm contained enough force to obliterate a small mountain. The formidable power of General Mu Sen's maneuver was attributed to the unique environment of Sun City. The mystical arts, reliant on the energies of nature, were amplified exponentially by this environment. The explosions of missiles and incendiary bombs transformed the skies above the inner city into a sea of flames. However, the wooden hands of the Qianshou Guanyin statue pierced through the inferno, relentlessly striking the energy shield of the Warship No. 1. The shield's energy diminished. The monitoring center of Warship No. 1 promptly responded to the intensity of General Mu Sen's assault. Upon hearing the report from Warship No. 1, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu Fei's eyes. Aware that the secret prison was located in Sun City, he had specifically prepared specialized incendiary bombs as devastating weapons against Wood. Yet, the current situation clearly indicated their limited effectiveness. Consequently, Lu Fei commanded, "Fire the main cannon." Following his command, the armored layer of Warship No. 1 parted, revealing the main cannon shielded within. As the barrel emerged, it began to charge, a multitude of blue light dots converging towards its center. A palpable sense of impending doom enveloped the personnel of the world government. This was a force capable of annihilating a city with a single strike. With a hum, as the charging of the main cannon reached completion, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. Subsequently, a beam of energy 100 meters wide was unleashed from the cannon's mouth, hurtling towards General Mu Senator in that moment. General Mu San commanded all the arms of the Qianshou Guanyin statue to shield him. The energy beam, with an unstoppable force, shattered all the wooden hands of the statue, advancing towards General Mu Senator just as the energy beam threatened to vaporize him. The vertical eye on his forehead opened wide, even more than during his previous use of Shinra Tensei, revealing a Rinnegan, sealing technique, absorption. The energy beam was absorbed by the Rinnegan on General Mu Sen's forehead, which promptly closed again. However, despite successfully absorbing the energy beam expended by the Qianshou Guanyin statue, the labored breaths of General Mu San indicated significant exhaustion. Observing this, Lu Fei immediately ordered Warship No. 1 to fire a second shot to capitalize on the advantage. As the main cannon of Warship No. 1 illuminated once more, charging with energy, General Mu San appeared incensed. His Rinnegan snapped open, fixating intensely on the aerial battleship, invoking a technique only possible with the Rinnegan, universal pull. In an instant, the massive Warship No. 1 began to tremble, gravitational forces drawing it down from the sky. It was evident that General Mu San felt disadvantaged in aerial combat and aimed to bring the battleship to the ground, nullifying its aerial firepower. However, the control center of Warship No. 1 swiftly responded. The ship is experiencing external forces causing positional displacement. Activating thrusters. The thrusters of Warship No. 1 activated, countering the force of the universal pull with immense thrust. 50% thrust, 70% thrust, 90% thrust. The descent of Warship No. 1 suddenly halted, then began to rise slowly, clearly resisting the effects of the universal pull. Watching General Mu San strain to widen his Rinnegan, Lu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. It should be noted that Warship No. 1 was equipped with 4 arc reactors, providing it with unparalleled energy. The notion that General Mu San could simply use gravity to pull it down was overly ambitious. Once the stability of Warship No. 1 was restored, the main cannon continued to charge. With a hum, the sound of spatial tremors reverberated once more, and another energy beam shot forth from the cannon towards General Mu San. Sealing technique, absorption. Reluctantly, General Mu San had no choice but to absorb the second energy beam from the main cannon. This time, the beam was unweakened and at full potency, causing a trickle of blood to flow from his Rinnegan. Clearly, forcibly absorbing the energy inflicted harm upon General Mu San. Just as Lu Fei prepared to command a third shot, General Mu San raised his hand towards Lu Fei, saying, "Let us talk." Faced with this seemingly conciliatory proposal, Lu Fei refrained from taking advantage of the situation and merely nodded. very well. Although Liu Fei had leveraged the advantage of aerial bombardment to compel General Mu San to endure the energy beam from the main cannon, he recognized that this was the extent of his capabilities. After all, even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a general of the world government. In Liu Fei's perception, General Mu San harbored an exceedingly potent energy within him. Who knows whether this enigmatic individual bore a surname like Daitongmu or Shimura. The former's renegade abilities are diverse and multifaceted, and he may conceal even greater secrets. As for the latter, it is likely that beneath the general's uniform lie countless hidden eyes, a thought both chilling and unsettling. Moreover, the crux of Liu Fei's mission was to rescue and run, not to instigate turmoil. The grand spectacle he orchestrated was intended to elicit General Mu San's proposal to talk. Only through dialogue could Liu Fei expedite the rescue of Enrun. Thus, General Mu San commenced a cordial conversation with Liu Fei. What? You want me to release the Hell Witch? Impossible. The main cannon of Warship Number 1 began charging again. In truth, a discussion was still feasible. In a few days, she will unexpectedly escape. What? It must be now. Impossible. The main cannon of Warship Number 1 charged once more. Sigh, very well. I will hand her over to you, but she cannot make an appearance for a short time. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to report to the world government. This is a brief account of the dialogue between Liu Fei and General Mu San, during which General Mu San acquiesced to Liu Fei's demands amidst the intermittent illumination of the main cannon. After their discussion, General Mu San gestured to General Huan Shi on the ground, summoning him to ascend. Subsequently, General Huan Shi activated the powers of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui, with the distortion of space, and Run, eyes tightly shut, materialized before Liu Fei. Upon the appearance of Onren, Liu Fei, encased within his make armor, revealed the expected expression. Long before Liu Fei beheld the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan of the Grand General Huan Shi, he had surmised that, on his own, locating Onren was nearly impossible. With the capability of Kamui at his disposal, he could easily confine Onren within a separate dimension. Thus, Liu Fei altered his strategy, methodically pressuring the warden of the inner city's secret prison, Grand General Mu San, until he was compelled to engage in conversation. Onren's words elicited a warm smile from Liu Fei as he replied, I have missed you as well, Onren. However, upon hearing this, Onren immediately rose from Liu Fei's embrace and inquired about the location of the bathroom. Although the Warship Number 1 lacked additional entertainment facilities, it was equipped with fundamental living amenities. After Liu Fei, perplexed, indicated the direction of the bathroom, Onren hurriedly made her way there. Unbeknownst to him, her inquiry stemmed from the fact that during her confinement in the world government's secret prison, she had not bathed. While Onren maintained an immaculate appearance, she felt compelled, as a young woman, to present herself in a manner befitting Liu Fei, refusing to meet him in a disheveled state. Thus, upon realizing this, she hastily sought the location of the bathroom. Additionally, Onren harbored a long-standing desire, and now felt the moment had come to put it into action. Her absence extended for over half an hour. Were it any other male, Liu Fei might have suspected he was indulging in leisure within the bathroom. However, for a girl like Onren, Liu Fei exhibited remarkable patience, even nurturing a certain anticipation, such as envisioning a scene of a beauty emerging from her bath. As Liu Fei awaited her return, Onren appeared before him. In that instant, Liu Fei was struck dumb, for emerging from the bathroom, Onren had removed the half-mask that had concealed her face for many years, revealing her entire visage. She had always worn the half-mask, carefully selected by Liu Fei, to obscure the scar upon her countenance. Although Liu Fei was aware that Onren could eliminate her scar and enhance her physique by entering hell to contain the wicked, he had not anticipated that many years later, when he beheld her full face, it would be so breathtakingly beautiful. Was it the beauty of a celestial being? No, it transcended any description mere mortals could bestow. This was an unparalleled countenance, one that could captivate the world at a mere glance. Moreover, her beauty radiated a sanctity that contrasted starkly with the coarse attire she wore, appearing almost otherworldly. In a moment of daze, Lu Fei perceived the ethereal aura surrounding Anren, as if witnessing the divine light of immeasurable virtue emanating from her very being. The only thought that coursed through Lu Fei's mind was that of the revered Dizong Pusa. He gazed at Anren as though she were the legendary figure, feeling an overwhelming impulse to prostrate himself in reverence. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress this impulse, for he was no longer the naive youth he once was, but a man awakened to the might of the Golden Haozong. Primarily, Lu Fei felt that to kneel and embrace Anren's feet would be excessively shameful. Such actions could be reserved for a more appropriate moment in their relationship. Anren, unaware of Lu Fei's inner turmoil, approached him with restrained excitement, standing before him and softly stating, "My lord, I can finally reveal myself to you." Her words were laden with the hardships she had endured and the exhilaration of rebirth. Lu Fei could not help but nod in agreement, for he alone had witnessed the former state of Anren. It was not merely a case of an ugly duckling. It was an existence that could be likened to a wretched specter from hell. Yet, such matters had become irrelevant. Anren had transformed from a demon into a divine being. In this world, she might not be deemed the most beautiful, but she could certainly rival anyone. Lu Fei's unwavering gaze and approving nod ignited a surge of emotion within Anren, prompting her to leap into his embrace. Fortunately, Lu Fei swiftly disengaged from his make armor, revealing his human form, allowing Anren to fall into his arms. Had she collided with the cold metal of the armor, it would have been a most disheartening sight. Embracing the softness of her body, Lu Fei was filled with profound sentiment. Who could have imagined that the divine figure within his arms was once the desperate thief who had yearned for death amidst endless suffering? 2 days later, the door to Grand General Kadi's office was thrust open with force, and a tall woman clad in the same uniform entered. Her pink hair cascaded like cherry blossoms over her shoulders, and the 1,000 cherry blossoms she wore at her waist signified her lineage. She was Luluya, the daughter of Grand General Kadi. 5 years had passed, and the former Vice Admiral Luluya had ascended to the rank of Grand General, becoming the youngest in the history of the world government. Approaching her father's desk, Luluya, her gaze intricate, inquired, "He is not dead, is he?" Upon hearing her question, Grand General Kadi fell silent. He understood precisely who Luluya was referring to, the very Lu Fei who had been subjected to divine punishment by the world government 5 years prior. As the newly appointed Grand General, Luluya's intelligence network and influence paled in comparison to her father's, the seasoned Grand General Kadi. Her ability to pose this question stemmed from her position and the briefing she had reviewed regarding the incident in Xinjicheng. In the past 2 days, the turmoil within the inner city of Xinjicheng, along with the appearance of a multi-kilometer-long iron warship in the skies, had indeed stirred considerable commotion worldwide. However, that was the extent of it. The world government maintained a conspicuous silence regarding the matter. As for Lu Fei, there was no necessity for him to publicize his actions. The government's reticence rapidly diminished the incident's significance. After all, speculation held no value without knowledge of the underlying circumstances. Evidently, this was a stark contrast to the upheaval following the destruction of Feng Yuancheng 5 years ago, during which the world government had been furious and vociferous in its condemnation. The current silence from the world government held its own reasons. They were plotting a grand operation, one of such magnitude that even the grand generals were kept in the dark. Luluya gleaned fragments of this plan from the internal reports of Xinjicheng. After a moment of contemplation, Grand General Kadi, observing Luluya's unwavering determination to uncover the truth, finally spoke. "I do not know whether Lu Fei is alive or dead, but I can assure you that all calculations regarding his fate remain unknown." He paused, then added, "If you are insistent on seeking the truth, you should journey to Aoyao Island. There you may find the answers you seek." Upon hearing this, Luluya felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding slightly before turning to exit. Watching her retreating figure, Grand General Kadi sighed in resignation. A daughter of the family is difficult to keep. 5 years ago, upon learning that the world government had unleashed divine retribution upon Luffy, Admiral Kadi, like everyone else, believed Luffy was doomed, hoping that time would diminish Luluya's feelings for him. However, 5 years have elapsed, and Leluya's affections for Luffy not only remain intact, but have intensified. The reason Admiral Cuddy chose to divulge certain information to Leluya this time is that she has now ascended to the rank of Admiral, and he believes she possesses the ability to protect herself and make independent decisions. Perhaps there lingers a hint of regret in Admiral Cuddy's heart for Luffy, as he chose to remain a bystander 5 years ago. Consequently, he decided to allow Leluya to observe the world government's actions on Oya Island. Are you Luffy? Cuddy mused aloud in his office. As a candidate for Marshal, he possesses more knowledge than Leluya. The incident involving Luffy, clad in mark armor, brazenly storming the secret prison in the inner city of Forest City aboard the warship War One, has incited the fury of the world government. Although they are uncertain if the individual within the mark armor is indeed Luffy, they have made some connections through Onren. For the world government, substantial evidence is superfluous. Mere suspicion suffices. Thus, the world government first attempted to ascertain Luffy's specifics within the mark armor, but found it impossible. Then tried to locate Onren, but met the same fate, ultimately opting for a vague approximation of Luffy's mark armor. After comparison with internal intelligence, all clues pointed to Oya Island. The world government is not naive. They are well aware of the clandestine unification of Oya Island, famously known as a pirate transit point, and the close activities of the Holy Church. However, pressured by the surging wave of rebellion, they chose to set this issue aside. Yet now, with the Forest City incident pointing towards Oya Island, the world government could no longer contain themselves and prepare to take action. This action would be lethal, led by the Navy Marshal, representing the world government's supreme military might. A covert operation involving numerous admirals has been set in motion, codenamed Slaughter the Demon within the world government's ranks. As the world government mobilizes, its primary adversary, the Holy Church, naturally receives this news. After all, Oya Island is the birthplace of the Holy Church, significant as a major supply hub, though not a primary base. Thus, Oya Island holds immense importance for the Holy Church. Nevertheless, even in the face of such a formidable force, the Holy Church promptly decides to retreat from Oya Island temporarily, waiting for the world government's main force to depart before returning. Simultaneously, the Holy Church relayed this information to Nuwan, despite her comprehensive surveillance of the surrounding seas. Such news, which had not yet entered her monitoring range, was difficult to acquire. Upon receiving the intelligence, Nuwan did not impede the retreat of the Holy Church personnel, but promptly informed Luffy. In Oya City, Luffy and Onren strolled through a jewelry store, selecting various adornments. Resembling a couple, even with their masks, their striking appearances were hard to conceal. At that moment, Nuwan's report reached Luffy's ears, as his mask was equipped with communication capabilities. After conveying the information from the Holy Church, Nuwan requested Luffy's command. Now, faced with the world government's Slaughter the Demon operation, the options were either to engage in battle or, like the Holy Church, to retreat. If it were the old Luffy, he would likely have chosen the latter. However, the current Luffy, awakened to the Conqueror's haki, is no longer the same as before. Thus, Luffy opted for battle. After Luffy made his decision, Nuwan immediately sprang into action. War mobilization. Originally intended for commercial voyages, ships began returning to Oya Island to install weapon systems. The missile production line in the underground base of Oya Island operated at full capacity, with various missiles transported to warships to ensure ample firepower. The weapon systems on Oya Island and in the surrounding waters entered a state of heightened alert. That evening, all remaining spaceborne motherships in the underground base took to the skies. Above Oya Island, amidst the cloud sea, for optical stealth motherships patrolled the entire maritime area. Even beneath the deep sea, dozens of submarines and numerous mark armors stood vigilant. They executed Nuwan's orders to harvest marine resources while monitoring any suspicious targets. It can be said that from the moment Luffy issued the command for war, the entire Oya Island and its surrounding seas entered a state of war readiness. Although to the eyes of ordinary people, Oya Island appeared unchanged, in reality, various weapon systems were already primed for combat, with ample ammunition, ready to unleash a genuine war. As Oya Island prepared for battle, two individuals were traveling from afar towards Oya Island. One was Milna, the Holy Church's bishop, who, upon learning of the Holy Church personnel's retreat from Oya Island, immediately left her camp, heading against the tide towards Oya Island. Originally, Milna intended to wait for Luffy to find her, so as not to disrupt his concealed identity plan. However, it was clear that waiting was no longer an option. With the world government preparing to strike Oya Island, Milna felt compelled to be by Luffy's side. Thus, she cast aside her bishop identity and hastened towards Oya Island. The other individual en route to Oya Island was Yajun, who 5 years ago was the first to leave the pirate ship and has since remained steadfast to her promise, never retreating. Yajun rushed to Oya Island after Wu Meng informed her about the events in Forest City and the world government's slaughter, the demon plan. Upon receiving this news, she did not hesitate for a moment and set off for Oya Island. Alarm! A large-scale fleet detected, as Nuon's monitoring systems deployed around the surrounding seas were triggered. The world government's assault on Oya Island officially commenced. Furthermore, alarms from monitoring systems in other directions surrounding Oya Island began to sound in succession. It was evident that fleets from all directions indicated the world government's intent to completely blockade Oya Island. The east, west, south, and north directions of Oya Island each possessed at least one admiral as the main force for the military blockade. In the direction of Oya City's core, the Navy Marshal Feng Pinghai personally led the blockade. Moreover, blockade was just one aspect. The world government's fleets continued to approach Oya Island, making landing a mere matter of time. In the underground base of Oya Island, Luffy observed the situation projected by Nu Wan with a cold demeanor. The admirals surrounding Oya Island are not the primary concern. The real challenge lies with Navy Marshal Feng Pinghai. However, since Luffy dares to confront them, he fears nothing even with Feng Pinghai's arrival. Execute according to plan. Luffy issued the official order to commence battle. Subsequently, the female warrior followed Lu Fei's meticulously crafted battle plan and commenced the first phase of their operation, to obstruct the world government fleet from approaching Aoya Island. Lu Fei had already claimed Aoya Island as his territory, thus it was inconceivable for him to allow the battlefield to unfold upon it. After all, engaging in combat on the island would only lead to damage to his own assets. The female warrior acted swiftly, deploying drones directly above the world government fleet, issuing a stern warning. Cease your invasion of Aoya Island immediately. Depart at once. The drone's broadcast failed to halt the advance of the fleet, instead eliciting scornful smiles from its commanders, who casually destroyed the drone. The destruction of the drone was entirely anticipated by Lu Fei. It was merely a prelude to his military strategy. He had never truly expected the world government fleet to retreat, given their long history of dominance over the seas, making it unlikely they would be deterred by a mere warning. Shortly thereafter, as the world government fleet entered the artillery range of Aoya Island, the female warrior launched an assault. Countless missiles ascended from the island, trailing long tails of fire, aimed at the world government fleet. Ordinarily, the female warrior could have intercepted the fleet from 1,000 miles away, but such an action would have rendered the missiles susceptible to interception and failed to achieve the desired impact of war. With the fleet merely dozens of miles from Aoya Island, any missile was well within range, and all conventional shells from the island could effectively cover the area with firepower. This was evident from the relentless barrage that the world government fleet endured. In the first round of artillery fire, the fleet suffered significant losses, with ship after ship sinking into the depths of the sea, prompting the admirals to protect their vessels. Admiral Feng Pinghai, positioned at the forefront, observed the incoming missiles while wielding the trident of the sea god. On the deck of the flagship, a mere tremor of his weapon enveloped each ship in a protective layer of seawater. As the missiles struck the water shield surrounding the vessels, the explosions caused no damage to the ships within. This allowed the fleet under Admiral Feng Pinghai to continue their advance towards Aoya City in a nearly unscathed condition. Simultaneously, as the admirals intervened, casualties within the fleet began to decline significantly. Clearly, as the world government fleet consciously began to regroup and sought refuge. The effectiveness of the attack on Aoya Island diminished sharply. Observing the situation, Lu Fei recognized that the first round of artillery fire was drawing to a close. Next, the second wave of assaults, as planned by Lu Fei, was set to commence. This time, the primary offensive would be led by the aerospace carriers. Four aerospace carriers initiated their attack from above the world government fleet. Blue energy beams pierced through the defensive layers constructed by the admirals, penetrating the warships of the world government. Even the seawater shield created by Admiral Feng Pinghai could not withstand the onslaught of the aerospace carriers' laser cannons. The surprise attack from the aerospace carriers caught the world government fleet off guard, as they emerged suddenly from directly above, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon the warships. Following the initial volley, the aerospace carriers utilized their main cannons to compel the admirals into a defensive posture. Subsequently, the carriers ascended with full thrust, executing a hit-and-run tactic reminiscent of guerrilla warfare, strike and retreat. However, this initial strike had profoundly wounded the world government fleet. After 1 or 2 rounds of attack, as they finally caught sight of Aoya Island silhouette, the fleet had already sustained over half of its strength and losses. Even Admiral Feng Pinghai's contingent had been diminished by quarter. Panic began to ripple through the ranks of the remaining world government fleet. What manner of enemy is this? We cannot even catch a glimpse of them. Mother, grant me your protection. It was evident that fear had begun to take root among the soldiers aboard the ships. Even the admirals wore furrowed brows. They had witnessed advanced technological firepower before, but it had always been in the form of a limited number of missiles and shells. Never had they encountered such an overwhelming onslaught. The emergence of the aerospace carriers further astonished them. Although reports from Sanji City had mentioned the existence of aerospace carriers, they had not anticipated such an instantaneous and terrifying display of firepower. This misjudgment could not solely be attributed to inaccurate intelligence. During the conflict in Sanji City, Lu Fei had refrained from deploying all weapons simultaneously to avoid collateral damage to the unsuspecting en route. However, this time, the aerospace carriers unleashed their full arsenal without regard for energy consumption. Lu Fei's objective was straightforward: to execute a surprise, overwhelming attack to achieve maximum effect. Such an assault, however, could only be executed once, for the admirals would certainly be on guard for any subsequent strikes. Yet, Lu Fei had no intention of launching a second wave. The conclusion of this round would lead to the decisive third phase of battle. The first 2 phases had employed technological weaponry to deplete the world government fleet. Ultimately, this world revered individual combat prowess, and victory could only be secured by vanquishing the highest representative of martial strength. This meant that Lu Fei must defeat Admiral Feng Pinghai to secure a complete triumph in this war. The aerospace carriers, however, could not achieve this goal. Thus, Lu Fei himself would have to take action in the forthcoming third phase. Initially, he had intended to utilize his doppelgangers for combat, but this was rendered unnecessary. As the world government fleet approached Aoya Island from various directions, Lu Fei had planned for his doppelgangers to engage. However, with the timely arrival of Mi Na and Yejun, along with Enrun, who was already on the island, there was no longer a need for Lu Fei to deploy his doppelgangers. He confidently entrusted the defense of the other 3 fronts to them. To the north of Aoya Island, the world government fleet was the first to spot a figure standing upon the surface of the sea. Who is that? In response to their inquiry, a conflagration of 1,000 meters ignited. All things are reduced to ashes, the blade of flowing flame. Standing upon the water, Yejun drew forth the blade of flowing flame from her waist, unleashing a sweeping strike of flame towards the world government fleet. This level of attack elicited expressions of terror from the vice admirals aboard the warships. It was evident that for these vice admirals, the fiery onslaught was nearly insurmountable. At that moment, the admiral leading this direction of the fleet intervened. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Clad in the uniform of an admiral, Luluya unsheathed Senbenzakura, unleashing a similarly 1,000-meter-long blade of cherry blossom energy to counter the flame. Upon colliding on the surface of the sea, the 2 strikes neutralized each other, and they halted, gazing intently at one another. Luluya and Yajun can undoubtedly be regarded as long-standing adversaries. Their inaugural clash transpired beside the execution grounds outside of Giju City. Although they have not battled since, each has remained apprised of the other's exploits, for their tales are of significant interest to the world. Liluya, the youngest general ever appointed by the world government, possesses not only remarkable beauty, but also a legion of admirers, even among those deemed wanted. It is rumored that many of those who find themselves pursued by Liluya willingly surrender, preferring capture over resistance. Yajun, on the other hand, began her journey as a remnant of the notorious pirate, Lu Fei, and has since carved a path through every malevolence and obstruction, wielding her dual blades with unparalleled skill. Her striking visage and combat style have earned her the moniker of the unrivaled swordsman, a testament to her prowess. In the eyes of the world, Yajun has become a formidable contender for the title of the world's foremost swordsman, demonstrating the capability to ascend to that esteemed rank. Thus, despite the absence of their confrontations, both women have kept a watchful eye on each other's developments through various channels. Now, upon their fateful reunion, they perceive the flames of battle igniting in each other's gaze. Liluya promptly instructed her fleet to halt its advance, then stepped off the warship, her footfall gracing the cherry blossoms as she charged toward Yajun. Yajun, too, leaped from the surface of the sea, ascending into the air, her feet crystallizing the ice as she propelled herself forward to meet Liluya. It is evident that both Liluya and Yajun have achieved a profound mastery of their blades, integrating their power into their very beings. The shape of the sword has become an extension of their flesh, allowing them to wield its might even without drawing it. Remaining Fire Tai Dao, East Rising Sunblade, Yajun unleashed her Bankai, the flames of her flowing blade transforming into the remaining Fire Tai Dao, with all its fiery essence converging at the tip, slicing toward Liluya. Although the blade appeared devoid of explosive flames, the concentrated power within possessed the ability to obliterate all. Faced with Yajun's formidable strike, Liluya, though unaware of its full capability, sensed the terrifying force contained within the remaining Fire Tai Dao, compelling her to refrain from direct confrontation. Thus, as Yajun's blade descended upon her, Liluya, wielding her Qianbening, momentarily halted, her form dissolving into a flurry of cherry blossoms. In that instant, the sea was adorned with a cascade of petals. Yajun's strike met only air as she surveyed the scene, her gaze encountering nothing but the falling blossoms. She comprehended that this was the barrier Liluya had conjured, enabling her to conceal her presence within the realm of cherry blossoms. A mere glance would not reveal Liluya's form, and even through keen perception, locating her would prove exceedingly difficult, for each petal resonated with Liluya's essence. Realizing she could not locate Liluya, Yajun unsheathed her Hyorimru, seated high above the frosted sky. Hyorimru, upon drawing her blade, she executed a sweeping motion around her. Freeze, frosted sky. A chilling gust emanated from Hyorimru, solidifying the clouds above. The once flitting cherry blossoms slowed visibly in their movement, frost accumulating upon them. Should every petal become encased in ice, the barrier of blossoms would undoubtedly lose its efficacy. Liluya, however, would not permit her blossoms to be frozen. Thus, she revealed herself behind Yajun, launching a strike, Divine Slash. The Divine Slash, born of Liluya's divine form, allowed each cherry blossom to extend as an untraceable blade, rendering defense nearly impossible. The first injury inflicted upon Lu Fei had been by Liluya's Divine Slash. Now, Liluya required no external divine enhancement. She had fully integrated that divine essence into her being. Her pink hair served as the external manifestation of her divine form. As she swung her blade, the surrounding cherry blossoms simultaneously extended unseen edges toward Yajun's body, converging from all directions. Just as Yajun was on the brink of being cleaved apart by these invisible blades, she closed her eyes. For 5 years, I have advanced, embodying the aspirations Lu Fei held for me when he bestowed upon me the mirror flower water moon. A blade severing flesh, a heart severing the soul. If the blade cannot be perceived by the eyes, then let it be seen by the heart. In that moment, Yajun's blade sprang into action. Clang, clang, clang. Countless flashes of blades danced around Yajun, as each of Leluya's unseen divine slashes was parried by the closed-eyed Yajun. Even Leluya was taken aback. Since merging her divine form into her essence, this was the first instance her divine slash had been entirely blocked. From a remote viewing screen, Lu Fei smirked slightly. That mushroom-headed lad has finally matured. In Lu Fei's eyes, Yajun had undoubtedly become a swordsman capable of standing on her own. After blocking Leluya's divine slash, Yajun did not remain on the defensive. Instead, she launched an offensive. Her remaining fire Tai Dao ignited with flames while her Hyo Rimuru emanated frigid air. Positioned before her chest as she executed a sweeping motion, Frostfire Tornado. In the next instant, ice and flame intertwined, forming a tornado around Yajun, sweeping upwards and downwards. The tornado rapidly expanded, ensnaring countless cherry blossoms within its vortex. Once the blossoms were caught within the Frostfire Tornado, they would first be encased in ice, only to be scorched by flames shortly thereafter. In the midst of the Frostfire Tornado, Leluya was compelled to evade, deftly maneuvering her blossoms away from the tempest. Simultaneously, the battle on the western front of Oya Island commenced. Repent, Holy Light, a massive hammer, hundreds of meters in size, plummeted from the sky toward the flagship of the Western Fleet. Yet, it was shattered mid-air, transforming into fragments of holy light that dissipated. This was the action of the general from the Western Fleet. Witnessing her attack thwarted, Milna did not exhibit disappointment. Rather, her expression radiated excitement. Although she had ascended to the position of bishop over the past 5 years, her inherent nature as a warmonger remained unchanged. With her hands clasped before her, Milna began to chant, "Descend, holy light." A golden beam cascaded from above, enveloping Milna. Subsequently, enormous angelic wings sprouted from her back, and her form manifested in radiant golden angelic armor. Moreover, a war hammer materialized in her grasp. Milna now resembled a fierce battle angel. "Receive my hammer." With uncontainable excitement, Milna charged toward the general, each swing of her golden war hammer generating tremendous waves. Through the display screen, Lu Fei gazed at the current state of Mir Na, shaking his head with a wry smile. 5 years had passed, yet she remained an unmistakable fool. Although Lu Fei expressed concern for Mir Na's character, he held no apprehension regarding her capabilities. He could discern that the golden armor adorning her was a culmination of various defensive states, manifested in the form of armor. The wings behind Mir Na symbolized an array of enhancement states. In essence, her current combat angel state amalgamated the diverse augmentations of a holy knight, significantly amplifying her offensive prowess. To put it simply, she was both resilient and formidable. In another direction, Enrun had also commenced her assault. Standing aboard a warship prepared by Lu Fei, she conjured a golden scepter and waved it towards the fleet of the world government, declaring, "Hell descends." Instantly, an endless darkness enveloped the world government's fleet as the phantom of hell forcibly materialized above the vessels. Subsequently, countless demons emerged from various parts of the warship, launching themselves at the soldiers of the world government. Even when a general intervened, he could only diminish the area of Enren's hellish descent, unable to completely thwart her summoning. This exemplified the terrifying aspect of Enren. Her conventional strength was challenging to restrain. Nevertheless, the fleet of the world government was not unprepared. The moment Enren initiated her summoning, the soldiers aboard the warships, as if anticipating the event, retrieved various holy water talismans and similar items, temporarily enchanting their weapons. This maneuver significantly enhanced their weaponry's lethality against the demons, preventing them from suffering complete defeat. Even the demons they vanquished, as if subjected to a temporary seal, did not immediately resurrect through the powers of hell, but instead entered a cool-down period. Of course, this was merely the lower-tier combat. The true determinant of victory resided in the upper echelons of battle. The general of the fleet disregarded the situation unfolding among his subordinates and rushed towards Enrun, evidently reflecting the world government's prior training. In relation to the summoned phantoms of hell, Enrun was the pivotal figure akin to a summoner. If she were to be incapacitated, the hellish illusions would dissipate without further ado. However, The general's intentions were thwarted by 3 golden statues. Compared to 5 years ago, the once blood-red and gold intertwined statues had undergone a complete transformation into pure gold. No one would have guessed that these 3 golden statues originated from the blood monks known for their massacre. Likewise, no one would associate the present golden statues radiating with Buddhist light with the blood-stained idols of yore. The truth revealed that power bore no moral dichotomy. Right and wrong depended solely on the wielder. The 3 golden statues obstructed the general's path towards an run, simultaneously delivering a strike. The swastika hand seal. A colossal swastika burst forth from the statue's hands, expanding dramatically, embodying a stance of suppression as it soared towards the general. This forced him to shift from offense to defense, retreating back to the warship. In that moment, all 3 battlefronts exhibited a stalemate. Neither side could gain the upper hand, resulting in a halt for the world government's fleet. However, this standoff was not without intent from both parties. Each side understood that the true battle-determining victory lay at Aoya City. There, the supreme commander of the world government fleet, the formidable Admiral Feng Ping Hai, represented one of the highest martial forces of the world government. If Feng Ping Hai could not be vanquished, all would be in vain. Conversely, a victory for Aoya Island would ensue. Therefore, the battles in other directions seemed merely a tactic to buy time, as all eyes discreetly focused on the unfolding events in Aoya City. Aoya City, situated over 20 miles from the port, saw the fleet of the world government come to a standstill, having been caught off guard by Liu Fei's second wave of attacks. Admiral Feng Ping Hai, witnessing unprecedented casualties, felt a surge of anger. He could not fathom such heavy losses occurring under his direct command. This was unacceptable, a matter of his esteemed reputation as an admiral. Thus he was enraged. Upon these waters, he was undeniably the sovereign. And when a sovereign rages, rivers run red with blood. His fury demanded more blood to pacify it. Consequently, Admiral Feng Ping Hai commanded the fleet to halt. He intended to wield his own power to intimidate the inhabitants of Aoya Island. The roar of the sea. Raising his hand, he brandished the trident of the sea god, which radiated a mysterious aura. In the next moment, the sea in front of Aoya City's port trembled violently, resembling the furious roar of the ocean as towering waves surged forth. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. A colossal wave reaching a height of 1,000 meters. At that moment, Liu Fei removed his mask. In that instant, everyone aboard the fleet of the world government beheld his visage. Liu Fei. It was indeed Liu Fei. My heavens! He was alive. The most notorious pirate in the world had not perished, accompanied by a cacophony of incredulous exclamations. Liu Fei's more mature and handsome face made its long-awaited debut before the world after 5 years. When Liu Fei fully revealed himself, even soldiers aboard the world government's fleet fainted from sheer panic. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a shadow. 5 years prior, under the world government's deliberate promotion, Liu Fei was depicted as a malevolent fiend, guilty of heinous crimes. For the majority of the populace, external information was primarily gleaned from newspapers, leading them to unquestioningly trust the narratives spun by the world government. Hence, the sight of Liu Fei's face rendered some soldiers unconscious from fear. Even Admiral Feng Ping Hai, upon witnessing Liu Fei's true countenance, experienced a momentary dilation of his pupils. Speculation aside, Liu Fei's actual appearance signified something extraordinary. He had endured the divine punishment unleashed by the world government, and his vibrant presence now implied that the punishment had not yielded the anticipated results. Moreover, Liu Fei had become a symbol of resistance resonating across the globe, embodying the spirit of freedom. The living Liu Fei possessed a charisma that even he could not have foreseen. This was something Liu Fei was oblivious to, yet Admiral Feng Ping Hai was acutely aware of it and profoundly troubled by it. At this juncture, Admiral Feng Ping Hai had resolved to eliminate Liu Fei, a determination far exceeding the mere intent to capture him. As the admiral of the world government, Feng Ping Hai felt a compelling obligation to eradicate Liu Fei, regardless of the difficulty involved. However, Admiral Feng Ping Hai perceived this as an opportune moment. He recognized the kindness within Lu Fei's heart, and as he prepared to exact blood for blood upon Aoya City with the towering waves, Lu Fei had appeared. In essence, as long as the battle unfolded on Aoya Island, Lu Fei would have no avenue for escape. The prospect of Lu Fei fleeing with his speed was precisely what Admiral Feng Pinghai dreaded. Presently, it seemed that engaging in combat on Aoya Island afforded Feng Pinghai a substantial advantage. Thus, a murderous intent radiated from Admiral Feng Pinghai, locking on Lu Fei. Upon perceiving the murderous intent of Feng Pinghai, Lu Fei revealed a slight smile, equally igniting his own killing intent, embodying the principle of reciprocity. As fate would have it, you wish to slay me, and I harbor the same desire toward you. The dragon soared across the sea. Admiral Feng Pinghai leapt from his warship, a water dragon emerging from the depths, catching him atop its head and propelling him toward Lu Fei. The water dragon, bearing Feng Pinghai, leapt through the ocean, accompanied by tumultuous waves, creating a striking spectacle. Midway, Admiral Feng Pinghai grasped the sea god's trident with both hands, with seawater swirling around him. The sea's thrust. Feng Pinghai executed a thrusting motion toward Lu Fei with the sea god's trident. This thrust, seemingly simple, was the most direct and lethal maneuver. Especially in the hands of Admiral Feng Pinghai, it felt as though it could pierce the very heavens. Faced with such a thrust, Lu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Realizing there was no escape, he resolved not to evade. Countless bolts of lightning surged from his hands, transforming his Rui Jingu Bang into a blend of blue and gold. Lu Fei raised the Rui Jingu Bang high, its size rapidly expanding, its weight increasing exponentially. Judgment of the Thunder God. Lu Fei's eyes turned azure, the enlarged Rui Jingu Bang crackling with electricity. He then brought it crashing down upon the advancing Admiral Feng Pinghai. Boom! As the Rui Jingu Bang collided with the sea god's trident, a blinding light erupted from the point of contact, engulfing all illumination in the universe. When the personnel aboard the world government fleet regained their sight, they were utterly astonished. The sky had split apart. The ocean had divided. Above, the clouds were cleaved, creating a gap spanning dozens of kilometers, akin to a rift in the sky. Below, the sea was parted, revealing the muddy seabed, resulting in the awe-inspiring sight of an oceanic waterfall. Following the clash, both Lu Fei and Admiral Feng Pinghai retreated 100 meters, their gazes locking onto one another, laden with gravity. Despite this seemingly singular collision, it was indeed a manifestation of their respective ultimate techniques. Both harbored the intention to deliver a decisive blow, aiming to separate life from death in an instant, leaving no room for reaction. This encapsulated the essence of elite combat. Devoid of flamboyant exchanges or gradual escalations, a single move could determine fate, particularly in this instance. With both Lu Fei and Admiral Feng Pinghai intent on annihilating each other, any hesitation would merely afford the opponent an opportunity. The judgment of the Thunder God was Lu Fei's most potent technique, one he had employed to slay General Qiang. The CS thrust was the signature move of Admiral Feng Pinghai, who ascended to his rank from humble beginnings, enlisting at 16 and ultimately achieving the title of Admiral. Throughout his life, Feng Pinghai had relied on this seemingly simplistic technique to carve out his formidable reputation. Lu Fei's perception of the inescapable nature of Feng Pinghai's thrust was no mere illusion. It was an undeniable reality. For this ostensibly simple thrust was, in its execution, locked onto Lu Fei's essence, his vitality, and even his very soul. This maneuver could only be countered head-on. Evasion was futile. The weight of their shared gazes reflected the understanding that, beneath their lethal techniques, they were evenly matched. Should the battle continue, it would inevitably evolve into a prolonged struggle, one of seizing the opponent's vulnerabilities to unleash a fatal strike. The most prudent course of action would be for both to withdraw, for in a drawn-out conflict, uncertainty loomed large in both their hearts. However, such a retreat was an impossibility. As the commander of this demon-slaying operation, Admiral Feng Pinghai bore the full weight of accountability for any failure. The current casualties within the world government fleet had already surpassed what he could bear. Thus, as Admiral, Feng Pinghai could neither retreat nor hesitate. He represented the world government. It must be acknowledged that Admiral Feng Pinghai possessed vast combat experience. Upon realizing the damage to his soul, he instinctively redirected the harm. Once this damage was transferred to the sea, his trembling form finally steadied. Nevertheless, his muscles continued to quiver uncontrollably, an indication that his soul remained affected. In a confrontation between titans, uncontrolled muscle tremors significantly impede performance. This was not lost on Lu Fei, nor on Feng Pinghai himself. Hence, he promptly reinforced his defenses, ensuring he remained in an environment of absolute safety to preempt any sudden assault from Lu Fei. Feng Pinghai's maneuvers left Lu Fei feeling somewhat helpless. Despite his desire to exploit the advantage, he found himself impotent against such a formidable shell of defense. But was Lu Fei truly without recourse? Certainly not. His apparent helplessness was merely a ruse to confound Admiral Feng Pinghai. Whether this deception would bear fruit remained to be seen. Regardless, Feng Pinghai remained fully focused on Lu Fei, awaiting his next move. At this juncture, Feng Pinghai would undoubtedly refrain from initiating an attack, instead opting to bide his time until his soul had fully recovered before deciding his subsequent action. Observing Feng Pinghai's stillness, Lu Fei refrained from immediate action, engaging in contemplation. After the prolonged engagement, it was evident that Admiral Feng Pinghai was indeed the master of the sea god's trident. He wielded the immense power of the ocean while also leveraging it for defense. Even Lu Fei found it challenging to strike, unable to discern any weaknesses in Feng Pinghai's defenses. Even Lu Fei's unexpected soul attacks were swiftly redirected by Feng Pinghai. To Lu Fei, the current Feng Pinghai resembled an ancient tortoise, cloaked in impenetrable layers, revealing no vulnerabilities. After a prolonged gaze at Admiral Feng Pinghai, Lu Fei suddenly looked up at the sky, realizing that time was fleeting. Consequently, he temporarily relinquished the notion of slaying Admiral Feng Pinghai. This was merely a temporary withdrawal, for Lu Fei now lacked the assurance of a decisive blow against the Admiral, who could adeptly redirect harm. With this realization, Lu Fei resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. He shifted his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang to his right hand while raising his left hand skyward. In an instant, the tempest subsided and the clouds dispersed. As warm light cascaded down, both the soldiers of the world government fleet and Admiral Feng Pinghai wore expressions of bewilderment. Clearly, Lu Fei had the potential to unleash greater power through the storm clouds. Yet, he had chosen to relinquish this advantage, leaving them perplexed. Could it be that Lu Fei was genuinely retreating? Such thoughts involuntarily surfaced in their minds. However, fantasies are ultimately just that, fantasies. The harsh reality abruptly jolted them awake. As the ominous clouds dispersed, the sky was instantly pierced by the arrival of 4 colossal air and space aircraft carriers, looming ominously overhead. In that moment, the pupils of every member of the world government fleet contracted sharply. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the terrifying might of a single carrier, and now, had descended upon them. Even the most rudimentary of thoughts could surmise the catastrophic power of simultaneous fire from these 4 vessels. This was no longer merely a force capable of razing cities or obliterating islands. It was an overwhelming might that could utterly erase a region from existence. "Mother, save me." In an instant, a soldier from the world government fleet crumpled to his knees, crying out in a daze. This was not an isolated incident. Many soldiers succumbed to despair, collapsing to the ground. They had broken. Throughout their military tenure, they had faced numerous battles. Indeed, arriving at this juncture marked them as the elite of the world government navy. Yet, they had never encountered a conflict as harrowing as this, being subjected to the baptism of long-range artillery fire without ever laying eyes on their enemy. Finally, when a target presented itself, a massive steel warship several kilometers long, appearing suddenly in the sky and mercilessly opening fire, there was no time for reaction. The vessels beside them erupted into fiery infernos before they could comprehend what was happening. And when they finally beheld the true combatants, they were faced with formidable beings capable of battling their own naval marshal. They found themselves utterly impotent, unable to intervene, relegated to mere spectators at the mercy of the unfolding chaos. Even the act of watching came with unimaginable peril, as they risked becoming the unfortunate souls claimed by death. The immense psychological strain they faced culminated in their complete mental collapse when the 4 air and space carriers made their simultaneous appearance. However, their disintegration had no bearing on the course of the battle. Liu Fei raised his left hand towards Marshal Feng Pinghai, commanding the world government fleet with a decisive gesture. Fire! At Liu Fei's sinister command, the 4 air and space carriers unleashed their full arsenal in an instant. Energy beams from the main cannons, focused laser blasts, a deluge of missiles, and the bombardment of specialized explosives rained down upon the world government fleet, nearly engulfing them entirely. For the world government fleet, it was akin to an apocalyptic calamity. Typically, this was their method of dealing with others. Yet they had never anticipated that they would one day find themselves as the targets of annihilation. In that fleeting moment, Liu Fei locked eyes with Marshal Feng Pinghai, who returned the gaze with unwavering resolve. Liu Fei saw in Feng Pinghai a superlative warrior, a stalwart leader who had commanded a third of the world government's might for many years, his expression devoid of fear, filled only with the intent to kill. The marshal's unyielding murderous intent sparked a smile from Liu Fei. Meanwhile, Feng Pinghai perceived Liu Fei as a young man whose unprecedented ascent threatened the very foundation of the world government. Feng Pinghai, whose name signified the pacification of the seas, had maintained a semblance of order over the waters for years under his dominion. However, all of that was now irrevocably altered by Liu Fei's presence. Feng Pinghai yearned to eliminate Liu Fei, an overwhelming desire. Yet upon witnessing Liu Fei's smile, he closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing his murderous intent, aware that he was currently incapable of achieving that goal. After closing his eyes, Feng Pinghai reopened them, realizing that to act against the odds was not the hallmark of wisdom. Thus, he ceased his hesitation, brandishing his trident as he pointed it towards the sea. Ocean's protection. In an instant, the ocean trembled, waves surging forth to envelop both Feng Pinghai and the world government fleet entirely. They began to sink beneath the water surface, seeking refuge from the onslaught of the 4 air and space carriers' weaponry. Ocean's underflow. Deep below the surface, Feng Pinghai wielded his trident, emanating a radiant glow, summoning a powerful undercurrent that propelled the world government fleet away at great speed. They were retreating, observing the hasty retreat of the world government fleet. Liu Fei chose not to pursue, for beneath the waves lay Feng Pinghai's absolute domain. Liu Fei raised his hand, signaling the air and space carriers to cease fire, thus formally concluding the battle. In terms of outcome, the forces of Aoya Island had undoubtedly achieved a resounding victory, without losing a single soldier. They had decimated more than half of the world government fleet. Yet, this was merely a skirmish regarding lower-tier combatants. At the higher echelons of power, neither side had incurred any losses. Clearly, for the world government, this was a trivial affair. Only a significant loss, akin to the death of a high-ranking general as witnessed 5 years prior, would evoke genuine concern. As Liu Fei sensed Feng Pinghai's complete disappearance from his view, he muttered wistfully, "What a pity." Indeed, it was a pity. When Feng Pinghai had attempted to coerce Liu Fei into revealing himself by threatening the lives of millions in Aoya City, Liu Fei had genuinely contemplated killing him. Yet, after their brief encounters, shielded by the ocean's embrace, Liu Fei realized he had no guarantee of success in eliminating Feng Pinghai. Reflecting upon this, Liu Fei instinctively touched his waist, where a certain magical artifact was absent. It was evident that the Liu Fei present here was merely a projection. To prepare for Feng Pinghai's arrival, he had entrusted his Rui Jingu Bang to this projection. Initially, Liu Fei believed the Rui Jingu Bang, also known as the Sea Calming Needle, would suffice against Feng Pinghai, given its restraining effect on the trident. While this proved true, as the trident struggled to wield the ocean's might offensively against the Rui Jingu Bang. It could only serve to protect itself. However, when Lu Fei's resolve to kill Feng Pinghai solidified, he found the Rui Jingu Bang's role to be somewhat limited. Faced with an opponent capable of using the entirety of the ocean for protection, even the Rui Jingu Bang, with its capacity to break through defenses, could only inflict severe injury upon Feng Pinghai, not secure a fatal blow. This was the reason Lu Fei had refrained from showcasing the Rui Jingu Bang's true capabilities. If he were to kill, he needed to possess absolute certainty. Otherwise, a single misstep could alert Feng Pinghai, and he might never have the opportunity to confront him again. It was precisely because Lu Fei lacked a formidable weapon like the Zhanxian Hulu by his side that he chose not to engage in an all-out battle, allowing Feng Pinghai to retreat. This encounter was merely a contest of strength. However, next time, when Lu Fei was better prepared, it would be a true clash that would determine not only victory or defeat, but also life or death. As Lu Fei pondered these thoughts, New One conveyed news. The world government fleets in other directions around Aoya Island were in retreat and inquired whether Lu Fei desired to intercept them. Lu Fei was aware that Admiral Feng Pinghai had issued a retreat order to the other generals while he himself withdrew. At that moment, Lu Fei could have chosen to have New One obstruct the retreat, making it easy to leave behind some warships from the world government. However, such an action held little significance. Thus, Lu Fei commanded not to pursue. After issuing the order, Lu Fei vanished from his location. He had someone to meet. On the northern battlefield of Aoya Island, the fleet of the world government was retreating, leaving General Luluya behind to cover their withdrawal. Her general's uniform was stained with fresh crimson blood. A wound stretched from Luluya's right chest to her waist, a gash that nearly severed her in two, inflicted when she was momentarily distracted after receiving the retreat command, allowing Yejun to exploit the opportunity. Injured and facing Yejun's relentless attacks, Luluya found herself struggling to cope, barely managing to hold her ground. She understood that she must keep Yejun occupied here. Otherwise, the world government's fleet would have no chance of retreating. As Luluya defended against Yejun's onslaught while contemplating how to extricate herself, suddenly, 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The 5 Thunder Prison. The smallest bolt served a locking function, while the remaining 4 larger pillars of lightning formed an electric prison. As the electric prison constricted, Luluya's cherry blossom barrier was also compressed. This was absolute suppression. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 5 Thunder Prison, Yejun immediately halted, retracting both Lu Renrua Hua and Bing Lin Wan, standing quietly in midair. Luluya was initially taken aback, then she too withdrew her Qianbening. In that moment, the fierce battle between the two ceased, and they exchanged a gaze across the distance. At that moment, a bolt of thunder materialized between them. As the thunder dissipated, Lu Fei's figure became visible. He first offered Yejun a smile of admiration, saying, "Yejun, you fought well." Hearing Lu Fei's words of praise, Yejun felt a flush of warmth, lowering her head, somewhat bashful. Lu Fei then approached Luluya, gazing at her wounds with a fleeting softness in his eyes, before reaching out to gently stroke her hair, murmuring, "Luluya, you have become even more beautiful, but you still need to strive harder." Luluya's beautiful eyes locked onto Lu Fei, the man she had longed for over the past 5 years. Her heart brimming with complex emotions, joy, insecurity, and even a hint of sorrow. The joy stemmed from seeing Lu Fei alive. The insecurity from his gaze falling upon her injured form rather than her full strength. As for the sorrow, it arose from the opposing nature of their identities, making certain things seem unattainable. Just like now, even their conversation required Lu Fei to use the 5 Thunder Prison to shield them from the outside world, lest any unfortunate consequences arise. Lu Fei seemed to discern Luluya's innermost thoughts. After gently rubbing her pink hair, he spoke softly, "Luluya, there is no need for excessive concern. Everything will find its resolution. However, you must grow stronger, or you will be unable to protect yourself." Faced with Lu Fei's earnest admonition, Luluya tucked away her emotions but stubbornly replied, "I know, you need not remind me." Her resolute words brought a brighter smile to Lu Fei's face. Following this, as Luluya felt Lu Fei's hand upon her, she transformed into a stream of pink light and headed towards the world government's fleet. Watching Luluya's retreating figure, Yejun abruptly inquired, "My lord, do you have feelings for her?" It was evident that she had perceived the unusual bond between Lu Fei and Luluya. To this, Lu Fei candidly responded, "Of course, who could possibly reject such a charming girl?" Indeed, from the very first moment Lu Fei encountered Luluya, he had developed a profound fondness for her endearing demeanor. Yet as time passed, their identities increasingly stood in opposition. Nevertheless, for Lu Fei, this was not a significant issue. After all, he aspired to reform this world. Should he succeed one day, the so-called identities would naturally become inconsequential. Thus, everything was within Lu Fei's grasp. His words to Luluya subtly implied that she should take care of herself while he would handle the rest. These thoughts swirled in Lu Fei's mind, unspoken, yet destined to be manifested through his actions. Of course, when Lu Fei turned to see June appearing disheartened by his earlier remarks, he understood that there were more pressing matters requiring his attention. He embraced Yejun, softly declaring, "I like you too, Yejun." Initially, Yejun felt a pang of heartache upon hearing Lu Fei's unreserved admission of affection for Luluya. However, with Lu Fei's warm embrace and words ringing in her ears, all her heartache evaporated, leaving only pure joy. "My lord, I like you too," Yejun boldly confessed her feelings without a moment's hesitation. The following day, the world government clandestinely initiated a demon-slaying operation led by Admiral Feng Pinghai, yet the retreat from Aoya Island left the entire world in shock. Another astonishing revelation was that Lu Fei, who had been publicly declared dead by the world government 5 years prior, had miraculously returned. Moreover, Lu Fei stood his ground against Admiral Feng Pinghai in battle without faltering. This series of events, propelled by attentive individuals, spread across the world in a mere day. In response to the sensational news of the world government fleet's retreat, the world government surprisingly fell silent. Their silence was akin to tacit approval, further fueling the spread of the news. After 5 years, Lu Fei's name resonated once more across the globe. The second largest newspaper, Xiao Bao, characterized the previous day's events as a new world order. In Xiao Bao's portrayal, Lu Fei and his forces on Aoya Island would align with the Holy Church, creating a situation where they could stand in equal footing against the world government. Although astute observers recognized this as an exaggeration, the allure of the news captivated many, leading to jubilation among countless wanted individuals. Consequently, a massive influx of people surged towards Aoya Island. Some came to spectate, some to incite trouble, some to seek opportunities, and others to rally behind Lu Fei. In an instant, Aoya Island became the focal point of global attention, drawing in numerous factions. On the Ark Titan, Emoya gazed at the Xiao Bao in her hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. For 5 years, she had been deeply worried about Lu Fei's fate. Even though she suspected that Lu Qingfeng would leave Lu Fei a contingency plan, the absence of news for 5 years had still left her anxious. However, upon finally seeing news of Lu Fei, you could finally relax. "This rascal is still alive?" The voice of the Titan air pirate leader was filled with astonishment as his eyes scanned the newspaper's contents. A stick that can change size? Capable of restraining Admiral Feng Pinghai? It must be the giant Pillar Peak. Unexpectedly, it was this young man who had taken the Juju Feng. "Juju Feng belongs to me, mine." The last sentence was nearly a roar from the leader of the Titan Sky pirate group, his voice echoing throughout the entire Ark Titan. He then rose from his seat, issuing commands. "Change course. Head to Aoya Island. I shall reclaim my weapon." The leader's gaze fixed upon Emoya. He had heard reports from his subordinates that, years ago, Emoya had intentionally diverted the Ark Titan towards Guizhou City to rescue Lu Fei, who was facing execution. Now, with his sword aimed at Lu Fei, he was keen to observe whether Emoya would take any further actions. However, without a moment's hesitation, Emoya took control of the Ark Titan, steering it towards Aoya Island. In the past, she might have hesitated, contemplating how to assist Lu Fei in escaping. Yet now, understanding that Lu Fei was capable of confronting Admiral Feng Pinghai directly, You felt no trepidation, only pride for Lu Fei. Thus, the Grand Arc Titan gradually altered its course, sailing towards Aoya Island. On Aoya Island, the vigilant Nu Wan immediately detected the approach of numerous vessels in the surrounding waters. After obtaining Lu Fei's consent, Nu Wan revealed the presence of the Mike Armor Corps, which promptly mobilized from their underground base to various cities on Aoya Island. Their mission was to maintain order across the major cities. In the foreseeable future, the influx of people to Aoya Island would surge, and Lu Fei could not allow this to lead to chaos in the cities. Therefore, the deployment of the Mike Armor Corps was imperative. The arrival of the Mike Armor Corps unequivocally signified Lu Fei's assertion of sovereignty over Aoya Island. A day prior, various factions on Aoya Island may have expressed dissent, but now there was no resistance whatsoever. For the common people in the cities of Aoya Island, the appearance of the Mike Armor Corps was in fact welcomed. With their deployment, the crime rate in the cities plummeted. The Mike Armor Corps, as cold as their iron armor, would relentlessly apprehend anyone who violated city order, regardless of their identity. Initially, some dared to defy the Mike Armor Corps, relying on their status and strength, but after being ruthlessly eliminated, they quickly learned to behave. The arrival of the Mike Armor Corps was merely the first step. Following Lu Fei's public declaration of his dominion over Aoya Island, the subsequent phase involved the cleansing of the cities, the eradication of evil. Aoya Island would serve as the inaugural pilot for Lu Fei's reformation of the world, igniting the first spark of change in this realm. On the day following the Mike Armor Corps arrival, Nu Wan commenced the cleansing of the major cities on Aoya Island. Over the years, as the unseen ruler of Aoya Island, Nu Wan was intimately familiar with its circumstances. However, to avoid provoking the various powers on Aoya Island and without Lu Fei's authorization, she had refrained from taking action. Now, armed with Lu Fei's approval and her understanding of the cities, the cleansing operation commenced with remarkable ease. For years, Nu Wan had meticulously documented the transgressions within the cities, and every individual targeted for cleansing was backed by irrefutable evidence. Some with lesser crimes were apprehended and placed in the ranks of those who could redeem themselves through service to the city. Within mere days, Nu Wan had established a brand new order on Aoya Island, centered around Lu Fei's will. Upon returning to this place, the pirates could hardly believe their eyes. The major cities had begun to undergo replanning and reconstruction. The people passing by exhibited extraordinary courtesy. Even accidental collisions were met with immediate apologies, a stark contrast to their former tendencies to draw blades. The streets were tidy, the populace friendly, and the environment peaceful. Such transformations rendered those familiar with the cities of Aoya Island incredulous. Perhaps this was the world we had always yearned for. This reflection came from an individual who had been coerced into piracy, contemplating the sights and sound around him. Aoya Island, renowned as a pivotal stop for pirates, typically witnessed considerable foot traffic. However, since yesterday, the influx of people had dramatically increased day by day. Undoubtedly, these newcomers were drawn to Aoya Island's burgeoning excitement. Among them were fanatics, as well as nefarious characters. Yet, anyone daring to cause trouble within the city was swiftly apprehended by the Mike Armor Corps. To deter those drawn to Aoya Island's revelry, Lu Fei even dispatched an airship carrier, disabling its optical camouflage to patrol the skies above Aoya Island. It must be said that the combined deterrent of the airship carrier and the Mike Armor Corps was formidable, apart from the initial chaos. The cities of Aoya Island had established a comprehensive order. What was the value of order? It enabled the populace of Aoya Island to accept Lu Fei while allowing newcomers to witness his philosophies and ideals. He sought not a gray world under a global government, but a world distinctly defined by black and white. But could such clarity truly be achieved? In truth, it was a daunting task, one that even Lu Fei could not guarantee success in. Yet, this posed no significant concern, for with such a goal in sight, even a gradual approach towards it would render a city, an island, a better place. Of course, Lu Fei was not merely transforming the cities of Aoya Island. He did not outright reject the entry of outsiders. If one were to describe the current state of Aoya Island, it could be likened to a neutral island. Indeed, The present Aoya Island mirrored the neutral city of Fidel City that Liu Fei had encountered after departing from Guizhou City. However, unlike Fidel City, Aoya Island boasted an absolute order, an order that disregarded identity and strength. Fidel City still adhered to a hierarchy based on power. In contrast, Aoya Island imposed no such divisions. It could be said that in Aoya Island, as long as one's strength did not surpass Liu Fei's, they would undoubtedly be suppressed. This was the order that Liu Fei had established on Aoya Island. Those who arrived on Aoya Island, witnessing the order Liu Fei had instituted, each had their own reactions. Some were disdainful, others elated, while many remained silent. The most direct manifestation of this was that some had proactively reached out to Liu Fei through the Mike Armor Corps. Nuon reported these individuals to Liu Fei. Upon reviewing their profiles, found them intriguing and decided to meet with them. The first group Liu Fei encountered consisted of familiar faces, burly men with whom he had a previous acquaintance. Liu Fei remembered them vividly. They had once surrounded a certain beautiful girl's transformation device, leaving a lasting impression on him. Years had passed, and they had now made quite a name for themselves, the Pink Pirate Group. This was their moniker, aptly summarizing their combat style. According to Nuon's information, some among them could transform into beautiful girls during battle, hence earning the title of the Pink Pirate Group. As he gazed upon the formidable group of muscular men before him, Liu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. During his previous participation in cosplay exhibitions, such robust figures would invariably make an appearance, capturing the spotlight. Upon meeting, they succinctly conveyed their desire to join Liu Fei's ranks, expressing that the city of Aoya Dao represented their ideal world, and they were eager to follow him in its creation. Receiving such direct praise left Liu Fei somewhat bashful. He turned away and waved his hand, accepting them in a gesture of acknowledgement. Moreover, Liu Fei presented them with a token of their meeting. He activated their dormant magical girl transformation devices. Although Liu Fei had never watched a complete magical girl anime, he had absorbed enough knowledge to recognize activation phrases akin to Bala Bala, Xiao Mo Xian, transform. Watching these men with hearts of youthful exuberance depart, Liu Fei was filled with profound reflections. He had not anticipated encountering the magical girl transformation devices in such a manner once more. Do not be misled by Liu Fei's casual acceptance of them. This was all supported by the efforts of Nuon. Since the establishment of the underground base, Nuon had compiled a database, meticulously cataloging all information she encountered. As a renowned transit island, Aoya Dao was a hub for news, where events of varying significance circulated daily. Thus, over the years, apart from a few obscure individuals, anyone with a modicum of notoriety had been recorded in Nuon's database. Consequently, when the Pink Pirate crew sought to join Liu Fei, Nuon could retrieve relevant data to assess their eligibility. Liu Fei was discerning in accepting followers. He would certainly not welcome those guilty of heinous crimes. With the assistance of Nuon's database, the individuals Liu Fei chose to meet were neither paragons of virtue nor embodiments of malevolence. For several consecutive days, Liu Fei entertained numerous factions and garnered a substantial number of subordinates. In nominal terms, his influence was rapidly expanding, with various groups aligning themselves under his banner. As Liu Fei extended his influence across Aoya Dao, the happenings here did not escape the watchful eyes of the astute. Liu Zitian, Liu Fei's half-brother, once again retreated into hiding. In the confines of Secret Chamber, Liu Zitian's eyes were bloodshot with rage and despair. Why won't you die? He shouted, viciously stabbing a straw effigy bearing Liu Fei's name with his sword. The news of Liu Fei's survival reverberated across the world, inflicting the greatest anguish and panic upon him. Liu Zitian was terrified, fearing that Liu Fei might stealthily infiltrate and eliminate him. Do not question why he harbored such thoughts. He believed that, had he possessed Liu Fei's strength, he would have undoubtedly sought to kill him without hesitation. Thus, empathizing with himself, Liu Zitian promptly concealed himself, too afraid to show his face. It is foreseeable that this life of a frightened bird would persist for a considerable time. Meanwhile, The actions of Lu Fei were laid before the leaders of the world government. However, they remained silent. The Admiral Ping Hai's failure, combined with the significant losses suffered by the world government's fleet, left them both enraged and fearful. They were enraged as the world government had not endured such a substantial loss in years, and terrified that even divine retribution had failed to extinguish Lu Fei, allowing him to flourish to his current stature. If the Holy Church had once been the world government's foremost concern, now Lu Fei undoubtedly occupied that position. After all, the Holy Church typically engaged in disruptions but refrained from direct confrontation with the world government. In contrast, Lu Fei was boldly challenging them, inflicting considerable losses. The two scenarios were not even remotely comparable. Moreover, with the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, Lu Fei had emerged as the leader of the resistance against the world government, a symbol of freedom. Thus, within the world government, Lu Fei had firmly established himself as the #1 adversary, a figure they felt compelled to eliminate post-haste. However, the distinction between the desire to eliminate him and the feasibility of doing so was vast. The world government's current silence stemmed from their near depletion of viable options. The failure of divine retribution, coupled with Lu Fei's formidable strength in direct confrontation with Admiral Ping Hai, rendered the world government powerless. Could it be that the world government truly had no recourse? Certainly not. Yet, achieving a guaranteed kill against Lu Fei, given his demonstrated capabilities, posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, the costs they would need to incur were not something they could swiftly decide upon. After all, the world government was composed of various factions. Public resources could be determined through resolutions, but when it came to self-interests, lengthy processes were inevitable. Previously, divine retribution had been a shared resource of the world government, and their resolutions had been quite swift. However, now that they sought to ensure a guaranteed kill against Lu Fei, the stakes had escalated considerably. Consequently, the world government found itself in a state of silence. As they observed Lu Fei's growing power, they gritted their teeth in frustration, yet hesitated to incur their own costs, leading to prolonged delays in their plans against him. Nonetheless, the inaction of the world government did not signify a smooth trajectory for the development of Ao Yadao. On this day, a steel warship, several kilometers long, entered the airspace surrounding Ao Yadao. It was the Arca Titan, having traveled from afar. The arrival of the Arca Titan was immediately detected by satellites in the sky, triggering alarms within the underground base. Given Ao Yadao's current strength, few factions warranted such a warning. However, the Titan Air Pirates, one of the world's 4 great aerial pirate crews, was indeed among them. The Titan Air Pirates not only possessed a formidable reputation, but also the corresponding strength to back it. Their leader, Titan, was a notorious aerial pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 billion. On board the Arca Titan, Titan surveyed the latest reports from his subordinates regarding the expanding influence of Ao Yadao with disdain. Just petty antics. Do they truly believe themselves invincible, merely because they wield weapons that counter Admiral Ping Hai? Today, I shall show this young man what true strength entails. Titan clenched his fist, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. His words elicited a chorus of cheers from the Titan Air Pirates, save for one individual, Maya. At that moment, Maya felt an unexpected wave of nervousness as she anticipated her meeting with Lu Fei. She could not fully comprehend why she felt this way. After all, she had encountered numerous grand spectacles before, yet none had ever made her feel as anxious as the thought of meeting someone special did now. Typically, such nervousness is attributed to the stirrings of young love. As the alarm echoed through the subterranean base, the female officer promptly reported the situation to Lu Fei. Standing within the underground facility, Lu Fei gazed at the immense Arc Titan displayed on the large screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Typically, a force like the Titan Air Pirates would announce their arrival if approaching a location amicably. However, their current approach, unannounced and directly entering the airspace, bore the connotation of an uninvited intrusion. Intrusion? How intriguing, Lu Fei mused, unconsciously lifting the Xian Hulu at his waist to take a sip of liquor. It was evident that Lu Fei's true form had manifested within the underground base, marked by a faint imprint of a book upon his right hand. To avert a recurrence of the previous encounter with Admiral Feng Pinghai, where he found himself unable to eliminate the threat and considering the expansive ambitions of Aoya Island, Lu Fei had decided to station his true self at Aoya Island. This time, he would confront the evidently hostile Titan air pirates with his true form, perhaps even drawing blood. Contemplating this, Lu Fei exited the underground facility. Truth be told, Lu Fei did not consider himself a person inclined towards violence. However, should someone seek to take his life, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Clearly, whether blood would be shed this time hinged upon the Titan air pirate's disposition. In fact, the Arc-Titan was somewhat of an acquaintance to Lu Fei, having crossed paths on 2 occasions, particularly leaving a deep impression through its controller, Emoya, a remarkable woman. Warning! Warning! You have entered our airspace. Advance is prohibited. Advance is prohibited. The Titan air pirates disregarded the warnings issued to the female officer and continued to draw the Arc-Titan closer to Aoya Island. Such actions were tantamount to a declaration of war. In response, Lu Fei acted decisively, presenting the Titan air pirates with a grand gesture. 4 aerospace motherships emerged from optical stealth surrounding the Arc-Titan. Subsequently, the main cannons of the motherships charged and unleashed 4 energy beams, converging from different angles toward the Arc-Titan. Each beam was akin to the full-force attack of a general, a level of power even Admiral Feng Pinghai had to regard with caution, let alone the Titan air pirates. Moreover, these were 4 simultaneous energy beams, beyond the capacity of the Titan air pirates to withstand. Consequently, Titan rose from his seat, clenched his right fist, and struck the air above him. Absolute force field. This punch reverberated through space, as a luminous ring expanded outward, enveloping the entire Arc-Titan in a protective force field. As the energy beams entered this field, they became distorted, swirling around the periphery. The force field rippled, dissipating the energy beams. Shortly thereafter, the beams were neutralized, and the force field dissipated. Witnessing Titan repel the assault of the 4 aerospace motherships with a single punch, the entire Titan air pirates erupted into cheers. Titan! Titan! With a wave of his hand, Titan commanded his crew to cease their movements. He then approached the front of the deck. Locking his gaze upon the aerospace mothership, there stood Lu Fei. Titan surveyed Lu Fei, his attention ultimately fixating on the Rui Jingu Bang in Lu Fei's grasp, a smile breaking across his face. Kid, the Rui Jingu Bang is not yours to possess. Return it to me, and I may spare you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fei found it utterly laughable. The speaker was unaware even of the name of the Rui Jingu Bang, referring to it merely as the giant pillar, yet audaciously claimed it as his own. Such absurdity was truly laughable. Therefore, Lu Fei raised the Rui Jingu Bang, pointing it at Titan. If you want it, come and take it. In the face of Lu Fei's provocation, Titan leapt from the Arc-Titan, streaking through the air like a comet, lunging towards Lu Fei. Naturally, Lu Fei could not allow Titan to reach the aerospace mothership, as the ensuing battle would damage his own assets. Thus, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Titan. The 2 met in midair, with Lu Fei gripping the Rui Jingu Bang to strike Titan, who countered with his right fist. The moment their fists and weapon met, a powerful shockwave radiated outward. The colossal forms of the Arc-Titan and the aerospace mothership trembled under the force. However, in this clash, Lu Fei found himself at a disadvantage, being pushed back over 100 meters. Regaining his composure in midair, Lu Fei gazed at Titan in astonishment. The force emanating from Titan's fist was simply beyond his ability to withstand. Truth be told, it had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable adversary, one embodying the essence of raw power. Lu Fei discerned that this was a manifestation of absolute strength. In other words, in a straightforward collision, Lu Fei was clearly overmatched. Realizing this, Lu Fei knew he could not afford to engage Titan in direct combat any longer. Though he could not engage in close quarters, Lu Fei was not lacking in range capabilities. After all, he had always been renowned for his long-range attacks. Thunder God form. Lu Fei's body crackled with electricity, transforming into a mage-like artillery form. The The might of thunder. Surrounded by a tempest of lightning, Lu Fei unleashed a barrage of electricity toward Titan. The brilliant flashes of lightning nearly painted the sky blue as countless bolts struck Titan. However, despite the impressive display, these bolts caused no harm to Titan. All the lightning, seemingly striking Titan, was, in reality, deflected by an invisible force field enveloping Titan's body, unable to penetrate his flesh in the slightest. Throughout the assault, Titan stood unmoving, as if allowing Lu Fei to attack freely. Once the lightning subsided, Titan pounded his muscular chest, laughing heartily. "Kid, you cannot harm me. My power has reached a level of manifestation, which I term the force field. My entire body is enveloped by such a field. Unless you can break through my force field, you will never harm me." The boastful words of Titan were met with renewed cheers from the Titan Air Pirates. Titan! Titan! One might mistake the scene for Titan leading an entire cheer squad into battle. Nevertheless, in light of the current circumstances, Titan's claims were indeed substantiated. At this moment, Lu Fei's attacks had failed to breach Titan's defenses. However, Lu Fei would not simply accept Titan's assertions. If conventional attacks proved ineffective, he would amplify the intensity of his assault. After all defenses that cannot be breached are merely a result of insufficient attacking strength. In his Thunder God form, Lu Fei raised the Rui Jingu Bang towards the heavens. Divine power summoned the wind and rain. In an instant, a tempest erupted, with clouds gathering from afar. Amidst the raging winds, Titan stood resolutely, unwavering like a mountain. Even Titan crossed his arms, gazing at Lu Fei with a face full of curiosity, akin to an outsider awaiting a performance. Though unspoken, Titan's demeanor and expression conveyed his disdain towards Lu Fei. "I stand here, observing how you intend to breach my defenses." Naturally, Lu Fei discerned Titan's contempt clearly, yet he remained unperturbed and continued to execute his attack methodically according to his own strategy. In an instant, the sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds and fierce winds. Thunderclouds. Lu Fei prodded the dark clouds before him with his Rui Jingu Bang, channeling lightning through the staff into the clouds. In a moment, the clouds seemed to awaken, transforming into thunderclouds. The roar of thunder erupted. Countless bolts of lightning danced within the clouds, presenting a chaotic and apocalyptic spectacle. The thunder gods strike down evil. Lu Fei then aimed the Rui Jingu Bang at Titan, marking him as the target for annihilation. Within the thunderclouds, the lightning morphed into the thunder gods, surging towards Titan, who was ensconced at the heart of the storm. Previously, Lu Fei had utilized this technique against Escapefrom Ping Hai. This strike from the thunder gods was not merely an external assault. It could also harm the very soul. Lu Fei believed that if the lightning could not penetrate Titan's physical defenses, he would adopt a different approach and strike at his soul. Yet Titan, once more enveloped by the lightning, did not even flinch, allowing the thunder gods to collide against his body without resistance. After a considerable duration, as the thunder gods dissipated, Titan's form emerged, standing impervious amid the thunderclouds, his posture and expression unchanged, still regarding Lu Fei with profound disdain. The thunder gods, which had previously wounded Escapefrom Ping Hai, had not even grazed Titan. Titan! With the cheers of the Titan air pirates resounding anew, even Lu Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Was even the soul attack ineffective? Or had Titan fully fused his soul with his physical form, rendering soul and body indistinguishable? The advantages of such a melding were apparent. If one could not breach Titan's physical defenses, they could not harm his soul. However, the disadvantages were equally clear. If Titan's body sustained damage, his soul would inevitably be affected. Thus, ordinarily, no one would meld their soul with their physical form, as it would mean that upon death, there would be no opportunity to separate the soul. Only someone with immense confidence in their physical strength would choose such a path. Titan was evidently such an individual. It must be said, Titan presented a formidable challenge for Lu Fei. At present, it seemed that only by shattering Titan's physical defenses could he inflict harm. In light of this, Lu Fei plunged the Rui Jingu Bang into the thunderclouds. Thunder explosion. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning surged towards Titan, completely engulfing him. Then, these lightning bolts erupted violently, delivering an unparalleled assault. Even the space at the center of the explosion cracked, sending shockwaves that obliterated everything within several miles. The Sky Mothership and Ark Titan were both forced back. Yet Titan remained, arms crossed, disdainfully proclaiming, "Is that all? Boy, you cannot even breach my defenses, and yet you dare wield my weapon?" Titan's mocking words rang through the sky, eliciting derisive laughter from the Titan air pirates. "Your weapon?" Lu Fei finally spoke. "Since you claim it as yours, then come, experience its power." As Lu Fei's words fell, he shifted to grip the Rui Jingu Bang with his right hand, placing his left hand against his chest while casting a spell. The great power of the Rui. A profound wave emanated from Lu Fei's brow, rippling outward around his body. In an instant, Lu Fei's physique surged. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. The 1,000-meter-tall Lu Fei loomed in the air like a mountain. Oh, how intriguing. Titan's expression shifted, gazing upward at Lu Fei in astonishment. He sensed that Lu Fei's increase in height was not merely a simple enlargement of size, but a simultaneous amplification of his physical strength. Immediately, Lu Fei commanded the Rui Jingu Bang to grow larger, gripping it tightly above his head, and brought it crashing down towards Titan. "Take a hit from my staff." Faced with such a monumental strike, Titan felt exhilarated rather than alarmed, exclaiming, "A splendid challenge." As he spoke, Titan soared to meet the descending Rui Jingu Bang. Bang! With an explosive sound. The combined force of the 1,000-meter-tall Lu Fei and the nearly half-mountain-sized Rui Jingu Bang was beyond Titan's capacity to withstand, sending him hurtling into the sea like a streak of light. However, in the blink of an eye, Titan burst forth from the water, returning to confront Lu Fei. Yet this time, Titan no longer bore the calm demeanor he had exhibited during Lu Fei's lightning assault. Blood trickled from the corner of Titan's mouth. However, this blood was not the ordinary red hue, but rather a golden one. The golden blood, brimming with energy, could be classified among the rarest treasures. This was a manifestation of the body refined to its pinnacle, resulting in profound changes from within. Blood, bones, muscles, skin, and even hair underwent qualitative transformations. Regardless, Titan's blood proved that Lu Fei had indeed breached his defenses and inflicted injury. "Excellent, excellent. Titan wounded," exclaimed with unusual excitement. "It has been long since anyone has managed to wound me. Boy, you are quite remarkable. Yet, your weapon is even more impressive. This journey is worthwhile. Such a weapon is what I should possess." "Ha ha ha." Titan laughed heartily, already considering the Rui Jingu Bang as his own. Possessing tremendous power, Titan had long desired a fitting weapon. However, conventional weapons felt too light for him. The giant pillar peak was a weapon he had long coveted. Yet, due to his inability to activate it, he could only order others to keep a watchful eye, preparing to seize it opportunistically. Since Lu Fei took the giant pillar peak, he had been monitoring its whereabouts. Upon receiving news of its location, Titan had rushed to this place. Now, seeing Lu Fei wielding the enlarging Rui Jingu Bang, Titan was filled with desire, his mind racing with thoughts of seizing it. After his laughter, Titan set aside the notion of continuing to play with Lu Fei, revealing his true strength. "Allow me to show you what true power is," Titan bellowed, restoring his true form. In an instant, Titan's size surged, transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. This was Titan's true form, though he usually restrained his size for convenience. However, now that he was to battle Lu Fei, it was only fitting to revert to his true stature. Bang! 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 High above the sky, two colossal giants, each 1,000 meters tall, were engaged in a furious clash. Lu Fei's Rui Jingu Bang collided with Titan's fists, creating ripples of shockwaves that resonated through the air. As a result, Nu Wan, maneuvering the aerial mothership, retreated to a safe distance. Similarly, Emoya guided the Ark Titan to a secure area, despite their considerable distance from the epicenter of the battle. The sheer size of Lu Fei and Titan allowed onlookers to witness the confrontation in vivid detail. Furthermore, The commotion attracted numerous spectators from Aoya Island and the surrounding seas. That is Titan, the Titan of the Sky Bandits. Those familiar with the notorious leader recognized the towering figure instantly. Although Titan had seldom engaged in combat of late, his legendary ability to transform into a giant was well known. Once Titan was identified, it did not take long for Lu Fei to be recognized as well. After all, in recent times, Lu Fei had become the center of global attention. Even those unaware of the intricacies of his abilities could easily discern his face, which held a high degree of recognition. Moreover, the battle occurring near Aoya Island was firmly within Lu Fei's domain. My heavens, Titan is actually fighting Lu Fei, gasped the spectators, their faces a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Regardless of their skepticism, the reality was undeniable. The collision between Lu Fei and Titan produced shockwaves that caused the very fabric of space to tremble and the ocean to sway. Anyone attempting to approach the battle was forcefully repelled by the ensuing shockwaves. With a thunderous boom, both Lu Fei and Titan were forced to retreat, their powers seemingly evenly matched. After transforming into their colossal forms, Lu Fei and Titan had clashed dozens of times, each successfully countering the other's attacks, suggesting an equilibrium in their combat. However, this was merely an illusion. In truth, Lu Fei found himself at a disadvantage. While he appeared to be Titan's equal, maintaining the Rui Jingu Bang's transformative abilities was exceedingly taxing on his mental fortitude. In contrast, Titan fought in his true form, and if the battle persisted, Lu Fei's defeat was inevitable. Understanding this, Lu Fei realized he could not continue in this manner. Otherwise, he would eventually exhaust himself, rendering him unable to sustain his abilities and leading to his downfall. Consequently, after being pushed back, he opted for a tactical shift. Thunder Shadow, charged with electricity, Lu Fei's colossal form transformed into an indistinct blue silhouette. In an instant, he surged forward like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at Titan. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous sounds echoed through the sky as Lu Fei's lightning form circled Titan, striking him repeatedly with the Rui Jingu Bang at a speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Titan, unable to match Lu Fei's velocity, relied solely on instinct, twisting and turning to block the barrage of attacks. His evasive movements resembled a game of chase with his own shadow. This was Lu Fei's Thunder Shadow. Employing this technique signified that his opponent could only engage in a futile game of catch-up, utterly unable to keep pace with Lu Fei's rhythm of assault. Although this maneuver may appear straightforward, its execution was exceedingly challenging. It is well known that as a form grows larger, speed diminishes. Yet Lu Fei, at a height of 1,000 meters, possessed a speed nearly akin to that of lightning, underscoring the complexity of this feat. After completing his onslaught on Titan, Lu Fei returned to his original position, an event that transpired in the blink of an eye. To the spectators, Lu Fei's gigantic form merely flickered for a moment, while Titan swayed slightly to regain his balance. However, within that fleeting instant, numerous red dots manifested across Titan's body. With a sudden burst, Titan's towering frame hunched over, expelling a mouthful of faint golden blood. This golden blood was a testament to Titan's mastery, a concentrated essence stemming from his smaller form, while the pale gold hue indicated his true state. The multiple red dots represented the points of impact from Lu Fei's Rui Jingu Bang, indicating the severity of the damage inflicted. Although a single injury may not have been significant for Titan, the simultaneous emergence of a dozen wounds would undoubtedly amplify the damage to his formidable physique. Coughing, Titan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fixed his steely gaze upon Lu Fei. Lu Fei, your strength has earned my respect, for you have managed to wound me in my true form. However, you must return my weapon. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Titan bellowed, launching his fist toward Lu Fei. Super Destruction Fist. Standing firm, Titan unleashed his punch, striking only the air. Yet, as his fist cut through the atmosphere, a golden shockwave radiated from it, sweeping toward Lu Fei. ZZZ. Lu Fei's observation hockey immediately warned him, prompting an instinctive reaction to dissipate into electricity, narrowly evading the oncoming wave. Simultaneously, he commanded Nu Wan to safeguard the aerial mothership. Nu Wan promptly executed Lu Fei's orders, activating energy shield. Aerial mothership retreating at full power. Warning, high-energy attack incoming. Even though Nu Wan reacted swiftly, activating the energy shield while retreating to maintain a greater distance. The golden shockwave pursued the mothership relentlessly. In an instant, the blue energy shield, designed to withstand the assaults of high-ranking admirals, collided with the golden wave. In that moment, even the shockwave seemed to possess a tangible form. The energy shield was obliterated. Energy shield compromised. Initiating emergency defense mode. Allocating all power to defense. Rebooting energy shield. After dismantling the energy shield, the golden wave surged toward the mothership's core. Fortunately, the mothership was now in full defensive mode, and as the shield collapsed, all available energy was redirected to restore the protective barrier just as the golden wave approached. Crack! Crack! The second energy shield barely managed to absorb the golden wave's impact, yet its force still reverberated across the surface armor of the aerial mothership. Even a brief encounter subjected the vessel's armor to an unparalleled strain, warping it into a wave-like form. One can only imagine the devastation that would have ensued had the aerial mothership not activated two energy shields in succession. Even Lu Fei, witnessing such destructive power, could not help but feel his pupils constrict in astonishment. High-energy attack neutralized. Total energy expenditure, 60%. External armor damage, 75%. As the self-check sound of the spacecraft echoed, Lu Fei stood at a distance, observing the damaged armor of the vessel, his pupils constricting. Such an assault, even if he were to shield it, would result in severe injury. What an astonishing power this is! The nearly ultimate force transformed into a wave of light, yet simultaneously possessing the destructive characteristics of physical might. What a terrifying tactic this is! Before Titan's devastating punch, Lu Fei felt as though his spacecraft were nothing more than a large toy. One strike shattered defenses, and two strikes completely obliterated. Hiss! The spectators on Aoya Island gasped in unison. They clearly witnessed that under Titan's fist, the spacecraft was nearly rendered inoperative. Whether on Aoya Island or elsewhere, they were well aware that the combat capability of the spacecraft was roughly equivalent to that of an admiral. In other words, Titan's punch could nearly incapacitate an admiral. This terrifying might instilled fear in them all. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei exhaled, forcibly calming his racing heart. After witnessing Titan's punch, he recognized that he must halt Titan's assaults. Otherwise, although Titan's strike had merely grazed the air and nearly led to the destruction of spacecraft. What about his next punch? If Titan unleashed a few punches directed at Aoya Island, the order Lu Fei had established there would likely crumble in an instant. Thus, Lu Fei had to restrain Titan's ability to strike. With a flash, Lu Fei transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing beside Titan to launch another round of attacks. Since he could not defend against Titan's punches, he resolved to employ relentless attacks to prevent Titan from striking. The best defense is indeed a good offense. As Lu Fei anticipated, once Titan's punch missed its target and nearly dismantled the spacecraft, he immediately raised his hand again, preparing to unleash a second punch. However, as Lu Fei vanished from sight, Titan was compelled to halt his punch, shifting from offense to defense to guard against Lu Fei's onslaught. Thud! 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 The resounding drum-like sounds marked yet another round of Lu Fei's assaults upon Titan's body with his magical staff. Panting heavily, Lu Fei recognized the immense toll exerted on his body to maintain such high-speed movements at a height of 1,000 meters. Consequently, he could not continuously employ the technique of lightning shadow. Even using it twice in a brief span placed a significant burden on him. Nonetheless, upon seeing Titan spew blood once more, Lu Fei felt that his efforts were not in vain. After all, this was akin to trading his stamina for Titan's injuries. I wonder how much blood you can spill, Lu Fei mused, observing Titan's clenched fist as he prepared to strike. Gritting his teeth, he once again activated Lightning Shadow. Titan's fist had only swung halfway when Lu Fei struck his wrist with a blow, abruptly halting Titan's motion. Following this, A flurry of strikes from Lu Fei ensued. Oomph! Under Lu Fei's relentless assault, Titan let out a muffled groan, forcing himself to suppress the blood threatening to escape, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Lu Fei. Clearly, Titan recognized Lu Fei's strategy to leverage his speed and mobility to deny Titan the opportunity to strike. At this moment, not only the spectators on Aoya Island, but even Titan's air pirate crew discerned that their captain, Titan, was at a disadvantage after sustaining repeated injuries. Yet despite this, Titan's crew remained unwaveringly confident in their leader. Titan, Titan. In the midst of their rallying cries, the enraged Titan felt his pride wounded by Lu Fei, intensifying his fury. Lu Fei, do not let me catch you. Titan slightly bent his legs, inexplicably propelling himself forward like a streak of golden light towards Lu Fei. However, though Titan was fast, he could not match Lu Fei, who commanded the power of lightning. Lu Fei transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading Titan's assault once again. What followed was a breathtaking chase in the sky between a golden streak and a blue bolt of lightning. It was evident that Lu Fei's blue lightning traveled faster than Titan's golden light, for although Titan relentlessly pursued Lu Fei, he never truly managed to catch him. Conversely, Lu Fei frequently counterattacked during his evasive maneuvers. Before long, Titan's body was speckled with crimson spots, and faint golden blood flowed throughout his form. Although Lu Fei bore no wounds, the increasing heaviness of his breath indicated the severe depletion of his stamina. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that before Lu Fei exhausted his energy, Titan might succumb to his injuries. This suggested that the battle would soon conclude with Lu Fei's victory and Titan's demise. However, the conflict would not easily reach a resolution. For the air pirate crew, intimately familiar with Titan, their unwavering confidence in their captain remained intact. Was this blind faith? Certainly not. Lu Fei would not presume that the Titan air pirate crew, one of the world's four great pirate factions, consisted of mindless fools. Thus, it implied that Titan undoubtedly possessed hidden abilities yet to be revealed. Even after inflicting such grievous injuries upon Titan, Lu Fei maintained a grave expression, remaining vigilant and cautious to keep a safe distance to avoid being ensnared. At last, after Lu Fei struck Titan with lightning shadow a dozen times, Titan's fury reached its peak, and he ceased to conceal his true self. Lu Fei, you are quite impressive, to have pushed me to this extent. With gritted teeth, Titan halted, bellowing at Lu Fei. Since it has come to this, allow me to show you my true power. Titan closed his eyes, crossed his arms before his brow. Then with a sudden thrust to either side, his eyes flared open, revealing golden orbs, indestructible. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted from Titan's forehead, sweeping across his body. His hair, brows, skin, and flesh transformed into gold. A colossal figure, akin to a giant forged of pure gold, towered in the sky, nearly eclipsing all light between heaven and earth. Titan! Titan! The exultant cheers of the Titan air pirate crew resonated, signifying that this was indeed Titan's true ability. Surely, a figure of solid gold at such a height must be worth a fortune. Upon witnessing Titan in his indestructible state, Lu Fei's first thought was this. Indeed, 1,000-meter-tall giant of pure gold would be considered priceless. Titan, unaware of Lu Fei's thoughts, would likely be even more enraged if he knew. Yet now, Titan was already seething with fury. Despite the playful banter, Lu Fei chose to strike first, lightning shadow. This time, against Lu Fei's ultra-fast displacement attack. Titan chose not to defend, but allowed Lu Fei to strike. Without the need for Titan to block, Lu Fei seized the opportunity, delivering over 20 consecutive blows with precision. However, the more than 20 red dots that appeared on the golden body of Titan vanished in an instant. In contrast, Titan himself appeared to be completely unharmed. Not only that, but the injuries Titan had previously sustained were rapidly healing. This was evident from the surging aura emanating from him. Indestructible, Titan's most prized ability, elevated his defenses to unparalleled heights, rendering him impervious to harm. Upon returning to his original position, Lu Fei's expression turned grave before Titan's impenetrable fortitude. His Lei Zhuing attack had become utterly ineffective. It felt as though they had returned to the very beginning, where Lu Fei's assaults could not breach Titan's defenses at all. At this moment, Lu Fei understood clearly. The Titan before him was a being who had honed his physical form to perfection, and in comparison to his already formidable strength, his defenses had reached an unimaginable level. Perhaps the only good news for Lu Fei was that Titan's speed was somewhat lacking. Therefore, even in the heat of battle, Lu Fei could leverage his own speed advantage to maintain an absolutely invincible position. Indeed, as long as Titan could not catch Lu Fei or inflict any damage upon him, Lu Fei would naturally be free from defeat. This was the power of the Xiang Lei Guoshi. However, this situation held little significance for Lu Fei. After all, they were in the waters surrounding Aoya Island, and Titan's actions constituted an invasion. If Lu Fei, as the master of Aoya Island, failed to defeat Titan, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to his reputation and the future development of the island. Moreover, the vast majority of people on Aoya Island were closely watching this battle. Undoubtedly, the outcome of the conflict would spread like wildfire. If Lu Fei was unable to drive away the invader, the favorable treatment he had enjoyed for various quarters in recent days would certainly diminish. Thus, for both emotional and rational reasons, Lu Fei had to defeat Titan and win this battle. Under such circumstances, Lu Fei unexpectedly dispelled the power of the Xiao Rui and returned to his normal form. What? Are you surrendering? Upon seeing Lu Fei revert to his human form, Titan let out a thunderous laugh. Surrendering is not out of the question. Just present the giant pillar peak to me and bow your head in apology, and I shall spare you. Titan's words caused all the spectators to tense up in unison. If Lu Fei truly surrendered, Aoya Island would undoubtedly fall under the control of Titan's air pirate group, placing them in a position of helplessness. However, Lu Fei would never consider surrendering, especially not in such a humiliating manner. His return to normal size was merely to facilitate the use of his abilities. From the beginning of the battle until now, facing Titan's extraordinary strength and defense, Lu Fei had attempted various offensive strategies. Whether through extreme lightning strikes, soul-targeting attacks, transforming into a giant, utilizing the ultimate power of the Rui Jingu Bang, or the high-speed movement of Lei Zhuing, all of these attacks aimed at finding a way to breach Titan's defenses through a combination of Lu Fei's capabilities. Yet at present, these attacks had proven ineffective since Titan activated his indestructible form. Now that Titan had revealed his trump card, establishing what could be deemed absolute defense, Lu Fei resolved to also employ his own secret weapon, given that conventional means were failing him. Ignoring Titan's insulting bravado, Lu Fei focused on the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. Beyond its ability to change weight with its size, it also possessed the capability to break enchantments, a power Lu Fei had kept hidden until now. Originally, he intended to use this ability against Admiral Feng Pinghai, but lacking certainty of a fatal blow, he refrained. In truth, Lu Fei still wished to reserve this ability as a trump card for Admiral Feng Pinghai. However, now he had no choice but to employ it against Titan. Lu Fei's movements toward the Rui Jingu Bang did not escape Titan's notice. Though Titan was arrogant, he was not foolish. Lu Fei's silent fixation on the Rui Jingu Bang after returning to normal size was akin to revealing to Titan that he planned to attack with it. Is there another ability hidden within the giant pillar peak? This thought crossed Titan's mind, prompting him to instinctively prepare for the worst. Lu Fei remained unfazed by Titan's caution. Having decided to use his trump card, he was indifferent to Titan's preparedness. After all, Titan's indestructible state was already his most formidable defensive posture. Lu Fei positioned the Rui Jingu Bang before his chest, gripping its tail like a sword. Then, he unleashed a torrent of lightning, enveloping the entire staff in a brilliant blue hue. Tian Wai Fei Lei Shun. Lu Fei, holding the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring into the heavens and vanishing from Titan's golden gaze, disappearing from the sight of all spectators. He fled. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, with some timid souls turning to flee, terrified of falling into the clutches of Titan's air pirate group. However, Titan remained vigilant, sensing that he was locked onto by a powerful aura. Barely 2 seconds after Lu Fei's disappearance, a dazzling blue light illuminated the sky. What is that? Those on edge dared not blink, their eyes fixated on the sky, quickly spotting the radiant blue light. Titan mirrored their actions, his gaze fixed on the suddenly brilliant blue glow. Here it comes. This was Titan's instinctive warning. Indeed, Lu Fei's attack had arrived. In an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted in the heavens, followed by a majestic bolt of lightning cleaving through the clouds, striking toward the 1,000-meter-high golden giant Titan. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura rippled through the high sky, causing all who witnessed this scene to hold their breath, their hearts racing, even though they were not the targets of this attack, and even though they understood that this strike was not aimed at them. The sheer terror of the lightning bolt compelled them to raise their defenses. Their instincts screamed at them. There was no way to withstand this attack. It was an unavoidable assault. Tian Wai Fei Lei Shun. This move was a synthesis of Lu Fei's encounters with the female, sword-immortal Tian Wai Fei Xian, combined with his highest understanding of the energy-mass equation learned as an otaku. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, along with the Rui Jingu Bang's developed trump card technique. In simpler terms, Lu Fei, propelled by lightning, momentarily vacated the battlefield, gaining distance for acceleration, then returned to the fray at an unimaginable speed to launch an ultra-high-speed collision attack. Although this maneuver appears to be a mere instance of ultra-high-speed assault, it is, in fact, exceedingly demanding. Firstly, Lu Fei himself must accelerate to an extraordinarily swift state of motion, necessitating a certain level of physical strength. Secondly, upon reaching the requisite speed, Lu Fei requires a weapon capable of withstanding such immense power. Ordinary weapons would shatter instantaneously under such colossal force. The Rui Jingyibang, however, is capable of bearing such might. Furthermore, coupled with the weapon's ability to disrupt magical defenses, the effectiveness of the attack is significantly enhanced, resulting in the terrifying power that now instills fear in all. Indestructible. Faced with such a fearsome assault, the Titan dared not underestimate the situation. With a tremor of his arms, he further invoked his formidable indestructible defense. The Titan's physique, already resembling pure gold, radiated an even more brilliant golden light. This extraordinary luminescence was not merely an ordinary glow, but a manifestation of the Titan's defensive strength expanded outward. At that moment, Lu Fei transformed into a brilliant blue lightning, streaked across the sky and approached the Titan. In an instant, it seemed as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. Observers could see the once incredibly swift blue lightning being obstructed by the golden light, which, however, continually dissipated as if striving with all its might to consume the energy of the blue lightning. Yet, although the blue lightning was impeded, its momentum remained unyielding. It surged forth with an unstoppable force, breaking through the golden light and arriving at the Titan's forehead. However, before the Titan's golden brow, the blue lightning was ultimately halted. It seemed that the blue lightning, having breached the golden defense, could advance no further. Just when everyone believed the blue lightning could not penetrate the Titan's indestructibility, a brilliant flash erupted from within the blue lightning. This was the disruptive effect of the Rui Jingyibang. In that moment, all present clearly witnessed the shattering of the Titan's indestructible defense. A stream of blood erupted from the Titan's forehead. Even the Titan air pirates, who had immense confidence in the Titan, fell into stunned silence, holding their breath and staring wide-eyed at him. They feared that Lu Fei's strike would pierce through the Titan's skull, leading to his demise. However, after the blue lightning dissipated entirely, the Titan's towering golden form did not fall. He touched his forehead, feeling the sticky blood on his hand. His eyes filled with disbelief. His defense had truly been breached. His pride in his indestructibility had been compromised by Lu Fei's strike. As he felt the pain radiating from his brow, he was filled with trepidation. It was a close call, just a hair's breadth away from Lu Fei's Rui Jingyibang, completely penetrating his skull and ending his life. Was it a narrow escape that could lead to a catastrophic fate? No. The Titan understood all too well Should Lu Fei's next attack strike the same spot on his forehead, he would be instantly killed. Furthermore, even if he managed to defend against this wound, he had no confidence in withstanding a second attack to a different part of his body. Thus, although Lu Fei's strike did not claim the Titan's life, it had unequivocally demonstrated the capability to do so. It must be acknowledged that the Titan, realizing this truth, was thrown into a state of panic. The previous arrogance of the Titan, his air of invincibility, had been predicated on his confidence in his indestructibility. He believed Lu Fei could not harm him at all. Yet at this moment, upon comprehending Lu Fei's lethal potential, the Titan was utterly unsettled. His golden pupils constricted sharply, and the panic on his face was unmistakable. He gazed at Lu Fei, fixated on the Rui Jingyubang in his hand, his eyes reflecting both greed and fear. However, even as he felt extreme anxiety, the Titan managed to reveal a cold smile. Indestructibility was his trump card, but he possessed other hidden advantages. Act now. The Titan suddenly bellowed, an abrupt command that left Lu Fei, who was preparing for a second strike, perplexed and bewildered the onlookers on Aoyao Island. Yet, it was evident the Titan had been preparing for this moment. At the instant he uttered those words, the Titan air pirates sprang into action. In an instant, Maya, who had been wholly focused on Lu Fei's battle, was ambushed from behind by the others, swiftly subduing her. Almost immediately, with a wave of his hand, the Titan summoned the subdued Maya into his grasp. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even Lu Fei unable to react in time. Before long, Maya was confined within a golden prison, resting in the Titan's palm, her life and death entirely at his mercy. Ha ha! The Titan laughed heartily. Lu Fei, did you not expect this? Quickly return the Juzhufeng to me, or I shall take her life. The Titan wielded Maya's fate as leverage to compel Lu Fei to surrender the Rui Jingyubang. This sudden turn of events shattered the Titan's previously grandiose image, reducing him to a mere petty extortionist. Yet, many were left perplexed by the Titan's actions. For Maya was a renowned figure within the Titan Air Pirates, her significance equivalent to the legendary Xianzhan Hu, capable of slaying celestial beings. Originally, Lu Fei had intended to utilize the Xianzhan Hu as his own trump card. However, the Titan's coercion using Maya was something Lu Fei could never tolerate. Thus, Lu Fei resolutely activated the Xianzhan Hu, and it did not disappoint his expectations, directly shattering the Titan's indestructibility and resulting in his immediate demise. This was the scene witnessed by all. Lu Fei gazed apathetically at the Titan's lifeless body as it fell, making no move. Even now, Lu Fei could easily procure the bounty notice for the Titan from New Wan, thereby effortlessly claiming the 100 billion reward. However, Lu Fei was no longer the small pirate he once was. 100 billion bounty was trivial to him. Having established dominance over the entire Aoyao Island, he had become a formidable force in his own right. Compared to such paltry gains, Lu Fei was far more eager for everyone to witness the fate that befell those who dared invade Aoyao Island. With a resounding thud, the Titan's corpse crashed heavily into the sea, sending up towering waves that reached a height of 100 meters, breaking the silence with a thunderous roar. As the stillness was shattered, the onlookers regained their senses, instinctively moving their nearly dropped jaws, and then in unison rubbed their eyes, confirming what they had witnessed. The Titan was dead? Some still found it hard to believe the unfolding scene and expressed their doubts. The Titan was dead. This was the astonished cry of those who had double-checked their observations. The Titan had truly perished. This was the uproar that erupted across Aoyao Island. As this proclamation reverberated throughout the island, the people finally accepted the reality of what they had seen and heard. Lu Fei cast a glance at the audience on Aoyao Island, blinking slightly in regret. Had they been enemies, he would have undoubtedly eliminated them all without hesitation. The rationale was simple: to silence them. Lu Fei's battle had revealed much, including 2 of his hidden cards. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Fei is reluctant to reveal his hidden cards. However, the inhabitants of Aoyao Island are either innocent civilians or his own people, which precludes any violent action on his part. After all, he has no desire to become a mere figurehead. Observing those around him, Lu Fei could already foresee that his name would likely reverberate across the globe once more by tomorrow. To be frank, his fame has already reached considerable heights. He has no need for further notoriety. Yet, the die is cast, and lamenting now serves no purpose. Nonetheless, Lu Fei felt a twinge of regret as he reattached the Zhanxian hulu to his waist, just as Moya approached him. Following the demise of Titan, the cage that had confined Moya crumbled without resistance, granting her freedom. Like others, it was only now that she dared to believe that Titan had indeed been slain by Lu Fei. As she stood beside him, Moya appeared somewhat constrained. Looking at Lu Fei, who had transformed from a young novice into a man whose name echoed throughout the world, capable of altering global dynamics. Not to mention, he had just vanquished Titan in her presence. Seeing Moya, who seemed to hesitate in her words, Lu Fei smiled gently and opened his arms, offering her a warm embrace. Inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, he remarked, "It has been a long time." Caught off guard by his sudden embrace, Moya's previously anxious demeanor instantly relaxed upon hearing his words. "Indeed, it has been a long time. There is no need for tension." Before she could respond, Lu Fei continued, "The remaining members of the Titan Air Pirate Group are in your hands." He was well aware that her hesitance stemmed from a desire to plead for their lives, uncertain of how to approach the topic. Lu Fei's words effectively preempted her plea, and Moya felt her heart melt at his understanding. She tightened her grip around Lu Fei, as Lu Fei and Moya reveled in their embrace. Oblivious to the world around them, the atmosphere for the Titan Air Pirate Group grew grim. 4 aerospace motherships surrounded the Ark Titan, leaving those aboard with no escape. They had witnessed the devastating power of the mothership's main cannon and understood that only Titan could withstand its might. Furthermore, with Lu Fei nearby, even if they could evade the main cannon, they could not escape his onslaught. Apart from Titan's most devoted followers, who attacked Lu Fei at the moment of Titan's death and were vaporized by the mothership's energy beams, the rest were merely individuals desperate to survive. Lu Fei subsequently entrusted the handling of the Titan Air Pirate Group to Moya. Undoubtedly, the group, now leaderless, would be restructured under her guidance and integrated into the forces of Aoya Island. 2 days later, the ports of various cities on Aoya Island were bustling with ships of all kinds. Since the news of Lu Fei slaying Titan spread, no one dared to stir trouble on Aoya Island. Every visitor complied with the rules, boarding and disembarking the island without any boldness. This cautious behavior was largely due to Titan's colossal corpse displayed prominently on Aoya Island. Although Titan's true form was a treasure of immense value, Lu Fei chose not to dispose of it, but left it on the island as a warning to others. Consequently, many visitors flocked to Aoya Island to witness the remains of Titan, transforming what was intended as a warning into a spectacle. While this may seem odd, the overwhelming curiosity of the people was undeniable. After all, this was the corpse of Titan, a superpower whose existence was often relegated to the realm of legend. Lu Fei's unintended act brought about an unexpected prosperity. In a short time, Aoya Island emerged as one of the most popular destinations in the world. This surge in attention attracted a myriad of individuals eager to join Aoya Island's ranks. The fall of the Titan Air Pirate Group, coupled with the continuous expansion of Aoya Island, positioned it as a top-tier force globally. Given the current scale of Aoya Island, it was evident that a single super artificial intelligence, Nu Wan, could no longer oversee all its operations. While Nu Wan could maintain internal order, she lacked the capability to manage higher-level combat situations. In light of this, Lu Fei began to assign positions to Enren and her companions. In a newly constructed resplendent palace in the heart of Aoya Island, Lu Fei sat at the head of the dining table, flanked by Enren, Yejun, Mierna, and Moya. The group enjoyed the sumptuous feast before them. Once they had indulged, Lu Fei spoke. The current Aoya Island requires a few individuals of exceptional strength to serve as its public face. I wonder if you would be willing? Although Lu Fei had already mapped out their roles, he sought their personal opinions before making any official appointments. As soon as he finished speaking, Enren was the first to nod in unconditional support. Following suit, Yejun, Mierna, and Moya also expressed their willingness. Thus, Lu Fei announced their respective positions, and Ren would oversee punishment, managing all lawbreakers within Aoya Island's jurisdiction, administering varying consequences based on the severity of their offenses. Minor infractions would lead to labor reformation under New Wan's supervision, while more severe cases would be handed over to Ren, who would ensure they serve their time in a hellish manner. Lu Fei's rationale was that all lawbreakers must atone for their sins, regardless of life or death. Even in death, they would become part of Ren's domain, providing her with additional support. It must be noted that Lu Fei's arrangement would evoke tears even from the most hardened capitalists, as it would squeeze every last drop from the offenders. Yejun would be in charge of combat. Over the years, she had honed her culinary and combat skills in solitude, often accompanied only by the culinary dragon, Atan, which had granted her formidable prowess. Although Atan had not fought recently, Lu Fei had assessed its capabilities and found them commendable. Therefore, Lu Fei entrusted combat responsibilities to Yejun, confident that even a couple of generals would struggle to overcome her with Atan at her side. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that if Yejun unleashed her full strength, she could easily slay a general. In previous encounters with Luluya, Lu Fei had instructed Yejun to hold back. Otherwise, her nature would have compelled her to immediately exert her full strength, dispatching Luluya and rushing to Lu Fei's aid. Assigning Yejun to combat would also serve to further refine her swordsmanship. Myrna, the head of logistics. This position is undoubtedly symbolic, for the logistics of Aoya Island undoubtedly falls under the purview of New Wan. However, upon casting a glance at Myrna's figure and receiving her mischievous smile, Lu Fei realized that even after several years, Myrna remained the same brainless individual as before. Although Myrna had once held the esteemed title of the highest-ranking bishop among the gathered women, she possessed no management skills whatsoever and was merely a standard battle mascot. During her time in the Holy Church, Myrna either repeated commands verbatim or indulged in feasting at her residence, or was called out for combat. Thus, relying on Myrna for management would be an affront to Lu Fei's intelligence. That said, Myrna's combat prowess was commendable. She was both a formidable fighter and a capable healer, still full of vitality. Since Aoya Island required several prominent figures, Lu Fei took the opportunity to present the renowned former bishop, Myrna, to the world. Indeed, Myrna could be viewed as a decorative vase, albeit one capable of fighting. Amoya, in charge of external affairs. In truth, Lu Fei had no grand plans for Amoya. Unlike Ren and her companions, who were nurtured by Lu Fei himself, Amoya was a remnant left by Lu Fei's father. However, due to their relatively short time together, it was unrealistic for Lu Fei to treat Amoya in the same manner as Ren and her allies. Therefore, Lu Fei assigned her a position based on her affiliation with the Titan Sky Pirate Group. The term external affairs referred to Amoya and the remnants of the Titan Sky Pirate Group she had recruited, who would act as Aoya Island's force in the outside world. To this end, Lu Fei equipped Amoya with an airspace mothership, a unit of mecha armor troops, and had New Wan provide Amoya with a full set of high-tech gear. Aside from Myrna, the others seemed to grasp Lu Fei's intentions and accepted their positions. Thus, Aoya Island transitioned from being solely Lu Fei's power to a collective force, officially stepping onto the world stage. Originally, even though Ren and her companions participated in battles against the world government fleet, they had no substantive connection to Aoya Island until it publicly acknowledged its existence. Once they held formal positions within Aoya Island, it equated to their genuine incorporation into it. With Aoya Island's announcement, a wave of excitement surged across the world. Lu Fei's actions held profound significance. It signified that Aoya Island, as a cohesive force, began to declare its existence to the outside world. Moreover, it also conveyed, in a certain sense, that Lu Fei was delegating his power, which was immensely appealing to certain ambitious individuals seeking to make their mark. For it was well understood that compared to the rigid class structures of established powers, burgeoning forces like Aoya Island undoubtedly offered greater potential. The notion that nobility and rank are not inherent was epitomized here. Naturally, to those with ulterior motives, Aoya Island's actions symbolized a blatant declaration of war against the world government. After all, Aoya Island had successfully resisted attacks from the world government fleet and dismantled the Titan Sky pirate group, boldly asserting its sovereignty. Prior to this, even though everyone was aware that Aoya Island was outside the jurisdiction of the world government and had become Liu Fei's domain, it had never been openly acknowledged as such until now. In summary, Aoya Island's public declaration has created a profound impact on the global landscape. Most directly, the Holy Church did not pursue any consequences against its Bishop Myrna for her defection. Instead, it promptly congratulated Aoya Island and was the first to propose forming an alliance to jointly oppose the world government. Naturally, Liu Fei accepted this proposal. Consequently, the enemies of the world government naturally became the alliance of Aoya Island and the Holy Church. Admiral Ka-di remarked at this juncture, shifting his tone. However, Lilia, you are no less than anyone else. Your shortcomings arise from my failure to provide you with additional means to augment your strength. Initially, I only bestowed upon you Qianbaning with the intention that you would focus solely on advancing your swordsmanship. It appears that the time has come to offer you other gifts. With that, Admiral Ka-di produced several items: a sword, a scroll, a suit of female battle armor, a card, and a tome. He levitated these 5 treasures into the air and introduced them one by one. This sword contains the legacy of the swordsman profession. Even if you wield a blade, this legacy encompasses swordsmanship as well. The scroll contains a divine technique. Once you use it, you will learn it immediately, and with diligent practice, you will master it completely. The battle armor is prepared as your defensive gear. With it, you can devote yourself to offense without concerns for your defense. The card, when activated, can summon a high-ranking archangel to provide you with enhancements and healing. This tome contains insights into swordsmanship, which may enable you to advance further in your martial path. Liluya's beautiful eyes surveyed the 5 items, understanding that they were specifically prepared for her by Admiral Ka-di. Undoubtedly, these 5 items would significantly enhance Liluya's strength. However, Lilia only took the scroll, the armor, and the card, leaving the sword and the tome behind. As Admiral Ka-di prepared to persuade her to accept the sword and tome, Liluya spoke first. "Father, I wish to carve my own path." At this, Admiral Ka-di's face lit up with a look of satisfaction. His daughter remained so fiercely determined. From a long-term perspective, Liluya's decision was undoubtedly the better choice. For rather than confining herself to existing legacies and insights, Liluya, having already achieved a measure of success in swordsmanship, did not wish for these items to limit her journey. Thus, Admiral Ka-di refrained from further discussion and withdrew the remaining 2 items. However, just as he did so, Liluya seemed to remember something. Glancing at Admiral Ka-di, she blinked her lovely eyes and suddenly said, "Never mind, Father, since you have brought them out. I will take them both." "Huh?" Admiral Ka-di was puzzled, but did not hesitate, handing the sword and tome to Liluya. With a flick of her hand, she stored them in her spatial compartment. Then, Liluya and the bewildered Admiral Ka-di began to lock eyes. Admiral Ka-di's gaze was filled with confusion, while Liluya's eyes showed a hint of evasion. Observing the flicker of evasion in Liluya's eyes and the faint blush that appeared on her face, Admiral Ka-di suddenly understood. His daughter, taking the sword and tome, clearly indicated that they would not be for her own use, but rather intended as gifts for someone else. Until now, the only person who could inspire Liluya to bestow such treasures was someone Admiral Ka-di instinctively envisioned: Liu Fei. In that moment, Admiral Ka-di felt a twinge of heartache. His beloved daughter was drifting away, yet he could not voice his thoughts, for these items were originally meant as gifts for Liluya, and speaking up would only embarrass her. In such circumstances, General Cuddy left a remark for Liluya to take good care of her injuries, departing the room with a heart heavy with sorrow, feigning ignorance despite his understanding. As Liluya watched his figure fade away, she exhaled a sigh of relief and playfully stuck out her tongue, appearing rather charming. To be honest, it was her first encounter with such a situation, and she felt exceedingly anxious, even breaking into a sweat. Fortunately, General Cuddy chose not to speak of it, or else Liluya would likely have blushed fiercely. After Cuddy's departure, Lulu Ya pretended to linger in bed for a while before hastily leaving her home, dispatching the sword and secret tome she held. A day later, Lu Fei received the sword and tome sent by Lulu Ya. Naturally, the delivery was made anonymously, but she thoughtfully included a cherry blossom to prevent Lu Fei from overthinking. Upon seeing the pink blossom, Lu Fei's mind immediately conjured Luluya's visage, and a warm smile involuntarily graced his lips. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Luluya's gesture was akin to aiding the enemy. However, for Lu Fei, these items served merely as embellishments, their true significance lying in the heartfelt sentiment he felt from Lulu Ya. After briefly assessing the sword and tome's utility, Lu Fei made arrangements for their use. Initially, he intended to bestow the tome upon Yejun, but upon glancing at it, she declined, stating its relevance to her was nearly non-existent, lacking even the value of indirect application. Yejun even suggested that Lu Fei reward his subordinates with it instead. Consequently, Lu Fei followed her advice. As the world government continued to squabble over their interests, the development of Aoya Island progressed rapidly. One pirate crew after another joined Lu Fei's ranks, many of which possessed their own small islands, further expanding Aoya Island's influence. At this moment, Lu Fei's reputation began to manifest its true power. The Freedom Journal elevated Lu Fei as a symbol of liberty, although it was evident that this praise could lead to his downfall, drawing the attention of the world government. Yet, when Lu Fei withstood the pressure from the world government, and even caused them to falter, the banner of freedom truly began to wave across the seas, unexpectedly becoming a beacon for many. Those oppressed by the world government, yearning to overthrow its rule, traveled great distances to Aoya Island. Previously, Aoya Island served as a covert base for the Holy Church, which could have complicated matters. However, during the last incursion of the world government's fleet, the Holy Church withdrew entirely, allowing the island to fall completely under the control of New Wan. This meant that anyone arriving at Aoya Island seeking to ally with Lu Fei could easily find a way. With the assistance of New Wan's extensive database, these newcomers could conduct analyses, ensuring that even the swift expansion of Aoya Island's power maintained stability. As Aoya Island grew and the pirate empress's influence surged, coupled with the recent defeat of Admiral Feng Pinghai, a voice emerged worldwide. The seas once dominated by the world government have fallen. This declaration instantly ignited a firestorm of public opinion. Under the waves, Admiral Feng Pinghai, clad in his uniform and wielding the trident of the sea god, swiftly approached Aoya Island. Once he entered the 1,000-mile maritime boundary of Aoya Island, he was detected by the monitoring devices set by New Wan on the seabed. Moreover, Admiral Feng Pinghai made no effort to conceal his identity, advancing directly through the water. The monitoring devices not only recorded unusual energy fluctuations, but also captured the visage of Admiral Feng Pinghai. New Wan quickly identified him by cross-referencing with the database and promptly notified Lu Fei. In a training chamber, Lu Fei, with the Zhanxian hulu hanging at his waist, opened his eyes. How dare he come alone? Lu Fei appeared somewhat perplexed. During their last confrontation, he believed he had demonstrated formidable strength, leading him to assume that Admiral Feng Pinghai would not dare to approach alone. Clearly, Lu Fei was unaware that Admiral Feng Pinghai, having suppressed the seas for many years, held great confidence in his abilities. He firmly believed that his previous defeat was merely due to the necessity of attending to the world government's fleet. Thus, this time, to prove himself and regain his dominion over the seas, Admiral Feng Pinghai ventured forth alone. In fact, not only Lu Fei was puzzled, but anyone aware of Admiral Feng Pinghai's solitary arrival would also be bewildered. After all, Lu Fei had publicly executed Titan, the leader of the Titan Sky pirate crew, showcasing his undeniable strength. Under normal circumstances, no one would contemplate challenging Lu Fei at this juncture. Yet, Admiral Feng Pinghai chose to come anyway. Lu Fei contemplated that this situation could stem from two possibilities. Either Admiral Feng Pinghai possessed absolute power, believing he could single-handedly subdue Lu Fei, which was evidently implausible since he had retreated with the world government's fleet, or he had unwavering confidence in his ability to preserve his life, trusting that he could escape even in adverse conditions. Lu Fei inclined toward the latter possibility. Of course, there was a third possibility, suicide, but Lu Fei deemed that unlikely for Admiral Feng Pinghai. The truth would only be revealed through confrontation. Lu Fei rose and exited the training chamber. 100 miles away from Aoya Island, Admiral Feng Pinghai emerged from the water, grasping the trident of the sea god, and slightly shook it. Rise, waves. The next moment, as the trident radiated light, the once tranquil sea transformed into a tempest. The immediate sensation for vessels traversing to Aoya Island was that it had become the most prosperous location within a 1,000-mile radius. Suddenly, these ships trembled, causing their occupants to sway and fall. As the saying goes, no wind, no waves. Yet, at this moment, they were certain no wind had arisen. The unusual circumstances prompted them to seek the source of the disturbance. There stood Admiral Feng Pinghai. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, everyone's gaze shifted towards him. Admiral Feng Pinghai stood upon the surface, waves rolling beneath his feet, his recognizable trident of the sea god in hand. At the sight of him, countless faces paled, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree. As someone who had suppressed the seas for many years, even after his previous defeat, people still felt an involuntary fear upon encountering him. A cacophony of exclamations erupted. It's over. It's over. Admiral Feng Pinghai has arrived. Oh my goodness. Am I to perish today? I refuse to believe it. What can Admiral Feng Pinghai do? No one can take my life. As the waves upon the sea grew increasingly tumultuous and panic spread among the crowd, a radiant beam of golden light shot forth from Aoya Island. This beam expanded in size as it traversed the air, ultimately becoming colossal as it reached the surface of the sea. The legendary Dinghai Shenzhen, known as the Rui Jingu Bang, stood majestically upon the water, radiating golden brilliance. In an instant, the once turbulent sea was rendered tranquil. Those fortunate enough to witness the previous assault by the world government's fleet on Aoya Island immediately exclaimed in delight upon seeing the scene unfold once more. Lord Lu Fei has arrived. While the appearance of Admiral Feng Pinghai might evoke an involuntary sense of dread, Lu Fei, who had previously vanquished the world government's fleet and slain the Titan, instilled a sense of safety among the onlookers. What business do you have here, Admiral Feng Pinghai? Lu Fei inquired with a resonant voice, embodying his customary principle of courtesy before conflict. The admiral, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied succinctly, "Slay the demons, pacify the sea." This simple declaration encapsulated his intent. He sought to kill Lu Fei and re-establish control over the ocean. The gravity of the admiral's words sent a shiver through the crowd. They were harsh, yet entirely in keeping with his character. Yet Lu Fei remained composed, countering, "The sea does not belong solely to you. Your pacification cannot subdue my domain." His words boldly conveyed his determination to stand against Admiral Feng Pinghai. He harbored no fear of the admiral. With a finality, Admiral Feng Pinghai asserted, "If I kill you, this sea will naturally be at peace." Without waiting for Lu Fei's response, he initiated his assault. With a swift motion of his trident, he unleashed a powerful attack, Divide the Sea. A cleaving strike appeared, splitting the sea in front of him and surging toward Lu Fei. In a deft maneuver, Lu Fei summoned the enormous Rui Jingu Bang back to his hand, shrinking it as he did so. He then swung it downwards. Though it seemed as if he struck nothing but air, in truth, he met the admiral's invisible attack head-on. Sparks flew in every direction as Lu Fei, relying on his formidable physique, withstood the onslaught without yielding an inch. This strike, capable of parting the sea, originated from Admiral Feng Pinghai and concluded before Lu Fei. Countless eyes widened in anticipation, fearing to miss any moment of this clash. The intensity of their confrontation rivaled the full-force assaults of high-ranking generals. Even a moderately skilled general would find such an attack difficult to counter. Yet Lu Fei managed to withstand it solely through the resilience of the Rui Jingu Bang and his own immense strength. The sight was so astonishing that it caused Admiral Feng Pinghai's pupils to constrict. What an extraordinary display of physical might. Historically, The world government's records had portrayed Lu Fei's strength primarily through ranged attacks. Even his recent victory over the Titan had been achieved from a distance. However, experiencing this confrontation firsthand, Admiral Feng Pinghai confirmed that Lu Fei's physical prowess had significantly increased since their last encounter. Realizing this, Admiral Feng Pinghai felt a sense of disorientation. For beings of their caliber, every increment of strength was hard-won. Yet Lu Fei appeared to defy this principle, seemingly growing stronger without limitations. How could this be? This was the instinctive thought of Admiral Feng Pinghai, who, like before, had approached the battle with confidence only to retreat in disarray. He could not fathom such a possibility. However, he recalled how swiftly Lu Fei had risen from the confines of Gue Jucheng to his current renown. Thus, even if he were reluctant to accept it, when confronted with the undeniable facts, he had no choice but to acknowledge them. Admiral Feng Pinghai regarded Lu Fei from a distance. Grappling with complex emotions, he had labored for decades to reach his current status and strength, while Lu Fei, with his youthful visage, had achieved his rise in a remarkably short span. The world, including Admiral Feng Pinghai, had believed that after invoking divine retribution, Lu Fei was doomed. Yet now, Lu Fei had transformed from a notorious pirate who had slain General Qiyang into a formidable force capable of repelling the combined fleet of the world government. No one doubted that Lu Fei now reigned as the sovereign of the sea. At least until he faced his first defeat, he would remain the king. This reality was difficult for Admiral Feng Pinghai to accept, yet he had to. Thus, he had come today to fulfill his duties as admiral and to pursue the ambition of his lifetime. Steeling himself, Admiral Feng Pinghai raised his trident, Fury of the Sea Beasts. Instantly, countless sea creatures emerged from the depths. These beasts were not physical entities, but rather manifestations of water. Yet their fierce forms and agile movements betrayed their sentience. Indeed, Admiral Feng Pinghai had summoned the souls of the fallen sea creatures from this domain, bestowing them with corporeal forms infused with the bitterness of death, intent on wreaking havoc. It was evident that, despite their overwhelming numbers, these apparitions posed no real threat to Lu Fei. However, Admiral Feng Pinghai did not aim to harm Lu Fei. His intention was simple: to unleash these sea creatures upon Aoya Island. Admiral Feng Pinghai sought to compel the inhabitants of Aoya Island to join their fallen comrades from the World Government Navy in eternal rest. Concurrently, he aimed to manipulate Lu Fei's state of mind, seeking a psychological edge. This time, Admiral Feng Pinghai had devised a meticulous plan. The previous forces of the world government had constrained his capabilities, but now, with Lu Fei alone before him, he would use Aoya Island to limit Lu Fei's potential. Observing the multitude of sea beasts, Lu Fei quickly discerned Admiral Feng Pinghai's strategy. Nevertheless, his expression remained unperturbed. To him, this was merely a trivial tactic. Grasping the Rui Jingu Bang, he began to swing it with fervor. As he did, a tempest arose from his very being, surging across the surface of the water. Wind, Lu Fei called out, and the gust intensified dramatically. Rain, as the wind sliced through the sea beasts, Lu Fei invoked the elements once more. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and a gentle patter of rain began to fall. The divine ability to summon wind and rain was unleashed. In an instant, the tempest raged fiercely, the wind slicing like a blade and the rain falling like arrows, scattering the sea creatures that had only just emerged upon the surface. However, those unable to withstand such ferocity were merely the weaker beings of the ocean. Among the summoned sea creatures by the naval Marshal Feng Pinghai, there were indeed formidable entities. These powerful beings braved the storm, making their way toward Aoya Island. Should they set foot upon its shores, it would spell devastation for all living beings. Yet, could Lu Fei permit the naval Marshal Feng Pinghai to fulfill his desires? He raised the Rui Jingu Bang towards the heavens, and the thunder and lightning within him surged forth from the staff. Reaching for the dark clouds above, the Thunder Department descends. The Thunder Department, a celestial assembly responsible for punishment in the heavenly court. Within the clouds, thunder rumbled as countless bolts of lightning danced. Just as the sea creatures were about to land on Aoya Island, the lightning within the clouds, seemingly provoked, unleashed a deafening roar, striking down with ferocity. However, these bolts of lightning did not strike the sea creatures directly. Instead, they transformed into various lightning-formed entities: thunder dragons, thunder tigers, thunderbirds, thunder soldiers, and thunder generals. All manner of lightning beings surged toward the sea creatures. When the aquatic beings collided with the lightning entities, it was evident that they responded as if faced with their natural enemies, emitting silent cries of despair. Indeed, they could not vocalize their suffering, yet their convulsing bodies and gaping mouths conveyed their agony. The reason for their dismal vulnerability in the face of the lightning beings lay in their very nature. These sea creatures were driven by souls at their core, animating their watery forms. However, lightning inherently possesses a restraining power over such souls. Thus, upon their encounter, the lightning within the entities would course through the aquatic forms, directly assaulting their core souls. Hence, this represented a natural counterbalance. At this moment, a fierce battle unfolded upon the ocean, with countless lightning beings clashing with the sea creatures. From the perspective of the situation, the lightning entities held an absolute advantage. In this instant, Lu Fei did not await the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai's move. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a massive thunder dragon emerged from the clouds. Lu Fei deftly positioned himself atop the dragon's head, brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang and riding the colossal beast into the storm, charging toward the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai. Since you have come, then stay with me. Originally, the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai could wield the power of the ocean through the sea god S Trident. However, as the azure light was forced back into his being, he found himself unable to command the ocean S might. Just as Lu Fei had surmised, while Feng Pinghai could harness the ocean S power with the trident, Lu Fei could use the Rui Jingu Bang to prevent him from doing so. Ha! Is this the giant pillar peak? Feeling the rapid depletion of his internal strength, the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai suddenly erupted into laughter, though tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. He had heard whispers of the giant pillar peak before. He had once investigated it and found himself utterly powerless against it, ultimately abandoning the endeavor. Now, experiencing firsthand the sea god S Trident's command over the ocean, suppressed by the giant pillar peak, he truly understood the meaning of restraint. Yes, restraint. Beyond this, the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai could conceive of no other possibility. In their confrontation, he could feel that his sea god S Trident was not inferior to the Rui Jingu Bang. Yet now, the Rui Jingu Bang, of a size akin to the giant pillar peak, had effectively severed the Trident's capabilities. Was that not the essence of restraint? At this moment, the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai let out a desolate laugh. It was only now that he realized Lu Fei could have utilized the Rui Jingu Bang much earlier to counter his abilities. Yet Lu Fei had refrained from doing so, concealing his intentions with great depth. In the eyes of the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai, the hidden objective was none other than today. He comprehended that today marked his demise. Aware of his impending death, the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai chose not to succumb passively, but resolutely launched another assault against Lu Fei. At this moment, he was a warrior, the boy from the fishing village wielding a harpoon. The Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai lifted the sea god S Trident and leaped from the ocean, launching a full-force strike toward Lu Fei amidst the storm of thunder. This was the most formidable attack of the Naval Marshal Feng Pinghai's life. It bore no catastrophic might, nor did it radiate dazzling brilliance. It was merely a simple thrust, a maneuver so straightforward that any fisherman could recognize it as the technique employed when casting a harpoon. Yet it was this very move that had propelled the boy from the fishing village to the rank of Naval Marshal. Such a strike had subdued the ocean for many years. In that moment, no one could perceive the oppressive force of this simple thrust more acutely than Lu Fei. There was nowhere to evade, nowhere to hide. Lu Fei found himself targeted. Moreover, he sensed the terrifying intent encapsulated within the thrust of the sea god S Trident aimed at him. This embodied the pure conviction forged throughout the naval marshal Feng Pinghai's lifetime of battles. However, Liu Fei remained unperturbed. The naval marshal Feng Pinghai possessed his own beliefs, and so too did Liu Fei. He discerned that this attack from Feng Pinghai was a strike of desperation, success or death. The naval marshal Feng Pinghai's determination was to eliminate Liu Fei and restore order to the ocean. Yet, this was merely the naval marshal Feng Pinghai's personal perspective. He believed that slaying pirates would equate to pacifying the sea. In reality, aside from a small faction of lawless marauders, the vast majority of pirates were simply those driven to desperation, forced to turn to piracy. And who had coerced them? Naturally, it was the oppressive forces of the world government. The naval marshal Feng Pinghai could only see the pirates. He was blind to the even more ruthless naval officers, those who compelled the pirates to pillage and plunder, only to later seize both the pirates and their spoils. To Liu Fei, the naval marshal Feng Pinghai's vision of a pacified ocean was merely an idealistic fantasy. Liu Fei, on the other hand, believed that the ocean belonged to all. While some acted malevolently, others acted with virtue. The pacification of the sea should arise from a collective where good outweighs evil. It should not be a one-sided scrutiny of pirates while overlooking the malevolence within the Navy. Thus, Liu Fei's conviction was this: whether pirate or naval officer, both are part of the ocean. He sought to shatter the shackles imposed by the Navy upon the sea, to unveil all evils, whether from pirates or the Navy alike. The ocean required a new order, an order founded on freedom, where goodness is rewarded and evil is punished. Kindness shall be met with kindness, and the wicked will face their retribution. With such beliefs, Liu Fei made his move. He extended his right hand toward the advancing naval marshal Feng Pinghai, divine punishment of the thunder god. Countless bolts of lightning from the storm converged upon Liu Fei's right hand. When the thunder converged to its zenith, Liu Fei's right hand unleashed a resplendent column of lightning. This brilliant beam enveloped the approaching Fleet Admiral Feng Pinghai entirely. In an instant, the sky was cleaved in two by this radiant lightning, its brilliance eclipsing the sunlight and leaving all eyes focused solely on this singular spectacle. As the onlookers' vision returned, they were met with an astonishing sight. A divine trident had pierced through Liu Fei's abdomen. Meanwhile, the colossal figure of Fleet Admiral Feng Pinghai was utterly consumed by the lightning column. Master, Liu Fei, accompanied by a chorus of gasps, the silhouettes of Yijun and Run and Mo Ye approached the enlarged Liu Fei. Amid their anxious glances, Liu Fei smiled gently and reassured them, "I am fine, just a minor injury." As he spoke, Liu Fei's form diminished back to its normal size, simultaneously shrinking the Rui Jingu Bang back into his hand. With his body restored, the divine trident, once in the form of a massive torrent, reverted to its true shape. Liu Fei reached down and effortlessly extracted the trident from his abdomen. Upon withdrawal, 3 bloody wounds remained, oozing a strangely pale golden blood. However, the bleeding ceased almost immediately, and the wounds began to heal rapidly. Gazing at the divine trident in his hand, Liu Fei contemplated for a moment before addressing Run. Run, activate your ability and summon Fleet Admiral Feng Pinghai. Run nodded, producing a golden scepter seemingly from thin air. She then struck the scepter's base against the sea, which was soon shrouded in darkness. The shadows of the underworld enveloped the waters beneath her. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would surely scream in terror. However, as Run and her companions arrived, Liu Fei had instructed the female warrior to obscure the area from external view, ensuring that none could see what transpired here. Once the shadows of the underworld fully descended, Run waved the golden scepter once more. In the next moment, a corpse clad in the uniform of a fleet admiral slowly surfaced from the inky depths. It was indeed the lifeless body of Fleet Admiral Feng Pinghai. With a flick of her left hand, Run conjured a luminous pearl. As the pearl's light illuminated the corpse, Feng Pinghai's previously closed eyes abruptly opened, and he leaped from the water. Upon recognizing Liu Fei's visage, astonishment washed over him. "Am I dead? Or have you also perished? Have we perished together?" Before the joyous smile could fully form on Feng Pinghai's face, Lu Fei curtly interrupted. Enough with the fantasies. You are dead, while I thrive. You have merely been resurrected in a corpse form by Run. Upon hearing this, Feng Pinghai refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he appeared to recall something, murmuring, and run, that name sounds familiar. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, is she the girl who can summon the deceased back to life? Clearly, as a fleet admiral, Feng Pinghai was well acquainted with much information. He continued, I had assumed that she had to be the one to slay them for resurrection. I never imagined such a terrifying ability could revive merely from a corpse. Yet Lu Fei refuted Feng Pinghai's assertion, stating, it is not as exaggerated as you think. The deceased must have only recently passed, and their soul must not have dissipated. Indeed, were it not for such limitations, I could simply take and run across the world to seek the corpses of powerful beings. We could easily amass a multitude of extraordinary warriors to dismantle the world government without the need for the current developments. It was evident that such an endeavor was impossible. Upon hearing Lu Fei's stipulations, Feng Pinghai felt a sense of relief. At this moment, he remained concerned for the world government. Lu Fei, perceiving his thoughts, returned the divine trident to him, saying, enough of your worries about the world government. You are merely a corpse now. Accept your new life with humility. Upon realizing his status as a corpse, Feng Pinghai fell into an unusual silence. Once brimming with confidence, he now grappled with the reality of being resurrected in such a state. Death was not the end. Rather, being forgotten and losing one's ideals was the true demise. After uttering a profound statement, Lu Fei generously offered, as your adversary, you have earned my respect. Therefore, in death, I grant you a choice. Fight for Ren, but do not harm those of the world government. Your targets shall be all who commit evil deeds. What say you? Feng Pinghai clenched the divine trident in his grasp, feeling the constraints imparted by Ren within him, and replied with a wry smile, do I have any choice left? I thank you for this option. Lu Fei's words profoundly impacted Feng Pinghai. Indeed, death was not the end. It was his inability to continue executing his convictions that troubled him. As for being forgotten, Feng Pinghai was not concerned, for his death would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history. His final strike was not merely a blow against Lu Fei. He was a fleet admiral, one of the representatives of the world government. His demise at Lu Fei's hands would surely incite panic and fury among the ranks of the world government. Based on Feng Pinghai's understanding of the individuals within the world government, he knew they would be enraged by the death of one of their own, yet simultaneously terrified that Lu Fei might replicate his actions against them. Under such emotions, the internal processes concerning Lu Fei within the world government would undoubtedly accelerate. Thus, upon deciding to fight to the bitter end, Feng Pinghai had inadvertently laid a trap for Lu Fei. The best outcome was their mutual destruction. A slightly lesser outcome would be injuring Lu Fei while sacrificing himself. The worst outcome would be Lu Fei emerging unscathed while he perished. The former was self-explanatory. If it occurred, it would certainly be favorable. As for the latter two scenarios, Feng Pinghai could accept them. His death could serve as a warning to the world government, urging them to unite against Lu Fei, who truly posed a threat to their existence. In essence, Feng Pinghai sought to sound the alarm for the world government with his own demise. He regarded Lu Fei without expressing these thoughts aloud. Even though he had agreed to fight for Run, he did not forget his duties as a fleet admiral and as a member of the world government. Subsequently, Lu Fei instructed Run to open the gates of the underworld, drawing Feng Pinghai within. Once everything returned to normal, only Lu Fei and the three women remained. At that moment, Imoya suddenly inquired, Lu Fei, you could have evaded that attack, couldn't you? Indeed, he replied. Lu Fei nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying Imoya's speculation, and explained, we can hide, but it is unnecessary. Being too invincible can be detrimental. Injuries might actually cause the world government to lower their guard. Upon hearing this, Imoya furrowed her brow. So, does that mean the world government will take action? Indeed, Lu Fei replied, his expression enigmatic. I have already slain the admiral, Feng Pinghai. If the world government does not act soon, they might as well dissolve themselves. Although Lu Fei was unaware of Feng Pinghai's intentions, he could easily surmise the world government's reaction with the death of an admiral. They would undoubtedly seek to retaliate against him in the near future. Otherwise, their reputation and authority would swiftly decline, posing a significant threat to their dominance over the world. For both emotional and logical reasons, the world government would certainly make a move against Lu Fei. Lu Fei continued, "We are about to face a fierce battle. While I have made prior arrangements, you must also be mentally prepared. This time, we are not contending with the previous admirals. We will confront the full might of the world government's naval, land, and air forces." As Lu Fei spoke of the impending confrontation with the world government, the reactions of the three women varied, and Ren's gaze remained calm. To her, the members of the world government were merely additional souls to be redeemed in the depths of hell. Yejun placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. As a swordswoman, how could I not strike? Moreover, it was for Lu Fei's sake. Lu Fei's commanding words had an immediate effect, prompting me Erna to instinctively respond, "Master, I am playing with wings." Lu Fei, rendered speechless, peered through the door's crack at me Na's large eyes. Realizing that conversing through the door was peculiar, he decisively opened it, only to discover what me Na meant. Behind her, 3 pairs of enormous golden wings fluttered, casting waves of golden light. This sight compelled Lu Fei to squint in awe. In this form, me Na resembled a celestial angel. However, before Lu Fei could revel in the moment, me Na spoke, inadvertently revealing her true nature. "Master, don't you think these 3 pairs of wings are fascinating?" Lu Fei shook his head, realizing his earlier thought was misguided. An angel descending? Clearly, me Na had merely dismantled angelic wings for her own amusement. He decided to swiftly change the subject, saying, "All right, me Na, how is your training progressing?" Upon mentioning training, me Na seemed somewhat excited. "Master, I find it quite intriguing. It seems that as I continue to train, I might grow even more wings." Seeing me Na's incessant fixation on wings, Lu Fei understood that his question had been in vain. He returned to his original intent. "Me Na, a great battle is approaching. Are you prepared?" "A great battle?" Me Na tilted her head. "Is the world government planning to strike against us? How strange. How could they decide to act so quickly?" Me Na, having once served as a bishop in the Holy Church, had absorbed considerable knowledge. In her view, if the world government were so quick and decisive, the Church would not be enjoying such a prosperous existence now. During her tenure as bishop, she often remained stationed in one location for extended periods, waiting for the world government to mount a siege. She possessed a deep understanding of the world government's operational efficiency. However, me Na quickly deduced that something must have provoked the world government, and thus she inquired, "Did something significant happen while I was training?" Her eyes widened with longing, feeling as though she had missed out on a monumental event. Lu Fei did not withhold the truth, recounting his encounter with Admiral Feng Pinghai. Upon learning of the monumental deed Lu Fei had accomplished during her training, me Na expressed her regret. "Ah, to think I did not witness your battle with my own eyes. What a pity. I had hoped to provide you with some nourishment." As she spoke, she made a suggestive gesture towards Lu Fei. Seeing me Na's eagerness to engage in playful antics, Lu Fei, somewhat exasperated, replied, all right, just be ready for battle." Initially intending to leave, Lu Fei was taken aback when me Na suddenly appeared flustered and exclaimed, "Master, will you be injured during the battle?" Although unsure how me Na had deduced this, Lu Fei did not conceal the truth, admitting he had intentionally sustained minor injuries. Upon hearing that Lu Fei was injured, me Na rushed towards him, her hands reaching out to assess his condition, exclaiming, "Master, where are you hurt? Let me tend to you." Lu Fei, with a darkened expression, swatted her hands away, nearly convinced by her panicked yet bright-eyed demeanor and the strange smile that played her lips. "Do not touch me. I injured myself on purpose and have already healed." His words extinguished any thoughts me Na had of taking advantage of the situation. Disappointed, me Na's expression shifted. However, after having touched Lu Fei's body, her confidence surged. Suddenly, she opened her arms and embraced Lu Fei. Caught off guard by her unexpected embrace, Lu Fei froze, unprepared for her sudden display of affection. Before he could react, Mi Na, seemingly fulfilled, released him and laughed, saying, "Master, I will be ready for battle. You may go about your business." With that, she pushed Lu Fei out the door and decisively shut it behind him. Once the door was closed, Mi Na's face flushed crimson. Blushing, she wore a look of triumph, chuckling softly to herself. Outside, Lu Fei shook his head. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he had a nagging sense that he had lost something. After surveying Aoya Island, Lu Fei gained insight into the current combat capabilities present. The fighting force on Aoya Island could be categorized into several tiers. First, there was the 100 billion bounty level, equivalent to Lu Fei's own strength. Second, those below 100 billion, representing the admiral level, comprised 4 individuals, and Ren, Yejun, Emoya, and Mi Na. Third, there were several thousand elites with combat capabilities peaking around the vice admiral level. Additionally, there was a significant contingent managed by the technological forces under New News Command. Notably, apart from Lu Fei, the combat capabilities of the others had not been tested in actual combat, thus placing them in those classifications. For instance, Lu Fei believed and Ren's combat prowess might have reached the admiral level, but without an adversary to push her to that extent, it remained speculative. Similarly, Mi Na, originally capable of self-rejuvenation, was already formidable among the admirals, and with her further growth and the acquisition of angelic wings, her strength had undoubtedly amplified. Lu Fei speculated that she might also be on the verge of attaining admiral-level combat capabilities. As for Yejun and Emoya, Lu Fei found it challenging to gauge their respective levels of combat prowess. Yejun has yet to unleash her full power, yet she stands as a formidable contender for the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Lu Fei believes she is not far from achieving that. As for Emoya, her original combat prowess was likely only at the general level. However, after being equipped with advanced technology by New Wan, her combat capabilities have become quite unpredictable. It is worth noting that Emoya, who inherently controls gravity, can significantly enhance her fighting strength through satellite weapons and orbital cannons positioned high above. As for the thousands of elite individuals, Lu Fei cannot ascertain whether any of them are concealing their true abilities. Overall, in terms of mid to low-level combat power, Aoya Island undoubtedly holds the upper hand. However, at the pinnacle of power, Lu Fei feels there is still a gap. Recognizing this deficiency, Lu Fei decides to seek external assistance. This so-called assistance is merely Lu Fei's strategic arrangements outside. Captain Run, in the sky, several aerial vessels from the world government are besieging a massive flying apparatus resembling a colossal sword. Upon this gigantic sword, 9 swordsmen armed with weapons struggle to uphold their defense against the pirate king, Lu Fei. This name is undoubtedly one of the most renowned in the world today. The members of the 9 Swords Air Pirates and the world government's Air Force never anticipated that Pirate King Lu Fei would appear here. They are utterly astonished, their breaths caught in their throats, rendering them immobile. Even those piloting the airships, preparing to retreat, find themselves frozen in place. In the presence of this figure, retreat holds no significance. They are acutely aware that without the command of Pirate King Lu Fei, their desire to withdraw is clearly futile. At that moment, their hearts pound like drums. They lower their heads, akin to those awaiting judgment. Pirate King Lu Fei, Lord Lu Fei, the Air Force General manages to utter with great difficulty, adding the honorific, "We will take our leave." One must admit that the Air Force General possesses a strong will to survive. This esteemed general dares to address a pirate with such respect. However, no one present finds this inappropriate, for Pirate King Lu Fei is indeed the notorious slayer of the Marine Admiral Feng Pinghai. This title of Lord is one he rightfully deserves. Everyone knows that not only this Air Force General, but even the Air Force Marshal would likely need to be cautious in their demeanor when conversing with Lu Fei. Yet, the Air Force General's ingratiation fails to earn Lu Fei's forgiveness. Upon arriving, Lu Fei quickly assesses the battlefield and realizes that the Air Force General is leading the assault against the 9 Swords Air Pirates. Hence, Lu Fei speaks with indifference. "Since you are here, you may as well stay." Upon hearing these words, the Air Force General's face turns ashen. This phrase is notably infamous. Previously, When Lu Fei slayed Admiral Feng Ping Hai, he uttered the same, realizing that his life is in jeopardy. The Air Force general utters not a word and swiftly turns to flee. His movements are quick and decisive, even neglecting his subordinates. Unfortunately for him, Lu Fei extends his hand toward the fleeing Air Force general. Thunder punishment. A bolt of lightning, half a meter thick, shoots from Lu Fei's hand, piercing through the Air Force general's body and incinerating him in midair. To Lu Fei, this newly appointed general lacks the requisite strength, unable to withstand even a single attack. After vanquishing the Air Force general, Lu Fei waves his hand, commanding the lightning dragon beneath him to charge toward the world government's aerial vessels. One by one, the airships plummet from the sky. However, Lu Fei pays no further heed to their fate, instead directing his attention to the colossal sword. Observing the battle-worn state of the immense blade, Lu Fei concentrates. Thunder metallurgy. A surge of electricity courses from Lu Fei's feet into the colossal sword. As the lightning courses through it, the exterior of the massive sword is restored. Of course, certain areas have become thinner. This is unavoidable. After all, Lu Fei's thunder metallurgy can only shape metal, not replenish the missing material. Nevertheless, from an aesthetic standpoint, the surface of the colossal sword now appears as pristine as new, far surpassing its previously damaged state. While the lightning repairs the colossal sword, Lu Fei advances to the side of the female sword saint. Observing her slightly disheveled appearance, Lu Fei smiles gently. I have arrived. Join my ranks. The female sword saint feels somewhat uneasy under Lu Fei's direct invitation and unwavering gaze, diverting her eyes while brushing aside her tousled hair. Very well. Seeing the female sword saint maintain her aloof demeanor, Lu Fei's smile broadens. How about you call me Lord? You. The female sword saint immediately bristles at this remark, glaring at Lu Fei with indignation. Yet, upon encountering the teasing glimmer in Lu Fei's eyes, she turns her gaze away. That is impossible. Noticing the hint of pink that crept onto her cheeks, Lu Fei realizes he has struck a chord within her. With this realization, he decides not to press further, chuckling, if you don't want to, then how about simply calling me Lu Fei? The title of Lord is difficult for her to utter, while addressing him by name is undoubtedly far more comfortable. Thus, she parts her lips to say, Lu Fei. What was merely a simple address deepens the blush upon the female sword saint's face, rendering her even more captivating. As Lu Fei and the female sword saint cultivate their bond, the members of the Nine Swords Air Pirates stand in a daze. Is this truly their once-cold leader? How could she be blushing so easily from just a few words from Lu Fei? Moreover, when did Pirate King Lu Fei become associated with their leader? An array of questions manifest on their faces. Only the vice captain, gazing at the rejuvenated colossal sword, suddenly recalls something, exclaiming, You were the masked man from that time? It was you who helped us repair our flying sword. Upon hearing the vice captain mention the masked man, they come to a sudden realization. Among the most unforgettable experiences they've had over the years was when a masked man, accompanied by a girl, not only incapacitated them, but also stole their liquor. Additionally, he repaired their massive flying sword ship. Recognizing Lu Fei's identity, he greets the members of the Nine Swords Air Pirates with a smile. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you again. My name is Lu Fei. Fate has a curious way of intertwining paths. When Lu Fei sought out the Nine Swords Air Pirates, he fortuitously stumbled upon their peril. After effortlessly resolving the Nine Swords Air Pirates crisis, Lu Fei straightforwardly invites the female sword saint to join his ranks. Moreover, he takes the opportunity to tease the once-cold female sword saint. Following this, after briefly getting acquainted with the members of the Nine Swords Air Pirates, Lu Fei leads them toward Aoyo Island. During their journey, the members of the Nine Swords Air Pirates seem to perceive that Lu Fei does not carry an air of superiority. Instead, he mingles with them as one of their own. They discreetly encourage Lu Fei to deepen his relationship with their leader. As out of the 9 members of the Nine Swords Air Pirates, only the female sword saint remains single. They are quite concerned about her lifelong happiness. With the goodwill of alleviating their worries, Lu Fei occasionally teases the female sword saint during their trip to Aoyo Island. It is worth noting that before the female sword fairy experienced the stirrings of love, she exuded an air of icy composure. However, after her heart was touched, her demeanor transformed entirely. She resembled a young maiden, newly awakened to the emotions of love, blushing at the mere teasing remarks of Lu Fei. Nevertheless, her cool disposition remained intact. If Lu Fei's flirtations became too brazen, the female sword fairy would unsheathe her long sword, poised to strike him down. Thus, Lu Fei could only advance gradually, fostering intimacy with her over time. One thing is certain. The female sword fairy has wholly aligned herself with Lu Fei, becoming one of his own. The female sword fairy and her 9-sword air pirates are merely one of the external reinforcements Lu Fei has procured. In another endeavor, Lu Fei sought out his most formidable ally. In the vast oceans today, Pirate King Lu Fei is undoubtedly a renowned figure. Yet, apart from him, another notable name is that of the Pirate Empress. The name Qing Yun, the Empress of the Seas, is known far and wide. Even before Lu Fei made a name for himself on Aoya Island, Qing Yun had already gathered numerous pirates and claimed a substantial territory. The reason why the Empress did not attract followers as Aoya Island did is that she has never directly repelled the Marine Admiral Feng Pinghai. However, her fame stems from the fact that Admiral Feng Pinghai has attempted to encircle her multiple times, only to have her evade capture. Thus, had Aoya Island not risen due to Lu Fei, the most significant pirate faction on the seas would undoubtedly have been the one under the command of the Pirate Empress Qing Yun. In terms of sheer power, Qing Yun is indeed the mightiest on the seas. Unlike Aoya Island, which only cultivates nearby influence, Qing Yun employs a system of alliances. By joining her pirate crew, individuals retain their original forces in addition to being part of Qing Yun's establishment, essentially becoming nominal members. This very structure allows her to possess a vast, albeit superficial, influence across numerous islands. However, it is evident to discerning eyes that such a force is not genuinely strong and relies heavily on the central figure of Qing Yun. Should she fall, the entire structure would collapse instantly. Consequently, the world government is indifferent to the forces under Qing Yun, dismissing her as a threat. Admiral Feng Pinghai shares this sentiment, focusing solely on the capture of Qing Yun herself, disregarding her subordinate pirates. Long ago, Lu Fei had devised plans for Qing Yun, allowing her to develop independently. Previously, he had refrained from summoning her back to Aoya Island for battle, but now he requires Qing Yun's support. The core of the Pirate Empress's fleet is surprisingly a modestly sized medium pirate ship. Such a vessel hardly befits the stature of the Empress, especially when surrounded by larger and more opulent ships. Yet, Qing Yun relishes her time aboard this particular vessel. Astute observers can discern that this ship embodies unique sentiments for the Empress. What should have been a day of tranquil routine was abruptly shattered by a streak of blue lightning racing from the distance. The pirate guards surrounding Qing Yun quickly armed themselves, shouting in alarm. Nevertheless, they were powerless to intercept the swift bolt of electricity, which effortlessly breached their defenses and arrived at the ship housing the Pirate Empress. As the brilliance faded, Lu Fei's form emerged. It was none other than Pirate King Lu Fei. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, the armed pirates found themselves paralyzed with fear, their limbs trembling, weapons slipping from their grasp. Those who had initially intended to approach Lu Fei hesitated, rooted to the spot. Just as they marveled at Lu Fei's unexpected appearance, Qing Yun stepped outside, her door swinging open. The Pirate King and the Empress exchanged glances from several meters apart, assessing one another. Years had passed, and Lu Fei noted that Qing Yun had matured into an even more captivating figure, her newfound authority lending her an air of gravitas. Lu Fei spoke first. Qing Yun, it has been a long time. At his words, the sternness melted from Qing Yun's face, replaced by a radiant smile as she dashed towards him, leaping into his embrace. My lord, it has been far too long. As Lu Fei held Qing Yun's soft form, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Who could have anticipated that the Empress Qing Yun, now commanding respect, was once a spirited girl eager to promote herself? While Lu Fei and Qing Yun reveled in their reunion, the pirates watched in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging at the sight of their exalted Empress willingly leaping into a man's arms. However, their astonishment faded when they recognized Lu Fei's face. After all, he was the Pirate King, and that rendered everything permissible. Yet, before they could fully process this reality, the arrival of Princess Bai Xing left them utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Lu Fei, she joyfully exclaimed, "Master Lu Fei!" She rushed over and also leapt into his embrace. In an instant, Lu Fei found himself enveloped by two stunning women. The sight of him, cradling both Qin Yun and Bai Xing, shattered the hearts of the surrounding pirates. Even if he was the Pirate King, such a display was beyond comprehension. After the affectionate exchanges with Qin Yun and Princess Bai Xing, Lu Fei conveyed his purpose. Upon hearing that the world government was amassing forces to assault Aoya Island, both Qin Yun and Bai Xing expressed their willingness to assist. They had long awaited Lu Fei's summons, having restrained themselves solely to avoid disrupting his plans. Now, seizing the opportunity to return to Lu Fei's side, they were filled with joy. Qin Yun further declared her intention to bring her crew to join the battle at Aoya Island. Hearing her proposal, Lu Fei solemnly inquired about her thoughts, explaining that victory in this forthcoming battle would solidify Aoya Island's status, transforming it into a genuine power broker in the world. Thus, he asked Qin Yun if she would be willing to abandon her current foundation and her identity as Empress to join Aoya Island. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yun responded with eager affirmation. Her establishment had initially been created solely for the purpose of avenging Lu Fei. With him now thriving, her faction had lost its purpose. The only reason she had not disbanded it was that she had hoped Lu Fei would eventually need her, patiently awaiting his call. Therefore, in response to Lu Fei's inquiry, Qin Yun had no reservations and was determined to join Aoya Island. However, Qin Yun inquired whether those who had followed her for so long could join Aoya Island. After dispersing over 100 Sea Kings, Lu Fei and Princess Bai Xing arrived at Aoya Island. Naturally, prior to their arrival, Lu Fei transformed Princess Bai Xing to a more human size, for her immense stature and beauty would undeniably attract everyone's attention. Accompanying Lu Fei onto the island, Princess Bai Xing was filled with excitement, for the cities on Aoya Island were not only comparable to those on land, but far surpassed them. During her time with Qin Yun, Princess Bai Xing had mostly remained aboard the ship, and her brief island visits had only been to ordinary small islands for supplies. Thus, she had never witnessed such a bustling city on Aoya Island, making everything here seem utterly novel to her. With her arms wrapped around Lu Fei, they strolled through the city. Lu Fei, donning a metallic mask, ensured that their outing would not be hindered by the adoration directed at him by the island's inhabitants. Without this mask, he would undoubtedly be besieged by attention, which would not be conducive for Princess Bai Xing's leisurely exploration. The mask, part of the mark armor, symbolized the official authority of Aoya Island. With this identity, even though Princess Bai Xing was extraordinarily striking, no one dared to interrupt their stroll. However, the gazes of envy and admiration were unavoidable. Passers-by looked at Lu Fei, whose arm was embraced by Princess Bai Xing, with a mixture of envy and resentment, wishing to be in his place. Under such scrutiny, Lu Fei was accustomed to it, and Princess Bai Xing was equally unperturbed, their enthusiasm for their outing undiminished. On the eve of war, Lu Fei had already established defenses throughout the 1,000-mile maritime expanse surrounding Aoya Island, within the underground base at the heart of the island. In order to ensure ample preparation, he had authorized New Wan to engage in unlimited production. Consequently, all production lines in the underground facility operated around the clock, manufacturing weapons and ammunition. A multitude of mark armors were assembled, activated with small arc reactors as their energy source, and ready for combat. Missiles were produced, packaged, and transported to various firepower points throughout Aoya Island. The diverse array of weaponry was being manufactured, and in truth, the firepower on Aoya Island was already sufficient to support a full-scale war. Lu Fei's continued authorization for production could be interpreted as a form of munition inadequacy paranoia. Indeed, he believed that the more ammunition available, the better, and the stronger the firepower, the more advantageous. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the munitions on Aoya Island could cover a 1,000-mile radius with tenfold strikes. leaving plenty to spare. In the face of such firepower, mere numbers lost their significance. What truly determined the course of battle was the top-tier combat strength. What constitutes such strength? For instance, the hundreds of Sea Kings summoned by Princess Bai Xing, as well as individuals like Yejun, Qingyun, and Enrun, along with Lu Fei himself. Lu Fei was untroubled by Yejun and her companions, as they had forged their own paths through his guidance and their own experiences. Even Yejun's pet, the gourmet dragon Tan, had attained general-level combat prowess due to the effects of its gourmet cells. Furthermore, in recent days, Lu Fei had hosted a culinary competition on Aoya Island, offering lavish rewards that attracted countless chefs. The most distinguished 100 chefs, selected through rigorous rounds, would compete under the judgment of the gourmet dragon Tan for the ultimate ranking. It was evident that this culinary competition not only served to increase the population of Aoya Island, but also aimed to provide Tan with more delectable dishes. The reason Tan had not been seen by Yejun's side recently was that it was busy judging and indulging in culinary delights to strengthen itself. This was Lu Fei's method of enhancing Tan's power. Even Tan had not been overlooked by him. As for the newly joined female sword saint, Lu Fei had made ample preparations. After using his doppelganger to bring the female sword saint and her 9-sword sky pirate crew back to Aoya Island, Lu Fei had devised appropriate enhancement methods based on their varying strengths. The members of the 9-sword sky pirate crew received the inheritance of swordsmen, a treasure initially bestowed upon Lu Fei by Liluya. Upon acquiring this treasure, Lu Fei established a sect for swordsmen. Many who joined Lu Fei's ranks and preferred using swords would enter this sect, gaining insights and mastering swordsman skill from the inheritance. However, due to the absence of exceptionally talented swordsmen, no one had yet been able to fully grasp the inheritance like Erna had. Originally, Lu Fei believed that the female sword saint would certainly master it, but she declined his goodwill. It was not a matter of insufficient talent, but rather a desire not to confine her path to skill-based sword techniques. Lu Fei naturally did not press her, but instead prepared an alternative for her: sword control technique. This ability allows one to manipulate long swords for remote attacks. The female sword saint was quite fond of the sword control technique and quickly mastered it. Moreover, in her hands, this technique evolved further, enabling her to manipulate not only long swords, but virtually anything. For instance, the enormous ship resembling a long sword belonging to the 9-sword sky pirate crew could be wielded as an offensive weapon by the female sword saint. Upon witnessing her command such a massive long sword, Lu Fei felt that the sword control technique held immense potential in her hands. Thus, he instructed Nu Wan to produce numerous long swords for her to wield. Simultaneously, he also provided her with a series of high-tech long swords, including laser swords and ion swords. Lu Fei was delighted to discover that these long swords could also be manipulated by the female sword saint. This signified a tremendous enhancement in her offensive capabilities, amplified by the inclusion of these technological long swords. During this period of war preparation, the female sword saint's power surged swiftly after acquiring the sword control technique. In Lu Fei's view, this technique was a perfect match for her. With the sword control technique, the female sword saint, who previously needed to risk her life to contend with general-level opponents, now possessed the strength to eliminate them in an instant. The combination of technological long swords and the sword control technique resulted in a terrifying enhancement of her attacking power. Consequently, Lu Fei no longer had to worry about the female sword saint's strength. At the very least, he would not witness her fighting generals at the cost of her life. While Lu Fei focused on enhancing the female sword saint's strength, Qingyun had also completed the personnel mobilization. This news was conveyed to him by someone he was familiar with, the Shadow Clan creature Lu. Initially, the Shadow Clan creature had entered into a pact with Qingyun, becoming her shadow. Subsequently, intending to cultivate the Shadow Clan creature, Lu Fei had arranged for it to join Moonlight Moria in the Pirate King's illusion. In the realm of the Moonlight Moria, the shadowy beings of the Shadow Clan acquired a multitude of shadows from condemned prisoners, significantly augmenting their powers through the enhancements provided by Moonlight Moria. Subsequently, as Whitebeard met his demise, Moonlight Moria severed Whitebeard's shadow and infused it into the body of a Shadow Clan entity. granting her not only the combat experience of Whitebeard, but also a portion of his formidable strength. Thus, this shadow clan being unlocked immense potential, nearly transcending the inherent limitations of her race. Furthermore, she received a gift from Lu Fei, the legacy of the Shadow Flow Master Jeej. Consequently, Lu Fei named her Lu. In the ensuing days, Lu diligently explored her potential and continuously mastered Whitebeard's combat techniques. Through a pact, she was also able to harness the powers of the Simi fruit, coupled with Whitebeard's expertise in wielding the Tremor fruit, endowing her with extraordinary strength. If these abilities allowed her to surpass the constraints of her race and attain an admiral-level prowess, then the inheritance of the Shadow Flow Master bestowed upon her by Lu Fei elevated her beyond that tier. Indeed, when Lu emerged through the shadows before Lu Fei, he was astonished to discover that her strength had already eclipsed that of Qing Yun, reaching the rank of a marshal. Although she might lag slightly behind Lu Fei, in his eyes, she undeniably possessed the stature of a marshal. In Lu Fei's estimation, even the fleet Admiral Kong Ping Hai at his peak could only contend with Lu on equal footing. The ultimate outcome would likely be a stalemate, as Lu lacked the means to vanquish the fleet admiral, who could likewise not eliminate her. Thus, in Lu Fei's perspective, Lu merely fell short in offensive capabilities. Gazing at Lu Fei could not help but express his astonishment. Lu, are you aware of how powerful you have become? Does Qing Yun know? In response, Lu remained silent, perhaps taken aback that Lu Fei could perceive her strength the moment they met. After a brief pause, she seemed to feel bashful, tilting her head slightly and speaking in a husky voice. She doesn't know. I'm afraid it might make her overthink. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei could not contain his amusement and laughed heartily. The current Lu resembles a girl who has quietly blossomed into excellence, yet worries about hurting her dear friend's feelings. It must be said, this version of Lu appeared rather endearing to Lu Fei. However, it was surprising even to him that Lu had grown so strong in such quietude. After their laughter subsided, Lu Fei inquired, "Do you now possess your own physical form?" The Shadow Clan is an enigmatic race, existing not in a tangible form like humans, but rather in an energy state. However, given Lu's transcendence of her racial limitations, Lu Fei believed she should be able to manifest a corporeal body. Startled by Lu Fei's question, Lu felt as though her secret had been uncovered. She tilted her head even further, seemingly more bashful, and lowered her voice. "I do." Without waiting for Lu Fei to suggest it, she unveiled herself. The shadowy energy that had enveloped Lu receded, revealing her physical form. While previously cloaked in shadowy energy, she appeared as an indistinguishable figure of pure black. Now, with the energy dissipated, Lu revealed herself as a normal human girl, extremely delicate and charming, even somewhat petite, an appearance starkly contrasting with her former guise. Upon seeing Lu's present form, Lu Fei's eyes brightened. She was an exceptionally lovely young lady, exuding an aura of grace. The image of a pure, black humanoid being conjured feelings of oppression and darkness, while Lu's true body radiated charm and allure. For one who dwells in shadows, the former image seemed more fitting. Nevertheless, Lu Fei was quite pleased with Lu's current appearance. He reached out to gently pat her head and said, "Lu, since you have obtained your own body, there is no need for you to conceal yourself any longer. There is also no need for you to hide anything from Qing Yun. In this upcoming battle, let your hard-earned strength dazzle everyone." Feeling the warmth of Lu Fei's hand on her head and hearing his acceptance, Lu was both moved and bashful as she replied, At that moment, Lu's heart raced with excitement. She understood that her strength stemmed from both Qing Yun and Lu Fei. Without them, her fate would have been one of being auctioned off to become a mere bodyguard for some powerful noble, devoid of consciousness or choice, ultimately perishing alongside that noble. It was precisely due to the presence of Qing Yun and Lu Fei that she had attained her current strength, transcending her racial limitations and gaining a physical form. Initially, she had intended to repay Qing Yun and Lu Fei in silence, remaining in the shadows. However, Lu Fei's words now formally welcomed her. liberating her from the solitude of the shadows and allowing her to live alongside others. This undoubtedly filled her with profound emotion, even representing something her kind dared not dream of. As for Lu's exhilaration, Lu Fei regarded it as a well-deserved recognition, setting aside her martial-level combat prowess. She would receive the utmost respect anywhere. Moreover, Lu's current strength, apart from the training imparted by Qing Yun and Lu Fei, could not overlook her own relentless efforts. She was the embodiment of perseverance, enduring the solitude of darkness, quietly striving, and ultimately astonishing everyone. At the very least, Lu Fei was indeed astounded by her. Consequently, Lu Fei felt Lu's achievements warranted her the privileges she was now receiving. Lu's strength brought unexpected joy to Lu Fei and instilled him with greater confidence for the impending conflict. Perhaps life unfolds in such a manner, occasionally presenting unforeseen surprises. Standing atop a tall building, Lu Fei and Lu gazed out at the vast ocean, an inexplicable anticipation swelling within them for the approaching war. Lu Fei's eagerness was justified. This was a battle he had meticulously prepared for. In his eyes, it represented a test of the strength of Aoya Island. If they passed this test, it would signify that Aoya Island had truly acquired the capacity to claim a place among the world's powers. After all, in name, it was still the world government that ruled this world. So far, no faction had managed to withstand the onslaught of the world government. Consequently, no faction had been able to genuinely stand against the world government. The previous reputation of Aoya Island or the existence of the Holy Church were merely nominal accolades. True renown must be earned through tangible trials. Lu Fei was aware that until Aoya Island had withstood such a direct conflict, it could not be considered a true major power. While others may perceive Lu Fei's Aoya Island as a colossal entity second only to the world government, his ambition lay in establishing a new order within this world. To achieve this goal, one must first possess the power and strength to carve up the world. This implies a complete upheaval of the world government's dominion. This war symbolizes such implications. It is also a battle to which Lu Fei dedicates himself wholeheartedly. For this purpose, he has summoned all his personnel and activated all his strategies. Success would cement the position of Aoya Island, enabling further expansion and a challenge to the world government. Moreover, the world government would find itself powerless against Aoya Island. Conversely, failure would render everything void, causing the prosperity built upon Aoya Island to dissipate overnight. The facade of grandeur that Aoya Island presents would deflate like a punctured balloon, revealing its true form. This delineates the distinction between Aoya Island and the Holy Church. The Holy Church adopts a gradual approach of eroding the territories governed by the world government, never confronting it directly, but instead inciting revolutions in various regions to weaken it. In contrast, Aoya Island pursues an audacious path of direct confrontation. This approach is the swiftest, most forceful, and most honorable. How has Aoya Island transformed into such a colossal entity in such a short time? It is precisely because of its direct approach that it has garnered visibility and attracted those with ambitions. This path yields great rewards, yet it is fraught with risks. Nonetheless, this is the path chosen by Lu Fei. He does not wish to deplete the world government's strength through fragmented battles, nor does he desire to exhaust his manpower on skirmishes of little consequence. What he desires is straightforward combat, where victory and defeat determine life and death. The powerful stand firm to claim what they desire, while the weak are left to lie idle. Thus, this war is one that Lu Fei eagerly anticipates. As for Lu's expectations, they are even simpler. Her hope is to showcase her existence through this war, to astonish everyone, and to formally join Lu Fei's team. Lu's anticipation is as simple and pure as that. As Lu Fei made ample preparations for war, the entire world felt the reverberations of the impending conflict. Forces were mobilized from various corners of the globe, all heading toward Aoya Island. Given that Aoya Island is an island, the world government's principal military branches, the Air Force and Navy, naturally took the lead. The mid-level combat personnel were predominantly from the Air Force and Navy. However, The Army also dispatched a considerable number of high-ranking combatants, all of whom were lieutenant generals and generals. As for the Navy and Air Force, it goes without saying. Aside from maintaining essential garrison forces, more than half of the high-ranking combat power was allocated to the siege of Aoya Island. The closer one gets to Aoya Island, the more one can observe a multitude of world government warships assembling. In the skies, countless Air Force vessels were also gathering. It is worth mentioning that during the preparations for war, a significant event transpired within the world government. The former Air Force Marshal abdicated, and General Ka D assumed the role of the new Air Force Marshal. Furthermore, the supreme commander of the war against Aoya Island is none other than the newly appointed Air Force Marshal, Ka D. The Army Marshal remained stationed at the world government headquarters to prevent attacks from the Holy Church. As for the Navy Marshal, the decision has yet to be finalized within the world government's ranks. However, the upper echelons have reached a consensus to use this war against Aoya Island as a means to honor the spirit of the late Navy Marshal Fong Ping Hai while selecting a new Navy Marshal. Although it may appear that only Air Force Marshal Ka D stands in the spotlight, in reality, there are more than just him holding the rank of Marshal. Both the Army and Air Force have corresponding ranks of combatants participating, not to mention the Navy, where there are as many as 3 candidates of Marshal caliber vying for the position. In total, the world government has mobilized 6 Marshal-level combatants to definitively eliminate Liu Fei. Aside from the newly appointed Air Force Marshal Ka D, the other 5 are all contenders for the title of Marshal. Though they do not bear the title, they possess the strength of a Marshal. Additionally, the world government had called upon over 50 combatants of general rank for this endeavor. The overall military force exceeds several million. While it may seem exaggerated to claim that such a formidable force could flatten Aoya Island, no other place has ever withstood such an overwhelming military might. Even for Aoya Island, whether it can withstand this assault remains an open question as this extraordinary military force gathers. Dark clouds loom over the ports nearest to Aoya Island. These clouds are a manifestation of the military buildup. As the forces continue to assemble, a torrent of information has begun to circulate. Before Aoya Island could respond to such military might, the Holy Church had already taken the initiative. Targeting the cities from which military strength had been depleted, the Holy Church mobilized a considerable number of personnel to prepare for revolution. It is evident that as the world government's forces launch their assault on Aoya Island, the Holy Church will promptly initiate its own offensive. Countless eyes are fixed upon this battle, which is destined to reshape the entire world order. Infidel City. Si Kong Tu Xing rushed into the shop of the black-robed diviner, his expression frantic. Quickly, perform a divination. Will that fellow Liu Fei be able to win? The black-robed diviner regarded Si Kong Tu Xing with a look of incredulity, as if he were a fool. You want me to divine this? You might as well wish for my demise. How could he possibly predict a conflict of such magnitude? The Air Force Marshal, Ka D, shrouded in shadows of apprehension, sensed that the world government's forces were stepping into a trap meticulously prepared by Aoya Island. At that moment, the Air Force Marshal recalled the warning slogans in the distant maritime expanse, gaining insight. Those slogans were actually delineating the strike zones of Aoya Island. To prevent the attrition of the world government's forces from escalating, Air Force Marshal Ka D issued new orders to reassign smaller vessels and aircraft, integrating them into general-level squads. This approach could effectively mitigate the casualties of the Army's weakest links. Initially, the world government had presumed that Aoya Island would employ the same concentrated firepower tactics as before, hence opting for a dispersed formation. However, contrary to their expectations, Aoya Island strikes proved to be precise and evenly distributed. This rendered the dispersed formations devoid of their intended significance. Thus, Air Force Marshal Ka D amended the orders. While casualties are inevitable during the maneuvering of formations, the immediate result of the completion of this reorganization was a noticeable decline in the world government's military losses. Nevertheless, Air Force Marshal Ka D did not relax his brow. He understood that while the apparent casualties had diminished, the actual pressure had shifted to the generals. This meant that the burden of intercepting attacks had significantly increased for the generals. Perhaps the pressure is not insurmountable, yet if it persists, the toll on the stamina of the generals will be considerable. Air Marshal Cuddy has discerned the intentions of Ao Yadao, or rather, Liu Fei. They're depleting the elite forces of the world government's army. However, despite Air Marshal Cuddy's realization, he finds himself unable to formulate a countermeasure. The current situation is strikingly clear. Either the elite forces expend their energy to minimize casualties, or they allow the loss of life to escalate. Faced with such a choice, even a fool would know which path to take. Air Marshal Cuddy is reluctant to witness his arrival at Ao Yadao only to find his troops decimated, rendered mere figureheads. This is a blatant stratagem. The world government's forces find themselves with no options. At this moment, Air Marshal Cuddy can only hope that Ao Yadao's assault is limited, for only then might they sustain minimal casualties and glimpse the visage of Ao Yadao. Yet the reality is certainly at odds with Air Marshal Cuddy's hopes. For this war, Ao Yadao has meticulously prepared an abundance of ammunition. Under the intensified firepower from Ao Yadao, the world government's forces have struggled to advance even 100 nautical miles. At this juncture, the holographic map before Liu Fei vividly displays that the world government's forces have barely traversed over 200 miles within the vast maritime expanse of Ao Yadao, merely a quarter of the journey. It is at this critical moment that Liu Fei issues a new directive. Launch an attack from beneath the surface of the sea. Immediately, Nu 1 activates the underwater base. Torpedo after torpedo is launched from the concealed depths, silently gliding through the water, aimed at the vessels above. Furthermore, the underwater base unleashes a barrage of underwater missiles in quick succession. Before long, the first torpedoes reach the hulls of the world government's ships, detonating with a thunderous roar. It is well known that due to the differing mediums of explosion, the shockwaves generated by missiles in the air pale in comparison to those of torpedoes underwater. In simpler terms, the explosive damage inflicted by torpedoes on naval vessels is several dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than that of ordinary missiles. After all, torpedoes, in addition to their explosive shockwaves, also create a cavitation effect in the water. This cavitation causes the ship to lurch violently, tearing it asunder at the breach created by the torpedo's explosion. Thus, a single torpedo can easily obliterate a warship. Consequently, as the torpedo detonates beneath the vessel, it is evident that the ship halts abruptly, followed by the formation of a colossal air bubble beneath it. This bubble then bursts upward, and in a violent upheaval, the ship is cleaved in two, sinking into the depths of the ocean. In this sudden onslaught of torpedo attacks, at least 1,000 warships are sunk outright. All of these vessels are commanded by rear admirals. Only those with the protective shields of vice admirals or higher can withstand a single torpedo strike. At this moment, missiles rain down from above, while torpedoes strike from beneath. The entire fleet of the world government is besieged from all sides. Yet amidst this dual assault, the devastation wrought by the torpedoes is undoubtedly the most severe and unexpected. In an instant, the loss of 1,000 warships unfolds. This loss is so staggering that even Air Marshal Cuddy's countenance shifts dramatically. As for the soldiers of the world government, they are engulfed in panic, acutely aware of the terror lurking from beneath the waves. However, before they can fully comprehend the situation, missiles launched from below breach the surface. Upon surfacing, the underwater propulsion systems of these missiles automatically detach, revealing their true forms. Subsequently, the missiles activate their engines, accelerating to a second level of thrust, propelling them towards the airborne vessels with astonishing speed. It is crucial to note that at this moment, the commanders are all preoccupied with defending against missiles descending from above. They had never anticipated an assault from below. Thus, these underwater missiles, employing their unexpected attack strategy, inflict substantial damage upon the ships soaring in the sky. Nevertheless, when compared to the loss of over 1,000 warships, the damage to the aerial vessels appears relatively minor. Yet, this is merely a matter of perspective. For Air Marshal Cuddy and the entirety of the world government's forces, such losses are profoundly significant and utterly intolerable. Moreover, this is just the beginning. It marks the commencement of Aoya Dao's simultaneous aerial and naval onslaught. Waves of missiles from the skies and a relentless barrage of underwater torpedoes and missiles unleash an unrelenting assault on the forces of the world government. The incessant stream of casualty reports accumulating at Air Marshal Cuddy's side only deepens his furrowed brow. The gravity of Air Marshal Cuddy's demeanor is easily understood. Currently, the forces of the world government have scarcely traversed half the distance across Aoya Dao's expansive maritime territory. No one can fathom what awaits them on the road ahead. The general who plunged into the sea could not have anticipated the surprise lurking beneath the surface. A colossal sea creature, measuring several thousand meters in length, awaits. Its size matched only by its formidable strength. If smaller sea creatures, spanning hundreds of meters, merely flee from a general, then one of this magnitude has no need to escape. It can actively pursue. What's more, these gargantuan sea beings had remained hidden beneath the surface, only revealing themselves to ambush the general as he plunged into the depths. Boom! The members of the world government's forces, observing the generals engaging the sea creatures, barely had time to display their pride before witnessing the water erupt violently. The pursuing general, stricken with terror, retreated rapidly from the water as if evading some unseen threat. Moments later, they beheld colossal entities surging forth from the depths, launching an attack on the fleeing generals. Crack! Accompanied by a chilling, slicing sound. One unfortunate general found himself caught off guard, and a massive sea creature devoured half his body in a single bite. In that instant, the personnel of the world government were left breathless. A general has perished. This is no nameless foot soldier. This is a general, a figurehead of the world government, a guardian of the realm. Yet, this individual, before the eyes of all, has met his demise at the jaws of a colossal sea creature. Immediately, an uncontrollable wave of fear surged from the depths of their hearts. Fortunately, the slain general was of average strength, lacking in extraordinary abilities. Apart from him, the other generals remained unharmed, with only a few sustaining severe injuries and activating their life-preserving trump cards. However, the death of this prominent general has inadvertently summoned a dozen colossal sea kings, rendering the other generals immobilized. They dared not pursue the giants into the ocean, allowing the severely wounded sea kings to escape with ease. Moreover, faced with such majestic creatures, the generals were compelled to exercise utmost caution to avoid unforeseen peril. While the generals treaded lightly in their encounters with the colossal sea kings, the latter seemed acutely aware of their disadvantage in direct confrontations with these formidable foes. Thus, they redirected their focus towards the warships. In the face of their immense size, the naval vessels of the world government appeared as mere toys, unable to withstand their onslaught. Witnessing the rapid increase in the number of damaged warships, Air Marshal Cuddy, fueled by rage, issued an attack command: deploy the fleet of Marshal-level combatants. This elite force represented the pinnacle of the world government's military capabilities, a last resort that Cuddy had intended to unveil only upon reaching Aoya Island. Unfortunately, circumstances dictated otherwise. Without deploying the Marshal-level combatants, the cost of subduing the colossal sea kings could prove catastrophic. Once Cuddy gave the order, 5 of the 6 Marshal-level combatants joined the fray against the sea kings, while Cuddy himself remained stationary. It must be noted that the intervention of these elite forces swiftly transformed the tide of battle from a disadvantage to a position of strength for the world government's military. Within mere minutes, the relentless assaults forced several of the colossal sea kings to retreat, and soon, the remaining giants fled into the depths of the ocean. However, as the Marshal-level combatants prepared to pursue, Cuddy intervened. No one knows if there are ambushes lying in wait below the surface. We cannot afford to take such risks. Should ambushes exist, the losses would be unbearable. Thus, Cuddy commanded the forces to repel the sea kings and continue their advance toward Aoya Island. Following the assault by the Sea Kings, the atmosphere within the world government's military was devoid of any semblance of ease. Instead, a heavy weight of dread loomed over the soldiers. The emergence of hundreds of Sea Kings had unveiled the true terror of this oceanic sovereign race. instilling a profound fear of Ao, your island. They understood that the Sea Kings had been summoned by the island, though they could not fathom how such a feat was possible. What they knew for certain was that the road ahead would be fraught with peril. At this juncture, the world government's forces had traversed halfway to their destination. While their losses had not reached catastrophic levels, they were close to 2/5 of their original strength. Yet, the silhouette of Aoya Island remained elusive. To all members of the world government's military, the seemingly tranquil and boundless sea had transformed into a veritable path of death. They dared not contemplate the extent of their losses upon finally encountering Aoya Island, nor could they be certain of their own ability to reach its shores. With the ferocious assaults of missiles and torpedoes, compounded by the earlier encounter with the Sea Kings, the once high-spirited morale of the world government's forces had plummeted. Air Marshal Cuddy observed the decline in morale, but felt powerless to rectify it, although he could attempt to rouse their spirits through speeches or other means. He understood that such encouragement would be mere deception. The uncertainty of what lay ahead, and how many would survive the remainder of the journey, weighed heavily on his heart. After all, they had already suffered significant casualties at the halfway point. Nonetheless, Cuddy resolved to restore morale, but not now. He would wait until they reached Aoya Island. Only then could he hope to bolster their spirits in a manner that would endure, rather than risk a fleeting resurgence that could be extinguished by subsequent attacks. Therefore, the opportunity to reinvigorate their morale would arise only once, at the moment they laid eyes upon Aoya Island. For the time being, Cuddy's focus lay in maintaining stability and propelling their advance toward the island. Meteor shower. As the world government's forces pressed forward after repelling the Sea Kings, a new torment descended from the sky, a meteor shower which was in fact a deluge of missiles. One by one, the missiles rained down upon them with merciless ferocity, offering no respite or chance for luck. The arrival of these missiles shattered their illusions that the firepower of Aoya Island had been exhausted. Such notions were mere fantasies. As the missiles descended upon the world government's forces once more, countless soldiers, battling their inner fears, steadfastly faced the impending onslaught. Even the commanding officers suppressed their fatigue and frustration, resolutely intercepting the barrage. It was evident that the relentless cascade of missiles not only drained their physical strength, but also tormented their very souls. It is no exaggeration to assert that this was a trial unlike any they had ever encountered, a battle that delivered an unprecedented shock to their spirits. Typically, the battles they engaged in were one-sided affairs. Either they were the pursuers or the pursued. This was the norm for as representatives of the world government. They had long been accustomed to unchallenged dominance. Yet now, they found themselves suffering grievous losses before even encountering the enemy, still compelled to press forward toward their objective amidst the casualties. This marked their first experience of such hardship. Had they been mere foot soldiers, they would have undoubtedly scattered in fear. However, they were not. They were the elite chosen from various military factions, and their identities and honor forbade them from fleeing. Moreover, the world government would never permit such an occurrence. At this moment, a significant portion of the world was watching this battle. The emergence of deserters would bring disgrace upon the world government, a fate they could not allow. Thus, the members of the world government's military could neither flee nor dare to retreat. They could only suppress their fears and face the impending missile barrage. In this moment, Liu Fei could observe through satellite imagery the struggles and terror etched upon the faces of the soldiers. Yet, Liu Fei's gaze remained serene. For this was the essence of war. War knows no right or wrong, only victory or defeat. It is solely the victor who possesses the privilege to assert who is just and who is not. As for the vanquished, they lack the right to speak, for even their utterances would find no credence. The so-called history is merely inscribed by the victors. From the moment these soldiers stepped into the vast seas surrounding Aoya Island, their fates were no longer in their own hands. They became subject to the control of Liu Fei and Air Marshal Cuddy. Without Air Marshal Cuddy's command to retreat, they could not take a single step back, even when fully aware that the path ahead led to the abyss of death. Similarly, as long as Liu Fei willed it, the lives of these ordinary soldiers could be effortlessly extinguished. However, Liu Fei had no intention of doing so. Instead, He sought to utilize their existence to drain the strength of the general tasked with their protection, just as he issued a new order to intensify the firepower. As the forces of the world government traversed halfway, Liu Fei again amplified the intensity of their bombardment. Following his command, Nu Wan deployed the satellite railgun from high above. The satellite railgun, propelled by electromagnetic principles, is stationed in the upper atmosphere. Its mechanism harnesses electromagnetic forces to drive projectiles at astonishing velocities, augmented by gravitational acceleration, thus yielding unprecedented destructive prowess. Although it sacrifices the explosive radius of conventional artillery, it boasts an extraordinarily exaggerated penetrating power. In terms of potency, the satellite railgun's strike capability is sufficient to inflict harm upon those of admiral rank. In addition to deploying the satellite railgun, Nu Wan launched over 100 massive missiles from Aoya Island, each significantly exceeding the size of ordinary missiles. Such large-scale missiles represent the pinnacle of explosive power within conventional armaments. Beyond a certain size, the returns diminish, and, at that point, one might as well resort to nuclear weapons. Indeed, to this day, Liu Fei has refrained from utilizing nuclear arms. It is not due to a lack of such weapons on Aoya Island, but rather his reluctance to deploy them. The use of nuclear arms would result in contamination so severe that it would be deemed undesirable even by Liu Fei. After all, this is the maritime vicinity of Aoya Island, and deploying nuclear weapons would, in essence, be self-sabotaging. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, Liu Fei would certainly avoid their use. Moreover, the situation has yet to escalate to a level warranting nuclear engagement. The progression of the conflict remains entirely within Liu Fei's grasp. These 100 large missiles were intended to complement the satellite railgun in further assaulting the forces of the world government. As the large missiles reached the skies above the world government's troops, the satellite railgun completed its charging and unleashed its projectiles. In that fleeting moment, the admirals sensed a shift. They were locked onto, and a sense of peril surged within them. The admirals cast their gazes skyward, swiftly scanning for the source of their unease. Soon, they discerned the massive missiles. Compared to ordinary missiles, these colossal projectiles were larger and swifter, making their danger unmistakable. Consequently, the admirals unleashed their most formidable techniques to intercept the large missiles. What does coverage interception entail? It means attacking all along the missile's trajectory. While this may result in some waste, it assuredly guarantees their safety. It is far preferable to fail to intercept and allow the large missiles to approach. To be fair, the admiral's interception proved highly effective. The large missiles were intercepted by their onslaught, detonating mid-air and emitting an intense brightness that even overshadowed the sunlight. Nevertheless, the admirals did not revel in their success. Rather, the sense of danger looming over them intensified. This signified that an even greater threat was encroaching upon them. The entire sky was nearly obscured by the explosions of the large missiles, rendering the source of danger invisible. However, there was no need for further observation. The peril was already upon them. The projectiles from the satellite railgun traversed the fiery chaos of the large missile explosions and approached the admirals with astonishing speed. The velocity of this assault was so rapid that even when the admirals recognized the danger, they found it challenging to react appropriately with the naked eye. Fortunately, they had previously implemented defensive measures on their bodies and, drawing upon years of combat experience, they instinctively defended and evaded. Not only was Air Marshal Kadi burdened with a heavy heart, but so too were the other admirals and generals, weighed down by the uncertainty of Aoya Island's firepower limits. With heavy hearts, they could only silently activate their abilities to intercept the missile barrage. In a certain sense, the predicament of the world government's vessels was far superior to that of the naval ships on the surface. The warships faced assaults from Sea Kings and relentless torpedo strikes, suffering nearly half their numbers. Meanwhile, the aircraft, due to their aerial mobility, managed to withstand the barrage of missiles, providing a sense of relief to the personnel on board. However, such relief was short-lived, as Liu Fei issued a command for full firepower from all four directions surrounding Aoya Island. The concealed spaceborne motherships that had long awaited their moment initiated their attack. These 4 spaceborne motherships were entirely distinct from those constructed earlier. Whereas the earlier motherships embodied a vision of technological beauty, these 4 appeared grotesque and menacing. Countless weapons sprawled across the surface of the spaceborne motherships, openly displaying their entire arsenal without concealment. Nothing extraneous was visible. It was a tableau of weaponry. Their design immediately conveyed that these were unequivocally machines of annihilation, crafted solely for destruction. Upon the emergence of the spaceborne motherships from all 4 directions, they wasted no time. All weapons fired in unison. The targets of the spaceborne motherships were clear: the remaining vessels of the world government. Missiles, shells, lasers, various types of armaments unleashed a torrential assault upon the world government's ships. Furthermore, the main cannon of the spaceborne mothership, the Annihilation Cannon, began charging and, upon completion, unleashed a massive beam of laser directed at one admiral and his fleet. After enduring an arduous combat without respite, the admiral was still striving to fend off the aerial missile onslaught when the Annihilation Cannon's laser swept over him. It was not that the admiral failed to react. Rather, he was utterly exhausted, and with a fleet behind him, he chose to defend instead of evade. However, against the main cannon of the spaceborne mothership, his defenses yielded no expected results and were entirely vaporized by the laser beam. It is crucial to note that the 4 spaceborne motherships had appeared suddenly and fired simultaneously. As a result, 4 admirals were struck by the main cannon of the spaceborne mothership, resulting in 2 fatalities and 2 severe injuries. As for the fleet they commanded, it was entirely obliterated by laser beams. It can be said that the moment the Tianmujian made its appearance, it achieved remarkable successes. However, such victories were merely the result of the accumulated advantages prior, combined with an element of surprise. Nonetheless, after achieving such results, that was where it ended. When a main cannon of the Tianmujian began its secondary recharging, the furious order from Air Marshal Ka D was promptly issued. He commanded that the marshal-level combatants, at any cost and with utmost speed, annihilate the Tianmujian. Air Marshal Ka D was incensed. He endeavored to preserve as many generals as possible. Yet, just as the Tianmujian emerged, 2 more generals perished. Furthermore, if the Tianmujian was not halted, the casualties among the generals would undoubtedly escalate. Thus, Air Marshal Ka D angrily delivered such an order. Naturally, his command was executed without hesitation. The marshal-level personnel immediately unleashed their powers, charging towards the Tianmujian. Ultimately, the might of the marshal level was undeniable. Before the Tianmujian could even fire its second main cannon, it was obliterated. However, the explosion of the Tianmujian inflicted significant damage upon the surrounding vessels. Yet, such losses were deemed acceptable by Air Marshal Ka D and the others. The destruction of the 4 Tianmujians signified much more than the elimination of a considerable threat to the world government's forces. It represented a form of retaliation. Indeed, retaliation. From the moment they approached the 1,000-mile sea around Aoya Island until now, it had consistently been the world government's forces that sustained losses. Even the Sea Kings, who had attacked them, fled without leaving a single one behind, fearful of ambushes. Yet now, the destruction of the 4 Tianmujian indicated that they had finally inflicted damage upon Aoya Island. The reason for this belief was the Tianmujian's immense notoriety. Almost everyone regarded the Tianmujian as a unique creation of Aoya Island, a symbol of its might. Since its debut, it had never been destroyed. Therefore, the meaning inherent in the explosion of these 4 Tianmujian was extraordinary. For the personnel of the world government's army, the annihilation of the 4 Tianmujian instantly revitalized their previously diminished morale. They felt that Aoya Island was not so formidable after all. In stark contrast stood those who gazed upon the fallen Tianmujian from a distance. Among them were some of Qingyun's gathered subordinates and others who had joined Aoya Island. Witnessing the explosion of the Tianmujian, their hearts sank. The symbol of Aoya Island had been destroyed. A sense of urgency welled up within them. Although the explosion of the four Mujian did not completely obliterate their morale, it certainly diminished it considerably. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding of military strategy would recognize that deploying these four Mujian was a venture fraught with loss. Despite achieving notable successes, it paled in comparison to the significance they represented. For instance, the morale of the world government's forces had surged, while that of the people on Aoya Island had declined. Such a transaction was undoubtedly unwise. However, if Liu Fei had ulterior motives, the situation would be entirely different. Elsewhere on Aoya Island, Qingyun, Yajuan, and Anren were observing the war through images transmitted by Nu Wang. Upon witnessing the destruction of the four Mujian, anxiety gripped their hearts, leading them to clench their fists. At that moment, they were deeply concerned for Liu Fei and the losses incurred by Aoya Island. This was the first instance of such significant losses during the battle, presenting a sense of disadvantage. Pressure mounted within them. They understood that Aoya Island was Liu Fei's domain, and thus they must protect it diligently. When Aoya Island was in a position of advantage, they had not felt much pressure. Now, in a position of disadvantage, the weight of responsibility immediately pressed upon them. Due to the task assigned by Liu Fei, Nu Wang was indeed quite busy. She had to manage the entire battlefield while simultaneously compiling and analyzing statistics on the combat personnel of Aoya Island. The immense volume of data processing led to the server units distributed across various locations on Aoya Island laboring under extreme loads. Fortunately, Nu Wang, as a super artificial intelligence, had continuously learned and optimized over the years, enabling her to fulfill such demanding responsibilities. If the mid to low tier battlefield could proceed without concern due to Nu Wang's presence, then the high tier battlefield was the true determinant of the war's trajectory. Upon witnessing his subordinates at a disadvantage, a Marine admiral vying for the title of Navy Marshal roared in fury, unleashing his powers. The fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. He transformed into a majestic azure dragon, effortlessly conjuring tornadoes as his roars echoed like thunder, unleashing slicing winds. The dragon-adorned Marine admiral surged towards the people of Aoya Island. Should he reach the mid to low tier battlefield, it would undoubtedly result in a massacre, an unrelenting slaughter of the personnel from Aoya Island. Even as the azure dragon soared through the air, he unleashed his technique upon the people of Aoya Island. Heat breath. A powerful flame erupted from his mouth, traversing thousands of meters to strike at the personnel of Aoya Island. However, at that moment, a plump, wing-flapping pet dragon soared into the air, confronting the fiery onslaught. The hefty pet dragon raised its right fist and, with a single punch, countered the incoming flame. It was evident that the pet dragon's right fist transformed into a shade of black in that instant. This was the effect of armament hockey. With the formidable coverage of armament hockey, the pet dragon managed to shatter the azure dragon's heat breath. Not only that, but after dissipating the flames, the pet dragon flapped its wings, laboriously soaring towards the azure dragon above. As it flew, the pet dragon's form grew larger, returning to its original shape. It was none other than the gluttonous dragon, Atan. At that moment, Atan was larger and fatter than it had been several years prior. Most notably, its belly far exceeded the size of its wings. To onlookers, it appeared to be struggling to fly, raising concerns that Atan might suddenly plummet due to its hefty girth. However, in reality, Atan's flight was steady and swift, and as it resumed its original form, its imposing presence only grew. Even the azure dragon-adorned Marine admiral recognized that if he did not first eliminate this dragon, he would be unable to strike at the personnel of Aoya Island. Thus, he too charged towards Atan. The two met in midair and immediately became embroiled in a fierce struggle. In terms of size, they were relatively comparable. The difference lay in Atan's bulkiness compared to the length of the azure dragon. In combat, both sides possessed their own advantages. The Marine admiral in azure dragon form clearly excelled in area attacks, employing techniques such as tornadoes, fierce winds, and heat breath with abandon. From time to time, he managed to inflict damage upon the gluttonous dragon, Atan. However, the gourmet, Atan, is more adept at harnessing physical strength, wielding fists enveloped in armed color hockey, augmented by the formidable power bestowed by his culinary cells. Any strike upon the body of the azure dragon elicits a cacophony of anguished cries. Observing the Navy Admiral transformed into the azure dragon, Liu Fei inwardly shook his head. This admiral, having consumed the fish fruit, a mythical zoan-type devil fruit that grants the form of the azure dragon, is evidently fixated solely on his fruit's abilities. Much like others within the world government, this focus on the development of his fruit's powers has endowed him with extraordinary combat prowess in his azure dragon form. Yet, his negligence towards cultivating his own strength has rendered his haki virtually non-existent. Liu Fei discerned that, in his azure dragon form, this admiral indeed possesses combat capabilities at the level of a marshal, but this refers solely to his extensive area of effect techniques, all of which are akin to natural disasters. In terms of individual strength, he is clearly outmatched by the gourmet, Atan. Typically, when facing Atan, the gourmet would transform into his dragon man form, which would be somewhat advantageous. However, due to his lack of mastery over high-intensity haki, his dragon man form's combat effectiveness pales in comparison to his current azure dragon form. This constitutes the admiral's Achilles heel. After the admiral showcased his strength, Liu Fei identified this weakness. He specializes solely in wide-scale destruction with martial-level combat prowess. Consequently, Liu Fei opted to let the gourmet, Atan, engage him in battle. In terms of raw strength, even after Liu Fei invested considerable resources in organizing culinary competitions to cultivate Atan, he barely approaches the threshold of martial-level combat capability. The parity between the gourmet, Atan, and this admiral arises from the fact that Atan's strengths perfectly exploit the admiral's vulnerabilities. This exemplifies the advantage of intelligence. With the information Liu Fei acquired, he can employ this relationship of counteraction to equalize their combat strengths. The saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not fear the outcome of 100 battles," aptly describes Liu Fei's strategic deployment, utilizing his strengths to target the adversary's weaknesses. As the gourmet, Atan, and the admiral in his azure dragon form engaged in a fierce contest, Yejun commenced her own battle. According to Liu Fei's directives, her opponent was the admiral, Huan Shi, all phenomena reduced to ashes, the blade flowing like fire. Seated atop the frost-laden heavens, the Bing Luan Wan, Yejun unsheathed the Liu Ren Ruo Hua and Bing Luan Wan, charging directly at Admiral Huan Shi. The admiral, observing Yejun's advance, calmly opened his half-lidded eyes, revealing a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami. In an instant, Yejun's mind became hazy. When she regained her senses, she found herself in a bizarre space. Moreover, upon glancing at her hands and waist, the 3 blades that should have been there had vanished completely. Seeking them, "Are you?" In front of Yejun, Admiral Huan Shi held the 3 blades, inserted into their sheaths. Upon recognizing the blades in the admiral's grasp as her own, Liu Ren Ruohua, Bing Luan Wan, and Jing Hua Shui Yu, Yejun exclaimed, "How could you take my swords?" Even she was momentarily taken aback by this sight. In a normal scenario, a mere beckoning gesture from Yejun would summon the 3 blades back to her hands. Yet this time, the swords in Admiral Huan Shi's possession remained unresponsive. Observing Yejun's attempt to reclaim her swords, the admiral smiled. "Do not waste your efforts. They are mine now." With that, Admiral Huan Shi unsheathed Liu Ren Ruo before Yejun's very eyes. As she watched the crimson blade and felt the sudden rise in temperature around her, Yejun fell silent. The admiral, satisfied with her silence, proceeded to toss Yejun's cherished blades to the ground. "Unfortunately, I do not fancy using swords." As the 3 blades were discarded like refuse, Yejun's expression shifted, her heart struck by immense shock. Yet before she could react, Admiral Huan Shi waved his hand, leaving a cut across Yejun's face, marring her once beautiful visage. Yejun stared blankly at the blades on the ground, oblivious to the injury on her face. Noticing Yejun's fixation on her swords, the admiral wore a mocking smile, placing his foot upon the blades. Such an act is utterly intolerable to any swordsman. However, Yejun remained silent, her gaze still fixed upon the sword beneath the admiral's foot. Her continued silence alerted Admiral Huan Shi to something amiss, furrowing his brow. He inflicted several more cuts upon Yejun's face. At this moment, her once exquisite features became grotesque, marred by intersecting scars and flowing blood, rendering her appearance somewhat terrifying. Only then did Yejun finally react. It was not in rage, nor in fear or pain, but with a smile as she inquired, "Is this an illusion?" The smile on Yejun's face and her words caused Admiral Huan Shi to change his expression. This scene felt eerily familiar. Not long ago, the masked man exhibited a similar demeanor. And so what? Do you think you can escape? The Admiral did not believe that Yejun could replicate Lu Fei's ability to instantaneously break free from Tsukuyami. "No, I cannot escape," Yejun replied, shaking her head, her smile unwavering. "I do not need to escape." As her words fell, Yejun closed her eyes. Upon her closing her eyes, Admiral Huan Shi sneered. "Do you think closing your eyes will render you blind? Your physical senses extend far beyond your mere sight." The implication of the Admiral's words suggested he could inflict pain upon Yejun's body, allowing her to experience torment. Unfortunately, the Admiral failed to comprehend the true purpose behind Yejun's closed eyes. Upon realizing her inability to summon her blades, Yejun understood that she was ensnared in an illusion. This is the unwavering confidence of a swordsman in their weapon. Upon understanding the illusion, Yejun recalled the teachings Lu Fei imparted when he gifted her Jing Hua Shui Yu. What the eyes perceive is not the entirety. She must strive further. After Lu Fei's departure, she forged ahead, never retreating, pursuing her path to grow stronger, so she could protect Lu Fei. With her eyes closed, Yejun disregarded the Admiral's taunts and softly murmured to herself, "The blade cleaves the flesh, the heart severs the soul." As her words echoed, two ordinary swords materialized in her hands, one on the left and one on the right. Though these swords appeared plain, their mere presence caused Admiral Huan Shi's expression to shift dramatically. "How is this possible? How can you summon weapons in my realm?" In response to Admiral Huan Shi's astonishment, Yejun unleashed her dual blades upon him. With swift strikes, she cleaved through the air, leaving two deep gashes upon the Admiral's body in an instant. Feeling the pain coursing through him, Admiral Huan Shi was left in utter disbelief. "Impossible. How could you harm me within my illusionary domain?" It is no wonder that the great illusionist was in disbelief, for this was his Yuelu space, the realm he controlled entirely. Yet now, Yejun not only summoned two blades before him, but also inflicted wounds upon him with those very weapons, making him acutely aware of the pain. One might mistakenly believe that it was Yejun who activated the Yuelu rather than him. Hence, the great illusionist found it difficult to accept the reality before him. However, despite his skepticism, Yejun showed no signs of hesitation, gripping her blades. She launched a relentless assault against him. In the blink of an eye, the great illusionist was marked with over 10 wounds. At that moment, even if he remained incredulous, the pain emanating from his injuries compelled him to confront the truth. For if he refused to acknowledge the reality, the accumulating pain would ultimately lead to his demise. Thus, the great illusionist commenced his counterattack. Yet, an awkward predicament arose. His expertise did not lie in physical combat or swordsmanship. Consequently, when he attempted to retaliate, he discovered that he was no match for Yejun. From time to time, she managed to land a strike upon him. With the increasing number of wounds and the intensifying agony, the great illusionist realized that he could not continue in this manner. Therefore, he resorted to his most proficient skill, illusion. Face your deepest fears. The eternal kaleidoscope of his Sharingan began to whirl, enhancing the capabilities within the Yuelu space. The once barren expanse transformed into a magnificent manor, or rather, a palace. A tragic scene unfolded within the palace. "Daughter, run!" cried the king and queen to their child. No sooner had they uttered these words than they were pierced through the body by soldiers of the world government wielding long blades. Their daughter, a little girl, clutched a small knife, tears streaming down her face as she fled. In the midst of the palace, engulfed in flames, the girl ran frantically, pursued by a soldier of the world government brandishing a weapon. Before long, She found herself in a dead end, her back against the wall, filled with terror as she gazed at the soldier approaching her. When the soldier reached her, raising his blade high to end her life, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A beam from the palace collapsed, crushing the soldier and saving the little girl. The scene froze at this moment, then rapidly rewound to the instant the soldiers pierced the bodies of the king and queen. Pausing there, with dual blades in hand, June halted, gazing at the slain king and queen. In the next moment, her eyes glistened with tears. Father, mother. Clearly, the scene before June was one of her greatest fears. She was that little girl, originally born into a neutral kingdom. Her father was the king, her mother the queen, and she was a princess. She was destined to live a happy and fulfilling life as a princess. However, the world government, seeking to exploit her parents' neutrality, found an excuse to invade the palace. Thus, this tragic scene unfolded. By sheer fortune, the beam crushed the soldier pursuing her, allowing her to hide and conceal her identity as a girl, eventually escaping. Yet, being so young, her survival skills were woefully inadequate, and she was later sold into slavery, ultimately bought by Lu Fei. The sight of her parents being murdered was undoubtedly a source of profound terror for June, leaving an indelible mark on her tender psyche. So you were a princess, and your parents fell to the hands of the world government. No wonder you became a pirate, opposing them. Observing June's tear-streaked face, the great illusionist realized that his intentions had been fulfilled. At that moment, upon witnessing the death of her parents once more, June trembled under the immense psychological impact. To further shatter her spirit, the great illusionist resolved to intensify the torment. "Let me see what else you fear," he said, as the eternal kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spun once more. New images began to emerge beside the scene of June's parents' demise. On Oya Island, Air Marshal Ka Di plunged a long blade into Lu Fei's chest. Blood flowed from Lu Fei's mouth. His eyes turned a lifeless gray as he collapsed, the blood soaking into the soil of Oya Island. "No, please no." The vision of Lu Fei's death sent June into a frenzy, causing her to drop the knife she could no longer hold. Finally, under the expectant gaze of the great illusionist, June sank to her knees. At this moment, she was torn between the scenes of her parents' death and Lu Fei's demise. An overwhelming sense of fear consumed her heart, driving her deeper into despair. The great illusionist silently observed June's descent into the abyss, requiring no further action. He merely awaited her surrender to fear. Moreover, at that moment, he entertained a new thought. Originally, he intended to crush June's spirit through the Yuelu, then kill her. However, he now considered that controlling her with a different technique might prove equally effective. Meanwhile, June trembled in fear as she faced the most harrowing images, finding even her breaths labored. Yet, just as she was about to succumb entirely to despair, memories of Lu Fei's words when he purchased her surfaced in her mind. He had asked if she was willing to sell her life to him. Her answer had been affirmative. Thus, she possessed the flowing blade of fire and the ice wheel, as well as the new name June that Lu Fei had bestowed upon her. From that moment forth, she had forgotten her past and embraced a new life as June. It was then that she took up the blade and embarked on her journey as a swordswoman. Glancing at Lu Fei, who lay slain before her, she recalled the promise she had silently made when she wielded the flowing blade and the ice wheel. "I have sold my life to this man before me. Henceforth, I shall fight for him with the blade in my hand." Now, Lu Fei lay dead before her, and yet she could not even grip her weapon. An unimaginable rage surged from the depths of June's being. This fury was not directed at others, but rather at herself. She loathed her current weakness, despising the fact that she could not even hold her blade upon witnessing Lu Fei's death. Once, she had endured the sight of her parents' demise, fleeing in terror. Now, as Lu Fei faced his end, would she once again choose weakness and avoidance? No, absolutely not. In her heart, she declared to that frail little girl, to that weak version of herself. June turned her gaze toward the scene of her parents' slaughter. Kneeling upon the ground, she respectfully bowed her head to the slain figures of her parents, softly uttering, "Father, mother, I am sorry." After offering an apology, June continued, "It is only now that I have truly become strong enough to live on with your expectations. The Grand Illusionist looked at Yajun with a face full of confusion, unable to comprehend why she had not succumbed to fear and plummeted into despair, but instead appeared to have broken free. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before him that widened his eyes in astonishment. After Yajun spoke, the image of the king and queen, previously pierced by a long sword, began to change. The sword withdrew from their bodies, and instead of the agony of death, the king and queen wore smiles as they gazed at Yajun, who knelt on the ground, weeping. They did not speak, resembling parents who had witnessed their grown daughter, now embodying their hopes, revealing a proud smile. They were proud of the Yajun of the present. When Yajun lifted her head and saw her smiling parents, she was not surprised, but instead stifled her tears and beamed a radiant smile at them. Upon seeing Yajun smile, the king and queen's joy deepened. Gradually, their figures began to dissipate within their smiles. The Grand Illusionist, witnessing this scene, was filled with disbelief. His ability was to replay the most terrifying images within Yajun's heart. Yet now, the most feared scene began to evolve and eventually vanish, indicating one possible truth. It suggested that Yajun had found solace in what had once terrified her. However, the Grand Illusionist could not fathom why Yajun would find peace in such a scene. After all, it depicted the murder of her parents before her very eyes. As the Grand Illusionist struggled to comprehend this, Yajun provided the answer. She murmured to herself, "Back then, the soldier who killed my parents was crushed by a collapsing beam while pursuing me. The only target for my vengeance seemed to be the world government. Yet, I know my father and mother never wished for me to seek revenge on their behalf. In truth, I harbor no hatred towards the world government. I feared this scene because I witnessed my parents' murder and chose to flee in that moment. What I feared was that weak version of myself. I was terrified that my weakness would betray my parents' expectations. But now I'm no longer afraid. I'm no longer weak." After this self-reflection, Yajun turned her gaze toward Lu Fei, who had been slain by the long sword. She wiped her tears away and set aside the smile she had just shown her parents. "I will not disappoint you, my lord," she declared resolutely, addressing the lifeless body of Lu Fei. With her words, Lu Fei's body instantly crumbled to dust. Clearly, when Yajun firmly believed that this scene would not manifest, it ceased to be a source of fear for her. Yajun then turned her gaze towards the distant Grand Illusionist and closed her eyes. In the next moment, when Yajun opened her eyes again, they shone with a fiery red hue, completely different from before. What fury radiated from those eyes! The wrath reflected within them seemed capable of incinerating the world. "How dare you show me the death of my lord? Unforgivable!" As the seething voice escaped Yajun's lips, the inferno within her eyes enveloped her entire being. Flames ignited around her. In the next instant, Yajun clenched her right hand, and the flames flowed into it, forming a blade of fire, the Xanataitu. Indeed, this was the manifestation of the Xanataitu. The power of Liu had long since integrated into Yajun's essence, rendering her indifferent to the form of the blade. Yet now, the ability to summon the Xanataitu within the Grand Illusionist Tsukuyami realm signified that Liu had become an intrinsic power of Yajun's soul. As the Xanataitu appeared in Yajun's hand, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The temperature within the Tsukuyami realm began to rise dramatically. It was as if the sun were approaching the Tsukuyami, causing the ground to appear parched and cracked like scorched earth. Countless fissures resembling turtle shells emerged throughout the realm, accompanied by screams. The moisture within the Grand Illusionist evaporated at an alarming rate, causing his uniform to ignite in flames. Kamui, in agony from the relentless heat akin to that of the sun, the Grand Illusionist desperately activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, hoping to deflect the damage. Yet it proved futile. Whenever Kamui siphoned the flames from his body, they reignited as if ceaselessly replenished. Moreover, the Grand Illusionist felt the interior of the Kamui space ablaze. Release it. Release Tsukuyami. Realizing the ineffectiveness of Kamui, the Grand Illusionist screamed while attempting to dissolve the Tsukuyami's powers. However, the Tsukuyami did not respond to his wishes. At this moment, the entire Tsukuyami realm blazed with roaring flames. Yajun, wielding the Xanataitu, made no move. She merely observed as the Grand Illusionist gradually ceased his struggles amid the endless torment and despair wrought by the flames. Before long, when the Grand Illusionist transformed into a charred figure, Yajun understood that he had perished. Following this, the inferno within the Tsukuyami realm consumed it entirely, reducing it to countless fragments. In the real world, Yajun, grasping the Laihuo, regained her clarity. However, upon awakening, she halted her advance towards the Grand Illusionist, floating in the air without making any further movements. If one were to scrutinize Yajun's gaze now compared to moments earlier, it would be evident that they were completely different. Earlier, her gaze resembled that of a swordsman intent on slaying her target. Now, her eyes held a tranquil demeanor, devoid of any murderous intent, lacking the sharpness of blade. To encapsulate Yajun at this moment in a single phrase, after enduring so much, she had returned to her true self. Indeed, within the fleeting moments of reality, Yajun had undergone immense growth and transformation within the Tsukuyami realm. Her sudden pause attracted the attention of many onlookers, who gazed at her in confusion, also glancing at the Grand Illusionist opposite her. In that moment, neither made a move. However, after a brief pause, the Grand Illusionist began to exhibit unusual phenomena. The brilliance in his pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, previously wide open, gradually dimmed. Simultaneously, invisible flames ignited upon his body. The crowd could sense the Grand Illusionist's aura dissipating in an instant. He was dead. The Grand Illusionist had perished. In the blink of an eye, his body had transformed into a charred remnant. Fear and disbelief permeated the atmosphere. Various expressions appeared on the faces of the personnel from the world government's army surrounding the Grandmaster of Illusions, as they utterly failed to comprehend why the Grandmaster had perished after unleashing his abilities. Those who possessed knowledge of the Grandmaster's powers were even more perplexed, for they had never heard of an instance where one could be drawn into an illusionary realm only to meet their demise. Under normal circumstances, the worst outcome would merely be the dissolution of the illusion. Only the serene-eyed Yajun understood that once she fully mastered the technique of Lurin Rohuo, assimilating it into her own mental prowess, it would fundamentally transform into her unique ability. This signified that Lurin Rohuo could also serve as a manifestation of her spiritual strength. The Grandmaster's Suki no Mi could draw an individual's consciousness into the realm of Suki no Mi, wherein one's mental faculties would also be revealed. However, it was generally accepted that the Grandmaster's eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, possessed superior mental capabilities, thus allowing him to dominate within the Suki no Mi. Yet, should he encounter someone whose mental prowess was on par with his, the Suki no Mi would lose its efficacy. For instance, the former Lu Fei managed to extricate himself from the Suki no Mi, and similarly, the present Yajun could wield her powers within this realm to extinguish the Grandmaster spirit. Of course, the residual flames of the Taidao, summoned in a fit of rage, had acquired new characteristics upon becoming a manifestation of her mental strength. The conflagration within the Suki no Mi, resulting in the Grandmaster's death, was a consequence of the Taidao's newfound ability to incinerate spirits. The Grandmaster was ultimately reduced to ash by an intangible flame, reflecting the annihilation of his spirit within the Suki no Mi, which subsequently manifested in his physical form. Thus, his spirit had indeed been extinguished, synchronizing with the demise of his corporeal vessel. It was no surprise that Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. One must understand that the deployment of a marshal accompanied by over 10 Grandmasters from the world government was undoubtedly aimed at apprehending individuals with bounties exceeding 1 billion. However, at that time, Lu Qingfeng did not possess a bounty of that magnitude, rendering him unworthy of such attention. Now, upon being informed by Air Marshal Cuddy that they were in pursuit of his son, he was naturally incredulous. He knew his son well. His eldest son, Lu Zitian, while possessing some abilities, was known for his cunning nature and was certainly not destined for greatness. Meanwhile, his youngest son, Lu Fei, had yet to awaken his talents and exhibited a timid disposition. Even though he had prepared a substantial inheritance for Lu Fei, he never entertained the fantasy that his son could reach or surpass his own accomplishments. Faced with Lu Qingfeng's skepticism, Air Marshal Cuddy fell into a rare silence. Had he not witnessed Lu Fei's rise with his own eyes, he too would have doubted it. He had even mused that had he known Lu Fei would achieve such success, he would have gone to great lengths to bring him under his command. Well then, Lu Qingfeng, your mission upon resurrection is to subdue your son, the pirate king Lu Fei. Without regard for Lu Qingfeng's beliefs, Air Marshal Cuddy issued commands directly, bypassing Grandmaster Muzin, the spellcaster. The pirate king Lu Fei. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, glancing around in disbelief. Is this for real? The pirate king? That kid Lu Fei? Capable of such greatness? As he spoke, Lu Qingfeng began searching for Lu Fei's figure. Soon, he spotted his target, a young man standing alongside Yajun. However, gazing upon Lu Fei, Lu Qingfeng harbored doubts. Cuddy, you're not deceiving me, are you? He is the pirate king? In truth, the moment Lu Qingfeng laid eyes on Lu Fei's youthful visage, reminiscent of his own in days gone by, he recognized him as his youngest son. Yet, this realization merely confirmed Lu Fei's presence. It bore no relation to the title of Pirate King. Convincing Lu Qingfeng that his seemingly harmless son, Lu Fei, was indeed the Pirate King proved to be quite a challenge. Indeed, even if others were present, unaware of Lu Fei's identity, none would believe that this handsome young man, exuding an air of kindness, could possibly be the notorious Pirate King. Upon seeing his own words met with skepticism from Lu Qingfeng, Air Marshal Cuddy's patience finally frayed. He bellowed, Lu Qingfeng, I say he is, and he is. Rather than feeling angered by the outburst, Lu Qingfeng's face broke into a smile. Solidifying his belief, he understood that with Cuddy's rank and the public declaration made, it must be true. Thus, Lu Qingfeng gave Lu Fei a thumbs up, exclaiming joyously, son, well done. Truth be told, Lu Fei felt a sense of reluctance towards the commendation from his somewhat comical father. This was a stark contrast to the mature and composed Lu Qingfeng who had left behind his last words in the underground palace. Yet it was precisely this father, Lu Qingfeng, who had preserved his life, granting him resurrection amidst divine retribution and bestowing upon him a considerable inheritance. Hence, Lu Fei nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Father, thank you for the praise. Lu Qingfeng, overjoyed at being called father, eagerly inquired, Son, how did you become the Pirate King? You seem even more formidable than I. However, before Lu Fei could respond, Air Marshal Cuddy could no longer contain himself. If Lu Qingfeng continued this line of conversation, the battlefield would devolve into a grand reunion of father and son. Therefore, Air Marshal Cuddy shouted, Enough of this chit-chat. Lu Qingfeng, you must act now. Musin, what are you waiting for? Command Lu Qingfeng. Air Marshal Cuddy simultaneously issued directives to both individuals. As Lu Fei approached Yajun, Grandmaster Muzin suddenly recalled that this individual was indeed Lu Fei, the Pirate King, who had personally brought about the demise of the Marine Marshal Feng Pinghai. Upon this realization, Grandmaster Muzin broke free from the rage that had consumed him, driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of the Grandmaster of Illusions. Clearly, in a situation where even Marine Marshal Feng Pinghai had fallen, it was implausible for Grandmaster Muzin to feel secure about his own life. Thus, confronted with the threat to his existence, he began to comprehend the gravity of his actions. However, since the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei had already been employed and Lu Qingfeng's sarcophagus had been summoned, the die was cast. As Lu Qingfeng was resurrected, Grandmaster Muzin succumbed to a state of terror regarding Lu Fei. Now awakened by Air Marshal Cuddy's commanding voice, Grandmaster Muzin swiftly issued orders to Lu Qingfeng. Regaining his composure, Grandmaster Muzin noticed Air Marshal Cuddy at his side, finally freeing himself from the fear of Lu Fei. Relying on Air Marshal Cuddy for protection, he reverted to his usual obedient demeanor. Air Marshal Cuddy discreetly observed Grandmaster Muzin from the corner of his eye, silently resolving to address the latter's insubordination after the conclusion of this conflict. He had discerned the reason behind Grandmaster Muzin's sudden compliance. I thought you were truly fearless, daring to defy my orders. Air Marshal Cuddy scoffed inwardly. Indeed, openly disobeying a marshal's orders on the battlefield was an absolute taboo within the military. However, any reckoning would have to wait until after the battle was concluded. The current circumstances, evidently, did not permit such indulgences. Upon the issuance of commands by the formidable practitioner, Mu's son, Lu Chengfeng, could only helplessly raise his hands and exclaim, "Son, be cautious. I am powerless." No sooner had he uttered these words than, without waiting for Lu Fei's response, Lu Chengfeng unleashed his entire strength, swiftly advancing towards Lu Fei. A resounding collision echoed as their fists met, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent everyone nearby reeling. Following this, both Lu Chengfeng and Lu Fei engaged in a fierce aerial exchange of blows, the air crackling with energy. Suddenly, Lu Chengfeng let out a pained cry, retreating to the side of Air Marshal Kadi, shaking his right hand to rid it of the lingering electricity. It became evident that after exchanging multiple blows, Lu Fei, having gauged his father's prowess, lost interest in continuing the battle and decisively employed the powers of the ThunderFruit, catching Lu Chengfeng off guard with a jolt of electricity. Upon returning to the side of Air Marshal Kadi, Lu Chengfeng complained, "Kadi, that rascal Lu Fei dared to ambush me with lightning." In response to Lu Chengfeng's grievances, Air Marshal Kadi retorted, "Lu Chengfeng, that is your son. Swiftly subdue him." The current mood of Air Marshal Kadi was far from pleasant. He was frustrated that Lu Chengfeng, having been stunned by the lightning, chose to return to his side, effectively positioning him as a shield against Lu Fei's subsequent onslaught. Having adventured alongside Lu Chengfeng, Kadi was all too familiar with such tactics. After hearing Air Marshal Kadi's words, Lu Chengfeng nodded earnestly and declared to Lu Fei, "Son, I am keen to see if you, the Pirate King, possess true skill." He then placed his finger before his mouth, biting it to draw blood. With a flourish, he summoned his ability. With blood as the guide, let the sword come forth. The blood from his fingertip coalesced into a vast magical array in the air. From this array emerged a blood-red longsword, its sinister aura palpable. As Lu Chengfeng grasped the hilt and drew forth the blade, a menacing, sanguine presence radiated from the sword, evoking the grim question of how many adversaries had fallen to its thirst for blood. Now wielding the blood sword, Lu Chengfeng was enveloped in a crimson aura. His aura heightened further. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Lu Fei. Unfazed, Lu Fei morphed into a bolt of electricity, charging towards Lu Chengfeng. When they met in midair, Lu Chengfeng swung his sword at Lu Fei, who countered with his fists. However, upon contact, Lu Fei's fists turned pitch black, enveloped in armament hockey. Naturally, Lu Fei would not be so reckless as to confront a weapon with bare hands. Thus, he fortified himself with hockey. Now, Lu Fei had cultivated his armament hockey to an exceptionally advanced level. With his hands clad in hockey, he not only dared to meet Lu Chengfeng's bloodsword head-on, but also reached out to grasp the blade. Lu Chengfeng, unwilling to allow his blood sword to be captured, took a step back and adjusted the sword's angle, striking once more. His attack was merciless, aimed directly at Lu Fei's vital points. Had the onlookers not known that this was merely a father-son duel, one might have thought they were witnessing a life-and-death struggle. Even Air Marshal Kadi could not help but remark on Lu Chengfeng's fierce determination against his son. Yet from Lu Chengfeng's perspective, it was only natural. How could the son of the Pirate King, Lu Fei, who had provoked such an exaggerated response from the world government, be so easily subdued? If he were indeed incapable of defending against his father's attacks, it would reflect poorly on the world government. Such a scenario was implausible. The world government, having commanded respect for years, could be criticized for its actions, but its strength remained undeniable. Were it not for their formidable power, why would Lu Fei be concerned about the development of Aoya Island, using this conflict to test its legitimacy? In summary, Lu Chengfeng, unencumbered by doubt, fully believed in Lu Fei's capabilities. Indeed, after several fierce exchanges with the blood sword, Lu Fei was enveloped in crackling lightning, entering a state of divine speed. Consequently, Lu Chengfeng could no longer match Lu Fei's velocity, much less withstand his barehanded defenses against the blood sword. This left Lu Chengfeng able to predict Lu Fei's attacks, but incapable of obstructing them. Lu Fei, employing his armament haki to deflect the blood sword, retaliated with a powerful punch. Of course, this punch lacked haki. Otherwise, Lu Fei feared that his father, Lu Qingfeng, with his aging limbs, would struggle to endure such a blow. Nonetheless, even without haki, the punch landed with tremendous force, sending Lu Qingfeng reeling in pain. Ouch! That hurts! Stop hitting me in the face. It's painful. Soon, amidst the continuous clash of red and blue light, Lu Qingfeng's pained cries filled the air. Within just over a minute, he found himself retreating once again to Air Marshal Kadi's side. However, this time, even Kadi could find no words to say. Lu Qingfeng was covered in bruises, his face bearing the marks of a severe beating. Kadi, what were you thinking? How can I subdue my son? Returning to Air Marshal Kadi's side, Lu Qingfeng rubbed his wounds, expressing his frustration aloud. Listening to Lu Qingfeng's complaints, Air Marshal Kadi could only manage an awkward yet polite smile, saying, Lu Qingfeng, he is your son. Before Kadi could finish, Lu Qingfeng interjected, what of it? Should I simply allow him to surrender? Will he heed the words of the father who cast him out? He continued, or do you, Kadi, have a way to soften his heart? Lu Qingfeng's outburst not only criticized Air Marshal Kadi, but subtly revealed his own familial strife. This revelation aimed to clarify why Lu Fei was so relentless against his father. It stemmed from the fact that Lu Qingfeng had once expelled Lu Fei from their home. This context preserved Lu Fei's reputation and enabled the onlookers to comprehend his actions. Marshal Kadi was acutely aware of Lu Qingfeng's subtle intentions, yet chose to remain silent, not addressing them directly. Surprisingly, Lu Fei disregarded Lu Qingfeng entirely as a father, even going so far as to deliver a brutal beating to him. This unforeseen turn of events rendered the world government's plan to utilize Lu Qingfeng to influence Lu Fei utterly futile. It is worth noting that when the world government conceived the strategy, they had harbored the hope that Lu Fei might simply choose to surrender to Lu Qingfeng, thereby rendering himself defenseless. However, it has become evident that such fantasies are merely illusions. Nonetheless, the plan still possessed a trump card, a fierce duel between Lu Qingfeng and Lu Fei, ensuring that one would perish, with a high likelihood that Lu Fei would emerge victorious over Lu Qingfeng. In the moment when Anren's foot caused the blue lotus to bloom, his form vanished. In the next instant, Anren appeared atop the golden Buddha, gripping a golden staff, and struck the Buddha's head with a forceful blow. The unexpected eruption of Anren's power caught the golden Buddha off guard, causing it to instinctively shield its head and crouch down. Tears glistened in the Buddha's eyes, a testament to the profound pain it felt, an excruciating agony that pierced deep into its very soul. Under normal circumstances, given the vast difference in size between Anren and the golden Buddha, the impact of the golden staff would have felt akin to a mere tickle to an elephant. Moreover, as the Admiral transformed into the golden Buddha, its defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Thus, it would seem reasonable that only a full penetration of the golden staff into the Buddha's flesh could elicit any sensation. Yet now, a mere tap had invoked a pain that transcended the Buddha's understanding. As the golden Buddha, now propelled away, returned to the battlefield, it beheld the crouching figure, clutching its head in agony, and smiled knowingly. Having accompanied Anren for so long, it understood the source of this torment. The golden staff in Anren's grasp not only had the power to open the gates of hell and summon phantoms, but also possessed extraordinary capabilities. For instance, any entity struck by the golden staff would experience a direct assault on its very soul, rendering physical size and defenses irrelevant. In essence, being touched by the golden staff activated an attack that bypassed all defenses and struck straight to the soul. After successfully landing a blow, Anren displayed no signs of elation, as such attacks were commonplace for her. Without uttering a word, she tightened her grip on the golden staff and renewed her assault. The golden Buddha, acutely aware of the pain it had just endured, approached Anren with utmost caution, fully focused on the impending confrontation. The golden Buddha attempted to counter Anren's second strike with a fist imbued with the power of Buddha's will, yet the golden staff disregarded the force of its impact entirely. It pierced through the shockwave, striking the golden Buddha's right hand, which was also adorned with protective energy, producing a crisp sound. The golden Buddha recoiled, wailing in pain, clearly indicating that even the defenses it had employed could not thwart the golden staff's attack. Staring in disbelief at Onren, who stood before him clad in simple attire and a mask, the golden Buddha felt a pang of alarm. The pain inflicted by Onren was far too intense, transcending the limits of the physical realm to reach the very soul. The golden Buddha had no doubt that should it endure more of such strikes, its soul would tremble, affecting its physical form, leading to impaired control and slower reactions in battle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the golden Buddha resolved to prevent any further occurrences of such attacks. However, its extensive combat experience revealed that the golden staff needed to make contact with its body to unleash its devastating effects. Thus, the golden Buddha devised a plan. It must avoid allowing the golden staff to touch its form. Once again, it charged toward Onren, this time opting against a direct confrontation. Before reaching Onren, the golden Buddha unleashed a punch imbued with shock waves aimed at the space before her. The punch produced a visible distortion in the air, allowing the golden Buddha to attack without direct contact. As the space around them trembled from the impact, Onren was compelled to use the golden staff to defend herself. Despite successfully blocking the attack, she was still forced back a considerable distance. Witnessing this, the golden Buddha's spirits lifted, recognizing this as the correct approach to combat. Subsequently, it continued to employ long-range attacks, compelling Onren into a defensive posture. While Onren contemplated counterattacks, her lack of combat experience hindered her ability to effectively utilize her immense power. Each of her attempts was adeptly countered and neutralized by the seasoned admiral. Before long, Onren sustained minor injuries from the spatial shockwaves, causing blood to trickle from her lips. The sight of her blood only fueled the golden Buddha's excitement. It believed that if it continued this way, Onren would soon succumb to unconsciousness, allowing it to capture her and achieve great acclaim. In that moment, the admiral, embodying the golden Buddha, felt the position of fleet admiral beckoning him. However, blinded by ambition, he overlooked the fact that since Onren had entered the fray, the radiant golden statue had ceased its offensive actions. Although the golden statue could not match the golden Buddha's might, it still possessed combat strength comparable to that of a fleet admiral, capable of joining forces with Onren to press an attack. Yet, it remained inactive, which was decidedly anomalous. It appeared as if Onren intentionally orchestrated the scenario, deliberately isolating herself to confront the golden Buddha alone. Indeed, this was a deliberate construct by Onren, whose sole purpose was to harness the golden Buddha's prowess to enhance her own combat experience and refine her physical capabilities. Onren was leveraging the golden Buddha as a tool for her growth, and it was Lu Fei who had determined this battlefield arrangement for her. Upon witnessing the admiral's transformation into the golden Buddha and his relentless assault on her, Onren recognized the intent behind Lu Fei's strategic placement. Lu Fei hoped that Enren could grow under the pressure of the golden Buddha. Thus, understanding Lu Fei's intentions, Enren deliberately created such a situation. In Enren's heart, Lu Fei's thoughts were synonymous with her own will. While Enren utilized a general-level combatant as a tool for her own growth on another battlefield, Milna, wielding a hammer, radiated with a dazzling array of colors as she gleefully brought down one spaceship after another. The vibrant hues enveloping Milna were easily understood. They represented various enhancement statuses, colloquially known as buffs. Harnessing the power of a paladin, Milna had fully imbued herself with buffs before the battle, charging into the ranks of the world government's army in an empowered state. Upon entering, she resembled a war god, overwhelming all who dared oppose her. After flattening several personnel from the world government with her summoned warhammer, she grew bored and turned her attention to the destruction of spaceships. Compared to the soldiers, who could hardly withstand a single blow, the ships were much more resilient. It took Milna several strikes, sometimes even a dozen, to bring down a single vessel. Consequently, she embarked on her enthusiastic campaign of destruction. Naturally, the personnel of the world government could not stand by idly while Milna wreaked havoc on their ships. One by one, they rushed towards her, attempting to halt her destructive spree, only to be smashed down by Milna. This realization led Milna to discover that smashing spaceships not only provided her with greater satisfaction, but also attracted her adversaries to her. This was perfectly aligned with Milna's expectations. Thus, she continued her exuberant assault on the ships. Within less than 5 minutes of her arrival on the battlefield, she had already destroyed 4 world government vessels, sending them crashing into the sea. If Lu Fei had witnessed Milna's reckless destruction, she would undoubtedly have sighed in exasperation, questioning how such a destructive force could inherit the entirety of Archangel Michelle's powers. Did Lu Fei think Archangel Michelle had lost her senses, or had Milna perfectly deceived her? How could the powers of Archangel Michelle be bestowed upon such a chaotic entity? Wasn't it supposed to be a benevolent maiden, bestowing buffs and healing from behind the scenes? Yet, it had transformed into Milna buffing herself and charging to the forefront with reckless abandon. However, Milna was utterly satisfied with her transformation. She ought to bestow buffs upon herself and unleash the most damage. As for healing powers typically associated with angelic strength, she believed it was sufficient to tend only to Lu Fei. After all, she had effectively sold herself to Lu Fei. Milna's significant destruction of the world government's ships caught the attention of a general-level air commander, General Feng Lei, who boasted a pair of magnificent wings. Renowned in the world government's air force, General Feng Lei wielded the powers of wind and thunder. His left wing stirred up storms, while his right unleashed ferocious lightning. Furthermore, he possessed 2 treasures, a hammer in his right hand and a chisel in his left, which combined into the legendary Lei Gong Chisel. It was upon observing General Feng Lei's powers through satellite imagery that Lu Fei had decided to send Milna here. Clearly, Lu Fei envisioned a collision between the thunderous might of General Feng Lei and the angelic strength wielded by Milna. Power, after all, knows no morality or righteousness. Its effectiveness depends solely on the wielder. With a resounding roar, General Feng Lei descended, enveloped in a tempest. The hammering Milna, lost in her joy, was abruptly swept away by the force of the storm and struck by a clap of thunder. Shaking her head to dispel her confusion, Milna glared at General Feng Lei. Infuriated by the ambush, brandishing her massive hammer, she charged at him with a battle cry. However, General Feng Lei swiftly vanished from her sight with a powerful flap of his wings. The moment Milna realized she had struck empty air, she heard the thunderous crack of lightning behind her. General Feng Lei, wielding the Lei Gong Chisel, struck down upon her back. Instantly, a bolt of lightning surged from the chisel, directly hitting Milna's back. With a cry, Milna spat blood as her aura visibly waned. Yet, bolstered by her various buffs, her strength rapidly surged back. Turning to face the airborne General Feng Lei, her face contorted with rage, she was furious at being attacked from behind, unable to catch him. In that moment, Milna resembled a cumbersome heavy knight, while General Feng Lei moved like a nimble warrior. Though Milna possessed formidable defense and attack, she simply could not land a hit on General Feng Lei. Without the ability to grasp him, her strength became meaningless. Moreover, with the Lei Gong Chisel in hand, General Feng Lei's attacks were no less formidable. Each strike could send Milna reeling. If this situation persisted, General Feng Lei could easily wear her down. Milna was acutely aware of this, and thus she knew she could not allow it to continue. With a fierce glare at General Feng Lei, she summoned a new ability she had cultivated during her seclusion, the wings of an angel. A golden beam descended from the sky, enveloping Milna. Moments later, a pair of angelic wings unfurled from her back amidst the golden light. As these wings spread, Milna's aura intensified even further. Not only that, but with the first pair of wings came a second and a third, transforming Milna into a majestic 6-winged archangel. Glimmers of golden light cascaded from her wings, forcing General Feng Lei to flap his own wings of wind and thunder to shield himself from the radiant assault. Just as Lu Fei had once experienced, General Feng Lei could sense that the golden light pierced his flesh like needles. Upon completing her transformation into a 6-winged archangel, Milna shattered the angelic atmosphere with her words, "Birdman, I see where you're running." This statement left General Feng Lei speechless. It was as if she were oblivious to her own appearance. mocking him while sharing in the jest. With 6 wings simultaneously flapping, Milna transformed into a streak of golden light, lunging toward General Fonglay. It must be said that with the angelic wings, Milna's speed had dramatically increased. Yet, even with 6 wings, she seemed unable to catch General Fonglay. As she surged towards him, the general wore a derisive smirk, implying that the quantity of wings held no true value. Suddenly, the General Fonglay spread his wings, and with a powerful gust, he vanished amidst the tempest. The frustrated Milna, having missed her target once more, exclaimed in exasperation, "You birdman, how can you run so swiftly?" The response to Milna was a thunderous strike from General Fenglei's lightning attack. Although General Fenglei's speed surpassed that of Milna, she swiftly reacted to the thunderclap. With the aid of 6 angelic wings, Milna pivoted rapidly, wielding her warhammer to counter the incoming thunder. The lightning was shattered by her hammer, causing no harm to Milna whatsoever. General Fonglay was unconcerned by Milna's quick reflexes, for this was not his most formidable attack. He then began to circle around Milna at high speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of thunder, accompanied by the continuous rumble of thunderclaps. Despite Milna successfully blocking each strike, she found this passive defense unsatisfactory. Each attempt she made to seize General Fonglay ended in failure, intensifying her fury. To General Fonglay, her rage was merely the mark of incompetence. The advantage of his superior speed rendered him untouchable, no matter how furious Milna became. It was futile. Unbeknownst to him, the exceptionally enraged Milna continued to harness her ability, the wings of angels. Once more, she summoned a pair of angelic wings. As a golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping her, Milna transformed into an 8-winged archangel. As General Fonglay marveled at how Milna could still summon angelic wings, she flapped her 8 wings and shot towards him with incredible speed. With a fierce swing of her warhammer, she aimed to crush General Fonglay into pulp. An ominous sense of danger surged within General Fonglay, prompting him to vigorously flap his wings. In an instant, a colossal storm erupted around him, interspersed with peals of thunder. The tempest momentarily halted Milna, preventing her from injuring him or capturing her elusive target. Undeterred, she relentlessly pursued General Fonglay. At that moment, he no longer exhibited the earlier nonchalance, but grew exceedingly cautious, meticulously evading Milna's attacks. While Milna, without her angelic wings, appeared vulnerable to General Fonglay, the 6-winged archangel version of Milna commanded his respect. Now, as the 8-winged archangel, she demanded his utmost seriousness. If she were to catch him, it would undoubtedly result in a storm of devastating blows. General Fonglay did not believe his physique could withstand such an onslaught. At this juncture, Milna's speed matched that of General Fonglay. However, she still struggled to grasp him, as he could conjure storms and thunder with the flapping of his wings to hinder her pursuit. Consequently, every time Milna drew near, she found her speed impeded by the tempest, while General Fonglay seized the opportunity to strike with his lightning. Thus, Milna remained at a disadvantage, increasingly furious as she failed to land a blow on him. When had she ever suffered such a significant loss? When had she ever endured such humiliation? Milna was unafraid of injury in battle or of being outmatched in direct confrontation. However, the current chase, coupled with her inability to catch her foe, fueled her rage. After another missed strike, Milna shattered General Fenglei's lightning with her hammer, letting out a furious roar, just as a triumphant smile spread across General Fenglei's face. Thinking he had the upper hand in breaking Milna's spirit, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The wings of angels, Milna bellowed, and a golden beam descended from the sky, encasing her once more. A new pair of angelic wings slowly unfurled from her back, seemingly reluctant. If Lu Fei were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left in a state of bemusement. This was not merely the manifestation of her ability to summon angelic wings. It was as if she were borrowing wings from the angels themselves. What if the angels refused to lend them? No matter. With Milna's current fury, Lu Fei had no doubt that she would forcibly claim them for herself. Joking aside, as the new pair of wings spread steadily behind Milna, She transformed into a 10-winged archangel. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within General Fenglai. Flee! Without hesitation, he turned and ran. However, upon witnessing General Fenglai's retreat, Milna chuckled. Run? I wonder where you can escape to. With that, her 10 angelic wings flapped in unison, granting her even greater speed and potency as she pursued General Fenglai relentlessly. Feel the wrath of my hammer. Milna closed the distance to General Fenglai, gripping her warhammer tightly, and with a mighty roar, she brought it crashing down. General Fenglai flapped his wings with all his might, conjuring storms and thunder to obstruct Milna. In addition, he wielded the thunderous tool in his grasp to strike at Milna. Amidst the cacophony of thunder, General Fenglai prepared himself to counter Milna's assault with everything he had. Yet, the hammer of the 10-winged Archangel Milna, with irresistible force, shattered the storm, broke through the thunder, and collided with the thunderous implement in General Fenglai's hands. The impact sent General Fenglai flying, his body crashing through several ships before he barely managed to regain his footing. Coughing up blood, General Fenglai gazed at Milna in terror. The 10-winged Archangel Milna was too swift, too powerful, so much so that even his speed, which he prided himself on, could not save him, and even his full effort could not withstand her might. Universal Attraction. An army general extended his hand towards the personnel of Aoya Island, opening his previously closed right eye to reveal a Rinnegan. As he invoked universal attraction, hundreds of individuals from Aoya Island were suddenly drawn towards him, on the brink of being annihilated. However, Aoya intervened. With a swift motion, Aoya pressed her hand towards the army general, exclaiming, "Supergravity suppression." The army general, standing aboard his warship, felt his body become unbearably heavy, abruptly interrupting the invocation of universal attraction. Meanwhile, the warship beneath him was crushed into dust. Standing atop the shattered deck of a warship, the army general looked up at Aoya in midair. The Queen of Gravity, Aoya, was the commander of the recently announced attack force from Aoya Island and the pilot of the Ark Titan, the flagship of the former Titan Sky pirate group. In the eyes of the general, the image of Moya was reflected, revealing information about her. Upon hearing her own details being disclosed, Moya maintained her composure and remarked, "What? Do you intend to capture me?" However, the general did not respond. He was merely confirming her identity. Once he concluded this, he raised his hand and declared, "Universal pull." Immediately, Moya's form shifted as she was drawn towards the general. Yet, how could Moya allow herself to be dominated by the general? Thus, she imposed gravitational suppression upon herself, stabilizing her body and preventing any movement towards the general. Subsequently, Moya pointed at the general and stated, "It is impolite to receive without giving." Several metallic rods descended from above, hurtling towards the general at an astonishing speed. Shinra Tensei. Sensing the threat from above, the general activated his Rinnegan abilities. A spherical shield enveloped him completely, deflecting Moya's metallic projectiles. This exchange resulted in a stalemate, with neither party sustaining any injury. However, realizing that universal pull could not harm Moya, the general invoked a new power. He swiftly formed hand signs and struck the ground, summoning the Deva Path Pain. A figure emerged before the general. It was indeed Deva Path, albeit with numerous black metallic rods embedded within him. To be precise, these were multi-purpose black rods with chakra receiver capabilities, capable of disrupting an enemy's internal energy. According to some peculiar lore, those with rods embedded in their bodies had a penchant for inserting rods into others. This, perhaps, was the unique allure of the black rods. In fact, these rods were essential for maintaining one's own mobility and served as exceptional weapons against foes. Upon appearing, the Deva Path wasted no time. He withdrew 2 black rods from his body and hurled them towards Moya, who hovered in midair. Moya's fingers twitched, and several metallic rods shot forth, striking the 2 black rods. Though the incoming rods were halted, they did not shatter, displaying their remarkable quality. With a flick of his hand, Deva Path summoned the black rods back into his grasp. Armed with 2 black rods, he swiftly charged towards Moya, intending to engage her in close combat. This strategy was undeniably astute, for among all those surrounding Lu Fei, Moya possessed the weakest close-quarters combat capability. Without exception, initially, Lu Fei had considered enhancing his elder sister's melee abilities. However, Moya, with a proud stance, asserted that as a queen, she had no need for close combat. If it were to occur, it would not be on the battlefield. Coupled with the implication in her demeanor while addressing Lu Fei, it led him to retreat, abandoning the notion of improving Moya's melee prowess. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Fei hesitated, fearing he could not maintain control. In contrast to Moya, who had been in the limelight for years, Lu Fei was but a novice. Back in the days at the giant pillar city, Moya's queenly presence had made Lu Fei acutely aware of his own immaturity. Certainly, the embrace and kiss they shared that day remained etched in Lu Fei's memory, as it did for Moya. Otherwise, she would not have joined Aoya Island, becoming a prominent general under Lu Fei's command. Returning to the matter at hand, these circumstances thwarted Lu Fei's attempts to bolster Moya's melee skills, rendering her combat ability exceedingly weak. Consequently, Moya could not allow Devapath to engage her up close. To put it bluntly, should Devapath close the distance, Moya would be at the mercy of her adversary. Thus, Moya maneuvered her hands, directing multiple metallic rods towards Devapath to thwart his approach. Under the onslaught of dozens of metallic rods, even with the activation of Shinra Tensei, Devapath found his speed impeded. Unable to approach Moya, Devapath, in silence, withdrew 10 black rods from his body. These rods circled around him, aligning with his intent, all aimed at Moya. Upon being targeted by 10 black rods, Moya, instead of panicking, brightened and exclaimed, "Ah, so you also play with rods?" After her delighted proclamation, she gestured towards the heavens. Concealed above, the airship under Moya's command opened its weaponry hatch, unleashing over 100 metallic rods. These rods soared above Moya, standing in stark contrast to Devapath. Witnessing Moya summon tenfold the number of metallic rods at her disposal, Devapath remained silent and initiated his assault. The black rods surrounding him transformed into beams of darkness, hurtling towards Moya. In response, Moya deployed a quantity of metallic rods 10 times greater to intercept them. While the individual strength of the black rods clearly surpassed that of the metallic rods, the overwhelming numerical advantage rendered the black rods powerless, ultimately being retrieved by Devapath after exhausting their energy. Observing that his black rods could not contend with Moya's metallic rods, Devapath's Rinnegan gleamed ominously as he activated a powerful technique. He clasped his hands together before his chest, and the light of the Rinnegan illuminated his gaze. Shinra Tensei. With a dramatic flourish, he unveiled a small orb resembling a black hole between his hands. He then launched the black orb skyward. The orb rapidly expanded, emanating an intense gravitational force. Realizing the imminent danger, Moya found herself unable to escape this formidable pull. For the target of the Shinra Tensei was none other than her. Her countenance shifted slightly as she struggled against the overwhelming force. She raised her hand towards the sky, summoning a high-tech weapon prepared by Nu Wan. As Moya initiated the summoning, the satellite weapon above, fully primed, opened its weapon bay and released a long, slender, specialized metallic rod. The Staff of God, a space-based kinetic weapon. When accelerated, it could achieve unimaginable kinetic energy, delivering devastating strikes to its target. In previous tests conducted by Nu Wan and Moya, the Staff of God, in conjunction with Moya's gravitational abilities, had once sunk an island of reef. Now, facing the Shinra Tensei, Moya, realizing the gravity of the situation, invoked this very technique once more. Devapath's Rinnegan coldly scrutinized Moya, who was desperately striving to maintain her form. To Devapath, it was evident that Moya would soon succumb to the gravitational pull of the Shinra Tensei, ultimately leading to her sealing. In Moya's fragile state, the moment of sealing would also herald her demise. Before long, as the gravitational force intensified, Moya's body began to uncontrollably drift towards the Shinra Tensei. Yet at that instant, Devapath sensed an imminent threat approaching. Glancing around, he utilized the perception granted by his Rinnegan to fixate his gaze upwards. Above him loomed the ever-expanding Shinra Tensei. However, Tiandao, Pain's Rinnegan, seemed to pierce through the ground explosion star, gazing towards the heavens above. Suddenly, a dark spot materialized in the sky. Subsequently, this spot approached the battlefield of Moya and Tiandao Pain with an alarming velocity. Upon noticing the dark spot, Tiandao Pain's pupils involuntarily constricted. It was a slender and elongated metal rod, far exceeding the dimensions of the weapons wielded by Tiandao Pain and Moya. Moreover, the terrifying speed at which this rod descended was nothing short of catastrophic. Undoubtedly, the power it carried was beyond imagination. The distinctive metal rod struck the ground explosion star with a bone-chilling force. At the moment of impact, the nearly complete ground explosion star shattered like a glass sphere struck by a heavy hammer. With a resounding crack, the ground explosion star disintegrated into fragments. After obliterating the ground explosion star, the metal rod, still brimming with formidable energy, plunged into the ocean, creating monstrous waves as if the sea had been detonated. Tiandao Pain's Rinnegan reflected a grave expression. This was the first time the ground explosion star had been so ruthlessly dismantled by sheer violence. At this juncture, Tiandao Pain felt a sense of relief, realizing that the target of the metal rod was not him. Had he been the target, he would have been powerless to withstand such an exaggerated assault. Even employing Shinra Tensei would merely serve to mitigate the rod's power. With the ground explosion star destroyed, Moya finally returned to her normal state. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she cast an irate glance at Tiandao Pain. If circumstances allowed, Moya yearned to employ her formidable technique once more. The manipulation of the god S staff combined with the gravity fruit to enhance both the force and precision of her attacks. Nevertheless, Moya understood that while this technique was extraordinarily powerful, capable of overwhelming even those with martial-level combat prowess, it bore a significant weakness: the difficulty in striking fast-moving adversaries. No matter how powerful a technique may be, it is rendered futile if it fails to connect. Presently, Moya lacked the confidence to restrain Tiandao Pain's movements and unleash her attack upon him. Thus, although she was frustrated, she could not resort to this technique immediately. What Moya needed was to seize a more opportune moment to ensure her attack would find its mark. Subsequently, Tiandao Pain and Moya resumed their fierce exchange, wielding their respective rods against each other. Meanwhile, as others engaged in battles chosen by Lu Fei, Qing Yun was no exception. Qing Yun faced an opponent of martial-level combat prowess, a naval admiral known as Zhu Run, who bore the title of the world's second greatest swordsman. Do not be mistaken. His claim to the title of the second greatest swordsman does not imply the existence of a greater swordsman. Rather, it is his own declaration that positions him as such. This implies that anyone aspiring to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman must first defeat him. However, in a world where the title of the greatest swordsman has remained unclaimed for an extended period, it is evident that no swordsman has yet bested him. The reason Yejun is regarded as a formidable contender for the title of the world's greatest swordsman is due to the belief that she possesses the potential to defeat him. As a result of his martial-level combat prowess, Admiral Jurun is also a candidate for the position of naval marshal. At this moment, Qing Yun found herself engaged in combat with him. However, her circumstances clearly indicated a disadvantage. Although Qing Yun's strength was formidable, with each punch capable of causing the very air and sea to tremble and inflict widespread devastation, she also wielded an exceptionally potent Busashoka haki. Her fists, enveloped in Busashoka haki and imbued with the power of the Zhenjin fruit, were undeniably powerful. It is no exaggeration to state that ordinary weapons would crumble under her fists in less than a second. Yet, Admiral Zhu Run was different. His weapon was not a physical entity, but one he summoned forth himself, characterized by its peculiar and ever-changing nature. Indeed, it was notably bizarre. Presently, the long sword in Zhu Ren's hand was a crimson blade. With a forceful punch, Qing Yun struck towards Zhu Run, causing fissures to appear in the air, and the sea below roiled violently. Yet, this powerful assault was effortlessly countered by the red long sword in Zhu Ren's grasp. After deflecting Qing Yun's strike, Zhu Ren swiftly retreated. Qing Yun did not pursue, but instead gazed upward with intensity. Above her, a colossal meteor was plummeting towards her. Thus, Qing Yun had no choice but to contend with the falling meteor. As she swung her fist toward the meteor, harnessing the shock waves to shatter it, Admiral Zhu Ren regarded the red long sword in his hand and murmured to himself, "The meteor starblade. Regrettably, not the weapon I desire." The meteor starblade, a weapon imbued with the power of meteors, would inflict secondary damage upon its target upon impact. In terms of destructive capability, this blade was undeniably formidable. However, in terms of individual combat power, it was rather mediocre. At least, Admiral Zhu Ren was dissatisfied with it. Knowing that wielding this sword would not suffice to subdue the pirate Empress Qing Yun. Even the naval marshal Feng Pinghai had been unable to contend with Qing Yun, and Admiral Zhu Ren did not believe that the meteor starblade in his hand would fare any better. Following the words of Army General Karoti, Admiral Zhu Ren fell silent. He did not even contest General Karoti's statement, for he understood that discord on the battlefield was a grave transgression. Given General Karoti's prideful nature, someone had to yield. Considering the greater situation, Admiral Zhu Ren chose to concede, remaining observant for an opportune moment to act. His silence only served to elevate General Karoti's demeanor further. With his head held high, General Karoti approached Qing Yun. Qing Yun regarded the advancing figure of General Karoti with vigilance, while also remaining cautious of Admiral Zhu Ren. Regardless of what these two might say or any signs of discord they might exhibit, Qing Yun could not afford to place her trust in them, for both were her adversaries. To believe in the words of enemies would undoubtedly lead her perilously close to death. However, just as Qing Yun contemplated how to confront both adversaries, an undulation stirred in her shadow. A pitch-black figure emerged from her shadow. As this figure manifested, both Admiral Zhu Ren and General Karoti cast astonished glances in its direction. A being of the Shadow tribe, both admirals, being well-versed, immediately recognized the nature of the figure before them. Yet, this shadow creature differed from their preconceived notions. Typically, when a shadow creature binds itself to a host, it completely merges with the host's shadow, thus losing its own form. However, the shadow creature before them was evidently shorter than Qing Yun. If described through their subconscious impressions, it appeared stunted, as if it had not fully matured. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a figure clad entirely in black emerged from Qing Yun's shadow. As she stepped out, the dark energy enveloping her receded, revealing a petite woman. "Greetings, I am Lu." The moment Lu unveiled her appearance and introduced herself, Admiral Zhu Ren was taken aback. Equally astonished was General Carrot of the army, who halted his advance and exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? A being from the Shadow Clan possesses a physical form?" Carrot's confusion was palpable, as was Qing Yun's surprise. "Lu, what is happening?" Among those who understood Lu best, Qing Yun undoubtedly held that distinction. Yet Lu's sudden corporeal presence left Qing Yun perplexed. She had merely sent Lu ahead to relay a message to Lu Fei. How could so much have changed in just a few days? Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Lu, however, would not deign to answer General Carrot's inquiry, but responded promptly to Qing Yun. "I apologize, Lady Qing Yun, for concealing the truth for so long. However, Lord Lu Fei instructed me to be forthcoming." Forthcoming? What did she possibly mean? As Qing Yun grappled with his question, General Carrot, feeling disregarded, erupted in indignation. "How dare you ignore my words?" A tempestuous aura erupted from him, and in the next moment, he charged at Lu. "Be careful." Qing Yun instinctively warned Lu of Carrot's impending assault, but to her astonishment, Lu rushed towards Carrot as well. Quake Fist. Lu unleashed the power of the Jinjin fruit with her strike. The clash of their fists resulted in both combatants being forced back a step. What? The sight of this confrontation left Admiral Zhu Ren unable to contain his astonishment. A being of the Shadow Clan has not only gained a physical form, but possesses combat prowess at the level of a marshal? It is widely acknowledged that Shadow Clan beings have limitations, with the strength of a vice admiral being the uppermost threshold. However, should the host possess extraordinary strength and ample resources, they may attain the power of an admiral, but that is the extent of it. And yet, Here was a being from the Shadow Clan, not only with a physical form, but whose combat ability had transcended these limits. How could Admiral Ju-Ren not be astonished? Not only was Admiral Ju-Ren taken aback, but Qin Yun, too, was filled with disbelief. Lu's quake fist appears to surpass my own. Soon, Qin Yun realized it was not merely a semblance. Lu's strength indeed eclipsed her own. As Lu and General Carrot engaged in an intense battle, fists, feet, and elbows became their weapons, generating shockwaves that carved deep craters in the ocean surface. Fortunately, this tumult unfolded over the sea. Had it taken place on land, the devastation would have been catastrophic. With wide eyes, Qin Yun observed Lu, who was holding her own against General Carrot. She was now certain that Lu was stronger than herself. In terms of utilizing the Jinjin fruit, as well as combat experience and technique, Lu was superior. Meanwhile, Admiral Ju-Ren felt a mixture of shock and relief. He was astonished by Lu's martial-level strength and relieved that Lu had not intervened during his earlier skirmish with Qin Yun. Had she chosen to strike then, he would have been caught off guard, likely sustaining serious injury. Aside from the two spectators, General Carrot, engaged in combat, became increasingly alarmed. The Lu before him was not merely experienced in battle. She was seamlessly integrating her combat style. To be candid, General Carrot, possessing Scion blood, had a penchant for combat and frequently challenged others. Thus, he ranked among the top in the world government regarding battle experience. Yet, Lu's ability to match him in combat left him astonished. Such formidable combat expertise could only be accrued through extensive experience, and one would expect a name or reputation to precede her. However, the truth was that Lu's combat experience stemmed from the shadows gifted to her by Moonlight Moria in the world of One Piece. Each of those shadows had undergone countless battles, not to mention the formidable shadow of Whitebeard. General Carrot's perception was not mistaken. Lu had merely been learning from these experiences without the opportunity to apply them. Now, seizing the chance to fight General Carrot, she was merging her acquired knowledge into her own unique combat style. Lu adapted swiftly, standing on the foundation of Whitebeard's experience with the Jinjin fruit, complemented by her extensive battle experience, to forge her own fighting style. If Whitebeard's approach was characterized by overwhelming force due to his size, Lu's method was markedly more graceful. This grace did not imply a lack of lethality. Rather, it was a style befitting her petite stature. In simpler terms, while Whitebeard's large frame dictated a broad and forceful combat approach, Lu's smaller build allowed for swifter movements and more agile maneuvers. With her own fighting style established, Lu transitioned from defense to seeking opportunities to strike. Before long, after evading a powerful blow from General Carrot, she countered with a punch directed at his lower back. This strike was substantial, for Lu's fist was imbued with the power of the Jinjin fruit. Upon impact with General Carrot's torso, the force not only breached his external defenses, but also transmitted the energy within him. In an instant, the organs within General Carrot's body began to tremble violently. Ugh! As General Carrot staggered backward, he could not contain the blood that spewed forth from his mouth. Even Admiral Ju-Ren felt a chill at the sight of General Carrot's injury. The lower back is of utmost importance to a man. As the saying goes, if the waist is compromised, the man becomes weak. Meanwhile, Lu, who had delivered the devastating blow, felt a flicker of confusion. Why had she instinctively targeted that particular area? The answer likely lay with Lu Fei. It was influenced by the combat experiences imparted by Whitebeard's shadow. After all, during the Marineford War, Whitebeard's furious crush the kidneys punch had instilled fear in the hearts of all present. Feeling the pain radiating from his lower back, General Carrot's eyes turned red with fury. A surge of wrath coursed through him, manifesting as crackling lightning around his body. This allowed General Carrot to grow even more formidable in his Super Saiyan form. In a fit of extreme rage, General Carrot charged at Lu, unleashing lethal attacks. However, faced with Lu, who had adapted to his combat style, the furious General Carrot found his efforts futile. Lu deftly countered every strike from Carrot, effortlessly neutralizing even the most powerful techniques, such as the Kamehameha and energy waves. Though General Carrot was engulfed in anger, it proved to be of no consequence. Akin to a futile rage, Observing his plight, Admiral Zhu Ren of the Navy could no longer restrain himself and prepared to intervene. However, just as he intended to assist Kuroti, he was halted by Qin Yun. Seeing the two orbs of light representing the power of the ThunderFruit in Qin Yun's hands, Admiral Zhu Ren hesitated, choosing instead to engage her in battle. His choice was understandable. As a man, he was reluctant to experience the devastating effects of the Shattered Dog's waist punch. The overwhelming power of the ThunderFruit could penetrate the human body, inflicting severe internal damage. As Admiral Zhu Ren clashed with Qin Yun, the battle between Lu and General Kuroti escalated intensely. Frustrated by his inability to inflict meaningful damage, General Kuroti, in his fury, resolved to employ his trump card. However, maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 form was immensely taxing, necessitating a brief recovery period. After forcing Lu back momentarily, General Kuroti retrieved a bean-like object from his pocket and consumed it. This was a Senza bean, which, while it did not grant immortality, could restore his energy almost instantaneously. Feeling his vitality return, General Kuroti bellowed at Lu, declaring his intent to destroy him. With that, he raised his hands, assuming a stance of explosive power. The Kaioken. In an instant, the intensity of General Kuroti's energy surged dramatically. Although Lu's expression remained unchanged, she inwardly sighed, realizing that the battle could only culminate now. Initially, she had hoped to engage General Kuroti longer to enhance her combat experience, but she had not anticipated his ensuing frenzy following a single shattered waist punch, which hastened the fight's progression. As General Kuroti unleashed his ultimate technique, Lu too recognized the need to reveal her hidden strength for safety's sake. Her power was not so overwhelming that she could afford to underestimate her opponent. Thus, as General Kuroti activated the Kaioken to amplify his strength, Lu made her move, Shadow Power. The shadow energy previously absorbed in her body surged forth, enveloping her and leaving only her bright eyes visible. Subsequently, Lu's right hand reached behind her, producing an enormous black shuriken seemingly from thin air. If Lu Fei were present, he would recognize this shuriken as the very gift he had once bestowed upon Lu, symbolizing the forbidden power of the Shadow Flow Master, Jia. General Kuroti, having completed his power-up, transformed into a streak of golden light and charged at Lu. He was aware of Lu's transformation, but had no time to ponder its implications. While the combination of Super Saiyan 3 and Kaioken significantly enhanced his strength, it also imposed a tremendous burden on his physical body. Thus, General Kuroti sought a swift resolution, determined to eliminate Lu without mercy. Coincidentally, Lu, similarly burdened by the forbidden power of the Shadow Flow Master Jia, shared the same predicament. As General Kuroti, now a golden flash, surged toward Lu, his fist, imbued with terrifying force, was poised to strike her. In that moment, Lu unleashed a forbidden technique of her shadow power, the forbidden art. Instant prison shadow kill array. In an instant, Lu's form vanished, leaving only a shadow in her wake. Almost immediately, 3 silhouettes emerged from different angles, converging upon General Kuroti, marking him with an illusory shuriken. At that moment, General Kuroti's fist passed through the shadow's form, and under the almost perfect execution of Lu's shadow power, the damage inflicted upon General Kuroti proved insurmountable. Consequently, the martial-level combatant, General Kuroti, met his demise. Impossible. At the moment of General Kuroti's death, Admiral Zhu Ren gasped in disbelief. After parrying a strike from Qin Yun, he swiftly arrived beside General Kuroti's lifeless body. Examining the scene with keen interest, distracted by the unfolding conflict, he had clearly observed that General Kuroti had held the advantage after utilizing the Kaioken. Yet how could he have perished in the blink of an eye? This was a martial-level combatant. How could he have died so easily? Admiral Zhu Ren found it hard to accept the reality before him. As he stared incredulously at General Kuroti's body, Qin Yun remained silent. Like Zhu Ren, she had been distracted by the battle, yet unlike him, she accepted the truth of General Kuroti's death. It was this acceptance that made her realize just how powerful Lu had become. At that moment, Qin Yun belatedly comprehended why Lu had apologized to her at the beginning. Speaking of honesty and such, Lu's intended honesty referred to her own strength. Qing Yun's emotions were tumultuous. She understood that Lu had concealed her true capabilities because she was stronger and wished to spare her concerns. However, while understanding this, she found it hard to accept. Throughout her journey, due to her innate talent and abilities, coupled with her awakened potential, Qing Yun had always believed herself to be the strongest beneath Lu Fei. As the earliest follower of Lu Fei, her confidence in being the second in command of his crew had been unwavering. Yet such thoughts had blinded her to her own growth and the reality of her power. During the years of Lu Fei's absence, Qing Yun had focused solely on building a formidable faction for revenge or to aid Lu Fei. Ensnared by her ambition, she had neglected her own training. Thus, in a mere few years, she had earned the title of Pirate Empress, commanding a vast pirate force. Initially, Qing Yun had taken pride in this achievement. However, witnessing Lu's extraordinary strength now made her acutely aware of what she had overlooked and what she had missed. Given her talent and abilities, there was no reason she should be inferior to Lu. Yet, the emergence of this truth inevitably signified that Qing Yun had taken a misguided path, at least in terms of her strength enhancement. At this moment, Qing Yun's emotions were intricate, resembling a sudden epiphany. She realized what she needed to pursue next: strength. It was not cunning that she lacked, but rather raw power. Now, Lu had surpassed her. What about Yajun? Annan? Milna? Taking a deep breath, Qing Yun seemed to accept this reality. In her heart, she quietly set aside her long-held sense of superiority and the proud identity of the Pirate Empress. At this moment, Qing Yun allowed her heart to return to the time spent in Fidel City, when she had no ties to any faction and simply wished to grow stronger alongside Lu Fei. Back then, she was pure, unlike now, where the identity of the Pirate Empress and the authority of commanding a vast force silently influenced her, causing her to overlook her true self. As Qing Yun's heart settled, returning to her origins, her gaze transformed, becoming untainted. The regal aura expected of the Pirate Empress faded from her presence, replaced by something new, an essence known as power, rising within her being. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and felt the newly awakened strength coursing through her. A glimmer of white light suddenly ignited in her hand, gradually expanding until it enveloped her fist entirely. The radiance of this power was deeper and more formidable than that of the Jinjin fruit. This was the power resulting from the fusion of Qing Yun's awakened talent and the Jinjin fruit. The effect was straightforward. As Qing Yun thrust her fist forward, a void appeared where her fist had been. She shattered space. Originally, the Jinjin fruit merely vibrated space, but to shatter it was an entirely different matter. Shattering space often signified an attack power at the level of a martial. Just like Qing Yun now, her ability to shatter space was nearly unstoppable by anyone below the rank of martial. Only those of martial rank might withstand it through artifacts or other abilities. After experiencing spiritual growth, Qing Yun had finally integrated her Jinjin fruit ability with her awakened talent, allowing her to master the power to shatter space. Upon witnessing Qing Yun's new ability, Lu immediately congratulated her. "Congratulations, Lady Qing Yun." In response, Qing Yun smiled softly. "Lu, you truly concealed this well." Hearing this, Lu chuckled awkwardly. The news of the death of the Army General Karodi, a combatant of martial caliber, swiftly reached the Air Force Marshal Cuddy. The fall of the first combatant of martial caliber plunged Cuddy into despair. Such an occurrence had essentially determined the course of the battlefield. It was evident that the world government's army only had 6 combatants of martial caliber. To lose one so soon after the battle commenced was not only a substantial loss for the world government, but also indicated that, aside from Lu Fei, there existed others on Oya Island capable of slaying a combatant of martial caliber. It must be understood that winning and killing are 2 distinct concepts. To put it plainly, when 2 combatants of martial caliber engage, there may be a victor, but achieving a kill is no simple task. A combatant of martial caliber undoubtedly possesses trump cards and carries various restorative items. Theoretically, unless they are killed instantly, they can recover and escape. Of course, this does not apply to those who are arrogant and foolish enough to seek their own demise. General Kuroti met his end due to his pride and arrogance. Meanwhile, Navy Marshal Feng Pinghai perished due to a miscalculation of his own abilities and in the pursuit of ideals to awaken the world government. In summary, killing a combatant of martial caliber is undeniably a daunting task. Thus, upon learning of General Kuroti's demise, Air Force Marshal Cuddy felt a profound sense of dread. He surmised that if Oya Island could kill one, it could surely kill a second. This essentially meant that the trajectory of the battlefield had been all but sealed. Indeed, Lu Fei remembered vividly that the creator god of light, Halakudi, was a goddess. Yet now, standing before him was his rather inconvenient father-in-law, Air Force Marshal Cuddy. How could Lu Fei's heart not shatter at the transformation from the anticipated goddess to his father-in-law? In truth, Lu Fei had sensed something amiss long before Cuddy hesitated. As the golden light of the card enveloped both Cuddy and himself, Lu Fei's unease intensified. Typically, activating the power of a card involves directly summoning it, much like Cuddy had just summoned the Blue Eyes White Dragon. However, when a card requires the caster's cooperation, it is often due to insufficient ability, leading to the summoning of only a shadow of the power. In such cases, the caster must bear the burden of the power. Much like the situation with Air Force Marshal Cuddy now, Lu Fei had been muttering to himself, hoping to avert this scenario. What should have been the appearance of a goddess had instead turned into Cuddy combining the power of the creator god of light, Halakudi. The disparity was utterly staggering. To be frank, observing Cuddy adorned in the regalia of the creator god of light, Lu Fei felt an urge to strike his father-in-law. If one were to question the reason, it would undoubtedly stem from the shattering of Lu Fei's illusions regarding the goddess Halakudi. To be honest, Lu Fei wasn't particularly fond of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! However, the game's notoriety meant he frequently encountered related materials, leading him to possess some understanding of certain cards. Among the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!, Lu Fei was particularly interested in two. Firstly, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the embodiment of faith within Yu-Gi-Oh!, and secondly, the creator god of light, Halakudi, the goddess of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yet today, at this moment, Air Force Marshal Cuddy, his father-in-law, shattered Lu Fei's fantasies regarding the goddess. Moreover, to be candid, Cuddy donned in the armor of the creator god of light was indeed quite the eyesore. Lu Fei felt as though he might weep from the discomfort. Thus, is it wrong for Lu Fei to wish to strike his father-in-law? Certainly not. In fact, Lu Fei wasn't alone in this sentiment. Coincidentally, Air Force Marshal Cuddy harbored similar thoughts, for he could clearly discern the tears welling in Lu Fei's eyes. Indeed, Cuddy could even surmise what thoughts were swirling in Lu Fei's mind at that moment. It was precisely because of this understanding that Cuddy felt a surge of anger. Did he truly think he was hesitating before using the card of the creator god of light, Halakudi? Was it not because he knew he would transform into this very form? Yet he was left with no choice. This card was his strongest trump card. As for other cards, he possessed them, but utilizing them would prove futile against Lu Fei. The current tense battlefield situation left him no time to gradually escalate the conflict. Thus, he resolutely decided to employ this card. Ultimately, the Air Force Marshal Cuddy believed that it was all due to Lu Fei that he was compelled to use this card. Consequently, he contemplated giving Lu Fei a thorough beating. Just as Lu Fei and Air Force Marshal Cuddy were scheming to pummel each other, a burst of laughter, so uproarious that it brought tears to the eyes, echoed throughout the venue. The source of this laughter was none other than Lu Qingfeng. He pointed at the Air Force Marshal Cuddy, who had transformed into the god of creation of light, Halakati, and laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Wahaha Cuddy, I never knew you had a fondness for cross-dressing. If I had known earlier, I would have gifted you a lovely dress. Amidst Lu Qingfeng's boisterous laughter, the distant General Lu Luya averted her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed, although she too found her father Cuddy's current appearance peculiar. She dared not voice her thoughts. Lu Fei looked at his father Lu Qingfeng with astonishment. As the saying goes, it is unwise to tear apart a person's dignity in public, yet Lu Qingfeng had the audacity to do so. This was no longer bravery, it bordered on recklessness. As expected, the moment Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, the grim-faced Air Force Marshal Cuddy raised his hand and unleashed a scorching beam of energy. Ah, dang, dang, dang. Tung, tung, tung. Lu Chengfeng cried out in agony as the searing energy beam swept past him. Upon witnessing his father being struck, Lu Fei, like Lulu Ya, averted his gaze, pretending not to see. There was no other choice. After all, he had brought this upon himself. In all fairness, had it been anyone else attacking, Lu Fei could have easily dismantled them. However, given that it was his father-in-law and his own father who had acted recklessly, Lu Fei wisely chose to ignore it. After punishing Lu Chengfeng, Air Force Marshal Ka Di extended his hand towards Lu Fei, Light's sacred punishment. A robust beam of light energy shot forth from Ka Di's hand, hurtling towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei positioned his golden hoop staff before him to block the attack. Although he successfully deflected it, he was still pushed back. Empowered by the might of the god of creation of light, Halakati, Air Force Marshal Ka Di's strength was unprecedentedly formidable. Even Lu Fei was forced to retreat under the onslaught. Yet, this overwhelming power ignited a spark of excitement within Lu Fei. It was the thrill of battle. As he was pushed back, Lu Fei gazed at the colossal figure of Air Force Marshal Ka Di and activated his ability, Divine Transformation of Size. Instantly, Lu Fei grew to a size comparable to that of Air Force Marshal Ka Di, his physical strength similarly amplified. Furthermore, with the thickened golden hoop staff, Lu Fei's close combat prowess received a tremendous boost. Without hesitation, he charged towards Air Force Marshal Ka Di, unperturbed by Lu Fei's advance. Air Force Marshal Ka Di raised his hand. Light prison. 10 beams of light shot forth from the metallic wings behind Ka Di, forming a prison-like structure to envelop Lu Fei. Clearly, Ka Di intended to restrain Lu Fei's movements. However, wielding the golden hoop staff, Lu Fei swung it, activating its dispelling effect, and shattered the light prison, scattering radiant energy across the ground. Upon realizing that the light prison was ineffective, Air Force Marshal Ka Di pressed his hands together. Absolute light barrier. In an instant, 4 beams of light crossed in front of Ka Di, forming a luminescent shield. Bang! As soon as the absolute light barrier was erected, Lu Fei struck it with his golden hoop staff. However, the once invincible staff was unexpectedly halted at this moment. Lu Fei could have easily circumvented this light barrier, for it was merely a shield and not an all-encompassing defense for Air Force Marshal Ka Di. Nevertheless, Lu Fei refrained from doing so. Both he and Ka Di were acutely aware that this battle, devoid of overwhelming strength, resembled a mere performance. It was a play for all to witness, a spectacle meant to appease the world government. To Lu Fei, Air Force Marshal Ka Di was his future father-in-law. Although not yet, it was merely a matter of time. Conversely, for Air Force Marshal Ka Di, Lu Fei was the son of an old friend whom he had been entrusted to care for, and also the object of his daughter's affection. Would they truly engage in a life-and-death struggle at the behest of the world government? The answer was undoubtedly no. Therefore, the battle was merely a facade for the world government's benefit. Air Force Marshal Ka Di fought with honor. Thus, Lu Fei saw no need to evade Ka Di's techniques. He could confront him head-on. Consequently, Lu Fei chose not to bypass the light barrier. Instead, he aimed to shatter it directly. Thunder God's judgment. After failing his initial strike, Lu Fei raised the golden hoop staff high, enveloped in violent lightning, bestowing immense power upon staff. He swung the golden hoop staff down forcefully upon the light barrier. Crack! The staff, crackling with electricity, struck the light barrier, creating a distinct fissure. However, this crack was swiftly repaired by Air Force Marshal Ka Di's light abilities. Seizing the opportunity, he shot several more beams of light at Lu Fei. After effortlessly shattering these beams, Lu Fei retreated a short distance, focusing intently on the now rejuvenated light barrier. Though the light barrier had restored, a smile graced Lu Fei's face. As long as he could inflict damage, it meant he could shatter it through sheer force. Next, Lu Fei swung the golden hoop staff behind him. During the motion, the staff continuously grew thicker and longer, quickly reaching nearly 1,000 meters in length. At this moment, Lu Fei transitioned from merely holding the staff to embracing it. With a crackle, the lightning surging within him erupted, entwining the golden hoop staff in the sea. In the next moment, with all his might, Lu Fei hurled the golden hoop staff forward, Super Thunder God's Judgment. The staff's head, nearly as large as the light barrier itself, contained an unimaginable and terrifying force. Crashing into the light barrier. Crack! This time, upon contact between the golden hoop staff and the light barrier, the barrier shattered into countless fragments, cascading down like falling stars. The golden hoop staff, undeterred, continued its trajectory toward Air Force Marshal Kadi. Naturally, Kadi could not withstand such a terrifying blow. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into golden light and evaded the oncoming staff. This was the inherent flaw of the golden hoop staff in its current state. While its increased size and girth granted unparalleled power, it also made it easier to dodge. Typically, Lu Fei utilized it to strike stationary objects. To employ it against a nimble equal, like Air Force Marshal Kadi, was nearly impossible. Upon witnessing his attack deftly evaded, Lu Fei, without a moment's hesitation, adjusted the Rui Jingu Bang to suit his significantly enlarged form, launching himself towards Air Marshal Kadi. Thus commenced a breathtaking aerial chase. Air Marshal Kadi transformed into a radiant golden light, darting through the skies while intermittently launching assaults on Lu Fei. In response, Lu Fei shattered Kadi's attacks and diligently closed the distance, preparing for close combat. In the gaze of onlookers, the heavens above flickered with alternating hues of gold and blue. The tremendous shockwaves from their clash compelled others on the battlefield to retreat in trepidation, none daring to feel the terrifying remnants of such a fierce confrontation. 1 minute passed, then 10. After a span of 10 minutes, a blue electric flash collided with a golden spark, cleaving the clouds for hundreds of miles above. In that instant, all present recognized the battle had reached its conclusion. Indeed, the conflict between Lu Fei and Air Marshal Kadi had drawn to a close. Air Marshal Kadi, adorned in golden armor, bore significant damage, with one wing severely mutilated and blood trickling from his lips, as he returned to the ranks of the world government's forces in a state of disarray. Lu Fei, too, was not unscathed. His body was marred with small wounds inflicted by golden beams, drenched in blood as he made his way back to Aoya Island. After exchanging glances for several seconds, as if reaching a silent understanding, both commanders simultaneously ordered a cessation of hostilities. Subsequently, Air Marshal Kadi led the retreat of the world government's forces, and Lu Fei did not impede their withdrawal. As the world government's troops retreated, a thunderous cheer erupted from Aoya Island. They understood they had triumphed. Emerging victorious, even in the face of the world government's elite forces and millions of troops pressing upon them. This victory heralded a broader future for Aoya Island, positioning it as a player in global affairs. The radiant future of Aoya Island was synonymous with the glorious destiny of its inhabitants. Thus, they reveled in the dual joy of triumph and hopeful anticipation for what lay ahead. In stark contrast to the jubilant cries from Aoya Island, the world government's army was engulfed in despondency. They were the vanquished, a collection of battered remnants. From an initial full battalion, they dwindled to less than 2/5 of their original strength. Over half of their forces had perished in the conflict. As they departed, nearly every soldier bore wounds. However, the relief evident on their faces suggested a surprising lack of disappointment regarding their defeat. Perhaps, having traversed the perilous waters of Aoya Island, they had already come to terms with the near impossibility of victory. The escalating firepower and relentless torment inflicted by Lu Fei not only resulted in substantial losses, but also ravaged their morale. Consequently, they felt a profound sense of gratitude for their survival. The casualty rate of this war was alarmingly high, surpassing their psychological tolerance. For centuries, the world government had not faced such catastrophic losses in warfare. The elite forces drawn from across the globe had typically emerged victorious in their previous encounters. The defeat and staggering casualties had forced them to confront a harsh reality. Surviving a confrontation with Aoya Island was, in itself, a fortunate outcome. As the world government's soldiers retreated, Air Marshal Kadi meticulously assessed the damage incurred. The death toll among mid- to low-ranking soldiers was a gruesome figure in the millions. The loss of over a dozen generals was a significant blow to the world government. The demise of two marshal-level combatants dealt a crushing blow to their morale. Indeed, the death toll among the generals exceeded a mere dozen. Among the fallen marshal-level fighters, aside from the arrogant army General Kaluo Te, who fell victim to Lu, another Marine admiral, transformed into a golden Buddha, also perished. His demise was not unexpected. After being utilized as a mere tool to enhance the combat experience of others, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he recognized the gravity of his situation and attempted to flee, he was intercepted by the golden Buddha, who had been observing the battle intently. Thus, he became embroiled in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Ultimately, he succumbed to repeated blows from Ren's golden staff, which had inflicted grievous injuries upon his soul. Aside from these two fallen marshal-level fighters, the rest experienced either stalemates or fortunate escapes. For instance, the Navy Admiral, who embodied the Azure Dragon, fought to a standstill against the Gourmet Dragon, Tan, before retreating alongside Air Marshal Kadi. Similarly, Air Admiral Fong Lei, although outmatched by the transformed Seraphim Milna, managed to persist through his injuries during his frantic escape. A significant factor in his survival was Milna's forced utilization of the fifth pair of angelic wings, which placed an overwhelming strain on her body, limiting her combat duration. As for another Navy admiral, Zhu Run, he endured thanks to his peculiar long-bladed weapon, managing to withstand the onslaught of the matured Qin Yun until the ceasefire order was issued by Lu Fei and Air Marshal Kadi. His survival can be attributed primarily to Lu's decision to allow Qin Yun to face him in a one-on-one duel. Had Lu intervened, Admiral Zhu Run would undoubtedly have become the third marshal-level fighter to perish. While Air Marshal Kadi tallied the losses, Lu Fei was engaged in recounting the victories on his side. In front of his assembled comrades, Lu Fei formally introduced Lu, highlighting her extraordinary achievements. She was the first to slay a marshal-level combatant. Under Lu Fei's commendation, the petite Lu's cheeks flushed with a delightful hue, clearly bashful. Following this, Lu Fei introduced the female Sword Immortal, who had claimed the most general-level lives during the conflict. Utilizing the advanced weaponry provided by Lu Fei, such as laser swords and ion oscillation blades, the female Sword Immortal overwhelmed the generals, leading to her high kill count. After the war's conclusion, the group returned to Aoya Island, where Lu Fei, as the island's sovereign, officially announced their victory. Subsequently, Aoya Island commenced 3 days of jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, alongside Nu Wan, meticulously evaluated and analyzed the contributions of those who had participated in the conflict, preparing to bestow rewards. This bestowal signified Lu Fei's recognition of their capabilities and mental fortitude, akin to passing his rigorous trial. Thus, he generously integrated them into the management of Aoya Island, granting them authority. Moreover, those individuals brought by Qin Yun were treated equally, rewarded based on their contributions in battle. Overall, the management structure of Aoya Island has undergone a profound transformation following the war, significantly supplementing the previously vacant middle management tier. As Aoya Island gradually evolves into a formidable power with a clear management framework, the repercussions of this conflict are rippling across the globe. Primarily, aside from Aoya Island being the main battlefield, the Holy Sect has seized the opportunity to instigate a revolution in the rear of the world government. As the current third-largest faction, the Holy Sect's strength cannot be underestimated. While the forces of Aoya Island engage in battle with the world government's army, revolts erupt simultaneously in hundreds of cities within the world government's territory. This large-scale upheaval poses an immense challenge for the world government. In their frantic efforts to quell the unrest in these cities, the headquarters of the world government is overwhelmed with the task. Amidst this turmoil, they receive battle reports from Air Marshal Kadi. The severity of the reports leaves the world government headquarters in shock, particularly as Air Marshal Kadi emphasizes that Aoya Island boasts more than just Marshal Lu Fei in terms of combat prowess. The world government is left with feelings of astonishment and dread. It is only natural that upon realizing their inability to contend with Aoya Island and manage Lu Fei, fear would ensue. In summary, the aftershocks of this war continued for several days before being concretely quelled due to the revolutions instigated by the holy sect in the rear of the world government. However, unexpectedly, mainstream newspapers around the world opted to remain silent on the events of this war. Aside from the World Report, which briefly mentioned Aoya Island's victory, other newspapers glossed over the matter, failing to extol Aoya Island as they had in the past. This situation suggests a desire for Aoya Island to rise against the world government, yet a simultaneous wish for it not to grow stronger. Liu Fei perceives this clearly. These mainstream newspapers are controlled by powerful factions. They wish to see a confrontation with the world government, but not a challenge that could stand on equal footing. Following the war's conclusion, the world, as Liu Fei anticipated, undergoes significant changes. The most apparent being the world government's total disregard for Aoya Island's existence. Specifically, the world government has not initiated a conscription for the Navy, but instead has announced plans for substantial reductions in naval forces. Under normal circumstances, this would be inconceivable, especially since the Navy was the main force in the siege against Aoya Island and has suffered the most significant losses. Logically, the world government should have immediately initiated conscription to replenish the Navy. Yet, astonishingly, they not only refrained from conscription but also announced cuts to the Navy. In light of conventional reasoning, such a situation is unfathomable. However, its occurrence suggests but one possibility. The world government is set to relinquish its control over the seas. It is evident that the world government, in light of its defeat in this war, has concluded that it cannot compete with Aoya Island on the ocean. Thus, they have resolved to cede control of the seas to Aoya Island. This is a rational decision. Moreover, the announcement of naval reductions further signals a display of weakness towards Aoya Island. It is clear to discerning observers that, due to the world government's actions, Aoya Island will emerge as the sole sovereign of the seas. In this context, describing Aoya Island's expansion as occurring at a terrifying pace would not be an exaggeration. In simple terms, Aoya Island, having previously controlled vast maritime territories, is now embarking on an expansion over the entire ocean. From his vantage point atop Aoya Island, Liu Fei gazes down at the bustling port below, reflecting on his undeniable status as the sovereign of the seas. With the expansion of Aoya Island, it seems inevitable that the entirety of the ocean will soon operate under Liu Fei's will. Yet, Liu Fei does not find himself as elated as one might expect. Deep down, he is not a person who yearns for world domination. His motivations for initiating such actions stem solely from a desire for a better life for his people, merely wishing to transform this grim world into a brighter one. However, he has indeed compelled the ocean to bend to his will. What lies ahead for him? Should he venture onto land and continue waging war against the world government, aiming to completely conquer it? This poses an immensely burdensome question for Liu Fei. From the beginning until now, he's been on the defensive. If he were to choose to strike preemptively while the world government is in retreat, he would undoubtedly assume the role of the aggressor. Offense and defense are clearly distinct concepts. Should Liu Fei opt for aggression, it would mean igniting the flames of war across the entire world. At that point, devastation would be unavoidable. What weighs most heavily on Liu Fei's mind is the unimaginable harm such an offensive action would inflict upon innocent civilians. After all, he intends to besiege cities. With his current capabilities, a siege would inevitably involve artillery fire, and collateral damage is an inescapable outcome. No one can assert with absolute certainty that they would not cause unintentional harm. Furthermore, a siege necessitates sending his own forces to engage in direct assaults, which will also result in casualties. Thus, Liu Fei questions himself. Is it worth it? Is it necessary? Does he aspire to wage war across the world? No. Is he an ambitious conqueror? Not at all. Does he yearn for supreme power? He does not. So, what is the significance of warfare? As Liu Fei contemplates this, his eyes transform to a golden hue. This is his conqueror's haki. The conqueror's haki symbolizes a king. Today, Liu Fei stands as the ruler of the seas, entirely befitting of this haki. If he were to take one step further, he would become the king of the world. Just as Liu Fei continuously questions his inner self regarding the potential to ignite global conflict, a bullet suddenly whizzes toward him. Upon noticing the bullet with his golden eyes, it appears to slow down, almost visible to the naked eye, as it approaches Lu Fei. He extends 2 fingers to catch the bullet, holding it in his hand. Subsequently, Lu Fei gazes in the direction from which the bullet was fired, yet he detects no enemy presence. Indeed, he feels no murderous intent emanating from the bullet. Thus, it was only upon its close proximity that Lu Fei became aware of it. Just as he is enveloped in confusion, the projection of a woman materializes before him. She projects an image from 1,000 miles away into Lu Fei's sight. In the distant view, a woman clad in a short skirt, wielding a sniper rifle, raises her weapon towards Lu Fei. She is none other than Catherine. At the moment of projection, Catherine is seen retracting her sniper rifle, smiling as she waves her hand in greeting. Subsequently, Kaisi Lin departed in an airborne vehicle without so much as a backward glance. Nuon inquired whether Lu Fei needed to intercept her, but Lu Fei merely shook his head. Nuon then proceeded to report on the recent attack Lu Fei had endured. The bullet had been fired from 1,000 miles away. Interrupting her report, Lu Fei contemplated the bullet in his hand, pondering the implications of such a long-range attack. 1,000 miles? An out-of-range assault? Lu Fei was indeed familiar with Kaisi Lin's extraordinary long-range capabilities, and it did not come as a surprise. However, the sheer distance of the bullet's origin still elicited a look of astonishment from him. While her long-range attack capabilities were impressive, the extent of this particular assault was quite extraordinary. Moreover, it seemed that Kaisi Lin's intention was not to eliminate Lu Fei, but rather to deliver this bullet to him with purpose. Lu Fei scrutinized the bullet in his hand, beginning to contemplate Kaisi Lin's motives behind such actions. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure approached hurriedly. Son, what are you doing there?" Lu Chengfeng cried out as he reached Lu Fei's side. Earlier, when Air Marshal Ka Di retreated, Lu Chengfeng had naturally been left behind. The reasons for this were well understood among them. General Mu Sun would certainly not dare to forcibly take Lu Chengfeng away. He possessed enough self-awareness to know that such an action would result in his immediate demise at Lu Fei's hands. As for Air Marshal Ka Di, it was needless to say that he could never have taken Lu Chengfeng with him in defeat. Even if he had attempted to do so, it would only serve to aggravate himself. Thus, in the tacit agreement between both parties, Lu Chengfeng remained behind. It is worth mentioning that Lu Fei had initially contemplated eliminating General Mu's senator, however, as the caster of the necromancy technique. Killing him would also result in the dissolution of Lu Chengfeng's resurrection. Hence, Lu Fei opted to spare Mu Sen's life. It appeared that General Mu Sen was also aware of the reason for his survival and diligently maintained the necromantic spell, having no intention of engaging in any underhanded schemes. According to Lu Chengfeng, Wu Meng was far from being the self-proclaimed follower he rejected. Instead, Wu Meng's enigmatic nature had led both Lu Chengfeng and Ka Di to explore his mysteries during their journey together. Even after Lu Chengfeng ascended to the position of emperor and Ka Di became a general, they had uncovered nothing substantial. This evidently underscored Wu Meng's intrigue and prowess. After hearing Lu Chengfeng's perspective on Wu Meng, Lu Fei reflected for a moment and identified a parallel to Wu Meng's identity, that of an ambitious individual. Indeed, from any angle, Wu Meng resembled an archetype of ambition. Furthermore, his ability to gather the 7 Dragon Balls indicated a gradual pursuit of his ambitions. Lu Fei gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls before him. Beginning to analyze rationally, Wu Meng's swift collection of the Dragon Balls over a short span of years suggested a formidable force behind him. Additionally, the fact that Wu Meng had interacted with the younger Lu Chengfeng and Ka Di hinted at his long-standing presence. Finally, reflecting on his own encounters with Wu Meng, Lu Fei concluded that Wu Meng was quite willing to invest his resources. Why did he think this? Because Lu Fei was certain that Wu Meng had indeed spent considerable time in Guizhou City with him. Lu Fei then meticulously recalled his first encounter with Wu Meng. Comparing it to their recent meeting, enlightenment struck Lu Fei. He recognized Wu Meng's distinctive trait. His appearance had not changed in Lu Fei's memories. It is important to note that many years had passed since Lu Fei's debut. Could he be a member of a long-lived species? The concept surfaced in Lu Fei's mind subconsciously. From his deductions, it seemed only Wu Meng's longevity could bridge the eras of Lu Chengfeng and Kadi's youth and the present age of Lu Fei, allowing him to retain an unaltered visage in Lu Fei's recollection, leaving almost no trace of time's passage. Only a long-lived individual could endure confinement alongside Lu Fei in Guizhou City. A long-lived, ambitious individual. This was Lu Fei's current characterization of Wu Meng. While Lu Fei was uncertain whether Wu Meng became ambitious due to his longevity or whether he exploited his longevity to fulfill his ambitions. One thing was clear: Wu Meng now wielded substantial influence. Furthermore, it seemed he harbored intentions of utilizing Lu Fei. As an ambitious figure, Wu Meng would undoubtedly seek to reap rewards from Lu Fei. After all, he could also be perceived as a philanthropist. Throughout their interactions, Wu Meng had indeed invested considerable time in Lu Fei. Thus, it was evident that Wu Meng aimed to leverage Lu Fei to achieve some objective. Upon this realization, Lu Fei couldn't help but smile as he recognized that he had inadvertently been aiding Wu Meng in his pursuits. What does an ambitious individual desire? Naturally, it is chaos. Only amidst chaos can one navigate murky waters to fulfill their goals. And what of the present? With the rise of Aoyo Island, this world could indeed be considered chaotic. Of course, this chaos was still under relatively good control over the seas, as Lu Fei's combat strategies had not significantly impacted the ordinary populace. His conflicts with the world government were confined solely to the battlefield surrounding the 1,000-mile maritime territory of Aoyo Island. The true turmoil lay on land, where various revolutions incited by the Holy Church had plunged many cities into disarray. Presently, the global situation has been whimsically dubbed a tripartite division of the world by well-meaning observers. In reality, the seas allocated to Aoyo Island barely accounted for a third of the total. However, claiming that the Holy Church could occupy a third of the land would undoubtedly be an exaggeration. While the Holy Church was indeed causing disturbances in major cities, it could hardly be said to control them. After all, the world government still maintained jurisdiction over all cities, with the exception of neutral cities, which had no overt ties to the Holy Church. To illustrate, the relationship between the world government and the Holy Church resembled that of a cat and mouse. Therefore, the current state of affairs is one of localized chaos, yet the overall balance is tenuously sustained. Nevertheless, even this could be deemed an unprecedented period of turmoil in centuries. This is why Lu Fei felt he had nearly fulfilled Wu Meng's ambitions. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Fei turned his gaze to the 7 Dragon Balls beside him, revealing a bemused expression. This gift, ostensibly a congratulation for his ascension as the ruler of the seas, now appeared more like a token of gratitude for altering the world's dynamics. However, this was merely Lu Fei's interpretation. Whether his execution of his own plans inadvertently aligned with the objectives of others remained uncertain to him. Regaining his focus, Lu Fei concentrated on the 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 orbs, neatly arranged before him, prompted contemplation on how to utilize them for wishes. Upon contemplating the notion of making a wish, Lu Fei felt a fleeting embarrassment, for he realized that he seemingly had nothing he desired. To illustrate at this moment, Lu Fei possessed both strength and power. The Dragon Balls could bestow upon him what he felt he could already attain on his own. Conversely, anything beyond his reach, he did not believe the Dragon Balls could accomplish. The reasoning was straightforward. If the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls were indeed limitless, then Wu Meng, having lost his mind, would not have chosen to present them to Lu Fei. Wu Meng's willingness to bestow the Dragon Balls upon Lu Fei indicated his understanding of their limitations. Therefore, the allure of power and might was of little use to Lu Fei. His options were thus greatly narrowed. Reflecting on this, Lu Fei recalled that the most common wish associated with the Dragon Balls was to resurrect the deceased. Following this line of thought, he promptly understood the potential utility of the Dragon Balls. In the central region of Aoyo Island, Lu Fei gathered everyone before a modest structure and activated the Dragon Balls. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls illuminated, casting the sky into shadow. Soon after, a magnificent dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls, materializing before Lu Fei and the gathered crowd. This dragon was colossal and appeared quite robust. Lu Fei instantly recognized it as the dragon of Namek, endowed with superior power. He was not surprised, having deduced its might from the sheer size of the individual Dragon Balls. Humans, I have been summoned. State your wishes, the dragon of Namek proclaimed upon its arrival. However, upon seeing the formidable assembly before it, its expression shifted dramatically. Cold sweat visibly dripped down its visage. The reason for the dragon's perspiration was simple. It sensed the overwhelming strength of Lu Fei and his companions, capable of vanquishing it. According to the rules governing the dragon's wishes, it could not vanish until a wish was fulfilled. Therefore, theoretically, Lu Fei and his group could eliminate the dragon of Namek. Fortunately, they harbored no such intentions, merely gazing curiously at the dragon. Beads of sweat continued to roll down its face, and before Lu Fei could pose a question, the dragon spoke up. Mighty humans, I must clarify. Due to your overwhelming power, I am unable to enhance your abilities. Moreover, my limitations prevent me from providing you with artifacts that could augment your strength. One must commend the dragon of Namek for its strong survival instinct. As it openly acknowledged its inferiority, it feared that when Lu Fei made a wish, it would be unable to fulfill it, inciting the wrath of Lu Fei. Acknowledging the dragon's honesty, Lu Fei nodded in understanding, having anticipated the constraints of the dragon of Namek's abilities. Once the dragon concluded, Lu Fei inquired, I wish to resurrect someone. How many wishes can you fulfill? Can you revive multiple individuals simultaneously? Lu Fei's question caused the dragon of Namek to break into a cold sweat once more, leading it to respond in a subdued tone. Mighty human, allow me to explain the limitations of my abilities. I can resurrect lives, but only if their souls still exist. Due to my limited power, I can grant only one wish, allowing for the resurrection of but a single life. The dragon of Namek's words elicited a look of disappointment from Lu Fei, for it was clear that the dragon's capabilities were severely restricted. This multitude of limitations left Lu Fei with scant choices. Presently, the only individual who met the criteria was his father, Lu Qingfeng. However, Lu Fei had initially intended to resurrect his father, so he felt no particular discontent. Yet, he had once entertained the thought of resurrecting others as well, allowing everyone to witness those they wished to bring back. Aside from his father, Lu Fei had also considered the possibility of resurrecting his mother. Despite being a transmigrator, this did not preclude him from wanting to revive the mother who had given birth to his current body. Alas, it seemed that such a wish was unattainable. In truth, Lu Fei was not alone in his disappointment. Yejun felt similarly disheartened. She had surmised the purpose of Lu Fei summoning them. Were it possible, she would undoubtedly wish to resurrect her parents. However, upon hearing the dragon of Namek's stipulations regarding resurrection, she realized the impossibility of her wish. After so many years, who could know where her parents' souls had wandered? They had likely long since dissipated. The same reasoning applied to Lu Fei's desire to revive his mother, rendering it impossible. It is known that upon death, absent extraordinary measures, one's soul immediately begins the process of dissolution. The rate of this dissolution, however, is inversely proportional to the strength one possessed in life. The more powerful one was, the slower their soul would dissipate. In sum, the dragon of Namek's statement indicated that Lu Fei could resurrect only his father, Lu Qingfeng. Very well, Lu Fei replied, nodding after the dragon's explanation. He gestured toward his father, Lu Qingfeng, stating, Dragon, please revive him. Upon hearing Lu Fei's wish, the dragon of Namek immediately emitted two beams of light from its eyes, enveloping Lu Qingfeng and probing him. After a few moments, the dragon retracted the beams and, appearing somewhat embarrassed, addressed Lu Fei. Mighty human, due to the great strength of the life you wish to resurrect, there are currently two options available. The first is to revive his physical form, but he will not regain his former strength. The second option allows me to extract his soul, enabling him to exist in a unique form of life while retaining his power. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei was left utterly speechless. The dragon of Namek has been considerably restricted. Neither option seems satisfactory. However, considering the various forces at play in this world, Lu Fei had no choice but to accept this reality. He turned to Lu Qingfeng and asked, "Father, which do you choose?" Before Lu Fei could finish his sentence, Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, "Option 2. Option 2. I want option 2. After his enthusiastic declaration, he added, "Only a fool would choose option 1. Have I struggled to get this far only to start over? My son is already so powerful. All I want is to hold my grandchild." Following this, Lu Qingfeng glanced around, scanning the women beside Lu Fei. As Lu Qingfeng spoke and gestured, the previously quiet women erupted into a flurry of reactions, some shy, some turning away, their faces flushed. Only Mier Na stood tall and proud, her chest puffed out like a soldier ready for inspection, as if the words, "Let me have 3" were written across her face. Lu Fei, bemused by his father's antics, decisively turned to the dragon and said, "Then let us choose the second option." After Lu Fei finished speaking, the Shenlong of Namek sighed in relief. Promptly exempting itself from the fate of being slaughtered, it solemnly declared, "Powerful human, as you wish." As the words fell, a remarkable energy surged from the Shenlong, enveloping Lu Qingfeng entirely. Subsequently, Lu Qingfeng's soul was extracted from his physical form, transforming into a unique life entity. In an instant, his original body was reduced to dust, scattered by the wind. Having completed this transformation with its abilities, the Shenlong dove into the 7 Dragon Balls. In the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls petrified collectively, followed by the same wind-like disintegration, vanishing without a trace. What an extraordinary power it is! Lu Qingfeng could not help but exclaim as he sensed his new form. Observing Lu Qingfeng's peculiar state of existence, Lu Fei silently sighed. In truth, he leaned towards Lu Qingfeng's choice. After all, with the human body, Lu Fei's current abilities could swiftly restore his father, Lu Qingfeng, to his former strength. Moreover, as long as Lu Qingfeng is willing to strive for further advancement, attaining the combat prowess of a martial is indeed a possibility. Conversely, the second option, while seemingly preserving strength, effectively severed the potential for further progress. Nonetheless, this was ultimately Lu Qingfeng's own decision, and Lu Fei must respect it. The significance of Lu Qingfeng's resurrection should primarily lie in freeing him from the control of the immortal technique of Dirty Earth reincarnation. Although currently, General Mu's son dared not engage in any petty schemes, the lurking threat remains, and who knows when it might erupt. Therefore, resurrecting Lu Qingfeng bears great significance, as it effectively mitigates certain hidden dangers. The only downside might be that the resurrected Lu Qingfeng has become increasingly reckless. This recklessness manifests in his frequent insinuations towards the women around Lu Fei, expressing desires for grandchildren and granddaughters. Each time Lu Qingfeng makes such hints, it leaves Qin Yun and the others blushing profusely. However, one person stands out, Myrna. Upon receiving Lu Qingfeng's insinuations, she acted as if she had received a military order. That very evening, she burst into Lu Fei's room and lunged at him. In response, she was met with a bolt of lightning from Lu Fei. Subsequently, Myrna collapsed to the ground amidst a cloud of black smoke. Such scenes played out repeatedly in the days that followed, bringing little distress to Lu Fei, instead serving as a diversion in his life. As for why Lu Fei declined Myrna, it was not due to a lack of affection or any other implausible circumstances. Rather, despite Myrna being the only one to intrude upon his chamber, Lu Fei was acutely aware that many eyes were watching the events unfold. He could guarantee that the moment his hand touched Myrna, his room would be flooded with spectators. Thus, Lu Fei could only choose to remain virtuous, fearfully rejecting Myrna. During this time, Aoya Island grew increasingly formidable, its banner symbolizing the power of Aoya Island gradually filling a considerable portion of the ocean. It was at this juncture that the first major force to engage with Aoya Island emerged. This formidable entity was none other than the family of the ruling powers of the world government, Lu Fei's own clan, the Lu family. When Nuwan reported this news to Lu Fei, he was astounded. The Lu family? In his bewilderment, Nuwan provided information about the Lu family's envoy. The individual sent by the Lu family was named Liu Bei, who, in terms of blood relation, was Lu Fei's uncle, the younger brother of his father, Lu Chengfeng. To be honest, Lu Fei had not anticipated that the Lu family would send someone, let alone his own uncle. Clearly, they were beginning to play the familial card. Lu Fei would not hesitate to strike against enemies, but dealing with his uncle posed a dilemma. In light of this situation, Lu Fei decisively sought out his father, Lu Chengfeng. Upon hearing that his brother, Lu Bei, was coming, Lu Chengfeng fell into a rare silence that lasted for about 10 minutes. Finally, after organizing his thoughts, he addressed Lu Fei. Lu Fei, do you remember when I advised you not to get involved with the Lu family? Within the Lu family, interests outweigh kinship. Those within the family must demonstrate their worth and adhere to the family's will to fulfill their value. I became Lu Fei for this very reason, following this path. I exerted considerable effort to extricate you from the Lu family. Now, you stand as an independent individual. Do not let anyone from the Lu family influence you. You are you, Lu Fei. At this point, Lu Chengfeng sighed deeply. I served the Lu family for half my life, yet ultimately fell victim to their machinations. Nevertheless, this is my fate. My rise and fall are intertwined with the Lu family. I accept this destiny. Lu Fei, I do not require you to avenge me, nor do I need you to concern yourself with the Lu family's sentiments. Your ties to the Lu family have all been severed by me, whether gratitude or resentment. All rest with me. With that, Lu Chengfeng departed, burdened by an inexplicable sentiment. He feared that his presence might cloud Lu Fei's judgment. After hearing his father's words, Lu Fei gained a clearer understanding of both Lu Chengfeng's thoughts and the Lu family. Since his father had spoken thus, Lu Fei would refrain from stirring up any further trouble. After all, his memories of the Lu family were exceedingly vague. If any memory were clear, it would undoubtedly be that of the individual who sought to kill him, Lu Zetian. Yet, that sentiment was one of animosity and had no bearing on affection. Thus, Lu Fei instructed Nu Wan to decline the Lu family's overtures. As for meeting his uncle, Lu Bei, that would be a concern for another day. Consequently, in Aoya City, Lu Bei, who was preparing to meet Lu Fei, received a notification from the Mark Armor about the refusal of the meeting. In an instant, Lu Bei was left dumbfounded. Logically speaking, to meet Lu Fei, Lu Bei and the Lu family had prepared various strategies. Yet, they were denied even the opportunity for a meeting, rendering their preparations futile. This left Lu Bei agitated, and he hurriedly pulled at the Mark Armor, insisting that he was Lu Fei's uncle and must see him. However, perhaps this tactic might work on humans, but it elicited a warning from the Mark Armor. Please note, your current actions are classified as an attack. Warning. Lu Bei was taken aback by the Mark Armor's warning. I clearly stated that I am Lu Fei's uncle. Why is this machine unresponsive? Not only that, but it even issued a warning? Just as Lu Bei was stunned, the Mark Armor's eyes suddenly turned red. Warning. Please cease all aggressive behavior. Accompanied by the warning, the Mark Armor's shoulder armor opened, revealing a small missile. Seeing that the Mark Armor was about to take serious action, Lu Bei quickly withdrew his hand from the Mark Armor, feeling extremely awkward, and stammered, apologies. Thus, the dual optics system of the Make Armor returned to normal, and the small missiles on its shoulders retracted. Please adhere to the regulations on Aoya Island and refrain from any aggressive actions. The Make Armor issued a warning to Lu Bei before turning and departing. Watching the Make Armor leave, Lu Bei's expression turned sour. Great. Now, even the messenger was nowhere to be found, leaving him at a loss on how to meet Lu Fei. After languishing for a day in Aoya City without finding any solution, Lu Bei, with a mournful countenance, contacted the head of the Lu family. Upon hearing Lu Bei's report, the head of the Lu family furrowed his brow. Nowadays, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lu Fei, and even if they had plans, they were powerless to execute them. It was evident that initially, the Lu family had dismissed Lu Fei. Now, however, it was Lu Fei who looked down upon the Lu family. To be precise, Lu Fei had never regarded the Lu family with any esteem. The current situation is that Lu Fei harbors no thoughts regarding the Lu family. In his eyes, the Lu family is merely somewhat preferable to a family of strangers, as he is still acquainted with some members of the Lu clan. But that is the extent of it. Conversely, the Lu family had always held Lu Fei in contempt. and even if he were to be expelled from the family, it would not have elicited any concern. Now, they come to him with a fawning demeanor. To put it bluntly, in the past, even if Lu Fei had begged on his knees, the Lu family would have turned a blind eye. Now, even if Lu Fei were to kick the Lu family, they would still seek him out. All of this is driven by interests. In the past, Lu Fei's value to the Lu family was nearly non-existent. Currently, however, Lu Fei represents immense benefits, a vast ocean, a third of the world's power. This is something the Lu family has never controlled in centuries. Therefore, the interest-driven Lu family could not possibly overlook such a substantial gain. Moreover, this profit is not unrelated to them. In fact, it is deeply intertwined with their fate. For Lu Fei is the bloodline of the Lu family. Hence, upon hearing Liu Bei mention that Lu Fei was not even granting them an opportunity to meet, the head of the Lu family frowned. Subsequently, he summoned the current decision-makers of the Lu family to collectively deliberate on this matter. It is noteworthy that, ideally, the decision-makers of the Lu family should be stationed across various factions of the family. However, they are now all gathered by the head of the Lu family, especially during this tumultuous period instigated by the Holy Church. Yet, their ability to assemble suggests that the factions under the Lu family's control remain tranquil, seemingly unaffected by the upheaval. Indeed, while the Holy Church incites revolutions everywhere, it conspicuously avoids the influence of the Lu family. It is clear to any discerning observer that the Holy Church is acting out of respect for Lu Fei. One could say that in the current world, there are very few who would dare to disregard Lu Fei. Even if Lu Fei had not made such a request, the Holy Church would still proceed in this manner. This is a classic case of seeking not to gain, but to avoid fault. The head of the Lu family gathered the family decision-makers to explain Lu Fei's refusal to meet with Liu Bei. Such circumstances left the decision-makers of the Lu family in distress. Among them, each possessed considerable skills. However, they realized that when it came to Lu Fei, they must play the familial card. Yet, under conditions where they cannot even meet, it is challenging to leverage that card. After much discussion, the Lu family proposed a clever approach to compel Lu Fei to meet them. As for the method of coercion, it would involve a grand offering from the Lu family. Should Lu Fei be present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback by such an unconventional strategy. However, since the members of the Lu family dared to agree to this method, they were undoubtedly well prepared. Thus, this approach was adopted and promptly implemented. Aoya City, the most prosperous urban center of Aoya Island. Lu Fei received a message from Nuan, indicating that someone was causing disturbances. Ordinarily, such matters would not warrant Lu Fei's direct intervention. However, the necessity for his attention indicated that the situation was rather unusual. Liu also approached Lu Fei to provide a more detailed account. This is the power of shadows. It can eliminate shadows, but cannot identify the puppeteer behind them. The shadows may not be formidable, yet their reappearance after eradication remains a concern. From Liu's report and the surveillance footage provided by Nuan, Lu Fei observed the specific situation. As Liu had stated, the shadowy figures were easily dispatched by the make armor, yet they continued to emerge from other locations. In the surveillance footage, aside from a make armor eliminating shadows, Liu, who is proficient in shadow powers, even personally took action to vanquish several shadows. However, it proved futile. These shadows were merely manifestations of shadow powers. Without identifying the orchestrator behind them, they remained elusive. At this juncture, the peculiarity of the abilities became evident. In the face of such shadows, Lu Fei's own strength would amount to little. Yet, once the individual wielding such power is uncovered, the problem could be effortlessly resolved under the auspices of formidable might. Hence, the challenge became one of locating the wielder of this power. Contemplating these oddities, Lu Fei swiftly recalled an individual who might be of assistance, the Wushu Diviner, a notorious pirate who had once sought to recruit Lu Fei but was turned away. He subsequently came to Lu Fei after the establishment of Aoya Island. The summoned Wushu Diviner immediately showcased his uncanny and extraordinary divination abilities. However, the results of the divination were intriguing. The Wushu Diviner informed Lu Fei that these shadows were drawn to him, intimately related to his presence. This divination outcome swiftly led Liu Fei to think of Liu Bei, who had remained in the city without departing. The only individuals related to Liu Fei who could instigate trouble were undoubtedly the Liu family. With the target narrowed down to the Liu family, Liu Fei increasingly felt that they had both the motive and justification for such actions. For if Liu Fei were unable to resolve the shadow issue, the Liu family would undoubtedly step forward. Moreover, Liu Fei surmised that the one utilizing the shadows was likely residing within the Liu family. Thus, even if Liu Fei had deduced this, he would need to visit the Liu family to find a resolution. This approach was indeed clever, as it ensured contact with Liu Fei. However, Liu Fei preferred not to be reactive. Therefore, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. When new shadows manifested in Aoya City, Liu Fei confronted them directly. Upon encountering Liu Fei, the shadow surprisingly spoke, Liu Fei. Yet, Liu Fei showed no inclination to engage with the shadow. Instead, he extended his left hand, summoning a tome to materialize in his grasp, and promptly hurled it toward the shadow. The book soared through the air, automatically opening as it approached the shadow's head. In an instant, the shadow was absorbed by the tome, which then returned to Liu Fei's hand. This tome was none other than the Dingtou Qijin Shu. Before Liu Fei could even examine the contents of the Dingtou Qijin Shu, another shadow appeared before him. Liu Fei is futile. Before the shadow could finish its sentence, it too was absorbed by the Dingtou Qijin Shu. As the third shadow began to speak, it was swiftly captured by the Ding Tu Qijin Shu. Subsequently, no new shadows emerged, suggesting that the individual employing them had realized Liu Fei's steadfast refusal to engage. Within a certain training chamber of the Liu family, a figure clad in black, a senior worshipper, opened his eyes in frustration and exclaimed, "Humph, not even allowing me the chance to speak. Just wait and see how I will dismantle your power." After uttering this, the senior worshipper closed his eyes once more, preparing to enact his scheme. This senior worshipper possessed the remarkable ability to manipulate shadow energy from a considerable distance, creating shadows that, while not particularly powerful, were inherently safe as they could not be traced back to him. He held great confidence in his abilities, a sentiment echoed by the influential figures within the Liu family, which led to the formation of such a plan. Their confidence was their own affair, impervious to interruption. As the senior worshipper prepared to continue his machinations, Liu Fei waited momentarily, and upon noticing the absence of new shadows, gestured towards the air, beckoning the Ding Tu Qijin Shu to collect the shadows. Instantly, the tome returned joyfully to him. Upon returning to Liu's side, Liu Fei opened the Ding Tu Qijin Shu to assess the situation. Inside, 3 shadows had already materialized. "Can we take action now?" Liu Fei inquired of the tome, which promptly nodded in affirmation. "Very well, let us proceed," Liu Fei declared. Following his command, the Ding Tu Qijin Shu nuzzled affectionately against Liu Fei's hand before activating its power. Ding Tu Qijin. The 3 shadows were released from the tome, coalescing into a small, indistinct figure before Liu Fei, perfectly mirroring the senior worshipper poised to enact his scheme. Subsequently, the tome emitted a ray of light, conjuring 7 miniature arrows in front of Liu Fei. A smile graced his lips as he realized that by pinning the arrows sequentially onto the shadow, the individual behind it would meet immediate demise. This, indeed, was the true power of the Ding Tu Qijin Shu post-bonding. Prior to establishing a bond, the process was cumbersome, involving rituals like crafting straw dummies and lighting lamps, consuming a taxing 21 days. However, after forming a bond, the method became remarkably simpler. The most straightforward approach was for Liu Fei to utilize the Ding Tu Qijin Shu to siphon the target's power and, through that power, invoke a lethal curse. Of course, the stronger the target, the more stringent the conditions for activation. Yet, Liu Fei estimated that the individual behind the shadow was merely of a general's caliber, while he himself possessed the strength of a marshal. The disparity between high and low ranks rendered this task effortlessly achievable. With this thought in mind, Liu Fei grasped the 7 arrows and methodically shot them at the shadow. With each arrow released, the shadow dimmed further, while the senior worshiper at the Lu family estate felt his essence weaken. Upon releasing the first arrow, the senior worshiper, who had been preparing to continue his schemes with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, leaping up and rushing outside, shouting, "Help! Save me!" However, the urgency of his plea could not match the swiftness of Lu Fei's arrows. 7 arrows were swiftly shot, causing the shadow to dissipate entirely. By the time the senior worshiper reached outside, his essence had already begun to wane. As it diminished to its final breath, he stumbled and collapsed, succumbing to immediate death. At that moment, the Lu family members, drawn by the cries for help, arrived only to find their senior worshiper lifeless on the ground. They hurried to inform the influential figures of the Lu family. Within 2 minutes, all significant members convened at the scene, their expressions shifting dramatically upon witnessing the fallen senior worshiper. They could hardly fathom that the very individual assigned to execute their orders against Aoya Island had perished so rapidly. This revelation deepened their understanding of Lu Fei's formidable capabilities. After exchanging glances, the influential figures promptly returned to the conference hall. Within 10 minutes, they completed their deliberations. The death of a senior worshiper represented the worst possible outcome, given that this dire scenario had unfolded. The Lu family recognized their obligation to handle the aftermath. However, their notion of handling the matter did not pertain to burying the senior worshiper, but rather to pacifying Aoya Island and appeasing Lu Fei. Thus, that very day, a Lu family vessel sped towards Aoya Island. What? In Aoya City, Lu Fei regarded the projection of a woman before him with an unusual expression. The image displayed Liu Bei alongside 2 Lu family guards, escorting 2 individuals, bound and stripped of their powers, standing before the Lord's estate. Though nominally Lu Fei's residence, he had never occupied it, yet it symbolized him nonetheless. Liu Bei, or rather the Lu family behind him, was essentially extending an apology to Lu Fei. The gift in question were the 2 captives. One was a familiar face, Lu Zitian, Lu Fei's younger brother, who once boasted of his intent to kill Lu Fei. The other was Lu Zitian's mother, Lu Changfeng's wife, whom Lu Fei recognized but was less acquainted with. In the projection, Lu Zitian appeared far removed from the bravado he once exhibited. His countenance was dazed and his posture slumped. Had he not been adorned in opulent garments, one might have mistaken him for a beggar. His transformation was a result of his fear of Lu Fei, leading him to seclude himself in darkness, ultimately resulting in his current state. Conversely, Lu Zitian's mother maintained a comparatively better appearance. While somewhat disheveled, she endeavored to stand tall, showcasing her resilient spirit. Observing this scene, Lu Fei lightly tapped his head in exasperation, pondering his feelings toward Lu Zitian. Initially, Lu Fei had been quite irked by him and had intended to eliminate him when the opportunity arose. However, after acquiring the Ding Tu Qi Jianshu, Lu Fei found it trivial to concern himself with such a minor character. Had he wished, he could have dispatched Lu Zitian long ago. In time, it became evident that such insignificant figures dared not reappear before Lu Fei. To his astonishment, fate had brought Lu Zitian right back to him. It was clear that the Lu family intended to shift the blame for their actions onto these 2 individuals, effectively using them to placate any potential ire from Lu Fei. This tactic was quintessentially in line with the Lu family's modus operandi, willing to forsake anything, even family members, for the sake of their interests. Yet, how should Lu Fei address these 2? It posed a significant dilemma. Nonetheless, he had a candidate in mind for handling this situation: his father, Lu Changfeng. These weaknesses have long been thoroughly analyzed by the Lu family. Thus, the immense benefits now presented before Lu Fei are a result of this understanding. However, what they do not realize is that despite being a reclusive individual with these flaws, Lu Fei possesses a keen self-awareness. He recognizes his shortcomings and understands that he cannot change his inherent nature, nor can he eliminate these weaknesses. While altering his character could grant him supreme power, it would also burden him with the incessant worries of governance and the trials of ruling, which is not what Lu Fei desires. He is acutely aware that accepting the advantages offered by the Lu family would inevitably lead to a future where the vast majority of the world's power will be shared among the members of the Lu family. This is the essence of Lu Fei's self-awareness. Therefore, he declined their proposal, unwilling to become a pawn or a weapon in the hands of the Lu family. Lu Fei believes that even if he were to one day dominate this world, the power he wields must ultimately be entrusted to those he trusts, such as Nu Wan and Qing Yan. To achieve this, he realizes that he cannot collaborate with the Lu family or any other factions, as alliances necessitate concessions. Lu Fei is not the kind of ruthless individual who would eliminate his loyal supporters without a second thought after achieving unification. Consequently, the nature of Lu Fei dictates that he must forge his own path. This self-aware recluse has a clear vision for his journey. His refusal elicited no objections from Lu Qingfeng, who even displayed a look of satisfaction, feeling that his son had not betrayed his expectations. Lu Qingfeng's aspirations for Lu Fei have never been for him to become a king of the world, but rather to be an independent individual living the life he desires. And indeed, the current Lu Fei embodies this ideal. Only someone of such caliber could reject the substantial benefits presented by the Lu family. After receiving Lu Fei's response, Lu Qingfeng wore a proud smile as he returned to find Lu Zetian and his wife. Lu Zetian requires no further elaboration. He is now no different from a worthless individual. Lu Zetian's mother, however, is a truly formidable person. She perceives the situation clearly and comprehends her predicament. Therefore, upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's reply, she screamed in disbelief, "Impossible! How could Lu Fei refuse such an offer? This is his opportunity to become the ruler of the world. You are deceiving me. Deceiving me." She could not accept such an outcome, for she knew that only if Lu Fei accepted the Lu family's proposal could she and her son hope for a reversal of fortune and a return to the center of power within the Lu family. Should Lu Fei refuse, they would inevitably be cast aside, and Lu Fei would not grant them any authority. This was something she could not bear. Lu Qingfeng looked at his hysterical wife with pity but remained silent. Upon seeing the compassion in Lu Qingfeng's eyes, Lu Zetian's mother realized something and rushed to grasp his sleeve, pleading, "Let me see Lu Fei. I will convince him. Please, allow me to meet Lu Fei." Faced with his wife's desperate entreaty, Lu Qingfeng resolutely shook his head. Lu Zetian's mother, in response, grew increasingly frantic. "Lu Qingfeng, I am your wife. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. I merely wish to see Lu Fei. You cannot refuse to help me with this." Observing the outburst of his former wife, Lu Qingfeng suddenly wore a self-deprecating smile. Then, he unfastened his clothing, revealing his body. Lu Zetian's mother froze upon seeing his form. It was a body unlike that of a normal person, appearing somewhat translucent, more akin to a spirit. While she stood in shock, Lu Qingfeng remarked with a bitter humor, "As you can see, I am no longer your husband, but rather a dead man. The Lu Qingfeng you speak of has perished." With that, Lu Qingfeng rebuttoned his clothing and walked away at a leisurely pace. This time, Lu Zetian's mother did not attempt to stop him or chase after him. Instead, she felt her strength gradually draining away, her body collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing Lu Qingfeng's somewhat transparent form, she understood that the Lu Qingfeng of the Lu family had indeed died. As the bloodline of the Lu family dissipated with his physical form, how could the man before her still be the original Lu Qingfeng? After departing from Lu Zetian and his former wife, Lu Qingfeng gazed up at the sunlight above, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Long ago, when the Meixin Shenlong had the power to revive him, he had considered this possibility. He did not wish to be a hindrance to Lu Fei. Therefore, he would rather forsake his strength than restore a body that bore the bloodline of the Lu family. Without the Lu bloodline, he, Lu Qingfeng, could act with a clear conscience. This is the burden and choice of Lu Qingfeng, a man of integrity. On that day, Liu Bei awaited Lu Fei's response, remaining vigilant from day to night. Meanwhile, in the distant Lu family, the decision-makers waited from dawn until dusk as well. However, they did not receive the anticipated reply. In fact, Lu Fei's side offered no response at all. This wait endured for a considerable time, but their patience was immense, harboring great confidence in their proposal. They were willing to wait indefinitely, be it a month, a year, or even 3, 5 years. For this was the closest the Liu family had ever been to ruling the world. They believed that, lured by the temptation of the throne, Liu Fei would inevitably agree to their proposal. Little did they know, the Liu Fei they thought they had deciphered was, in fact, fully aware of himself as well. When one can see through oneself, one becomes aware of desires and aversions. Not to say that life becomes entirely unconstrained, but self-awareness does lead to a certain lightness of being, just as it does for Liu Fei. The members of the Liu family assumed that Liu Fei would succumb to the allure of the position of world ruler. In reality, Liu Fei had already forgotten about the matter. It was not that he was too preoccupied to remember. Rather, he had too much leisure time, which led to complications. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not he who faced issues, but rather the women around him. After peace settled upon Aoyo Island, the leisurely pace of daily life led Qing Yun and the others to begin contemplating matters more deeply. Or were they pondering? Indeed, it was the issue of children that Liu Chengfeng had subtly alluded to. Under Liu Qingfeng's hints, Milna frequently intruded into Liu Fei's room for no particular reason. The other women could no longer remain still either. Qing Yun, altering her previous demeanor, intentionally closed the distance between herself and Liu Fei. This distance referred to their physical proximity. Faced with the pirate empress known as Qing Yun, how could Liu Fei withstand being too close? The deliberate maintenance of distance had become his utmost act of defiance. Moreover, Qingjin is not Dai Hanhanj Mir Na. If Mir Na dares to approach, Liu Fei would immediately unleash an electric therapy technique without hesitation. However, he finds it difficult to take action against Qingyun. Aside from her, Liu has also begun to behave peculiarly, manifesting her form from Liu Fei's shadow. The shadow is always attached to the body. Thus, Liu's appearances are alarmingly close to Liu Fei, so much so that a careless move could lead to an intimate encounter. Additionally, Yejun and Enrun, though they do not overtly express it, cast glances filled with affection that leave Liu Fei quite flustered. The only source of solace for Liu Fei is the female sword fairy, who maintains a respectful distance, often blushing after exchanging merely a few words. Nevertheless, this small issue is precisely what troubles Liu Fei the most. Observing the female sword fairy's flushed cheeks, he worries that a slip of his might provoke her into a retaliatory strike. In truth, given Liu Fei's understanding of swordsmen, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly high. The most challenging of all, however, is Maya. By virtue of her status, Maya resembles a childhood betrothal. When Liu Fei was a child, Maya was introduced to him by Liu Qingfeng and has since faithfully adhered to his words, caring for Liu Fei. Consequently, under Liu Qingfeng's support, Maya, embodying the role of an elder sister, has repeatedly drawn Liu Fei into her embrace. Faced with her soft proximity, Liu Fei struggles to withstand the pressure. Fortunately, his willpower is remarkably strong, enabling him to endure for several days. However, that is where his endurance ends. He cannot hold on any longer. Liu Fei admonished himself, analyzing the situation. The current predicament arose solely because everyone was too idle. As the saying goes, when people are idle, they seek to occupy themselves. Conversely, when they find something to do, idleness dissipates. Thus, Liu Fei concluded that he must find some tasks for himself and the ladies. Otherwise, he would inevitably lose his pristine virtue. This seems somewhat peculiar, does it not? Nevertheless, the reality is that being surrounded by a group of exceptionally talented young women, all of whom covet Liu Fei's figure, naturally leads to his need for self-preservation. After all, there is wisdom in the adage that boys must safeguard themselves when venturing into the world. In summary, to protect his own interests, Liu Fei must engage in some activities. Expanding influence and acquiring power is not his desire. Thus, after careful consideration, Liu Fei suddenly realized that the pursuit of world conquest appeared to be the only endeavor that piqued his interest. Herein lies a dilemma. He would resolve to conquer the world in order to safeguard his own well-being. Such a statement would likely be met with disbelief by anyone. Yet, this is the truth. Immediately, Lu Fei decided to embark on the path of world conquest. However, this would not entail sending troops to assault the mainland. Such actions would lead to devastation, and even if he wished to, the current Aoya Island lacks the necessary strength. Simply put, Aoya Island has yet to fully control the sea. How could it possibly contemplate an immediate incursion on a land? If Aoya Island were to launch an offensive against the continent, Lu Fei estimates it would require at least a year or two of preparation. Therefore, Lu Fei's vision of conquering the world does not involve military aggression, but rather an alternative approach. Or perhaps, it is a preparation for future governance over the world. Specifically, Lu Fei would lead an elite team to accomplish certain tasks. In Fidel City, Lu Fei donned a mask, accompanied by Qin Yun and others, who similarly wore masks. As they entered the city, upon reaching the city gates, Lu Fei observed the diverse array of bounty hunters, each displaying distinct postures influenced by their varying bounties. And a smile graced his lips. He vividly recalled his first visit to Fidel City, when he could not walk with his head held high. At that time, he had not yet achieved the requisite status. Now, with a bounty of 15 billion, Lu Fei could not only walk through Fidel City with confidence, but could dismantle it without anyone daring to intervene. With a smile on his face, Lu Fei led Qin Yun and the others to his residence, which he had purchased in Fidel City. Pointing at the house before them, he recounted the story of how he had encountered Qin Yun and Yijun there. Upon seeing the house, Qin Yun and Yijun exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with warm smiles. They remembered that it was here Lu Fei had offered them the positions of first mate, encouraging them to strive for it. Meanwhile, Ren and the others listened intently, as Lu Fei shared tales of his adventures with Qin Yun. In a certain sense, this was the birthplace of the team that now surrounded him. After spending over half an hour narrating the story, Lu Fei did not lead the ladies inside, for he understood that he could not afford to pause at this juncture. The so-called gentle abode can easily become a hero-esque tomb. Lu Fei feared that if he halted, he would lose his sense of purpose and the desire to move forward. This was precisely why he needed to safeguard his own well-being. Consequently, Lu Fei redirected the group to another location. Welcome to the divination hut. As the attendant welcomed them, Lu Fei stepped inside. Within the small hut, Si Kong Tu Xing lounged, enjoying some fruit, while the robed diviner mumbled nervously to himself. Upon Lu Fei's entrance, Si Kong Tu Xing glanced over casually, but did not pay much heed, as the divination hut was somewhat renowned in Fidel City, attracting many bounty hunters with their teams. However, Si Kong Tu Xing soon turned back for a second and third glance, his eyes widening in astonishment as he pointed at the masked Lu Fei, trembling with excitement, nearly fainting on the spot. The sea. Si Kong Tu Xing stammered, unable to articulate Lu Fei's identity. Lu Fei, however, smiled and greeted Si Kong Tu Xing. Hello, long time no see. Upon hearing Lu Fei's voice, Si Kong Tu Xing could no longer doubt his judgment. In the next moment, as if electrified, Si Kong Tu Xing sprang from his seat, standing at attention, and respectfully proclaimed, "Welcome, Your Excellency." Lu Fei conjectured that the world government was aware of the significance of this location, which is why they established it as one of the most secure prisons in the world. This would effectively safeguard these sites. Thus, should Lu Fei forcibly breach Fengyuan City, it would undoubtedly alert the world government. Moreover, Lu Fei still had several other locations to acquire items from. If two of the world's most secure prisons were breached in succession, the world government would certainly deduce Lu Fei's intentions. Therefore, the remaining locations would inevitably face fierce opposition from the world government. At that point, obtaining what he sought would become a formidable challenge. Hence, a violent approach to entering Fengyuan City is not a viable strategy. The optimal course of action would be to conquer without battle. Upon contemplating this, Lu Fei turned to the group of women beside him. After admiring their beauty and finding it a delight to the senses, his gaze finally settled on Lu. Subsequently, Lu Fei engaged in conversation with Lu. Upon hearing about the regulations of the city and the connections to Fengyuan City, Lu understood what was required of her. After listening to Lu Fei's assigned tasks, Lu nodded and vanished before the crowd. She glided through the shadows, moving unobtrusively, and passed unnoticed through the elevator linking the Regulation City and Fenyuan City, silently entering the latter. In the resplendent Fenyuan City, Lu's current strength was a far cry from her past, enabling her to conceal her presence effectively. Had it been a common infiltrator, they would have likely been detected instantly by the magical gold that constituted Fenyuan City. Lu continued her movement, arriving at the heart of Fenyuan City, the residence of the magical gold general. Following Lu Fei's instructions, she revealed herself before the general, who, startled by her sudden appearance, exclaimed with caution, "Who?" Not only that, but the magical gold general also prepared to unleash an attack, manipulating the magical gold at his command. Lu, undeterred by the general's aggressive stance, courteously introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Lu, sent here by my master to seek you." Upon hearing this, the magical gold general refrained from inquiring about Lu's master, as he was well aware it was the pirate king Lu Fei. After the world government raised the bounty on the women of Aoya Island to the billions, all admirals of the world government memorized their appearances. It was imperative to remember them. After all, encountering them without recognition could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, the magical gold general was no exception. Upon recognizing Lu, he rapidly assessed his chances of escape and concluded they were nearly non-existent. If Lu could arrive silently in his domain, she could just as effortlessly take his life. The saying goes, you can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. The magical gold general had no confidence in evading Lu's pursuit. Accepting reality, he chose to surrender without resistance. Through the path opened by the magical gold general, Lu Fei and his companions stealthily entered Fenyuan City. Within its confines, Lu Fei inquired about the city's unique attributes. The magical gold general, driven by a strong instinct for survival, was prepared to divulge everything he knew. However, after careful contemplation, he realized there was truly nothing exceptional about Fenyuan City, aside from its construction entirely from precious magical gold, which was highly valuable. The only notable aspect was its seamless synergy with the magical gold general's abilities, enhancing his strength. Such details, however, were of no interest to Lu Fei. Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration struck the magical gold general, and he hesitantly remarked, "It seems that the magical gold mine has some peculiarities." Through his words, Lu Fei and the women understood that the vast amount of magical gold comprising Fenyuan City originated from this mine. It was indeed a remarkable sight, capable of producing magical gold, albeit randomly, and challenging to excavate actively. As he elaborated, the magical gold general led Lu Fei and his companions to the magical gold mine. This was an artificially constructed passage, from which magical gold was currently spewing forth. Inside the passage, there were many humanoid magical gold statues. The magical gold general pointed to these statues and explained, these were the personnel the world government attempted to send to probe the magical gold mine. As one approaches the mine's depths, living beings and various objects become transmuted into magical gold. However, the stronger the individual, the better they can resist this transformation. Yet even admirals sent for exploration have never returned. Since then, the mine has been classified as a top secret by the world government, ceasing all exploration attempts. The reasoning was simple. If admirals could not succeed, why send a marshal-level powerhouse? Even if the world government wished to do so, they would require the consent of such an esteemed figure, in which marshal-level individual would willingly agree to venture into certain death. Initially, the world government contemplated using bountied individuals of marshal level for exploration, but they feared that any treasures within might be claimed by them. Thus, that idea was shelved. For the world government, this was a normal course of action, as they already wielded substantial control over the world and had no need to take such unknown risks. After detailing the peculiarities of the magical gold mine, the magical gold general fell silent, undoubtedly hoping that Lu Fei and his companions would all venture inside and meet their demise. However, being of sound mind, he recognized that this was merely a fantasy. At most, only one person would dare to enter, while the others would observe. Should anything happen to the one who entered, the risk of being scapegoated would be too high for the magical gold general. Thus, After clearly articulating the mind's dangers, he became an invisible presence, neither encouraging nor discouraging the exploration. After considering the magical gold general's words, Lu Fei decided to send in a doppelganger. Ordinary reconnaissance capabilities would not suffice, as the world government had already attempted that route. Only Lu Fei's unique technique, the Qi Hua San Qing, which allowed him to create an external avatar, could achieve the effect of him personally entering. He subsequently split off a doppelganger, which swiftly ventured into the passage. The doppelganger entered rapidly, but returned even faster. Half of its form transformed into magical gold. Frowning, Lu Fei stated, "This is not feasible. I can only perceive the situation inside, but cannot physically interact with the substance." He recounted his observations. Upon traversing the passage, the power of magical gold would continuously seep into one's body. Though one could resist this infiltration with formidable strength, the deeper one ventured, the more intense the infiltration became. Even Lu Fei could not entirely fend it off, and as he approached the deepest point, his body began to transform into magical gold, forcing him to retreat. Had he taken another step forward, he would have had no opportunity to escape. After voicing his concerns, Lu Fei's brow furrowed deeply. This was an unfavorable start with excessive difficulty. Just as he contemplated whether to withdraw and return when stronger or to gather other means for a future challenge, Qing Yun stepped forward. Upon hearing Lu Fei's description of the magical gold's power, she felt confident in her ability to enter. Lu Fei, trusting Qing Yun, did not dissuade her. Nevertheless, he created another doppelganger to accompany her for safety. Upon entering, Lu Fei soon understood the source of Qing Yun's confidence. As he endured the infiltration of magical gold, a dark halo surrounded Qing Yun, completely devouring the magical gold's encroaching power. This is a stable spatial fissure. Indeed, Qing Yun has harnessed her abilities to create a defensive circle of spatial fissures around her. While this fissure provides mediocre defense against violent attacks, it proves exceedingly effective against the infiltration of magical metal energy. As the magical metal energy attempts to permeate Qing Yun's body, it completely flows into the spatial fissure instead. Consequently, Qing Yun remains entirely unaffected by the encroaching magical metal energy, continuing her advance. As Lu Fei's body gradually succumbs to the magical metal transformation, he can only remain still, observing as Qing Yun strolls leisurely to the innermost depths and reaches out to touch the source of it all. The moment Qing Yun's hand makes contact, Lu Fei perceives the instant disappearance of the magical metal's penetrating force. It is evident that the condition to pass this checkpoint is to touch the core object. As he watches Qing Yun return with a golden orb in her hand, Lu Fei cannot help but smile wryly. This exemplifies the concept of specialization. What is arduous for Lu Fei is effortlessly accomplished by Qing Yun. Nevertheless, such ease requires the strength of a martial, as the creation of such spatial fissures can only be achieved at that level of power. The term specialization refers to Qing Yun's ability to establish stable spatial fissures for her own defense, a feat Lu Fei cannot replicate, as his fissures are purely destructive and unstable. In summary, thanks to Qing Yun's intervention, Lu Fei successfully acquires the golden orb, which possesses the ability to generate magical metal, akin to an inexhaustible gold mine. While it possesses destructive capabilities, they are notably diminished. Lu Fei believes this was a deliberate design by the divine, considering the golden orb constitutes merely 1/5 of the game. The remaining elements of wood, water, fire, and earth await Lu Fei's completion. To be frank, even the single golden orb presents a challenge, simultaneously piquing Lu Fei's interest and anticipation for the remaining 4. Upon securing the golden orb, Lu Fei turns to the magical metal general, who is visibly sweating profusely at his scrutiny. Lu Fei presents 2 choices. First, to join Aoya Island and keep this matter concealed. Second, after their departure, to disclose the information to the world government and await a demise, ultimately becoming a hero memorialized in the government's newspapers. Without a moment's hesitation, the magical metal general chooses the first option. Only a fool would opt for the second. He is well aware of the world government's true nature. The so-called hero is merely a figure of remembrance in the newspapers. After all, following the death of Admiral Feng Pinghai, the world government abandoned the entire sea. Thus, the magical metal general would not foolishly become a pawn of the thoroughly corrupt world government. With the general's choice made, Lu Fei smiles and welcomes him to Aoya Island. After the magical metal general joins Aoya Island, he obeys Lu Fei's orders to remain temporarily in Fanyuan City to conceal the situation. Lu Fei does not require him to engage in espionage. He merely needs to maintain secrecy for a while. The magical metal general readily assures Lu Fei of his commitment. After leaving Fanyuan City, Lu Fei and the women do not proceed to the second most familiar location, Sun City, but instead head towards the sea. The rationale behind this decision is straightforward. Lu Fei perceives Sun City as far from simple, especially since he suspects that the so-called General Mu Sun may actually belong to the Otsutsuki clan. It becomes even more complex. This implies that Sun City is, in fact, the sacred tree planted by the Otsutsuki clan. Consequently, Lu Fei realizes that passing through this wood-related challenge discreetly is utterly impossible. Thus, he opts not to go to Sun City, but instead to the depths of the ocean, the Great Deep Sea Prison under his control. The Great Deep Sea Prison is located beneath the ocean, often visited by sea kings, and the world government can only maintain normal operations within it through special means. Under the influence of Princess Bai Xing, Lu Fei and his companions ride a sea king directly to this location. Lu Fei's arrival does not surprise the inhabitants of the Great Deep Sea Prison, as the entire sea has been relinquished by the world government, let alone a place as significant as the Great Deep Sea Prison. In fact, the warden, a naval admiral, has already departed. The prison's maintenance relies entirely on the remaining supplies. Had Lu Fei not arrived, the inhabitants would have contacted Aoya Island once the supplies were exhausted. In this context, Lu Fei's appearance is warmly welcomed by the inmates. The current overseer of the Great Deep Sea Prison is a rear admiral. Accompanied by this rear admiral, Lu Fei learns everything about the prison. After imparting all pertinent information, the rear admiral pledges his loyalty to Lu Fei without hesitation, recognizing that in the face of abandonment by the world government, they can only remain loyal to Lu Fei. Naturally, Lu Fei accepts the rear admiral's fealty and announces the complete integration of the Great Deep Sea Prison into the Aoya Island faction. Instantly, the atmosphere within the prison becomes remarkably harmonious. Lu Fei then encounters an extraordinary phenomenon within the Great Deep Sea Prison, a CEI. An incredibly terrifying surge of water energy churns within a designated area, threatening to mercilessly shred anything that ventures too close. Merely standing before this sea evokes a sense of peril. Lu Fei and the women gaze solemnly at this sea unable to discern the internal scene, only witnessing the frantic movement of the water energy. Even their perceptions are overwhelmed by the tumultuous water energy. According to the rear admiral, the world government had previously attempted exploration but ended in bloodshed. The exploration methods employed by the world government involved casting bountied individuals into the depths. Even those with bounties nearing the 100 billion mark could not survive within. This place is known within the Great Deep Sea Prison as the execution platform. Whenever a physically formidable or otherwise challenging prisoner is encountered, they're simply tossed in for execution. This is the world government's method of utilization. Having obtained complete intelligence from the rear admiral, Lu Fei instructs him to leave, leaving only himself and the women present. Observing the chaotic surge of water energy within the CI, Lu Fei requests Enrin to summon Admiral Feng Pinghai. Upon seeing the CI, Admiral Feng Pinghai, without waiting for Lu Fei's inquiry, voluntarily shares his knowledge. As the admiral, he has personally explored this location. Nevertheless, even with the power of the sea god's trident, he cannot delve deeper. Although this sea is situated within the ocean, it exists independently. After a brief contemplation, Lu Fei instructs Admiral Feng Pinghai to employ the sea god's trident to seal off the surrounding area. It is evident that Lu Fei intends to orchestrate a significant maneuver. Once Admiral Feng Pinghai completes the sealing, Lu Fei produces the Rui Jingubang. Subsequently, Lu Fei grasps the Rui Jingu Bang with both hands and extends the staff into the CI. As the Rui Jingu Bang made contact with the Haiyan, a radiant golden light erupted from the staff. Within this luminous aura, the tumultuous water energy surging within the Haiyan was visibly quelled. However, as the golden staff delved deeper, the water energy encountered became increasingly ferocious. Fortunately, at this moment, Lu Fei's physical strength and prowess had reached an extraordinary level, enabling him to exert all his might to maintain the staff's progression. Ultimately, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a resplendent golden hue, its brilliance reaching a blinding intensity. At this juncture, with veins bulging on his forehead, Lu Fei bellowed, "Be still." Under the combined force of Lu Fei's full strength and the inherent stabilizing ability of the Rui Jingu Bang, the chaotic water energy within the Haiyan gradually subsided. At the moment of calm, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously subdued water energy surged rapidly towards the center, converging together. In the next instant, a cerulean orb materialized before everyone. Lu Fei retracted the staff and beckoned towards the azure orb, which obediently floated into his hand. Evidently, this was the water pearl. After acquiring the water pearl, Lu Fei and the women departed from the deep-sea prison. However, before their departure, Lu Fei requested Nu Wan to dispatch a mark armor to investigate the conditions of the deep-sea prison while also delivering essential supplies. On board the Ark, Lu Fei and the women gazed upon the gold pearl and water pearl before them, strategizing their subsequent actions. At present, only 3 locations remained unexplored: the Sunji Chung, representing wood, the Huayin Shan prison, representing fire, and the Ho-Tu prison, representing earth. If obtaining the gold pearl was a result of exploiting the weaknesses of the demon general, and acquiring the water pearl was due to Lu Fei's mastery over the ocean, the remaining 3 would not afford any shortcuts. Perhaps Lu Fei could devise a plan through gradual exploration. However, Lu Fei was not an ambitious schemer, nor did he possess the luxury of time to squander. Moreover, even if he chose this route, success was not guaranteed. Firstly, in the Sunji Chung, if the General Musan bore the surname Otsutsuki, any plotting would be futile. For the sake of the divine tree, they would never surrender the wood pearl. Thus, it was almost predetermined that Lu Fei could only resort to a direct assault on the Sunji Chung. Such an attack would inevitably alert the world government. Aside from the Sunji Chung, the Ho-Tu prison, situated 10,000 meters underground, according to the information, lacked any means of entry aside from the world government's unique methods. This indicated that a forceful approach was also necessary for the Ho-Tu prison. It was evident that Lu Fei faced a situation where a direct assault was the only option. Unless he was willing to invest a significant amount of time attempting potentially futile infiltration and persuasion, he instinctively ruled out this option. As a participant in this divine power struggle, he could be likened to an adventurer. If he were to adopt the methods of a schemer, spending excessive time on infiltration, he would lose the essence of the adventure. Thus, Lu Fei swiftly resolved to initiate a dual-front assault. This would entail splitting Lu Fei and the women into 2 teams, simultaneously launching strong offensives against the Sunji Chung and Huayin Shan prison. This strategy would allow them to secure the wood pearl and fire pearl while ensuring their safety. As for the formidable Ho-Tu prison, it was evidently a tough nut to crack. Lu Fei estimated that, by that time, even a group of swine within the world government would surely recognize the anomaly. This meant that Lu Fei and the women would be subjected to the onslaught of the world government's elite forces at the Ho-Tu prison, representing the highest risk point in the entire plan. Nevertheless, after Lu Fei shared his strategy, it received unanimous approval from the women. After all, they were an adventure team. What would be the point of being an adventurer if they did not take risks? Moreover, having followed Lu Fei for so long, they had yet to engage in a coordinated battle alongside him. The impending assault on the Ho-Tu prison presented an exceptional opportunity. At that moment, Lu Fei and the women would confront the world government's attack with their utmost strength. With this sentiment in mind, the women eagerly concurred with Lu Fei's plan, even expressing excitement at the prospect of facing such a tempest alongside their beloved. Thus, Lu Fei and the women divided into 2 teams, each heading towards different destinations. Above the Sun Ji-chung, the ark descended from its cloaked optical invisibility to reach the designated location. Upon receiving a report from the ark's intelligence core, Liu Fei issued the command: deactivate optical camouflage and execute the established plan, deploying weather weapons. Once Liu Fei's command was given, the ark's intelligence core sprang into action. The form of the ark suddenly became visible amidst the cloud sea, and shortly thereafter, it launched 4 massive devices, strategically positioned at the 4 corners above the Sun Ji-chung, enveloping it in a rectangular formation. Deploy weather weapons. Under the control of the ark's central intelligence, the weapon launch bays opened wide. Specially designed missiles were launched, soaring directly towards the Sun Ji-chung below. However, these specialized missiles did not land within the Sun Ji-chung, but rather detonated directly in the skies above. The explosions were remarkably quiet. Although the detonations were subdued, their effects were far from insignificant. The explosions rapidly generated dark clouds high above. As each specially designed missile exploded, billowing clouds began to form in the sky. Before long, the previously clear weather above the Sun Ji-chung darkened ominously. When the inhabitants looked up at the sky, confusion washed over their faces. How had such a massive expanse of dark clouds suddenly appeared? Yet, amidst their bewilderment, the number of clouds continued to multiply. The clouds thickened and spread, soon presenting an overwhelming sense of impending doom. At this moment, the expressions of the townsfolk shifted from confusion to terror. Even the dimmest among them could perceive that something was amiss. Run! It was unclear who shouted first, but this cry provided the terrified populace with a course of action. Consequently, they began to flee. The reason they did not return home was simple. The oppressive clouds descending led them to instinctively believe that the storm would engulf the Sun Ji-chung. Moreover, in the rumors they had heard, disasters of this magnitude often resulted in the annihilation of entire cities. Therefore, escaping the city became their instinctual response to survival. Under the influence of this herd mentality, more and more people followed suit, fleeing the city. In such a chaotic moment, those who remained were either confident in their own strength or had no means of escape. For instance, General Mu Sun, who had been within a wooden house, emerged upon hearing reports from his subordinates. When asked whether he intended to prevent the populace from fleeing, General Mu Sun shook his head. He had already sensed that something was amiss, and the presence of too many people in the city would likely lead to collateral harm, impeding his ability to execute his plans. Thus, rather than allowing individuals to remain and tarnish his reputation, he would rather let them depart. Gazing at the heavy, ominous clouds above, General Mu Sun let out a cold chuckle. He was eager to see who would dare to create chaos in his domain. The anger from the previous incident involving the death of the illusionist still simmered within him. This time, he would ensure that the intruder would pay dearly. With his fury ignited, General Mu Sun soared above Sun Ji-chung, casting his gaze upon the darkened skies. At present, the only thing that perplexed him was the absence of any detectable energy signatures. Under normal circumstances, such a cataclysmic attack would undoubtedly reveal its energy. However, there exists a phenomenon called technology, specifically meteorological weaponry capable of altering local weather conditions. As the meteorological weaponry was deployed, the intelligent brain reported, and Liu Fei leaped from the aerial mothership, followed closely by Oya and the others. Just as General Mu Sun prepared to exact revenge on the trespasser, he saw Liu Fei descending through the cloud cover, standing defiantly before him. "It's you, Pirate King Liu Fei. What brings you here?" General Mu Sun exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Liu Fei. "To kill you." Liu Fei gestured towards Enrun behind him, indicating that his purpose was to avenge Enrun. Hearing Liu Fei's blunt declaration and seeing Enrun by his side, General Mu Sun felt a weight in his heart. He realized that this time, there would be no amicable resolution. If circumstances allowed, General Mu Sun would prefer not to engage Liu Fei in battle. In fact, he would be willing to offer much, even assisting in the resurrection of Liu Fei's father, Liu Changfeng. However, upon losing control over the resurrection technique, he understood that his leverage had vanished. Indeed, if Liu Changfeng had not been resurrected, General Mu Sun could have used this as a bargaining chip. and Lu Fei might have chosen to withdraw. Yet, given that Lu Chengfeng was already back, General Mu Sun found himself devoid of any leverage, unable to compel Lu Fei to retreat in the face of his vengeance. Thus, General Mu Sun acknowledged that this time he must act decisively. Escape was not an option. Sun Jicheng was a stronghold, and he had to defend it. Resolving these thoughts, General Mu Sun decided to abandon his facade, coldly declaring, "Lu Fei, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Previously, I merely wished to avoid conflict with you. I advise you to depart now. Pursue your ambitions as the Pirate King, and let us remain unconnected." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei chuckled. "Interesting. I must witness your true strength." General Mu Sun, or rather Otsutsuki Mu Sun, paled as Lu Fei uttered his name. "How do you know?" "No, it cannot be possible. No one in this world knows." After his complexion changed, the murderous intent in General Mu Sun's gaze sharpened as he looked at Lu Fei and his companions. It was evident he intended to silence them. Senjutsu, Mokudan, Shinsu Senju. Without a moment's hesitation, Otsutsuki Mu Sun formed seals and unleashed his most powerful wood-release technique. In the next moment, a gigantic statue of Guanyin, the size of a mountain, appeared, with countless arms striking towards Lu Fei and his companions. Seeing that Otsutsuki Mu Sun had immediately taken action after his secret was exposed, Lu Fei was not caught off guard, calling out, "Emoya, it's up to you." "Understood, Lu Fei." Emoya playfully teased Lu Fei before evading the colossal statue's onslaught of arms, raising her hand skyward. Falling stars. A series of luminous circles embodying the powers of gravity emanated from Emoya, ascending into the heavens. Subsequently, the ominous clouds were rent apart, and massive, specially designed metal rods, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, plummeted downward. Boom! One of these metal rods struck the enormous Guanyin statue, penetrating deep within its form. The terrifying energy it carried was akin to that of a meteorite crashing into the earth. Even the statue, of monumental proportions, trembled under such an assault. However, beneath the struck statue, roots erupted from the ground, connecting with the Guanyin figure. The damage inflicted upon the statue began to mend. Even the metal rod embedded within was forced out. This level of attack was insufficient. Declaring his resolve to no longer conceal his capabilities, Otsutsuki Mu Sun arrogantly proclaimed. Nonetheless, Emoya responded with calm assurance. "Do not rush. My technique is far more complex than you realize." As Emoya's words fell, the clouds were pierced by multiple gaping holes, and an array of specially designed metal rods descended like a meteor shower. Falling stars, the numerous metal rods, each carrying immense kinetic energy, struck the colossal Guanyin statue under the guidance of Emoya's gravity powers. If a single metal rod's energy could be countered by the statue's regenerative roots, the sheer volume of these descending rods far exceeded the limits of the Guanyin statue's restoration capacity. Boom! 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 Accompanied by an ear-splitting cacophony, it became abundantly clear that the statue's 1,000 arms were being shattered en masse. Furthermore, its gigantic form was being nailed into the ground inch by the overwhelming kinetic force of the metal rods. The massive Guanyin statue struggled in vain, attempting to rise. Yet, against the onslaught of the descending rods, its efforts proved futile. It found itself forcibly pinned to the ground, unable to advance even a fraction. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Senjutsu, Q, Dodo Tensei, Otsutsuki Mu Sun's concealed Rinnegan awakened, granting him unimaginable energy, allowing him to perform a forbidden technique that even Lu Fei found astonishing. In the next moment, hundreds of stone coffins emerged, releasing one formidable individual after another. These individuals were notorious bounty targets, openly slain by the world government, each bearing bounties of 70 to 80 billion. Among them, many were even in the vicinity of 100 billion. "Enrun, it's your turn." The astonished Lu Fei decided to let Enrun take the stage. The gates of hell opened. Responding to Lu Fei's command, Enrun summoned her golden scepter, gripping it with all her might to force open the gates of hell. It is noteworthy that Imran, at this moment, could summon the gates of hell with a mere tap of a finger. However, to achieve such a forceful opening meant that the resulting hellish apparition would be formidable. Indeed, as the gates of hell swung wide, the entirety of Sun Ji Chung was instantly shrouded in its dark presence. Soon after, millions of ghostly soldiers surged forth like a tide. Among them, the ghostly generals leading the ranks included many familiar faces. Admiral Feng Ping Hai, the naval commander, capable of transforming into a golden Buddha, alongside numerous admirals who had perished in the recent conflict at Aoyo Island. Even a host of notorious bounty targets, each with bounties nearing 100 billion, emerged. These individuals were either slain while challenging Liu Fei's authority upon the seas, either imprisoned in the depths of the oceanic prison. Liu Fei deemed these individuals deserving of death. Their emergence caused Oitsutsuki Mori's expression to shift dramatically. In terms of high-end power, their numbers were considerable. However, on Anrin's side, the presence of numerous martial-level combatants was undeniable, not to mention the abundance of ghostly soldiers and generals. From any perspective, Oitsutsuki Mori felt no sense of superiority. His countenance changed as he sensed his own strength faltering. Thus, he revealed his ultimate trump card, the Divine Tree. The radiance of Oitsutsuki Mori's Sharingan illuminated the surroundings, casting forth a peculiar power that seeped into the earth below. In an instant, the very foundations of Sun no Shiro trembled violently. Subsequently, enormous roots erupted from the ground, tearing apart the entire city, as a colossal tree surged upwards at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this familiar tree, Liu Fei smirked coldly, remarking, "The Divine Tree? Is this merely the Divine Tree of your Oitsutsuki clan? How audacious to plant it in this world! You truly deserve your fate." With that, Liu Fei took matters into his own hands. He brandished the golden staff, ascending into the stormy clouds alongside the rapidly growing Divine Tree. Thunder roared as he entered the clouds, his body crackling with electrical energy. The bolts surged into the clouds, instantaneously transforming their hue from black to blue, morphing into a tempest of lightning. Compared to the cloud Liu Fei conjured with his own powers, the atmospheric weapon of the aircraft carrier encompassed a far greater range, all without depleting Liu Fei's stamina. As the clouds transformed into a sea of lightning, countless bolts surged forth, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. Liu Fei positioned the golden staff before him, channeling the myriad of lightning into its form. The staff, imbued with electric energy, spontaneously ignited with tangible flames. Then, wielding the staff ablaze with lightning, Liu Fei charged towards the Divine Tree. In a flash, he became a streak of blue light, assailing the Divine Tree relentlessly. During this onslaught, the roots accompanying the tree lashed out furiously at Liu Fei. However, his speed was unparalleled. Before Oitsutsuki Mori could react, blue lightning flames ignited across the Divine Tree. As the flames engulfed it, the tree's upward growth suddenly halted, withering in its wake. No, no, no. In Oitsutsuki Mori's despairing gaze, the Divine Tree, still not fully matured, succumbed to the raging flames. As it burned, Oitsutsuki Mori's own body ignited. They were one and the same. Observing Oitsutsuki Mori reduced to ashes alongside the Divine Tree, Liu Fei scoffed. "Did you truly believe I would allow you to grow to your full potential before slowly wearing you down? This is not a boss battle." Upon vanquishing Oitsutsuki Mori and retrieving the wood orb from the tree's roots, Qing Yun and her companions had also obtained the fire orb within the flames of the mountain prison. The process involved Qing Yun and her allies holding off the enemies, while Yajun wielded the flowing blade of fire and the ice wheel to confront the fire orb's mystical energies. Notably, the flowing blade of fire assisted Yajun in reaching the fire orb, while the ice will help subdue its ferocious fire-based energy. As Liu Fei and the women regrouped aboard the aircraft carrier, en route to the final earthen prison, they possessed the 4 orbs of gold, wood, water, and fire. However, at this juncture, the world government had become aware of Liu Fei's aggressive assault on Sun no Shiro and the mountain prison. As anticipated by Liu Fei, The world government deduced his objective to be the 5 extraordinary locations of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth based on his actions. Despite inquiring with General Majin, the world government received evasive answers. Yet, employing predictive measures, they calculated that Lu Fei's next destination was the earthen prison. Upon their arrival, Lu Fei and his companions were unsurprisingly encircled by a myriad of formidable figures from the world government, including familiar faces such as Air Marshal Carty, as well as army marshals, among a multitude of powerful individuals, nearly dozens of marshal-level warriors in total. In terms of numbers, the world government held a distinct advantage. However, judging by the demeanor of these individuals, Lu Fei's side appeared to hold the upper hand. The world government, despite their numerical superiority, consisted mostly of aging figures. In stark contrast to the fearless stance exhibited by Lu Fei and his allies, the elderly warriors were clearly apprehensive, preferring to avoid confrontation if possible. And if compelled to fight, they were determined not to be at the forefront. The elderly often fear death, especially when faced with the prospect of Lu Fei and his team, capable of swiftly dispatching marshal-level combatants. Moreover, at this moment, the Navy Marshal Feng Pinghai and the Golden Buddha, summoned by Onren, stood among Lu Fei's entourage. While Feng Pinghai would not attack the world government, he was more than capable of holding the line. Observing the presence of Feng Pinghai and the Golden Buddha, the expressions of the world government personnel shifted noticeably. The very notion of death was already terrifying, but the prospect that death was not the end, but rather a summons to fight for Onren, was even more daunting for the elderly members who wielded power and reveled in luxury. Frankly, the fearful demeanor of these aging figures revealed the extent of the world government's decay, even as they surrounded Lu Fei and his companions with their numerical advantage. They hesitated to strike, fearful of being the first to perish and becoming fodder for others. Thus, they initiated negotiations with Lu Fei, proposing notions of peace and requesting that he withdraw without pursuit. Clearly, they were oblivious to Lu Fei's current intentions. However, instinctively, they understood that whatever Lu Fei planned, it must not come to fruition. After all, this was their final stronghold on land. To protect this line, should Lu Fei refuse to yield, they would inevitably take action to thwart him. In truth, this was the optimal moment to eradicate Lu Fei. After all, both he and his team were present. Should they choose to annihilate Lu Fei now, the world government would undoubtedly reclaim dominion over the seas. However, this was the ideal scenario. They contemplated the cost in lives and the implications of who would strike first, who would be willing to fight to the death, and other pressing matters. These elderly figures were unlikely to engage in a death struggle, as they understood all too well. Should they perish in battle, they might receive superficial accolades, but soon after, the power of the deceased would be divided, their families would decline, and ultimately, they would be consumed by others. There's no need to question why they understood this so well. This was how they had always operated. Hence, it was observable that during the siege of Oya Island, the forces deployed were those of the world government, rather than their own. It is evident that they have chosen to relinquish the sea rather than exert themselves in launching another attack. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend that their current priority lies in negotiation rather than siege. Their attempts at negotiation, however, were met with Lu Fei's resolute refusal, a response that aligns perfectly with his unwavering character. The members of the world government are no exception. They merely aim to encircle Lu Fei, preventing him from taking any action. Consequently, both parties found themselves in a standoff, engaging in a fervent exchange of words without any physical confrontation. What went unnoticed, however, was that Yejun, who typically bore 3 blades, now carried only 2 at his waist. Had Liyue been present, she might have detected this subtle detail. Unfortunately, the others had not fought against Yejun and thus overlooked this matter. The missing blade, Jinghua Shueiyue, was now in Lu Fei's possession, facilitating his unimpeded arrival at the Ho-Tu prison. Illusions at certain moments can indeed prove to be a remarkably useful ability. While the members of the world government confronted Lu Fei, a significant portion suddenly received news that the Ho-Tu prison had been breached and that Lu Fei had entered a peculiar realm. In an instant, they realized they had been misled. Understanding this, they recognized the necessity of taking action. Otherwise, Lu Fei would swiftly achieve his objectives. As they prepared to act, they felt a sense of relief, believing that the Lu Fei present was not his true form, which granted them a vague sense of security. However, upon engaging, they abruptly discovered that this version of Lu Fei possessed nearly all his abilities, save for the golden cudgel. Moreover, as the women faced siege and the atmosphere grew perilous, Lu Fei's clones appeared to aid them. This development swiftly erased Lu Fei's disadvantage and instead placed the world government at a disadvantage. Their hesitance in combat stemmed from a palpable fear of what Lu Fei might do next, such as producing the golden cudgel and striking them down. If that were not enough, Lu Fei initiated a genuine verbal threat. Members of the Lu family, withdraw from this battle. Otherwise, do not blame me for settling scores later. Upon hearing this, the general-level combatant from the Lu family hesitated for several moments before decisively exiting the battlefield. He was acutely aware of the collaboration proposal from the Lu family to Lu Fei and understood that Lu Fei could soon become the new head of the Lu family. In such a scenario, the battle appeared devoid of meaning. Moreover, Lu Fei's ominous warning only served to heighten his anxiety. With that, the members of the Lu family promptly retreated from the conflict. As the Lu family withdrew, the remaining members of the world government became somewhat flustered, their attacks growing increasingly feeble. This resulted in a diminished offensive capability, although they maintained an impressive theatrical performance, each member embodying a skilled actor. The women, perceiving the world government's reluctance, seized the opportunity to intensify their own assaults, causing the world government to inwardly lament their situation. Fortunately, this skirmish did not endure for long. Once Lu Fei obtained the Earth Orb and emerged from the Ho-Tu prison, both sides instinctively halted their conflict. Subsequently, the members of the world government watched as Lu Fei and the women departed aboard the Sky Mother ship, leading any onlookers to mistakenly believe they were bidding farewell. After Lu Fei's departure, the members of the world government collectively exhaled in relief, grateful for the absence of casualties. Though they had failed to impede Lu Fei, they felt they had at least made an effort and expressed their stance. Yet, alongside their relief, an undercurrent of unease lingered. What exactly were Lu Fei's intentions? This uncertainty consumed their thoughts in the days that followed, particularly regarding the only location that had not reported an intrusion, Fangyuan City. The deep-sea prison, on the other hand, was deemed a lost cause. Unbeknownst to them, the Majin General within Fangyuan City had already allied with Aoyo Island, shrouding their activities from the world government. This concealment provided a modicum of comfort to the members of the world government, allowing them to at least rest somewhat easier that night. However, the world government was caught off guard when they received shocking news. The Tian Fa, located at the world government headquarters, had vanished. Consequently, a cadre of sleep-deprived leaders from the world government convened in the room where the Tian Fa had been housed, gazing at the empty space with faces as grim as stone. The Tian Fa represented the cornerstone of the world government's rule, its power being a symbol of their authority. Now, the vacant room signified the loss of their foundational strength. Through various means of investigation, they were able to reconstruct the moment of the Tian Fa's disappearance. It had suddenly radiated a kaleidoscope of light before vanishing within those vibrant hues. No one knew where the Tian Fa had gone. Even the world government's attempts at divination and calculation yielded only results of backlash from the Tian Fa itself. For under normal circumstances, it was impervious to such methods of foresight. As the world government wallowed in despair and fear due to the Tian Fa's absence, Lu Fei, in the heart of Aoya Island, toyed with the 5 orbs of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, gazing curiously at the colossal machine before him. After acquiring the final orb, Lu Fei and the women returned to Aoya Island. Even as darkness fell, they were too intrigued to sleep, eagerly investigating the 5 orbs. Based on what was known, it was clear that they had completed the divine power game, emerging as victors. However, the items acquired from this trial, the 5 orbs, did not seem to grant Lu Fei immediate access to divine power. Under ordinary circumstances, Lu Fei would have regarded this as an amusing game. Yet, The extraordinary difficulty level required every ounce of his team's prowess to obtain these items, which failed to meet his expectations, rendering it unacceptable to him. Indeed, the acquisition of each orb was a formidable challenge. Although Liu Fei had managed to secure them, this success was rooted in the formidable foundation of him and his team. Truth be told, any other group, possessing mere strength without corresponding capability, would have found it impossible to obtain these 5 orbs. Consequently, Liu Fei remained convinced that this was not a jest played by the divine. In this context, Liu Fei and the women toiled for an extended period before successfully activating the 5 orbs. Upon their activation, the cornerstone of the world government's rule, the artifact ThunderFruit, unexpectedly materialized before them. Liu Fei and the women scrutinized the ThunderFruit for quite some time, unable to discern any particularly impressive qualities in the massive machine. However, when Liu Fei had a sudden inspiration and placed the 5 orbs upon the ThunderFruit, a miraculous scene unfolded. The ThunderFruit illuminated, absorbing the 5 orbs of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Following this, a beam of light shot directly toward Liu Fei's forehead. Afterwards, Liu Fei surveyed his anxious companions, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he elucidated the functions bestowed upon him by the divine judgment. These 5 orbs of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth serve as keys to the celestial punishment. Once united, these 5 orbs transcend the boundaries of time and space to summon divine retribution. Moreover, they possess the capacity to activate the permissions of divine punishment, which includes the terrifying ability to enforce penalties regardless of spatial distance. Unlike the world government, which can only invoke its powers once every decade, the permissions activated by the 5 orbs are boundless in frequency. This effectively means that the highest authority of divine punishment has been bestowed upon Liu Fei. However, such supreme authority is temporally constrained, lasting for 1 year. At this juncture, Liu Fei clearly comprehended the intentions of the deity who orchestrated all of this. This embodies the power of the divine, yet it is limited by time. The impact achievable within the year hinges upon the individual wielding this power. A common person might instill fear within the world or establish a colossal force. However, in the hands of Liu Fei, who commands 1/3 of the world's power, he possesses the capability to dominate the globe. Remarkably, within just 6 months, Liu Fei achieved global control. There are indeed those who could hinder divine punishment, yet they would suffer severe injury or incapacitation in the process. Moreover, the cowardly elders of the world government, after witnessing Liu Fei's mastery over the highest echelon of divine powers, resigned themselves to their fate. As the troops of Aoya Island arrived, they immediately surrendered, seeking merely to preserve their lives and safeguard their families. It can be said that during Liu Fei's ascendance to global dominance, the majority of his time was devoted to assimilating cities and factions. Fortunately, with the presence of the super-artificial intelligence, Nuwan, Liu Fei was spared the burden of these endeavors. Otherwise, he would only attain the nominal title of world ruler rather than the actual authority he now held. Following his conquest, Liu Fei was crowned as the king of the world in the presence of countless witnesses. Subsequently, he commenced a grand wedding, prompting global congratulations. Yet amidst the jubilations, discordant voices could be heard. In a certain location, Wu Ming and a cadre of those from the holy sect shared bitter wine together, their hearts aching as they swallowed the anguish. These ambitious schemers had plotted for many years, only to be outdone by Liu Fei's singular game. Alas, the deity who created this world inherently favored amusement. Liu Fei's actions, in a certain sense, undoubtedly resonated more with divine favor. As for the Liu family, they too were partaking in bitter wine, under the delusion that they could earn Liu Fei's consent. From the very beginning, such a notion was non-existent. Their presumed grasp of Liu Fei's vulnerabilities had been perceived by him long ago. After all, while a reclusive man may possess various flaws, foolishness is not one of them. Liu Fei, though a recluse, was a man of intellect and self-awareness. Hence, those ambitious individuals who sought to control him, believing they had discerned his weaknesses, could only drink their bitter wine as he achieved his grand success. Years later, Qing Yun and Yejun each arrived at the residence in Fidel City, accompanied by a child. As they pushed open the door and stepped inside, the children inquired, "Mama, why didn't T-Daddy come with us?" Qing Yun and Yejun exchanged glances before responding with exasperation. "Your father is visiting Grandma Bai Xing in the world of One Piece before the palace of Fishman Island." Princess Bai Xing and Lu Fei strolled hand in hand, with a little mermaid looking on with a pout. Together, they entered the palace. On Aoi Island, the pink-haired Luluya, Emoya, Lu, and Catherine were all expecting, nurturing their pregnancies while observing and Run and the female swordsman play with several children. Meanwhile, Lu Chengfeng and Ka Di were drinking, exchanging silent glances as they clinked their glasses. "Are you envious?" "Yes, but envy is futile." In the subterranean base of the central Aoya Island, a colossal dragon egg pulsated rhythmically like a heartbeat. Beside it, an experiment merging illusionary items and genetic technology was underway. Suddenly, the dragon egg illuminated, and in a burst of light, it cracked open, revealing a dragon girl adorned with delicate horns. She was none other than the gastronomist, Long Atan, transformed into a dragon. Concurrently, the experiment beside Atan reached completion, manifesting a nude woman before her. The two exchanged knowing smiles, Atan, Sister Nuwan. They then departed the base together, awaiting Lu Fei's return to fulfill the promised wedding. Synopsis: in a world of fantastical realms, the story begins in a prison, where the protagonist discovers he is operating a street stall selling devil fruits. These fruits require activation to unleash their powers. A simple declaration of "I am the Pirate King." Luffy effortlessly activates the fruit, enabling Lu Fei to break free from captivity. The following day, Pirate King Luffy is wanted with a bounty of 30 million. This is a wondrous world, filled with various mythologies, legends, and items from anime and film.